Chapter 1. A Favor from the Junior. Blue Star, June 2058. Outside Liang City. Tianheng Car Modification Factory. A brand new Mercedes-Benz G900 roared as it arrived with a thunderous sound. A young and beautiful girl wearing sunglasses elegantly got out of the driver's seat. Big brother senior, I wouldn't come here for nothing. Could you help me with a favor? Seeing this girl approach, a smile surfaced on Tianheng Li's face. Xuanhuan, the top school beauty at Beicheng Technology College, was 2 years his junior. Half a year ago, due to fighting with another student, Tianheng Li was expelled from the college. Not long after, he invested in opening this car modification factory himself. Truly, Xuanhuan was a girl of great poise. Cute, yet dignified, her radiant smile could warm even the coldest winter days. With such a beautiful school junior asking for help, how can I dare to refuse? Tianheng Li said with a smile. You're just sweet-talking. Xuanhuan removed her glasses, her eyes curving into crescent moons. There is only a week left until the Future Technology Exhibition. This year, I'm representing our Beicheng Science and Technology University. Tianheng Li wasn't surprised by what Xuanhuan had said. After all, Xuanhuan being chosen as the school beauty wasn't solely because of her breathtaking looks. It was also because her academic performance and intelligence ranked among the best. What have you designed? Tianheng Li asked. A mech. Xuanhuan replied excitedly. Mech? Tianheng Li raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat incredulous. Haha, not an actual mech of course, just a model. But my design is very realistic. All the details inside are done extremely well, fully demonstrating my design concept for future mechs. Xuanhuan said with a touch of pride. Now countries and various institutions around the world are dedicated to the research and development of mechs. I believe that although it's still a conceptual idea, we will definitely be able to create them in the future. Tianheng Li nodded thoughtfully. In today's world, technological development is the main focus. Especially some developed countries are striving towards deep space exploration and interstellar migration. At this time, things like robots or mechs can perfectly replace humans in uncharted explorations. What do you want me to modify? Tianheng Li asked. Mainly the color and paint job. You can also adjust some of the details, or you can directly use one of your previously designed modification kits. Xuanhuan said excitedly. I can modify it, but aren't you afraid the dean will say something if he finds out? I was expelled as a problem student by him. That's your business. Now I'm asking for your help. He doesn't have the right to criticize you, Xuanhuan said dismissively. All right, if you're not afraid, then bring it over. Tianheng Li agreed with Xuanhuan, though they specialized in car modifications. Just changing the package and colors were not difficult tasks. Here they come. In Tianheng Li's astonished gaze, 2 semi-trailers consecutively drove in from the intersection. The cargo compartments were covered with black oilcloth, concealing enormous items visible beneath. What's the size of the model? Tianheng Li couldn't help but ask instinctively. Exactly 23 meters tall, Xuanhuan replied. You're good. I thought it would be at most a 2 to 3 meter Lego model. Tianheng Li was full of surprise, despite knowing that Xuanhuan was intelligent. But for a young woman to create something so massive was indeed shocking. The price is up to you, and once it's done, I'll treat you to a lavish dinner. Xuanhuan smiled. Haha, dinner is secondary. If you graduate and come work as my assistant, I might consider it. Tianheng Li said half-jokingly. As long as you don't mess it up, I'll do anything. Xuanhuan smirked. Who else would you ask, but our handsome big brother Li? Well, just make sure you don't go back on your word later. Tianheng Li grinned. Who's scared of whom? Just make sure you don't wimp out, senior. Staring at the stunningly beautiful school beauty before him, Tianheng Li lost himself for a moment. It really wasn't a bad idea if she came to work as his assistant. Is my face blooming with flowers because I haven't seen you for 2 months? Xuanhuan laughed. You're wrong. Your face is much more beautiful than any flower. Tianheng Li responded. Just you talking sweetly. Do you do this to every girl? While what? The two continued chatting amiably until an hour later when Xuanhuan left the modification factory. If it were before, this job would have been quite hard. But now, thanks to the system, such modification projects are no issue at all. Indeed, a month ago, Li Tianheng had obtained an ultra-modification system. Thanks to this system, he had transformed the place into a super factory within a month. It just wasn't too noticeable from the outside. System online, capable of modifying heaven, earth, air, and all things. The ultra-modification system sincerely serves you. Host, what do you want to modify? I want to use that Dark Warrior Mecha Modification Kit. Besides, since this has a special purpose, I want to take this opportunity to earn more fame points. Some functions, modification plans, and system items require fame points to unlock and purchase. Fame points can be exchanged for positive emotions such as praise, excitement, astonishment, and admiration in real life. So Li Tianheng thought that this year's Future Technology Exhibition was a great opportunity to earn fame points. Host request has been received. According to the system's appraisal of the item, there are the following options available. Option 1, minor modifications. Provides basic functionalities such as illumination, walking, and jumping. This option consumes 20,000 fame points. Option 2, moderate modifications. In addition to the basic functionalities from Option 1, includes intelligent systems, sensory operation systems, and transformation systems. This option consumes 50,000 fame points. Option 3, major modifications. Only retains the mecha's external appearance and redesigns everything inside, including power systems, intelligence systems, operational systems, transformation systems. This option consumes 200,000 fame points. If I want to gain more fame points, obviously I must choose option 3. But 200,000 fame points. The system now only has 210,000 gifted fame points left. Using them all is a bit risky, but the first two options are too common. Li Tianheng thought about it for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly became determined. Wealth lies in taking risks. Since we're going to do this, let's make a stunning entrance. System, I choose option 3. Understood, host. Deducting 200,000 fame points. All data for option 3 modifications have been generated. Please check them. Option 3, major modification plan. Power system, miniature nuclear propulsion unit allowing the mecha to achieve hypersonic speeds. Intelligence system, advanced AI software assisting the mecha pilot with control. Operational system, sensor-driven operation system connected to human neural tissues. Transformation system, due to material limitations, only one transformation function will be provided currently. Materials, it is recommended to directly spray hexagonal synthetic osmium onto the surface, which eliminates the need to recast the outer shell. Chapter 2, 1 million for the upgrade. This series of information kept appearing in Li Tianheng's mind. After roughly understanding all the upgrade plans, his eyes became slightly more serious. A week's time is a bit rushed, but luckily I've collected some materials before. Basically, they're enough. Alright, brothers, let's get to work. Li Tianheng took out his phone and pressed a certain function key. Behind him, at the entrance of the huge factory, several work vehicles equipped with giant robotic arms drove out. These work vehicles were very agile. They picked up these model parts placed on the ground one by one, then turned around and transported them into the factory. Following their line of sight into the factory, one could see numerous large machines working busily with the naked eye. These work vehicles placed all the components in the appropriate positions. And Li Tianheng had already begun the preliminary modification of the power system on the operating table. He controlled the huge holographic projection in front of him with both hands. If there was anyone else here, they would definitely be stunned. Wasn't this kind of touch-sensitive holographic projection something that could only be seen in sci-fi movies? And yet, Li Tianheng had brought it to life in reality. Next to him, the work vehicles scanned the mecha parts, generating an identical 3D model inside the holographic projection. Li Tianheng began to enlarge, shrink, drag, and adjust the dimensions of the model with his hands. Truly impressive, xiuxian. There's even a motor system installed that can enable the mecha to walk slowly. Li Tianheng looked at the design and assembly inside the model. He instantly understood xiuxian's design philosophy. It has to be said that this young junior has some talent. After all, this is a 7-story tall giant thing. To make such a massive metal model capable of movement is already a big highlight. In that case, I'll directly upgrade your power and transmission system on this basis. With excitement, Li Tianheng continued to disassemble the remaining components within the holographic projection. Then, he used the schemes inside the system to redesign and upgrade relevant parts. Thus, under Li Tianheng's non-stop efforts, time quickly passed in just a week. Completing the modifications within the predetermined deadline really pushed Li Tianheng to his limits. After all, almost everything about the whole mecha was retained as its external appearance. Even the outer layer was resprayed with new metallic material. As for the internals, some basic designs from xiuxian were retained. But all the real stuff had to be reinstalled. Completing this workload in a week was nothing short of a miracle. Finally done. Li Tianheng leaned back onto the chair behind him, looking at the finished product with a sense of satisfaction. No need to say much. Earning the 50 million prestige points gifted by the system at the start is already satisfying. When the system first appeared, it gifted him 50 million prestige points. In the past month, he continuously upgraded the internal structure of the factory. Creating some machinery cost nearly 30 million. The remaining 20 million prestige points were all spent on this machine, and naturally, Li Tianheng had great expectations for it. Ting ting ting. The cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up. Sure enough, it was xiuxian calling. Big brother senior, are you done yet? The exhibition is about to start. One could hear the noisy environment xiuxian was in, with people constantly calling her name. Exactly finished. Come and pick it up. Okay, perfect. I'm quite busy here. Let the driver go fetch it. Alright, just remember to settle the fee after you're done. Li Tianheng spoke listlessly. For a whole week, the accumulated rest time definitely didn't exceed 20 hours. His body was already almost at its limit. Okay, how much, big brother senior? I'll transfer the money now. It's a total of 10.2 million. I'll round it down. Give me 10 million. The other side fell silent for a few seconds. Only the incessant noise was audible. Big brother senior, isn't it just asking you to modify a set of components? Why does it cost so much? You wanted me to make it cooler. Of course, the price is different. This. Don't delay the workers' wages. Also, when you graduate, come over and be my assistant. Li Tianheng lazily said, I'm a little tired and ready to rest. I've sent the user manual to your WeChat. Just take a look at how to operate it. After finishing, Li Tianheng hung up the phone, while xiuxian on the other end of the call stared at her phone with a puzzled expression. He opened the file on WeChat and gave it a quick glance without reading thoroughly. A voice called him several times nearby. xiuxian. Uncle Chun, you've arrived too. xiuxian quickly put her phone away. The middle-aged man in front of her was none other than Xianyan, the head of a certain airline company. He and the dean of the academy, Gao Peng, were old classmates, and every technology exhibition, he would come here to visit. Miss Yin, I heard you designed a mecha model. Why can't we see it? Oh, I had someone make some changes to its appearance and colors. It's already done and is on its way right now. Yunsherman hurriedly said. Truly an extraordinary woman. Xianxia gave Yunsherman a big thumbs up. The development of technology needs minds like yours that are forward-thinking and have advanced awareness. Haha, Uncle Chun, I just messed around. It's all conceptual stuff, not worth mentioning compared to those who practice in real combat. Yunsherman was very modest. Though her father and Xuanhuan had a deep relationship, the generation gap still mattered. You're wrong. Many seemingly great inventions and technological revolutions have emerged from what appeared impossible, or even nonsense at first glance. That's why we host these cutting-edge tech events, or even conceptual exhibitions. Xuanhuan's gaze carried a sense of gravity, and this speech filled Yunsherman with excitement. To be honest, she indeed had her own ideas. But sometimes she also thought these thoughts were not very practical. For example, making the mecha transformable, just like Optimus Prime in Transformers. Or adding a body sensing system to the machine so that people inside could easily control the mecha. These ideas were indeed somewhat far-fetched. But Yunsherman believed that such mechas would definitely appear in the future. I wonder if your design is merely a fixed model, or... Uncle Chun, I've added some operation parts inside the mecha. A person inside the cockpit using the control lever can actually control the mecha to walk. Upon hearing this, a look of shock appeared on Xuanhuan's face. You mean, you have achieved free movement for the mecha? Chapter 3, Black Warrior Suite. Yes, Uncle Chun, but... Yunsherman gave a wry smile. Right now, this is all we can achieve. To put it bluntly, it's just a large walking mecha model. Aside from that, it has no substantial function. No, the significance is completely different. Xuanhuan said in shock. Old Lu Luenshin and his team have been working on it for almost 10 years, but they couldn't even get their mecha to walk steadily more than 3 meters. And apparently, their equipment is only 10 meters tall. Yours seems over 20 meters. Yes, Uncle Chun. Yunsherman confirmed. Good. There are successors indeed. Xuanhuan, excited, continued. I can't wait to see the true appearance of your mecha. Lao Chun, what are you chatting about so happily? Suddenly, the voice of a middle-aged woman was heard. Walking toward them was Huang Xiao, the head of the technology exhibition. Huang, it's been a long time since we've met. Each time I see you, you look younger. Xuanhuan walked over to shake hands with Huang Xiao. Meanwhile, several older people also appeared behind Huang Xiao. Seeing these individuals, Yunsherman felt slightly startled. They were all prominent figures in their respective industries and fields. Gao Peng, the dean of Bianqing Science and Technology Academy, Zhang Shunan, the boss of Huaiwa Technology, Kong Sun, a director of Winning Technology Group, Jin Shani, a math professor at Huaqing University. There were many others Yunsherman had not met, walking alongside them, likely all leading figures in the field of technology as well. This was not unexpected, as both these tech companies and related research areas were absolutely hungry for talent. And here, they could discover some rare talents, which is why such exhibitions often attracted leading figures from various fields. Old Chun, haven't seen you for a few years, still so smooth talking. Gao Peng laughed heartily, clearly an old friend of Xuanhuan's. Do you think you're like some wooden statue? Xuanhuan said irritably. The two embraced as they approached, and Yunsherman naturally stepped aside tactfully. Old Gao, I hear that today one of your academy's students managed to produce a mecha model. Moreover, it can move over long distances. Jin Shani, the math professor from Huaqing University, looked curiously at Gao Peng, while the others also cast questioning glances. The designer is right here. You should be asking her specifically. Gao Peng then looked at Yunsherman, who immediately felt the gaze of everyone present. Her pressure increased dramatically in that instant. That thing, it's still being transported, but it will arrive in less than half an hour. Everyone can head over to the Eastern Open Air Exhibition Hall, because its size prevents us from placing it indoors, Yunsherman hurriedly said. Designed by a female engineer, your Bianqing Academy truly does produce talents. Just now, Lu Yuanshan called, particularly instructing me to pay special attention to your design, Jin Shani said with a smile. It's merely a simple model. How can it compare to academician Lu? Although she said this, to be continuously praised by people like Xuanhuan and Jin Shani, and to even draw the attention of someone at Lu Yuanshan's level, Yunsherman truly had reason to be proud. Don't be modest. With old Lu's abilities, he may not necessarily be better than you. Jin Shani let out a loud laugh before the group began touring other exhibition zones. About half an hour later, they arrived at Yunsherman's exclusive open-air exhibit. At that moment, the mecha was covered in a red cloth, obscuring its form. However, judging just from its exterior dimensions of over 20 meters, one could already be awed. For something so colossal to move, it would indeed be an awe-inspiring sight. You've kept things quite mysterious, classmate, Jin Shani said with a smile. To tell the truth, even Yunsherman herself was somewhat curious about how Li Tianhang had altered the model. Moreover, considering the million-yuan fee, she was even more determined to find out after the exhibition if Li Tianhang was really trying to extort money from her, his junior. Alright, show us this year's masterpiece from Bianqing Tech, Xuanhuan smiled. Yunsherman, feeling a mix of anticipation and excitement, pulled off the red cover from the mecha. As the remodified mecha revealed itself before everyone, the scene suddenly fell silent. In that moment, everyone's gaze turned to immense astonishment, even stunning Yunsherman herself. Compared to the previous mecha she had designed and manufactured, this new version had a sharper overall outline. The facial contours and the surrounding areas appeared much more imposing. With a black warrior matte finish coating, the entire mecha looked mighty and aesthetically pleasing. imposing yet graceful. At that moment, Xiuxian suddenly felt that the million yuan wasn't such a bad investment after all. Wow, just looking at the shape, I thought it was truly the movie version of a mecha brought into reality, exclaimed Kong Sun, boss of Huiwa Technology, in amazement as he gazed at the mecha. Beside him, Gao Peng also turned to look at Xiuxian. This mecha model in front of them seemed slightly different from the one displayed at the academy. Brilliant, Yun. Even ignoring other features, this design alone deserves full marks. Jean Chani gave Xiuxian a big thumbs up. Absolutely, Li Yuanxin can't possibly compete with young people like you. Kong Sun smiled and continued. I went to see what he came up with, but not only is it slow like an elderly person, the appearance is incomparably worse. Ha ha ha, Kong Sun, you're too harsh. If Li Yuanxin hears this, he'll surely beat you to death. Jean Chani laughed loudly and added, Old Lu's designs focus on functionality, while young people naturally prioritize the appearance first. Exactly. Academician Lu has worked on this for more than 10 years, putting in a great deal of heart and soul. If my guess is correct, there will be a major breakthrough this year, Zhang Xuanhuan said. Meanwhile, as they were conversing, crowds gathered around them, since the technology exhibition was open to the public, attracting quite a number of visitors. Almost everyone pulled out their phones to take photos of this black warrior mecha, while some even took group selfies. Yin Classmate, isn't this model supposed to walk? Why don't you give it a try and let us witness something extraordinary? Jean Chani said to Xiuxian. Sure, no problem. After spending so much time on this, wasn't this exactly what they had been waiting for? This enormous outdoor exhibition stage was specially prepared for the mecha demonstration. Xiuxian confidently walked up to the mecha, heading straight for the entry switch located at the tip of its foot. Once she found this switch, she'd dazzle the audience with a show. But when Xiuxian reached the foot's tip, she froze, completely stunned. Chapter 4. Senior, what did you do to my mecha? The original switch position had already been completely smoothed over. Not only was there no switch, but not even a single groove or seam could be found. Damn, my senior must not know this is the switch and just smoothed it out. Sweat immediately began to bead on Xiuxian's forehead. With so many people watching, surely this wouldn't go wrong. Student Yun, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Gao Peng's voice came, making Xiuxian feel as if standing on a fiery walk. No, nothing, just wait. Wait a moment. Xiuxian immediately thought of the electronic manual that Li Tianheng had sent him. Taking out his phone, he flipped to the first page, where an animation explanation just popped up. The mecha entry switch has been moved to the inside of the right foot. Seeing this animation, Xiuxian quickly ran between the 2 feet of the mecha and indeed found a button. Xiuxian sighed in relief, barely having time to think why the switch was moved here, before putting away his phone and pressing the button quickly. The whole mecha suddenly vibrated, then before everyone's dumbfounded looks, they saw the mecha's face slide upwards like a sliding cover. A cabin from inside the mecha's head emerged. It then slowly descended like an elevator right in front of Xiuxian. This scene was enough to astonish not only others, but also Xiuxian himself. He clearly remembered designing the cabin to have a ladder lowered for him to climb into the mecha's head section for operations. But now, the cabin actually separated automatically from the head and descended. She had considered such a fully automated device, but knew it would be impossible to achieve. Amazing, old Gao. This student doesn't just have imagination. Her practical ability is top-notch, and most importantly, she's a woman. Huang Xiao, the exhibition organizer beside them, was also astonished at this sight. Xiuxian took a deep breath. At the moment, he had no time to think much and stepped directly into the cabin. Then the cabin slowly rose back to its place at the mecha's head, sliding down to the top of the mecha's face to restore its original shape. Detected pilot entering the cabin, initiating pressure balance system, checking neurons, sensors beginning connection. A mechanical voice sounded, and then Xiuxian saw a half-helmet-like device slowly descending onto his head. There were many small, tentacle-like connecting devices within the helmet that automatically adhered to Xiuxian's scalp and neck. At the same time, similar armor-like devices appeared all around, constantly connecting to various parts of his body. Seniorly, you, what exactly did you do to my mecha? Xiuxian was completely stunned. What he was experiencing right now was like something straight out of a science fiction movie. He vividly remembered how his original design merely included a few joysticks that used lever mechanisms to control the slow movement of the mecha forward. But now, he felt as if he had traveled through time from the Stone Age to a future filled with advanced technology. Connection completed. Detected pilot physical condition below average. Maximum speed should not exceed 10 Mach. As the sound faded, Xiuxian noticed a holographic screen appearing before his eyes, showing some basic data about his body. Almost simultaneously, a peculiar sensation struck Xiuxian's mind. He felt as if he had completely merged with the mecha. No, this wasn't an illusion. Xiuxian shockingly discovered that at this moment, he could see everything around him through the external devices of the mecha. This feeling was akin to the eyes of the mecha becoming his own eyes. Xiuxian tried lifting his foot, and he instantly realized that the mecha followed by lifting its foot. Could this be what's shown in sci-fi movies, using sensors to connect one's brain directly with the brain of the mecha? Forming absolute synchrony in bodily sensation, this. Xiuxian was utterly astounded, and his speech began to falter. Once again, he attempted to lift his other foot, and the mecha responded by raising its corresponding foot. At this moment, Xiuxian clearly felt that the limbs of the mecha had become his own legs, its eyes now serving as his eyes. Below on the ground, everyone present was shocked by this spectacle. Even though it was just a simple movement, the mecha's responsiveness seemed extraordinarily quick. Had it not been for its sheer size, they might have believed it was the action of a live person. Not bad, not bad. Just from that leg lift, I can tell Lu Yuanshan's design absolutely cannot compare with this female comrade. Jean Caney said with a smile. I think, designs alone don't say much. At least it should. The gaze of a middle-aged man was calm. It seemed he didn't find anything remarkable about this design. But before he could finish his words, suddenly the colossal machine before them, standing at 23 meters tall, leapt into the air and took a single stride that carried it 20 meters away. In the face of everyone's astonished looks, the colossal machine began to run and jump around. Although the movements were a bit awkward, it had undeniably achieved very flexible actions. What's going on? Wasn't it said that this mecha could only perform simple walking motions? What is this? At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have lost his ability to think, gawking in disbelief as the mecha moved further and further away. It wasn't just Xianxia. Almost all those present were deeply shocked. Visitors taking photos immediately pulled out their phones to record this scene. My God, how is this done? The speed, flexibility, power system, this running posture looks no different from a real person. How was this designed? Holy cow, is this a working Transformers they've built? Voices of discussion came from all sides, with every eye filled with astonishment directed towards the agilely moving mecha. Hurry, quickly, give her a call. There's limited space here. Such a big thing can't keep running back and forth. It's too flashy, and it's also too dangerous. Jean Caney was the first to react, while Gao Peng also snapped out of his shock and hurriedly picked up the phone to dial Xiuxian's number. Xiuxian, currently piloting the mecha, looked grave. She was still incredulously getting familiar with the operation environment of the cockpit. Just the next second, a voice suddenly rang out from all around. Pilot, an incoming call has been detected. Would you like me to connect it for you? Yes, connect it for me. Xiuxian hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly allowed the voice assistant to connect the call. Chapter 5 Rapid Ascent, 7 kilometers. Hey Xiuxian, stop immediately. The space here is limited, it's dangerous and too ostentatious. What if someone gets hurt? Said Gao Peng over the phone. I know, but I can't properly control this mech yet. Xiuxian also had her own troubles. Although compared to her previous designs, the current operation was already much easier. However, being easy didn't mean complete mastery. She felt as though her entire body were floating at the moment. This giant gave her immense mental and physical pressure, added with first-time operation nerves. Thus, despite her ability to control the mech, she still found herself rather unskilled. But what Haipeng heard through the phone didn't resonate quite like that. Nonsense. This is the mech you designed. How could you not be familiar with it? Gao Peng sternly said. Stop right now. We'll find another place for demonstration. Not that. Dean, this mech. Before finishing her sentence, a startled scream suddenly came from Xiuxian, at which point all of them clearly saw. The 20+ meters tall giant suddenly took off into the air and started rapidly ascending toward the clouds. It's taking off? It actually can fly? Zhang Xunan exclaimed, utterly shocked. Xiuxian, stop immediately, please. Haipeng was in a great panic because there were so many people around taking photos. If it ascended higher, the surrounding civilians would all see it. Then the story would spread even harder to control. Hard to control, I cannot manage it, Dean, Old Hai, let's do this, Jean Caney quickly proposed. Since it can take off, let her go directly somewhere else. All this up and down business is way too obvious. Right. Xiuxian, operate the mech to go. Just go 3 kilometers outside the academy, to the Green Lake area in Ming Mountain Desert. We'll rendezvous there. Quickly said Gao Peng into his phone. All right, I'll try my best. Xiuxian agreed against her better judgment. At this time, Xiuxian no longer held the earlier excitement. She could only do her utmost to manipulate this mech. Hello driver, if you're having difficulty operating, you may activate intelligent assisted driving. The intelligent system will automatically adjust the driving posture based on the driver's situation. The cold voice resonated all around. At that moment, hearing this sound, Xiuxian was as if she'd listened to celestial music. Why didn't you say so earlier? Activate it now. Xiuxian anxiously said. All right, auxiliary driving is initiated for the driver. The driver can directly input voice commands. Intelligent systems will assist in the driving process. Try to avoid being seen by others. The destination is the Ming Mountain Desert Green Lake Zone, 3 kilometers outside Bianqing Sci-Tech Academy. Understood, short-distance flight mode with autonomous navigation initiated, simultaneously climbing to 7,000 meters altitude. Pressure device activated, internal oxygen supply launched, sensor auxiliary functioning normally. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Within a mere 5 seconds, the entire mech soared straight to 7,000 meters up in the cloud layer. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Zhang Xunan, Huang Xiao, and others once again found themselves speechless. Meanwhile, Jean Caney stared wide-eyed at Gao Peng. Good job, Old Hai. This thing you've made is a nuclear bomb indeed. What kind of conceptual product? This female comrade is simply a mech genius. I had no idea about this either. Xiuxian concealed it from me, start to finish. Gao Peng said with a bitter smile. Don't feed me that. I don't believe she didn't tell you anything. Jean Canny showed utter disbelief on his face. Why don't you believe me? I got really surprised seeing this just now myself, said Gao Peng. You? Hurry, say whatever needs to be said in the car. We need to head there urgently. Exhibition manager Huang Xiao quickly said. Right, go hurry. They drove their vehicles straight to the destination. On the car ride, Jean Canny's eyes lit up with an intense gleam. Recalling the elegant running posture of the black mech and its astonishing flight capabilities, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch uncontrollably. No, I must get Lu Yuanshan to come take a look. If he sees this, he'll definitely lose his mind. Quickly picking up the phone, Jean Canny called him. Inside a certain research base, Lu Yuanshan, who had made significant contributions in physics, at 80 years old, never ceased conducting research. Right before him stood a large 10-meter-tall mech, or perhaps calling it a massive robot would be more appropriate. Indeed, Jean Canny wasn't wrong. Solely judged by appearances, the mech xiuxian drove already far surpassed the one in front of them. There were various complex wires and connections on the back neck, arms, shoulders, and many other parts of the robot. At this moment, under the control of the experimental staff, the large robot was walking slowly. Although it was moving slowly, its posture was extremely stiff, and it seemed like it could fall at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Yuanshan sighed again, a look of great disappointment appearing on his face. Teacher, the transmission system, electronic assist device, and balance are still not suitable. I think we should perhaps discard our previous design and reassemble our power system. The young man beside him also furrowed his brows. With the current state, even slightly increasing the speed might cause a fall, let alone attempting more flexible actions. This is already the best solution for now. Other plans are either worse or unfeasible. Sitting on a chair, Lu Yuanshan looked at the giant robot 30 meters away, once again feeling a deep sense of disappointment. To achieve agile movements for such a large machine, we have a long way to go. Lu Yuanshan sighed. During his studies abroad, he had long noticed that many relevant research institutions there had already managed to make these giants of over 10 meters move smoothly, with some even capable of short-distance sprints. This was precisely the main reason why Lu Yuanshan had been so determined to develop something similar. In future battlefields, technology competitions, deep space explorations, and many other fields, such equipment would undoubtedly be the main force. However, over the years, all the versions he developed failed to live up to expectations. Every time he thought about how far behind they were compared to other countries in this technology, Lu Yuanshan felt bitter resentment. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone next to him rang. Lu Yuanshan picked it up and saw a prominent name displayed. Incoming call from Jean Canny. Chapter 6. Gao Peng, who has no way to defend himself. Lu Yuanshan and Jean Canny could be considered old acquaintances. They would often get together for tea or a chat when they had nothing else to do, discussing matters related to their field of study. When this caller dialed, he decisively pressed the answer button, and an urgent voice of Jean Canny came through the receiver. Hello, old Lu. Quickly take the fastest flight to Lijiang City. After thinking about it, Jean Canny felt that this wasn't fast enough, so he hurriedly corrected himself. No, from your place to Lijiang City is less than 300 kilometers. Just take a helicopter over. What? What's the situation? Lu Yuanshan paused, and Jean Canny and the phone sounded anxious, indicating that something major had happened. Border City Science and Technology College has a genius student who managed to create a mecha, just like the one you previously envisioned. You should hurry over. Jean Canny said. What? You aren't joking. Do you remember what I imagined the mecha to be like? Lu Yuanshan was so shocked that he directly sat up from his chair. For him, who desperately wanted to revolutionize mecha technology, hearing this news was like thunder out of the blue sky, making him feel extremely excited. Don't waste time with words. Do I sound like I'm joking with you? Jean Canny added after saying this. I'll send you a video clip for you to watch. It was just shot less than 10 minutes ago. Lu Yuanshan put the phone on speaker, then opened a text message, where indeed there was a short video sent by Jean Canny. The content of the video was very simple, showing xiuxian driving this mecha running and jumping, then soaring into the high sky. At the moment Lu Yuanshan saw this, he truly understood why Jean Canny was so anxious. How is this possible? Are you sure this isn't some kind of post-production video, but rather something you filmed? Lu Yuanshan asked, still having a hard time believing. Old Lu, can something this serious be joked about? Moreover, I know well enough what you're doing all day. Jean Canny said. Alright, I'll set off immediately. I'll head to Lijiang City right now. Lu Yuanshan's excitement was almost out of control. For someone who has researched mecha technology for 10 years without much progress, the feeling upon seeing this was self-evident. He couldn't help wishing he could teleport directly to Lijiang City to investigate. Hurry, Lu. Prepare the helicopter. We must leave immediately for Lijiang City. Those around hadn't yet figured out the situation, but seeing Lu Yuanshan's excited and urgent expression, they knew that this trip to Lijiang City must involve something quite extraordinary. Inside the mecha, even though there was auxiliary driving assistance, xiuxian was still being very careful. At this moment, she tried her best to control the enormous machine. Before her eyes, clouds were rushing past. Below, the scenery was picturesque. Being 7,000 meters above ground, xiuxian, besides the pressure brought by the mecha itself, did not feel any other discomfort at all, perhaps because of the shock inside her heart. All uncomfortable feelings were pushed out of her body. Li Senior, how did you manage to do this? It's simply incredible. Thinking about how this myth-like device was modified by Li Tianheng made Xuanhuan feel extremely unreal. I've decided, there's no need to wait until graduation. I'm going to be your assistant starting now. She kidded, as she still had 2 more years before graduation, but what good was staying in school for 2 more years? She definitely wouldn't learn anything about such mecha technology. However, things were different around Li Tianheng. If she performed well, she believed Li Tianheng would not withhold any technical knowledge from her. With these thoughts, Xuanhuan was secretly delighted in her heart. Driver, destination will be reached shortly. Yes. Looking ahead, wasn't it exactly the Mengshan Desert Green Lake area and not far from the college? On this entire journey, she had basically been able to pilot the mecha autonomously. Although unable to perform some advanced maneuvers, basic operation was already no problem. At this moment, the mecha rapidly plummeted downwards, and the scenery below expanded rapidly. But during this process, Xuanhuan didn't experience any sense of weightlessness at all. Boom. The massive mecha landed with a single knee down, and sand flew outward in concentric circles. We'll just wait here for them, and also take a look at the instruction manual the senior sent. Xuanhuan began focusing on reading the instruction manual on her phone. Meanwhile, Jean Canyi and their convoy were speeding towards this location. In the car. I'm not saying this lightly. Old gal, you've hidden yourself too deeply. There's no way this student could have completed the research independently. You must have helped a lot behind the scenes, right? Jean Canyi looked at Gao Peng with dissatisfaction, as he frequently came to give public lectures at the academy. Gao Peng was naturally very familiar with them, but he had never heard any news about this matter. I've told you countless times already, I really have no idea about this. This is something that Xuanhuan came up with all by herself, Gao Peng said. Why did I not discover your such dedication before? You don't mention a single word about your contributions, and instead give all the credit to your student, Jean Canyi said. You're saying this. Gao Peng wanted to say something, but at this moment, he found himself unable to defend against such accusations. On this journey, he kept getting complaints and blame from people around him. The most critical problem was that he was still completely baffled. While feeling excitement inside, his confusion outweighed the joy, similar to everyone else's doubts. How exactly did Xuanhuan manage to research and create such an advanced mecha device? Ding Gao's modesty is reasonable. Zhang Xunan smiled beside him and said, Anyway, Xuanhuan is a student from their academy. If a student can independently produce something like this, the school also gains glory in return. Haha, that's true. I guarantee that next year, your college's enrollment will skyrocket, Kong Sun added beside Zhang Xunan. At that moment, both Zhang Xunan and Kong Sun sitting in the back seat of the car had mischievous thoughts. Undoubtedly, Xuanhuan was a once-in-a-lifetime super genius. If they could pull this talent over to their companies, wouldn't technological advancement be ensured? One of them owned Huayue Technology, while the other owned Wendeng Technology. As commercial profit-oriented companies, their first thought was naturally to do whatever it takes to bring Xuanhuan to their respective companies. Don't think about messing things up for me. We don't even know the situation yet, Jean Canyi warned with a serious gaze. If all the technology here is entirely developed by her, she would definitely be utilized by the nation. Your little schemes should be set aside for now. Jean Canyi's words made Zhang Xunan and Kong Sun bitterly smile together, although they felt somewhat reluctant. However, this matter was indeed more complicated than they thought. Such talents were inevitably needed in the forefront fields. Their companies, despite their huge size, seemed insignificant considering what they'd seen so far. Xuanhuan working for them would be like wasting her extraordinary abilities. It took them over 40 minutes to drive to the destination. At the edge of Mengshan Desert Green Lake Belt, they saw the black mecha right away from within their vehicle. At that moment, the mecha appeared as though a god of war had descended, creating a powerful oppressive sensation. Gao Peng dialed Xuanhuan's phone again. Yun, how's it going? Are you familiar with piloting the mecha now? Yeah, I've gotten much better, but... Xuanhuan responded hesitantly. There's another function here that maybe you guys want to see. What? What function? Gao Peng asked with evident confusion. The most remarkable feature of this mecha is its agility. Besides that, it has a transformation system. Xuanhuan continued solemnly. The second form of the mecha is the bomber form, which can achieve supersonic flight and boasts extremely high mobility. Transformation system, bomber form. Gao Peng was stunned again. He clearly struggled to grasp what Xuanhuan meant, and those surrounding him showed the same puzzled faces. I'll show you guys, and then you'll understand. With that, Xuanhuan took a deep breath and pressed down the red button on the front control panel. Chapter 7 Instantaneous Speed, 10 Mach. Then Xuanhuan felt a slight vibration from the fuselage. The environment and layout around her began to change. Her standing position was adjusted into a sitting one, and at the same time, a few control sticks slowly rose in front of her. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt as if she were sitting in the cockpit of a sports car. Not far away, Jean Chani and the others stood in a row looking ahead. They then witnessed the 23-meter-tall humanoid mecha transforming visibly into a flat, triangular flying craft. Ow, how is this possible? This mecha, it actually transformed? Zhang Xunan was already stunned when he saw the mecha take off. This scene now directly challenged his understanding of modern technology. Transformation, so this is what she meant by transformation. Gao Peng said incredulously. Lao Lu, did you see that? Did you see it? That mecha turned into a bomber. Jean Chani held up his phone, filmed the scene he had just witnessed, and sent it to Lu Yuanshan who was on his way. Everyone, including Jean Chani, was glad that Gao Peng made the decision to move the mecha away from the city center. If this scene were captured at an exhibition and posted online, what kind of reaction would it cause? It's taking off, directly from the spot, vertical takeoff. Holy crap! Zhang Xuanhuan looked shocked at this scene. How could this be possible? Direct vertical takeoff. This technology isn't even mature yet in our aerospace manufacturing department. Xianxia was also shocked. Although this was the year 2058, the technology for vertical aircraft takeoff was still not fully developed, which had always been the research direction of countless countries and teams. What's going on? Why are there no engine exhaust ports at the bottom? Xianxia keenly noticed this key issue. Currently, all in-service vertical takeoff and landing aircraft in the world rely on rotating engine exhaust ports to achieve an upward massive thrust for vertical takeoff. But at this moment, there was no visible engine exhaust device on this transformed bomber. Even more astonishingly, there was no air wave caused by any material or flame expulsion under the bomber. If forced to describe it, it seemed like a piece of paper just floating in the air. Whoosh! In the instant everyone was observing, this bomber shot straight into the left sky, within just 2 seconds and disappeared from their sight immediately. Wow, what just happened? Zhang Xuanhuan swallowed hard. Professor, this instrument shows that its instantaneous speed just reached 3,500 meters per second. A young man nearby had quietly taken out a set of instruments from the trunk. Now he was aiming them at the place where the mecha disappeared and calculating the data. That is, 10 times the speed of sound. Jean Chani exclaimed in shock. Seems so. The young man replied. 10 times the speed of sound. Let's not talk about what this means yet. The direction it disappeared to had no sonic booms or engine sounds appearing. This scene completely defied the laws of modern physics and went beyond Jean Chani's scope of knowledge. 10 times the speed of sound. Can xiuxian inside withstand such immense pressure? Kong Sun said gravely beside him. Damn. Xianxia suddenly became serious and quickly picked up his phone. What's wrong, Lao Chen? Huang Xiao asked hastily. The direction it just flew towards is probably the Southeast Seven Rivers military base. Xianxia said. Wow, what? Everyone was stunned, especially Gao Peng, who almost simultaneously grabbed his phone to contact xiuxian. At such a fast speed, entering the airspace of the Seven Rivers military base would happen in seconds. Imagine a flying object moving at 10 times the speed of sound, intruding into a military base. It's likely that the base would unhesitatingly give the order to shoot it down. But at such altitude and speed, the mobile phone signal had already been blocked. No matter how Gao Peng tried calling, he only received a busy signal indicating inability to connect. Xiuxian's phone has no signal, can't get through. Gao Peng said anxiously. Xuanhuan doesn't answer either. You must use all your resources to contact the people of the Seven Rivers base immediately. Absolutely do not activate the interception system. Xianxia urged desperately. Without waiting for Xianxia to say so, everyone here was doing everything they could to contact anyone they could. Meanwhile, xiuxian was still inside the cockpit, but 10 times the speed of sound had exceeded her capacity to endure. Fortunately, the cabin had special protection mechanisms. Otherwise, just that instant acceleration would have made her faint on the spot. But this sensation excited her extraordinarily, the wild pushback feeling. And the sense of rushing through the sky thrilled xiuxian, causing her to scream in excitement. She was different from other girls to begin with, and if it weren't for her intense interest in physics, mathematics, and mechanics, how could she possibly choose this major? Seniorly, I'm absolutely dying to love you. xiuxian screamed excitedly as she drove the bomber through the sky at breakneck speeds, feeling an infinite sense of exhilaration, to such an extent that she had almost completely forgotten about Gao Peng and the others. At this time, in a radar monitoring room at the southeast base, a soldier suddenly stared wide-eyed at the screen. A red dot appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, moving toward their base at a speed visible to the naked eye on the radar. Without hesitation, the soldier picked up his walkie-talkie. General, unidentified flying object is rapidly heading towards our base. Please come take a look. Zhu Yuanba, as the top boss of this base, sprinted toward the operations room. When he saw the red dot on the radar, he was completely shocked. How fast is it going? Replying, General, the speed has reached 10 Mach. Hurry, sound the air defense alarm. Activate all aerial interception systems. Zhu Yuanba's gaze was solemn. At this moment, all screens around him were focused on this unidentified flying object. General, if this is a missile reaching 10 Mach, our current air defense system might fail to intercept it. The soldier hurriedly said. Zhu Yuanba fell into deep thought, looking at the rapidly approaching red dot. A grimace flashed across his face. Initiate Hurricane number 3 aerial interception. Bring this thing down no matter what. Yes, General. Also, mobilize all satellites for detection and photography to see if we can capture what exactly this is. Zhu Yuanba kept a watchful eye on the screen, and all technical personnel were giving it their all. Chapter 8. 30 Mach. Outrunning the hurricane. Xiuxian had no idea that danger was imminent. She was still immersed in the exhilaration of this wild speed. I wonder if we can go even faster? Xiuxian suddenly asked. Speed can be increased further, but it's not recommended for the pilot to do so. The current cabin pressure can only withstand around 10 times the speed of sound. This is due to the pilot's physical condition. Exceeding this speed could lead to the pilot passing out. Is that so? Xiuxian nodded, feeling the pressure from the speed inside the cockpit, though it wasn't significantly affecting her. Warning, warning, warning. 5 Hurricane. 3 missiles have locked onto us. There is a possibility the aircraft may be destroyed. What? 5 missiles, and they've locked onto me. On the screen before her, 5 red dots were rapidly approaching her directly. Judging by the speed, these missiles seemed capable of keeping pace with the bomber she was piloting. Xiuxian was once again struck with panic. Intercept them, quickly. The aircraft is not equipped with any weapon or defense systems, so interception is impossible. Xiuxian was utterly confused. Think of something fast. How could there be missiles? Where exactly am I flying to? Activating ultra-high-speed flight mode can escape missile tracking, but it carries a risk of the pilot blacking out. Fainting is better than dying, Xiuxian said urgently. How do I activate the ultra-high-speed mode? The black button on the left activates ultra-high-speed mode. The pilot may face the risk of unconsciousness. Autonomous control is recommended. Without hesitation, Xiuxian pressed the black button and switched to autonomous control. She immediately felt the bomber rise sharply at an incredible speed, faster than before by more than double. In the Seven Rivers base, Xuanhuan was continuously staring at the screen in front of him. At the moment, a technician beside him looked solemnly concerned. The scene shifted, revealing a clear satellite image on the screen. General, these are several images captured by satellites. That seems to be a bomber. The soldier hesitated a bit before saying. And the shape of this bomber seems quite different from those that have been revealed domestically or internationally. How could that be? Xuanhuan immediately responded. What kind of bomber can reach 10 times the speed of sound? Currently, the fastest bombers in service worldwide can barely reach 6 Mach, which is considered the limit of bomber speed. Moreover, Xuanhuan had seen that type of bomber before. It bore little resemblance to the black object shown on the picture. But judging by the form, it does resemble a bomber. The person next to him chimed in. It's absolutely impossible. If it were developed domestically, I would have heard about it immediately. And if it were a foreign development, it would have been detected as soon as it entered our airspace. Xuanhuan shook his head despite their resemblance, but insisted it couldn't be a bomber. General, it's 20 times the speed of sound. 30 times now. 30 Mach has outrun the hurricane tracking. A monitoring radar operator let out a surprised cry as the red dot on the radar was rapidly moving away from the hurricane missiles. 30 times the speed of sound. If Xuanhuan hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he would have definitely considered it pure fantasy. However, watching the red dot disappear at an astonishing visible speed left him no room to doubt. General, according to the footage, it should be fine, and unless it isn't a bomber, it wouldn't be able to achieve such mid-air acceleration. The entire control room was eerily quiet, filled only with the tapping of keyboards and Xuanhuan's heavy breathing. If this was indeed a bomber, he could not fathom what technology allowed it to achieve such speeds. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This isn't technology currently attainable on our planet. Xuanhuan shook his head again, his gaze unusually serious. So, General, your thought is, could this possibly be a UFO? One of the soldiers questioned. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. In recent years, more and more unidentified flying objects have been exposed, and the shapes captured very widely. Everyone nodded, agreeing that 30 Mach, meaning covering 10 kilometers per second, really did leave UFO as one of the few explanations left. It's strange. I remember that in many UFO videos, the radars can detect them, but they are hard to see with the naked eye, or the opposite, where they could be seen by the naked eye, but not shown on radar. This UFO is truly peculiar. For people like them who constantly monitor the skies, such unidentified flying object incidents were rather common. If the event they just experienced was attributed to a UFO, then it would make sense. Suddenly, while everyone was discussing this, a young man burst into the room holding a ringing phone. General, there's a call for you. Mr. Chun has been calling nonstop. Xuanhuan and Xiuxian were old acquaintances, but it had been a long time since they last met. Old Chun, hello. Xuanhuan, did your air radar detect an unidentified flying object? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyebrows shot up, his face showing a touch of disbelief. How do you know? Did you order it to be shot down? Came the nervous and uneasy voice from the other end of the line. We fired 5 hurricanes, but they were outpaced by that unidentified flying object. Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask, do you know what that unidentified flying object is? Great, fantastic. A relieved voice replied from Xiuxian. Listen, come over here. The unidentified flying object you're talking about was designed by a student at Border City Technology Institute. It seems she may have lost control earlier. What? Xuanhuan froze on the spot, instinctively pulling the phone away from his ear. He looked closely. This was definitely a call from Xiuxian. How could Xiuxian possibly say such an outrageous thing? Xiuxian, what nonsense are you spouting? I thought you didn't drink. Xuanhuan couldn't help but retort. I haven't drunk, and I've never been more sober in my life. Xiuxian stated firmly. I'm telling you, Xiuxian, do you know what speed that thing reached earlier? Xuanhuan's tone was heavy with seriousness. A full 30 times the speed of sound. Not even the most advanced aviation company on this planet right now could produce that kind of engine. I know. It sounds incredible. I'm sure you think I'm insane, but I swear on my life as Xiuxian, it's absolutely true. Professor Jean Chanai, Dean Gaopeng, Academician Liu are all heading here. This is genuinely something created by a student at Border City University. How is that possible? This is sheer fantasy. You're definitely pulling my leg. Despite Xiuxian's clear explanation, Xuanhuan still couldn't suppress his disbelief. And it was designed by a female student. Xiuxian added another sentence. Hurry up, she's back already. We'll wait for you in Academician Liu. Let me send you the location. After finishing, Xiuxian hung up, leaving Xuanhuan momentarily stunned. Even though he'd seen his share of extraordinary events, this situation felt completely surreal, so far beyond normal circumstances. Zhu Yuanba took a deep breath and returned to the control room. All right, Lu and Zhang, come with me. Based on the location provided by Chun-Ian, Zhu Yuanba drove directly towards their destination. Chapter 9. The Hot-Tempered Zhu Yuanba. At this moment, Yun Shiman and the flyer had already returned to the original location. The flyer also transformed back into its mecha state. But Yun Shiman was still unconscious. She fainted when the flyer reached 15 times the speed of sound. But fortunately, there were protective devices inside the cabin. Otherwise, 30 times the speed of sound would have been enough to tear her brain apart. After several minutes, Yun Shiman finally woke up from her coma. Almost at the same time, the hull inside the mecha automatically opened and then lowered her to the ground. Vomit. Upon reaching the ground, Yun Shiman didn't care about her image at all. She fell on the ground and started vomiting violently. At this moment, all of Gao Peng's people rushed over. Quickly, help her onto the car and let her rest for a while. After all, as one of Gao Peng's students, compared to others, he cared more about Yun Shiman's physical condition. Currently pale-faced and weak, Yun Shiman couldn't even say a word, and she passed out again within just 2 seconds. Even though everyone had a lot of shock and questions in their hearts, they could only wait until her condition improved to discuss further. Gao Peng helped Yun Shiman into the car, while Zhang Xuanhuan's group surrounded the mecha constantly checking it. If they weren't worried about causing some issues, they would all have liked to try piloting this mecha. Time ticked away like this, and Lu Yuanshan's helicopter arrived here first. When the helicopter stabilized after landing, Lu Yuanshan with his streaks of silver in his hair appeared in front of everyone. Lu Yuanshan, as a top expert in domestic physics, mathematics, and mechanical engineering, had already earned the honorific title of academician over 10 years ago. But later on, he resolutely gave up these researches, and instead devoted himself to the field of mechas that related institutions and companies around the world were studying and building, dedicating a full decade of his life to it. There are not many domestic personnel currently dedicated to this field, and counting him, there are probably only 2 or 3 entities fully investing in this area. He once tried through various channels to obtain some relevant technologies overseas, and even gaining the tiniest bit of information would satisfy him. But this advanced technology is kept under absolute secrecy by both individuals and organizations. So over the years, he received no assistance from outside sources. Starting from scratch, almost every step of Lu Zongyuan's research hit roadblocks. Now, after a decade has passed, his breakthroughs have not been significant. When he was almost ready to give up, he saw someone domestically achieving huge progress in mechas. How could Lu Yuanshan not be excited? After stepping off the plane, his gaze was locked tightly on the black mecha not far away. When he saw that black mecha, it was as if he saw a black war god straight out of a science fiction world. If it wasn't for the video Jean Chani sent him, he wouldn't believe this thing could fly. It would have been no more than a good-looking model. Jean Chani, can this mecha really move? Where are the designer and operator? Lu Yuanshan tried to maintain his composure in shock, and only then did he turn around to see Jean Chani and the group standing there. Lao Lu, this mecha isn't just about running and jumping. Recalling the moment the mecha transformed earlier, and when Chun Ishan informed them that after transforming, the mecha reached 30 times the speed of sound, they were all stunned. What do you mean? Lao Lu, don't rush. The designer just drove the mecha and experienced some physical issues. Once she recovers, we can ask everything thoroughly. Jean Chani's eyes carried deep gravity and excitement. By the way, Zhu Yuanba from the military district is also heading here. Zhu Yuanba. Lu Yuanshan looked at them in renewed shock. What happened that Zhu Yuanba was alerted? This story is long. This female comrade should probably tell us herself what exactly happened. Jean Chani only roughly went over the course of events. When Lu Yuanshan heard about the mecha transforming, breaking away from the hurricane missile pursuit, and even reaching a speed of 30 Mach, he was completely astonished. If each person standing here wasn't a significant figure in their own right, Lu Yuanshan would definitely think he was dreaming or someone was deliberately playing a prank. They waited another hour, and several military Hummers slowly approached. The leading figure was nearly 2 meters tall. Even from tens of meters away, his robust physique made him easily identifiable as Zhu Yuanba. Xianxia, what about that bomber? Right now, Zhu Yuanba had his eyes only on the bomber that reached 30 times the speed of sound. So much so that even the towering 20-meter-tall mecha standing nearby was overlooked by him. What you see is what it is. Xianxia pointed at the black mecha not far away. Xianxia, you bastard are really pulling my leg. Which of your eyes saw that model as a bomber? Zhu Yuanba's towering figure was extremely intimidating. At this moment, with his eyes glaring, let alone Xianxia, even others around felt a bit suffocated. It is indeed a mecha now, but it can transform into a bomber. Gao Peng said from the side. Transformation. Zhu Yuanba was startled for a moment, then laughed and said, you're daydreaming here. Do you know what speed that bomber reached? 30 times the speed of sound. A full 30 times. Even if this thing could transform, do you think it could take off and reach such a speed? Zhu Yuanba felt he was being fooled, but since Xianxia was an old friend, he couldn't explode too much. Why don't you believe when I tell you? If this thing was just a model, why would we be here? Another person said. If I brought you to my base and told you that our fighter jets not only can transform, but also reached 1,000 times the speed of sound, would you believe me? Zhu Yuanba coldly stared at this person. Do you believe it or not? This is the fact. This person was scared back 2 steps by Zhu Yuanba's imposing manner. Fact? What fact? A model that can transform, I believe that. But you say it not only transforms, but also reaches 30 times the speed of sound after transforming. How am I supposed to believe that? Zhu Yuanba said angrily. Hey, old Zhu, you should change your irritable temper. I called you over from afar. Do you think I'm confused? Xianxia looked speechless. Zhu Yuanba's irritability and explosive temper were still the same as before. If it wasn't for knowing his personality well, Xianxia wouldn't have had such patience. And you? Zhu Yuanba coldly glared at Xianxia. Why did you call me just to mess with me? Do you think I have nothing better to do all day? Old Zhu, do you think you're the only one who's busy? Is there anyone here who isn't busier than you? Xianxia turned his head and looked behind him. No matter how busy or tired you are you any more so than Academician Liu? Academician Liu? Zhu Yuanba paused. Then he remembered what Xianxia told him on the phone. People like Jinshani and Academician Liu Yuanshan seem to have gathered here. Chapter 10. Transforming Mecha, Future Technology. When Zhu Yuanba looked up again and saw the elderly man sitting in the car, the imposing presence he had just moments ago instantly vanished, and instead, he acted like a little child. He quickly ran over, bent down, and warmly approached Liu Yuanshan to greet him with concern. Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for being so distracted by that bomber. I didn't notice you. The Liu Yuanshan standing before him had once participated in the development of 6th-generation aircraft and various military scientific research projects. Many advanced devices currently equipped by the military are the fruits of Liu Yuanshan's tireless research. Understood. When I first heard the news, I was no better than you. Liu Yuanshan burst out laughing and said, So, does this mean that this mecha really? I'm not entirely sure either. We'll have to wait for our designer to give us the answer. Following his gaze, in the back seat of the business car, Xiuxian was lying down resting. You mean this thing was really designed by this girl? Zhu Yuanba asked incredulously. It seems so, Liu Yuanshan replied. Zhu Yuanba froze, still unable to believe it when he had earlier heard their introductions. It felt like some kind of prank. After all, if they were at the base, he could still track it with various equipment and maybe figure out what kind of flying object it was. But he knew full well what kind of person Liu Yuanshan was. There was absolutely no way he would joke about something like this with him. That is to say, this mecha could really transform into a bomber and reach 30 times the speed of sound? Awake! Awake! Miss Yun is awake! Gao Peng cried out excitedly and rushed to the back of the car. At this moment, Xiuxian slowly sat up, rubbing her head. She still felt an excruciating pain akin to a splitting headache. She faintly remembered how her bomber suddenly accelerated to evade the tracking of the hurricane missile, and she lost consciousness shortly after. When she woke up again, she had already been forcibly ejected from the cockpit by the mecha. Subsequently, after vomiting on the ground, she fainted once more. Dean! Xiuxian leaned her body toward Gao Peng, and the countless pairs of eyes behind him filled with concern, confusion, and shock. Don't worry. If you haven't fully recovered yet, you can rest a bit longer, Gao Peng said. No, it's fine. I've recovered about enough. It's just my head is still a little dizzy. Xiuxian climbed off the car and immediately noticed several unfamiliar figures around her. Clearly, the object she had been piloting had attracted quite a lot of attention. What exactly happened earlier? Why did you pass out? Was it because of the acceleration? Xianxia asked urgently by her side. Yes, the machine's voice AI system detected that it was locked onto by a missile. To escape the missile's tracking, it had no choice but to accelerate and leave that area, Xiuxian explained. Wasn't there any anti-tracking or interception device installed on that bomber? Zhu Yuanba asked. No, there wasn't. The machine currently doesn't have any weapons or defensive systems installed, Xiuxian responded. So, that bomber really transformed from this mecha? Zhu Yuanba asked again. Yes, it did. Can you demonstrate it again? Zhu Yuanba quickly added. No need to take off. Just simulate the transformation process. Without seeing it with his own eyes, Zhu Yuanba still couldn't quite believe it, so he wanted to see it firsthand. Whether this mecha was as miraculous as these people claimed. Sure, no problem. After Xiuxian returned to the cockpit, everyone present, including Liu Yuanshan and Zhu Yuanba, all focused intently on the black mecha. Under Xiuxian's control, the colossal 23-meter-tall giant suddenly began transforming into countless parts right where it stood. Although it disassembled into individual parts, these components remained connected by numerous mechanisms and reassembled into a completely new form. This time, the entire structure flattened out into the shape of a bomber, with only the central position near the front protruding, the section visible from the outside revealing Xiuxian seated inside. From afar, the bomber resembled an eagle dominating the world. Compared to the humanoid mecha, the current flat, dark form of the machine seemed even more majestic and powerful. Even Zhu Yuanba, a seasoned individual who had faced life and death situations, was overwhelmed by astonishment at the sight of this. It felt as though he had been transported from the agricultural era directly into a science fiction world. The scene before him seemed so unreal that his breathing became heavier. Liu Yuanshan's face was filled with excitement as he stared intently at the bomber after its transformation. The scene before him completely exceeded his current understanding of research and technology, leading Liu Yuanshan to even doubt that this was not a technology originating from this planet. General, it's exactly the same as what the satellite photos showed. It's this machine, an adjacent soldier exclaimed while comparing images on a tablet computer. Did it take off? How did it take off? I didn't see any wheels or runway. How could it possibly take off like that? Zhu Yuanba couldn't help but ask. As if hearing Zhu Yuanba's question, Xiuxian controlled the bomber to slowly hover off the ground. After rising to about 50 meters, it gently descended again. The whole process looked as effortless as a feather-light sheet of paper floating in the air. It seemed so easy to lift off without touching the ground, maintaining a hovering position about 2 meters above. How is that possible? Such a massive thing. How could it achieve vertical takeoff without any visible propulsion system? Zhu Yuanba asked in astonishment. This is nothing. Jin Chanai, standing nearby, was also shocked again. When it reached 10 times the speed of sound earlier, we didn't hear any sonic booms or barriers. It disappeared from sight within 2 seconds. Switching back to mecha form, Yun Sherman returned to the ground from the cockpit. At this moment, Zhu Yuanba and Lu Yuanshan looked at the girl as if they were staring at a divine being. Comrade, the words talented and capable are simply inadequate to describe you. How on earth did you design something so far ahead of its time? Chapter 11. Someone else? Heading to Tianhang Refit Factory. Despite being 80 years old, at this moment Lu Yuanshan's eyes glimmered with an indescribable vitality as he looked at Yun Shimin. Lu Yuanshan's question instantly brought Yun Shimin back to reality. This ultra-advanced technology wasn't something she had designed at all. Looking at the black mech in front of her, only the general outline had been retained. Aside from that, both inside and out, almost none of the designs belonged to her. The person who had transformed her geriatric mech into this form must have been Li Tianhang. Yun Shimin couldn't help but think about how Li Tianhang had asked her for 1 million credits. Not even 100 million would be too much for what he did. Suppressing the astonishment in her heart temporarily, Yun Shimin looked at Lu Yuanshan. Ahem. Actually, this mech wasn't designed by me. You don't need to be humble, Yun Shimin. We've all seen your work, Lu Yuanshan replied quickly. Gao Peng immediately added. The mech is practically identical to the one showcased at the academy. Only slight changes were made to the color and some details. Gao Peng rushed to explain on her behalf, since Yun Shimin was their student. If she admitted everything as her own independent design, it could elevate their academy. With a wry smile, Yun Shimin sighed inwardly. How she wished this design was hers. But that was far-fetched. She couldn't explain the principle behind each piece of its design. It was impossible to say she'd created it herself. Dean, to be honest, I'm still confused myself. Yun Shimin began hesitantly. And thus, Yun Shimin recounted in detail the deal she had made with Li Tianhang a week ago. A few minutes later, everyone was staring at her incredulously. Are you saying that this mech was remodeled into this state by that Li Tianhang? Zhu Yuanbai asked. I can't be certain. He might have hired other assistants or has his own team. But there's no doubt that Li Xiuxian is closely tied to this transformation, Yun Shimin said. Hurry up, call him. Let's go see him. Everyone was already unable to contain their excitement, wishing they could instantly fly to Li Tianhang's side. Wait. As Yun Shimin was about to make the call, Gao Peng beside her suddenly stopped her. Dean, what's wrong? Do you really not have any mistakes here? Is Li Tianhang capable of designing such a thing? Gao Peng furrowed his brows. He was very familiar with the name Li Tianhang. About half a year earlier, after Li Tianhang got into a dispute with another classmate, Gao Peng personally expelled him. Now, Yun Shimin was telling him that such an astonishing creation came from Li Tianhang's hands. How could Gao Peng accept that easily? Dean, I handed my mech over to him for refitting. It's definitely related to him, Yun Shimin reiterated. This? Alright then. Gao Peng wanted to say more, but glanced around at the identities of the people present. Coupled with his own curiosity, ultimately, he said nothing. Yun Shimin took out her phone and dialed Li Tianhang's number, but after multiple attempts, there was no answer. He may be resting. Transforming this machine like this in a week. Even if he had help, he must be quite exhausted by now, Yun Shimin said. You just said a 1 week? Zhang Shunan was startled and exclaimed nearby. Didn't you pay attention while she was talking? Yun mentioned clearly that she delivered her mech to Li Tianhang a week ago, and then, Huang Xiao didn't finish speaking when another look of bewilderment crossed his face, followed by uncontainable shock. The implication is, within a week, he remodeled that mech into this form. Huang Xiao asked incredulously. That's impossible. This could very well be the result of years of research, and just coincidentally, a week before you approached him, he modified his own mech into something similar to suit your request, so that you could exhibit it. Jin Chanai speculated nearby. Old Jin makes sense. It appears this student, Li Tianhang, feels quite something for you, doesn't he? Lu Yuanshan chuckled. Grandpa Lu, please don't exaggerate. It's purely a transaction between us. Not as you think. Yun Shimin blushed deeply as she said. Transaction? Do you think something like this can be obtained for a mere million? Lu Yuanshan continued. 3 years ago, the unveiling of America's B-3 bomber stunned the world, with an astounding cost of $30 billion. How does this mech compare to the B-3? This? Yun Shimin's expression also grew serious. She couldn't estimate its worth, but it was certainly impossible to value it at merely $1 million. Let's go. Since you know where he is, we'll just head over there. Guessing around here won't do us any good, Zhu Yuanba said. What about this machine? You drive it over there and wait for us. Thinking of something, Zhu Yuanba quickly added, fly at high altitudes and try not to get photographed again. And drive slowly. No worries. I can lock onto your position in the air and advance with you synchronized. Yun Shimin sent them her location and then drove the mech straight towards Li Tianhang's auto repair shop. Yun Shimin's predictions weren't off by much. Li Tianhang was indeed resting on the sofa in his office at that moment. The workload of this past week had truly been excessive. More importantly, many of the machines inside the factory were still not advanced enough. As a result, the progress of many tasks was very slow. However, he believed this mech would bring him quite a bit more fame value. Only more fame value could allow him to upgrade some of the machinery here. Ding ding ding. The alarm went off, and Li Tianhang stretched as he got up. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon. Recalling something, he quickly entered the system interface. Congratulations, host. As of now, the modified mech has brought you 60 million fame points, and your fame points are still slowly increasing. Please continue to work hard and achieve greater glory. Seeing more than 60 million fame points available in the system mall made Li Tianheng feel much better. Not bad, not bad. Coming up with big things like this really does make it easier to gain fame points. What Li Tianheng didn't know was that only a few people had seen this mech. Its transformation wasn't captured by any ordinary citizen. Even if someone did upload a video online, almost no one took it seriously. After all, this technology was too far ahead of its time. Most people merely assumed it was an edited video. Very few actually believed such a thing could exist in the real world. Returning his consciousness to reality, Li Tianheng picked up his phone. He noticed several missed calls from Xiuxian. Just as he was about to call her back, a huge noise came from outside the door. Confused, Li Tianheng walked out of the factory and saw multiple Hummers, vans, and SUVs pulling up right at the entrance. Then above the sky, a giant figure slowly descended, none other than the mech model he'd remodeled for Xiuxian. Chapter 12 Extreme Speed, 100 Mach. What's going on? Li Tianheng was confused for a moment, but he quickly realized what had happened. It should be that his upgraded Class A mech suit alarmed some bigwigs. Among these people, there were two whom he was familiar with. One was Dean Gaopeng from his alma mater, Bianqing Technology College. The other one was the renowned Lu Yuanshan, Lu academician in the industry. When Li Tianheng saw Gaopeng, he did not show any unpleasant expression. If it wasn't for Gaopeng expelling him back then, he would never have thought of starting this customization workshop. Without this car modification factory, there might likely be no such explosive modification system. Hello, you're Li Tianheng, right? Zhu Yuanba asked impatiently as he walked over. Yes. Excuse me, is this mech suit customized by you? Yes. Although they had already learned about this beforehand from Xiuxian, the moment Li Tianheng confirmed it himself, they still felt an unreal sensation. How is this possible? Where did those technologies come from? And how long did your team study them? Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but ask. I don't have a team. It's just me here. Li Tianheng smiled slightly. Something so advanced appearing naturally led to their questioning and inquiries. But matters related to the system could only be known by him alone. Therefore, Li Tianheng had already prepared himself in this regard. You, one person? Lu Yuanshan found it hard to believe as he looked at Li Tianheng. This is impossible. How could one person overcome so many technical difficulties? Transformation devices, material synthesis, power systems reaching 30 times the speed of sound. To be precise, after transforming into the H50 shape, it can reach 100 Mach speed. Li Tianheng said indifferently. 100 Mach. If they had heard this number before now, probably everyone would think Li Tianheng was talking nonsense. But having witnessed the capabilities and data of this giant machine, at this moment, no one doubted his words. Just how did you acquire these technologies? Lu Yuanshan couldn't resist asking again. Is this important? Li Tianheng said lightly. What's important is that I possess such technology, that our Luangwa people have mastered such technology. I think this is the key point. Lu Yuanshan, Zhu Yuanba, and others suddenly took on serious looks. They were truly astonished by Li Tianheng and this technology. Yet, they overlooked the fact that Li Tianheng was only in his early 20s. More importantly, he was a genuine Luangwa national. Can we know, what are you using to drive this giant machine? Why are there no substance ejection devices on its body? Jin Chanai asked cautiously beside him. A set of anti-gravity devices designed by me, utilizing energy to create an anti-gravity field, thereby overcoming surface gravity. Thus, it discards primitive fuel-based propulsion. Li Tianheng's words directly stunned everyone present. In fact, many didn't even understand what he was saying. Like Zhang Xunan and Kong Sun, after hearing this, they were completely lost. Please follow me. I'll demonstrate simply, and you will understand. Li Tianheng showed no stinginess and directly led them into his factory. Although all this equipment was advanced beyond its time, without his guidance, even if someone had the design drawings, they wouldn't be able to produce anything. And the main reason he was willing to do this was because he noticed that the reputation value within the system increased with the arrival of these people. So he decided to give them a detailed explanation. At the center of the factory, Li Tianheng lightly waved at the console, and the holographic projection immediately turned on. He extended both hands into the holographic projection and selected a three-dimensional anti-gravity design principle diagram inside. This, how could it be? This is a controllable holographic projection. Jin Chanai looked terrified at Li Tianheng's actions. Even by the year 2058, this kind of thing hasn't seen much breakthrough, but here they witnessed very mature technology. That's right. Using holographic projections, we can directly operate the design drawings with our bare hands, freeing ourselves from keyboards, mice, and screens, making it naturally more convenient. Li Tianheng said this calmly, but everyone around him had been shocked speechless. Xiuxian was dazed looking at everything before her eyes. For a design enthusiast, a science fiction fan, and someone involved in relevant designs, she had absolutely no resistance to all this. Every single move, every word and action of Li Tianheng at this moment seemed to be deeply captivating her. Li Tianheng was naturally very handsome, and at this moment, his brilliance was even more captivating. Xiuxian really regretted why she hadn't come to find Li Tianheng earlier. Using enormous energy to create a small energy field, wrapping the body in it, then forming an opposing state with planetary gravity. Combined with the energy field merging with the surrounding space, it reduces friction and resistance, allowing for faster speed. Li Tianheng kept explaining some working principles and his related designs. The renown value within the system had already increased to 800,000. And these people around were already stunned speechless, not knowing what to say. In this short half-day, what they had seen and heard had completely surpassed their understanding of their field. This kind of design from Li Tianheng did not seem like technology this civilization could possess. What about the transformation device? I think this is the hardest part. Every time the shape changes, components, gaps, stability, wear rate. How do you handle that? If you truly reach 100 times the speed of sound, won't the fuselage fall apart? Lu Yuanshan asked. For this, we need the multifunctional picometer level cutting machine. The parts cut by the machine can be assembled together so precisely that gaps and instabilities can almost be ignored. Moreover, I spray hexagonal diamond synthetic osmium on its surface, so there's no need to worry about the strength and stability after deformation. Li Tianheng explained these calmly. Every new term would confuse these people. Excuse me, what is hexagonal diamond synthetic osmium? Lu Yuanshan cared little about his title as an academician. He only wanted to understand more information from Li Tianheng, because these things were unprecedented technologies. It's a liquid metal processed at high density, which uses more than a dozen types of metallic materials for fusion. Even if sprayed on a piece of paper, this metal will make it difficult to damage. How could such material exist? It's simply impossible. Gao Peng finally spoke after being silent for a long time. Despite all the amazing creations by Li Tianheng, Gao Peng seemed to have nothing good to say about him, or more accurately speaking, he couldn't believe that a student he expelled would possess such unbelievable technology. Chapter 13 Cost. Each unit costs 330 million. I still have some left here, you can try it out. Li Tianheng's gaze was calm. How could he not know what Gao Peng was thinking? 6 months ago, when he fought with a classmate, the root cause was the problem of that student. But since the father of that student had a good relationship with Gao Peng, Li Tianheng eventually received an expulsion punishment. However, that student was completely unscathed and suffered no punishment at all. However, Li Tianheng, who obtained the system, had already become indifferent to such matters. Right now, he was merely trying to gain renown by showing them his technology. He walked over to a corner not far away and took out a transparent cylindrical container. Inside there was a half container of metal fluid that emitted black streaks of light. It was exactly the same color as the mecha outside. Li Tianheng opened the bucket cover, then took a piece of paper and smoothed it out. After letting it dry for about a minute, Li Tianheng handed the piece of paper to Lu Yuanshan. No matter how hard Lu Yuanshan tried, he couldn't tear this piece of paper apart. He passed this paper to others, and everyone tried every method they could think of. Even someone pulled out a firearm, but they couldn't damage the paper in the slightest. What is this material? It's almost divine. The soldier holding the gun looked at the intact paper with terror. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes just now, he would never believe this was just a regular piece of paper. Old Gao, I wonder what you were thinking back then. You actually expelled such a genius from your school. Jin Chanai looked helplessly at Gao Peng. This might be due to certain teachers' work errors. Gao Peng said stiffly, constantly glancing at Li Tianheng, fearing that the latter would expose him. However, Li Tianheng seemed like he didn't hear it and didn't make any response. You're really talented. I suggest directly expelling teachers like those. Hearing Jin Chanya's words, Gao Peng's expression changed slightly, and his complexion turned even worse. Lu Yuanshan, who hadn't spoken up until now, suddenly changed the topic. This mecha, or rather this bomber, can it reach mass production? Mass production, it's a bit difficult. Li Tianheng shook his head. Although the technology is here, the materials needed, such as arc reactors, anti-gravity devices, all require a massive amount of materials and equipment. And I need the original model. Even if I use the intelligent system, I could produce at most one per month. Being able to complete the modification within a week required Li Tianheng working tirelessly day and night without eating or drinking. In normal circumstances, it would take a month to produce one of these bombers. A month to produce one? Lu Yuanshan said in disbelief. Later on, I will upgrade the relevant manufacturing equipment, at which point we can achieve one modification every half a month. Li Tianheng replied casually. His facility here was just beginning to form a small scale. Many ultra-large-scale production facilities and bases haven't been constructed yet. If all the things inside the system could be brought into reality, he could modify various large and even super large-scale equipment in a snap. If this mecha undergoes remodification, can a weapon system be added? Lu Yuanshan asked. No need for remodification. If necessary, weapons can be installed right now. Li Tianheng laughed and said, my younger female classmate said this machine was meant for a tech exhibition. I thought it wasn't necessary to add weaponry, so I didn't. Upon hearing these words, not only Lu Yuanshan, but Zhu Yuanba and the others couldn't help but reveal expressions of excitement. Currently, in the world, weapon systems are still led by the United States, the superpower. Especially their B-3 bomber, released just a few years ago. Not only can it reach 20 times the speed of sound, but it also uses a nuclear power system. Once airborne, it does not require any aerial refueling, capable of circling Earth hundreds of times. But the bomber modified by Li Tianheng already, at least numerically, completely crushed the B-3. Do you have any intention to sell this mecha? Zhu Yuanba stared at Li Tianheng with burning eyes. This thing belongs to my younger female classmate. She just paid me to help modify it, and she's already paid me, so you'd have to ask her. As soon as the words came out, everyone, including Lu Yuanshan, turned their gazes towards Yun Sherman. If you have a need, I'll just give it to you. Anyway, I'm incapable of controlling this machine. Yun Sherman sighed bitterly. She certainly didn't want to get targeted by hurricane missiles while flying again. No. This is something you both developed. How can you just give it away? What price do you have in mind? Zhu Yuanba quickly said. Xuanhuan was well aware of the original cost of the mecha, but after Li Tianhong's modification, she had no idea about the price, so she looked at Li Tianhong. The design of the prototype, I estimate it to be around 30,000. Li Tianhong said. Yes, let's say this is counted as 20,000. Xuanhuan smiled and said, but mine doesn't have much technological content. It's merely provided a shell. Xuanhuan gave me 100,000 for the modification fee. This 100,000 only counts labor costs and some daily expenses, other costs aren't included. Li Tianhong said indifferently. If we include the 28,000 of the prototype, the basic cost of the whole machine is around 3,300,000. You haven't miscalculated? Just 3,300,000. Zhu Yuanba asked again. At this moment, everyone was stunned. At first glance, this number seemed very large, but one must know that this is a fusion of various black technologies, an ultra-age product. Forget 3,300,000. Even if Li Tianhong says it's worth 3 billion, absolutely no one would find it strange. If you're willing to pay more in technical fees, 40 million per unit is also doable. Li Tianhong smiled and said, little brother, I'll order 4 units. How does that sound? Zhu Yuanba looked at Li Tianhong with burning eyes. This quantity isn't a problem, but I need the prototype. Without the prototype, I can't modify it. Li Tianhong said. I've got prototypes, and quite a few. Lu Yuanshan hurriedly said. Just not sure if those scraps are useful. No worries, as long as there's a prototype, no matter what it looks like, I can modify it. Li Tianhong said. Lu Yuanshan suddenly showed a look of excitement on his face, but just as he was about to speak, Jean Can's surprised cry came from beside him. Huh, Li, didn't you say you don't have a team, that it's just you here? Jean Can glanced at a corner not far away, then looked at Li Tianhong full of doubt. It's truly just me. Following Jean Can's gaze, there was a black and white figure bending down, seemingly working. Oh, you mean him? That's a robot. If you insist I have a team, it indeed can be considered a member. Being able to finish the mecha modification within a week, it's greatly contributed. Li Tianhong said with a smile. Chapter 14, Intelligent Robot vs. Jean Canyi. WH. What? Jean Canyi widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Li Tianhong. You mean, it's a robot? Yes. How is this possible? Jean Canyi was utterly confused because he had just clearly seen that figure walk out from the door behind. Since the distance was relatively far, he couldn't see very clearly. But at least from its form, walking motion, and every move, it was undoubtedly a real person. If it were a robot, how could it be so agile? But then Jean Canyi suddenly thought of the over 20-meter-tall mech that could move so flexibly. Was it also possible for this robot? Xiaohang, come over and say hi to everyone. Li Tianhong shouted a couple of sentences towards that direction, and the busy figure stood up, turned around, and came to Li Tianhong's side. Hello everyone, I am Mr. Li's robotic assistant Xiaohang. Nice to meet you all. As it approached, they realized it indeed looked like a robot. Because its face didn't have any features, there was only a screen displaying a cartoonish smiley face. How can a robot designed like this be so agile? Jean Canyi couldn't help but step forward. Could it possibly be a real person wearing a mask? This wasn't just Jean Canyi's question. Everyone present at the moment shared the same doubt. Because the robot was too realistic. More precisely, it was way too agile. Apart from the neck-up portion, its words, actions, and movements were almost indistinguishable from a real person. It is indeed a robot. It's just that the technology I've used is more advanced, making it look quite like a real person. Li Tianhong said this as he walked over and pressed a button behind the robot's ear. Then they saw the robot's display screen slide upwards onto its forehead. This design seemed familiar, as the entry method of the large mech was nearly identical to this scene. The difference was that behind the robot's display screen, within its head, various kinds of wires, buttons, and sensors were revealed. Looking this way, there was no trace of human tissue inside, so naturally, it couldn't be a real person. After restoring Xiaohang to its original state, Li Tianhong continued. Compared to the intelligent systems on the market, it is much closer to our human thinking patterns, and its computational speed and capability are countless times faster than humans. Moreover, due to the robot's high degree of flexibility, it can help me with many things. You mentioned earlier that its computational speed surpasses ours by countless times. What exactly do you mean? Jean Canyi asked again. You can imagine it as a supercomputer in the shape of a human being. Li Tianhong seemed to recall something as he hastily added. If I'm not mistaken, apart from your extensive research in mathematics, you are also a super chess enthusiast, and you've already reached the Divine 1 rank in the game Universal Chess, right? How do you know that? Are you also interested in chess? Jean Canyi was somewhat puzzled. Jean Canyi's remarkable talent in chess was widely known. He had once even defeated a supposedly unbeatable AI chess player, and it was that battle that made him legendary. At that time, people only found out that chess was merely Jean Canyi's hobby, while his true forte lay in the field of mathematics. Do you remember half a month ago when a player with the nickname Hongyi checkmated you in 43 moves? Li Tianhong questioned again. You, how do you know that? Jean Canyi was shocked again. Until now, I've been puzzled about how my Divine 1 rank would be matched against a beginner at Student 1 level, and yet this beginner was incredibly strong. Yes, that chess player named Hongyi was actually my robotic assistant Xiaohang. Li Tianhong laughed as he explained. At that time, I tested Xiaohang's performance by hacking into the back end of this chess game and changing the matching rules. Thus, it managed to match at the low level of Student 1 against a Divine level high ranker, and surprisingly, you turn out to be the opponent. This. Mr. Jean, is this true? Gao Peng asked from the side. Mr. Gao? Do you think this Li student has any reason to tell such lies? Shen Yan's words made Gao Peng's expression pause momentarily, and subsequently, he bitterly chuckled without saying anything more. A genius who could create that kind of mech certainly wouldn't need to tell such a lie just to elevate himself further. Can I play a game against it now? Xianxia's eyes gleamed with light, evidently harboring some dissatisfaction regarding their previous online encounter. This idea is great. I've got a chess set in my car trunk. For fear of missing this spectacular duel, Zhang Xunan quickly ran out. In the baffled gazes of everyone, he returned with a box of exquisite Chinese chess. You sure have diverse interests, carrying chess with you everywhere? Kong Sun said. So what if I do? Just because my skills aren't great, am I not allowed to like it? Zhang Xunan snorted. Then they set up the chessboard, with Jin Canyi and Xiaohang sitting at each end. Looking at this scene, no one felt any sense of strangeness. If it weren't for Xiaohang's screen face, right now, probably no one would think this is a robot. You have red pieces. You may start first. Xiaohang gestured invitingly toward Jin Canyi, who nodded slightly with a look of gravity. Facing the opponent who once defeated him, a robot with ultra-strong computational ability, he didn't dare to take anything lightly and placed his cannon directly at the center. Without hesitation, Xiaohang countered with moving knight to 3 position, forming a defensive posture. To the spectators on the side, this was actually not the focus. The focus was every movement of Xiaohang. Even the posture of holding the chess piece in its right hand was so fluid. The battle on the chessboard raged back and forth. In just 5 minutes, an incredible expression suddenly appeared on Jin Canyi's face, because he realized that he had been driven into a corner. No matter how he thought, laid out, or planned, the situation was already irretrievable. All right, I surrender. Jin Canyi shook his head. He hadn't really grasped the magnitude until now when being defeated face-to-face by this robot again. It wasn't until this moment that he truly felt an inner shock. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The people watching beside were equally shocked, all of them aware of Jin Canyi's chess skills. Yet against this robot, he didn't last even 5 minutes. What kind of terrifying computational power is this? Professor Jin, there's no need to feel disheartened. The design and modification of this robot don't belong to current relevant technology. If it weren't for the limitations of the chip, it could accomplish higher difficulty tasks, Li Tianheng said. What kind of chip is currently installed in it? Lu Yuanshan asked. A 3nm chip I removed from a mobile phone. Li Tianheng continued with a bitter laugh. If a picometer-level chip can be manufactured, tasks like modifying mecha could be independently handed over to it. Picometer-level chip? Are you joking? How could that possibly be manufactured? Jin Canyi responded subconsciously. At present, the mature chip remains at the 2nm level, and our country has only achieved 10nm chips. But with a ready-made lithography machine for modifications, mass production of picometer-level chips would also be possible, Li Tianheng said smiling. What did you say? You can modify a lithography machine? Jin Canyi exclaimed in shock. Chapter 15, Brazenly Snatching People. The manufacturing of a single chip is an incredibly complex and tedious process. To this day, no country in the world has been able to independently produce a single chip. Whether it's a lithography machine, an etching machine, or an ion implanter, all these require collaboration from multiple companies and countries to complete. Currently, some companies in Long Country are still purchasing relevant foreign machines to produce chips, but are unable to buy the latest and most powerful machines. Hence, when Li Tianheng said he could modify a lithograph machine, the shock for everyone here was comparable to the astonishment caused by the creation of the mech suit. Yes, I'm not just limited to modifying cars. Pretty much anything with technological value can be modified. Li Tianheng gave a faint smile. After all, he possessed a system reputed to alter everything from heaven and earth to air. If he lacked even this much capability, then that system would indeed be terrible. Are you really sure you can modify a 10nm manufacturing lithography machine into one that can create picometer chips? Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but ask again. Of course I can. With so many experts present, how dare I speak nonsense? Li Tianheng replied with a smile. This is simply. Lu Zongyuan was at a loss for words. Just at that moment, Zhang Xunan, who had been holding back for quite a while, finally managed to get a word in. Cough, cough. I just want to say one thing. Having a genius like you running a mere modification shop seems like such a waste. Zhang Xunan, after having waited for long, now stared at Li Tianheng with ardent eyes, finally getting his chance to speak up. But before Zhang Xunan could finish his sentence, Kong Sun glared at him with evident hostility. What do you mean, Zhang Xunan? With so many big shots here, you're brazenly trying to snatch him away? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just giving a friendly reminder. How do you think I'm trying to steal him? Caught red-handed by Kong Sun's revelation of his ulterior motive, Zhang Xuanan's expression turned somewhat sour. After all, they were all professors or academicians here, including extraordinary individuals like Zhu Yuanba. Despite already elevating his company to the top tier, stealing people right out from under everyone like this didn't seem quite ethical. But he simply couldn't resist. If someone with such talent came to work for his company, there was no doubt Huawei Technology Group would skyrocket to become a world-class enterprise within a short period. You're still denying trying to steal people, thinking we're fools. Kong Sun quickly turned to Li Tianheng. Young Li, this Zhang Xunan is infamous for delaying salaries. Don't fall for his sweet talk. Be extra cautious. Do you have some kind of problem? When have I ever delayed paying wages? Don't believe media fabrications. It's obvious whether or not it's true. Li Tianheng looked utterly speechless, wondering why these people were arguing on his behalf. From a distance, Gao Peng also observed this scene with a complex expression. Once upon a time, It was his order that got Li Tianheng expelled, and now, the student whom he himself expelled was being fiercely pursued by these important figures. After pondering for a considerable amount of time, Lu Yuanshan eventually made up his mind. Li Tianheng, if you're willing, I can arrange your reinstatement procedures at any time. Li Tianheng had been expelled, and as such, Bianqing College no longer associated itself with any of Li Tianheng's honors. However, if he returned to the school, it would hold entirely different significance. Appearance and prestige were completely irrelevant now. As long as Li Tianheng could return, Gao Peng felt he would be willing to pay any cost. I can agree with that, Dean, but let me clarify beforehand. I might go back, but I probably won't have much time to attend classes. Li Tianheng smiled lightly. Standing before so many people, he naturally couldn't afford to confront Gao Peng directly, the dean of the college. Moreover, since obtaining the system, Li Tianheng's inner self had undergone significant changes. A vast universe awaited his adventures, his voyages. Compared to those trivial matters, they weren't worth focusing on. Good, absolutely no problem. I'll personally handle an internship certificate for you. Gao Peng was elated beyond belief. Li Tianheng was undoubtedly a highly sought-after talent now. Not only wouldn't he need to attend classes, but Gao Peng believed Li Tianheng could educate him daily if necessary. You can start your own technology company or a modification business. I believe that with such cutting-edge technology, it won't take long for your company to reach the ranks of Apple, Google, or Microsoft. Beside him, Zhang Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled brilliantly. Even though he knew it was unlikely that Li Tianheng would come work for him, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to cooperate with him. Let's consider that later. Currently, I haven't planned that far ahead, Li Tianheng laughed. As long as you're willing, just say the word, and my personnel, funds, and equipment will always be open to you, Zhang Xuanhuan said. Good. In that case, I thank Mr. Zhang. Kong Sun's expression became somewhat difficult beside them. Why hadn't he thought of this move earlier? But Zhang Xuanhuan had already taken the initiative, and if he were to say something similar now, it definitely wouldn't have the same effect. He couldn't help but glare at Zhang Xuanhuan fiercely. Gentlemen, don't you think it's a waste for such a genius to merely do these kinds of things? Lu Yuanshan suddenly interjected coldly. Yes, this is true indeed. Zhang Xuanhuan and Kong Sun wore bitter smiles, though they felt somewhat reluctant. But this person was Lu Yuanshan. How could they dare to argue with him easily? Li Tianheng, for a talent like you to remain here managing just a modification workshop truly seems like a waste. As Lu Yuanshan spoke, his expression flickered momentarily. Hadn't Zhang Xuanhuan just said the same thing earlier? But there was no time to dwell on this. A genius like this absolutely must be kept nearby. I have a newly completed research base. It has more space, better facilities, and more sufficient manpower. If you're willing, you can go there directly to become the chief manager and designer. Lu Yuanshan's words caused Li Tianheng to fall into a brief contemplation. Chapter 16, Barrett M8. Compared to the invitation from Zhang Xuanhuan and his team, he was naturally more interested in Lu Yuanshan. After all, Lu Yuanshan was a national-level academician, and the power behind him was sufficient to support him in doing anything. Of course, there was another main reason. The conditions here were indeed limited, and many things weren't as convenient to carry out. For example, if you modify a rocket or missile and launch it from here, you could expect various departments coming to find him the next day. But in a legal and compliant scientific research base backed by the state, none of these problems would exist. So, this can be considered, but I like to be free and don't enjoy being bound by rules, said Li Tianheng, expressing his concern. Don't worry about this point. If you go there, you will be the boss. All you have to do is focus on the research and development of various projects. There will be no other restrictions. Upon hearing Li Tianheng's words, Lu Yuanshan was extremely pleased. Keeping such talented people around would surely make the entire Long country's technology soar to a whole new level. Alright, but I still have some matters to handle here, and some equipment needs to be transported. Li Tianheng thought for a moment before continuing. Give me half a month, and we'll meet at the base after that. Great, then let's settle on that. Lu Yuanshan was ecstatic and then looked at Zhu Yuanba. Little Zhu, can I borrow this mech suit for a few days? Afterward, when the weapons system is installed, I'll return it to you. No problem, Lu Laosher. We don't need this thing right now anyway. It will be more valuable in your hands. Zhu Yuanba hurriedly replied. Alright, then let's settle on that. Seeing Li Tianheng and the super mech he developed be taken away by someone else, many people, including Zhang Xuanhuan, felt slightly disheartened. But no one was upset because of Lu Yuanshan's status. Moreover, Li Tianheng made this decision for the society and the country, so naturally, no one found any issues with it. I want to ask, did you modify any firearms? Zhu Yuanba, having held his question for quite a while, finally asked. Of course, modifying guns is much easier than dealing with those large machines, and it can be done within a few days. Li Tianheng smiled and said, Is that so? I have one here, why don't you try it? Zhu Yuanba said. Sure. Zhu Yuanba gestured to a young man nearby to fetch something from the car. At this moment, Xianyan's face also revealed a trace of a smile. Old Zhu, you seem capable of making a big splash at the International Military Exhibition in 3 months. That's not urgent. In a while, our several military districts are going to hold a sniper competition. If we upgrade our firearms, isn't it certain that our Qijiang base will come in first? Zhu Yuanba laughed heartily. You're not following martial virtue. Others depend on their snipers' abilities to win, yet you plan to rely on equipment. That's not decent. Xianyan said. Bullshit, the competition didn't restrict what type of gun we use. Why can't we rely on equipment? Zhu Yuanba scoffed. At this moment, A soldier already walked in with an unassembled box containing a set of firearms. Pure-blooded Barrett M8, but this is already an outdated product. It's weaker compared to the latest M9, and apparently, the company producing Barretts has introduced a brand new generation of M10. Opening the box, it revealed a weapon that could get any man's blood pumping. Li Tianheng nodded upon seeing it. Alright, you can directly go to the research base to pick up the modified firearm in half a month. Believe me, it won't be inferior to the M10 after my modification. Upon seeing the weapon, Li Tianheng's face also showed excitement. Men's love for blades and firearms seemed innate. Looking at the cold components in front of him, Li Tianheng already felt a surge of excitement. Alright, no problem, Xiuxian said excitedly. The group continued to talk with Li Tianheng for a few more hours, followed by signing some related agreements and contracts. They all left by vehicle afterward, and the mech was taken away by Lu Yuanshan's team using several heavy trucks. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and due to insufficient operating skills, Lu Yuanshan decided that transporting by truck was the safest method. In the back seat of the business car, Lu Yuanshan's face was filled with excitement, and his aged appearance seemed years younger. He had held off for quite a while, but now he finally took out his phone and made a call. Lao Lu, we're really on the same wavelength. I was just about to call you. A slightly aged voice also came from the other end of the phone. Wang Shuai, the Minister of Modern Scientific Research in Northwest China, was also Lu Yuanshan's rival and friend. Hearing this voice, Lu Yuanshan sneered. Why do you want to call me? I'm just letting you know some good news. My mech project has made a huge breakthrough. Not only can it perform high-difficulty actions like running and backflips, but it can also achieve short-term hovering flights. Lu Yuanshan was still shocked for a moment upon hearing this. He remembered their meeting a year ago clearly. Wang Shuai had said then that his project didn't have any major breakthroughs. But who would have thought that after a year, he'd already achieved so many functions with the mech? How did you do it? Lu Yuanshan asked. It was my student. Through some of his connections, he managed to obtain some technology from abroad half a year ago and brought it back. The old voice on the receiver was clearly filled with pride. These two individuals almost simultaneously initiated their mech research projects. Now that Wang Shuai had taken the lead with a breakthrough, he naturally felt very triumphant as a competitor. I thought you broke through on your own. What's there to brag about using someone else's technology? Lu Yuanshan coldly said. You don't care how I did it. My point is, my mech can already move around. So, are you worried or not? Wang Shuai's words carried a note of challenge. Actually, it's quite a coincidence, Lu Yuanshan calmly replied. Our mech here also has some breakthroughs. You've made breakthroughs too? What kind of breakthrough? Wang Shuai asked over the phone. The same as yours. Ours can run and jump too, Lu Yuanshan said. Just boasting, huh? An expression of disdain came from Wang Shuai on the phone. Let me tell you, being stubborn is useless. You're just not cut out for mech research. Why bother with all that effort? Wang Matzi, don't get cocky in front of me. Let me ask you, do you dare compare our mechs? Enraged beyond control, Lu Yuanshan roared from the back seat of the car, scaring the others in the vehicle witless. Chapter 17. Be your assistant now. People who are familiar with Lu Yuanshan know that he and Wang Shuai have been old rivals for years. The two would often compete personally on some project or another. Like two old children, sometimes their squabbles were truly laughable and tear-jerking. Old man Lu, are you serious about playing with me? Wang Shuai on the phone clearly got angry at one of Lu Yuanshan's words. Wang Matzi, Wang Shuai. Do you think I have the leisure to joke around with you here? Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but said, just a week. A week later, we'll meet at the usual place with our stuff. I tell you, old man Lu, this is somewhat embarrassing for yourself. You know very well the progress of my mech, so why bother? Then I ask you, 1 week from now, will you dare to have a mech competition with me? Lu Yuanshan interrupted with a burst of anger. That's it, since you won't listen to good advice, then I'll satisfy your wishes. Wang Shuai's voice came through faintly. So 1 week later, let's meet at the usual place with our babies. Alright then, it's settled. Having said that, Lu Yuanshan hung up the phone without hesitation, his face still written with anger. But when he turned his head to see what was being transported by the heavy truck behind him, there was no hiding the hint of smile that crept upon Lu Yuanshan's face. Wang Matzi, do you think only you are capable? This world is vast. Countless people are more capable than you. Soon you will understand what it means to be a frog at the bottom of the well. Muttering these words to himself, Lu Yuanshan began to close his eyes and rest. Inside Tianheng Auto Modification Factory, after all left, there remained only Li Tianheng and Xiuxian. Hey, I said Li Tianheng, are you hiding something deep inside from me? Xiuxian glared at herself in annoyance. Thinking about her own embarrassing experiences driving that mech, and even getting locked onto by missiles, she was still wary right now. Of course, she smoothly assigned all these mistakes entirely to Li Tianheng. Cough, I've sent you the manual. As long as you operate according to the manual, it's actually easy to get started, Li Tianheng said helplessly. No way, who would have thought that you could turn an ordinary mech model into that thing? Xiuxian had no intention of backing down, still staring at Li Tianheng hard. In a moment of inspiration, I just upgraded it slightly, besides. Li Tianheng smiled and continued. You told me to make it stylish and attention-grabbing. My senior Li, this isn't grabbing attention, it's simply. Xiuxian could not find a suitable word to describe it, so she just glared at him furiously again. I don't care. As punishment, you must agree to one thing I ask, otherwise this incident won't be over. Xiuxian said. I made you over 30 million yuan, and now I have to agree to one more thing you ask. Li Tianheng was at a loss for words. Indeed, this woman's line of thinking was different from normal people. That doesn't matter. Did you know that while I was in the sky, 5 of those, whatever they are, hurricane missiles locked onto me? Missiles, my senior. A trace of fear appeared on Xuanhuan's face as she continued. You wouldn't know how close I've ever been to death. At that time, I really felt like I was going to die. Seeing this scene, Li Tianhong's gaze became slightly more intense, realizing that he indeed hadn't considered this carefully enough. Indeed, it might have been too much for a girl to experience such an event, so at this point, he did bear a certain amount of responsibility. So, what do you want me to do? How about cuddling, hugging? Li Tianhong half-joked, looking at Xiuxian man, who blushed bright red upon hearing those few words. Who wants to cuddle and hug with you? Disgusting. This way, I'm tired of waiting until graduation. Right now, I'm going to come over and be your assistant. How does this sound like compensation to Xiuxian man instead of Xiuxian man compensating him? Li Tianhong, you're in your sophomore year now. You still have 2 years of schooling. Moreover, your father probably has great expectations for you. Xiuxian's family conditions are also quite affluent, and her parents have high expectations for her. Now, if she doesn't focus on her studies and runs off to be someone's assistant, which parents would possibly agree? What's the use of staying in school for 2 years? Look at our dean. Once they found out your talents, they begged you to return to school and re-enroll. Xiuxian man said casually. So I think, being with you is much more valuable than staying in school. You're right. Aren't you worried that I'd take you away from everything? Li Tianhong countered. All right, seniorly, as long as you have the guts, you can take me wherever you want. Xiuxian man said this with great confidence, puffing out her impressive chest. Li Tianhong couldn't help but become momentarily stunned once again. The stunning beauty, the alluring figure, and the sweet smile. Would he still be able to focus on research with such a campus flower as his assistant? But that doesn't matter anyway, since all the relevant technologies will be obtained from the system. Xiuxian's arrival would only add more fun to his life. Besides, there's also Zhou Hao, right? Recalling how he had been warned multiple times by Zhou Hao to stay away from Xiuxian man. Until Zhou Hao lost all patience and directly attacked Li Tianhong, leading to his expulsion. That scum is not worth considering. He only relies on his family's wealth, hanging out in various bars chasing girls every day, yet he even dreams of making me fall for him. Xiuxian man let out a cold laugh. If she were such a woman, there would be no way she could design that mech model. Speaking of Cao Cao arrives. Not far from the entrance of the modification factory, a brand new Audi R9 sports car came speeding toward them. The scissor door of the driver's seat opened, and a young man with an outstanding figure and demeanor stepped out. However, there was unmistakable anger in his expression. Wasn't it none other than Zhou Hao, who Li Tianhong had just mentioned? Xiuxian man, I see why I couldn't contact you. You've returned to this dump. Zhou Hao said coldly. Chapter 18, Barrett Modification Kit. Are you crazy? What do you think you are? What kind of relationship do we have? Do I have to report to you every time I come somewhere? Xiuxian man retaliated mercilessly. Xiuxian man was always quick with words, and perhaps Zhou Hao was a bit lacking in that regard. So once again, he turned to Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong, even after being expelled from the academy, you can't behave properly. Do you know that I can reduce this shoddy modification workshop of yours into a pile of rubble in a minute? You can try. Before that happens, let's see if your face turns into rubble first or my place becomes rubble. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hao's expression changed to one of deep fear. The shadow of being disfigured by Li Tianhong 6 months ago once again loomed over him. Having just recovered last month, he certainly didn't want the same thing to happen again. All right, you son of a gun, really skillful. Just you wait. Unable to suppress his anger, Zhou Hao looked at Xiuxian man. I'm just asking you. Are you still going to keep Zhou Chan with this Li Tianhong? Xiuxian man gave out a sneering laugh, then without hesitation grabbed Li Tianhong's arm and leaned her head on it. That's right. I like staying close to him. What are you going to do about it? Go find yourself some girls at the bar quietly. Don't bother us for no reason. After saying this, Xiuxian man looked again at Zhou Hao. By the way, I'd like to let you know, Dean Gao will personally restore Li Tianhong's student status. Who knows, maybe one day he'll be standing in front of you as a professor at the academy. What? Restore Li Tianhong's student status? How? How is that possible? Zhou Hao looked at Li Tianhong in disbelief. If it's possible or not, you go ask around yourself. Don't disturb me and senior brotherly here, alright? Xiuxian man said coldly. Alright, just you wait, both of you just wait. Zhou Hao angrily turned around, got into his car, and drove away, leaving Li Tianhong and Xiuxian man still standing there. My school beauty junior, do you really enjoy sticking together with me? Li Tianhong couldn't help but ask. Don't talk nonsense. This is simply fulfilling the basic duty of an assistant, using suitable methods to drive this annoying guy away so that he won't disturb your work, Xiuxian man said seriously. Haha, good. As long as you don't get any wrong ideas. Li Tianhong then took the firearm given to him by Zhu Yuanba and returned to the laboratory, leaving Xiuxian man still standing there in a daze, her face redder than an apple. At this moment, Zhou Hao was driving while holding his phone with one hand to call Gao Peng. Hey, Uncle Gao, I heard that you've restored Li Tianhong's student status? Oh yes, I'm about to start the procedures. On the other end, Gao Peng had just returned to the academy and wasted no time in preparing the relevant work. This wasn't only important for him, it held significant meaning for the entire Bianqing Technology Academy. He couldn't afford to be careless. Uncle Gao, what happened? Why restore his student status? Wasn't he expelled for fighting? Zhou Hao, it's a long story. It's best if you stop opposing Li Tianhong. The fact is that Li Tianheng now, realizing that some things shouldn't be said casually, Gao Peng changed his tone. In short, just listen to Uncle Gao. Pretend nothing ever happened. With that, Gao Peng hung up the phone, leaving Zhou Hao staring dumbfounded at the mobile phone screen, completely unsure of what had occurred. After quite a while, his expression became increasingly grim. Li Tianheng, I don't care what means or methods you've used. Even if you manage to restore your student status, I'll never let you have it easy. With that, Zhou Hao dialed the number of his father Zhou Ran without hesitation, who was ranked among the top on the billionaire list. At this moment inside the auto modification factory, Li Tianheng stared blankly at the Barrett M8 before him, seemingly lost in thought. In reality, his consciousness had already entered the system. Recommend a modification plan for this Barrett M8. The host's request has been received. Based on the system's identification of the item, several options are available. Plan 1. Upgrade with standard modification kits, including optical aiming kits, stock stabilization kits, laser rangefinder, locking mechanism. This plan consumes 10,000 reputation points. Plan 2. Install intermediate level modification kits, including electronic aiming kits, stock stabilization kits, electronic rangefinder, vacuum barrel kit. This plan consumes 50,000 reputation points. Plan 3. Advanced modification kits, electromagnetic modification, electromagnetic firing pin, vacuum tube, electromagnetic structure reconstruction. This plan consumes 100,000 reputation points. When these relevant pieces of information appeared on the panel before him, Li Tianheng almost didn't even think about it before directly choosing Plan 3. Since we're doing this, let's go all out. Let's get the advanced modification kit. Understood, host. Deducting 100,000 reputation points. All modification data for Plan 3 have been generated. Please check, host. Immediately after that, Li Tianheng's mind was filled with all the detailed information regarding Plan 3. Once his consciousness returned to reality and he glanced at the M8 in front of him again, he already had a perfect understanding of all the related modification procedures and steps. You're not going to tell me that you already know how to modify this thing, are you? Xiuxian, standing nearby, saw Li Tianheng's confidence and couldn't help but express her disbelief. More or less, no problem at all. This modification is much simpler than your set of mech armor. The only relatively troublesome part is upgrading the battery technology, but that'll take no more than 2 or 3 days. Li Tianheng placed all the components of the Barrett M8 under the scanner. As the scanner worked, a holographic projection appeared showing every component's detailed information as well as their measurements. Although Xiuxian had already experienced some of the black tech here, she still found it hard to believe what was happening right in front of her eyes. Can I learn this holographic projection technology? Xiuxian asked with glowing eyes beside him. Yes, you can. Li Tianheng replied without turning around. Perhaps one day in the future, all the technologies I master will belong to you. Why? Xiuxian couldn't help but ask. We'll be family soon, so naturally there won't be any yours or mine anymore. As Li Tianheng continued working while speaking, Xiuxian froze momentarily before her face turned scarlet with embarrassment. Don't daydream. Who said we're family? Even though Xiuxian knew Li Tianheng was joking, she inexplicably felt a warm sensation in her heart. Come on, aren't you interested in learning this technology? I'll tell you about this brand new material I'm about to synthesize. In this way, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian spent day and night at the modification factory. A week passed quietly. Chapter 19. Zhou Hao's Fury. When Xiuxian saw the firearm that had been remodeled and reassembled before her eyes, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. The gun before her eyes basically no longer bore any resemblance to the Barrett M8. The avant-garde design, lightweight, portable disassembly. It all appeared like a completely new firearm developed from scratch. More exaggeratedly put, if you glanced at it for the first time, or held it in your hands for the first time, you would never think this was a real gun. The entire feel was like that of a children's toy gun. It just looked and felt a bit more textured. Fortunately, over these past few days Xiuxian had been with Li Tianheng every day, so she was very clear that the gun before her was indeed modified from the M8. And it was also one that could fire real bullets, a genuine weapon. Zhu Yuanba will be delighted when he sees this. As Li Tianheng spoke, he disassembled the gun and stowed it away. Almost simultaneously, several business vans screeched to a halt outside the modification factory. The leading figure was none other than Zhou Hao, who had been there a week prior. This time around, Zhou Hao wasn't alone. At least 20 people were following him. Each person exiting the vehicles glared menacingly at Li Tianheng. Li Tianheng, you do have guts, not running away, Zhou Hao said coldly. Zhou Hao, what? What do you intend to do? Xiuxian, upon seeing so many people, instantly realized something. Bitch, get out of the way, damn you. You, don't be reckless. I tell you, you'll regret it. But Zhou Hao was fuming with anger and wouldn't listen to anything Xiuxian said. Regret? Hell, I regret not chopping off his arms earlier. Xiuxian's gaze darkened. This Zhou Hao was a stereotypical rich brat. If you could reason with him clearly, he wouldn't have done such things. Li Tianheng, aren't you quite skilled at fighting? Indeed, Li Tianheng was quite capable in combat, enjoying fitness and boxing in his free time. At 180 centimeters tall, his body was made up of taut muscles, and he possessed great strength. That was why Zhou Hao had ended up with a bruised nose and face when they first clashed. However talented he might be, facing more than 20 people, there was no way he could retreat gracefully, especially with Xiuxian still by his side. Shuechang, what should we do? Xiuxian rarely experienced situations like this, let alone facing over 20 men. Their presence alone terrified her. Do you still remember where the pressure-resistant cabin at the back of the factory is? Li Tianheng whispered. I remember. Xiuxian replied. Good. On the count of 3, turn around and open the hatch to hide inside. So what about you? I'll hide inside too. You go ahead and open the hatch while I buy us some time. Okay. 1, 2, 3. With a loud shout, Li Tianheng grabbed a nearby iron rod and hurled it towards Zhou Hao and his gang. Then he picked up the Barrett assembly box and rushed through the gate behind him, by which time Xiuxian had already lain down inside the compartment. Seeing this, Li Tianheng didn't hesitate to lie down as well within the cramped space and quickly closed and locked the hatch. Shuichang, is this sturdy enough? They won't break it, right? Xiuxian remained extremely tense. If the hull were broken, they would be captured alive. Relax, it's made of the same material used in the modified mech and fixedly connected to the surrounding equipment. They can neither break it nor carry it away, so relax. Outside the compartment now came the sounds of pounding, impacts, and Zhou Hao cursing loudly. However, Li Tianheng hadn't exaggerated. No matter how hard they tried, they seemed unable to breach the hatch. Realizing this, Xiuxian finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then, when her attention returned to the situation inside the cabin, she found herself almost completely pressed against Li Tianheng. The vacuum pressure cabin had limited space. One person could barely move around lying down. With 2 people inside, there was basically no room to change position. Moreover, Li Tianheng had brought the Barrett assembly box inside with him, making the already cramped space even tighter. Worse still, at that moment, she and Li Tianheng were almost face to face, and without being careful, their lips touched each other. Xiuxian's face instantly turned crimson, and she stood there completely at a loss. She could only try to hold her breath and slightly turn her head to avoid the awkward scene. Still, even then, Xiuxian could clearly feel the strong male aura emanating from Li Tianheng before her. Cough. I'll make a call. I'll call someone to come over. In order to ease the awkwardness and quickly resolve the trouble at hand, Li Tianheng used all his strength to pull out the mobile phone from his trouser pocket. He then called Lu Yuanshan. At Lu Yuanshan's end, he had already arrived at the agreed location with the Black Knight mech. Lu Yuanshan and Wang Shuai had once worked together in a research institute, but later due to many upheavals, the research base was moved to another place, naturally becoming abandoned over time. Their meeting point was exactly this completely deserted scientific research site. Lu Yuanshan, you've aged quite a bit after not seeing you for several years. Wang Shuai looked about the same age as Lu Yuanshan, but he appeared radiant without any signs of aging. It seemed that mastering the relevant technology of mechs had made his mental state more relaxed than before. But just as Lu Yuanshan had addressed him, Wang Shuai indeed had developed some spots on his face. That's probably why he got so angry when Lu Yuanshan called him Wang Matzi, Wang Pockmark. Wang Matzi, do you think you can stay young forever? Lu Yuanshan chuckled coldly and said, Haha, old friends meet again. Why are you getting so fired up? However, Wang Shuai was not angered. Instead, he thought it was a sign of Lu Yuanshan being secretly annoyed. You might change your fiery temper if only you could alter your dirty mouth, Lu Yuanshan remarked. We've agreed before. The day you surpass me in research, I'll change my talk. Wang Shuai laughed aloud and said, Well, then today is the day you must keep your promise, Lu Yuanshan coldly replied. I'm just saying, where's your stuff? You came here with just a car. I haven't seen any mech you've developed yet. Wang Shuai looked behind Lu Yuanshan, but saw nothing there. Next to him stood the trailer-delivered 12-meter-tall mech. Ho ho, you want to see? Be prepared not to get scared. After finishing his words, Lu Yuanshan pulled out his phone and quietly spoke 2 words into the screen. Come down. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dot rapidly grew larger in the sky behind Lu Yuanshan. It wasn't until it descended a few hundred meters above the ground that they finally clearly saw what it was. It seemed to be a massive black humanoid figure. Bang! The black warrior mech gently knelt down on one knee, scattering the surrounding dust as the entire ground shook violently. Chapter 20. Anti-gravity propulsion, airborne transformation. Under the astonished gaze of Wang Shuai and the few people around him, the black warrior mecha slowly moved through the exploded sand and dust to Lu Yuanshan's back. Wah? How could it be possible? Wang Shuai was utterly shocked, unable to help but rub his eyes. He felt as if everything that just happened was an illusion. How about it? My model compared with yours should not be much worse, right? Lu Yuanshan said arrogantly. Wang Shuai's changing expressions had given him a great sense of satisfaction. This is impossible. At most it's just a walking model. Though intuition told him it wasn't that simple, Wang Shuai still couldn't admit defeat easily. Capable of walking? Model. Lu Yuanshan burst into laughter. He continued, Have you ever seen such a large model come down from the sky, without problems? At most it's just solid enough. I don't believe it can do anything else. Wang Shuai replied, You didn't say on the phone that your mecha could run and jump? Let's compare running and jumping first, shall we? Lu Yuanshan said, Alright, how do you want to compete? Wang Shuai asked. Simple. Starting from the same starting line. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Lu Yuanshan said. Fine. The 2 mechas simultaneously came to the starting line. Wang Shuai's mecha might look less advanced and less textured than the Black Warrior, but if placed separately, it still looked very impressive and dominant. Its design had already completely broken away from traditional robots, adopting a humanoid structure. Let's go directly. 1, 2, 3, start. With the words of a nearby soldier, both mechas shot forward simultaneously. But in the next second, Wang Shuai realized something was off because the other Black Warrior beside him was vanishing from sight visibly. In contrast, his own mecha was merely jogging. At most, it was like an elderly person versus an adult in speed. How could this be? Such a big guy. Its stability, flexibility, and propulsion. How were they achieved? Wang Shuai was utterly baffled. The events before him had completely surpassed his understanding. Originally, he believed the technology he possessed far outpaced Lu Yuanshan's. But what was going on now? Wang Matzi, what about this? In terms of speed, I should have thoroughly defeated you, right? Lu Yuanshan burst into laughter, his face glowing with pride. You? Wang Shuai glared fiercely at Lu Yuanshan. There's still the jump test. I don't believe it can match my mecha. Alright, Xiao Luo, let's not waste time. Show Mr. Wang our anti-gravity propulsion. As soon as Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, the black warrior instantly leaped from its position. It then hovered steadily 50 meters above the ground. How? How could this be? Wang Shuai's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. The sight had gone beyond his comprehension. Seeing this spectacle, Lu Yuanshan also appeared quite satisfied. After all, when he first saw it, his expression wasn't much different from Wang Shuai's present one. It's impossible, absolutely impossible for you to have done this. Absolutely impossible for this to be your research, Wang Shuai mumbled. You don't need to care who did the research. All I ask is, how does this machine compare to your old timer? Lu Yuanshan asked proudly. Though I've never liked you, this thing has my respect, Wang Shuai said without hesitation. Wang Matzi, do you want to see even more powerful functions? Lu Yuanshan asked. More powerful functions? What are they? Wang Shuai asked. Alright, Xiao Luo, show us some talent. As Lu Yuanshan spoke, the mecha initiated a transformation mid-air. In just 5 seconds, the mecha transformed directly into bomber formation. This. Wang Shuai fell silent. At this moment, he had no idea how to describe what he was seeing. He pinched himself hard, but it didn't wake him up from what seemed to be a dream. Alright, Wang Matzi, now that you've acknowledged it, I'm content. Lu Yuanshan laughed heartily. Technological competition was somewhat similar to sports competitions. While winning and losing sometimes wasn't important, they served as a standard for measuring results. Although this mecha's technology wasn't developed by Lu Yuanshan himself, you tell me, who created this? No change in name or seat. Indeed, it's none other than me, Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan enjoyed Wang Shuai's current expression greatly. He thought he should keep up appearances a bit longer. At this moment, these two scientific geniuses had turned into two immature little kids. Nonsense, there's no way this thing could be your doing. Don't I know if you even have the ability? Ha ha ha, though it's not mine originally, I bought it, so does that count as mine now? Bye. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. The student who made this will soon take over a newly established research base. If you're interested, you can go check it out later. Student? Wang Shuai stared at Lu Yuanshan in shock. You mean the one who made this is a student? Yes, and he was expelled from the academy. Ding ding ding. Before Lu Yuanshan could finish speaking, his phone rang. A glance confirmed it was Li Tianheng calling. Perfect timing. We're on the same wavelength. Lu Yuanshan gloated to Wang Shuai before answering the call. Hello Tianheng. The smile on Lu Yuanshan's face gradually turned into a somber expression, and finally one of unknown tension. Okay, I'll send you Yuanba over immediately. You don't need to do anything else, just leave it to me. After hanging up, Lu Yuanshan's gaze became dark and serious as he dialed another number. What's going on? What happened? While Lu Yuanshan was on the phone, Wang Shuai cautiously asked from a distance. Zhou Ran's son is planning trouble for Li Tianheng, and it seems to be pretty serious. Who's Li Tianheng? Wang Shuai asked again. Since Zhou Ran ranked among the wealthy tycoons and specialized in technology and digital industries, Wang Shuai naturally recognized the name. However, who Li Tianheng was baffled him. For someone to gain such attention from Lu Yuanshan seemed unusual. The student who created this black warrior mech. At this revelation, anyone would be shocked, especially since Lu Yuanshan knew his father well and was currently dialing Zhou Ran's number. Inside Tianheng car modification shop, Zhou had already lost his cool. No matter what methods they tried, they couldn't manage to open the hatch. Seeing Li Tianheng and Xiuxian right in front of him but unable to do anything, Zhou Hao's face turned deathly pale with anger. You two refuse to come out, huh? Very well then. Looking around the workshop, Zhou Hao shouted furiously. Alright, start smashing everything. Smash hard. Since you like modifications so much, I'll destroy all your equipment right in front of you. Chapter 21. Despair of Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao finished speaking, more than 20 people immediately began smashing things violently. Most of the equipment here was advanced, with high strength and precision. Although the equipment had considerable strength and hardness, how could it withstand such indiscriminate attacks from so many people? In just a few short minutes, the entire modification factory was already in ruins, as far as the eye could see. All machines, lathes, and equipment were basically destroyed beyond recognition. Somebody even managed to get an electric saw from somewhere, slicing certain machines into small pieces. Ha, see that? Your beloved machines and modification lathes are all gone. Zhou Hao's frenzied voice echoed, causing Xiuxian inside the pressure cabin to turn pale with anger. Could you believe he actually did this? He destroyed your machines. As long as we're unharmed, machines can always be rebuilt. Although Li Tianheng said that, he still felt the sting of loss. These machines had all been exchanged for with his reputation points. Although he was familiar with the entire modification process, recreating everything would cost him much effort again. This scumbag, he's less than an animal. He will soon realize what consequences his actions will have. Just as Li Tianheng finished speaking, the noises outside suddenly became quiet, followed by a tremendous roaring sound. Both Li Tianheng and Xiuxian inside the cabin clearly heard it. It must be the helicopter rotor spinning. They've arrived. It should be Zhu Yuanba. Li Tianheng unlocked the cabin door from inside, both gasping wildly. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanba and his team arrived in time. Otherwise, Li Tianheng feared he and Yun Sherman might have suffocated to death in there. As they breathed in fresh air from outside, they gradually recovered. On the large empty land outside the modification factory, 3 helicopters successively landed. More than a dozen fully armed young men formed an orderly group outside. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, with a massive and sturdy build that exuded authority without any display of anger. It was none other than Zhu Yuanba, who had come back to the modification factory after a week. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao and others were dumbfounded. What was going on with these armed teams? Who are you? Wah, what are you here for? Zhou Hao gathered up his courage as he looked at Zhu Yuanba. He believed he hadn't done anything illegal. Even if he had, shouldn't it be handled by police stations or the Public Security Bureau? There's no way it would involve sending out troops to handle his case. Are you Zhou Hao? Asked Zhu Yuanba. I am. Zhou Hao's voice trembled. Stand there quietly and don't move around. As Zhu Yuanba stepped into the factory, guns from all sides were trained on Zhou Hao. Seeing this, Zhou Hao's legs went limp, almost causing him to collapse onto the ground. Having been arrogant and bullying since childhood, when had he ever experienced something like this? General Zhu, really sorry. I didn't expect you to have to deal with such trivial matters. Li Tianheng expressed full apologies. Zhu Yuanba managed defense safety and military training tasks. Compared to those important duties, this minor issue truly wasn't worth mentioning. When Lu Yuanshan initially suggested handling things this way, Li Tianheng was against it. However, Lu Yuanshan didn't consider this a trivial matter at all. Nonsense. You are our precious asset now. How can this be considered a small matter? Zhu Yuanba's rebuke came, his face unusually somber. The place was littered with broken equipment everywhere, countless devices utterly ruined. And most importantly, could something like this possibly be within the capability of ordinary humans? At this moment, outside the modification factory, Zhou Hao carefully pulled out his phone. Upon seeing no unusual movement from others, he dialed Zhou Ran's number without hesitation. Before he could speak, a barrage of angry shouts erupted from the earpiece. You insignificant piece of filth, you still have the nerve to call me? Dad, what's going on? What happened? Help me, quick help me. A group of people are pointing their guns at your son. Zhou Hao's legs went weak, standing only through sheer willpower. Otherwise, he'd already have collapsed onto the ground. Help you? How can I help you when you don't know whom you've offended? Zhou Ran roared furiously. I haven't offended anyone. Zhou Hao quickly countered, seeming to remember something. He just runs a modification factory. Yun Sherman couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Before he could continue, Zhou Hao suddenly raised his head and saw the towering figure of Zhu Yuanba chatting with Li Tianheng. Stunned, Zhou Hao could feel nothing but shock coursing through him. How could Li Tianheng be so close to this army officer? Could it be that all these heavily armed people? Could it really be that Li Tianheng called them over? I've already told you countless times not to cause trouble outside and not to judge people by their appearance. Through the phone, Zhou Ran's roaring voice kept coming. The owner of a modification factory? You should have inquired more. He is now the chief design director of a national-level research department. What? How is this possible? He was expelled from the academy 6 months ago. He was just an ordinary student. How could he? Zhou Hao dumbly looked at Li Tianheng chatting and laughing with Zhu Yuanba. Right now, he felt as if this scene before his eyes was so surreal. All right, I can't help you with this matter. It's up to them how they decide to deal with it. Be cooperative for leniency, and don't bring up my name again. It won't carry any weight before them, said Zhou Ran. I just smashed their factory. Zhou Hao cried, filled with despair. Good job, my son is really something. Now wait for their decision. Zhou Ran had completely lost hope. No amount of power or connections could save Zhou Hao from what he had done. No. Dad, my dear father, you're capable of everything. Find some connections, don't ignore your son please. I'm begging you, Dad. Zhou Hao cried out loud. I told you, I can't help. You always thought what Mom said was right and believed I, your father, was harming you. Now you two are just paying the price for your past actions, Zhou Ran coldly replied. No, Dad. I'm wrong. I'll change. I will in the future, can I? Enough. Face the facts honestly. I'm tired. Let's hang up. After finishing, Zhou Ran directly hung up the phone. The last shred of hope Zhou Hao clung to was completely shattered. Chapter 22. Handing over the Barrett M8. At this moment, Li Tianheng, Zhu Yuanba, and Yun Shimin slowly walked out. They approached Zhou Hao. Brother. Big brother. I was wrong. He couldn't repent soon enough. Who knew what consequences would await him otherwise? Wrong? Do you think saying I was wrong will compensate for all the damage here? Zhu Yuanba coldly glared at Zhou Hao. 2/3 of the equipment were entirely ruined, including the Barrett that was almost ready for modification. Moreover, Zhou Hao had even endangered Li Tianheng's personal safety. Any one of these incidents was unforgivable. So what should I do? What should I do? Cried Zhou Hao in desperation, tears streaming down his face, mingling with sweat that drenched his clothes. All the losses here will be converted into financial compensation. We'll discuss the details with your brother, Zhou Ran, said Zhu Yuanba indifferently. Oh, how much? Zhou Hao asked tremulously. The estimated value is no less than 10 billion, replied Zhu Yuanba. What? 10 billion? Even though his family was wealthy, Zhou Hao was shocked to hear the figure. On top of paying reparations, you'll serve several years in our army unit. Our team happens to need new recruits. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao went pale. To him, a rich second-generation spoilt son who had never known hardship, undergoing training in such a unit would be far worse than dying. See, can I refuse? Is there another option? Zhou Hao stammered anxiously. Spend 8 or 10 years in prison, or come here for 3 or 5 years. You decide. I. Zhou Hao's words became incoherent. He suddenly turned a pleading look toward Li Tianheng. Big brother, my dear brother Li, please intercede for me. I truly made a mistake and will never bother you again. I swear it, I really do. Please, I don't want to join the military, brother Li. Throughout this exchange, Li Tianheng's expression remained calm. After looking at Zhou Hao, he turned to xuanhuan. I suggest sending him to the most rigorous boot camp we have. Agreed. I'll make the arrangements personally. Hearing their conversation, Zhou Hao froze. Then he suddenly shot Li Tianheng a glare filled with hatred. You wait. You damn well wait, you piece of... Before he could finish, Zhou Hao felt an overwhelming aura of death. The deadly look in Zhu Yuanba's eyes sent a chill down his spine. Take him away. 2 soldiers grabbed Zhou Hao and hauled him onto a helicopter. You people, clean this place up thoroughly and neatly. Zhu Yuanba glanced at the 20-odd people nearby, who looked terrified. Upon hearing his command, they scattered immediately, moving as fast as they ever had in their lives to tidy up every corner of the damaged workshop within just 1 hour. Li Tianheng sighed as he looked at all the wrecked equipment. Just imagining rebuilding everything made his head ache. Fortunately, they were about to relocate their base, and hopefully Lu Yuanshan's provided facility would offer better resources, making re-equipping easier. All the gear destroyed. What can we do? Zhu Yuanba worriedly glanced at Li Tianheng, fearing that the loss might hinder Li Tianheng's future work, which would only make Zhu Yuanba want to kill Zhou Hao even more. It's fine. Once we arrive at Grandpa Lu's base, I'll remake them. Li Tianheng smiled faintly and added. But luckily, the modified Barrett was saved. Li Tianheng then handed the Barrett assembly box over to Zhu Yuanba. Seeing the box, Zhu Yuanba couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. A week ago, the mech from that time still left a deep impression. Especially the anti-gravity technology, deformation technology, it didn't seem like something from this era at all. Within half a day, Zhu Yuanba's concept of technology had been completely overturned. More stunning was the fact that all these advanced technologies were developed by Li Tianheng. So Zhu Yuanba was filled with unprecedented anticipation for what Li Tianheng would modify the Barrett M8 into. How much is the fee for the modification? Zhu Yuanba solemnly asked after receiving the box. Take it back and try it first. If you're satisfied, come to the base and we can discuss pricing later, Li Tianheng said. Fine. In that case, I won't hesitate. Zhu Yuanba wasted no time and handed the box to one of the soldiers behind him. I discussed with old Lu on the phone, and we've decided to assign a few people to protect you, ensuring your personal safety, Zhu Yuanba said solemnly to Li Tianheng. It's unnecessary. Such situations won't happen often, Li Tianheng replied. We can't rule out encountering similar dangerous events. Right now, you're our treasure. Especially after reporting to higher-ups. Everyone has agreed that your safety must be absolutely guaranteed. Seeing Zhu Yuanba's firm attitude, Li Tianheng stopped declining. These matters were sometimes unpredictable. Having someone around who could respond to emergencies did indeed seem necessary at times. At Zhu Yuanba's indication, 2 fully armed soldiers approached and shook hands with Li Tianheng. One of them is Wang Chun, and the other is Lei Xiaoya. They've both undergone professional bodyguard training and then spent 6 years in the special forces, so they are fully capable of protecting you, Zhu Yuanba explained. Female. Li Tianheng was surprised when he saw Lei Xiaoya. This woman clearly wasn't much over 20. Could she really do this kind of work? Who says women are worse than men? We're all professionally trained. Don't underestimate us women, Lei Xiaoya said irritably. All right. Li Tianheng quickly closed his mouth, feeling embarrassed. You just need to pay them their normal salaries, and they won't let you down, Zhu Yuanba said. All right, I understand, Li Tianheng nodded. After chatting with Zhu Yuanba for a little while longer, the 3 helicopters slowly ascended and left. Yun Shimin's face also showed disappointment and unwillingness. Such priceless equipment had been destroyed like this. Moreover, she knew well how much hard work Li Tianheng had put into modifying the Barrett parts. And now, it was gone all at once. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, causing you so much trouble, Yun Shimin said guiltily. It's not related to you. The guy already hated me to the bone. Your presence was just the trigger for him to act. Li Tianheng smiled and said, Actually, I should thank Zhou Hao. Thank. What? Yun Shimin was full of doubt. Li Tianheng leaned close to Yun Shimin's ear and whispered, If it weren't for him, how would I know how sweet your lips are? Yun Shimin's entire face turned red all the way to her ears, glaring fiercely at Li Tianheng before turning her head and walking away. Cough, you too. Li Tianheng looked at the fully armed pair in front of him. I think maybe you should change into casual clothes in the future. Your current attire is too eye-catching. Fine, but the cost needs to be reimbursed from you, Lei Xiaoya said expressionlessly. The reimbursement is no problem. Li Tianheng sighed with relief. If these two kept wearing such gear every day, with various bullets and magazines strapped to their waists, they'd be the center of attention wherever they went. After taking care of some issues here, Li Tianheng returned to the city with Yun Shimin. Having arranged some private matters and informed his family, Li Tianheng planned to head early to the research base for reporting in. Chapter 23. Did M8 turn into a toy gun? After returning to the Zhejiang base, Zhu Yuanba carried the assembly box of Barrett and went to the sniper training camp. There are specialized instructors teaching sniper knowledge here, but this camp usually only trains a dozen or so people. However, It appeared particularly lively at this moment, with several middle-aged men and a group of soldiers conversing about something. Upon seeing this scene, Xuanhuan snorted coldly. The sniper competition was just a month away. What were these old rivals doing in his training camp? Xiaohongcheng, what's your intention? Are you trying to spy on us before the competition? Zhu Yuanba's thunderous voice resonated around, drawing the attention of several chatting middle-aged men immediately. One man, relatively shorter in stature, laughed out loud. Ha ha, old Zhu, do you not know how much skill your sniper training camp has? Do you really need to spy on us? As the head of Susan camp, Zhao Hongcheng held the same position as Zhu Yuanba, and he felt no discomfort at that moment. But other soldiers around them instinctively felt a bit of fear when they saw Zhu Yuanba. After all, his enormous physique alone exerted an immense intimidation factor. Combined with his commanding presence, many soldiers dared not meet his eyes directly. Don't give me any crap. If you're not here to spy, then why have you come? Zhu Yuanba said coldly. It's necessary to exchange some normal information between our responsible military districts, right? Xianxia and I had a discussion. We thought it might be good to exchange some friendly experiences, isn't that right? Zhao Hongcheng questioned back. Don't fool around. You just want to check if we've trained any new talents early, and see if anyone here would threaten the results of this competition, am I wrong? Said Zhu Yuanba. Ha, the facts show that the sniper skills here are as average as ever. Zhao Hongcheng glanced at Xianxia, and then almost simultaneously, they burst into laughter, their heads thrown back. Not far away stood neatly aligned sniper teams, who at this moment lowered their heads, feeling ashamed. Sniping may sound simple, but it requires more than just hard training for this role. Like singing, painting, or playing the piano, being a sniper also needs a certain amount of talent. Evidently, even though their abilities were already strong, there was still a hint of lack in talent. That was also why every previous year at the annual sniper competition, Zhu Yuanba's sniper training camp always finished last. This year is different from the past. Clutching the assembled Barrett rifle in his hand, Zhu Yuanba's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented fervor. Apparently sensing the change in Zhu Yuanba's expression, both Zhao Hongcheng and Xianxia simultaneously turned their gaze toward his right hand. I don't mean to say, but your equipment should have been upgraded long ago. Still using the M8 model from 15 years ago? No wonder your snipers don't have any enthusiasm for training. Old Zhao, you shouldn't talk like that, interjected Xianxia beside him. They handle the marine unit. They aren't specially cultivating snipers. Having the M8 set is already enough. You're right, considering the level of his team, even if they had the M10, it wouldn't bring about significant improvement anyway. At that moment, Zhao Hongcheng and Xianxia seemed to perform a synchronized act, making Zhu Yuanba grit his teeth, wanting nothing more than to slap their faces. The M8 this year is different from the M8S in previous years. Struggling to contain his emotions, Zhu Yuanba carefully placed the assembly box onto the nearby table. M8 is M8. How can it be different from previous years? Don't tell me you plan to beat the two of our large training camps with this M8. Xianxia asked, laughing heartily. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. This year our Susan military camp applied for another batch of procurement funds specifically for our snipers. They'll each be given a Barrett M10. In the past, hearing such words from Zhao Hongcheng, Zhu Yuanba would probably be seething with envy. But now, Zhu Yuanba remained calm, regardless of whatever guns his opponents were carrying. He had absolute confidence that the gun in his hands could dominate all. I had someone modify the Barrett. It's time to test its performance. Today I'll show you too. Zhu Yuanba coldly announced. Modify Barrett? Zhao Hongcheng stared wide-eyed at Zhu Yuanba. Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is a car you can just modify at will? That's right, old Zhu, you shouldn't mess with firearms too casually. If something goes wrong and it misfires, the consequences will be serious, warned Xianxia from the side. Shut up, both of you. Ignorant fools. Zhu Yuanba chuckled mockingly. Snap. The sound of the assembly box opening resounded. When Zhu Yuanba lifted the lid, he froze. Not only did he freeze, but so did Xianxia and Zhao Hongcheng. The snipers who had gathered from the other four sides also completely froze when they saw what was inside. After a long pause, Zhao Hongcheng couldn't help but burst out laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuanba, who is the genius modification expert that turned your M8 into a toy gun? In the box were only a few simple parts, and it was precisely these few parts. They looked like some sci-fi style toy guns. At best, the paint job had an impressive metallic texture. It seemed like the quality should be pretty good. There are indeed traces of Barrett in it, but this thing, Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, this thing probably sprays water quite far. A few young snipers behind them tried their best to suppress their laughter, but upon hearing this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, Zhu Yuanba himself felt like it might be an illusion. Did Li Tianheng give him the wrong item? Otherwise, how could the Barrett M8 have been modified into this form? But he immediately realized that Li Tianheng was absolutely incapable of making such a low-level mistake. And wasn't that black samurai mech just as unreal looking? Who said firearms must still look traditional? Private Lu Wenwen, step forward. Zhu Yuanba suddenly roared. Present. A crisp voice responded as a statuesque woman marched with powerful steps beside them. Carefully review the manual and prepare to assemble and test the firearm. Yes. Lu Wenwen maintained a poker face and picked up the manual tucked inside the lid of the assembly box. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hongcheng and Xianxia were stunned once again. Hey old Zhu, are you serious? Old Zhu, there's no need to be so strict. We all know this isn't your forte. Why go through all this trouble? The more Zhao Hongcheng and Xianxia spoke this way, the angrier Zhu Yuanba became inside. Chapter 24, Extreme range, 10,000 meters. There was no point in saying anything at a time like this. The only way to shut these two guys up was to bring out something substantial. So, Zhu Yuanba simply kept quiet and waited patiently for Lu Wenwen to finish reading. After about 10 minutes, Lu Wenwen placed the manual on the desk. Report. Finished reading the manual. How about it? How difficult is the operation? Zhu Yuanba asked. According to the manual, the operational difficulty is very low. However, if what this manual says is true, I suggest we change the testing ground, Lu Wenwen said. Huh? What? Zhu Yuanba asked. Because the power of this gun is immense. This site cannot fully demonstrate its power. Upon hearing Lu Wenwen's words, xiuxian and xianxia were stunned. Realizing the situation, they almost burst into uncontrollable laughter. I just want to ask, what kind of gun requires a range larger than 100 meters? Xiuxian laughed loudly. Shut your mouth, you'll understand soon. Zhu Yuanba let out a cold snort. Although he himself wasn't entirely sure, he then looked at Lu Wenwen and the others. Then we'll change the place. Go to the mobile target range in Zone 3 East. With Zhu Yuanba's order, everyone headed straight for Zone 3 East, with Xiuxian and xianxia closely following behind. Hey, old Zhao, why is he so confident? Is there really something peculiar about this gun? Xianxia asked quietly and curiously beside him. What peculiarities? If this thing can even fire bullets, that's already impressive, Xiuxian said indifferently. Although xianxia was still a bit puzzled, thinking of the parts inside the assembly box, he quickly dispelled any doubts in his mind. Regardless of what Zhu Yuanba was relying on, as Xiuxian had said, it was still uncertain whether the things in the box could even fire bullets. The group arrived at an open area where various obstacles and moving targets were set up ahead. Lu Wenwen stared intently at the assembly box and began to put together the components. In just 10 seconds, a silver-gray long gun came into view of everyone. Compared to ordinary firearms, the one Lu Wenwen held did indeed look rather unusual. To be more precise, it truly resembled an exquisitely crafted toy gun. What was perplexing was that once these parts were assembled, there was absolutely no visible seam. It was as if the gun had originally been a single unit. On the left side of the gun, there were 5 battery indicators, all fully lit. Moreover, the aiming system was integrated with the body of the gun, with the entire aiming channel extending from the guns, but all the way to the front of the barrel. At first glance, it resembled a Gauss rifle from a sci-fi movie capable of firing laser rounds, stylish yet refined. Let's begin. Zhu Yuanba's voice rang out. Understood. Lu Wenwen took a deep breath, removed the magazine from a nearby sniper rifle, and attached it to the bottom of the gun. May I ask, isn't this magazine specifically designed for the 510 sniper rifle and its ammunition? How can it be used on other guns? Xianxia asked on the side. This was also the doubt shared by everyone else around them. Different models of magazines and gun bodies. How could they fit together? According to the detailed explanation in the manual, this gun can accommodate magazines of all sniper rifle models. What? Both Xianxia and Xiuxian were completely baffled, and everyone else nearby wore looks of astonishment. This sounded less like a real gun and more like a product from science fiction. Lu Wenwen, don't be distracted by outside influences. Focus on testing the gun. Yes. Lu Wenwen raised the gun and aimed forward. With everyone holding their breath, she gently pulled the trigger. Pop. A crisp sound echoed, and under everyone's astonished gaze, they seemed to see something fly out from the muzzle. But that wasn't the key point. The strange sound was. When the trigger was pulled, the gun produced absolutely no recoil. Also, throughout the entire process, Lu Wenwen experienced no strain whatsoever. How is it going? Zhu Yuanba was also extremely tense from the sidelines. He was full of doubts and curiosity, just like everyone else. But at this moment, Xiuxian and Xianxia's laughter erupted again. Alright, old Zhu, we get it. We know this gun is amazing, alright. Xiuxian shouted loudly. You two have a toothache every minute you stop talking, huh? Zhu Yuanba said coldly. Sir, this gun has accurately hit the metal target at a distance of 4,500 meters. Lu Wenwen adjusted a display screen beside her, and shortly after, a red target appeared on it. What was astonishing was that within the 6 rings of the target, there was now a massive hole. It looked as though it had been struck by a cannonball. Otherwise, there was no way it could have caused such immense damage. Did I hear you correctly? That target is 4,500 meters away. Xianxia asked with a shocked expression as he stared ahead. Yes, Lu Wenwen replied, her gaze serious yet exhilarated as she looked at the firearm in her hands. The maximum range of this gun is 10,000 meters. And because it uses an electromagnetic firing system, this gun has no traditional recoil, is lightweight, and can be compatible with all types of magazines without needing to adjust for weather or other factors. As Lu Wenwen spoke, everyone around her was utterly stunned. It took several moments for Xiuxian to regain his composure. Are you joking? What age are we living in now? How could a gun like this possibly exist? Xiuxian exclaimed. This isn't me saying it. It's written in the manual. And I just tested it. There's no exaggeration. Lu Wenwen paused, then suddenly lifted the entire gun with one hand, aiming at the moving targets 200 meters away. In almost the same instant the targets aligned on the same straight line, Lu Wenwen pulled the trigger. Chapter 25, Automatic Aiming. Pop. The same sound appeared, and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, a massive hole appeared in the center of all the moving targets. How could this be possible? Xiuxian and Xianxia were completely stunned. Not only these two people, but even Zhu Yuanba was shocked into immobility. At the moment the bullet was fired, he indeed didn't notice any recoil at all. but it was undeniable that all the targets in front had been penetrated. Most importantly, Lu Wenwen, a woman, had single-handedly controlled the gun. It was simply beyond belief. This can't be true. This absolutely can't be true. Zhao Hongsheng rushed over and snatched the gun from Lu Wenwen's hands. His face expressed even greater shock. Is it so light? Without the magazine, wouldn't it weigh less than 2 Jin? Hey, what are you doing? Robbery now. Realizing this, Zhu Yuanba stepped forward in front of Zhao Hongsheng. His towering figure, accompanied by a chilling aura, Zhao Hongsheng gave an involuntary start. Almost instinctively, he shoved the gun back into Zhu Yuanba's hand. This isn't scientific. This isn't scientific. How can such a gun exist? It's ridiculous and too absurd. Even though he witnessed the power of the gun with his own eyes, his understanding and basic common sense made it hard for him to accept such a thing. If Zhu Yuanba were to take part in the sniper competition with this gun, the outcome of this year's contest would really be unpredictable. Ho! If you saw the mech suit that kid came up with, wouldn't you find it even harder to believe? A hint of pride appeared on Zhu Yuanba's face as he casually handed the gun back to Lu Wenwen. This just shows advanced equipment. It doesn't represent a sniper's real skill. Xianxia said. What? Let's have a shootout. Zhu Yuanba's tone carried a trace of provocation. What's wrong with that? Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Wei Yi, step out. An inch-head young man moved forward, carrying a case of disassembled weaponry. His sharp eyes and rigid features spoke volumes. Clearly, he was no ordinary sniper. To our sniper from Qijiang, Lu Wenwen. Let's see who has more skills. Agreed. Zhao Kai, step out. Just then, Zhao Hongsheng also shouted loudly. Another young man stepped forward. You two will exchange some knowledge with Lu Wenwen. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanba gave a derisive laugh. If earlier there had been a slight worry, now he had fully relaxed, as Lu Wenwen's earlier performance already gave him enough confidence. What kind of way should we compare? Zhu Yuanba asked. Just accuracy and speed. Launch high-altitude moving target bullets. Whoever hits the most wins. Xianxia said. All right. Zhu Yuanba finished and asked again. What about distance? T2 kilometers. Xianxia hesitated a moment, thinking about Lu Wenwen hitting a target 4 kilometers away before. In terms of range, they were already at a disadvantage. Fine, then let's make it 2 kilometers. Zhu Yuanba said. A target car drove to the designated position 2 kilometers away. At the same time, screens behind them broadcast live all scenes from different angles. The target car will simultaneously launch 10 targets into the sky. All 3 of you will shoot at the same time, and whoever hits the most targets before they hit the ground will win. This project is commonly seen in many modern sniper competitions. It severely tests a contestant's reflexes, adaptability under pressure, and gun control. And keep in mind that this is happening 2 kilometers away. Even a slight tremble can cause the scope to deviate significantly. Thus, such split-second shooting is the best test of a sniper's practical combat abilities. Zhao Kai and Wei Yi each took their positions, setting up their rifles on stable grounds and adjusting the scopes. On the contrary, Lu Wenwen did so effortlessly, easily resting the rifle stock on her shoulder. It seemed she was going to hold the Barrett rifle in her hands and compete like this. This is way too presumptuous. 2 kilometers range. Even her both hands couldn't remain steady enough to avoid deviation. That's interesting. If Zhao Kai and Wei Yi lose, this will certainly become something to watch. Impossible. They are elite snipers, the top contenders likely to win the title this year. I'm really curious who crafted that gun. How could something so incredible exist? Amidst the buzzing murmurs of the crowd, Lu Wenwen made fine adjustments to her rifle while gripping it firmly. Right after peering through the scope, everyone held their breath. After about 5 seconds, a beep sound came from beside. Simultaneously, exactly 10 targets were launched into the sky from 2 kilometers away. Lu Shuang and Wei Yi were still preparing via their scopes. Then the next second, a sound followed, pop pop pop. Crackling sounds continued to ring out, and in just 2 short seconds, Lu Wenwen had already put down her gun. Report, shooting completed. The scene fell silent, with everyone looking at Lu Wenwen as if she were a monster. Even Zhao Kai and Wei Yi, who hadn't even managed to pull the trigger yet, were utterly bewildered. What happened? What about the targets? Just then, a young observer beside them operated a large screen. All 10 target centers have been hit, and the electronic target centers automatically disappeared. This type of target offered the greatest advantage by changing colors after being struck. This way, later shooters would lose sight of the target, making competition rankings more accurate. How is this possible? This can't be real. She didn't even aim. Zhao Hongsheng said in disbelief. I don't need to aim. Lu Wenwen replied as she glanced at the firearm in her hand. This gun has advanced automatic aiming capabilities. Once adjusted, the gun will lock on the target automatically. After locking, it even follows the target, so I only need to pull the trigger to precisely hit the target. This, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhao Hongsheng exclaimed, hardly able to accept it. If I demonstrate again, you'll all understand. Lu Wenwen suddenly looked towards a moving target 200 meters away. After adjusting the gun, she aimed it at the target with one hand. Then, astonishingly, Lu Wenwen lowered her head and didn't look at the target, which left everyone speechless once again. About 3 seconds later, she pulled the trigger, and the moving target was immediately penetrated by that single shot. Oh my god, what am I witnessing here? Have I traveled to the future world? A soldier nearby couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, eyes fixed on the weapon Lu Wenwen held. Zhao Hongsheng and Xianxia were completely stunned, to the point they couldn't speak for quite some time. I cannot say Zhao Kai and Wei Yi's sniping abilities are insufficient. Instead, Technology will always surpass human capability. Zhu Yuanba gave a light smile, his sense of pride growing stronger. But this gun, well, it's still modified by a human. With this thing in hand, snipers might as well start looking for new jobs. Xianxia couldn't help but blurt out fearfully. Who helped you modify this gun? It's not scientific at all. It's too far from common knowledge. Though knowing Zhu Yuanba wouldn't easily divulge, Zhao Hongqing still couldn't resist asking the question that concerned everyone deeply. Chapter 26, Heading to the Base. What? You want him to modify it for you too? Zhu Yuanba scoffed. Are you stupid, or am I? Zhao Hongqing's gaze suddenly became serious as he said, equipment of this level should be given to the strongest sniper. As a specialized sniper training camp, we have the right to know the origin of this gun. Don't bother with all that crap, don't even think about it. Zhu Yuanba refused Zhao Hongqing without mercy. Zhao Hongqing was so angry his face turned pale. Xianxia beside him also looked extremely uneasy. Seeing their expressions, Zhu Yuanba felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Alright, you've seen enough. Don't waste time on training here. Scram back where you came from. Zhao Hongqing wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Xianxia who pulled him aside, barely suppressing his urge. What? Glaring at me? What do you plan? Dissatisfied? Want to fight? Zhu Yuanba laughed loudly. Back when we were rookies, you got beaten up by me plenty. Do you think you can beat me now? Alright, Zhu Yuanba, you're really something. With anger etched across his face, Zhao Hongqing turned around and left with Xianxia, looking quite humiliated. Left behind, Zhu Yuanba felt a special pleasure watching their disheveled backs. But this pleasure was short-lived. Shock continued to accompany Zhu Yuanba. He knew Li Tianhong's modified Barrett rifle would surely be extraordinary. Yet, he never imagined the sci-fi stuff would come to life in reality before his eyes. It seems next year's global military exhibition will indeed be interesting. Zhu Yuanba, excited beyond measure, left the sniper range with the rifle. In the car, both Zhao Hongqing and Xianxia appeared extremely solemn. Honestly speaking, whether it was the little test or the sniper championship, win or lose mattered less to them than seeing many outstanding snipers rise to prominence. This was the greatest significance of organizing such competitions. But now, this meaning paled in comparison before the modified Barrett rifle. A sniper rifle with auto-aiming function. If this weapon were to become widespread, almost everyone could become a sniper. Their sniper training camp would inevitably be disbanded sooner or later. This is what Zhao Hongqing and Xianxia truly worried about. Our top priority now is finding out who did the modifications to the sniper rifle Zhu Yuanba possesses. Xianxia's eyes showed deep concern. Thinking of possible future events made him anxious. I've observed all present here, and I estimate only Zhu Yuanba knows about this. If he doesn't say, we'll likely never find out for the moment. Zhao Hongqing stared with utmost darkness. They had always been longtime rivals with Zhu Yuanba. Only during major incidents could they unite against external threats. Otherwise, usually they remained competitive with each other. Now Zhu Yuanba held a futuristic weapon in his hands. How could Zhao Hongqing stay at peace? Did you hear Zhu Yuanba say a certain sentence just now? Xianxia suddenly said. What sentence? Zhao Hongqing immediately asked. Zhu Yuanba mentioned that if we see the mech created by that kid, it would be harder for us to accept. Recalling these words, Zhao Hongqing's eyes also brightened. Zhu Yuanba had indeed said this. It just happened to get ignored due to the rage he harbored at that time. Firstly, from this sentence alone, we can deduce that the other person is young. Zhao Hongqing nodded. If not a young man, Zhu Yuanba wouldn't refer to him as a kid. Secondly, also the main focus of this sentence, is that his kid seems to have also built a mech. Mech? Old Zhao, to my knowledge, there are very few people in our country developing mechs. Academician Liu Yuanshan is one, and Minister Wang Shui from the Northwest Research Department is another. Xianxia's eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. If that young man has really developed an advanced mech, I believe these two would certainly have some relevant information. Yes. Zhao Hongqing's eyes shone even brighter. Good job, Xianxia. Your brain works fast. Let's go. We'll visit Minister Wang closest to us. Nodding, Xianxia agreed without hesitation, and the two set off directly toward Wang Shui's location. Li Tianheng naturally didn't know about any of these developments. After spending several days at home with his parents, he clarified related matters, then returned to school to resolve his enrollment status. Once sorted, he and Yun Sherman went straight to the base location sent by Liu Yuanshan. Donghai Sharp Beak Cliff. Here originally was a barren coastal terrain, but now, from afar, one could see row after row of buildings built along the cliffside. Inside and outside these buildings, engineering vehicles were seen bustling about. With these buildings as the center, a 30-kilometer radius on land was designated as a no-go zone. The same restriction applied to a 30 nautical mile area at sea. This was due to the fact that this place was a brand new research base constructed by Liu Yuanshan. Initially, he had planned to relocate all of his equipment and technologies here. However, after seeing the mech Li Tianheng had created, he realized Li Tianheng was more suited for this location. It took an entire half-month for the handover, with multiple back-and-forth visits. All staff and technicians dispatched here had been informed that they would soon have a new head of the base, who would also serve as the chief designer of cutting-edge technologies. At that moment, Li Tianheng and Yun Sherman arrived by car, with bodyguards Wang Chun and Lei Xiaoya closely following them. As they had communicated in advance with Liu Yuanshan, Liu Xuanhuan, the temporary manager here, had already waited to receive them. When 50-year-old Liu Xuanhuan saw Li Tianheng and his group, he couldn't help but be startled momentarily. Liu Yuanshan had said the person was young, But Lu Xiuan had imagined someone in their 30s or 40s. Who could have guessed that everyone appearing before him looked to be only in their 20s? Excuse me, is Mr. Li Tianhang, the designer, present? Hello, I'm the one. The moment Li Tianhang stepped forward, another wave of surprise flickered across Lu Xiuan's face. You. Hello, I didn't expect you to be so young. Lu Xiuan continued. Could I take a look at the identity verification information provided by Mr. Lu? Certainly. Li Tianhang took out his phone and opened a picture inside. It was the one Lu Yuanshan had sent him earlier. In Lu Yuanshan's absence, this photo would grant direct access to the base. Perfect, everything checks out. Please come in. Lu Xiuan gestured with a welcoming motion, and the group proceeded inside through the gate. Chapter 27, Doubt. Li Tianhang asked while walking. Is academician Lu not here today? He's on his way, and he should be here soon. Lu Xiuan smiled and said, Old Lu can't wait to transfer all the mecha projects here, including all the prototype machines. He says he'll fully entrust you with the responsibility. Li Tianhang felt a bit flustered. It seems that Lu Yuanshan's passion for the mecha cause is indeed not just talk. Under Lu Xiuan's lead, Li Tianhang and the others entered the base. This place is much bigger than your modification factory. Yun Sherman looked around at the buildings and various devices placed outside, her face showing uncontrollable excitement. Li Tianhang's modification plant was simply a reformed original factory with some upgraded equipment. Whether in terms of space or area, it was very limited. Moreover, because it was on the edge of the city, some large-scale modifications were even full of inconvenience. But there was no such problem in this place. Since old Lu hasn't arrived yet, why don't I take you guys on a tour first to roughly understand this place? Lu Xiuan said. Sure. Lu Xiuan led them deeper into the base, and soon they arrived at a huge production and manufacturing base. There were quite a few staff placing some equipment, and advanced mechanical equipment could be seen everywhere in the huge factory. This is our factory number 1. This place was originally intended to be built as a rocket launch base, but due to some other reasons, it was put on hold. After old Lu took over, he remodeled it, intending to use it as a large mecha research and production base. Factory number 1 is planned as a mecha mold production line. Li Tianhang nodded, and it must be said that Lu Yuanshan had considered everything thoroughly. Although the technology he mastered was not yet so advanced, the equipment here was complete. Lu brother, how are these newly recruited workers? A middle-aged man laughed as he walked over. Judging by his clothes, he should be the head of the factory. Don't spout nonsense, Xiuanhuan. This is Li Tianhang, whom old Lu mentioned before. He's also the head of our research base. Lu Xiuan said. What? What? Xiuanhuan was dumbfounded, staring at Li Tianhang for a long time. Then he pulled Lu Xiuan aside. Lu brother, you haven't made a mistake, right? How could this be possible? He looks only about 20-something years old. Xiuanhuan's voice was very low, and from time to time during his speech, he glanced at Li Tianhang, clearly struggling to accept the age issue. It won't be wrong. Although old Lu didn't specify the age, the identity proof information is correct. He's the person old Lu mentioned. Lu Xiuan said. How? How could this be possible? Unbelief still lingered on Xiuanhuan's face. This is too outrageous. At 20-some years old, how could he take charge of this place? I don't know either, but judging from old Lu's tone, he might have some skills. In fact, Lu Xiuan was also filled with doubts. However, since Lu Yuanshan arranged it this way, he naturally has no qualification to say anything, and can only take one step at a time. How can this be? There's no way any of us would accept someone who suddenly steps in to take over. Xiuanhuan wore an air of indignation. Then he added, I think it's probably through connections. Hush, don't talk nonsense. How could old Lu possibly be that kind of person? Lu Xiuan reprimanded him. But, alright, stop guessing randomly. Let's wait until old Lu arrives, and we'll see then. Lu Xiuan patted Xiuanhuan's shoulder, and then continued leading Li Tianhang around. At this moment, Xiuanhuan stared at Li Tianhang and the group with a strangely dark gaze. The surrounding other staff members had gathered together, starting to discuss loudly. Old Lu said the person taking over here is very young. I didn't expect him to be this young. An adjacent middle-aged man said. It's definitely absurd. We've at least contributed a lot and conducted serious research here. In the future, do we have to follow the orders of a young guy in his 20s? Another person said. Perhaps he really has some skill. Otherwise, old Lu wouldn't just let anyone come take over such a large base. Someone nearby said. Even if he does have some skill, how much can he truly possess? So young, without a single credential. Anyway, I refuse. I refuse to. When old Lu comes, I will ask him clearly. All the people here are those who have achieved significant breakthroughs in their respective professional fields. Some have already reached professorial levels. They came here. In fact, they all agreed to let things go for Lu Yuanshan's face and out of their own dedication and passion for the mecha cause. If a whippersnapper were to take over here, there was no way these people would feel convinced in their hearts. Let's wait for Mr. Lu to come back and ask him about the situation. Xiuanhuan said after taking a deep breath. At this moment, Li Tianhang was being led by Lu Xiuan to roughly familiarize himself with various areas here, and Xiuanhuan and his group had quietly gathered at the entrance of the base. Soon after, several vehicles arrived one after another. Large objects wrapped entirely in black cloth could be seen from the back of the trucks. These must contain the mecha components that Lu Yuanshan had developed over the years. As soon as Lu Yuanshan got out of the car, Xiuanhuan and the others rushed over. Mr. Lu, you've finally come. What's going on? Seeing the anxious eyes of everyone around him, Lu Yuanshan looked astonished. You said the person who would take over the base is relatively young, but isn't he a bit too young? That's right, Mr. Liu, Xuanhuan added beside him. A 20-something-year-old man in charge of such a large project here? Everyone naturally feels bu fu cheat. Hearing this, Lu Yuanshan paused for a moment, then suddenly wore a smile on his face. Apparently, Li Tianheng had already arrived. As for the doubts these people currently had, Lu Yuanshan showed no annoyance. Instead, his smile grew even deeper. Anyone who saw Li Tianheng for the first time would definitely be deceived by his youthful appearance. Naturally, it wasn't Zhang Quan's fault or anyone else's. Even if Lu Yuanshan tried to explain now, it wouldn't make any difference. Only when Li Tianheng proved himself with genuine capabilities could these people be fully convinced. Well, actually you don't need to worry about this matter. Everything will become clear to you later. Lu Yuanshan responded. Mr. Lu, we really don't understand. Look at him. Does he seem like someone who can conduct serious research? Another middle-aged man still disagreed. It's just not the right time yet. Once the time comes, you'll know. Lu Yuanshan smiled again. Just as everyone still had puzzled looks on their faces, several more cars suddenly came down the road. Chapter 28 Gathering. After these vehicles parked well, when Zhang Quan and others saw the people getting out of the car, everyone was stunned. Minister Wang. Minister Wang. Yes, the old man with a face full of pockmarks was none other than Wang Shuai. Impressed by the power of that mech, Wang Shuai had long been eager to meet Li Tianheng. Where's that Li Tianheng? Is he in the base? Wang Shuai asked upon arrival. He arrived just before me. Lu Yuan should be showing him around the base, Lu Yuanshan said. Let's go, take me to meet this godlike person. I must see him today, Wang Shuai said. Wang Matzi, literally meaning Wang pockmarks. Let's get one thing straight. Meeting is fine, but you'd better not have any ulterior motives. He's already the head of my base, Lu Yuanshan said. Are you implying I'm that kind of person? Wang Shuai said angrily. If I didn't know you were that kind of person, would I bother reminding you? Lu Yuanshan said. You? Suddenly, as Wang Shuai was about to say something, two men came forward and warmly shook hands with Lu Yuanshan. Hello, Academician Liu. I am Zhao Hongcheng, the head of Susan Military Camp. Hello, Academician Liu. I am xianxia, the head of Bong Training Camp. The two successively shook hands with Lu Yuanshan. If Zhu Yuanba were here, he probably would have rushed forward to beat up these two without hesitation. They contacted Wang Shuai through various channels and learned some information about Li Tianheng from him. In fact, all the information Wang Shuai heard originally came from Lu Yuanshan's mouth. But at least for them, it was already a major breakthrough. Hello. Lu Yuanshan shook hands with each of them. Though unfamiliar, Lu Yuanshan also recognized their names. Our visit today is also to see that young man, to explore the possibility of cooperation, Zhao Hongqing said. That's something you'll have to discuss directly with Li Tianheng, Lu Yuanshan said. Both Zhao Hongqing and xianxia nodded excitedly. With Lu Yuanshan saying this, they were finally reassured. Suddenly, as everyone was about to enter the base together, the roar of helicopters sounded in the sky. Two helicopters landed successively toward the base. Zhu Yuanba stepped down from the helicopter, his eyes locking on Zhao Hongqing and xianxia almost instantly. For a brief moment, the whole world seemed to freeze. How shameless can the two of you be? Zhu Yuanba frowned and said, You? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Hongqing couldn't help but respond. Li Tianheng isn't your personal property. Why shouldn't we talk to him? What do you want to talk about? He's so busy all day dealing with equipment and research. When will he even have time to deal with you? Zhu Yuanba questioned. If he's so busy, why? Why can you see him? Why do you have the privilege to cooperate with him? Xianxia said from beside. Are you two trying to challenge me? You think I won't dare hit you in front of Elder Liu? Zhu Yuanba's towering figure approached them, causing both of them to step back increasingly faster. Cough cough. No problem. Since we're all here to see Tianheng, let's meet him first before anything else, Lu Yuanshan interjected. Only then did Zhu Yuanba stop his steps, glaring fiercely at the two. Then, the group headed into the base. At the moment not far away, Zhang Quan and his companions were completely stunned. Each of the individuals present was a big shot leading an important organization, yet they all were vying to meet Li Tianheng. What exactly does that young man, who they had belittled moments ago, possess that makes everyone clamor to see him? With shock and curiosity, Zhang Quan followed closely behind. A large entourage made their way into the base interior, and soon enough, met Li Tianheng, who had nearly finished his tour. Old Master Liu, you've arrived. Li Tianheng shook hands with Lu Yuanshan. As he glanced ahead at the dozens of people, he paused slightly in surprise. So lively. Tianheng, all these people are your fans. Lu Yuanshan personally introduced everyone to Li Tianheng. After a few minutes, he had a general understanding of who they were. Hello everyone. I'm new here. If there are opportunities for collaboration in the future, feel free to speak up. Li Tianheng said. The expressions of Zhao Hongqing and Zhang Xian became even more excited. It seemed like Li Tianheng was much easier to talk to than they had imagined. Tianheng, set aside what they're after for now. I've already transported all the mech parts over, Lu Yuanshan said, looking at the vehicles unloading not far away. It's fine. If we have a prototype, the modification will be relatively easy and won't delay anything, Li Tianheng said. That's good. Hey, Tianheng, I wonder if you're interested in taking on students. Wang Shuai interjected. If this top-notch technology could be widely used, it would certainly make our entire linguist technology soar rapidly. Are you ignoring my words deliberately, Wang Matzi? Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but yell in anger. I didn't say I want to poach Li Tianheng. Why are you so worked up? Wang Shuai retorted angrily. You want to take Li Tianheng? Are you dreaming of flying? Lu Yuanshan replied rudely. You, cough cough. Currently, I don't plan to take on any students. But I also don't intend to privatize this technology. When I have time, I'll document all these techniques and share them with all of you. Li Tianheng said with a smile. You mean you're going to hand over all these technologies without holding back? Wang Shuai stared at Li Tianheng, disbelievingly. Yes, precisely speaking, I will hand over all the research results to the nation. With a solemn gaze, Li Tianheng continued. A strong country ensures stability for its people, and these advanced scientific technologies are one of the ways to strengthen the country. So, you don't need to worry that I will withhold anything. After hearing this, Lu Yuanshan and everyone else couldn't help but show deep respect for Li Tianheng. At such a young age, he possessed such a grand vision and boldness. No wonder he was able to master those cutting-edge technologies. Zhu Yuanba, have you seen this? Zhao Hongqing burst out laughing. This is called having a grand vision. Look at you, big and burly, but can your breadth of mind and demeanor even match a tenth of his? There's no need for anyone to be anxious about these issues. Li Tianheng said calmly. We're all citizens of Longhua, and every action we take is for national peace and security, for enhancing our strength. Therefore, I will treat each and every one of you equally. Look at this young man. Xianxia was almost laughing uncontrollably. This is what the youth of our Longhua should be like. After exchanging ideas with these individuals for more than 2 hours, Li Tianheng finally returned to the equipment factory. There was a great deal of gear, machine tools, and other devices here awaiting his upgrade and modification. Without basic facilities and equipment, he wouldn't be able to modify the equipment they needed. Chapter 29, Reprogramming, Automation. Li Tianheng and Yun Shimin looked again at the various large-scale equipment inside Factory Number 1. Lu Xiuxian and Xuanhuan stood behind them, looking nervous, though they still had some doubts about Li Tianheng. After talking with Lu Yuanshan and others earlier, now they were filled mostly with curiosity. What kind of skills did this young man possess that earned him such respect from so many important people? The equipment in Factory Number 1 is quite complete. It's perfect for modifying and producing mechs. A flash of enthusiasm passed through Li Tianheng's eyes. Compared to his car modification shop, there was so much more potential here to unleash creativity. But with all this heavy equipment, this upgrade process will not be simple, Yin Shimin said. Fortunately, Li Tianheng took a 2-meter-long silver briefcase out of the car. This set of holographic projection equipment is intact, as are the scanner, engineering vehicles, and robots. These will save us a lot of time. Yun Shimin's face showed a hint of excitement too. Although she was working as Li Tianheng's assistant, she still hadn't fully gotten acquainted with even some basic tasks yet. First, I need to write a program to connect with the operating system here. Li Tianheng pulled out his laptop. At that moment, Lu Xiuxian and Zhang Quan came over. We already have a pre-installed operating system here. All the equipment can be controlled automatically via computer, Lu Xiuxian said. What you're referring to? Li Tianheng glanced at those robotic arms and other equipment, shaking his head. They're a bit outdated. Relying on them would really exhaust us. But, Yun Shimin interjected abruptly. Since Li Tianheng has taken charge of this place, everything naturally revolves around his decisions. Okay, Zhang Quan wanted to say something more, but Lu Xiuxian stopped him. Li Tianheng took out several wires, connecting his laptop ports to the device ports here. Then he started typing vigorously on the computer. Classmate, don't you want to learn? You can take a look at the code I'm writing. Maybe it'll give you some inspiration. Yes. In fact, without Li Tianheng saying anything, Yun Shimin had already been staring intently at the screen. Not just her. Lu Xiuxian and Zhang Quan also fixed their gaze simultaneously on Li Tianheng's computer, and they all went blank. Xiaoyu, aren't you into programming? Can you understand what he's writing? Zhang Quan asked quietly. I can only understand a small part of it. It seems to be some sort of intelligent automation stuff. The rest goes beyond my knowledge, he replied. How could that be? Aren't you the genius who claims to hack into weather satellites, and yet you can't understand what he's writing? Zhang Quan exclaimed in shock. Well, I'm not omnipotent either. How could I understand every single piece of code? Although everyone was staring at Li Tianheng's computer screen, almost no one understood what he was coding. Half an hour later. Done. Li Tianheng pressed enter, and immediately everyone saw all the equipment in the factory moving. It was as if these machines had come alive, lighting up and running as if infected by a virus. How is that possible? Without a password, how did you control these machines? Zhang Quan stared at the illuminated machines, shocked. At that moment, everyone regarded Li Tianheng like a monster. I erased your passwords through the backend program. Now the devices are unprotected. What? Not only Zhang Quan, but everyone else was astonished by Li Tianheng's actions. Ignoring their shock, Li Tianheng activated the holographic projector and turned on the scanning device he had brought along. A scanner equipped with 4 wheels slowly moved around the factory. Green beams of light kept sweeping across the heavy machinery, with everyone stunned once more. The 3D projections of the large machinery began appearing before Li Tianheng. Even more shocking, Li Tianheng's hands actually reached into these realistic 3D models. He then magnified, disassembled, and broke down these machine models into countless components. Is this touch-sensitive holographic projection? Lu Xiuxian widened his eyes as if watching a monster. At this point, Lu Xiuxian suddenly realized why big shots like Lu Zongyuan and Wang Shuai held such great respect for this young man. At least, everything happening right in front of their eyes far exceeded the cognition of everyone present. It's the same structure as I imagined. Li Tianheng muttered to himself, then switched on the humanoid robot. Boss, long time no see. You finally remembered me, Little Hang. A cartoon smiley face appeared on the screen of Little Hang's robotic face. I've stored the data for the large-scale modification machinery in you. Use it to remodel this factory. Li Tianheng said. All right, boss. But I need remote control commands to enable automated operation. The program's ready, and I've just wirelessly transmitted it to you. Got it. The rest is up to me. Little Hang then performed a very human-like gesture of patting its chest, a move that completely defied everyone's sense of logic once more and left them all dumbfounded. If the sight of the holographic projection was shocking, now they truly viewed Li Tianheng as some kind of monster. Mr. Li, Minister Li, may I ask if this is an intelligent robot? Lu Xuan asked, his voice brimming with disbelief. You must not question my boss's abilities. Little Hang interrupted before Li Tianheng could reply. I am a robot created by boss with independent thinking capabilities, capable of assisting him in related tasks. This. Everyone stared at Little Hang as if they were seeing a ghost. Every movement and expression displayed on the screen when Little Hang spoke, along with its body language, were virtually indistinguishable from a real person. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to be amazed. Intelligent robots and relevant smart machinery will become the mainstay here in the future. This statement stunned everyone into silence yet again. It wasn't until this moment that they might have fully grasped what Li Tianheng represented, not just to Lu Yuanshan, but also to the entire field of science and technology. All right, leaving this to Little Hang will do. Let's go back and rest. Li Tianheng said. Okay. After briefing Lu Xuan and Zhang Quan on some important precautions, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian departed from the scene. Left behind, the group witnessed all mechanical equipment operating automatically, continuously executing the orders given by Little Hang. Chapter 30. Running away to the edge of the universe. Xiao Hang was just like a real person. He could take over all the tasks here without needing any external force at all. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. How? How can he achieve these things? These things. I haven't even imagined them. Lu Xiuxian muttered to himself, and even now, he still had an unreal feeling. Everything he was experiencing in front of him was as if it were a dream, or as if he had really arrived at some sci-fi scene. Each era will see the emergence of some god-level individuals who will push forward the progress of our civilization. There was the Industrial Revolution, Einstein, Tesla, maybe the person who is advancing modern civilization is right before our eyes. Zhang Quan and the others still couldn't believe it, and some people had already elevated Li Tianheng to a level equal to Einstein's. At least, all of this was too out of the ordinary. That's enough, stop thinking about these things. Anyway, with him in charge of this scientific research base, I have no objections. As soon as those words came out, almost everyone instinctively nodded. The scientific research field has always pursued technology and achievements above all else. It's like football or basketball. No matter how much you talk, there's no use. Only those who reach the pinnacle, holding the trophy, have the final say. It's the same principle here. In the past, they thought Li Tianheng was too young and didn't deserve to be their boss. But after just a little trial just now, they had all changed their minds. Evening quietly approached, and it must be said that this base by the sea was very beautiful. At this moment, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian leaned both hands on the railing, silently gazing at the scenery of the horizon ahead. Given the current situation, it seems like I am dispensable as your assistant, Xiuxian said. Who says that? Li Tianheng asked in return. Do I need to say more? Xiuxian said irritably. Your robot can solve all your problems. I'm totally redundant, as an assistant. Nonsense, robots are machines after all. They can solve technical problems, but there are some issues they cannot resolve, Li Tianheng replied solemnly. I think you're the one who's nonsense. That robot of yours can do things even humans can't. Xiuxian said, but it can't be like you. Accompany me to watch sunrises and sunsets. Li Tianheng's sentence, as if carrying an electric current, instantly hit Xiuxian's heart. You're so disgusting. All day sweet talking to cheer people up. Xiuxian's face turned red with shyness, especially under the glow of the sunset, making her appear even more stunningly alluring at this moment. Beside her, Li Tianheng couldn't help but stare. In the prime of youth, their two burning hearts felt as if they were being interwoven and fused by some unknown force. Sister-in-law, have you ever wondered what's at the end of the universe? Li Tianheng looked up at the sky gradually darkening, his eyes taking on a deeper glint not usually seen. How would a girl like me possibly think about such questions? Xiuxian also looked up at the sky. If you're a girl, then how did you manage to produce a mech suit over 20 meters tall? Li Tianheng questioned. It's different. Xiuxian paused for a second before continuing. Could it be, you know? I don't know what's at the edge of the universe either, but one day I want to use my abilities to find out. Li Tianheng suddenly turned his head and looked towards Xiuxian. My junior, would you like to come with me someday? If someone else had said such incomprehensible words to her, Xiuxian would undoubtedly have considered the person a certified lunatic. However, it was Li Tianheng saying these words, the one who managed to create these advanced technologies, even modifying a model mech into a real one. What he was saying held extraordinary significance. If that day truly comes, please take me along. Xiuxian said. Together, let's elope to the edge of the universe? Li Tianheng said with a smile. Yes. Xiuxian's voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. Hee, don't regret it later. Night fell. Under the starry sky, two fervent hearts thudded wildly. When their bodies continued to move closer together, the air around them seemed to become agitated at this moment. 3 days later, when Li Tianheng and Xiuxian arrived at workshop number 1, there had been a complete transformation here. To be more precise, from the entrance, the entire number 1 workshop had transformed into a huge spherical space. All kinds of machines, equipment, and robotic arms replaced the surrounding walls. The mechanical equipment was tightly connected, forming walls that transformed the factory into a single cohesive unit. When xiuxian and xuanhuan, along with everyone else, walked in, they were completely stunned by the scene inside. There was no trace left of what it had looked like before. Instead, it was now a metallic space composed entirely of various machines and equipment. "Xiaohang, good job," Li Tianheng said. "Thank you, boss," Xiaohang replied as he approached. All the large-scale equipment, including the smelting machine, cutting machine, molecular instrument, and steelmaking machine, have been connected and assembled. The boss can start the modification work anytime. Let me test the performance of the machinery first. Li Tianheng walked over to a nearby area where there were clusters of various metallic buttons and levers, things that didn't exist before. It seems Xiaohang had added them later. "Excuse me, may I ask what this means?" Xiuxian glanced around. "It feels like we've used different kinds of equipment as bricks, and then used these bricks to build walls here." "You could think of it that way," Li Tianheng explained while operating the controls. "The surrounding walls have turned this place into one whole system. Our mech suit modification work can utilize this space entirely automatically." "Fully automatic? What does that mean?" Xiuxian continued asking. "You'll know in a moment." Li Tianheng suddenly pulled down a lever, causing the entire massive mechanical space to tremble violently. Then, the various robotic arms, cutting machines, and smelting furnaces on the walls all started operating. At the same time, Li Tianheng observed the data displayed on the giant screen next to him until half an hour passed. "Xiaohang, you've indeed done well. There's nothing wrong with the machine, so let's go straight to the next round of mech suit modifications." Li Tianheng moved to another workshop where dozens of neatly arranged prototype mechs were placed. These were all designed by Lu Yuanshan, and, though not advanced enough visually, for the system, having a prototype was enough. Li Tianheng instantly activated the system. Chapter 31. Factory completed, mass retrofitting of mechs. System detected, old mech prototype. The following retrofit options are available for the host selection. Option 1. Minor modifications, providing this mech with basic functions such as illumination, walking, and jumping. This option consumes 20,000 prestige points. Option 2. Moderate modifications, in addition to the basic functions from Option 1. Also provides an intelligence system, sensory operation system, and transformation system. This option consumes 50,000 prestige points. Option 3. Extensive modifications, only preserving the mech's external appearance, otherwise redesigning all internal systems including power system, intelligence system, operating system, transformation system. This option consumes 200,000 prestige points. "So you're saying, your modification plan is no different from the previous one?" Li Tianheng's face was full of bewilderment. The plan may seem the same, but the specific modification contents are different. Because these two prototype mechs are completely different, the previous set of modifications cannot be used here. "Oh, I see." Li Tianheng broke out into a cold sweat. He had thought he was being taken advantage of by the system, but upon further consideration, it made sense. After all, the prototype mech here differed in height from the one designed by xuanhuan by more than 10 meters. Thus, even from the last provided plan, simply in terms of size, it wasn't suitable for use here. "Please select which plan, host." It goes without saying, definitely plan 3. "Understood, host." Deducting 200,000 prestige points from the host. "All content of modification plan 3 has been sent. Please check it." As the system's voice concluded, Li Tianheng felt countless pieces of information flooding into his mind. After spending a few minutes digesting all of it, Li Tianheng returned to reality. "Xiaohang, have the transport vehicle deliver 10 prototype mechs to the factory." "Understood, boss." Xiaohang touched the touchscreen on his forearm, and under everyone's stunned gaze, several large transport vehicles drove out from workshop number 1, each loaded with massive metal mechanical arms. These looked like supersized wrenches magnified thousands of times, just much more flexible. "These, where did they come from? I'm sure we didn't have them at the plant," Lu Xuan said in shock. "Xiaohang just modified them as a side project, otherwise moving something so huge would be inconvenient," Li Tianheng explained. Well then. Lu Xuan was starting to feel numb about it all, and really, Xuanhuan and the others were in the same boat. In just 3 short days, a single robot could accomplish all this? It was simply inconceivable. "Alright, let's start disassembling." Inside workshop number 1, Li Tianheng directly gave Xiaohang instructions. "What? Are we going to dismantle these mechs?" Xuanhuan couldn't help interjecting. "They're all the fruits of academician Lu's labor. What will happen if he sent them over for me to modify? How can I do that without taking them apart?" Firstly, the mechs must be disassembled into parts. Then, after scanning the parts, we redesign them for modifications, input the modified data into the machines, and then we wait for the brand new retrofitted mechs to emerge. Everyone else around heard this and thought, how could Li Tianheng make it sound so easy, as if building toys? These were real-life mechs. Could they really be modified this easily? Nevertheless, the group decided to keep their doubts in check. Until there was actual proof of a finished product, none dared rashly judge Li Tianheng. After all, in merely 3 days, who besides Li Tianheng could have transformed the workshop to this extent? Li Tianheng activated the holographic projection. A scanner projected the disassembled parts onto the hologram one by one. Then, using the holographic projection, Li Tianheng redesigned and modified those components. This process took only half a day, since he had become utterly familiar with his task. Alright, done. With the design completion of the final component, the major task was finally finished. "So what's next?" Xuanhuan asked. "The automated factory takes care of everything next," Upon hearing Li Tianhong's words, nearby, the colossal mechanical arm picked up the parts and placed them inside the adjoining machines. Li Tianhong continued. Every piece of machinery here will perform automatic cutting, modification, and assembly based on the data I've designed. In the end, a complete, newly modified mech will appear at the other end. Huh. Both Lu Xiuan and Xuanhuan smiled wryly almost simultaneously. This sounded like something out of a fantasy tale. Still, neither voiced too many objections. Although it sounded absurd coming from anyone else, it seemed somewhat credible coming from Li Tianhong, didn't it? After all, in just 3 days, no one but Li Tianhong could turn this workshop into its current form. I've made a list of the materials needed, and all of them must be prepared by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Li Tianhong said. All right, no problem, leave it to us, Lu Xiuan responded quickly. How long will the entire retrofitting process take? Xiuxian asked from the side. About 5 days, Li Tianhong replied with a smile. Machines this big are much easier to modify than when I was working on that one alone. If I had these facilities then, I could have finished it in 2 days for you. Xiuxian nodded. Although she'd already seen Li Tianhong's Gejong Ed Black Knight mech, she still felt some anticipation about what the 10 mechs would look like after their modifications. The biggest issue right now is energy, Li Tianhong remarked as he watched the massive contraptions working away. Here, we can produce everything the mechs need except for the energy source, which still needs an alternative solution. Didn't you come up with that mini-arc reactor? Xiuxian asked. The device was destroyed by Zhou Hao, and anyway, it can't be mass-produced, Li Tianhong replied. Could I ask, what exactly is the arc reactor? Xuanhuan hesitantly asked. It's a small nuclear reactor designed to provide energy for mechs, Xiuxian explained. ASM small nuclear reactor. Xuanhuan and the others were dumbfounded. Ordinary energy sources cannot supply enough power for the mechs. Nuclear energy is currently the most appropriate option. However, the equipment to manufacture the reactors also needs to be recreated. Li Tianhong sighed. Zhou Hao was truly wasteful. All those things he'd worked so hard to create were gone in an instant due to Zhou Hao's actions. If those basic devices were still intact, he could just utilize prestige points to modify them again. But with the prototype destroyed, the system functions couldn't be triggered without a prototype. Hey, there's an abandoned nuclear power plant right under our feet. Why don't you go check it out? Lu Xiuan suggested. Huh? There's a nuclear power plant underneath us. Li Tianhong questioned, astonished. Initially, this place was intended to be used as a research base for nuclear-powered rockets, but it was put on hold later because of certain reasons, leaving the small nuclear power plant abandoned, Lu Xiuan explained. Why didn't you say that earlier? A flicker of excitement appeared on Li Tianhong's face. With such a thing available, would it still be hard to create an arc reactor? All right, follow me. Lu Xiuan led Li Tianhong and the others to a building and took the elevator straight down into the earth, all the way down to a 1,000-meter underground base. Everyone donned protective suits and passed through 3 thick metal doors before finally arriving at the small abandoned nuclear power plant. Chapter 32. Renovation of the abandoned nuclear power plant. Huge motors and large equipment came into view. The central massive raw material furnace had long been extinguished, and all nuclear fuel had been completely sealed. But when Li Tianhong saw these, it was as if he had seen a huge treasure. System, take a look. Can the nuclear reactor device here be modified? The system that can change heaven, earth, and air is online. A modifiable nuclear reactor has been detected. Please state the modification requirements for the nuclear reactor. I want to use this place to mass-produce small arc reactors, including ether batteries and high-pressure electronic pumps. All these things should be able to be produced here. Host request received. The system has generated 2 modification plans. Plan 1. Simply add some basic components to the original machine installation, which will meet the host's basic requirements. This plan is concise and effective, and can be completed in 1 day, but cannot guarantee the safety of the entire nuclear reactor. This plan costs 100,000 prestige points. Upon hearing this plan and the cost of prestige points required, Li Tianhong couldn't help but feel shocked. It seemed that the upcoming modification was no ordinary task. Even a basic modification plan required 100,000 prestige points. Plan 2. Make extensive modifications to this site. In addition to meeting basic needs, it can also complete the manufacture of any energy source and guarantees safety by 100%. This plan costs 500,000 prestige points. Li Tianhong fell into a brief contemplation. There were currently 600,000 prestige points left. Spending 500,000 would leave 100,000. However, once this place was renovated, it should bring him more prestige points again. And Lu Yuanshan's mecha was also undergoing mass modification. It could be expected that more prestige points would come after this batch of modifications. Most importantly, the second plan could guarantee 100% safety, which was extremely important. After all, this was a nuclear reactor. If safety could not be guaranteed, Li Tianhong wouldn't dare to modify it rashly. All right, I'll choose the second plan, Li Tianhong said. Understood, host. 500,000 prestige points deducted. The modification plan for the nuclear reactor manufacturing plant will be issued shortly. Please check host. As the system's voice trailed off, countless pieces of information appeared in Li Tianhong's mind. All this information pertained to the detailed renovation plan for the nuclear reactor. Li Tianhong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then he looked at Lu Xiuan. How about entrusting this gem to me? Do you know how to operate the facilities and equipment here? We don't have anyone here who understands nuclear energy or power plants. Lu Xiuan's gaze carried some concern. After all, there was a huge nuclear reactor beneath them. If mishandled, it could cause serious problems. Relax. These devices aren't difficult to operate. And I also plan to make corresponding modifications to this place, Li Tianheng said. Renovate? You are planning to renovate this nuclear power plant? Lu Xiuan stared at Li Tianheng, stunned. Yes. Without renovation, how am I supposed to produce arc reactors? Without those, the modified mecha would just be a sophisticated model, Li Tianheng said. Fine, alright. After all, Li Tianheng was in charge here, and Lu Xiuan had already seen his competence, so he could only nod reluctantly. Just let Academician Lu know. He will definitely trust you. Li Tianheng's expression turned solemn. In addition, clean up the next few workshops. I've already told Yin Shimin what to do, and she will explain the steps to you. Alright, I understand. Lu Xiuan nodded. Hold on. Suddenly, a voice from behind Lu Xiuan rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Chun-Hao, their research team member. Chun-Hao was 58 years old and had the most experience among these people. Old Chun, what's the matter? Lu Xiuan asked. I disagree with you modifying this nuclear reactor, said Chun-Hao seriously. Old Chun, what's gotten into you? He is now in charge here and claims to have confidence in the job. Lu Xiuan, don't forget that I used to be the safety supervisor of this nuclear power plant. Chun-Hao continued seriously. This is a nuclear power plant, not a toy. Any negligence leading to a nuclear leak would have unimaginable consequences. Do you realize that? This I understand, but Mr. Li Tianheng, I acknowledge your ability. Anyone recognized by Lu Yuanshan must be extraordinary, but I still do not agree with tampering with this place, Chun-Hao said. Then, what do you think I need to do before proceeding? Li Tianheng asked. No way, no matter what. Chun-Hao said coldly. Young man, having some achievements is a good thing, but don't be too arrogant. If serious consequences are caused, it's something you cannot afford. Do you know about the Chernobyl nuclear leak incident? I do. Li Tianheng nodded. If you don't want this place to turn into another Chernobyl, I advise you not to tamper with it recklessly. No matter how skilled you may be, that is no excuse to mess with a nuclear reactor, said Chun-Hao. Li Tianheng fell into brief contemplation. It was understandable for Chun-Hao to have these concerns. After all, this was no trivial matter. But this place was almost tailor-made for him, Li Tianheng. Once utilized, it could completely solve all energy problems in the future. Alright, you contact Academician Lu. If he disagrees, then I won't touch it, said Li Tianheng. That's what you said, replied Chun-Hao. Yes, that's what I said. Everyone present can be a witness. Good. You can't tamper with it here before I get confirmation. After saying this, Chun-Hao turned around and left, leaving Yu Xiuan and others feeling rather awkward. You shouldn't mind. Old Chun has always been cautious. Plus, he used to be responsible for safety here, so? It's fine, his concern is justified. Li Tianheng didn't say much more. Everyone has their own duties. There's no question of right or wrong here. Moreover, they had no way of knowing about the incredible system he possessed. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't believe it. Therefore, Chun-Hao's worry made sense. Yaoshan Mountain. In front of an enormous laboratory stood 23 meters high black warrior mecha, where Lu Yuanshan still stared at it in a daze. Since buying back this mecha, Lu Yuanshan even hoped to sleep inside the cockpit every day. Thus, Chun-Hao had been standing behind him for quite a while without being noticed by Lu Yuanshan. Chun-Hao wasn't alone. There were over 10 people standing behind him. All of them were those who used to be responsible for the nuclear power plant. They had come together now, determined to plead with Lu Yuanshan to stop Li Tianheng from going forward. Chapter 33, Batch Modifications Completed. Dean Lu, say something. This isn't something to joke about. Chun-Hao, do you know why our technology has always been chasing after others? Lu Yuanshan turned around and looked at Chun-Hao and the others with a calm gaze. Our development period is shorter, so naturally we can't compare with countries that have developed for hundreds of years, said Chun-Hao. You're wrong. Lu Yuanshan shook his head. That's just a minor reason. Look at places like Silicon Valley and Apple. Out of 10 researchers, at least 3 are young people from our long country. Chun-Hao had a bitter smile on his face. What does this have to do with Li Tianheng and the nuclear power plant? Of course it's related. Lu Yuanshan said seriously. I want to ask you, would someone who can create this thing be stupid? It's different. That's a nuclear reactor. If there's any mishap, the consequences. Do you think which one is more difficult, this mecha or the nuclear reactor? Lu Yuanshan turned to look at the black warrior behind him. Chun-Hao couldn't judge because he had only seen the exterior of the black warrior. Xiaozhou transform shape. Lu Yuanshan pulled out the walkie-talkie in his hand. Then, under the stunned looks of Chun-Hao and the others, they saw the mecha visibly transforming into a bomber before their very eyes. Ow, how is this possible? How could this be possible? Not just Chun-Hao, but everyone behind him was petrified on the spot. Before they could react, the bomber form reverted back into the mecha. Now can you make a judgment? Can. Chun-Hao stiffly nodded his head, his mind still not fully processing everything. Now do you understand why I let him go ahead with it? Lu Yuanshan said calmly. A genius like this, if he went to those places I mentioned earlier or got poached by other countries' military research teams, do you know the consequences? I understand. Chun-Hao's expression suddenly grew serious. So, as long as he has confidence in what he's doing, and as long as it doesn't harm the interests of our people, society, and nation, just let him do it. Lu Yuanshan said. I understand. I've clearly underestimated him. Chun-Hao chuckled bitterly. It's not your fault. After all, when I first saw this thing, I didn't sleep well for almost 3 days and nights. Lu Yuanshan smiled slightly, then personally made a call to Li Tianheng. After waiting for half a day, upon receiving Lu Yuanshan's approval, Li Tianheng immediately took Xiaoheng straight to the underground nuclear power plant. Come on, Xiaoheng, let's deal with this place together. A week passed quietly. During these days, aside from completing the tasks given by Li Tianheng, Lu Xiuan and Zhang Quan were almost constantly observing various large noises coming from inside factory number 1. A completely automated super large combination machine that requires no human intervention. And supposedly, a super equipment that can convert those prototype machines into sci-fi products. They had long been eagerly waiting for the complete production of the mecha. Here it comes, the first one seems finished. Outside the factory, a massive opening, resembling a giant monster's mouth, slowly delivered a huge black object at this moment. When this object was placed onto the mechanical platform supported by colossal robotic arms, everyone present was stunned. The completion, is this high? Compared to the prototype machine sent over by Lu Yuanshan, the one before their eyes now was truly an exquisite masterpiece crafted meticulously. The deep black finish, sharp angles, and a grand, majestic design. Lu Xiuan felt as though the wanderer from Pacific Rim had stepped into reality. Though they still didn't know if this thing could start up, at least its appearance alone had already captivated everyone. Incredible! In just 1 week, an entirely automatic assembly of this kind of machine could be completed. Zhang Quan said beside him, who knows if it's operable? If it's really the same as in Pacific Rim, then... At this moment, many people's eyes were flashing with intense heat. Impossible. The design is indeed cool, but I think at most it's just an upgrade to Dean Lu's design. Pacific Rim, that's ultimately science fiction. Wake up, guys. A young man nearby shook his head. Despite being impressed by Li Tianhan's performance, he did not think the current device held much remarkable value. Old Lu, are you getting old eyes at just over 40? Which eye of yours sees that this mecha is the same as the one academician Lu created? I feel these two are totally different, Zhang Quan said. That doesn't matter. They are all disassembled and upgraded from academician Lu's mecha, and on this point, there's no escaping it, old Lu replied. If Li Tianheng only had this much skill, would he be worth being so praised by so many people? Zhang Quan questioned. So that's exactly what I've been wanting to say. Young people have a bit of success and they're lifted up by these people, which easily feeds their vanity and eventually buries their talents, old Lu remarked. Ah, you're truly stubborn-minded, can't get through to you. Zhang Quan shook his head and stopped arguing with old Chun. Just as they were all discussing, several more mechas were completed in succession. They were neatly placed at the front by colossal mechanical arms. This was the fine-tuning area designated by Li Tianheng. If there were any areas of dissatisfaction or color issues on the mecha, adjustments could be made here. Now we just have to wait for his arc reactor to be finished. Lu Xiuan looked at the 10 mechas in front of him, his eyes also filled with unprecedented fervor. At this moment, all of them unconsciously looked toward the nearby building. Li Tianheng hadn't arrived yet, but they saw Yun Sherman rushing over. Brother Lu, if I'm not mistaken, aren't you from Xanadu City? Yun Shimon's voice came through. She showed absolutely no surprise at the neatly arranged mechas. After all, she was the woman who had personally piloted the 20-meter-tall Black Warrior. Yes, what about it? Lu Xiuan responded. Haven't you seen the news? There was an earthquake in your Xanadu City, and half of the cloud ladder bridge collapsed. Yun Sherman informed him. What? Lu Xiuan was greatly shocked, almost instinctively reaching for his phone to call home. Mom, was there an earthquake where we live? Oh, alright, as long as you're safe. Don't go back home just yet, in case there are aftershocks. You'd better find an open place to stay. Yes, alright. After hanging up, Lu Xiuan let out a deep sigh of relief. My parents are fine. They lived on the 2nd floor and managed to escape in time. A 7.3 magnitude earthquake. Many buildings collapsed, especially that 2-kilometer-long cloud ladder bridge. Yun Sherman was watching the news on her phone. It was live broadcasting the scene. Many vehicles hung precariously in midair, at constant risk of crashing down. The whole sight was heart-wrenching. Here comes Brotherly. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to see a slightly haggard-looking Li Tianheng walking over. Chapter 34, Xanadu, the earthquake threat. In his hands, he was holding a large box. Yun Sherman ran over first and took the box. Is this the already completed arc reactor? Asked Yun Sherman. Correct. The nuclear plant has been remodeled. We worked all night yesterday to produce 10 of these. As Li Tianheng was speaking, Yun Sherman opened the lid. Inside were several round objects about twice the size of a fist. A halo of light shone on the edge of the round metal piece, but otherwise, there didn't seem to be anything particularly remarkable about it. At a glance, one might mistake it for an ordinary little toy. This is the arc reactor. It can power such a big thing. Zhang Quan looked towards the nearby massive figures. There was a sunken spot on their abdomen that seemed to be where the arc reactor would go. A small reactor like this can supply a city with power for a year, Li Tianheng said. What? Not just Zhang Quan, but everyone present completely froze after hearing this, shocked expressions appearing on their faces uncontrollably. At the same time, Li Tianheng clearly felt that the reputation points within the system kept increasing. Although they did not see the already remodeled nuclear plant below, the products created through remodeling could still bring Li Tianheng reputation points. A new type of nuclear fuel formed by fusing palladium elements and other various radioactive elements together. Compared to the purely palladium-fueled version in Iron Man, this small nuclear reactor has no side effects whatsoever and can even act directly within the human body, Li Tianheng explained. Everyone who heard this felt as if they were listening to an incredible tale. Could something from the sci-fi world really be brought into reality so easily? Let's try activating these mechas first. Yun Sherman nodded, and she began installing the arc reactors one by one into the abdomens of these mechas. Alright, everyone, who wants to give it a try first? This mech uses sensors for control and should be easy to handle. Li Tianheng looked at everyone present. I'll try first. Xuanhuan volunteered. Under Xiuxian's instructions, he quickly climbed into the cockpit. Because these mechas were less than half the height of a dark knight, their cockpits had been designed by Li Tianheng in the chest position. Right now, everyone could see through the transparent device in the chest cavity. They could see Xuanhuan's astonished yet excited expression inside. A few minutes later, after roughly familiarizing himself with the operating procedures, Xuanhuan finally drove the mech forward with his first step. Just this one step caused everyone present to be shocked once again. Their eyes widened, staring ahead as if seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Xuanhuan maneuvered the mech to run and jump flexibly, even flying in the air, despite already knowing how skilled Li Tianheng was. At this moment, everyone stared at him as though he were a monster. Well, I admit I was rash. I shouldn't have spoken without thinking earlier. When the mechas were first unveiled, old Lu thought they were merely a design upgrade. But this scene utterly overturned all his previous perceptions. Wang Chun and Lei Xiaoya, who always lingered behind Li Tianheng like ghosts, also couldn't hide the shock on their faces. In fact, from beginning to end, they hadn't truly seen any display of Li Tianheng's abilities. Aside from upgrading Factory Number 1, they hadn't seen any substantial products. Only now did they understand why Lu Yuanshan and Zhu Yuanba placed such importance on his personal safety. Ting ting ting. While everyone was watching Xuanhuan pilot the mech, Lu Xiuan's phone rang again. Mom, what? Is the aftershock comparable to the first earthquake? The building you live in collapsed due to the aftershocks. Good, as long as you're safe. Wait patiently for rescue personnel. Lu Xiuan was filled with anxiety. Yun Shermian beside him glanced with flickering eyes. She suddenly turned to Li Tianheng. Senior Li, what do you think about deploying these mechas for earthquake relief? Earthquake. Li Tianheng fell into a brief contemplation, while Yun Shermian handed over her phone with news updates and live streams. The first one was 7.3 magnitude, and this aftershock reached 7 as well. Li Tianheng's expression grew serious. The blue star was an extremely unstable planet. Earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, any one of these natural disasters could be devastating. The people surviving on this planet were as insignificant as dust in the face of such calamities. Seeing the news and looking at Lu Xiuan's anxious expression beside him, Li Tianheng seemed to have made a decision. Everyone, if you have experience piloting a fighter jet or any aircraft, please step forward. Li Tianheng called out loudly. I have piloted one before. I'm a seasoned pilot. 6 figures stepped out from the crowd. 6 people, plus Xuanhuan makes 7. We still need 3 more. Yun Sherman, since you have experience piloting the Black Knight mechas, that counts as 1 spot. We're still short by 2. I want to give it a try. A young man in the crowd looked intensely at the Black Knights with burning eyes. He had been restraining himself despite being eager from the start. Just an ordinary staff member, he knew he didn't have the right to speak up casually. But this situation was different, and he wasn't willing to let this opportunity slip away. 1 more. Li Tianheng paused for a breath. Then I will take the last spot myself. Everyone, the earthquake in Xanadu requires our immediate action, and these mechas are perfectly suited for the task. I'll spend 5 minutes explaining the operation procedures. If there's any difficulty during the mission, hand over control to the AI autopilot system. After finishing his instructions, Li Tianheng began explaining the specific operations of the mechas. About 10 minutes later, 10 black mechas soared into the air. Led by Li Tianheng, all the mechas transformed into 10 small fighter jets within seconds and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, in Xanadu, a temporary earthquake relief department had been established. Led by Wang Shuo, dozens of people were gathered in the office discussing rescue strategies. All fire departments in the city have been deployed, hospitals are on standby 24 hours a day. We've also formed civilian volunteer groups and notified nearby military bases, trying to involve more people in the rescue effort. A middle-aged man frowned deeply. As the head of various departments, this rescue mission was of utmost importance. Both earthquakes so far had exceeded magnitude 7, and who knows if even stronger aftershocks would follow. Director Wang, the biggest challenge in the rescue now is the Yunti Bridge. The road is broken into several segments, steel cables are flying everywhere, and massive stone pillars keep falling down. On the giant screen in front, the latest footage of the Yunti Bridge was playing. Chapter 35, Mecha, shocking all sides. The media and journalists only dared to take photos from a distance, not daring to approach the area near the bridge. From the footage above, it could be seen that many vehicles were suspended in the air, with the possibility of falling into the water at any moment. Some cars were also immobilized by steel cables in midair. In addition, there were people who had climbed out of their cars as well as pedestrians on the bridge. They were all tightly gripping surrounding fixtures, but it was evident that they couldn't hold on for very long. If another aftershock occurred, most of these people would be doomed. Currently, we can only deploy boats and speedboats to rescue those who have fallen into the water, but the vehicles and people still trapped on the bridge. This person hesitated to say more, clearly aware of the enormous difficulty of the rescue operation. The bridge itself is 2 kilometers long, and the broken sections make ground-level rescues impossible. If helicopters were deployed, the thick steel cables, thicker than forearms, are everywhere. The slightest mistake could cause the helicopter to get entangled, making the rescue risk extremely high. Aerial rescue via helicopter. Wang Shuo took a breath and said, You've seen it yourself, the risks are too great. This person replied. Are we not going to rescue them because the risks are too high? Should we just let them wait to die? Wang Shuo shouted loudly. But this. The person wanted to say more, but didn't know what else to say. There are hundreds of trapped vehicles at least. Have you calculated how many people are affected? Wang Shua took a deep breath and looked at the screen as he said, "This car is swaying precariously on a pier. If it falls into the river, do you know what the consequences will be?" The atmosphere in the entire office was exceptionally heavy, and situations like this were scattered across different sections of the bridge. At this moment, everyone present seemed to be wishing, if only a superhero would appear. But this is reality, and no superheroes exist. So deploy helicopters for aerial rope rescues. As long as the helicopters don't get too close to the range of the steel cables, it should work. With this decision made, all departments immediately began issuing rescue orders. Over a dozen helicopters took off heading directly towards the Yunti Bridge. At the moment, several hundred meters away from the bridge, apart from various rescue teams, many media outlets and journalists were also trying their best to get closer to the bridge. Their aim was to report the most authentic situation here as quickly as possible. Yang Shui, a journalist from a well-known media outlet, was currently moving forward under significant risk. She was reporting live about the condition of the bridge behind her while standing on a boat facing forward. All live footage was simultaneously streamed through the media's live platform. By now, the number of viewers in the live streaming room had reached tens of thousands. These weren't just people from all over the country who were paying attention to this earthquake. It also included local residents of Upper Metropolis who needed updates on the disaster's latest developments via news and media. This situation doesn't seem very conducive to rescue. Look at some of the cars swaying back and forth. It feels like one touch and they'll fall. Those steel ropes are really problematic. I think, why don't we cut them all first? That would make it easier to rescue. It's terrifying. Humans truly are so insignificant and weak against such natural disasters, like dust. I'm shaking uncontrollably right now, strolling on the bridge. Lucky me, I don't live in Upper Metropolis. Requesting psychological shadow area for those people inside the cars. They probably won't dare set foot on a bridge ever again. Various comments flooded the live chat, while Yang Shui continued to narrate the scene on site. Everyone can see that many people are trapped on our Yunti Bridge, particularly some vehicles stuck on the piers. They can only wait for the arrival of rescue teams. But you can also see the broken bridge, the steel cables tangled everywhere, and possibly collapsing piers along with the potential for further aftershocks. All of these factors make our rescue efforts extremely difficult. However, just a few minutes ago, I received official information. They will send helicopters to perform airborne rescues. We believe that our rescue teams will save every single trapped individual without leaving anyone behind. As Yang Shui finished speaking, several helicopters appeared in the distance one after another, then hovering at appropriate heights and locations. On board, soft ladders were dropped, followed by rescue personnel, descending smoothly. It seemed as long as the steel cables were avoided, using helicopters for rescue was indeed highly effective. Have you all seen it? Our professional rescue teams have arrived, and they won't leave a single trapped person behind. Yang Shui's excited voice carried, and at the same time, other nearby media also broadcasted these images live. Bang! In the next second, a dull sound suddenly came through, and on the live streaming camera's lens, a steel cable as thick as a forearm couldn't bear the stress anymore and snapped from underneath the bridge, subsequently colliding with a metal pillar. Under the action of the enormous rebound force, the 30-meter-long steel cable was violently hurled into the air. Seeing the approaching steel cable whistling towards them, the helicopter pilot was utterly shocked and almost instinctively tried to leave the area. But his reaction speed was no match for the incoming steel cable. The rotor blade was instantly struck by the cable. In a split second, the helicopter lost its balance and tilted sharply before plunging down nearby. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yang Shui was completely horrified, her complexion turning deathly pale in an instant. Yet, almost at the very moment when the helicopter was about to hit the water, a dark shadow descended from the sky beneath the helicopter. A sci-fi-like black mech appeared with its arms raised high, supporting the helicopter. It then flew slowly toward the shore and gently placed it on the ground. At nearly the same time, 9 black dots were expanding rapidly in the sky. 9 mechs arrived successively, hovering motionlessly in the sky. This scene shook everyone to their core. What the hell? What am I seeing here, mechs? Good lord, those mechs are floating, airborne. Is this some kind of illusion? Damn, since when did we have this technology? As far as I know, there's none like this in the world currently. Could this be special effects? Yet it effortlessly saved that helicopter? Mommy, where on earth did these mechs come from? Secret research facility. Awesome. With these mechs, those trapped individuals might stand a chance. At this moment, Yang Shui looked up and saw this sight too. She stood completely dumbfounded. Fortunately, she had been professionally trained and soon managed to compose herself. Everyone can see. Wait, make that not 9 but 10 mechs hovering over Yunti Bridge. Their origin remains unclear at this point. However, they seem to be here for rescue purposes. Despite regaining her composure, Yang Shui's speech was still slightly stuttered. The sight before her eyes was beyond comprehension, making her feel every explanation insufficient. At this time, at Wang Shua's rescue department, everyone inside the office stared in disbelief at everything on the live broadcast. Director Wang, what exactly is going on here? What are these? You ask me, who should I ask? Wang Shua replied irritably, keeping his eyes glued to the large monitor. The black mech displayed on the screen overturned all his previous knowledge. Everyone held their breath, gazing with awe at the mysterious mechs appearing on the screen. Chapter 36, Armor Warrior? Black Rhino Armor? Inside the mech, Li Tianheng looked at the broken bridge in front of him and fell into deep thought for a moment. A 2-kilometer bridge, using the mech's intelligent function to lock onto injured people and vehicles that need priority rescue. After bringing them ashore, we'll go on to rescue the others. The mech's communication system transmitted his words into everyone's ears, including Yunxian. Everyone agreed and immediately rushed towards the bridge. At this moment, Li Tianheng pressed a button on the console in front of him and then said, "All helicopters can withdraw now. Rescue boats on the water will stand by at their current locations." His voice was amplified and echoed all around. At that instant, all helicopters quickly withdrew from the area, even though everyone was still unclear as to exactly what had happened. Still, many pilots had witnessed the dangerous moment involving the helicopter earlier firsthand. If Li Tianheng's mech hadn't reacted so swiftly, the crash would have been inevitable. On the bridge pier, a SUV kept rocking back and forth. Inside the vehicle, the driver and passenger, a man and woman, tightly embraced each other. In the rear seat, a 6-year-old boy trembled inside a child's safety seat. From time to time, he looked outside, gazing at the ships not far away which seemed close enough to touch. But at this moment, those vessels, those nearly touchable people, seemed impossibly distant to him. He also saw a black mech. This mech flew through the sky, coming closer and closer. The boy held his breath, finally bursting out. "Dad, Mom, the mech is here. There's a mech coming to save us. Mech, mech." The man and woman sitting in the front seat, who were hugging each other with not an inch of movement, froze in surprise. Tears almost simultaneously welled up in their eyes. Clearly, this child was hallucinating due to fear and tension. "Mom, Dad, look. My favorite black rhino armor is here. Come and save us." "Black rhino armor. I'm here. I'm here." The boy tried to open the window, wildly shouting. The parents in front were greatly shocked. Just as they were about to shout at him to stop, they were stunned to discover that their car was floating off the ground, moving further and further away from the bridge, until they landed smoothly on the shore. Only then did the two of them notice that a black mech was slowly retreating. It saluted the boy in the back seat with 2 fingers of the mech's hand. Then the black mech took off again and returned to the bridge to rescue the next vehicle. Li Tianheng's first target was always those who needed rescuing first. Thus, without hesitation, he delivered the nearest vehicle to the shore. At this moment, after returning to the airspace above the bridge, Li Tianheng piloted the mech down, once more heading straight towards a man whose thigh was pinned under a rock. All media outlets, all cameras, aimed their lenses entirely at these 10 mechs. At this point, Yangshua's livestream room had grown explosively from around 10,000 viewers to over 100,000, and the numbers were still climbing. "What's going on here? Someone says the mechs from sci-fi movies have appeared during earthquake rescue operations. Holy shit. I can only say, this has to be aliens. This is definitely alien technology. I've heard many investigative bloggers mention before that our blue star is protected by alien technology. Now I believe it. Isn't this too outrageous? Could there really be creatures like Transformers? To those who say this isn't alien technology, I ask you, could we build such mechs? Not sure if there are pilots inside these mechs, or whether they're like Transformers, biological entities themselves." All kinds of comments continuously filled the livestream screen, and Yang Shui, like the rest of the crowd, continued providing detailed coverage of the scene. Everyone can see now, all helicopters have fully withdrawn. In this situation, indeed, helicopters are no longer suitable for rescue missions. One misstep, and they could easily get entangled in the steel cables, leading to a catastrophic outcome. So, the upcoming rescue mission depends on these mechs with unknown identities. I believe you are as curious as I am about where these mechs originate from. But compared to that, I feel something more important is the presence of these mechs makes this rescue operation much easier. Yang Shui's expression was filled with excitement as she watched these mechs effortlessly lifting the injured people and vehicles, bringing them to shore, a feat beyond the capability of any existing rescue team. Meanwhile, not far away, another young woman was holding her phone on a tripod, broadcasting the ongoing scenes live within her own stream. As a well-known outdoor streamer, Wang Xiaoxiao boasts over 10 million fans. During the earthquake, she happened to be live streaming by the shore, so she immediately boarded a boat and headed near the bridge to broadcast the ongoing situation there. It turned out her decision had driven her live stream's viewership to an unprecedented height. A total of 500,000 people were watching live, nearly doubling or even tripling her usual viewership. "Everyone, this is my first time experiencing an earthquake. It's really damn exhilarating." Compared to professional journalists like Yang Shui, Wang Xiaoxiao placed more emphasis on sharing her own feelings. Additionally, the effects and popularity of her livestream were her top priorities. Especially when those black mechs appeared, Wang Xiaoxiao knew at once that her livestream's viewership would soar to an unimaginable height. And indeed, things unfolded exactly as she anticipated. From the moment the mechs showed up until now, her viewers jumped from 500,000 to the current 700,000. At this point, her eyes glimmered with excitement as they flickered back and forth between the disaster area and her phone screen. Did you see that, folks? The most incredible part is, movie-style mechs are participating in the rescue. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd think I was dreaming. Sick. If I hadn't seen the earthquake news, I would have thought this was CGI. I feel like this must have been post-produced. It's too fake to believe. How could there possibly be mechs rescuing people? Dude, check out the official news channels. Almost all media outlets are broadcasting these scenes live. This blew me away. Is our technology really this advanced already? To have developed mechs? Looking at what many are saying online, it might be alien tech. If it is, they must have some ulterior motive for saving us. Forget alien tech. It doesn't matter where they come from. Their safety is unknown, their purpose unclear, and their intent uncertain. In my view, It's dangerous to entrust such critical rescue work to these unknown entities. Exactly what I was about to say. If something goes wrong and they don't save the people, who will bear the responsibility? Chapter 37. A Trip to the Ghost Gate. Wang Xiaoxiao's lips curled when she saw these barrage messages. What is the best method for online heat? It's creating trouble and topics out of nothing. And the points raised in those barrage messages weren't completely off the mark either. Everyone, your considerations are truly long-term, not surprising from my fans, Wang Xiaoxiao's fans. These mysterious mechs that appeared out of nowhere did save people, but I feel like they will also cause enormous panic. And their safety needs to be questioned and examined. I see that those official journalists apparently haven't received any information about mech rescues. In other words, these mechs likely don't originate from our official manufacturing. We need to wait and see whether these unknown objects are here to save lives or have another purpose. Wang Xiaoxiao thought she was really smart, throwing out such a question. The viewers who initially intended to leave the live stream would probably stay. After all, everyone has curiosity, right? Me, the fans and the host of this live stream room are all brain dead. I want to say, regardless of their purposes, they've been saving people. That's a fact. And consider safety? Are helicopters safe? That helicopter just now almost crashed itself. Aren't these people all blind? This host sure knows how to ride on the wave of popularity. What's going on now? Countless deaths and injuries in the whole urban area, yet you still have the mood to entertain livestream? Too overboard. Used to like her before. Now, unsubscribe directly. See ya. Wang Xiaoxiao could naturally see these barrage messages, but compared to the continuously surging number of viewers in the live stream room, these comments seemed trivial. She continued saying, we can't talk about everything so absolutely. Before the official clarification, we should maintain a dialectical mindset. We don't even know if they are man-made or real alien creatures. How can we conclude that they must be benevolent? Moreover, Wang Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly halted as she noticed the tone of the barrage messages in the live stream changing abruptly. Host, run. A steel pillar is flying towards us. Quick. Holy crap. Don't do this. I'm still a kid. I don't want to see bloody scenes. Host, are you blind? Run fast. That steel cable is bringing a pillar towards us. Quick, sail away, leave here. I want to keep watching your live stream. Mommy, I dare not watch the live stream anymore. Wang Xiaoxiao paused, looking at the barrage messages intently. Instinctively, she looked up at the direction captured by her phone camera. Then, she froze as if struck by lightning. An indescribable fear and sense of impending death engulfed her instantly. A thick steel cable snapped under tremendous force. Carrying a massive steel column approximately 10 meters tall, it hurtled straight toward her. Yes, the trajectory showed almost no deviation. If struck by the object, Wang Xiaoxiao would most likely be obliterated without a trace. Unfortunately, the boat she was driving was merely a regular electric-powered vessel. There was only her alone on the boat at the moment. The time spent dazed earlier had already lasted too long, and worse yet, this boat couldn't move very fast. When her hands finally reached the wheel, a huge shadow loomed from ahead with an overwhelming roar. Am I going to die like this? Oh, how could this happen? Wang Xiaoxiao rigidly stared ahead. Just as the steel column was about to hit her, a shadow darted by like a ghost. A towering figure, 10 meters high, blocked Wang Xiaoxiao and the entire boat behind it. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the sky, followed by a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions, splashing several meter-high waves around the calm water surface. This black mech hovered about 3 to 4 meters above the water surface, motionless. Looking directly at it, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes met the gaze of the pilot inside the cockpit, Li Tianheng. The position of the cockpit was made transparent by Li Tianheng, allowing one to roughly see the inside situation. So when Wang Xiaoxiao realized that there was a young person inside, she froze again. However, Li Tianheng didn't pay much attention. He simply smiled at Wang Xiaoxiao. Turning around, he threw the steel column and cable into the water before taking to the air, heading straight for the middle of the bridge. It took quite a while for Wang Xiaoxiao to recover. Her mind slowly returned to reality. I thought just now, I was going to die like this. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes were heavy with dread as she returned from what felt like the brink of death. This feeling, if not personally experienced, probably leaves no one knowing exactly how it feels. Ha ha ha, laughing myself to death. Were you not just arrogantly speculating that the mechs had ulterior motives? If I were piloting one of those mechs, I'd have let you die from that impact. Rescue you? Huh, dream on. By the way, I just saw that it looked like a person inside the cockpit. Didn't anyone notice? I thought it was an illusion, so those mechs must be of our own creation. This is outrageous. When did we have such technology? Ha ha ha, do you believe my typing speed? The moment that person showed up, I took a screenshot. Really or fake? Show us and let us see who this godly figure is. Host, now that we know the identity of the savior, I think you should visit them personally to express your gratitude for saving your life. I agree, if that person's reaction had been half a beat slower, you would have been gone. When Wang Xiaoxiao saw these barrage messages, she felt somewhat ashamed. As the barrage said, she had truly brushed against death at the Ghost Gate just now. And yet, in the very previous moment, she was still questioning the true purpose behind the appearance of these mechs together with her audience. I will. Once I find out who they are, I will visit them immediately. At this moment, in the newly established rescue department of Xanadu City, Wang Shuo and the other leaders were fixated on their screens without blinking. From the moment these mechs appeared until now, it had been over 10 minutes, and their eyes hadn't ceased showing astonishment. Chapter 38. Predict earthquakes? In a mere 15 minutes, All the hundreds of vehicles trapped on the collapsed bridge were effortlessly carried to the shore by these mechs. The people stranded on and under the bridge, including some of the injured, were all successfully transferred to safe locations. Such rescue efficiency was simply unimaginable for everyone present. But they all understood clearly. This level of efficiency relied on the foundation of such cutting-edge technology. Where do these mechs come from? It's almost like divine assistance, said a middle-aged man. Could it be that they were developed by one of our domestic research institutions studying mechs? Another person asked. You're talking about academician Lu Yuanshan, right? A woman interjected, then shook her head. I can tell you that it's impossible. Last year, I visited his lab with a friend, and the mechs he was developing could barely walk, let alone be this advanced. Besides, these mechs look entirely different from what academician Lu has created. Then, where did these mechs come from? Could it really be, as those netizens say, that alien technology is helping us? The middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. Regardless, everyone trapped on the Yun Ladder Bridge has been saved. Other areas should be relatively easier. Although there were doubts and curiosity about the origins of these mechs, Wang Shuo cared most about the safety and lives of the people. Look fast. These mechs have left the Yun Ladder Bridge, and it seems like they're going to other places to conduct more rescues. Sure enough, on the screen, 10 mechs raced toward nearby areas hit harder by the disaster. Good. Excellent. Wang Shuo's face gleamed with excitement. No matter where they're from, as long as we have these mechs assisting, the rescue operation will definitely go smoother. Compared to their origin, the purpose and capabilities of these mechs were far more important. And Li Tianheng and his team naturally didn't disappoint Wang Shuo and others' expectations. All subsequent rescue operations went extraordinarily smoothly due to their involvement. Especially, each mech had an immediate life sign scanning function inside. It was very easy to scan for people buried under the rubble. The entire rescue effort continued for most of the day. It wasn't until dusk that Li Tianheng and his team finally disappeared into the sky amidst the gaze of the entire city of Xanadu. Li Tianheng did not reveal their identities at any point, even though he knew many media outlets and individuals had clearly captured everything on camera. For now, he felt it wasn't necessary to make a big deal out of it. Achieving their mission's goal was sufficient. Back at the base, as soon as everyone disembarked from the mechs onto the ground, thunderous applause erupted across the entire facility. Lu Yuanshan, especially, had rushed over from afar by car. Though he didn't personally witness the scene, he still saw everything Li Tianheng and his team did through the screens. Tianheng, I truly admire your genius. Lu Yuanshan gave Li Tianheng a big thumb up. To pilot these mechs to Xanadu City for earthquake relief was something that Lu Yuanshan never even considered. But Li Tianheng not only thought about it, he actually made it happen. I bet many people, upon seeing these mechs or the Black Knight, would naturally assume that they'll be the main force in future wars. Li Tianheng sighed slightly. Few realize that they are also lifesavers whose appearance can make accident and disaster relief much easier. Indeed, shameful. Lu Yuanshan sighed slightly. Upon my first sight of the Black Knight, I too thought about its potential to become our ultimate weapon. Actually, there's nothing wrong with thinking that way. However, using it for war on this planet might indeed be overkill. On the battlefield of future interstellar wars, it could likely become a dominant force. Li Tianheng smiled, gazing at the 10 black mechs before him, and a sense of pride inexplicably rose on his face. Though it depended on the system, it was also built by his personal efforts and craftsmanship. At this era, creating something so futuristic, how could anyone not feel proud? What are your plans to face the media and the public next? Lu Yuanshan asked. To be honest, why hide it? After thinking for a moment, Li Tianheng continued. Furthermore, after this earthquake, I realized the enormous impact future relevant technologies will have on our lives. Imagine if we had a smart robot at home. It could fully detect an upcoming earthquake in advance, which would allow people to leave their houses in time and avoid the disasters. What did you say? Predict earthquakes? Can robots really do that? Even though Li Tianheng had already created too many incredible feats, Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but reveal a look of shock again upon hearing these words. Since I can modify these mechs, the technology to predict earthquakes is certainly something I can also achieve. Li Tianheng's words left everyone speechless. If it weren't for personally witnessing the prowess of these mechs, they would have surely thought Li Tianheng was talking nonsense. So, how do you plan to do it? Lu Yuanshan asked. I will take charge of the scientific research base here, which means handling the technical aspects, and then, Li Tianheng suddenly looked at xiuxian. She will establish a tech company to bring cutting-edge technology to the public. You can understand it as me focusing on the internal R&D side, while xiuxian manages the external business part. What do you mean by internal and external roles? Are you making senseless talk? xiuxian instantly blushed, feeling embarrassed with so many people around hearing such words. But deep inside, she felt extremely satisfied. At least this proved that Li Tianheng no longer regarded her as an outsider. My rough idea for now is like this: to build our own version of Silicon Valley as soon as possible, creating a world-leading top tech group. Li Tianheng's eyes sparkled with determination. And this tech group will be centered around improving lives through technology. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The current global technological power still remained firmly dominated by the United States. Especially companies like Pingwa, Microsoft, and Google all possess unparalleled scientific research strength that others could only admire from afar. However, if led by Li Tianheng to establish such a company, it wouldn't take long to surpass everyone else. Good. We fully support you. Go ahead with confidence. All of us are your solid backing. Lu Yuanshan's gaze also gleamed with an unusual light. Over the next few days, apart from the initial planning and design of the company, the factory renovation, equipment upgrades, and product manufacturing in the research base were also in full swing. Just like that, 3 days passed quietly. In these 3 days, videos of Li Tianheng piloting the mechs and the rescue scenes of those 10 mechs during the earthquake had gone viral online. Weibo Hot Search was completely occupied by mech-related topics, including various short video platforms. Whether it was official accounts or individual bloggers, most of them were reposting and explaining about those 10 mechs. After all, out of curiosity, doubt, or simply the event's popularity, this was absolutely one of the freshest and most outrageous big events in years. By the 4th day, Li Tianheng opened his personal Weibo account. With the help of Lu Yuanshan's connections, he quickly received Weibo's official verification. Then, Li Tianheng's personal account was immediately featured prominently on Weibo's homepage with just a simple bold headline. The creator of future technology, hyper-realistic mech designer Li Tianheng joins Weibo. Everyone, come check him out. Chapter 39, Multifunctional, Civilian Robots. Mecha had already been one of the hottest search terms on various online platforms for several days. At this moment, Weibo's official site directly placed it on the homepage. This was enough to prove that Li Tianheng was indeed the creator of those black mechas. For the long-awaiting public, this was undoubtedly a big piece of news that shocked the entire web. Even though Li Tianheng didn't post any content, his follower count surged to 2 million in just half a day and was still rising steadily. Through Weibo's backend data, it was evident that a large portion of users had never registered on Weibo before. A huge number of new users had only just registered recently, and their sole action after logging in was to follow Li Tianheng. But this was also an unprecedented event for Weibo. After all these years, the user base of this veteran social media platform had largely stabilized, making it hard for new users to emerge. And yet, in just one flow of traffic, solely for Li Tianheng, the number of new registered users reached an astonishing 1 million, with this figure continuing to rise. Thus, in merely 2 days' time, Li Tianheng, whose homepage had no works displayed, had garnered over 10 million followers. And this number was still crazily increasing. Perhaps this was the most absurd way to gain followers in history. Without revealing any identity information about Li Tianheng or having any company behind pushing him, it was simply due to Weibo officially pinning a notice on top that the mechas were made by Li Tianheng. And this attracted so many people's attention. Li Tianheng did not focus his mind on this matter. For him, the main reason for opening a Weibo account was to timely release some updates regarding technology and products. Moreover, what mattered most was mastering stronger modification techniques to unlock more system functions. Ever since the 10 mechas appeared in earthquake relief efforts, until now, a week had passed. Today in the afternoon, the system's fame value had already reached an astonishing 10 million. This was a number he couldn't have imagined before. It was now truly present in the system. Because of this, Li Tianheng became even more resolute in creating a tech group. So during this week, Li Tianheng fully immersed himself in modifying the mecha. More precisely speaking, he was remodeling the xiaoxian robot, aiming to make this multifunctional robot accessible to every household. Tianheng, do you have enough energy? You're busy modifying bases, building weapons, while at the same time researching civilian-related technologies. Lu Yuanshan looked at Li Tianheng in the lab filled with heartache. Although he didn't stay here often, hearing stories from the people here made him genuinely respect Li Tianheng. Apparently, this week, Li Tianheng had only rested around 3 hours on average each day. The rest of the time, he was completely absorbed in the laboratory as well as in the various base projects renovations. It's fine, Grandpa Lu. I'm still young, so I should give it my all, said Li Tianheng. But your health is the capital. You can't take your body for granted. Lu Yuanshan's eyes turned serious. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianheng turned to look at the robot standing beside him at the same height. Grandpa Lu, how do you find this robot? Isn't this similar to the xiaoxian robot? Lu Yuanshan was puzzled. Indeed, the robot before him was almost identical to xiaoxian, except for a few details. The appearance may be similar, but the functionality differs drastically, explained Li Tianheng. Oh, Lu Yuanshan's eyes sparkled. Being praised by Li Tianheng like this robot must have something special about it. That day, xiaoxian can be called the working version or the special version, whereas this one leans more towards the living version, or it can be referred to as the civilian version, said Li Tianheng. You mentioned predicting earthquakes before. Could it be? A flash of shock crossed Lu Yuanshan's face. Was it possible that within just a week, Li Tianheng had achieved it? Not only can it predict earthquakes, it integrates all the advanced design ideas I currently can use, including disaster prediction, auxiliary for the disabled, and care and treatment for injuries. Li Tianheng rambled on a bit, leaving Lu Yuanshan stunned there. Despite having grown accustomed to Li Tianheng's constant breakthroughs in black technologies, when he heard this robot possessed all those features, Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but be momentarily bewildered. Are you sure this robot has all these functions? Of course. Otherwise, why would I pull all-nighters for the whole week? This? Unable to hold back, Lu Yuanshan asked again. But concentrating so many functions in one machine must be incredibly expensive. Currently, the market predominantly sells Tesla's third-generation Optimus, priced at a staggering 250,000 yuan, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Optimus is indeed impressive, but it can't compare with my unit. Li Tianheng gave a faint smile. The Optimus robot had been around for decades. By today, the Optimus had become quite light and agile. But compared to xiaoxian, which Li Tianheng designed, it still couldn't measure up. And more importantly, while the Optimus costs over 200,000, mine will only cost 1/10 of that price, Li Tianheng continued. 1/10. Lu Yuanshan widened his eyes. How could the cost be this low? I'm not talking about cost, I mean the selling price. In fact, the cost of this robot is roughly 10,000 yuan. This wasn't a random claim by Li Tianheng. It was the result of meticulous calculations he had made over the past few days. Lu Yuanshan's breathing became heavier at this moment. If this were true, then once the robot was launched, it would definitely be a revolutionary product. So when do you plan to release it? Just within these next 1 or 2 days. And it's also been a week since the mech rescue incident, making it the right time to go out and explain things. Li Tianheng smiled and said, these past few days xiuxian has been preparing company matters. This is a great opportunity to make all announcements public. In that case, tomorrow, let's hold a press conference tomorrow. How does that sound? Said Lu Yuanshan. Sure, Li Tianheng nodded. This was relatively easy for Lu Yuanshan, and everything was arranged perfectly within 2 hours. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Tianheng finally posted the first Weibo from his account, nearing 20 million fans. At 0 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, on the first floor of Junlin Technology Building in Donglin City, I will take you closer to the edge of science fiction, where you'll feel how close future technology can truly be. The post had barely been up for a few minutes before once again topping the trending list. Because the announcement of the press conference came rather suddenly. That night, all major media outlets and journalists received last-minute tasks. Everyone was getting ready for the event at 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Chapter 40. Press Conference. The next day, at 2 p.m., the entire Junlin Technology Building was surrounded, inside and out, leaving no way for anyone to pass through. Various media outlets, journalists, onlookers, and even representatives of some tech companies had rushed here overnight. In particular, the journalist Xianxia, who had been present at the earthquake epicenter that day, and Wang Xiaoxiao, who had almost crossed over to the other side, but was pulled back by Li Tianheng. Upon receiving this news, they came straight to Hejuang City without any rest. Moreover, a large number of people who were aware of related information had gathered from all directions. Thus, the scene there was unimaginable. After all, the appearance of mechs in an urban area was simply astonishing. It turned out that such ultra-futuristic technology had been created by a young Longwan native, and everyone wanted to witness his true identity firsthand. At exactly 2 p.m., Li Tianheng arrived at the hall via a back-door dedicated passage. Various lights, cameras, and phones were now all pointed directly at him. Especially when Lu Yuanshan appeared, the scene immediately erupted into chaos. This national-level academician's personal presence was enough to indicate Li Tianheng's significance. Lu Yuanshan was seated at the center. Li Tianheng and Yun Sherman sat on either side. There were also several other key directors nearby. All of them now faced the media. Hello everyone. My name is Lu Yuanshan. I believe all of you friends have been waiting with bated breath. There are endless curiosities about the mech rescue incident in Xanadu City. Today we have specially called this press conference. On one hand, we aim to reveal the truth to the public and answer your questions. On the other hand, Li Tianheng, the creator of these mechs, will be unveiling a major civilian product today. And so, let's now invite our base leader from Shunhang Research Institute, Mr. Li Tianheng, to give you detailed explanations. As Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, every lens immediately shifted its focus onto Li Tianheng sitting beside him. Previously, if facing so many cameras, Li Tianheng would have felt a bit nervous. However, thanks to the influence of his system upgrade, his attitude has changed dramatically without him even realizing it. Facing countless pairs of eyes, along with the people watching on their screens, Li Tianheng found he could remain calm and collected. Hello, my name is Li Tianheng. I currently serve as the general manager and chief designer at the Shunhang Scientific Research Base. This research base, initiated by academician Lu, focuses specifically on studying significant future technologies. To enhance our national defense and scientific reserves, those mechs you saw were mainly designed under my supervision. Li Tianheng briefly introduced himself and provided a summary of the event. After around 10 minutes. That's all I have to say. Now let's invite our esteemed journalists and media friends to speak up and ask questions. I'll do my best to provide answers. Thank you. As Li Tianheng concluded his words, the venue erupted in applause. In the past, some might have doubted the authenticity, considering the extreme advancement of the mechs which seemed beyond human capabilities. But with Lu Yuanshan right beside him, practically everyone's suspicions about Li Tianheng vanished instantly. Hello, Li Tianheng. I'd like to ask a question that concerns us all. A young woman stood up with a microphone, looking directly at Li Tianheng. Will these types of mechs appear at other disaster sites in the future? Or was this just a one-time occurrence where these mechs won't participate in further rescue missions? Li Tianheng had already guessed such a question would come, and he had prepared thoroughly, not only in terms of responding to journalists, but for actual operations. After the start of operations in Xanadu City, our Shunhang Scientific Research Base has cooperated with various local institutions and officials. We plan to establish a specialized mech rescue team for situations like earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, or fires. If such a large-scale disaster occurs, the mech rescue team will rush to the scene as quickly as possible and conduct rescues. Hearing this, the venue again resounded with thunderous applause. Many of you might associate mechs with war and weapons when you see them, said Li Tianheng. I don't deny that they do possess such abilities, but at the same time, they can definitely play a role in dangerous scenes for rescue missions, ensuring the safety of people's lives and property, minimizing losses as much as possible. The applause on site went on endlessly. Every word spoken by this 20-something young man. Every action he took could make every person present feel utterly humbled. Hello, Li Tianheng. Another man stood up. I noticed that academician Lu mentioned earlier that a major product would be launched today. Also, your Weibo post invited us to feel the approach of future technology. What does this represent? Does it mean that your product has epic-making significance? The journalist friend is very smart. You've practically said what I was going to say. Li Tianheng's words made the journalist somewhat embarrassed, but he still smiled as he sat there. Yes, the product being released today indeed has epic-making significance. Its emergence might change many aspects of our lifestyle, just as the release of smartphones decades ago changed our lives. Upon hearing this, quite a few people once again looked at Li Tianheng with astonished eyes. If someone else had said this, everyone would likely have dismissed it as nonsense and considered them boastful. But how could a genius who created such mechs possibly talk nonsense on such an occasion? I believe many people must have purchased the robot Optimus produced by Tesla. That robot can help us do a lot of things, becoming a capable assistant in our lives. Although I am now the head of the Xuanhuan Scientific Research Base, the purpose of technology is originally to serve people. Therefore, I will establish a high-end technology company of our own, backed by the Xuanhuan Scientific Research Base. Our first released product will be the intelligent robot that can integrate into our daily lives. Optimus has been part of our lives for a long time, but I believe the robot from Xuanhuan Technology will be more advanced than Optimus in every aspect. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, the door nearby opened. A black and white robot emitting a glossy texture slowly walked over. Chapter 41. A flying robot? In this instant, the entire scene was filled with the sounds of cameras and phones snapping pictures, leaving only the heavy breathing of people. Voices of discussion were constantly heard on site, and when netizens saw this robot, various comments and bullet chats kept streaming in. My goodness, is it really that realistic? I thought Optimus Prime was already as realistic as it could be. How does it feel like it's exactly the same as Optimus Prime? I suspect it's just a high-quality knockoff. I feel the same. What's so great about a knockoff machine? It's ridiculous. Tisk. Some people in the country these days have no shame, using others' technology, others' designs, claiming to surpass them. Are you all too used to kneeling down that you can't stand up anymore? If this robot doesn't look human-like, what else should it look like? Exactly. If they can create those mechas seen in Xanadu City, it's nothing surprising that they made more advanced robots. The online reactions were currently polarized. There were those who wildly supported Li Tianheng, and also those who dismissed him as completely worthless. Of course, Li Tianheng couldn't pay attention to these online messages. At that moment, he turned on the switch of the robot. The display screen on its face lit up instantly, showing a cartoonish smile to everyone present. Excuse me, but there isn't much difference between the robot you designed and Optimus Prime, is there? This woman did not stand up, and her voice wasn't loud, yet every single person at the scene could hear her clearly at this moment. At that moment, quite a few people noticed that the woman's expression slightly changed. My goodness, the venomous woman who Lily has actually come. It's actually who Lily. This woman is most adept at nitpicking. How can this crazy woman still be hosting shows? Who could possibly bear her sharp tongue? This person gets famous by such means. If you're clean yourself, no matter how she tries to criticize, it wouldn't work. When Li Tianheng saw who Lily, a trace of surprise also appeared on his face. He had watched many interviews hosted by this woman on TV before, where some guests would literally be driven mad by just a few words from her. There were even cases where guests angrily left the interview scene, vowing that they would never appear on any programs related to who Lily. It seemed her style hasn't changed much, and her first question upon arriving was already so pointed. All robots will naturally look similar, but the details are different. Li Tianheng smiled faintly, showing no signs of panic at Hu Lily's arrival. So what you mean is that your so-called design is merely copying others? Hu Lily said indifferently. If you insist on thinking that way, then I have no better way to answer it, Li Tianheng calmly replied. After all, Optimus Prime is our predecessor. Tesla has achieved its current scale thanks to undeniable technological innovation capabilities. There's nothing wrong with referencing their designs. In that case, you shouldn't claim this as being designed by your Xuanhuan research base without labeling it high-quality imitation, Hu Lily remarked. I didn't say that the insides are the same as the outsides. Li Tianheng responded indifferently. Take for example, we all have 2 eyes and 1 mouth, but some people just love to pick fights with everything, sky, ground, air, and create unnecessary topics out of nowhere, while others remain cultured and focus on basic professional integrity and demeanor. Can you really say these 2 kinds of people are the same? Upon hearing this, Hu Lily's expression slightly changed, and many around looked at Li Tianheng with strange gazes, their eyes glowing. This simple statement indeed highlighted their differences, and many people became genuinely curious. What is the difference between the robot designed by Li Tianheng and Optimus Prime? If they were put together, who would win? Fortunately, Hu Lily was also a person who'd been through ups and downs. She did not lose her composure due to Li Tianheng's words. What you're implying is that the inside of your robot differs from Optimus Prime. Speaking of which, let me briefly introduce this robot. Li Tianheng faced all the cameras and continued. I won't explain its basic functions and instructions because they'll be detailed in the manual. Right now, I want to talk about its first escape feature. I've installed a balance device and an anti-gravity component inside the robot. This allows the robot to have brief flight capability. It can carry a weight of 500 pounds and fly about 500 meters off the ground. In case of disasters such as earthquakes or fires, this robot can easily take its owner away from the disaster site. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, a demonstration animation began to play on the big screen beside him. A fire occurred on the rooftop of a 30-story high-rise building, and then the robot leaped out of the window with one person in hand, landing effortlessly on the ground. The robot then took off again, returning to the burning house and saving 2 more people. Upon seeing this scene, both the audience and fans at the scene and in front of their screens were completely stunned. If it weren't for Academician Lu's serious expression, I'd definitely think this was all talk. Haha, with or without Academician Lu, I wouldn't doubt this. After all, I personally witnessed those mechas at the earthquake site. Amazing. This is like giving Hu Lili a slap in public. With this function, even Optimus Prime couldn't match up. Holy crap, is this real? If it's true, can this robot really carry me to fly freely? The promotional animation is great, but who knows if it's actually that powerful? There's no point talking about it. I believe a live demonstration would be the best way to prove it. Are you sure your robot can do exactly what was shown in the animation? If it cannot, with so many cameras pointed at you, there will be sufficient evidence to prove that you're fraudulently advertising. Hu Lili was slightly stunned by the animation, but she quickly concluded it was impossible. Such scenes could only appear in sci-fi movies. There was simply no way they could exist in reality. Ma'am, please don't doubt my boss's research capability, nor my basic operation skills. Don't project your limited knowledge onto others and assume that what you haven't seen or cannot achieve must also be unachievable for others, right ma'am? But it wasn't Li Tianheng speaking. It was Xiaohang, the robot standing beside him. Its metallic voice echoed through the room, while a mocking smile flashed across the screen. The entire scene immediately fell into complete silence. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the robot beside Li Tianheng. At their screens, those watching the live stream were just as shocked as those at the scene. Chapter 42, Repeated Obstruction. Ha. Hu Lili probably would never have thought that one day she'd be taught a lesson by a robot. Couldn't have said it better. This woman is just unreasonable. Doesn't even consider the situation. By the way, are robots really this advanced now? This can't possibly be an actual robot, could it? A real person must be inside there. How could a robot say these things? If it's truly a robot, then that is somewhat frightening. Its thought process is too complex for humans to keep up with. Forget about the audience watching the live event. Hu Lili herself, right in the middle of it all, was also staring blankly at the robot, unable to utter a word for quite a while. Li Tianheng beside her was slightly embarrassed as well. After all, he had designed this thing himself. Speaking like this to Hu Lili in front of so many people obviously wasn't appropriate. Sorry, it got a little too excited. I haven't completely written some social propriety aspects into its program yet. Sorry indeed. Li Tianheng hurriedly apologized to Hu Lili, and these words made everyone present speechless once again, to the point that some were starting to seriously doubt whether they weren't dreaming. Xiaohang, how many times have I told you? The development level of Blue Star technology is limited, and it's normal for people to have doubts about you. Li Tianheng looked utterly exasperated, reprimanding the robot as if it were a child. Alright, why don't you demonstrate your flying abilities? Sure, boss. Following Li Tianheng's words, Xiaohang floated effortlessly from the ground and began flying right there above the hall, under everyone's eyes. A good number of spectators started rubbing their eyes, seeing if what they witnessed was perhaps an illusion. 666666666666666. What the hell? It actually took off. Awesome. Wait. Isn't this a bit too over the top? How did it manage to do that? It seems not to have any propulsion devices on it. How does it take off? I'm seriously doubting whether I've traveled to the future or not. With something this advanced, the price mustn't come cheap either. Sigh. Even if it costs less than Optimus Prime, I think it won't be below $200,000 anyway. Can this thing be mass-produced without problems really? All sorts of questions and discussions constantly appeared in comment sections and bullet chats across various platforms. When Xiaohang returned to the ground, quite a few people present finally snapped back to reality. Hu Lili, regaining consciousness, fixed a particularly dark gaze. Just a moment ago, she had been rebuked by a robot. And more importantly, this robot could genuinely fly, which was beyond her acceptance level. I still believe there's something amiss. Many magicians can make people appear to fly. I think it wouldn't be impossible for this robot either, especially since it has no propulsion device at all. How could it fly? Hu Lili couldn't help but ask again. Are you suggesting you doubt the authority of Shunhang Research Base, thinking we're falsifying everything? That Lu Yuanshan who hadn't spoken a word until now finally lost his patience, fixing a stern face towards Hu Lili. The nation of Long had barely produced such a powerful prodigy, and here came this journalist, repeatedly obstructing them for her own face value. Was this not entirely unethical? No dare, Academician Lu. But ordinary citizens have the right to know too. For such unbelievable events, I believe the public shares my skepticism. Why can't you accept it? Lu Yuanshan coldly replied. Or do you think the mechanical armor rescue team that appeared in Shidu a week ago was also a falsification? And no, I didn't mean that. In fact, Hu Lili had indeed investigated the incident involving the mechanical armor rescuers in Shidu. But every single account she gathered pointed to the same conclusion. Those 10 armors had undoubtedly made unimaginable contributions to the earthquake rescue operation. Without those mechanical armors, it was hard to imagine what consequences might have arisen. So, you can ask reasonable questions, but please don't insult our Shunhang base and make the public believe we're merely a magical entertainment company, Lu Yuanshan stated firmly. Okay, I understand, Academician Lu. This time Hu Lili finally shut her mouth, unwilling to carelessly question further. In fact, it's normal for everyone to have related doubts. However, I can very responsibly tell everyone this. My products, or products sold later by Xuanhuan Company, are all tested and approved by authoritative institutions before being put on sale, ensuring absolutely no issues. As for the actual quality of the products, everyone can also get some prior information online. After this simple press conference, some digital and tech bloggers will also receive samples. They will conduct in-depth reviews of this robot, so I won't elaborate too much on its other functions here. Let me talk about the biggest highlight of this robot next, which is also its greatest selling point. It has an advanced pulse device installed inside. It can predict the occurrence of earthquakes 15 minutes in advance. Once again, everyone at the scene was left stunned after hearing his words. Even though it was already the mid-21st century, the prediction of earthquakes remained completely uncertain. After all, large-scale tectonic plate movements were essentially random events. Predicting something without any patterns was indeed very difficult. At this moment, Li Tianheng claiming that this robot could predict earthquakes was even more shocking than a robot flying, who Lily instinctively wanted to argue with Li Tianheng. But in the next second, she felt as if a chilling gaze had struck her. Lu Yuanshan's eyes were fixed on her, causing her to swallow all the words she had intended to say. I know that all of you must be full of doubts again. Earthquakes are fundamentally impossible to predict. How can a robot achieve it? I won't explain the principles behind it in detail because even if I did, most of you wouldn't understand. All I can tell you is this. It does have this capability. As for how to prove its authenticity, well, we'll just have to rely on luck. Although Li Tianheng was speaking, everyone present still seemed lost in thought. Luck? What do you mean by luck? A journalist couldn't help but ask. Last night, I sent a staff member with another Xiaoying robot to the most seismically active region, the Tianshan area. If an earthquake happens there and Xiaoying successfully detects it, then, ding ding ding. Before Li Tianheng could finish his sentence, his phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Li Tianheng's face lit up with a hint of a smile. It seems my luck isn't too bad today. I only hope it's not a high-magnitude quake. Li Tianheng took out his phone and pressed the answer button, while also enabling the speaker function. Brotherly, an earthquake of magnitude 5.4 is about to occur 4 kilometers away from my position in the uninhabited zone of the Tianshan workshop. This information was just broadcasted by the Xiaoying robot. A rough voice came from the other end of the call, striking the crowd at the press conference like thunder rolling across the plain. Chapter 43, Earthquake, Precise Prediction. Although the content of this sentence is simple, its meaning is enough to shock everyone present. Keep in mind that what was said refers to an impending earthquake, not one that has already occurred. The difference in these few characters also leads to a huge disparity in the whole event. Are you sure it's an uninhabited area? We don't need to evacuate the public, right? Asked Li Tianheng. Yes, brotherly. No one ever enters that uninhabited area, and the earthquake won't be strong enough to cause significant damage, the voice continued. Good. Thanks for your hard work. I believe countless eyes will be on you next. Get prepared, Li Tianheng said. I understand, brotherly. The call ended, and Li Tianheng turned his attention back to everyone present. Most people were holding their phones, apparently contacting relevant individuals near Mount Tianshan. At this moment, the press conference was in a state of uproar, with each person confirming the upcoming event in their own way. Lu Yuanshan quietly moved closer to Li Tianheng. Tianheng, everything's fine, right? Li Tianheng naturally knew what Lu Yuanshan was worried about. This is a national press conference after all. If the earthquake prediction goes wrong, their days ahead might be quite tough. Relax, at such a crucial moment, we couldn't mess up. Ha, that's good, that's good. Lu Yuanshan let out a slight sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, quietly observing everything happening before him. Time passed second by second. Minutes turned into tens of minutes. More and more people online were paying attention to this press conference, especially the earthquake prediction made by Li Tianheng, which directly pushed all live streaming platforms to a high point. I just can't believe this thing is real. I live in the city near Mount Tianshan. I want to see if an earthquake will happen soon. If it's true, today's press conference will surely be a technological revolution that could change the future. Human technology has been stagnant for so many years. It's time for a big breakthrough. Feels kind of absurd. How is it possible to predict earthquakes? It's too exaggerated. Earthquake. Earthquake. The earthquake really happened, 30 kilometers from the workshop unmanned zone. What the heck? In the same city, I just felt the building sway slightly. Awesome, awesome. The seismograph just detected the earthquake 10 seconds ago. Alas, I lack knowledge. What is this magical technology? Is this even science? People from all over the country, both far and near Mount Tianshan, were in the live streams. By now, they've gotten news first, and Li Tianheng has also learned about the earthquake in the unmanned area of the workshop. It seems this robot is pretty good at predicting earthquakes, figuring out about an earthquake 15 minutes in advance. I don't need to explain further how meaningful this would be to people in the earthquake zone. At this very moment, everyone on site had their eyes wide open, filled with astonishment, but more importantly, fervor. Predicting an earthquake 15 minutes ahead. As Li Tianheng had just said, it's something almost unimaginable. If there had been such a robot during an urban earthquake, there probably wouldn't have been any casualties at all. After all, 15 minutes is more than enough time for everyone to evacuate to open areas. I apologize for my previous rudeness. Hu Lily took a deep breath, then gave Li Tianheng a slight bow. This scene drew the gaze of many around them. She's a well-known poisonous snake host, yet she's apologizing to Li Tianheng? But when you think about it, with such an advanced robot present, it wasn't anything shameful for Hu Lily to admit her mistake to Li Tianheng. No problem. Given its level of advancement, some misunderstandings are normal. Li Tianheng smiled faintly, then continued. I won't go into detail about the other functions of this robot. Next, I'll announce its pre-sale price. At this point, Li Tianheng intentionally created suspense, asking, "Dear media friends and tech industry leaders, what do you think would be an appropriate price for this robot?" Everyone who heard this question exchanged glances, setting aside its other functions. With just the earthquake prediction capability, it surpasses all products currently available on the market. Even the third-generation Optimus Prime is incomparable, since it can possess such advanced features. The functions that the Optimus Prime has, it should have as well. The key issue is the functions that aren't on the third-generation Optimus Prime. This is where the robot truly captures everyone's interest. Optimus Prime sells for 250,000 yuan. This robot will definitely exceed that price. You're an idiot. Optimus Prime is imported, so the tax is relatively high, which makes its selling price more expensive. Oh, you're right. This is genuinely made in China. I estimated at around 200,000 yuan would be suitable. Yes, if we set aside some unnecessary costs and fees, 200,000 yuan should be quite reasonable. Whispers of discussion filled the scene as various live streaming platforms erupted in heated debate. No need to say more or make a fuss. 9.9 yuan with free shipping. I'll buy one to try it out first. This guy is going too far. How could something so advanced be 9.9? In my opinion, 99 would be more reasonable. Since this device can predict earthquakes, residents along seismic belts could use it as an essential item. If it's too expensive, it wouldn't be practical. That's true. I feel the same way. If it's 100,000 to 200,000, it would exceed most people's budget. But setting it too low wouldn't cover the costs. After all, it's so advanced. Various comments flooded all major platforms while Li Tianheng kept his gaze calm. Quietly, he let the lively discussions go on for several minutes before slowly speaking up. After all the discussion, I believe everyone has their own idea of a reasonable price. But I want to create a smart robot affordable for everyone. If its price turns many people away, isn't that going against my original intention? So, based on the cost of this robot and other factors, I am going to set the price of this robot around 25,000 yuan. The final price might fluctuate slightly, but it won't vary by more than 5,000 yuan. As these words were spoken, there was sudden silence in the room, followed by thunderous applause echoing everywhere. The online audience also went wild once again upon hearing these words. Chapter 44, Zhou strikes again. What? Over 20,000? Are you sure a zero isn't missing? 6666666666666666666. There's no need to say anything. Just open the channels. I want to pre-order one right now. Is this real? How can it be so cheap? Is this even possible? Today's not April Fool's Day, but why are we going through all these absurd things? My God, does he not want to make money? How could it be this cheap? This goes to show how ridiculous the price of Optimus is. That's true. Even with high taxes and considering production costs of 50,000, earning a clean profit of 200,000 per unit. Absurd. Truly absurd. It's like absurdity has opened the door for itself and walked straight into absurdity. Advanced technology and an ultra-low price triggered a robotic craze online. At the press conference, Li Tianheng continued, "Sales, product-related matters, and company operations will all be handled by my junior classmate Xiuxian. If you have any questions or are interested in collaboration, you can follow her Weibo for consultation." The press conference carried on as more and more people paid attention to it. Even before it ended, Li Tianheng and his mech suit and robots became trending topics again. Even the Border City Technology Institute where Li Tianheng studied made the trending list across several platforms. At that moment, inside a villa located in the suburbs of a certain city, a young man was sitting on a couch watching the live stream of the press conference broadcasted on TV. This young man was none other than Zhou Hao, who had been taken away by Zhu Yuanba earlier. He glared at the screen, dark and sinister. Judging by the look in his eyes, he seemed to want nothing more than to jump into the TV and strangle Li Tianheng and Xiuxian to death. Not far from him, Zhou Ran was also watching this press conference. Seeing the look on Zhou Hao's face, Zhou Ran knew what he was thinking. "Young beast, what exactly are you pondering about?" Zhou Ran's voice brought Zhou Hao back from his thoughts. "Dad, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just kind of shocked." Zhou Hao replied nervously. "Are you really only shocked?" Zhou Ran asked coldly. "Yes, Dad, I truly am shocked. Who would have thought someone from the same school as me could be capable of all this?" Zhou Hao forced a laugh. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. They were both about the same age. Yet Li Tianheng could sit next to Lu Yuanshan and speak while he, Zhou Hao, boasted proudly that his father was Zhou Ran. Coupled with the mess he'd created not long ago, Zhou Ran's mood naturally wouldn't improve anytime soon. "For the last time, I tell you that getting you out of there took every bit of effort on my part. If you cause any more trouble, don't expect help from me. No matter what happens, consider it your own damn fault because I'm your father." Zhou Ran stared seriously, eyeing Zhou Hao intently. His expression and tone weren't playful at all. "I know, Dad, I understand my place. I won't mess around," Zhou Hao said hurriedly. "I hope you understand deep down. Li Tianheng is not someone we can provoke lightly. Do you get it?" Zhou Ran emphasized once more. "I know, Dad," Zhou Hao replied reluctantly. Despite feeling extremely annoyed, given that this was his father, Zhou Hao dared not further challenge him. Looking at Zhou Hao's expression and attitude, Zhou Ran suddenly shook his head and got up, leaving with disappointment. At that very moment, Zhou Hao's eyes flickered with even more intense hatred. "All this is because of you, it's all your fault. Li Tianheng, if it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Thinking you're hot shit because you mastered some tech? And you stole my Xiuxian man. You wait. You just wait." Zhou Hao roared in anger, furiously turning off the TV and storming out of the living room. Driving off in his charcoal green Ferrari sports car from the villa, he arrived at an upscale bar's private room. Xiuxian was surrounded by women on each arm. Across from him sat another young man, who also had a few attractive young women attending to him. Wei Yiba, this is the situation. Tell me how you plan to deal with this little son of a bitch. Xiuxian exclaimed angrily. Well, this isn't going to be easy. Wei Yiba said indifferently. You mentioned yourself, Zhu Yuanba protects this guy, so I assume his security measures must be substantial. And besides, can you handle the consequences if we manage to do something? So that's why I came to you. Xiuxian retorted. This job, Wei Yiba hesitated, then continued, isn't an easy one. Things might go south permanently. Don't bother saying useless stuff. Name your price. As long as the deed gets done, whether we kill him or destroy his reputation thoroughly, it'll be enough, Xiuxian insisted. This number. Wei Yiba extended one finger. 1 million? 1 million. Wei Yiba paused. Are you out of your mind? The person even your father wouldn't dare to offend, do you think can be dealt with for a mere 1 million? 10 million. Xiuxian hesitated for a moment. Although he wasn't short of money, it was still no small amount. That 10 million should be transferred through your channels to my overseas account. And on top of that, you need to arrange for a ship to leave the country. After everything is done, my family will vanish without a trace. Oh yeah. Wei Yiba added casually. You'd better also prepare your own way out. If they trace it back to you, I've already warned you about the consequences. This time, your father can still save you when things aren't too serious, but next time. Wei Yiba shook his head, not finishing the sentence. But anyone with common sense would know what he meant. At this moment, Xiuxian was clearly startled by Wei Yiba's words. Apparently, he couldn't grasp why this matter could become so severe. So, what do you plan to do, with what means? Xiuxian asked. This is none of your concern. I'll ensure he's utterly disgraced. As for how, you don't need to know. Wei Yiba said. Xiuxian fell into deep thought for a while. Wei Yiba's warning had nearly made him reconsider giving up. But then, remembering that because of Li Tianhang, he almost got sent off to forced labor, and also seeing Yun Shimin together with Li Tianhang, this resentment just couldn't be suppressed. After a long pause, his eyes suddenly hardened. All right, let's do it, Xiuxian said. As long as it ruins his reputation, I'll give you 100 million. Okay, deal. Wei Yiba smiled faintly and directly struck an oral agreement with Xiuxian. Moreover, this launch event would impact more than just domestic networks and the tech industry. It had already spread like wildfire internationally. Many big shots in the tech industry had seen the related videos from this product launch. Elon Technology City, a city of enormous scale. This city prioritized the development of high-tech industries. In the last few decades, it became world-renowned as a technology hub, the center of the technology city. From the rooftop of the towering building, Max Musk stood, hands behind his back, overlooking the entire technology city, pride flashing across his face. Chapter 45, Elon's and Musk's shock. As a tech pioneer of the contemporary world, every one of his products, every innovation has always been at the cutting edge globally. Particularly, the fourth-generation robot Optimus he is about to release will undoubtedly be a revolutionary product that shakes the world. While he was still envisioning the grand blueprint ahead, the door opened. A young man hurriedly walked in holding a tablet. Clark, you're becoming more and more impolite. Don't you know to knock before entering? It's not that, boss. Something major happened, and I had to see you urgently. Clark quickly straightened his posture. As a boss, Musk wasn't bad, but he was strict with employees, and Clark naturally realized this. What is it? Musk was in a good mood as he sat down and looked toward Clark. Not long ago, a young man from the Dragon Country held a tech conference. A tech conference? Musk was somewhat puzzled. What kind of high technology can they possibly come out with? Aren't most of their technologies still using ours? Boss, this conference may be really different. Clark handed the tablet to Musk and started playing the video on it. It didn't take much viewing for a few minutes before Musk's expression turned into one of shock. It's impossible. This is impossible. This must be an edited video. My Optimus won't reach this level even after 5 generations. How could he create such an advanced robot? Musk intently stared at the contents being broadcasted on the tablet. The things inside the video were simply outrageous. Even someone like him, who was at the forefront of technology, thought it resembled a science fiction movie. I thought the same initially too, but about this elder. This person, you should still have some impressions, right? Clark pointed at Lu Yuanshan on the screen. A few seconds later, Musk's face once again displayed disbelief. Lu Yuanshan. It's actually Lu Yuanshan. The name Lu Yuanshan wasn't just known domestically. Many abroad also knew about this elder's existence. It was precisely because he understood the weight of Lu Yuanshan that Musk felt so shocked. If this is fake, Lu Yuanshan probably wouldn't have attended this conference. Clark said, is there any information about when this robot will go on sale? Musk hurriedly asked. The conference mentioned selling 10,000 units in about a month. Because their company is newly founded, their production capacity is quite limited and can only achieve this quantity for now. Clark said, no, a month is too long. We need to get our hands on the sample as quickly as possible. Musk said, this is very difficult. Currently, there are probably only a few produced, and all of them would be kept under top-secret conditions. It's highly unlikely we'd be able to get our hands on one, Clark said. This young man from the Dragon Country clearly stated in the video that before the official launch, relevant digital tech bloggers would receive samples for detailed reviews. Didn't you notice that? Musk said, did he say that? Clark checked back and indeed found that Li Tianhang had said this sentence. In that case, we can obtain the product first through these people. But seemingly thinking of something, Clark immediately added, however, they will surely sign confidentiality agreements, and if leaked, they'd face hefty fines. Before the official release, these tech bloggers couldn't randomly sell those machines. That's only because they haven't been sufficiently compensated yet. Musk said indifferently. If we pay them far more than the penalty fee, don't you think they would sell? Hearing this, Clark instantly understood Musk's meaning. Moreover, considering Musk's economic strength, several $billion was just a minor goal. So, just go do it. Meet all their demands, and bring back at least one unit, Musk said. Yes, boss, I'll go arrange it right away. Clark left, and Musk continued rewatching this press conference, his eyes gleaming with serious intensity. If this robot truly exists and can even be mass-produced, then his upcoming fourth-generation Optimus would entirely pale in comparison. Though Li Tianheng currently doesn't pose too significant a threat to him, the fourth-generation Optimus will inevitably still sell well. But what Musk pursued now was no longer wealth. He had long passed the age where he would resort to any means for riches. What Musk couldn't bear was that there was actually a product that completely surpassed his technology. Such things could even be defined as future technology, and the impact on him was truly immense. Hopefully, it's just some promotional gimmick. If this robot can really be mass-produced, Musk's eyes glimmered with light. If this were true, wouldn't what alone tech city needs be precisely such a genius? Dragon Country. After the press conference ended, Xiaoying Robot's popularity continued to soar. However, it also faced numerous criticisms online. At least, many people chose to believe that the robot would be mass-produced. After all, with Lu Yuanshan in charge, no one would doubt this big shot. But the biggest issue was, there would be a 1-month wait for the official launch, and only a meager 100,000 units would be available after a month. Isn't this ridiculous? Nevertheless, this was not something the netizens could decide. The only thing they could do was to continue keeping Xiaoying Robot's popularity high. At this moment, inside the office of Shenheng Research Base, Li Tianheng was sitting at the head of the round table. Seated beside him were none other than Lu Yuanshan and Yun Shimin. In addition to these, Zhang Xuanhuan from Huawei Technology and Kong Sun from Winding Technology were also present. Moreover, Chen Yan, the head of the airline company, and Gao Peng, the dean of Li Tianheng's alma mater, Bianqing Institute of Science and Technology, were also here. All these heavyweight figures were seated around the round table, surrounding the central figure, Li Tianheng. I assume you all know that our newly established company's biggest challenge right now is production capacity, and both Mr. Zhang and Mr. Kong have your own manufacturing plants. When Yun Shimin spoke these words, expressions of excitement appeared on Zhang Xuanhuan and Kong Sun's faces. They had watched Li Tianheng's entire press conference as well. That groundbreaking robot had sparked an unprecedented technological revolution. If they could collaborate with Li Tianheng in this regard, the benefits would be unimaginable. Let us know whatever you need. We will certainly spare no effort, Zhang Xuanhuan said without hesitation. This robot can be processed fragmentarily. Many components are quite easy for you to produce. The cost isn't an issue. The only problem is the quality. Rest assured. Before Li Tianheng finished speaking, Zhang Xuanhuan immediately patted his chest and said, Huawei Technology will surely use the highest standards and top-level productivity to manufacture what you need. Winding Technology is also the same. We must spread the fame of this robot as quickly as possible, making our Dragon Country become the leader of global technology. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Tianheng smiled and nodded. Regardless of whether it was for profit or if they already had these thoughts, the quality aspect was definitely something that didn't need worrying about. Chapter 46, Gao Peng's Request. After continuing the conversation with them for a while, Li Tianheng finally shifted his gaze to Chun Yan, Zhang Huai, and Yuanha. Mr. Chun has traveled a long way. I wonder what you would like to discuss. According to Lu Yuanshan, it seemed that Chun Yan was seeking Li Tianheng's technical support. That is, Chun Yan smiled and said, I had this idea when I was at your modification plant, but I thought the timing wasn't quite right. Do you want to improve the performance of civil aviation aircraft? Li Tianheng asked tentatively. Yes. Chun Yan's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. You know, currently we still do not have the capability to independently manufacture airplanes. Both engines and motors are procured from other countries. I was thinking, if your technologies can be applied to civil aviation planes, I think the situation would completely reverse. Other countries would go out of their way to seek us out. Li Tianheng nodded. This wasn't difficult for him. He could easily solve problems related to engines and motors. As for the redesign of the entire airplane, he could just modify it with the system. The remaining process would simply be replicating it on a mass scale. This isn't hard. You can directly ship over a commercial airliner, and I'll modify it nearby. I will also share the relevant engine technology with you, allowing existing factories to produce it. Chen Yan was stunned upon hearing this, taking quite some time before reacting. You are willing to hand over this technology? Give it to me? These technologies should be known by more people and used in various necessary areas. As a long country national, this is my responsibility and duty. Besides, Li Tianheng smiled and continued. The fields involved will grow wider, and everyone coming to me for cooperative technology would overwhelm me no matter how tired I am. Although he said it like that, his decision still made everyone respect him. If it were any ordinary person, holding such technology would be akin to holding onto one's life root. No one could possibly get even a hint without force. Great. I'll call and have the plane transported here right away. Chen Yan's face lit up with excitement. Even giving a tiny portion of Li Tianheng's technology would benefit him immensely. By the way, do you have any specific requirements for the design and modifications of the plane? Li Tianheng asked. I'm not sure. I was thinking, could we install that anti-gravity system? This way, airport runways would be completely unnecessary. The propulsion system doesn't need to be as powerful as that mech's, perhaps making passengers' journeys more interesting. Xuanhuan roughly outlined some basic requirements, all of which Li Tianheng agreed to one by one. Once they reached an agreement, Xuanhuan left eagerly. Gao Peng remained somewhat uneasy, sitting there without uttering a word for quite some time. The situation now was completely different. Facing the current Li Tianheng and Yun Shiman, even he, the dean of Bianqing Technology College, had to tread carefully. Dean Gao, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Could it be that you personally came here to remind me about enrolling? Li Tianheng laughed and said, No, how could that be? With all the important missions you're responsible for, schoolwork is nothing major. Gao Peng quickly responded, Haha, well then good. At least when the time comes, I'll graduate honorably as a university student. Li Tianheng laughed again. Cough. Gao Peng was slightly embarrassed. After all, he had once personally expelled Li Tianheng, but fortunately, the latter did not hold these grudges against him. Gao Peng, get straight to the point. Can't you see how busy things are around here? Lu Yuanshan said from the side. Yes. Gao Peng startled suddenly and quickly continued. This is how it is, Tianheng. Since you have already become a notable figure in our school, some students recently suggested that maybe we could specifically open a mech professional course. After all, that technology is already very mature, so this kind of trend will definitely exist in the future. This suggestion is not bad, but what they study, how they learn, and textbook editing will require much deliberation on my part. Li Tianheng said. Not a rush. Take care of the most pressing things in your hands first. Gao Peng's joy was almost unrestrained, causing his mouth to remain curled upward as he spoke. Just imagine the admission pamphlet for Bianqing Technology College next time stating, the school newly adds the mech driving specialty, taught personally by Senior Li Tianheng. Undoubtedly, countless young people would break their heads just to come to their Bianqing Institute. At this moment, Gao Peng was also relieved by the decision he made within Tianheng car modification. If at that time he hadn't pulled a face and asked Li Tianheng to re-enter the school status, it was uncertain whether things would go so smoothly from now on. Over the next few days, Li Tianheng indeed devoted part of his energy to the compilation of the mech textbook. On the third day, Xuanhuan transported a disassembled passenger aircraft in batches. Upon seeing the orderly arranged parts of the passenger aircraft inside the factory, Li Tianheng couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Since we want to change the aerospace landscape, let's give it the hardest treatment right away. System, come on, give me your best shot. The super extreme modification system for changing heavens, earth, and air is online. What does the host need to modify? This Boeing 799 passenger aircraft before us. Modify it to be advanced. I want to install an anti-gravity system and entertainment systems, as well as top-notch riding experiences. Li Tianheng listed all of his requirements. Alright, the host request has been received. According to this Boeing 799 passenger aircraft, the system will generate the following modification plans. Create an anti-gravity system, upgrade aerodynamic kits, install immersive holographic entertainment systems, upgrade personal safety protection packages. The total cost for this plan will consume 300,000 prestige points. When Li Tianheng heard the final price, he couldn't help but feel shocked despite himself. After all, that Black Knight mech had only cost him 200,000 prestige points. But when he thought about all the various features on this aircraft, Li Tianheng accepted it. Alright, go with this plan. Alright host. Deducting 300,000 prestige points from the host. The detailed content of the plan will be sent in batches. Please make sure to check and confirm them, host. In no time, Li Tianheng felt countless streams of information surge into his mind. Upon seeing these tech components before him, his smile deepened. Over the next few days, Li Tianheng completely immersed himself in modifying this Boeing 799. At the same time, through Yun Shiman's careful selection, a total of 10 well-known tech bloggers received the trial versions of Xiaoying robots. Xianxing's two elders were relatively authoritative digital tech bloggers who already had some fame on the internet. They were identical twins who were currently enthusiastically live-streaming to their fans in front of the camera. With over 100,000 viewers in the live stream room, it was clear that their popularity was extraordinarily high. Chapter 47, Despised by a Robot. Everyone, after longing for days, we finally got the prototype of Xiaoying robot today, xianxia said excitedly. Yes, Yangshan beside him added. Compared to you, our brothers are more curious about whether this robot is as magical as it was shown on the stage at the launch. After he finished speaking, Xianxia continued. So everyone can see that we've chosen a testing site in the suburban outdoors today, which is to provide this robot with more room for performance. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live streaming room kept surging crazily. Compared to previous ordinary evaluations, the popularity this time was completely unmatched by anything before. It had been only 50 minutes since the broadcast started, and there were already hundreds of thousands of people watching in the live streaming room. You have to know that during earlier times, the highest viewership was around 20,000. But now, there was an evident trend of reaching over 1 million viewers in the live streaming room. This was also the reason why Yang Jie and Yangshan worked hard to secure this testing opportunity. No words, I'll always support Elder Xuanqing. Awesome job, guys, almost 500,000 in the live stream room. Amazing. Thought you didn't manage to get the testing opportunity because you haven't said anything. Hurry up, the conference presentation was so amazing, I want to see if it's true. I think it's impossible to be fake with Lu Yuanshan involved. So, what I care most about is the final price. What's the point even if it's real? There are only 10,000 units anyway. Do you think you're Jiataning with such quick reflexes? Various bullet comments raced across the screen of the live streaming room. Xianxia and Xiangshan exchanged glances and then looked at the screen. I won't keep you waiting any longer. Let's get straight to the subject today, testing this xiaohang robot. As Xianxia finished speaking, Xiangshan carried an unopened box to the camera. To tell the truth, its weight is really beyond my imagination. Everything inside definitely does not exceed 30 kilograms. While saying this, Xiangshan began unpacking the box. 2 minutes later, a brand new robot appeared in front of the live streaming room audience. Don't say more, it indeed looks just like it did at the press conference. Amazing, my brother. If it weren't for its face and dressed in clothes, who would think it's a robot? All I care about right now is whether it has some special functions, letting me experience the charm of anatomy. Haha, I was about to say, if it had a gender, I'd never plan on marrying a wife. Buying one of these and living with it instead sounds nice. Let me ask quietly, what material is this made of? Is it soft when you touch it, or is it hard and stiff? While Xiangshan was unpacking, Xianxia was also keeping his eyes glued to the screen. Then he saw these superhuman bullet comments. Cough cough, everyone, please calm down. This is a robot. No matter how amazing its features may be, it's still just a robot. So what if it's a robot? A robot isn't human anymore. Exactly. Host, you're purely discriminating against races here. Hell no. Marrying a real person costs me over $1 million, but a robot gets settled for tens of thousands of dollars. You tell me which is better? That's right. The key is robots will absolutely listen to instructions, but getting married to a woman doesn't guarantee that. Grass, a type of green plant. Looking at your bullet comments makes me tempted myself. Nothing to say. Tomorrow I'm going to get divorced from my stinking old lady. Seeing these bullet comments, Xianxia felt both amused and exasperated. He was clearly a technology reviewer anchor, but somehow it felt more like being an entertainment show host. Fortunately, Xiangshan beside him finally turned on the switch of the robot, and the screen on its face lit up quickly. We obtained the electronic version of this robot's manual 2 days ago. Don't say you don't believe us, but even we find it difficult to believe. Xiangshan paused, and suddenly xiaohang robot spoke up. Hello everyone, I am the xiaohang robot. Next, I will serve you wholeheartedly and let you experience the charm of future science and technology. Xiaohang, I heard you can fly, right? Can you perform takeoff for us now? Xiangshan said on the side. Sure. The moment the words were spoken, xiaohang robot took off into the air without any propulsion system. It seemed to leave the ground a few dozen meters, just like a piece of paper floating in the wind. Then it gently descended in front of them again. This scene also happened during the conference. But the introduction at the conference far lacked the impact of what was being demonstrated right now in the live streaming room. In the live streaming room, Xiaohan's flying ability was showcased much more close-up and intuitively. This scene was much more visually striking than the one at the launch conference. After all, this was happening live in the streaming room. For viewers and fans, it felt much more relatable, and they could more directly feel the strength of xiaohang robot. Alright, no more talk. Just for the reality of this lung-heart function, I'm buying it. Imagine my girlfriend carrying me flying in the sky, exchanging our feelings in mid-air. Exciting just to think about it. Impressive, never expected the flight function would be real. This is definitely something Kinyanzu can't compare with. This isn't anything surprising either. Mechanoids already achieve air flight, so it's not odd that robots can fly too. Can this thing really fly freely? Is there no air traffic control? Imagine in the future, the sky will be full of flying robots. At this moment, Xianxia and Xiangshan almost didn't have any mood left to check the bullet comments. After all, the two of them were seeing a flying robot for the first time as well. They couldn't help but be shocked by its incredible ability. Alright, I must admit, this is the most powerful tech product I've ever reviewed. Just this random flight function alone makes it worth getting a hand on and trying out. Xianxia praised, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the robot. As for the earthquake prediction feature, I think it's unnecessary to predict further. The launch conference has explained everything. Besides, if they can make flying possible, earthquake prediction shouldn't be impossible either. The main point is that we currently don't have the means to evaluate the earthquake function. Xiangshan glanced at the streaming room beside him. At this moment, all kinds of vulgar words were flooding in, making the entire barrage hard to look at. He knew if they didn't change the topic soon, there might be no saving this live stream. So, next, we'll test the protective function mentioned in the manual. This protective function refers to when danger happens to the owner and the robot is nearby. Xiaohang will take the fastest action to prevent the owner from harm. Xiaohang, can you really do that? Xiangshan asked, looking straight at Xiaohang. At this moment, Xiaohang nodded very flexibly, and an angry expression appeared on its display screen. Please don't doubt Li Tianhong's manufacturing ability. These basic functions are mere child's play. The words spoken by Xiaohang gave the two brothers an illusion, as if a real person were standing before them. So, alright, let's try then. After Xiangshan finished speaking, he stood up, took a deep breath, and then fell forward stiffly. Chapter 48. Invasion. Although Xiangshan had prepared himself for it, if he really fell to the ground, it would hurt for at least half an hour. But just as his body was about to hit the ground at a 45-degree angle, Xiaohang, standing beside him, quickly stepped forward and firmly supported Xiangshan. These agile steps and ultra-fast reactions once again shocked Xianxia, who stood nearby. But in the next second, Xiaohang's face showed a smile. You too. Can you use some more advanced evaluation methods? This kind of testing method makes you two look somewhat like idiots. What you're facing is a black technology product that surpasses the era, not a dumb toy that plays hide-and-seek with you. Xiaohang's voice echoed all around. leaving Yang Jie and Xiangshan completely speechless. The livestream listeners were thoroughly entertained by this statement. Haha, two tech bloggers have been scolded by a robot. Absolutely brilliant. Got called morons by a robot. I'm dying laughing. To be honest, I don't dare buy this robot. I'm afraid it will think I'm too stupid. This is impressive. If I had this robot, I could completely let it do my homework. I said, you two moron streamers, why don't you test something useful, like human reproduction-related functions? Stop messing around with useless stuff. At this moment, Yang Jie and Xiangshan were still in a daze, having been looked down upon by a piece of tech product. This was truly the first time they experienced such a situation. Alright, then this, you just performed your own flying earlier. How about carrying us while flying next? That way, we could also test your rescue capabilities, Yang Jie said. Sure. After Xiaohang agreed, the two brothers fixed their phones. Then Xiaohang carried the two of them under each arm. Subsequently, Xiaohang took off, lifting the two brothers into the air. As expected, my girlfriend can carry me and fly in the sky. Haha, I see this robot is made of metal. Can they release a silicone version in the future? I'm confused. How did it achieve flight? I wish I could be the one being held under its arm. I envy them so much. It's great. I want to become a tech blogger too, always experiencing advanced products first. What the hell? What happened there? The vibe of the live broadcast suddenly changed with question marks and exclamation points coming in waves. In the video frame, robot Xiaohang suddenly hovered in midair, probably at a height of about 10 meters above the ground. Then, Xiaohang began to violently tremble. Invasion. I envy. Xiaohang seemed to be struggling desperately, seemingly using all his strength to slowly descend by 2 or 3 meters. Suddenly, sparks flew from Xiaohang's back, followed by a wisp of blue smoke. Xiaohang, along with Yang Jie and the two brothers, fell heavily onto the ground due to gravity. A crisp crackling sound followed. It even drowned out the metallic impact sound of Xiaohang's fall. Finally came the painful groans of Yang Jie and the two brothers. What happened? What is going on here? Out of control. Haha. I said this technology couldn't possibly be mature. Clearly something went wrong. Xuanhuan brothers, are you alright? You didn't die, right? That height shouldn't cause death, but fractures seem inevitable. Didn't they say this thing could predict earthquakes? And it already crashed during evaluation. Anyone nearby? Hurry up and call 120. They haven't gotten up after so long. Holy crap. Blood. I see blood. It doesn't look light at all. At this moment, no one noticed. Hundreds of meters up in the sky, and tens of meters away among trees about a dozen meters off the ground. A few miniature drones were hovering around. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even notice their existence. Besides, there was a small truck parked about 100 meters away from the outdoor testing site. From the outside, the truck looked unremarkable, but if you observed closely, you would notice. Four corners of the cargo box each had a miniature antenna. They looked just like satellite signal receivers. How could an ordinary truck possibly carry these kinds of things? And if you entered the cargo box, you would discover there were 4 people inside, facing various sophisticated devices and 6 computer screens. 2 of those screens were broadcasting every movement of Yang Jie and the two brothers along with Xiaohang's robot. When they saw Yang Jie and the two brothers falling heavily onto the ground and Xiaohang's robot smoking, a young man with a sharp face and a mischievous grin appeared, his features betraying a sinister smile. Didn't even set up any firewall barriers. Clearly they didn't take us professional hackers seriously at all. The boss, speaking of which, this thing really is advanced. I'm starting to want one myself, just for fun. Beside him, a bearded giant gazed enviously at the screen. Alright, tuck your childish curiosity away and call 120 immediately. Alrighty then. The bearded man picked up the phone and dialed 120. Meanwhile, the thin-faced young man also made a call. On the phone's display screen, the name glaringly showed Wei Yibo. Brother, it was easy work. You'll see the news soon enough. Great, good. Alright then, thanks bro. Sure thing, that's a total of 5 million. Right. After hanging up the phone, the young man let out a deep sigh, an expression of discontent flickering across his face. This cunning old fox, who knows how much he pocketed from someone else, giving me only 5 million. Enough of your complaints. We owe him favors anyway. Once this task is done, it's over. As the last words were spoken, the drones hovering nearby returned, and the small truck slowly drove off from this spot. Actually, not only did the two brothers Yang Jie run into trouble, these past 2 days, among all the bloggers who obtained test units of Xiaohang robots, a full 1/3 of them encountered various accidents. One tech blogger almost caught fire because the robot malfunctioned, setting alight his clothing in the process. Thankfully, there were other people around him at the time. Otherwise, this blogger might have met a fiery end. Of course, some people evaluated Xiaohang robots without encountering any issues at all. In the Elon Tech City, Max's Xiaohang robot performed flawlessly. When Max first laid eyes on Xiaohang, he was utterly astounded. Indeed, the design bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime, since both were created based on human proportions. However, Xiaohang's craftsmanship, feel, and material quality undeniably surpassed those of Optimus Prime, especially its weight. Weighing only 27 kilograms was enough to astonish everyone present. Are you sure this is the robot being sold by the Dragon Nation? Max asked, looking toward Clark. Chapter 49, Boeing 799, renovation completed. Yes, boss, Clark said helplessly. A total of 50 million American dollars. That tech blogger from Long Country finally agreed to sell it to me. This is probably the most expensive robot in history. If those technologies are truly without issue, then it's not expensive at all. Max's face was full of excitement as he turned on Xiaohang. Hello, I am the robot Xiaohang. I will wholeheartedly serve you and let you experience the charm of future technology. The repeated opening line was accompanied by a cartoonish smile appearing on its face. How did so many foreigners end up here? Standard Mandarin left Max and Clark confused. Then, Max asked Xiaohang in English, "Do you speak English?" Of course, Xiaohang is about to switch to English mode. After 2 seconds, Xiaohang fluently started in English, switching to English mode. "It's nice to meet you. Xiaohang robot is at your service." This simple exchange stunned Max and Clark directly. It seemed like this robot had some form of autonomous consciousness. Compared to it, Optimus Prime still appeared somewhat stiff. Could you demonstrate flying for us?" Max asked. "Certainly." And so, Xiaohang lifted off, flying right before Max and Clark's eyes. Following this, Max continued testing various functions of Xiaohang, only to discover they matched perfectly with what was shown in the video. Oh my god, getting such technology for $50 million American dollars is simply the best deal I've ever made. Max's face lit up with immense awe. Deliver it to Research Team 0. Let them disassemble and study it. Make sure to crack all the technologies inside this robot in the shortest possible time. I understand, boss. With that, Clark took Xiaohang away, leaving Max looking ahead at the city of technology, his face filled with victorious pride. Li Tianheng wasn't aware of these events. He was fully immersed in the renovation of the Boeing 799. In just 1 week, the original Boeing 799 had been transformed completely. At least from start to finish, this passenger plane no longer resembled an airplane at all. Seen from afar, it looked more like a massive UFO. Although, this disc-shaped UFO was a bit bulky. After all, since it's used for public transportation, the number of passengers must also be met. If Xuanhuan were here now, he certainly wouldn't recognize this as a Boeing 799. Xuanhuan looked at the object beside him, and if the renovator and designer weren't Li Tianheng, they would never have thought this could fly. It's not necessary to make it in the shape of a plane for it to take flight, Li Tianheng said lightly. Most people's thinking had been fixed by the shape of airplanes and their method of flight, believing that anything capable of taking off must have propellers and must adhere to aerodynamics. But since Li Tianheng acquired the system, he realized that propellers and aerodynamics were merely the lowest level of dynamics principles. Of course, if anyone else said this, Xuanhuan would have torn them apart mercilessly. But when these words came out of Li Tianheng's mouth, Xuanhuan suddenly felt there was truth in them. At that moment, he even suddenly felt his own understanding was too limited. Before Li Tianheng, he felt less intelligent than a child. "We can call Xuanhuan and let him come pick it up." "He's already on his way," Xuanhuan quickly said, and he brought several aviation experts along with more than 10 professional pilots. "He says he wants them to learn from you beforehand and exchange experiences." "There's no need for that. This is different from a mech suit. The requirements for the pilot aren't that high," said Li Tianheng. "Still, it's something meant to fly, so the elder has his concerns, which is normal." At this very moment, Xuanhuan was speeding towards the base in a limousine. All the experts and scholars around him were from the aviation field, especially the elder behind him named Su Wenkai. Originally, he had planned to purchase a batch of new engines abroad to build his own passenger planes. However, Xuanhuan abruptly halted him. "Lao Chun, this isn't a joke. That Li Tianheng specializes in robotics. How could he possibly manufacture airplanes?" Su Wenkai's face was filled with concern. He always believed that Xuanhuan had been brainwashed by Lu Yuanshan and Li Tianheng. Could airplanes be modified casually? A single airplane carries hundreds of lives. Should there be even the slightest error, the consequences would absolutely be catastrophic. "Su Wenkai, must you sound like a broken record? You've been repeating yourself the entire way here. Don't you feel tired saying it over and over again? I'm exhausted just listening to you." Xuanhuan felt as if one head had split into two. The entire journey so far, Su Wenkai had acted like an elderly grandmother endlessly repeating the same words, leaving Xuanhuan in quite a bad mood. "Xuanhuan, it's not entirely Su's fault," remarked another middle-aged man sitting nearby with a laugh. "You abruptly stopped his project. How could he not be upset?" "This really isn't the point." Su Wenkai shook his head. "Building airplanes is no trivial matter. Forget performance. Can he even guarantee its safety?" "Su Wenkai, isn't Lu Yuanshan's title higher than yours?" asked Xuanhuan. "Of course," came the reluctant response, despite being unwilling to concede. "Isn't Lu Yuanshan more authoritative than you?" Xuanhuan posed another question. "You want me to stop beating around the bush? Fine." Su Wenkai snapped irritably. "All I'm saying is that Lu Yuanshan doesn't seem worried. Why are you fretting?" Xuanhuan replied. "Xuanhuan, let me throw this in," said a white-haired elder sitting in the front passenger seat. "Lu Yuanshan specializes in physics and mech suits. His research has nothing to do with airplanes. Just because Li Tianheng built the mech suit doesn't mean we should think of him as some kind of omnipotent deity. I don't have time for verbal sparring with all of you," Xuanhuan said impatiently. "We're almost at the destination. Then you'll understand everything." With that said, Xuanhuan leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. But the concerned expressions on the faces of those around him didn't subside. After half an hour, "We've arrived at the Xinhong Scientific Research Base." As the driver spoke, Xuanhuan was suddenly startled awake. After stepping out of the car, Li Tianheng, Xuanhuan, and Lu Xiuxian were already there waiting ahead to greet them. "Tianheng, I heard the plane's renovation is complete?" asked Xuanhuan with a hint of anticipation. "Yes, since I'm not too busy right now, I'll give you a brief introduction, and then you can take it away." Hearing these words, Su Wenkai and the others looked at each other in confusion, feeling as though Li Tianheng wasn't talking about modifying a plane, but perhaps an ordinary vehicle. "All right." Xuanhuan turned to look at Su Wenkai and the others, saying, "These are all experts in aviation. Could you give them a brief introduction so they get an idea of what they're about to deal with? Sure, everyone follow me. After finishing, Li Tianheng led the way, with Xuanhuan and the others following closely behind. Chapter 50, The Wing of the Dragon. At this moment, Su Wenkai and his group were looking at Xuanhuan with disdain. This bigwig in the aviation industry. Why does he seem so servile in front of Li Tianheng? Although saying this might be a bit exaggerated, his attitude was too cautious. It was as if he was terrified that one wrong word would offend Li Tianheng. Upon arriving at the modification factory, they could already see the enormous object inside through the gate. Xuanhuan and his group did not know what this thing in front of them was. Therefore, after coming in, everyone observed their surroundings until 10 seconds later, when Xuanhuan finally turned to Li Tianheng. Li Tianheng, where's the plane? Right here, Li Tianheng said, looking at the huge UFO in front of him. This is the modified aircraft. Even though Xuanhuan had mentally prepared himself, he still froze when he saw it. What lay before him looked like an infinitely enlarged plate and basically had nothing to do with an airplane. Only close to the base could they see the prominent words, Boeing, 799 modified. Utter nonsense. Already full of resentment. Seeing this, Su Wenkai could no longer contain his anger. Old Su, what are you talking about? Xuanhuan glared at Su Wenkai, but the latter didn't care. Come on, tell me what this thing is modified into. Su Wenkai said, looking at the massive object in front of him. I just want to ask, which part of this looks like an airplane? At this moment, everyone fell silent. Except for those prominent words, this thing naturally couldn't possibly be related to an airplane. Su Wenkai, Li Tianheng hasn't even started explaining yet. Why are you barking like a dog? Xuanhuan rebuked angrily. Barking like a dog? Su Wenkai exclaimed in frustration. You forcefully halted my project, claiming this Li Tianheng can bring us new technology. Well, tell me, what is this thing? Can this toy lift humans and fly? Time is precious for all of us, and here we are playing around. Su Wenkai, please don't impose your old-school mindset on this young man, okay? A slight flicker of anger showed on Xuanhuan's face. Can anyone truly doubt that his mecha technology has matured to such a degree? I didn't believe it either initially. But look at the results. Just because you think it's impossible doesn't mean others share your doubts. Xuanhuan, you're obsessed. How can mechas be equated with airplanes? Su Wenkai pointed at the flying saucer repeatedly. This thing, a jerry-rigged model, can be called an airplane? You're right. Finally, Li Tianheng interjected from the side, saying, this artifact indeed should not be termed an airplane because that outdated name simply isn't suitable for it. Though Li Tianheng spoke softly, his voice reverberated across the room, leaving everyone astonished. What did you say? Su Wenkai was dumbfounded. I've given it a completely new name. It's called the Wing of the Dragon. As soon as Li Tianheng finished speaking, he pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. Buzz. The sound of the engine igniting resonated throughout the vast conversion workshop. Suddenly, countless light patterns appeared on the bottom and sides of the massive machine. Next, a crimson dragon pattern coiled around the entire spacecraft, resembling a mighty dragon clinging to its surface. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the monstrous craft suddenly floated up gently off its supports below. Clearly visible was the massive UFO-like structure hanging unsupported approximately 20 meters above the ground. If this happened at night under the starry sky, you'd clearly see the scene of the dragon rising magnificently. The Wing of the Dragon, a groundbreaking future aircraft, symbolizes the awakening of the sleeping Oriental dragon, the rise of the offspring of dragons, and also the dawn of the tech era for our Longhua. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, the entire flight vehicle once again emitted an earth-shattering roar of engines. At this moment, everyone present felt their blood boiling. Indescribable visual shocks, unimaginable cutting-edge black technologies, were impacting the sensory minds of every person here. How is this possible? How could this be possible? Su Wenkai stared upward at the wing of the dragon suspended mid-air, its bottom revealing no engine exhaust wave, floating lightly there as if carried by invisible hands. Li Tianheng continued. The Wing of the Dragon employs the most powerful anti-gravity black technology one possesses, using a nuclear reactor and electromagnetic forces to create an anti-gravity field to counteract Earth's gravity, thereby achieving flight. This technology is also applied in my mechas and robots. So, Su Wenkai, do you still dare to say I'm talking nonsense? Beside him, Xuanhuan smirked triumphantly at Su Wenkai, a touch of arrogance flashing across his face. The endless complaints from this man along the way had almost driven Xuanhuan crazy. Wasn't his experience now the best form of revenge? Does that mean airport runways can be eliminated? Su Wenkai seemed completely oblivious to Xuanhuan's words, still staring blankly at the wing of the dragon above. Yes, not only can airport runways be eliminated, but in the future, passengers won't even need to go to airports, Li Tianheng replied. No airport? If there's no airport, how do passengers board? Follow me. Li Tianheng led everyone to the bottom of Dragon 1. Next, they saw a beam of light emanate from the center of the wing of the dragon, enveloping all of them. They then felt a gentle force come over them, and before they knew it, Xuanhuan and the others found themselves lifted into the air and brought inside the wing of the dragon. How did you do this? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? I swear I must be dreaming. Su Wenkai, after speaking, pinched the inner part of his thigh hard, but despite the excruciating pain, he remained unable to wake up from what he believed was a dream. The same anti-gravity device is involved. As for the principle behind it, I've detailed everything in the electronic tutorial. You can study it later. Li Tianheng added. Now you should understand why airports aren't necessary. Passengers just buy tickets on their electronic devices, and the system will verify their credentials. Then the wing of the dragon can locate the passenger and bring them here directly using the anti-gravity device. That's right. If something so advanced could be created, wasn't creating a positioning program even simpler? You can take a look around. The edge section is a leisure tea house area where passengers can choose to enjoy the scenery outside based on their seats. Inside, there are electronic entertainment facilities where passengers can pick their favorite activities and spend an unforgettable journey lost in enjoyment. As they all looked around, they realized they were standing inside what essentially resembled a mini bar. Moreover, various gaming machines, VR devices, audiovisual entertainment, and other amenities were all fully equipped. This is like moving a large amusement venue into the sky. Xianxia couldn't help exclaiming. Under Li Tianhong's guidance, they moved to the edge of the spacecraft. It was only then that Xianxia and the others were shocked to realize they were already more than a kilometer above the ground. More importantly, they hadn't felt the slightest sensation of weightlessness when leaving the ground. Had this craft ascended so quietly without them noticing? Chapter 51. Something happened. I think I can now understand why Xianxia admires you so much. Su Wenkai had nothing more to say at the moment. Bringing this kind of black technology from science fiction movies into reality made Li Tianhong seem almost like a god. How about safety? Is this flying device stable? Are there any potential safety issues? Asked another middle-aged man. Generally speaking, there won't be any safety problems. The entire aircraft body is made from the same hexagonal diamond synthetic osmium as the Black Warrior. Even missiles can't penetrate it. Of course, Li Tianhong walked to a comfortable sofa seat nearby. Just in case, I've installed a personal safety protection system. Once extreme weather or special conditions are encountered, it will be like this. Li Tianhong casually placed a chair on the seat and pressed a button next to it. Suddenly, countless transparent components popped out around the left wing, then combined into a small protective cabin that enveloped the model chair inside. At the same time, a hatch opened under the seat. This small protective cabin detached from the main body and fell downwards. Each independent protective cabin has its own anti-gravity device. They can safely land with the passengers, and the positioning devices inside will activate to help the rescue team easily locate their positions. Everyone who heard this was already completely petrified. It seemed that Li Tianhong had indeed gone through great efforts for this. Besides, there's also a small feature that's quite good. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianhong sat on another seat and pressed another button in front. Something that shocked everyone happened. With this seat as the center, everything around turned transparent. Now, Li Tianhong appeared to be floating in the sky, with all equipment except the chair turning transparent. This kind of transparency device provides passengers with a special experience, feeling as if they are truly flying. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't find words to express themselves, especially Su Wenkai, who looked at Li Tianhong as if he were looking at a monster. This was no longer something that could be described with just the two words, genius. The world was not short of geniuses, but when faced with Li Tianhong, they all paled in comparison. What about speed? How fast is this thing? A curious person beside them asked. The speed isn't too fast, after all. It is designed for passenger experience, so the speed I designed is only up to 10 Machs, said Li Tianhong. 10 Machs. This person was stunned. Those around him also stared in horror at Li Tianhong. 10 Machs equal 10 times the speed of sound. Imagine a dragon's wing carrying 300 people, racing across the sky at 5 Machs. What kind of experience would that be? Generally, we don't need to reach this speed unless the passengers have some urgent matters. Li Tianhong said with a smile. I must indeed apologize for my rashness earlier. Xianxia wasn't exaggerating at all. Su Wenkai suddenly looked towards Li Tianhong. No problem. Given how advanced this thing is, surpassing everyone's understanding, let's all get familiar with it over time. We should strive to replace all our planes with this one. Li Tianhong said with a smile. But, so advanced, how could it possibly be that easy to make? We still need your help. This wasn't Su Wenkai being modest. Every single piece of black technology here was shocking. He had never come across these unprecedented and unimaginable technologies. How could he possibly master them easily? Don't worry. Once the principles are sorted out, it won't be as complex as imagined. I've compiled all the materials concerning this set of modifications and productions into an electronic tutorial, said Li Tianhong. Do you mean you're going to give this technology all to us? Su Wenkai looked at Li Tianhong in disbelief. Of course, I've already told Mr. Chen before. We're all Longwa people. There's no need to keep secrets. Moreover, my energy alone is certainly not enough. Li Tianhong explained. Su Wenkai suddenly thought about how he had just rudely spoken to Li Tianhong. Now, the other party was instead giving him such a grand gift, leaving him speechless. If any of you are willing, you can give me some related patent fees, said Li Tianhong. All right, that's suitable. That's perfectly fine. Slightly relieved, Su Wenkai responded. Pretending pretty well, huh? Why didn't you talk when you were dissing Li Tianhong earlier? Qin Yan'an smirked coldly. Don't rub salt in the wound. Who could have guessed that he could actually create something like this? This is simply. Su Wenkai was at a loss for words, but eventually, everyone managed to reach an agreement. Once the dragon's wing is mass-produced and put into use, Li Tianhong will undoubtedly harvest even more prestige within his system. The aircraft descended slowly. All of them were once again enveloped by that radiant light, landing gently on the ground. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to them. But as they looked back at the stable dragon's wing descending, they realized it was all too real. Just as the group continued to discuss the details, a graceful figure rushed over hurriedly. Li Tianhong, something's wrong. Something big's wrong. Xiuxian was out of breath, her face full of urgency, and she seemed completely oblivious to Chen and the others. Seeing how anxious she was, Li Tianheng knew this wasn't a small matter. What's going on? The robots malfunctioned. Xiuxian's expression turned serious as she continued. An accident happened during Xianxia and Xianxian's live unboxing evaluation. The robot lost control 7 meters off the ground while carrying both of them, causing the two brothers to suffer fractures when they fell to the ground. How could that be? How could Xiaohong lose control? Shock clearly showed on Li Tianhong's face. It wasn't surprising he was shocked. Such incidents had never occurred before. And this was the technology provided by the system. Theoretically, this should not happen. It's not just the two Yang brothers. Several other review bloggers also encountered problems, sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Xiuxian took out her phone and opened Weibo. Right now, despite your information still dominating the hot search across platforms, it's all related negative news. Sure enough, when Li Tianheng and the others glanced at the screen, various glaring trending topics kept appearing. Hashtag digital blogger injured during robot evaluation. Is this future technology or modern hype? Hashtag Xiaoying robots debut review flops. Millions fan tech blogger has Xianxia two elders thrown from the air, leading to varying degrees of injury. Hashtag reality proves so-called technology surpassing Optimus Prime isn't ready yet. Hashtag thought Xiaohong's emergence would spark a tech revolution. Turns out it's a fleeting moment of brilliance. Chapter 52, a 3-step plan. These eye-catching titles make it impossible for people to resist taking a glance and wanting to click on them. At this moment, Li Tianhong's eyes were also filled with solemnity. This situation was something he had never considered before. When he saw these trending topics, Li Tianheng himself couldn't help but have a bit of doubt. Could it really be that the robots he designed and manufactured had quality issues? Thinking about this, Li Tianheng suddenly looked at Xiuxian. 10 robots, a total of 10 review media outlets. Are all the products malfunctioning? No. Xiuxian shook her head. Of the 10 review media outlets, 5 encountered various accidents. One is unknown for some reason, didn't conduct the review as scheduled, and the other 4 media outlets are normal. Xiuxian's words caused Li Tianheng's face to reveal an expression of sudden realization. It seems someone has sabotaged us, and their technology is quite advanced, said Li Tianheng. Your meaning is, this is someone deliberately planning, specifically targeting you? Asked Xiuxian. Yes. Li Tianheng's tone still carried a hint of solemnity. These 10 robots were all produced by the automatic production line of the super factory. Their standards, parts, materials are all exactly the same. If one machine has a problem, then all the other machines will also have problems. Damn, which deranged lunatic is behind this? With such a top-tier product emerging in our country now, how could they attempt to sabotage its very birth? Previously, while on the way, Su Wenkai was still fiercely criticizing Chen. But after hearing this situation, he started to sympathize with Li Tianheng. This is also my fault. I've considered every aspect of the product, except I failed to design a defense system, thus giving someone an opportunity. Li Tianheng sighed, then quickly ran towards his laboratory. Xiuxian, Chen, and others followed closely behind. Every face was filled with concern. If this matter isn't handled properly, even if the accident wasn't caused by a product quality issue, this responsibility would still fall on Li Tianheng. The first thing to do now is to add an unbreakable firewall to all the remaining products. Standing in front of the holographic projection, Li Tianheng disassembled the robot again, redesigned part of its components, and then started typing code using another keyboard. During this process, no one disturbed Li Tianheng. 2 hours passed quietly. Okay, with this defense program, the upcoming products will not have this kind of problem anymore. Li Tianheng slightly let out a breath of relief. The problem is, we believe in your ability, but those who want to buy this product won't trust so easily, Xiuxian said anxiously. This isn't a problem. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Li Tianheng's face. Not a problem. Xiuxian was extremely anxious. How can it not be a problem? And right now, you might even face compensation. The medical expenses and mental loss fees for those 6 bloggers will have to be borne by you, and this will surely also be widely reported. The first step to handling this is for me to post a sincere apology on Weibo and explain the whole story clearly. Li Tianheng said calmly. Of course, doing this will still leave many people skeptical, but that doesn't matter much, because our production capacity is very limited. Even under smooth conditions, adding my own output along with the cooperative manufacturers, producing tens of millions annually would already be quite remarkable. So right now, we don't need everyone to believe in my product because there's simply no way for me to provide it to them. Li Tianheng's logic directly stunned Xiuxian. The nearby Chen and others also stared at him in astonishment. Other people making products usually go to great lengths to get everyone to trust in the quality and efficacy of the product. And yet, Li Tianheng actually thought this was good news for him. The second point is that we do everything possible to find out who orchestrated this mischief and have them come out to clarify and apologize. That way, naturally, it'll be more convincing. There's absolutely no need for Li Tianheng to mention this. Everyone present would certainly not let the troublemaker behind this off so easily. The third point is that I visit these 6 bloggers to sincerely apologize, trying my best to gain their forgiveness, and avoiding further amplification of this incident through their social media platforms, Li Tianheng said. Chen, Su Wenkai, and others nearby all nodded approvingly. In the face of such an event, Li Tianheng neither avoided nor shifted the blame, and instead, logically clarified the direction of the situation, thus minimizing the losses. The first step currently is to immediately post on Weibo. Li Tianheng took out his phone opened Weibo, and then began to write a long post explaining the origins and details of the incident. Then comes the second step. This second step is actually the most troublesome one. This person dared to act so brazenly, which means they were prepared. It won't be easy to find out who's behind this. Xiaoxian's gaze was still filled with deep concern. What's not easy about it? No matter how hard it is, we still need to investigate, and thoroughly. Su Wenkai said coldly. Once we find out, we'll set an example by severely punishing them, making everyone aware who is protecting Li Tianhang right now. Anyone who dares to move against him will face the same fate. Su Wenkai was now fully supporting Li Tianhang, a scene that left Xuanhuan speechless. Just an hour ago, Su Wenkai had been fiercely criticizing Li Tianhang for being impractical, but now he had become Li Tianhang's biggest fan within just 60 minutes. But then again, after experiencing the dragon's wing, anyone would surely turn into a fan of Li Tianhang. In fact, it's not that hard to investigate. Li Tianhang returned to the computer and started operating it quickly. If these malfunctioning units had enough time, they should have uploaded their final data to this terminal library. That way, I can analyze what exactly happened based on this data. Li Tianhang kept operating the computer screen. A series of codes and wave patterns appeared on the screen, patterns that no one else could understand. Units 3, 5, 6, and 8 failed to transmit data in time. Their power supplies were directly destroyed and cut off. Upon hearing this, everyone around became inexplicably tense. 5 robots had malfunctioned, and 4 of them had transmitted no data back. Only one was left. The last one, Unit 10. Chapter 53, Tracking, Locking the Target. As Li Tianhang pressed the keyboard again, the speaker beside him suddenly emitted a series of broken sounds. Enter, invasion, intrusion. Just as these words faded, a string of irregular waveforms appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Li Tianhang's face lit up with a hint of joy. It's exactly as I suspected. At the time, around where those people were being evaluated, there were signal interference devices that had intruded. Then hackers could exploit this wireless transmission to access the robots internally. Without any defense systems in place, it was easy to cause an accident. Li Tianhang paused for a moment and then looked at Xiuxian. If I'm not mistaken, the 5 bloggers who experienced issues must have been conducting live evaluations outdoors, right? How do you know? Xiuxian was surprised as she looked at Li Tianhang. Because the structure of such a system is very complex and prone to interference from other surrounding wireless signals. If it were outdoors, that would help to avoid such a situation. As Li Tianhang continued operating his computer, he asked further, according to the final positioning of unit number 10 Xiaohuan, it appeared in H City. Who are the tech bloggers in H City? The Yang brothers, Xianxia and Xiangshan. Xiuxian replied. The Xuanqing duo. These two were quite famous online, and it wasn't hard to imagine the chaos caused when their live broadcast encountered that kind of issue. Without another word, Li Tianhang continued operating the computer amidst everyone's puzzled stares. About half an hour later, finally done. At this point, a small screen appeared on the computer, showing surveillance footage. This is... I retrieved all available surveillance videos from the area based on the last known location of Unit Xiaohang. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan and the others were once again stunned. What sort of incredible technology could pull off something like this? In just half an hour, the footage from surveillance cameras thousands of miles away had been retrieved. But come to think of it, if someone could build a UFO, getting hold of some surveillance footage wasn't too far-fetched. Here should be a suburb. There aren't many monitors around. However, luckily, within 100 meters of where Xiaohang lost power, there were several traffic violation recording cameras. At exactly 2:30, unit number 10 Xiaohang lost power and contact. Let's take a look to see if there's anything unusual along the road or its surroundings during this period. Li Tianhang adjusted the monitoring time frame, and soon enough they discovered something. At 1:50 in the afternoon, a truck had stopped by the side of the road. The distance between where the vehicle had stopped and the camera was quite far, but the outline of the truck was still visible. However, certain details remained unclear. This vehicle is suspicious. Li Tianhang fast-forwarded the footage and quickly arrived at 2:31. Right here, did you see that? Li Tianhang slowed down the video playback. A small black dot moved in the front left section covered by the video. At the same time, another small black dot flew over and entered the truck's cabin. If you weren't looking carefully, you'd never notice these two moving dots. Once these dots entered the inside of the truck swiftly drove off. It drew closer to the camera, and now both the shape and the details of the truck, including the license plate, were clearly visible. Li Tianhang quickly hit the pause button. Did you see? There were antennas at each corner of the truck's compartment. What flew in just now should have been a drone emitting signals. Moreover, after Xiaohang got into trouble, this truck also left. We can confirm that the people inside this truck are the culprits. Everyone looked at Li Tianhang with astonishment once again, as if staring at a monster. I've got to say, you'd be wasting your talent if you didn't join the police force, said Xuanhuan, unable to hold back. My level of criminal investigation skill is still far from adequate, but I could provide relevant technology to the police department. That shouldn't be a problem, Li Tianhang said calmly. Well, now that we've identified the appearance of the car and the license plate number, the rest is up to us. Su Wenkai's face flashed with anger from start to finish. Now that they had the lead, he couldn't wait to personally investigate this matter. All right, then it's on you guys. Actually, I'll go check out the Yang brothers in H City myself. After thinking for a moment, Li Tianhang murmured softly, but before seeing them, I might as well give them a gift as an apology. Li Tianhang accessed the system. The strongest feature of this system he obtained was the customization function. However, besides the modification function, there was also a system mall, which was equally tempting. The system mall sold various highly advanced high-end components. Anti-slip kit for electromagnetic rifle, 10,000 prestige points. Design blueprint, 200,000 prestige points. Electromagnetic tank weapon compressor, 50,000 prestige points. Design blueprint, 300,000 prestige points. Holographic helmet spatial sensor, 30,000 prestige points. Design blueprint, 450,000 prestige points. Level 2 genetic modification agent, 200,000 prestige points. Formulation blueprint, 5 million prestige points. Biocellular recombination and repair agent, 100,000 prestige points. Formulation blueprint, 3 million prestige points. Undoubtedly, these items were unimaginable top-notch goods, but their prices also left Li Tianheng intimidated. Even though his current prestige points had already reached over 10 million, in the face of such exorbitant prices, it still seemed insignificant. After all, most of these items were just components rather than complete ones, and purchasing a single component was hardly worthwhile. The only exception was the gene modification-related agents, which were mostly finished products, but they were expensive enough as well. Just consider that modifying an entire Black Knight mecha consumed only 200,000 prestige points. Here, one biocellular recombination and repair agent alone required 100,000 prestige points. And remember, that was only enough for one person. Still, this was exactly what Li Tianheng wanted to buy. System, give me 5 units of biocellular recombination and repair agents, Li Tianheng softly said in his mind. Understood, host. 500,000 prestige points deducted. 5 biocellular recombination and repair agents have been issued. Please check them, host. Although it hurt a little, this item could restore the victims' bodies back to normal, making it worth it. He touched the 5 small bottles in his pocket, and Li Tianheng's confidence surged noticeably. Once he returned to reality, he discussed the division of labor with everyone. Afterward, Xianxia and Su Wenkai left with the detailed design blueprints of Dragon's Wing, along with the real machine itself. Li Tianheng and Yun Shimin jointly piloted a mecha, soaring into the air before transforming and heading straight toward H-City. At the moment, inside a hospital room at the People's Hospital of H-City, brothers Xianxia and Yangshan lay on separate beds, receiving care from nurses. Yangjia's injuries were relatively minor, just his right leg in plaster and bandages hanging suspended in the air. Yangshan, however, had both legs bound in plaster and bandages, as well as his left hand in a cast. There were some abrasions on his face, but they weren't too severe. Their parents and other relatives and friends were seated in the room. In the corridor outside the room, there were many media reporters and even streamers waiting. Chapter 54, The Hospital Room, Li Tianheng's Arrival. This was an extremely rare opportunity for media attention, both for the media companies and the streamers. If they could just interview the Yang brothers, it would mean a flood of traffic heading their way. But this was a hospital, and the brothers' condition had only just begun to stabilize slightly. So all they could do was wait patiently outside until the brothers agreed to be interviewed. Xiaojia, I told you before that robot wasn't reliable, see? Such a huge incident. Yang Ma's face showed both heartache and anger. Hearing that her son had fallen from a height of about 7 or 8 meters terrified her. Thankfully, he was fine apart from some broken bones, which naturally required a long period of recuperation. Mom, let me tell you, this isn't as simple as it seems. It probably isn't a product issue. Yang Jia appeared quite calm. Not only was he not blaming Xiaohang, but he was defending him instead. Jia, are your brains damaged? Beside them, Yang Dad couldn't help his anger. Do you know why you and your brother are like this? It's all because of that lousy robot. If it weren't for that robot, would you two be lying here? I understand too, Dad. We've already experienced the superiority of this robot, so I think it shouldn't have this kind of problem, said Yang Jia. But it clearly did have problems, and now it has landed you both in the hospital. Tears welled up in Yang Ma's eyes. Fortunately, it was only 7 or 8 meters. If it were any higher, how would I survive without you? By this point, Yang Ma was sobbing uncontrollably, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy once again. This isn't over yet. Li Tianheng needs to explain himself, said Yang Dad furiously. That's right, releasing immature products with big claims is sheer madness. Yang Ma added. Mom, I saw on their posts, someone deliberately set him up. Now he's updated the defense system. This won't happen again, sighed Yang Jia. Besides, our country long has produced this top-tier technology with great difficulty. We must support him unconditionally. We can't belittle people because of a small mishap. Otherwise, how can our science develop? Jia Long's technology? My only concern is that you're my son. Those fancy things aren't relevant to me. This talk ends here. I'm filing a lawsuit against him, taking him to court. Seeing their resolute attitude, Yang Jia could only sigh in helplessness. Clearly, mere words wouldn't persuade them. Jia, such a serious accident happened. You don't know how worried your parents were. Another woman said nearby. Yes, Jia, focus on recovering. We will definitely protect your rights, another man said. You? AI. Yang Jia could only sigh again. His cousin Yangshan lying on the bed next to him remained silent, seemingly asleep or unwilling to give his opinion. Suddenly, in the midst of their heated discussion, a commotion was heard outside the door. Looking puzzled at each other, they watched as a young man and woman entered the ward. When Yang Jia caught sight of them, he froze like he'd been electrocuted. Li Tianheng. Why, you're Li Tianheng. Yang Jia exclaimed involuntarily. Even Yangshan, who had been closing his eyes, couldn't resist opening them. Shock swept across his expression. Li Tianheng. You're the one, Li Tianheng. Yang's father and mother beside him also wore expressions of disbelief. Everyone present stared intently at Li Tianheng and Yun Sherman. Yes, I'm Li Tianheng. Li Tianheng replied. You? How dare you show your face here? All because of you, my son. Look at him. You murderer. The fury in Yang Ma's heart burst out. She couldn't help but slap Li Tianheng across the face. Li Tianheng had the ability to dodge the slap easily. He could effortlessly beat Zhou Hao into a pulp, let alone dodge a woman's attack. However, he didn't move, instead choosing to accept Yang Ma's slap. At this moment, journalists, media, and streamers outside the hospital room were filming the scene inside using their phones. What's going on with all of you? This is a hospital, a ward. What do you think this place is for making such a racket? A doctor walked in and couldn't help but rebuke them angrily. Really, we apologize. We'll lower our voices. Xiuxian quickly apologized nearby, but this did little to quell the fury in Yang Ma's heart. Since you've come, then you explain. How are we resolving this matter? Yang Ma could not help but ask angrily. Mom, can you calm down a bit? Xianxia interjected. I know you're worried about my safety. I almost lost my life too, but we still don't know what really happened behind all this. Moreover, if it were completely Mr. Li's fault, would he be here? Would he personally come over to see me? Son, you're just too kind-hearted. Yang Ma said, looking utterly helpless and speechless. Aunt and uncle, this incident was indeed my fault as I described on Weibo. Regardless of the details, ultimately, it's because my product wasn't perfect enough, leading to this occurrence. So, I came here mainly to sincerely apologize to both you and the parties involved, Li Tianheng stated. Just apologizing isn't enough, you. Let him finish his words first. Yang Dad pulled at Yang Ma from the side, and she gave Li Tianheng a sharp glare before turning away and closing her mouth. This incident has undoubtedly caused significant trauma and impact. Hence, to both brothers, Yang Tian and Yang Jia, and the other 4 bloggers, I will compensate each of you with 1 million yuan as reparation for emotional distress, Li Tianheng announced. No, there's really no need for that. Yang Jia on the bed struggled to sit up in urgency. This issue, I know it isn't that simple. With your groundbreaking creation, many are jealous, and there are certainly those who aim to take you down. Focus all your efforts on making your products even more advanced, so perfect that they are flawless. That is the wish of every tech blogger. Thank you for your support, truly thank you. A flicker of emotion appeared on Li Tianheng's face as he continued. But this compensation is something you must accept. In addition to the compensation, Li Tianheng took out a small vial the size of a thumb. This is the latest biological cell restorative agent I've developed. It will allow your injuries to heal rapidly. Chapter 55, the whole scene in shock, biological cell repair agent. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned, especially Yang Dad and Yang Mom, who at this moment were looking at Li Tianheng as if he were an idiot. Yang Mom finally could no longer hold back and spoke out again. Li Tianheng, what are you doing? Do you want to kill my son? Is there such a drug in the world? Do you think we are all fools? Yang Dad couldn't help but angrily said, I beg you to stop swindling around, alright? Can you please avoid creating more victims in society? Yang Mom couldn't help but said, Li Tianheng, don't brag if you can't do it. If you continue being unreasonable, we will call the police, another middle-aged woman said. It's not that you guys are like this. Xiuxian couldn't help but became anxious. Would Li Tianheng dare to talk nonsense in front of so many people? The press conference is held in front of the whole nation. So what happened? Yang Mom couldn't help but continued. The promised compensation for mental distress must be transferred without any shortage. Now you can leave. That's enough. Suddenly, Yang Jia roared with all his might. With immense strength and emotion, came a sudden wave of splitting pain from his leg. Son, Li Tianheng, I believe in you. This medicine, I'll take it. Son, this isn't a joke. Who knows what he has cooked up? Mom, Yang Jia took a breath and continued. Please give these researchers more encouragement. Give them more space to showcase their abilities. Science is the foundation of human development. Back in the day, the Wright brothers fell countless times when they tried to build an airplane, nearly dying several times. Madame Curie established the theory of radioactivity and discovered 2 new elements, polonium and radium. But due to long-term exposure to radioactive substances, she died of cancer. But it is precisely because of her selfless dedication and research commitment that physics made progress. Even though I am far from comparable to them, let these researchers make more mistakes. Give them more opportunities, especially someone like Li Tianheng, a genius of the age. Only then can our society and country progress. Even if it's an immature drug, I'm willing to be a lab rat for Li Tianheng today. Besides, I believe he wouldn't have put this thing forward unless he was sure of it. Yang Jia's passionate words deeply moved even Li Tianheng, whose face couldn't help but reveal a touch of emotion. He didn't expect a tech blogger could actually say such profound things. In his understanding, these review bloggers mostly cared about traffic and money. But Yang Jia clearly had a deeper understanding of these matters, and he was even willing to offer himself as a sacrifice. At this moment, Yang Dad and Yang Mom fell silent. Only 2 streams of tears continuously flowed down Yang Mom's face. No matter what, she was a mother now. No matter how extreme her actions were, it was all because of the 2 words, mother's love. Rest assured, it won't be that serious. This medicine will not disappoint you, nor will it disappoint everyone. Li Tianheng slightly took a breath and then handed the medicine over to Yang Jia. A faint smile also appeared on Yang Jia's face at this moment. Can this medicine really allow me to recover quickly? Yes. Has it been tested before? No one. Li Tianheng hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth honestly. After all, since it was something from the system, naturally there wouldn't be any issues. But please rest assured, this medicine will absolutely not disappoint you. Alright, Yang Jia's eyes sparkled with a bright light. Subsequently, he opened the lid and drank the transparent liquid inside in one go. At this very moment, everyone in the room anxiously watched Xianxia. After roughly a few minutes, a look of pain appeared on Xianxia's face. Son, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Yang Mom rushed over instantly. But at that moment, Xianxia was gritting his teeth, seemingly enduring some kind of torment. Li Tianhang, you. Yang Mom turned around and wanted to lash out at Li Tianhang again, but she was grabbed by the hand by Xianxia. Mom, it's fine. It's just itchy, too itchy. As Xianxia continued to endure this immense discomfort, after about another 2 minutes passed, Xianxia's expression gradually calmed down. In everyone's stunned gaze, it could be seen that Xianxia suddenly lifted the injured leg. He slowly unwrapped the bandage above it and removed the plaster cast inside. Then, he sat up from the bed and steadily stood on the ground. Good. Forward. No one knows who let out a startled cry, but at this moment, everyone was utterly shocked, staring at Li Tianhang. After all, Xianxia had fractured his bone just yesterday and even underwent surgery last night before the plaster was applied. And yet, after just one night, he was fine today? What on earth could be such a miraculous drug? Alright, I'm really healed. It's perfect. Xianxia crouched down and then jumped straight from where he stood. The whole process was fluid and without any discomfort. How is this possible? How did it happen? Yang Dad couldn't help but ask. Could there be any side effects? Yang Mom asked anxiously. No, this is merely a cell repair technology. It has no side effects. The remaining efficacy will be metabolized by the body. There's absolutely nothing to worry about, Li Tianhang explained. This is truly incredible, Xianxia said, unable to contain his excitement as he gave Li Tianhang a thumbs up. This drug, if it can be mass-produced, will definitely be another groundbreaking product. Xianxia's eyes were gleaming with fervor. Meanwhile, Xiangshan had also taken the medicine and soon stood up easily from the bed without any trouble. Yangshan's injuries had been much more serious than Xianxia's, but now he felt entirely relaxed, showing no signs of problems whatsoever. If you're not sure, we can always have a doctor check again, Li Tianhang suggested. Outside the hospital room, there were still many people raising their phones to capture the scene. This moment had already been captured and uploaded online by many. A patient who had a severe fracture and could only lie in bed with a cast fixed yesterday after the surgery had been miraculously healed after drinking a bottle of medicine. This was something unimaginable until now. I have a small request. Would you mind if you agreed? Xianxia asked tentatively. Go ahead and say it, Li Tianhang replied. I'd like to exclusively report on your stories and projects, dedicating special coverage to you. What do you think? Xianxia said excitedly. If it had been before, Li Tianhang might have hesitated. But after their short conversation just now, Li Tianhang knew that Xianxia possessed an unparalleled enthusiasm for technology that few others could match. So Li Tianhang didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Mr. Li Tianhang, I'm sorry about earlier. It's okay, Aunt. Li Tianhang smiled faintly. You're a mother, and in a situation like this, whatever you did is understandable. Of course, Li Tianhang wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivial matters against Yang Mom. Their subsequent conversations became quite pleasant. Xianxia and Yangshan also went through the procedures to check out of the hospital. Originally, they wanted to invite Li Tianhang to join them for dinner, but Li Tianhang declined. After all, the remaining 4 patients were still waiting for his medication. For the rest of the day, Li Tianhang and Yun Sherman visited the remaining 4 victims. Although Li Tianhang hadn't sought extensive publicity, many people in the hospital still managed to capture the entire process. Thus, the news of critically fractured patients being completely cured within minutes after taking the mysterious drug continued to spread wildly across the internet. At Weihai, M-City Port, Wei Yiba stood on a luxurious cruise ship puffing on a cigar. He gazed out the window at the shore, looking at the land of his birth. Goodbye, Dragon Country. Chapter 56. Take it all. Wei Yiba has been involved in the gangster world for quite a few years. Already approaching 30, he also plans to completely exit this underworld life. In fact, he had long considered such an idea, but there was never a proper opportunity. Without sufficient funds, going overseas would only mean more suffering. Never expected that. At this time, fortune fell from the sky. Zhou Hao, a rich second-generation heir, took the initiative to seek him out. Not only did he solve his funding problem, but even all the preparatory work before departure didn't require Wei's attention. Unfortunately, I can't take away more assets. Otherwise, I should have asked you for a few billion more. Wei Yiba smiled faintly. Thinking of the free and easy life awaiting him after leaving here made him inexplicably pleased. Just as he started daydreaming about his wonderful future life, a stranger suddenly sat down in front of the table, followed by several others who seated themselves nearby. Not that, who are you guys? I already have other people with me. Wei Yiba clearly hadn't realized the severity of the situation yet, and still wanted to reason with these individuals. Is your name Wei Yiba? The middle-aged man across from him questioned. Yes, I am Wei Yiba. Who are you? It was at this moment that Wei Yiba began to sense something was off. But now, there was no way for him to leave. The surroundings had already been fully blocked by these 5 men, leaving him unable to take a single step forward. We're from the Science Defense Investigation Bureau. You're suspected of multiple offenses involving the destruction of national scientific research achievements. Come with us. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wei Yiba went completely blank. He had anticipated that this matter would eventually trace back to him, but he never imagined how quickly it happened. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm only going overseas for leisure travel. What crime is this? You must be mistaken. Wei Yiba tried his best to remain calm. Regardless of how the other party traced this information, as long as he refused to admit guilt, he still had a chance. Do you recognize these people? The middle-aged man pulled out his phone. On it was a picture showing a young man with sharp features, someone with a bearded face, and two others, all familiar faces to him. These little bastards, they really screw up everything. Wei Yiba roared. Tell us, what grudge do you have with Li Tianheng? Why did you invade his product and ruin his reputation? The middle-aged man asked. No, I don't have any grudge with him. I'm just taking money to help someone else resolve problems. In this situation, how could Wei Yiba still protect Zhou Hao's secrets? Thus, he recounted the entire event in meticulous detail. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao had absolutely no idea that a crisis was quietly approaching. Inside the living room, he was still watching TV with Zhou Ran. Various news bulletins appeared on the screen, many of them related to Li Tianheng. When they saw different bloggers reviewing robots leading to catastrophic failures, Zhou Ran suddenly looked toward Zhou Hao. I'll ask you, does this thing have nothing to do with you? Zhou Hao was stunned by the question. He had never mentioned this matter to Zhou Ran before. Besides, Zhou Ran didn't even know Wei Yiba, so he had no reason to learn of this affair. Dad, what are you thinking? How could I possibly do such a thing? Dad, you wouldn't believe it, but your guess is spot on. I was the one who did this. I want Li Tianheng to never recover. Of course, he could only mutter these thoughts inside his head. Wei Yiba obviously couldn't speak them aloud. I'll emphasize again. You must not antagonize this person, Li Tianheng. Zhou Ran said seriously. I've already inquired through various channels over these days. This Li Tianheng may very likely become the general designer responsible for national defense security, military research, and stellar scientific research. As for those robots he's developed externally, they're merely side projects he undertook to enhance people's living standards and promote societal progress. Do you understand? Huh. National Defense Security Chief Designer indeed. Why don't you send him to fly to space then? After this incident, his reputation has plummeted to rock bottom. Even Lu Yuanshan might suffer some collateral consequences. These things will have to wait until his next life to handle properly. Naturally, while thinking this way in his heart, his mouth still faked agreement with Zhou Ran. Don't worry, Dad. I won't pick a fight with him. That's the best outcome. A look of yearning surfaced on Zhou Ran's face. We are also in the tech digital industry. Perhaps in the future, we might get collaboration opportunities. Alright, Zhou Ran, stop being superstitious every day. He's just some little kid doing research. Look how scared you are. Beside them, a middle-aged woman playing with her phone sneered dismissively. As a protective mother, she naturally disliked seeing her son receive even the slightest bit of injustice. This matter isn't as simple as you think. If you just consider Li Tianheng as an unknown nobody, then you're greatly mistaken. The expression on Zhou Ran's face was serious. Compared to all of them, Zhou Ran understood more clearly what it meant for Zhu Yuanba to personally get involved. The next second after their conversation, there was suddenly a commotion outside the villa. The rumbling sound grew louder and more piercing as it approached. Several vehicles with military plates were seen arriving and parking not far from the gate. Then, a group of people dressed in uniforms, armed with weapons, got out of the cars. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Hao's body trembled violently. He recalled once again those days at the car modification factory, being controlled by Zhu Yuanba and his men. How could it be? These heavily armed individuals had now actually arrived at his residence. He didn't realize he was in crisis, but instead looked at Zhou Ran. Father, who are these people? Did you invite them here as guests? Zhou Ran was totally baffled by the question because he also had no idea why these people had come. Without any greetings, the group of more than 10 directly stormed into the house, encircling the entire living room. The security guards around stood frozen, unable to move. The leading middle-aged man sat casually on the sofa opposite Zhou Ran and his son. Mr. Zhou Ran, good day. Good day. May I ask who you are? The Science Defense Investigation Bureau. The man showed a prominent ID card, continuing afterward. You two have been suspected of destroying national scientific research achievements. Please accompany us. What thing? Zhou Ran was utterly confused. Comrade, are you mistaken? Isn't this event still on TV? Aren't you the masterminds behind this? The man said. It's impossible. You must have made a mistake. We are legally operating businesspersons. How could we do such things? Zhou Ran hurriedly denied. Your son transferred 10 large sums of money last night to a person named Wei Yiba. In total, it amounts to 1 billion yuan. The man took out his phone, showing screenshots which he passed to Zhou Ran. Then he continued. According to Wei Yiba's confession, it was Zhou Hao who paid him to tamper with the evaluation machine designed by Li Tianheng, aiming to ruin Li Tianheng's reputation. What? Zhou Ran was completely stunned. He turned his head and stared fixedly at Zhou Hao, full of disbelief. Chapter 57 Max's Idea. At this moment, Zhou Hao's whole body was trembling, his eyes flashing with fear and a hint of disbelief. Little wretch, it's really you? Dad, I just couldn't help being angry. Smack. Zhou Ran slapped him, causing Zhou Hao to fall to the ground in painful cries. I shouldn't have let you out at all. It's me. It's all my fault. Zhou Ran suddenly turned to look at the middle-aged woman. It's you. It's all your instigation. You insisted that I take him out, so what now? What are we going to do? The woman was momentarily speechless. You have strong connections, you know a lot of people. Think of a way. Come on, think of a way. The woman grabbed Zhou Ran's hand and howled in despair. In this matter, none of you can avoid responsibility. The main culprit, Zhou Ran, has committed the crime of compromising national security. Unsurprisingly, he will be spending the rest of his life in jail. The man turned back and looked at Zhou Ran. As parents, you failed in education and strict supervision, and you will also be punished accordingly. By the way, don't treat this like a joke, the middle-aged man said coldly. Even Zhu Yuanba and other relevant personnel will receive severe penalties. Learn from this, and all of you should be taken away. As the man's words faded, these armed men took the three of them onto the car, and even far away, one could still hear Zhou Hao's frenzied screams. With Zhou Hao arrested, this matter finally came to an end, although there were still quite a few negative pieces of information about Li Tianheng online. But as Li Tianheng himself said, he didn't need all the information to be positive. Besides, over time, some people would naturally come to realize the strength of the products. No matter which aspect is considered, the created products would always be the most powerful weapon. A week later, Elon Technology City, the top floor of the science building. Elon Max's expression was somewhat grim. Currently standing before him, besides his closest assistant Clark, were the rest of the members of Team Zero Research. Most notably, Andrew, their leader. Though only 30 years old this year, he had already produced multiple patents. But even such a super team looked utterly dejected at the moment. So, it seems that we do have the ability to crack certain parts, but you cannot break through the core technology? Max gasped Andrew. Yes, Mr. Max. Andrew's eyes carried a sense of gravity. The entire machine has been completely dismantled, including its intelligent thinking program, anti-gravity flight system, the super battery, synthetic materials. These four core technologies simply cannot be broken. The only valuable aspects that can be deciphered are its conduction systems, infrared capture, and mechanical transmission. Although these technologies were useful, compared to those four projects, they were insignificant. Is the firewall too strong? Can't the best hackers get into it? Max gasped. This isn't a problem of the firewall. Andrew shook his head. For instance, its anti-gravity system entirely contradicts our existing knowledge of physics. Even if they give us design diagrams without detailed explanations of the underlying principles and construction methods, we'd still be unable to create it. Max fell into a brief period of deep thought again. This situation proved more challenging than he expected. We had originally assumed that getting our hands on the machine and taking it apart would allow us to claim these advancements as our own. But looking at it now? So, does this mean that no one else aside from this Li Tianheng can crack these technologies? Max gasped. For now, it seems likely, Andrew replied. In that case, we'll invite him here. A sinister look appeared on Max's face. This probably won't work, Clark hesitated to say. Since this person is so capable, he must be tightly protected by the Dragon Nation. How would he ever come to us? I think sending people there for training might be more possible. That's even less realistic. Unless it's someone truly close or trustworthy, this kind of technology wouldn't be casually handed over to anyone else, Max responded. You're right, Clark furrowed his brows. Not being able to use the observed technology genuinely troubled him. Isn't the International Scientific Research Competition 2 months away? Max gasped. Yes, boss, Clark replied. Invite China's Li Tianheng by name to be the judge of this scientific research competition. Max said. What? Invite him over, to be a judge? What exactly do you mean by that? Clark looked at Max in utter shock. Of course, we'll give him the highest treatment, the utmost respect, and the most prestigious status, Max said nonchalantly. But even with that, there's no way he'd hand over the technology because of it. Clark couldn't help but interject. As long as he comes here, once he's on our turf, how far would his technology be from us? Max spoke calmly. Consider the researchers in our tech city. 1/5 of them are from the Dragon Nation. You should know why. This was an open secret. Many talented individuals who came from the Dragon Nation to study abroad never planned to return. The underlying reason was obviously due to the developed conditions and high salaries here, plus the generous benefits added deliberately by Max. It was all done to ensure these talents stayed here. And precisely because this place gathered top-notch talents from all over the world, Elon Technology City always remained at the forefront of global technological development. Utilize all our resources and every trick up our sleeve to keep this man here. Excitement flickered in Max's eyes. But the key is, what if he refuses to be a judge? Asked Clark. I will naturally have ways to make him unable to refuse. A sly gleam appeared on Max's face. Deploy our people in the Dragon Nation. Use any means necessary to investigate Tianheng Li's background information as thoroughly as possible. I need all valuable data. All right, I understand. Clark nodded quickly. As long as he sets foot here, he'll never leave easily again. When Clark saw Max's expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. There was no doubt about it. Elon Max was a true scientific fanatic. Not only did he himself possess remarkable research abilities, but for any goal, he was someone who wouldn't hesitate to resort to any means. So when he said these words, it meant Li Tianheng had absolutely no way out. Even though no one yet knew what methods Max would employ to make Li Tianheng agree. Li Tianheng, on his part, was completely unaware that he had already been targeted by Elon Max. Having resolved some crises brought about by Zhou Hao, he resumed work. The current facilities at the research base were still rather inadequate and limited. Li Tianheng poured all his energy into renovating various factories. In less than a month's time, the original 6 factories expanded to 15 now, and each one, just like factory number 1, had been fully transformed by Li Tianheng into colossal giants. Chapter 58. The message brought by Lu Yuanshan. By utilizing the automation functions of these factories, he could produce all the relevant components he needed. Li Tianheng had already handed over all the work on the surface to Lu Xiuxian and xuanhuan. In addition, there was the assistance of Xiaoheng robots. Basically, there would be no issues. At this moment, Li Tianheng was 1,000 meters underground. This abandoned nuclear power plant had been renovated by him, making it look brand new. However, at the moment, he wasn't producing the arc reactor. He was in a sealed cabin, staring at the holographic projection in front of him, lost in thought. From this three-dimensional holographic projection, one could see that it was also a mecha-like device. Only this mecha-like device had been broken down into many parts. Li Tianheng used both hands to enlarge the projection of a half-arm component, after readjusting some of the designs inside. Subsequently, his right hand completely reached inside the projection. The arm with the palm instantly was worn on his right hand. Even though it was only a generated 3D holographic projection, Li Tianheng could still experience a feeling as if he were touching something solid. Not correct. The connection part of this neural element is still hard to handle. Li Tianheng stepped back twice, clasped his hands forward, and all the parts recombined together. If there were other people here, they would certainly have been shocked by this 3D projection. It was the Iron Man projection from movies, though some details were somewhat different. But overall contour and appearance were basically identical to what was seen in the movie. Seems like I'm still a bit short in fully designing Iron Man on my own. That's right. What Li Tianheng designed was indeed Iron Man. Through modifications to the Black Knight mecha and those from Lu Yuanshan's mechas, as well as mastering the design blueprints related to the Xiaohang robots, Li Tianheng had more or less understood the structure, manufacture, and principles behind such humanoid robots. Thus, he had long conceived the idea of creating Iron Man. Now, with time, location, and materials all in place, Li Tianheng naturally couldn't miss out on such a rare opportunity. Just that this wearable mecha and the Black Knight were still vastly different. The disproportion in their sizes predetermined that many technologies couldn't be shared. These past days, Li Tianheng had hit numerous roadblocks in his design process. Apparently, there was still a distance to go before the real Iron Man could debut. Unless he directly spent a colossal amount of reputation points to buy the corresponding parts or even design diagrams within the system. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the alarm sound beside the door rang out. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the holographic projection disappeared without a trace. Turning around, he looked at the adjacent display screen, which showed Lu Yuanshan and Xuanhuan. Walking through two closed gates, he saw them outside in the experimental hall. Tianheng, it's been quite a while since we last met. This time I came over because I have something important to tell you. Lu Yuanshan's expression was serious. What's the matter? Seeing Lu Yuanshan's eyes, Li Tianheng knew it wasn't a trivial matter. The international scientific research competition held every 3 years is about to begin. You should know that, right? Lu Yuanshan said. I know about this event, Li Tianheng nodded. World development today. Countries aren't just competing militarily, economically, or in national strength. Research capabilities are always one of the competition modes too. The Triennial International Scientific Research Competition has been held for more than a dozen editions. Its popularity has long surpassed that of the Olympics. This international competition has become a major stage for countries, relevant institutions, and research teams to showcase their related scientific achievements. However, since the start of this competition, although Dragon Country has participated consistently, generally speaking, they were eliminated in the first round each time. Participation in such events without powerful innovative abilities means even if more effort is put in, it's hard to rival super geniuses around the world. The event committee has named and personally invited you this time, Lu Yuanshan said. They invited me? So it seems I've gained international recognition? Li Tianheng was slightly taken aback. Looks like it currently, Lu Yuanshan replied. Not interesting, Li Tianheng shook his head. I've watched previous events. Those competitors' designs are too backward. There's nothing worth participating in. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanshan and Xuanhuan exchanged glances and sighed wryly. Such a world-class event sounded, in Li Tianheng's mouth, as though it were merely a children's game. Lu Yuanshan took a deep breath and said, Tianheng, the event committee isn't inviting you to participate in the competition this time. Not inviting me to compete? Then what am I supposed to do? Li Tianheng was surprised. Could it be asking me to be a judge? You're absolutely right, Lu Yuanshan said with a hint of seriousness in his gaze. They've indeed invited you to be a judge. Li Tianheng looked at Lu Yuanshan seriously. You aren't kidding, are you? Do you think I came all this way just to play a joke on you? Lu Yuanshan said in annoyance. This doesn't make any sense. I may have some fame, but I'm not at the level of a judge, let alone the fact that I've never even appeared at this event before. No one would respect my judgment as a judge. Li Tianheng said, puzzled. This is where we're also confused. Lu Yuanshan's tone remained grave. So we analyzed it and found two possibilities. What are they? The first possibility is that the organizers really want you to be a judge. There's nothing more to say about that, and it's a good thing for both you and everyone else. Li Tianheng nodded. If their intention was truly so straightforward, there wouldn't be much to worry about. But he feared. The second possibility is that making you a judge is merely an excuse, and their real purpose is something else entirely. Lu Yuanshan's gaze grew even graver. What do you think their purpose could be? Li Tianheng asked. It's hard to say. Lu Yuanshan shook his head. But if appointing you as a judge is merely a bait, then this purpose will not be good for you. Li Tianheng fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yuanshan. I once told you about the evaluation incident involving the 10 Xiaohang robots. 5 were attacked by hackers hired by Zhou Hao. 4 of them worked fine afterward, while 1 disappeared. Li Tianheng paused briefly before continuing. Later, we found that blogger, who claimed that after turning it on, the robot went out of control and ran away. He suspected it was due to hackers hired by Zhou Hao. That's quite possible, Lu Yuanshan agreed. But when I later questioned Wei Yiba, he confirmed that he had only hired 5 teams and paid each of them 1 million yuan, Li Tianheng said. There could be others operating secretly. After all, Zhou Hao isn't the only one coveting your work, Lu Yuanshan stated. To tell you the truth, this isn't the key point. Li Tianheng's eyes showed a touch of gravity. The reason I mention this now is because the last time that particular Xiaohang robot turned on, it was within the territory of America. It flashed on the screen for just a moment. Then its signal was jammed by a signal blocker. Chapter 59, Yun Shiman's Crisis. What? Little Hang went to the United States. Lu Yuanshan said in disbelief. Could this have anything to do with them asking me to be a judge at the science competition? Li Tianheng asked. It seems like this matter isn't as simple as it looks. Lu Yuanshan paused to reflect before continuing. No matter what, you shouldn't go. It seems like it could be a trap aimed at you. I feel the same way, and anyway, whether it's participating or judging, I'm not that interested. In the past, Li Tianheng might have actually attended such an event because showing up there generally meant receiving a huge amount of prestige. But now, his prestige isn't low either. And with the official release of the Xiaohang robot, the daily growth rate of his prestige hasn't slowed down. Therefore, he believed that the proper thing to do right now was to focus entirely on developing his Iron Man, and when he had spare time, modify various advanced weapons for him. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll just reply on your behalf and decline, Lu Yuanshan said. Good. Li Tianheng nodded in agreement. Just as Li Tianheng finished speaking, his mobile phone started ringing. He took a look and saw it was a video call from Xiuxian Man. Since Lu Yuanshan and the others weren't outsiders, Li Tianheng didn't think twice and directly pressed the answer button. Once the video was connected, Li Tianheng could see Xiuxian Man was inside a luxurious hotel room. His eyes immediately filled with confusion. Where are you? Didn't you say you went home to handle some matters? 3 days ago, Xiuxian Man said she would go to the US to negotiate cooperation with a few factories and left other company affairs in the hands of her colleagues. Li Tianheng didn't think much about it. After all, Xiuxian Man's business capability was quite strong. He rarely worried about things happening within the company. Xiuxian Man had always been focused on rapidly increasing production capacity. She planned to collaborate with more companies and factories. Only in this way could they quickly expand the company. It was, after all, a commercial enterprise. Product quality had to be up to standard, and quantity also had to increase. So Xiuxian Man thought it was reliable, and naturally, Li Tianheng supported her. However, seeing where Xiuxian Man was at this moment, and combining it with the anxious expression on her face, Li Tianheng instantly sensed something was amiss. Sorry Tianheng, I. Xiuxian Man seemed reluctant to speak, and tears began streaming down her cheeks before she even finished her sentence. You tell me clearly what happened. I'm here, so don't be afraid. Li Tianheng's expression changed. He stood up, looking anxiously at the phone's camera. I'm in the US right now, and I'm trapped here. What do you mean trapped? Who's restricting your personal freedom? Li Tianheng asked. The people here claim I stole Tesla's core technology, and they even found a USB drive in my room. The key point is, I have no idea where this USB came from. They still insist it was me who stole it, and it contains all of Tesla's related technologies, Xiuxian Man lamented. This is clearly their deliberate doing. Li Tianheng's expression darkened again. They've asked me to contact someone from back home because the investigation is ongoing, and they haven't taken me away from here yet. But for now, I can only stay in the hotel, under 24-hour supervision, unable to go anywhere until someone comes to bail me out or provides evidence proving I didn't steal the USB, Xiuxian Man explained. These damn. Li Tianheng sucked in a breath and then asked, did you go to the US for the partnership negotiations after being invited by them? Yes. It was Tesla who invited me to discuss cooperation matters, so I came. I thought this was an opportunity. I never expected. Xiuxian Man was still just a student, so naturally, many things hadn't been considered thoroughly. With her heart set solely on the development of the company and its expansion and scale, and given the renowned status of Tesla, she naturally wanted to quickly collaborate with them. At this moment, Li Tianheng looked up at Lu Yuanshan. Their eyes met, and although neither of them said a word, both had already understood what had happened. Truly cunning, using the people around me to force me to go to the US. Li Tianheng's tone turned grim as he continued. Have they done anything else to make life difficult for you? So far, they haven't. They just said they're waiting for someone from my side to arrive. During this period, I will definitely be safe, but my freedom will be restricted, Xiuxian Man replied. Alright, I understand. Don't panic, stay calm where you are. Li Tianheng's sullen expression suddenly broke into a smile. Wait for me. His smile was as if it had magic, and despite the screen between them, Xiuxian Man still felt a sense of overwhelming security. Sorry, it's my fault, troubling you. Don't say that. Just wait for me, alright? Alright. After their agreement, the video call ended, and Li Tianheng looked back at Lu Yuanshan sitting in the chair. It seems our plan needs to change. You must think carefully. Since they've resorted to such means, your journey there will surely be fraught with unknowns. Lu Yuanshan said seriously. We can rescue Xiuxian Man through legal ways. It's not that easy. Haven't you heard Xiuxian Man stole business secrets? They're targeting me. If I don't show up, Xiuxian Man might face very severe consequences, Li Tianheng said coldly. This. Lu Yuanshan could only sigh. At this moment, there was nothing else he could do but sigh. There's no problem, we still have some time. As long as I prepare well, Li Tianheng said calmly. Since this is targeted at me, I'll just play along with them. Lu Yuanshan knew he couldn't stop Li Tianheng anymore. It was clear the other side had been investigating Li Tianheng for quite some time. How else would they have pinpointed his weakness so accurately? Chapter 60 Fluid Nanometal. This matter indeed made one feel angry. But Li Tianheng, currently residing in Longhua, really didn't have a very good solution at the moment. It was simply impossible to pilot these mechas straight over to America to rescue xiuxian. That would be too reckless. Therefore, the only option was to agree with the other party, which could at least temporarily ensure xiuxian's personal safety. After seeing Lu Yuanshan off, Li Tianheng wasted no time and returned to the underground construction chamber once again. Reopening the holographic projection, the 3D design diagram of Iron Man appeared before him again. I originally planned to gradually proceed and slowly find design inspiration. But now, there's clearly no more time for that. Li Tianheng's gaze grew slightly solemn. Since he had agreed to this trip to America, it was undoubtedly going to be extraordinarily perilous. Until now, he still didn't know who the real opponent was. Therefore, before setting off, he must make complete preparations. And the Iron Man under development was undoubtedly his ultimate trump card. At least, regardless of any situation, he had to guarantee that xiuxian safely returns home. With this thought in mind, Li Tianheng's consciousness entered the system once again. Compared to him relying on his own manufacturing and modification experience, purchasing relevant items directly from the system mall was far more direct. System, I want to purchase this fluid nanometal substance. Understood, host. Fluid nanometal substance, worth 5 million reputation points. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the purchase. Seeing the 5 million reputation points required, Li Tianheng felt a pang of regret. Though his reputation points had reached nearly 30 million within this month, using this much in one go was still painful. However, he had no choice. Yes, system, confirm the purchase. Understood, host. Deducting 5 million reputation points, fluid nanometal has been issued. Please exit the system to inspect. Li Tianheng returned to reality and found that there was now an additional transparent box in front of him, inside of which was a metal-like liquid substance. This was something Li Tianheng had intended to buy half a month ago. He initially wanted to purchase the method to produce such a metal. However, its value of 80 million design recipes made Li Tianheng back away in awe. But without a doubt, the power of this metal was beyond imagination. It was an exceptionally powerful metal, with a hardness thousands of times greater than the previous hexagonal diamond-synthesized osmium. But what mattered most was that it was a liquid metal capable of arbitrarily changing shapes, giving it infinite possibilities. Especially since Li Tianheng aimed to create the genuine Iron Man from the movies. This material was almost tailor-made for the task. After confirming everything was fine, Li Tianheng re-entered the system. System, I need to purchase this suit of armor wrist guard design diagram. Understood, host. Deducting 3 million reputation points, armor wrist guard design diagram has been distributed. Please check receipt. Following that, Li Tianheng also purchased various components and design blueprints. Half an hour later, looking around at all the numerous parts around him, his expression became even more serious. The next phase depends on all of you. In the days following, Li Tianheng practically lived day and night beneath the kilometer-deep ground. Every day, after checking in with xiuxian via video to ensure her safety, he devoted all his energy into this task. An entire month later, when Li Tianheng stood once again in the construction chamber, he was unshaven, disheveled, and probably unrecognizable to Lu Yuanshan should they meet. However, his total dedication bore significant fruits as before him stood a humanoid mech entirely covered in ink-black armor. Compared to the mechas he had previously built, this one was evidently more agile and compact, appearing roughly the same height as Li Tianheng himself. Little Hang changed shape. As Li Tianheng spoke, the humanoid mech suddenly transformed into countless metal fragments, then coalesced into a black box about the size of a computer screen. A look of excitement crossed Li Tianheng's face. He took a step forward onto the black box and pressed the black watch on his left wrist. The metallic box beneath his feet fragmented again, spreading upward from his feet, calves, thighs, eventually enveloping his whole body. Ha ha ha, success, finally success. Feeling the immense strength transmitted by this mech, Li Tianheng experienced unparalleled confidence. He might not have ever imagined that one day, he'd be able to bring something from the movies into real life. Ting ting ting. The phone rang, and the black fluid nanometal covering Li Tianheng transformed back into a black box. Li Tianheng then walked over to pick up his phone. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Oh, good. I'll be right there. Please wait for me a moment. Li Tianheng tidied up the area and then took the elevator to the surface of the base. Lu Yuanshan had been waiting for a long time, along with a man and a woman, both foreigners. Tianheng, these two are in charge of the science research competition in our Longhua. They've specially come here to explain the schedule, competition standards, and some important notes to you. Li Tianheng nodded. He glanced at his phone and realized that only half a month was left before the competition. His days and nights of hard work had almost made him forget about the science research competition. Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's introduction, Li Tianheng calmly nodded with little expression. After all, he wasn't really going voluntarily, so he didn't have much good feeling towards those related to this competition. Although he knew that these two people were merely appointed by the competition organizers, and that this whole matter had nothing to do with them. Hello, Li Tianheng. You're invited to serve as one of our judges for the science research competition. We've come to acquaint you with the relevant procedures, since there have been some adjustments to this year's competition events and rules, so we apologize for taking up your time. The woman spoke fluent Chinese. Li Tianheng nodded calmly, then began listening as she started explaining the competition rules. Chapter 61, Reunion. These rules were not too different from previous scientific research competitions, though there had been a few minor adjustments, but nothing too drastic. Li Tianheng had seen this competition before, so he was relatively familiar with it. About half an hour later, after the rules had been introduced and they chatted for a while, the two handed Li Tianheng a golden referee badge and then left. Tianheng, if you change your mind now, there's still time. Lu Yuanshan's tone was filled with gravity. Everyone knew this trip for Li Tianheng wouldn't be simple, but they also realized that Li Tianheng had no choice but to go. It's fine, Grandpa Lu. No matter what, I can't just sit by and do nothing as Xiuxian is in trouble. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianheng chuckled. Besides, I'm well prepared. Regardless of the methods they use, taking me down won't be easy. Lu Yuanshan nodded, which he believed about Li Tianheng. After all, the absolute genius who could even build super mechs would not be easily defeated. Still, Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but worry a little. After all, this time, he'd be going into their territory. Even though special agents would protect Li Tianheng, none of them could predict the potential twists ahead. You must be exceptionally cautious and prioritize protecting yourself above all else, said Lu Yuanshan. Rest assured, Grandpa Lu. Li Tianheng nodded. After Lu Yuanshan left, Li Tianheng once again entered the nearby factory to conduct checks and modifications related to equipment. Since it was a scientific research competition, and since he himself was a referee, naturally, he needed to come up with something stunning to impress the audience. This was also a venue to collect fame points. Bear in mind, the science competition would be broadcast live in many countries. Having decided to go, Li Tianheng certainly intended to seize this opportunity to amass more reputation. These current fame points weren't nearly enough for him. Before long, half a month slipped by quietly. Everyone already knew that Li Tianheng was going to serve as one of the international science competition judges. Hence, when Li Tianheng arrived at the airport, Chen Yan, Gao Peng, and others personally came to see him off. After saying goodbye to his family, close friends, and these influential individuals, Li Tianheng boarded the plane with a black suitcase in hand. Due to the special nature of this trip, only Wang Chun and Lei Xiaoya accompanied him. Others would have been unnecessary and might even increase the unpredictability of the situation. You don't seem worried at all. The speaker was Lei Xiaoya, currently sitting on his right near the aisle. Behind her sat Wang Chun, with one empty seat left open. For convenience, they booked all 4 seats in this first-class cabin. What's there to worry about? Li Tianheng smiled. I'm going to be a judge, not marching into battle. Why should I be worried? Don't think we don't know. You're only becoming a judge because of Xiuxian. Lei Xiaoya's gaze was intense. Their intent is clear. They want to keep you. Do you think how will they attempt to do that? Li Tianheng looked toward Lei Xiaoya with interest. Well, obviously they'll resort to threats and bribes. Old-school tactics sometimes work wonders, Lei Xiaoya said. You're right, but you're talking about those who aren't me. Li Tianheng paused, and then took out 2 bracelets, handing one each to Lei Xiaoya and Wang Chun. You too, take these. Protecting me starts with protecting yourselves first. You understand this better than anyone, don't you? Li Tianheng said. What is this? Can it really protect us? Lei Xiaoya asked curiously, inspecting the bracelet of decent quality. You'll see soon. When danger strikes, just tap the button twice. It'll surprise you. Li Tianheng said. Stop being mysterious. Despite her words, Lei Xiaoya carefully put it on her wrist. Li Tianheng's abilities required no introduction. They had deeply experienced it themselves. Whatever he made wasn't ordinary merchandise. So, they continued chatting during the flight. After 10-odd hours, they finally arrived at the center of the Miami airport. As they descended from the airplane, in front of them stood several standard business vehicles. To their surprise, leading the group was none other than Komai Long, a person renowned in the world for organizing the science competition. Though they hadn't met face-to-face before, Li Tianheng had seen this American plenty on his phone and TV. At the moment, Komai Long warmly approached and shook hands with Li Tianheng. Mr. Li Tianheng from Long Country, hello there. Hello. Li Tianheng nodded gently. His expression was calm at the moment. Before figuring out the exact details, and before seeing Xiuxian, he must not act rashly. It is truly an honor to have you as the referee for our scientific research competition this time, and I believe that your presence will make this competition even more spectacular. Li Tianheng nodded, followed by a lot of polite conversation. Once they got into the car, the exchanges continued. Half an hour later, when the car stopped, Komai Long said, your friend from Long Country, Xiuxian, is here. I'll take you up to see her right now. I've already booked all your rooms in advance. Li Tianheng followed Komai Long to the top floor of the Clifton Hotel, where he finally saw Xiuxian after nearly 2 months apart. Seeing Li Tianheng at the door, Xiuxian rushed toward him wildly and hugged him tightly. Although the two had never officially acknowledged their relationship as lovers, right at this very moment, this hug explained everything. So we won't bother with your reunion. Later on, there will be someone arranging dinner for you both. We can talk further then. Komai Long asked. Sure, no problem. As Komai Long's group left, Xiuxian could no longer hold back her tears. I'm sorry. I never imagined this was a conspiracy against you. If I had known, I would have died rather than come here. Xiuxian knew all too well what this trip meant for Li Tianheng. Being invited as a judge was just a pretense. What they truly wanted was Li Tianheng himself. Or, more specifically, the talent within Li Tianheng. It's okay, dear. Even without this, they would have used other methods to attack. Li Tianheng wiped away Xiuxian's tears, and at this moment, the sorrowful Xiuxian couldn't help but pause. The moment their eyes locked, it felt like the temperature in the room instantly rose several degrees. And when their lips touched, the world seemed to fall silent. Chapter 62, Innocent. An hour later, Xiuxian, her face red, asked, What's our next step? Should we leave now? How can we leave now? There are probably their people all around the hotel, not just outside the room. Every move we make is under their control, said Li Tianheng. Then, what should we do? Xiuxian seemed to remember something and quickly added, Black Warrior. You should have brought the Black Warrior. With that thing, would we still be afraid of leaving? I brought something even more powerful than the Black Warrior this time. Li Tianheng smiled as he said it. What is it? Xiuxian looked at Li Tianheng, slightly stunned. Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Li Tianheng continued. Since my task is to serve as a judge, there's no need to shirk. After the science competition ends, we'll see what specific actions they take, then we'll adapt accordingly. Do you have confidence? Xiuxian still looked worriedly at him. If I weren't confident, would I be here? Li Tianheng pulled Xiuxian into his arms. This school beauty who had been classmates with him for nearly 2 years finally became his person. From now on, he would dedicate more efforts to protect Xiuxian. After tidying up the room a little, several foreigners soon appeared in the room. When she saw these people, a look of hatred involuntarily crossed Xiuxian's face. It was these very people who had searched the room and found the USB drive, and subsequently restricted her personal freedom. Even though she knew they were acting under orders, Xiuxian couldn't help but despise these people. Respected Mr. Li Tianheng and Ms. Xiuxian, we sincerely apologize for disturbing you. The blonde middle-aged man leading them spoke earnestly, looking like he was really apologizing. You've disturbed me for over a month already. Do you fear one extra disturbance? Xiuxian said coldly. We deeply regret our mistake and neglect of duty, which led us to mistakenly believe a month and a half ago that Ms. Xiuxian had stolen Tesla's confidential documents. But after our investigation during this time, we found this incident has absolutely nothing to do with Ms. Xiuxian. It was due to Tesla engineer Kevin having stayed in this room before, where he accidentally left the USB behind. Later, when Ms. Xiuxian checked in, we mistakenly thought that she had stolen the file. We truly offer our deepest apologies. This blonde man indeed sounded sincere. Those unaware of the real situation might think the matter was as simple as that. Do you actually believe the words coming out of your own mouth? Xiuxian said coldly. In any case, it was an error in our work. For this, we're willing to cover all related costs incurred by Ms. Xiuxian during this period, plus an additional $2 million as compensation, said the blonde man. This isn't about money. Let me tell you, this matter won't be over easily. Xiuxian wanted to say some harsher words, but, remembering that their true target wasn't her, but Li Tianheng standing beside her, she swallowed back all the words she wanted to say. All right, things have come to this point. There's no use talking too much. You pay her the money, and that will conclude the matter. Li Tianheng spoke lightly, and after dealing with the relevant procedures, those people left. Truly disgusting. These people's tactics are just despicable. Xiuxian was full of anger. Something completely fabricated has turned into something that makes it seem like they're being magnanimous. As soon as Li Tianheng arrived, they immediately clarified the facts, which exposes their true intentions even further. It doesn't matter. We all know the truth. Let's just wait and see what tricks they're preparing next. Li Tianheng calmly said. Next came the private time between Li Tianheng and Xiuxian. For 2 days, apart from spending each day with Xiuxian, Li Tianheng also met with the team from Long Country multiple times. Compared to before, the Long Country team had significantly grown this time. Many of the devices they carried were personally modified and manufactured by Li Tianheng. So Li Tianheng didn't worry at all about the participants in this scientific research competition. At 10 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd day, in the center of Mamie City, the enormous stadium was already bustling with people, the horrifying volume of people causing gridlock within 10 kilometers of the vicinity. With the advancement of technology, this world-renowned super event watched by the entire globe was now just as significant as major sporting events. People who had bought tickets half a year ago were naturally eager to enter the stadium as quickly as possible to catch a glimpse. A stadium that could hold exactly 200,000 spectators was packed full. Such a vast number of people meant that even if each person only whispered, it would still sound thunderously loud. Not to mention that the opening ceremony featured performances by all kinds of superstars. As all the stars finished their performances, the host and conference director Cameron officially appeared on stage. A massive aerial platform moved slowly from the side, lifted by a mechanical arm. This scene straight out of science fiction ignited the entire venue once again. Readers and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Triennial Scientific Research Competition is kicking off again. Every 3 years, we showcase research projects that are entirely different from before. Every 3 years, it becomes more evident how close we are getting to a true sci-fi world. Cameron's passionate speech made the cheering in the venue deafening, with screams, shouts, and roars never ceasing from start to finish. For a scientific event to reach this level undoubtedly demonstrates the success of Cameron and all his staff. But this also shows how increasingly popular sci-fi-inspired scientific events are becoming among people. At this moment around the stadium, teams representing various countries, institutions, and groups were already eagerly anticipating action. Even though the opening show was incredibly explosive, and even though Cameron's speech was filled with passion, the real protagonists of this competition were actually these contestants. The program was being broadcast live by nearly 100 countries. Even if they just showed up on camera briefly, it would be worth it for them. So next, it's time to introduce our beloved team of judges. To ensure absolute fairness and make the competition more interesting, our judging panel consists of representatives from different countries and races. Compared to 20 judges from 20 different countries 5 years ago, this year, I have invited a heavyweight figure. Next, please welcome young Judge Tianheng Li from Long Country. As Cameron finished speaking, All the cameras on site focused on the judge's bench behind Cameron. In the central position where all judges had already taken their seats, there was one vacant seat. Right behind this seat, Tianheng Li made his appearance. Then, under the guidance of the staff, he sat down at the very center of the judging panel. And at that very moment, the roaring crowd in the stadium suddenly became eerily quiet. Chapter 63, The Golden Key. All the cameras and spotlights at the scene were focused on this young Longhua national. The stadium, which could accommodate 200,000 people, had 4 huge display screens in the east, south, west, and north directions. At this moment, all 4 giant displays showed nothing but the scene of Li Tianheng sitting at the center of the referee's seat. The once booming stadium now echoed only with scattered whispers from the audience. It was clear, without even considering why this Longhua national, Li Tianheng, was allowed to sit at the referee's seat, his age, just over 20, already made him stand out awkwardly among the other judges present. Bear in mind, those who sat here were all highly experienced seniors, even the youngest being middle-aged people over 40. What did a 20-something like Li Tianheng have to sit there for? And not just that. He was seated right at the C position of the referee's panel. Everyone, I believe you may still feel somewhat unfamiliar with this young Longhua national, but let me assure you that his achievements and his genius intellect far surpass everyone present. Kamelong's calm voice reverberated throughout the stadium. Do not think that I am insulting you. Soon, you will understand why he can sit in this position. Kamelong did not hide his admiration for Li Tianheng, although even he did not fully understand what kind of ability Li possessed. However, this directive came from the largest shareholder of this event, Elon Musk. Of course, Kamelong could only unconditionally obey. In addition, this year we will introduce a new element, the Golden Key, and it is in the hands of Li Tianheng. When he feels that a contestant has great potential or that their research outcome surpasses others, Li Tianheng can activate the Golden Key in his hand, allowing this contestant to directly advance to the final round. Contestants, please give your best performance. Upon hearing these words, not only were all the spectators, participants, and other referees stunned, even Li Tianheng himself was shocked. This mechanism had never existed in previous competitions. In the past, decisions were solely based on referee supervision and scoring. A total score was derived after thorough discussion by all referees to decide who would proceed and who would leave. What exactly was happening now? There was no doubt about it. This move by the competition organizers once again elevated Li Tianheng's fame to an unprecedented peak. Simultaneously, it also boosted his hatred to a new high. This hatred, naturally, came from the other judges around him. Kamelong, forgive me for saying so, but why does this young man from Longhua possess such rights? Why didn't we receive any information about this before the match? A middle-aged man nearby picked up his microphone, his tone brimming with anger. Even if you had known beforehand, it wouldn't change the decision made by the competition committee, Kamelong responded coolly. To be precise, let me reiterate, Kamelong continued. The reason why he holds such power will be revealed later. Explaining it to you now wouldn't make you believe anyway. Many of the judges glared resentfully at Kamelong. However, they actually dared not voice their discontent. They had all signed relevant contracts to become judges. If they left halfway through, they'd not only face substantial breach of contract penalties, but also incur massive damage to their reputations. So, for the moment, all they could do was direct their more hateful gazes towards Li Tianheng, sitting in the central position. Li Tianheng roughly understood why they did this at this point. No matter what, they kept showering him with benefits. They put him atop the crowd as if to crown him. Of course, someone would eventually tell him. They could raise Li Tianheng's popularity to an unprecedented level within such a short time. And, similarly, they could let his reputation plummet to rock bottom in the shortest possible time. But this was merely his temporary speculation. He would only truly know what happened after the competition ended. As Kamelong continued announcing the competition rules, the first match of the day finally began after an hour. The first match, as usual, will determine your opponents via a system lottery. Your design machines will duel against each other. The winner advances to the next round. As Kamelong finished speaking, rows of tables rose slowly from the ground at the center of the stadium. On these tables were chessboards. Soon afterward, all the participants in the draw brought their respective machines to their numbered tables. Like what was seen on TV before, the machines these competitors carried onto the field were strange and varied in appearance. But one thing was undeniable, regardless of how bizarre these machines appeared. They were undoubtedly the fruits of the team's and researchers' hard work. At this moment, he also shifted his gaze to the Longhua competitor Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang had already participated in the competition twice before, but never achieved any remarkable rankings. Compared to the products designed by his team in the past, there was a significant improvement this time. After all, 10 days ago, Wu Jiang personally approached Li Tianheng to update all his products. The scene at this point focused more cameras on Wu Jiang. In itself, he had nothing particularly outstanding about him. But everything changed because Li Tianheng became the head referee this time. Being compatriots, they were curious to see what would be different for Wu Jiang as a contestant this year. The rules for the first round are very simple. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. This will test the independent computing ability, computing speed, and understanding of chess of the products you have designed. After Kamelong finished speaking, all the contestants took their positions at this very moment. Wu Jiang glanced at Li Tianheng in the referee's seat before activating the robot beside him. This robot was also quite eye-catching. Whether it was its flexibility or overall construction, it was basically on par with Optimus Prime, not far away. Yes, Max Ku's research team also participated in this competition, and the contestant was an unreleased 4th-generation Optimus Prime. Compared to Wu Zhang's humanoid robot, the device of his opponent seemed much more outdated. At the end of 3 mechanical arms was a screen, above which there were several cameras and sensors. Moreover, the shape of this robot more resembled a mechanical big dog. Compared to its technological intelligence system, it might be more adept in combat. The first game began. Wu Zhang showed no sign of panic on his face. This robot was not originally so advanced. But after receiving some technology from Li Tianheng, Wu Zhang improved it. Now, Wu Zhang didn't think his product would be much weaker than Optimus Prime. The match progressed second by second, with Wu Zhang intensely playing against his opponent, while Li Tianheng observed other participants' performances around the venue with interest. Suddenly, Li Tianheng noticed a young man with messy dreadlocks on the side. The machine used by this person caught Li Tianheng's attention, making him not only brighten up, but also completely astonished. Chapter 64. The Great Yin Country, Johnson. Different from the machines designed by other teams, the young man's design integrated himself and his machine as one entity. To be more precise, the machine he designed was wearable. At that moment, he was wearing the machine while competing against his opponent on the chessboard. Of course, this wasn't the most eye-catching feature. What truly drew everyone's attention was the 8 tentacles on the machine that could freely extend and contract like whips. 2 of these tentacles supported the entire device along with its user, while another dexterously handled the chess pieces in the match. This scene seemed somewhat unreal. At least in Li Tianheng's understanding, the current technological level had not yet reached this height. The long dreadlocked young man before them appeared almost transformed into the villain Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man. Where does this contestant come from? Li Tianheng pointed at the dreadlocked youth on the screen in front of him, as an information service provider stepped up from behind. Hello, this contestant is Yabo from the country of Malai. He graduated from Harvard University and has been working in the direct research institution of Malai country. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng frowned slightly again. Malai country was a small nation, and he had never heard of any related researchers emerging there before. Yet this individual had managed to design something so science-fictional. This young man was certainly no ordinary person. As time ticked by, after 15 minutes, the first announcement came. It was Yabo, whom Li Tianheng had been closely observing, declaring victory. This was another unexpected achievement. Li Tianheng had thought Wu Zhang would be the first to defeat his opponent. After all, it was his own personally designed and modified creation, but he didn't expect Yabo to take the lead. Not long after Yabo declared his victory over his opponent, Wu Zhang also announced winning the first game. Though they differed by less than a minute, it was enough to astonish Li Tianheng. This is interesting. I originally thought the competition would be somewhat boring, but unexpectedly, there are things catching my eye. Briefly taken aback, Li Tianheng regained his calm. Though Yabo's design was impressive, it hadn't shocked Li Tianheng to the extent that it left him speechless. In the first round of the competition, Li Tianheng didn't use the golden key. This was simply a one-on-one match, and winning meant advancing to the next round. And so far, there weren't too many highlights visible. Naturally, Li Tianheng saw no need to waste the golden key slot just yet. Once the first round ended, various superstars then took the stage for performances, drawing constant cheers from the crowd. Perhaps the reason this competition had become so popular was mainly due to the backing of these stars and influential figures. Li Tianheng wasn't particularly interested in these performances. Besides, sitting as a referee was more out of obligation rather than desire. So after the matches were over for the day, Li Tianheng got up directly and left the referee's chair. This scene was captured by countless cameras. But clearly, Li Tianheng paid no attention to these cameras or the media's gaze. When he returned to the hotel and opened the room door, he froze in place. Inside the room, apart from xiuxian, there were quite a few unfamiliar faces. These strangers immediately swarmed towards Li Tianheng upon seeing him. Mr. Li, hello. I am Johnson, the head of the Research Institute of the Great Yin Country. Our team just learned that Mr. Li is the chief referee for this competition, and we've come especially to pay our respects. Xiuxian also approached, handing Li Tianheng a black card. These people came in and, without even saying a word, wanted to shove money into my hands. I really didn't know what to do, so now it's up to you. After hearing Xiuxian's words, Li Tianheng couldn't help but look utterly speechless, already guessing the intentions of these visitors. After all, he was currently the main referee for this scientific competition. Regardless of how he got to this position, the fact remained that the role was indisputable. Consequently, Li Tianheng would have a tremendous impact on the competition rankings. There was no doubt that if Li Tianheng spoke up casually, he could pretty much determine whether certain contestants stayed or went. Naturally, some participants or their associated teams were keen on exploiting the power he held in this regard. They aimed to offer him some benefits, intending to manipulate the rankings of the contest according to their wishes. Pretending ignorance, Li Tianheng looked at them. What are you doing? Mr. Li, this is just a small token of appreciation. It contains a deposit of $100 million. We hope that during the following rounds, you can lend your support to the contestants from the Great Yin Country. Even though he had already anticipated their intentions, upon hearing the figure in the card, Li Tianheng couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. This team actually offered such an astronomical amount for his help, considering that the first prize of this competition was only $5 million. Guys, don't you think it's a bit of a loss? What's the point of spending so much money to buy these top spots? Li Tianheng directly asked the question on his mind. Mr. Li, you might not know, but getting high rankings can attract huge sponsorships, and all kinds of world-class companies will come to us for collaboration. The money we make afterward is definitely more than what we're offering here. Johnson's words made Li Tianheng realize this might be one of the reasons why the competition had become so popular. Perhaps this contest had long lost its original purpose, with the enormous underlying commercial forces being the real reason countless people vied to participate. All right, I understand your intentions, but I may not be able to help you with this. Li Tianheng said. This, Mr. Li, is the money too little? We can add another billion. How about that? Johnson hurriedly responded. This isn't about the money. It's just my personal decision. Besides, I certainly don't need your money. If your participants perform well, I'll naturally press the golden key under my control. The faces of Johnson and his group darkened. No matter how they tried to explain further, Li Tianheng didn't show any sign of relenting. In the end, Johnson and his entourage could only leave with obvious dissatisfaction. In the room, Xiuxian looked at Li Tianheng with some concern in her eyes. There shouldn't be any problem, right? These people seem to have bad intentions. You really think this is just the idea of the Great Yin country's team themselves? Li Tianheng said faintly. Chapter 65, Total Annihilation? Xiuxian was stunned for a moment after hearing what Li Tianheng had said. Then she quickly regained her composure, her face immediately showing an expression of sudden realization and shock. You mean, they didn't really come to offer you benefits, but rather just tried to ruin your reputation? Xiuxian asked. You've got half of it right, Li Tianheng replied nonchalantly. The benefits they offered me were real. They simply wanted to give me that money. However, my life wouldn't be easy after accepting it. The person pulling the strings in the background would surely come out first thing. Do you believe that? After hearing this, Xiuxian's face once again showed a look of astonishment. You mean, they actually followed the orders of this person in the background? Most likely. Li Tianheng's conjecture wasn't far off. After Johnson left the hotel, he immediately headed straight for the nearest Ilong technology city where Musk had already been waiting. This means that this Longwen national didn't fall for it when you gave him the money. Musk furrowed his brow as he stood before Johnson himself. That's correct. Even after I raised the amount to 5 billion, he didn't take the card. It seems that this Longwen native isn't all that interested in money. Musk knitted his brow slightly. His current understanding of Li Tianheng wasn't yet very comprehensive. But he had always thought that the number of people in this world who weren't interested in money must be very few indeed. Especially someone young like Li Tianheng. It was practically impossible for him not to care about money. However, reality proved him wrong. $500 million converted into long coins amounted to 30 billion. Even a fabulously wealthy person couldn't be completely indifferent to such an amount. It seems this person is harder to deal with than I imagined. Musk's strongest approach was throwing money around. He believed that anything that couldn't be settled could definitely be fixed with money. But Li Tianheng in front of him was somewhat unexpected. What's the next step? If he truly isn't swayed by wealth, the chances of keeping him through legitimate means probably aren't high either, Johnson said. Wait until this competition ends. I'll personally discuss terms with him, if he still disagrees. A flash of cold light gleamed in Musk's eyes. Since this kind of person cannot be used by us, they naturally can't be allowed to end up in other countries either. In that case, we'll have to make him disappear. Musk's words made Johnson's face involuntarily show a hint of astonishment. What powerful energy could this Longwen native possess that would prompt Musk to make such a decision? The scientific research competition continued. The second round of the contest also proceeded on the following day. This year, the second round of the scientific research competition was drastically different from previous years. In the center of the venue, Kamai Long was enthusiastically introducing and speaking once more. Those who managed to enter the second round are already the cream of the crop among elites. I'm sure each contestant's team put in countless efforts in order to create these machines. In view of the fact that various advanced technologies have appeared in our present technological development, we're showcasing the crystallized wisdom of each team and their designers. So this year, the mechanisms for our second and third rounds will introduce something entirely different from past competitions. As Kamai Long finished speaking, 10 airtight glass chambers appeared in the center of the large arena. Inside every glass chamber, there was a buffalo that was bound so it could not move. Each of the buffaloes secured onto tables. Each leg of the buffalo was wrapped in white gauze, some even revealing blood seeping out from the gauze. You haven't mistaken it. The legs of these 10 buffaloes have suffered fractures of varying degrees, which require surgical treatment to fully restore their recovery. And today, the task of surgery will be placed on your shoulders, contestants. Or, more specifically, on the machines at the disposal of each contestant. At Kamai Long's introduction, the crowd went wild again, cheers and shouts resounding throughout the stadium, bringing it to another climax. This type of competition form had never been seen or even heard before. To let robots entirely replace human labor in performing surgeries naturally required immense confidence in the relevant machine equipment. So, when all contestants at the scene heard Kamai Long's introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. Among them, many contestants' machines didn't have such functionality. Thus, this second round was something they couldn't even participate in. What does this mean? Why wasn't anyone informed beforehand? Yeah, how could the competition event be changed last minute? Is this some sort of joke? This is outrageous. Our research isn't even medical-oriented. How can we participate in the second round? This competition is becoming more absurd. Even Xing Tinju wouldn't be able to perform surgery on those buffaloes, would he? Hearing this, a blonde girl nearby suddenly laughed. She patted the fourth generation Xing Tinju next to her and smiled faintly. The first 3 generations of Xing Tinju couldn't do it, but the 4th generation could easily complete these surgeries. If you can't do it, it just means your technology isn't advanced enough. The market demands versatile machinery rather than outdated single-function devices. This person was greatly irritated by what the blonde girl had said, yet he could do nothing about it. After all, she was from S team at Ilong Technology City. Well, no need for unnecessary talk. According to yesterday's contestant numbers, enter the room one by one, starting from number 1 to 10. Once Gung finished speaking, the first 10 contestants almost all shook their heads dejectedly before raising their hands reluctantly. I forfeit too. I give up. All 10 contestants and their teams didn't make any attempts and were already eliminated without a fight. From the center of the referee's seat, Li Tianheng wasn't at all surprised watching this scene. Most of the machines present only possessed singular functions, mainly focused on computational power. Something like this which requires strong hands-on and practical skills. Even the most sophisticated machine wouldn't dare take the risk. So far, there were only 3 machines on the field that Li Tianheng considered capable. One obviously came from the Longwo Wujiang team. This robot received substantial technical support from Li Tianheng himself, so it shouldn't be difficult to finish the second round. The second was the 4th generation Qingtianzhu from Ilong Technology City. Its upgrade was even more powerful than Li Tianheng had imagined, so it should not be difficult to finish the second round either. The third was Yabo from Malai, a robot resembling Dr. Octopus, whose capabilities remained unknown. Chapter 66. Challenge Li Tianheng? But Li Tianheng's intuition told him that this robot would definitely perform extraordinarily well. Sure enough, the following competition also became a showcase for these 3 robots. Because, at the scene, apart from these 3 robots, there was no one else participating in this event. At this moment, including Li Tianheng, all the judges were discussing how the next competition should proceed. No one had expected that only 3 contestants remained for the second round. Since there are only 3 people left, whoever completes more surgeries in the shortest time will advance, Li Tianheng said as he looked at the other judges on the bench. It seemed there was no other way. This was probably the best solution. Then let's do it your way. Ku Meilong immediately announced the change in the rules of the second round. Wu Zhang's appearance with his Optimus Prime-like design had already captured the attention of countless spectators. There was nothing more to say about Optimus Prime. Even the 3rd generation version could outperform 99% of robots on the market, let alone the upgraded 4th generation, which drew cheers upon its entrance. At that moment, Yabo wearing octopus-like mechanical arms appeared before the glass door and similarly received frantic applause and cheers. In some ways, these 3 robots compared to the designs of other participants weren't on the same level. These 3 robots looked more human-like, especially Yabo's design. This wearable mechanical equipment had even greater practical significance in real-life applications. Begin. As Ku Meilong's voice faded, the 3 machines entered the glass room. Li Tianheng watched Wu Zhang with some anticipation. Although Wu Zhang's robot wasn't entirely designed by him, some of the technology came from his contribution, greatly enhancing the performance of this machine. Li Tianheng wasn't worried about whether this machine could complete the surgery. What concerned him was whether the speed of completion could match the other 2. Very soon, Li Tianheng realized his worry was justified. Compared to Optimus Prime and Wu Zhang's robot, Yabo completed surgeries at a speed akin to cheating. This wearable robot had 8 arms. 2 were used to support movement, while the other 6 could act simultaneously. Thus, on the computer screen, it was clearly visible that Yabo was simultaneously operating on 2 legs of the cow. If successful, Yabo's completion speed would be twice that of the others. An hour passed quietly. When Yabo finished the 4th cow, Wu Jiang and the blonde woman had each completed surgeries on 3 cows. Afterward, relevant medical staff went inside to check the results. 10 minutes later, these medical professionals gave the OK sign to Li Tianheng and the other judges. It seems our advancing contestant is undoubtedly Yabo from Malay country. 1 spot remains for tomorrow's final, but since their speed and quality in completing surgeries are roughly the same. Ku Meilong suddenly looked toward Li Tianheng on the judging panel. Next, our chief judge Li Tianheng will use the golden key in his hand to announce the advancing contestant. As his words faded, the site suddenly fell silent. These 2 competitors, one from Ilong Technology City and the other Wujian from Long Country. How could the result be anything other than obvious under identical competition results? Without hesitation, Li Tianheng directly declared, I announce the advancing contestant to be Wujian from Long Country. The audience burst into cheers and shouts, though doubtlessly some discontent arose, particularly from the blonde woman Hannah, part of the Ilong Technology City team. On what basis? This is unfair. On what authority does he deserve to move forward? I refuse to accept it. Hannah glared hard at Li Tianheng, and Ku Meilong approached him. Hannah, this is the competition rule. If you've participated, then you must abide by our rules, Ku Meilong said. What kind of rubbish rules are these? Can't you see clearly with your own eyes? Just because this contestant is from Long Country, and so is the chief referee, hence without question chooses their own countrymen. Is this type of rule fair? Hannah angrily said. So how exactly do you define fairness? Came Li Tianheng's faint voice. Replace my position with your people, and then declare yourself advanced. Is that what you consider fair? There's another point. Why did Yabo from Malay country not need discussion over fairness? Because he proved himself with immense strength. Your limited research capabilities should not blame the competition rules, and furthermore, Li Tianheng said coldly, who made these competition rules? Aren't you more aware than anyone else? Li Tianheng's voice echoed everywhere, and this remark further incited Hannah's dissatisfaction. Don't crap here. What qualifications do you have to give me a lecture? I bet you've bribed the organizing committee with money. Otherwise, Why would they choose an unknown person like you as the judge, who can casually decide the stay or leave of us competitors? Hannah said lightly. Do you think I am unqualified to be a judge, or do you think Wujian from Long Country doesn't deserve to beat you? Li Tianheng asked. Both are unacceptable. With just the scraps of technology your Long Country has, how could it compare with our Ilom Technology City? Your so-called innovations are nothing but thefts and patches from others' technologies. Not only does he not deserve to win me, neither do you deserve to sit in the judge's chair. Hannah added coldly. I challenge you. If you can't show any relevant achievements, then you're unqualified to decide whether I should proceed in this round. Challenge me. Li Tianheng raised an eyebrow and then asked, what do you want to challenge? These competition items. Do you dare to present your own creation for a comparison? Hannah's shout immediately ignited the atmosphere across the entire stadium. The deafening clamor ascended straight to the clouds, as everyone turned their anticipatory gaze towards Li Tianheng. In fact, it wasn't just Hannah. Everyone here wanted to know what exactly this young man from Long Country was capable of, and why he was seated right at the center of the judging panel. To be honest, this competition item holds no special meaning for me. If it weren't for this reason, do you think I would be sitting in this position? At that moment, Li Tianheng was somewhat provoked by Hannah. Since everyone was so eager to see his cards, why not reveal a part of them today? Chapter 67, Shifting Thoughts and Goals. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, not only Hannah, but also Yabo among others, all the contestants present, gave Li Tianheng an indignant look. What do you mean by meaningless? Do you look down on this competition? Hannah asked with a cold laugh. You're right. This competition is just like kids playing house to me. There isn't even a single decent opponent. Do you think such a competition makes sense? Li Tianheng retorted. Arrogant. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Yabo gave a cold laugh. His two tentacles propped up his body, making his octopus form appear quite formidable. Do I not have the qualifications? Li Tianheng suddenly waved his right hand forward, and the electronic wristwatch on his right wrist flashed with light. Then, a streak of light descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the stadium like Iron Man. This is the second-generation Xiaoying robot that I designed. I believe the current me should now qualify to be your referee. The Xiaoying robot lifted off again after landing in the center of the arena, then slowly flew over to Li Tianheng's side. This scene was so surreal. It felt as if everyone had been transported into a science fiction movie. The second-generation Xiaoying robot combines powerful flight capabilities with the ability to perform various tasks required by people. This robot has already started mass production in our country long, though since it was only recently developed, its production capacity hasn't reached full scale yet. Li Tianheng's voice filled every corner of the stadium. Everyone stared at Li Tianheng as if they were looking at a deity. It was only at this moment that everyone truly understood why Li Tianheng had said such things, proving that he indeed had the qualifications to make such claims. To tell you the truth, I don't actually have any intention of being the main referee. It's just that some people used underhanded tactics, leaving me no choice but to come. The role of being the main referee was a pretense. What they truly desired was the technology in my hands. But I can clearly tell you now that the technology one possess belongs solely to me, and it belongs exclusively to the land of our Long Country. No matter what kind of conspiracy you use, you will never be able to seize it. Max had been staring at the screen, watching this match intently. When he heard Li Tianheng's words, his face turned an angry shade of gray. It seems clear that acquiring those technologies through normal means is impossible. Max crossed his arms behind his back, his eyes suddenly filled with an unprecedented intent to kill. But losing someone of such talent would truly be a great loss. Clark stood beside him, his gaze brimming with enthusiasm. Such advanced robots with powerful technology were unimaginable treasures if they could fall into his hands. So, Max spoke coldly, I've changed my mind. If profits won't sway him, then force will be applied directly. And if force fails too, destruction will be the final recourse. Clark nodded. No one understood Max better than he did. Max was undoubtedly a super madman, having contributed countless achievements in scientific research himself, with an army of scientific geniuses gathered from all over the world working under him. If they couldn't control Li Tianheng, his fate could only end in destruction. In addition to this Li Tianheng, I feel Wu Jiang is not bad either. His robot didn't seem to give its full potential, and when exerting its utmost, it feels no weaker than the one designed by Li Tianheng. Clark adjusted the remote control, quickly switching to Wu Jiang's match footage, then played some details in slow motion. See these intricate designs and its behavior? It's eerily similar to Li Tianheng's robot. You mean Wu Jiang's robot possibly received technical support from Li Tianheng? Max's eyes slightly brightened. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Clark continued operating the remote control, soon switching to the previous edition of the competition where Long Country's contestant was also Wu Jiang. Look, this is his robot from 3 years ago, and it bears a world of difference from his current design. Normally, 3 years wouldn't bring about such qualitative improvements in equipment. After Clark finished speaking, Max snatched the remote control and compared the designs. The excitement on Max's face grew heavier. Yes, Wu Jiang must have received technical support from Li Tianheng. Max looked excitedly at Clark. Good job. Your observation is very meticulous. This opens another possible path for us. Clark's face also reflected some excitement. Receiving praise from Max was something he continuously strived for, constantly pushing himself to achieve more. In the past couple of days, I've been in contact with someone from Long Country. Wu Jiang comes from a poor family. His research funding came entirely from his own scholarship. Moreover, since he didn't achieve good results in the previous competitions, he did not receive much attention after returning home. In fact, he even spent all of his savings, Clark said. So it turns out that he is completely different from Li Tianheng. He needs money. Lots of it, Max said. That's right, Clark continued. We should have a detailed conversation with Wu Jiang. If he agrees, he can be an eye for us next to Li Tianheng. Yes, yes. Max pointed at Clark. Clever. You're very clever. Your contribution in this matter is immense. Starting from this month, your salary will double. Thank you, boss. Clark's excitement grew stronger, but then he added, but we need to worry about the possibility that he might be resistant to our advances too. If so, we'll just end up excited over nothing. No. Out of the people we've targeted, only Li Tianheng has resisted the temptation of $500 million so far, Max said. Clark nodded. Indeed, Li Tianheng was clearly not short on money, or perhaps he simply wasn't interested in money. But people like him were rare. How many people in this world really didn't care about money? Besides, Yabo also deserves some attention. His technology is strange and mysterious too, Max said. Don't worry, boss. I've already prepared a team to negotiate with Yabo, Clark said. Good job. You're doing an excellent job. Max looked towards the bustling tech city ahead, his gaze suddenly filled with gravity. Within 5 years, we must accomplish Mars colonization, or else there won't be any chance left. Clark's expression tightened slightly as well. That secret was known by no more than 5 people in the world at the moment. However, once that information became public, it would undoubtedly cause global chaos. Chapter 68. Yabo versus Li Tianheng. The second round of the competition ended quickly, and Li Tianheng, back at the hotel, finally had a rare moment of peace. He couldn't help but instinctively check the system, and was surprised to see that just by showing off Xiaohang's flight capability, he had garnered an 8-digit fame value, which was still increasing. Indeed, this globally live-streamed super event is extraordinary. Showing off casually can earn so much fame. Li Tianheng sighed. Although the fame value came fast enough, he didn't plan to continue showcasing Xiaohang's abilities. After all, a tall tree catches the wind, and great wealth attracts thieves. Although everyone already knew about Li Tianheng in Long Country, exactly what he had accomplished remained largely unknown to most people. The primary purpose of this trip was to ensure Xiuxian's safety, then leave America safely, and consider it a success. Inside the room, Li Tianheng continued enjoying a fleeting moment of intimacy with Xiuxian. But the next second, the door they were in was suddenly violently broken open. Wang Chun and xiaoxia reacted with top-notch reflexes, pulling out rifles from somewhere and aiming at the door from 2 different angles. At the doorway stood a young man with dirty braids on his head and 8 tentacles sprouting from his back, now in Li Tianheng's sight. It's you, Yabo? Li Tianheng frowned. Right now, Yabo looked furious, as if he had seen his husband's killer. Tell me, where did those technologies of yours come from? Yabo stared fiercely at Li Tianheng. There's no need for me to tell you where my technology comes from, right? Li Tianheng coldly said, and the huge hole at the door clearly indicated Yabo wasn't here for friendly purposes. You lie. This era can't possibly have such technology. That does not belong to you. Yabo showed no intention of letting Li Tianheng go, and these words made others furrow their brows. It seemed that Yabo might know some ways to obtain advanced technology, and he thought Li Tianheng also acquired the technology through this method. I think you must be misunderstanding something. My technology has nothing to do with yours, understand? Moreover, your technology isn't even particularly advanced, so you don't need to suspect I stole some of your technology. Li Tianheng said, my technology is outdated? Not advanced enough. Yabo's eyes turned crimson, and those 8 tentacles flexed like octopus arms, climbing up from the ceiling towards Li Tianheng at lightning speed. Back up quick! Xiaoxia let out a shout of alarm, and without hesitation, she and Wang Chun pulled the triggers of their weapons. But those tentacles were very agile, deflecting all bullets outside. As Li Tianheng retreated step by step, he eventually stepped onto his carry-on suitcase. You'll soon realize how worthless your technology is in front of me. As soon as these words left his lips, the suitcase beneath Li Tianheng turned into molten metal. Then it began to climb up his calf until it completely covered his entire body. This scene not only stunned Yabo, but every person inside and outside the room froze in place. Wang Chun, Xiaoxia, protect Xiuxian well. Understood. Wang Chun and Xiaoxia immediately activated the bracelets given by Li Tianheng before. An invisible energy barrier enveloped the 3 of them, protecting them even if there were huge disturbances nearby. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng controlled the black mech armor, instantly coming face to face with Yabo. His incredible strength and speed gave Yabo no time to react. Bang! A loud sound of electric explosion echoed as Yabo and the mechanical device on his 8 tentacles were flung backward, smashing 2 walls before stopping. How? How could this be? How is this possible? Yabo, incredulous, gazed at Li Tianheng clad in armor, the immense pressure leaving him unable to breathe. I refuse to believe it. Yabo let out a roar. Dense metallic armor appeared on his face and body, shielding all vital parts of his body. The 8 metallic tentacles moved more nimbly than an octopus, clinging to the wall as the tremendous force propelled Yabo toward Li Tianheng. Their 2 figures clashed in the center of the hotel, the terrifying destructive power tearing apart countless walls around them. From afar, Xiuxian and her group felt like they had been transported into a movie watching this scene unfold. How did he make something like this? I simply can't believe my own eyes. Xiaoxia was utterly astounded. The 2 silhouettes before her eyes were already leaving afterimages due to their fierce battle. Their naked eyes could no longer capture their figures. That Yabo is pretty crazy too, able to design such a monstrous machine. As soon as these words left their mouths, they suddenly heard the sound of intense current tearing through the air. They then saw two of Yabo's metallic tentacles being forcibly torn off by Li Tianheng. So, do you understand now? Li Tianheng grabbed another tentacle and violently threw it out of the window. Yabo was tossed like a ball, but Li Tianheng streaked past like a bolt of black lightning, appearing instantly before Yabo even landed. Let's just say that you're unlucky. Originally, this combination was supposed to be used on the guy behind the scenes, so now I'll just have to intimidate you instead. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianheng tore off two more metal arms. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters up in the sky, two helicopters were circling around. People inside were using high-powered telescopes to observe what was happening down below. By the time Yabo only had two metallic arms remaining, the helicopters quietly disappeared from sight. The thing you created is decent enough, but unfortunately, you met me. Li Tianheng coldly glanced at Yabo, whose face was covered in blood, and soared back into the hotel. Are you alright? Xiuxian asked anxiously, looking at Li Tianheng. I'm fine, but we shouldn't stay here long. Check the flight tickets. Ideally, we should leave tonight, Li Tianheng said solemnly. If it was just him alone, it wouldn't matter because with this suit of mech armor, he could easily fly back to Long Country. But there were also Xiuxian, Wang Chun, and Lei Xiaoya to consider, which made taking a plane back necessary. While they were checking the tickets, numerous policemen arrived at the scene. Among them was none other than Kamalin, the host of this competition. Mr. Li, please forgive us for disturbing you. Yabo went berserk and insisted on challenging you. Nobody could stop him. Even your Long Country contestant, Wu Jiang, suffered. If you would like, we can relocate you to another hotel. If you prefer not to move, I've already prepared flights for you to return to Long Country. Hearing this, Li Tianheng and his group were stunned. Hadn't all this effort been made to keep him around? Why was he suddenly changing his mind? But Li Tianheng didn't have time to overthink it, nodding quickly. This works perfectly. My wife can't stay here any longer anyway. Besides, I'm not participating in the rest of the matches. Let's go back immediately. Great. Then follow me. Li Tianheng's group joined Wu Jiang, boarding a business car that sped directly to the nearest airport. Throughout the trip, none of the anticipated scenarios happened. No weapons attacks, no ambushes. They arrived at the airport and boarded smoothly, taking the flight bound for Long Country just before midnight. At the top floor of Yilin Tech City, Max Gay stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the plane growing smaller in the distance. A victorious smile spread across his face. Not far behind him stood Yabo, despondent and still visibly shaken. Well, tell me, what else did you discover about him? Max Gay inquired. I don't know. All I know is that there is absolutely no way that can be our era's technology. That mech armor, it's simply, even stronger than Iron Man. Yabo's comment made Max Gay frown slightly, clearly unsure of exactly what the reference meant. At that moment, Clark pulled out a tablet and handed it to Max Gay. Boss, take a look. This is footage taken from our surveillance helicopter, and word is that many bystanders also managed to record the fight. Chapter 69, Yabo's Secret. Mesk was holding his tablet computer, full of questions. On the screen, a video of Li Tianheng fighting with Yabo was being played. However, ever since they left the hotel, Yabo had been almost entirely on the defensive. That black mech seemed like a black ghost, showing off its superhuman combat ability in the sky. If this wasn't real-time footage, Mesk would have certainly thought it was a sci-fi video edited later. How is this possible? You mean, the person inside that black mech is Li Tianheng. Even though Mesk had seen many impressive things, he could not remain calm upon seeing this scene. No wonder he has the confidence to come to our country alone. With this thing, he is the real-life Iron Man, sending our military might not help. Clark's face also showed immense shock. If he hadn't known the backstory, it would be hard for him to believe such technology could exist in this world. What kind of secrets does he have? Why does he possess such advanced technology? Mesk stared at the computer, his eyes fixed and unable to look away. He originally thought he had a pretty thorough understanding of Li Tianheng. But after watching this video, Mesk realized that his understanding of Li Tianheng was merely the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps, the way he got the technology is similar to mine. Only he has completely absorbed and utilized those resources. Yabo's somewhat perplexing statement made everyone pause for a moment. Then Clark looked at him curiously. What do you mean by that? Did you not invent the relevant technology yourself? The mastery of this technology did not come naturally. It was obtained through acquired means. Yabo replied gravely. Upon hearing this, all around once again were stunned. What events had Yabo experienced to let him obtain this surpassing its time technology? Only hearing him continue saying, at first, I thought he got it from me, but now it seems I misjudged the situation. How did you get your technology? Clark asked Yabo curiously. This is a long story, but that place still holds technology far more advanced than what I currently command. It's just that I've never had the guts to take it. Yabo said. Where is it? Mesk's eyes immediately flashed with excitement upon hearing these words. At my hometown. Yabo's expression was solemn. If we sent you back there, could you retrieve that technology? Mesk, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Yes, but I need an armed force. Yabo said seriously. All things you need can be provided by me. Mesk looked at Yabo and continued. However, you must return and assist me after retrieving the related technology. All right, no problem. Yabo nodded. And thus, an agreement was reached between him and Mesk. Subsequently, Yabo left the office, leaving only Clark and a few senior members of the company. I wonder how long Wu Jiang will take to get the things we want. Clark said excitedly. There's no rush. The more urgent it is, the more problems may arise. Mesk grinned confidently. I'm just worried that after spending $300 million, we end up losing everything. Clark said. He doesn't have the guts. Besides, our influence in Longwa isn't weak. If he dares to do so, we'll make him pay every penny back with interest. After Mesk finished speaking, he added, in fact, we can give Wu Jiang a hand from behind the scenes. How can we help him? Clark looked at Mesk confusedly. You think, under what circumstances could Wu Jiang quickly obtain the core relevant technologies? Mesk questioned. Well, at least Li Tianheng needs to fully trust him, and he needs some capability too. No need to overthink it. If there's insufficient trust, or if he's lacking skills in technical aspects, no one would willingly hand over the core technology to others. Apart from that, are there any other ways? Mesk asked. Well, I can't really think of anything else. Clark shook his head. He believed this was the only method for Li Tianheng to entrust Wu Jiang with the technology. There's actually another way to achieve this. Only it requires more effort and a greater cost. Mesk's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he continued. Imagine if Li Tianheng had so much work that he couldn't finish it all, even having to handle various technical issues from all sides. In such a situation, wouldn't he need more capable assistants? Or even have to delegate some technology and relevant tasks to people around him? That is possible. If his workload was overwhelming, Wu Jiang, who already has a certain foundation in technology, would naturally become his reliable assistant. But then Clark became somewhat puzzled. But how can we make Li Tianheng so busy that he has no choice but to hand over relevant tech projects to those around him? Think about it. What if all the tech companies in Longwa went to Li Tianheng for help developing chips, screens, semiconductors, cameras, and other such things? Do you think he could handle all of that? Mesk asked. No way. Even if he had all that expertise. After all, he only has 2 hands, Clark replied. So, Clark paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to understand. He stared at Mesk incredulously. You mean, use your network and authority to cut off all cooperative relationships between relevant tech sectors and the tech companies in Longwa? This would force them to seek out Li Tianheng's help, which would. Clark's eyes flashed with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Mesk had come up with such an intricate plan, but there was no doubt, it was undoubtedly effective. In this way, they would be giving Wu Jiang a strong push from behind. As long as Wu Jiang performed well, they wouldn't have to worry about obtaining Li Tianheng's core technology. So now you understand. Mesk smiled faintly. But the cost seems too high. Ending these collaborations would also cause significant losses for us. Clark said, compared to the Mayan prophecy, do you think these are important? This planet is almost done for anyway, so what meaning do these so-called cooperations really have? Mesk said solemnly. Chapter 70, Aircraft Carrier, Ding Lao Dao. Clark nodded. Musk had always been an enthusiast of interstellar travel. Many years ago, he published countless concepts about creating multi-planetary species, arguing this was the only way to avoid human extinction. For many years, he has acted in accordance with these beliefs. Although he can now successfully land humans on Mars, the technology is still relatively immature. For those people who land on Mars, significant technical breakthroughs are required for their normal survival. Therefore, Musk has also continued to reform related technologies tirelessly. This matter will be communicated with relevant personnel within the next few days. You should also contact Wu Jiang and let him stay ready. Musk said calmly. Understood, boss. Musk, hands crossed behind his back, looked back at Elon Tech City again. When he looked up in an instant, the full moon was high in the sky, as if pointing out the direction of his hope and constant progress. On the other hand, the next day, Li Tianheng and his group smoothly arrived in Long Country. When he returned to this land, an unprecedented sense of security and a feeling of belonging that he had never felt before suddenly overwhelmed him. Although he could already create stronger safety for himself, when he stepped back onto the homeland soil, it was like truly grounding himself. Our country is still the best. Li Tianheng sighed. Yes, those people were too bad, and it's my fault. Xiuxian sighed and said, in the future, I must not trust their words so easily again. They almost made you. Xiaoman, when are you going to stop saying such things? Li Tianheng tightly held Xiuxian's small hand in his own palm. At this moment, Xiuxian felt that her entire world revolved around Li Tianheng. Shall I go home and pack, then report to Xuanhuan Scientific Research Base? Wu Jiang said beside them while dragging his luggage. Good. There's nowhere better for you than my place. Plus I am short of some technical talents by my side. Li Tianheng said. Thank you so much. Then I'll go back first. Wu Jiang and his team of 4 left by car, and Li Tianheng also quickly returned to the Xuanhua Scientific Research Base by special car. Lu Yuanshan and the people of Shen Aviation Base had been waiting here for quite some time. Beside Lu Yuanshan stood a strange middle-aged man, who also stared strangely at Li Tianheng. Tianheng, this time you have really brought glory to our long country. Lu Yuanshan came over and patted Li Tianheng's shoulder hard. This scientific research competition was watched by everyone from start to finish. Even though Li Tianheng only performed for a few minutes, even though later in the competition Wu Jiang took over all the tasks, and Li Tianheng, the chief referee, returned early to the country, it couldn't stop others' admiration for him. All of this was just a coincidence, and anyway, we didn't win any ranking this time, which didn't bring much honor either. Li Tianheng laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't say that. Sometimes rankings mean nothing. The middle-aged man beside Lu Yuanshan suddenly burst out laughing. And who might this be? Oh right, how forgetful I've become. Lu Yuanshan slapped his forehead, and then hurriedly introduced. This is the overall responsible person for aircraft carrier construction and the head designer concurrently, Ding Yuanshan. Upon hearing this introduction, Li Tianheng regarded him with solemn respect. In a sense, an aircraft carrier represents a country's national strength and military power externally. Long Country currently has 6 aircraft carriers. It was rumored that 3 of them were created under the design of the man standing right there, Ding Yuanchang. Hello, hello, long admired your name. Li Tianheng immediately shook hands with him. Ha ha ha, in front of you, my fame doesn't count for much, Ding Yuanchang laughed. You're too modest. People like Ding Yuanchang and Lu Yuanshan rely solely on their own painstaking research. There's no system inside their bodies. They can only make certain technological breakthroughs through careful study and experimentation. Ding Yuanchang heard a lot about your modification skills and technological energy and wanted to come this time to borrow some of your techniques, Lu Yuanshan said. That's right, Tianheng, Ding Yuanchang said earnestly. Although we now have a considerable number of aircraft carriers, technologically speaking, we're still far behind other countries, especially since I've heard that Uncle Me is starting to build space aircraft carriers. We're still stuck in old generation aircraft carrier manufacturing, which really makes me worried. Li Tianheng nodded. People in charge of projects like these bear far more responsibility and obligations than regular people, especially for things that can demonstrate military power and national strength. We cannot afford to be the least careless. Ding Yuanshan continued. A few days ago, I specifically went to Xuanhuan to take a look at the Boeing 799 you installed for him. Since then, I have known that the design of the aircraft carrier absolutely requires your technical support. Rest assured, I will never refuse this kind of thing. Just tell me what you need, Li Tianheng said. Come with me. Lu Yuanshan and Ding Yuanchang took Li Tianheng to a cliff not far from the seashore. Here, Li Tianheng saw an aircraft carrier docked there. There were also 10 destroyers and frigates patrolling and escorting around it, and unmanned drones in the sky ensuring the safety of the aircraft carrier. This Denglaod aircraft carrier is currently the unregistered 7th aircraft carrier, which was supposed to be put into use these few days. But I want it to be extraordinary. At least, if your technologies are added, this aircraft carrier will definitely have an astonishing ability to surprise the world. Ding Yuanchang's face lit up with passion. The aircraft carrier is the absolute ruler on the sea. Even though the one they're building now is already advanced enough, compared to the technology that Li Tianheng has demonstrated, it is incomparable. All right, leave it to me. I'll ensure everyone is satisfied. Li Tianheng also showed a trace of excitement. Modifying something so large was his first time. He couldn't wait to get started. Good. Thanks for helping me with this favor. In the future, whatever you need, I, Ding Yuanchang, will help you no matter what. Ha ha ha, you're too polite. As a Long Country person, I grew up on this land. Now, since I have such technology, it is my responsibility and duty to protect it. Li Tianheng's gaze was solemn. There's a saying, dignity only exists at the edge of the sword, and truth only lies within the range of the cannon. Now this aircraft carrier is like a cannon, and he intends to make the reach of this cannon unprecedentedly far. Perhaps only when there are more and more of these kinds of powerful tools will incidents like xiuxian become fewer and fewer. Chapter 71, Yabo's Hometown. After exchanging some details, Li Tianheng came to the deck of the aircraft carrier. Since he was prepared to start the modification work, there was no time to waste, and it had to begin immediately because modifying such a huge object could not be done in just a few days. Tianheng, don't you want to rest? You've just returned to the country. Xiuxian beside him said with concern as she looked at Li Tianheng. Don't worry, baby. My body is tough. You don't know that yet. Li Tianheng winked at Xiuxian. She froze for a second, then blushed and lowered her head. You are so reckless, always making jokes. Ha ha, don't worry. I'm fine. Li Tianheng sighed slightly and said, to avoid situations like yours happening less frequently, an aircraft carrier that shocks the world is absolutely necessary. At least, when others do certain things, they would have to consider this weapon's range. Great. I believe in you. Yunsherman kissed Li Tianheng's cheek, then turned and left the place. As Li Tianheng stared at the giant machine, his consciousness once again entered the system. System, show up. Change heaven, change earth, change air. The super modification system for all things has been activated. What would the host like to modify this time? Here, right beneath my feet. Wow. The next generation aircraft carrier, the Dengyuan, with a length of 402 meters, width of 61 meters, full load displacement of 130,000 tons, speed of 45 knots, endurance of 1.3 million nautical miles, powered by nuclear energy. The system analyzed all the relevant data of this aircraft carrier accurately. Li Tianheng was secretly astonished. It was truly worthy of being called a system. Without using any tools, it provided these technical specifications. Host, how do you want to modify it? I'm not entirely sure. Give me a proposal on what you think best suits it. Understood, host. The system will directly provide the most feasible plan. Modification plan for the Dengyuan aircraft carrier. Install 10 large anti-gravity thrusters, equipped with plasma laser shield. Increase ship size by double. Maintain the current relatively easy-to-produce hexagonal synthetic osmium. As the system continued its explanation, a clear design plan appeared in Li Tianheng's mind. The only issue now was the cost and reputation points. System, how many reputation points does this plan require? Answer, host, this plan will consume 20 million reputation points. What? 20 million reputation points? Yes, host. Due to the size of this equipment, and considering adjustments needed to its dimensions and advanced installations, the price will naturally not be cheap. Well, alright, let's purchase it. Although his system reputation value had already reached 9 digits, spending 20 million at one go still hurt a little. But fortunately, once this modified aircraft carrier becomes known to the world, it's likely to earn even more reputation points for Li Tianheng. A detailed modification plan has been sent. Please check, host. With the conclusion of the system's voice, Li Tianheng felt a flood of information surge into him. All aspects of the modification plan were now completely inside his mind. Xiaoheng, let's get started. Without wasting any time, Li Tianheng directly initiated his working mode. Thanks to numerous Xiaoheng robots and A-grade production, the modifications to this aircraft carrier became much easier. Meanwhile, in another location, after a full day's flight, followed by multiple land transfers, Yabo finally returned to Mozhan Town, the place where he was born and raised. Following Yabo was Andrew, the head of Research Team 0 under Max's subordinates. In addition to them too, several military Humvees and troop carriers accompanied them. At Yabo's insistence, they also hired a 200-strong mercenary team to join. It's been over 10 years since I last stepped foot here. Looking ahead at the small town, Yabo sighed. The town remained the same, but Yabo was no longer the same person he used to be. And your parents, are they not in the town? Andrew asked. My parents? Huh, they died long ago. Yabo laughed casually, as if speaking about someone who bore no relation to him. I apologize, I did not know about these matters concerning you. Andrew furrowed his brows, but didn't say much. This was Yabo's private affairs, none of which he had the right to inquire about. The primary mission this trip was to locate the place Yabo spoke about. It doesn't matter, they've thought I was a monster ever since I was born. It's better they're dead. Now there are 2 less people to mock me. Yabo said indifferently. Andrew. He honestly did not expect that Yabo, who was barely over 20 years old, had such experiences. How much longer until we arrive? Andrew asked, shifting the topic. Keep going, and we'll be there in an hour. The vehicles moved slowly. Following Yabo's guidance, they indeed drove for an hour and then stopped at an uninhabited plain area. All around were flatlands. About 10 meters ahead of this flatland stood a dense forest. From here on, we will have to proceed on foot, Yabo said. Andrew nodded, and all the mercenaries behind him armed themselves and got out of the vehicle. For these mercenaries, this kind of place was naturally their optimal battlefield. However, according to what Yabo said, they might not be facing ordinary opponents this time. As the group entered the forest, a wave of hot, decaying odor hit them. It was clear that no one usually came here. The rotting of abundant vegetation, combined with the remains of various animals, created the unique stench of the place. Yabo appeared completely immune to these odors. Expressionless, he confidently walked ahead in the lead, with Andrew and the others following closely behind. The mercenaries behind carried thermal weapons, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. While it was unlikely that enemies would appear in this place, there was still a chance for wild animals to pop up unexpectedly. But it turned out that their concerns were utterly unnecessary. From start to finish, they did not find any living creatures here except for themselves. How much longer? We've been walking for almost half an hour, a mercenary complained. Andrew felt somewhat uneasy. Although he was very interested in the technology that Yabo mentioned, the environment here made him feel uncomfortable. And how could such a remote place harbor advanced technology? More than once, Andrew doubted whether Yabo was just fooling them. Don't rush, we're almost there, Yabo responded steadily. Yabo continued his steady pace. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yabo suddenly raised his hand. Andrew and everyone else behind him immediately halted their steps. Chapter 72, A Strange Gravity Field. All the mercenaries also raised their weapons in an instant. They would take action at the first sign of any unusual movement ahead. Come take a look. Everyone moved closer and followed Yabo's gaze. Then, they saw a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Right in front, there was no longer a dense thicket of shrubs. Instead, there was only a stretch of flat land as far as the eye could see. How flat was it? It was as if the ground had been artificially poured like cement. However, there was no cement here. It was just extremely smooth. On this smooth ground, dense patches of weeds grew up. None of this was particularly strange. What truly shocked them was that, on this plain, various animal carcasses were floating in the air. There were also many dry branches and trees hovering in the sky. It was as if an invisible force was holding them aloft, so they couldn't fall. What is going on? Andrew couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he took out his phone to take a picture. But when he lit up the screen, he found that his phone kept displaying all sorts of snow-like dots, with the screen flickering on and off, as if it might shut down at any moment. There's a very powerful magnetic field here, and some kind of device has altered the gravity, which is why you're seeing this floating phenomenon. Yabo seemed quite accustomed to it, but for the others who were seeing it for the first time, it was undoubtedly like witnessing an awe-inspiring magic show. You mentioned a place earlier, where is it? Andrew put away his phone and asked. Now he completely believed everything Yabo had said, so he just wanted to get there as quickly as possible to investigate. Right in the center, Yabo pointed to the central position of this strange gravity field. Only then did everyone vaguely notice that there seemed to be a pit there. How do we get over there? If there's something wrong with the gravity field, once we step in, we'll probably all start floating, Andrew said. Yabo didn't speak. He took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and placed one hand at the edge of the gravity field. To everyone's astonishment, all the objects floating in the sky began to drop and land on the ground. How did you do that? Andrew asked in shock. I don't know. I've had this ability since I was a kid. Maybe you guys can too, but we don't need to try this. After saying that, Yabo walked toward the center of this flat area, and as he got closer, the central area became clearer. Andrew finally noticed that it wasn't a big pit, but a seemingly bottomless hole. How do we get down there, without climbing ropes? Andrew asked. We don't need climbing ropes. With a calm gaze, Yabo took a step forward. In the stunned eyes of everyone, his body didn't fall due to gravity, but drifted lightly into the hole, as if he weighed as much as a piece of paper. Damn it. Is this adventure about a science lab or a fantasy wonderland? Andrew shook his head, touched 2 spots with his right index finger, one near his eyebrow and another at his chest, then jumped down without hesitation. He immediately felt an odd force wrap around him, allowing him to descend slowly at a steady pace. All the mercenaries above began to jump down one after another. A few minutes later, Yabo reached the bottom of the hole, and the environment here was vastly different from the outside. The walls of the cave were covered with a blue crystal, and these crystals emitted a faint blue glow. Yabo confidently headed forward while Andrew and the others followed closely behind. This is it. 3 minutes later, Yabo looked at the giant blue crystal statue ahead and said, if someone had seen the movie Alien, they could certainly imagine what this blue statue looked like. It was almost identical to the alien creature in the sci-fi horror movie Alien, with only minor differences in some details. What happened here? Andrew couldn't help but ask. 15 years ago, when I stood in front of this statue, blue matter surged under my feet and enveloped me, altering my brain, Yabo replied. Really? Andrew immediately stepped in front of the statue. After a long pause, he looked at Yabo with confusion. No reaction. Could it be your imagination? It's likely that the area lost its function after I used it that time. Yabo shook his head, looking at the crystal door behind. There must be an even more astonishing secret hidden there, and that's the place he's most interested in. At this moment, it was clear to see Yabo's expression become excited. The excitement in those eyes was almost palpable. Today, I will go inside and see what secrets lie within. With that, Yabo took a step forward and opened the blue crystal door in the front left. A damp, decaying smell wafted out, and the interior was pitch black, revealing nothing. But the more indiscernible it was, the heavier Yabo's excitement became. He turned on his flashlight and walked in, and Andrew and the others didn't dare delay, entering the area behind the door in batches. All the light converged ahead, where a blue light was rapidly flashing. Without hesitation, Yabo ran over. The source of the flashing light was a recessed palm print. Yabo looked up at Andrew and the others, then took a deep breath before placing his hand on it. In an instant, the environment changed instantly. All around them were countless stars, galaxies, and nebulae flickering and wildly shifting positions. At that moment, they all felt as though they were floating amidst the universe's starry sky. The scenes surrounding them were incredibly vivid and surreal. Many couldn't resist reaching out to touch the swiftly moving stars. Holographic projection. This is true tactile holographic projection. Andrew shouted, his face already overtaken by disbelief. Because as he touched with both hands, the stars and galaxies actually changed position according to his fingertips. With 2 fingers, he could even pick up a planet and place it somewhere else. The cosmic constellations kept transforming and retreating until they arrived at a massive galaxy. Inside this galaxy, there were countless spaceships and starships between planets, various space-jumping machines, and giant Dyson spheres encasing entire stars. Andrew was stunned watching the scene unfold, questioning whether these advanced interstellar civilizations were real or just some science fiction. As they were lost in awe, unbeknownst to them, tiny blue particles were swirling everywhere, eventually being inhaled into their lungs. Chapter 73, Aircraft Carrier, Modification Complete. In less than a minute, all the fully armed mercenaries collapsed one after another. Even more eerie was how their bodies continuously shrank on the ground. It was as if some immense force had drained every bit of energy from within them. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Yabo seemed to have anticipated this. His eyes immediately shut tight upon seeing the scene. The only one still alive among his company was Andrew, who now looked at him in disbelief. You? This is all you. It was deliberate. You deliberately said you needed mercenaries for protection when you were actually just planning to. Yes, that's right. But if I hadn't done this, how would I be able to instantly harness the blood and flesh energy of 200 people? Yabo let out a roar, his eyes turning completely red in that moment. I once wanted to refuse. I originally intended never to come back here again, but Li Tianheng forced me to return, made me do something like this. He let me feel threatened. Yabo bellowed wildly as Andrew stood there utterly stunned. Before Andrew could say anything, he saw an intense pale blue glow radiating across the entire floor. Amidst these glows, countless veins appeared. These veins carried the blood siphoned from the bodies into the machine, standing before Yabo. The countless streams of blood finally coalesced into a crimson light mark. Its emergence reactivated the surroundings. With a sudden loud explosion, a powerful energy shockwave erupted. Somewhere outside the solar system, ripples in space emerged simultaneously, followed shortly by similar disturbances several light years away. This spatial resonance phenomenon, appearing at intervals of a few light years distance, continued unceasingly until it reached the farthest depths of the universe. What exactly did you do? What exactly have you gained? Andrew had no knowledge of these events and was roaring wildly at the moment. After activating this place, I've obtained countless advanced technologies and the universal coordinates of another alien civilization. Yabo's gaze suddenly grew calm. What? Coordinates of an alien civilization? Andrew turned pale with shock as he looked at Yabo. Of course, what's most important is, I've also learned what my mission and task are. Yabo looked up towards the precarious cave entrance. His eyes flashed with pale blue light at that moment. Your task, what is it? Andrew began to feel an inexplicable fear looking at Yabo now. My mission and task are to lead the Orion civilization back to their homeland, Yabo said solemnly. The Orion civilization? Back to their homeland? Where is their homeland? Andrew's Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Their homeland is the present-day solar system. After Yabo's words echoed, his right hand abruptly rose, and a colossal force emerged beneath Andrew. It forcibly dragged him underground where he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only Andrew's cries of anguish reverberating eerily throughout the surrounding space. Li Tianheng knew nothing of what had happened. He remained deeply engrossed in the modification of the aircraft carrier. 2 weeks passed quietly. When the last screw of this aircraft carrier was tightened, Li Tianheng finally exhaled a relieved smile. The retrofitting of the aircraft carrier has been completed. Compared to the previous Dingyuan, the current aircraft carrier, its exterior retained very little of what used to belong to Dingyuan. Through Little Hang, Li Tianheng contacted Ding Yuanchang, asking him to come over. Yesterday, Li Tianheng told Ding Yuanchang that the modifications would soon be complete. Thus, Ding Yuanchang came to Shunhang Research Base the day before yesterday and waited patiently. At this moment, everyone including Lu Yuanshan, Ding Yuanchang, Yun Sherman, and Wu Jiang were gathered at the sea cliff edge. And then, everyone, including Yun Sherman and Wu Jiang, stared in utter astonishment at the massive object before them. Is this really my old Dingyun? Ding Yuanchang's complexion changed drastically as he gazed at the object that was a full size larger than Dingyun. Well, this should still be considered good. After all, the deck, radars, and such equipment are still retained. Don't forget how the Boeing 799 ended up after its modifications. Upon hearing this remark, Ding Yuanchang became somewhat calmer. In that case, what was in front of him was indeed acceptable. However, with a size nearly twice as large as before, could the propulsion system handle lifting it? Ding Yuanchang and his group joined Li Tianheng on the aircraft carrier's deck. Unimaginable. Such a vast project, yet it was completed in only half a month. Ding Yuanchang marveled as he looked around. Compared to the previous aircraft carrier, this entire platform was so clean that not a speck of dust could be found. Huh? Where's the flight deck? What about the catapults? How come they're gone? Liu Yuanshan looked around, and none of the structural components typically found on a traditional aircraft carrier seemed to be present here. Grandpa Liu, if I still kept those primitive things, would I still be Li Tianheng? Li Tianheng smirked slightly. He then pressed a button on his watch, and countless mechas came roaring from all directions. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000, all hovering neatly parked on the flight deck. Look, flying vessels designed with anti-gravity technology don't need flight decks or runways. At this moment, including Liu Yuanshan and others, they finally realized that Li Tianheng had completely divided the most important part of the entire aircraft carrier into a platform specifically designed for anti-gravity flying vehicles. Of course, since anti-gravity flyers haven't been fully popularized yet, I've also set up a way to dock standard fighter jets. Li Tianheng performed a few operations on his watch again. Then in the sky above, a black dot rapidly expanded. It was the transformable mecha transforming into its fighter jet form and heading toward them. This flight mode was the normal landing method for regular fighter jets, requiring a sliding landing onto the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. In the next second, 2 mechas on the deck suddenly rose into the air, quickly targeting and flying under the bottom of the jet. The 2 mechas, one on each side, actually forced the jet to stop midair. Subsequently, the 2 mechas slowly lowered the jet vertically onto the deck and then gently placed it down on the flight deck. This works too. Ding Yuanchang and everyone present were stunned. This method of landing fighters opened their eyes like nothing before, mainly because such technology didn't exist before, so they never even thought along these lines. As long as the final goal is to safely land the fighter without damage, any method can be used. There's no need to strictly stick to the slide-style landing. Li Tianheng gave a faint smile, speaking lightly about something seemingly simple. However, truly achieving this was akin to a wild fantasy. Chapter 74, Space Aircraft Carrier, 50 Mach. Of course, this was directed at the others present. Wu Jiang standing nearby had a strange look in his eyes. At that moment, as he looked around, his eyes were also filled with shock. However, he clearly seemed somewhat distracted and kept glancing at Li Tianheng from time to time, as if wanting to say something but not being able to bring himself to utter a word. The aircraft carrier's main strength still lies in its transportation and endurance capabilities. In the center of the carrier, I have installed 4 large nuclear reactors. These reactors are enough to keep this carrier running on its own for 100 years, and during this time, it can infinitely supply energy to all the fighter jets. Of course, it must be electrical or nuclear energy. Machines that refuel with fuel cannot store energy. Upon hearing this, Ding Yuanchang widened his eyes once more. Such an alarming endurance capability would directly crush all aircraft carriers available on the market. Of course, compared to the most powerful function that I will introduce today, these things are actually negligible, Li Tianheng said with a smile. What? These features are negligible? Ding Yuanchang couldn't help but ask. Yes. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot, and then a smart control panel rose from beneath the deck and came before him. Rest assured, everyone, this is biological intelligence recognition technology. Normally, no matter how much you stomp your feet, it won't pop up. Li Tianheng, while explaining, started operating the console. The control panel flashed with a holographic projection, which was precisely the structural diagram of the aircraft carrier. Seeing Li Tianheng perform a series of operations and then click on the holographic projection, everyone felt the entire aircraft carrier tremble slightly. Then, they were astonished to find that the aircraft carrier was slowly leaving the water and hovering into the air. This aircraft carrier, it can fly? Ding Yuanchang's face was full of fear as he looked around, even constantly rubbing his eyes. This scene right before his eyes directly overturned all of his existing knowledge. Even after experiencing the Boeing 799, he hadn't been so shocked. After all, The length of this mammoth carrier was almost reaching 1 kilometer now. A super heavyweight monster weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, and it could actually take to the skies. Ding Yuanchang seriously doubted whether he wasn't just dreaming, and this dream seemed overly exaggerated. So, in fact, I originally intended to name this aircraft carrier Space Aircraft Carrier, which is what you might often see in science fiction novels or science fiction movies, Li Tianheng said. Indeed, Lu Yuanshan also said, deeply stunned. This already has absolutely nothing to do with aircraft carriers. Wu Jiang initially managed to maintain relative composure, but when such a colossal thing took off, he realized at that moment just how terrifying Li Tianheng truly was. This level of brilliance goes beyond mere genius. Black technology like this could probably only match those of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. Everyone, would you like to experience the speed of this space aircraft carrier? Asked Li Tianheng. As long as you don't give us old guys back problems, feel free to try anything, Lu Yuanshan replied. That won't happen. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, he gradually pulled the joystick on the control panel. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the scenery around them quickly receded, and this retreat speed was increasing wildly, until they could barely see the continuously retreating surroundings. How is it possible? Why do we completely feel no impact from the speed? Ding Yuanchang asked. Naturally, that's due to my modified plasma fluid shield. Li Tianheng manipulated the holographic projection, and instantly a circular protective shield appeared around the space aircraft carrier in the hologram, encompassing the entire vessel. At the same time, a true, intangible protective shield appeared around the actual space aircraft carrier, becoming visible before everyone's eyes. This shield utilizes the principle of anti-gravity in its design. It can isolate content internally and create a self-contained space, so naturally, there is no feeling of the passage of speed. Besides, it is also a robust defense system capable of intercepting attacks from various superweapons. By the time Li Tianheng had finished his explanation, everyone present had become somewhat numb. They gazed around, their emotions indescribable as they looked at the pale red glow of the protective shield. How fast can this mothership go? Lu Yuanshan asked. This ship isn't fast enough, reaching 50 Mach at most, Li Tianheng said. A structure this massive, 50 Mach. Ding Yuanchang's expression was completely frozen. He had no idea how to describe his current mood. It mainly comes down to the different propulsion systems. Traditional aerodynamic designs naturally cannot achieve such results, Li Tianheng chuckled. It's outrageous. I've never experienced such a feeling in my entire life. Ding Yuanchang's face was full of shock as he continued. Everything here feels like it has transported me from the scientific age of the 21st century straight into the future world beyond the 23rd century. And it wasn't just Ding Yuanshan. Even Lu Yuanshan, who had already known about Li Tianheng beforehand, was once again completely stunned. This was technology they simply could not comprehend. If shown on a screen, they would have directly ridiculed such science fiction scenes for being too unrealistic. But now, as all of them stood atop this massive giant, as this giant had already ascended above the clouds, they were all forcefully brought back to reality. Li Tianheng gave a faint smile, fully satisfied with sensing these people's emotions. The changes in fame points within the system perfectly reflected their emotional fluctuations. However, facing his current 8-digit fame value, the astonishment of just these few individuals fed back a negligible change in fame points. But the functions of this space aircraft carrier had yet to be fully introduced. Of course, its most powerful function is far from just what you've seen, Li Tianheng said with a smile. Can't you just tell us everything at once? Our old hearts can't take this much trouble. Lu Yuanshan said irritably. Haha, take it step by step and digest slowly. Mainly because there's no way to showcase all these functions at once. After speaking, Li Tianheng plunged both hands into the holographic projection and began operating it. Under everyone's startled gaze, this giant was rapidly ascending at an incredible speed. At the edge of the mother ship, they noticed the cloud layer beneath their feet getting farther and farther away, and the surroundings shrinking smaller and smaller. Then they were utterly astounded to discover that this space aircraft carrier had actually entered the atmosphere of Blue Star. Soon after, Wu Jiang at the very edge noticed a large space station nearby, swiftly passing by them. Inside the space station's window, two foreigners were holding cameras taking photos of them. Clearly, the person in charge inside the space station mistook this space aircraft carrier for an unidentified flying object. Chapter 75, a 9-magnitude earthquake. Can this mothership really enter the outer atmosphere? Isn't it? With this, interstellar travel is completely achievable, Ding Yuanchang said in astonishment. Theoretically, yes, but long-distance interstellar travel still carries risks. After all, it uses nuclear energy, and if we can't find an energy supply, the consequences would be quite severe. To conduct long-distance interstellar travel, we still need to modify it for a specific purpose, Li Tianheng said. Well, I have no idea what to say now, Lao Lu, you speak. Ding Yuanchang indeed didn't know what to say anymore. He was also considered a well-known scholar. But at this moment, he couldn't think of any adjectives to describe his feelings or the massive object under his feet. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly looking down at the deep blue planet beneath him, feeling the boundless silence and darkness beyond this planet. At this moment, a sense of pride suddenly filled Ding Yuanchang's heart. No matter what, this belongs to their long country aerospace aircraft carrier. The moment this behemoth descends over another country's airspace, it represents absolute control of air and sea power. Will flying above another country's airspace without permission cause any problems? Yunsherman looked down at the blue planet and asked. What bullshit about airspace rights? We are outside the atmosphere already. Why are we even talking about airspace rights? Lu Yuanshan laughed loudly as he spoke. That's true. I remember that airspace rights have a height limit which should be 35 kilometers. Wu Jiang interjected from the side. Yes, exactly 35 kilometers. How many kilometers are we at right now? Lu Yuanshan turned to look at Li Tianheng. We've already reached 60 kilometers. Li Tianheng looked at the data on the control panel and said, at 60 kilometers off the ground. Wu Jiang, Zhang Quan, Lu Xuan, and others from the technical department were startled once more upon hearing these numbers. In the next few years, we can absolutely build 10 or even hundreds of these super motherships. By then achieving interstellar travel won't be a dream. If they had heard something like this before, Ding Yuanchang and the others would certainly have thought Li Tianheng was exaggerating. But now, ding, ding, ding. Just as everyone was lost in the awe of this supergiant, an alarm rang out without warning. Following that, deep green lights emanated from the right side of the front control station, forming a holographic projection of a small navigation robot. If not for the fact that the body of this small navigation machine was semi-transparent, everyone else would surely believe there was a real one standing here. What's wrong, Xiaoheng? Li Tianheng asked. 3 navigation robots from Dongyue country sent data 10 minutes ago stating a devastating earthquake ranging between an 8.5 and 9 magnitude will occur in Alai City. This earthquake is expected to bring at least a 50-meter tsunami impact. Its aftershocks and tsunami impacts are estimated to affect areas within 100 kilometers along Long Country's coast. Upon hearing these words, including Li Tianheng, everyone's eyes showed a bit of shock. An earthquake of such high magnitude is definitely catastrophic. If they couldn't help people evacuate buildings in time, the results would be unimaginable. The key problem was, it's outside their country's borders, and moreover, the navigation robots were not yet widespread. Even if they told others, they probably wouldn't believe them. What do we do? Should you call people over there and let them take immediate measures? Lu Yuanshan looked at Ding Yuanchang and said, it's not only whether they will believe us if we call, but there simply isn't enough time either, Ding Yuanchang said. It just said, in Dongyue country, Alai City, there will be an earthquake. Wu Jiang, always working as an apprentice and technician, had been modestly learning and absorbing everything nearby. But after hearing this piece of information, his usually calm expression instantly turned deathly pale. Yes, what's wrong? Li Tianheng asked. My parents, and my younger brother. They are traveling in Alai City these last 2 days. Wu Jiang screamed in anguish. Hurry, quickly, make a phone call to them. Li Tianheng urged immediately. But, we're in space. Mobile phone signals. Mothership internal signal transmission system. Just go ahead and call. All right. Without delay, Wu Jiang pulled out his mobile phone and dialed, but worryingly. There was no answer from the other end for a long while, so he dialed another person. Mom, why isn't Dad answering the phone? Wu Jiang said, activating the phone speaker. Your father and I, along with your younger brother, are playing at the skyscraper tower. He's too busy to check his phone, came the voice of a middle-aged woman. Quick, stop playing, hurry down, to the ground. Wu Jiang excitedly stammered. What's wrong? We're just having fun here. Why are you so anxious? I haven't even started yet, the woman said indifferently. Mom, an earthquake is coming soon, very soon. Please hurry down to the ground floor. Wu Jiang shouted desperately. Earthquake? Nonsense. How could there possibly be an earthquake? No, Mom, please listen to me. All right, stop talking. It's my turn now. This high-altitude walkway is quite thrilling. I'll call you back after I finish. Dial tone. Hearing the busy signal, Wu Jiang tried calling again, but no one answered this time. What do we do? Save them. Li brother. Minister Li, please, find a way to save my parents. Wu Jiang fell to his knees before Li Tianheng, who looked at him with a serious expression. In that case, let's take this opportunity to show the power of this mothership. Li Tianheng's eyes were solemn as he furiously operated within the holographic projection and set the coordinates above Changban City. Tianheng, this is no joke. If this behemoth appears in Dongyue country's airspace, it might. It doesn't matter. This plasma defense system can intercept missile attacks, and they wouldn't dare use those missiles so easily anyway. Li Tianheng calmly replied. Besides, we're here to enhance rescue efforts for the earthquake. After speaking, the mothership turned around outside the atmosphere and headed straight for Alai City based on the projected coordinates. The ship dived into the atmosphere at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, rushing towards Alai City. But Alai City was practically halfway around the planet from Dongyue country. Even at maximum speed, it would still take 10 minutes to reach the destination. At this moment, inside Alai City's earthquake observatory, as the head responsible here, Mr. Miura kept a constant watch over the seismological indicators. Being in an earthquake-prone area, the work of this institution was naturally critical. However, earthquakes couldn't possibly happen often. Almost a decade had passed since Alai City last experienced any earthquake. People had gradually begun forgetting about the existence of such institutions. Thus, Mr. Miura was taking things easy, leisurely sipping tea while gazing at the monitor in front of him. Ding ding ding. In the next second, the telephone beside him rang suddenly, startling Mr. Miura so much that he nearly dropped his teacup. Chapter 76, Mr. Miura. After hastily wiping his right hand, Mr. Miura quickly picked up the phone nearby. Hello, there's an earthquake about to happen in 12 minutes. Your seismic station should send out a warning immediately so that the public can evacuate. Upon hearing this, Mr. Miura clearly paused for a moment. He then slapped his forehead hard, realizing he wasn't dreaming. Well, We are professional seismologists and unfortunately, we cannot predict an earthquake 12 minutes in advance. How did you know this? Mr. Miura's tone was somewhat sarcastic. It was evident this was a prank call. Since he was bored anyway, why not chat with the equally bored person on the other end of the phone? I bought a robot in Long Country. This robot can predict earthquakes ahead of time. This isn't a joke, it's true. The man replied sternly. Ha ha ha, how incredibly precise. A robot from Long Country? I think you're still dreaming. Mr. Miura burst into laughter as he said this. Why won't you believe me? The robot accurately predicted the quake at the press conference. It's not just mine, it's my friend's too. The caller was clearly anxious. The predicted earthquake was at least an 8.5 magnitude. He couldn't understand why the seismology team wouldn't believe him when they could disseminate this critical information now. To be honest, in normal circumstances, I would have hung up as soon as I heard your first sentence, but today my mood is good, plus there's nothing better to do here. So let's have a little chat, shall we? Why don't you tell me more about what other fun stuff you bought in Long Country? After hearing these words through the receiver, there was silence on the other end for quite some time. Clearly, no matter how he explained, Mr. Miura refused to believe him. I hope you don't regret your decision, and I hope you're ready to take full responsibility for the subsequent losses in Xiuxian City. After saying this, the caller hung up, leaving only static noise through the telephone line. Mr. Miura was slightly stunned by the finality of the voice and tone on the other end. It almost made him believe what had been said for a fleeting moment. But then he scoffed. What nonsense, so serious. I haven't even called the police to accuse you of scaremongering yet. Sitting down again leisurely, Mr. Miura prepared to enjoy the scenery of Xiuxian City while sipping his tea. However, he had barely sat down for 3 seconds when the phone rang again, sparking a sudden urge to curse under his breath. What's the matter now? Are you trying to make me report you and get you located so I can catch you? Furious, Mr. Miura got up and picked up the phone. Hello, is this the Xiuxian City earthquake station? A gentle female voice caused all his prepared tirade to die in his throat. Why yes, hello, may I ask what assistance you need? Mr. Miura's voice became softer and gentler than ever before. This is the situation. There will soon be an earthquake in Xiuxian City. Please issue a notice as soon as possible to minimize the losses to Xiuxian City. This calm, unhurried, and slightly coquettish voice made Mr. Miura's bones practically turn to jelly. Okay, madam, I will. Stopping abruptly, Mr. Miura suddenly realized something was off. Here was another person predicting an earthquake. He almost let her sway him. May I ask how you came to know about the earthquake? A robot I bought from Long Country issued a warning. Everyone around me has already evacuated the building zone. Could you please announce the emergency alert? Her voice remained completely unflustered, as if this was indeed her usual demeanor. Again Long Country. Again robots. Suppressing his anger inside, Mr. Miura tried to remain polite. I'm really sorry. We are an earthquake early warning station, not a channel for collecting science fiction novels. Please find another outlet. Goodbye. With that, Mr. Miura slammed the phone down angrily. How absurd. Mr. Miura fumed inwardly. These people were so boring that they warned about earthquakes based on nothing more than a robot, acting as if they were in an entertainment venue. Before he could sit down again, the phone rang once more. Damn it, how annoying. This time, before picking up the phone, his eyes froze momentarily. Just as he glanced up, coincidentally seeing the door open, 2 young men entered. One pointed a gun directly at him. The other rushed straight to the adjacent alarm broadcast room. Do you know why you didn't believe me? Do you realize because of you delayed half the population of Xiuxian City their chance to flee for their lives? The man with the gun pointed it directly at Mr. Miura, his angry and distorted face causing Mr. Miura to collapse in fear on the ground. The other person turned on the broadcasting switch while simultaneously pressing the red button next to it. A drawn-out alarm sounded across the entire Xiuxian City, stopping all busy people in their tracks as they looked up. Attention citizens, in 5 minutes, an 8.5 magnitude super earthquake will hit our city. Please move to open outdoor areas. All citizens must avoid buildings and proceed outside. This message was broadcast repeatedly, filling every corner of Xiuxian City. After broadcasting for a full 2 minutes, the person finally paused slightly to catch his breath. Almost everyone in Xiuxian City went crazy running towards the outskirts. You reported false information. Do you even know the consequences? Mr. Miura mustered up the courage to ask. All I want to know is how you can be certain that an earthquake won't happen. The man holding the gun pointed it at Mr. Miura while roaring. Anyone who knows basic common sense would know. How could it possibly be predicted more than 10 minutes in advance? Mr. Miura shouted back furiously. Don't let your so-called common sense limit what the world can achieve. The man leaned closer to Mr. Miura and coldly asked. Just imagine if it does occur. If an earthquake really happens, will you not regret your initial indifference? Even if the earthquake doesn't happen, you could simply admit the mistake publicly and continue life as normal without significant loss. But what if it actually does happen? It actually happens? Mr. Miura had never imagined such a scenario. But after hearing the man's words, beads of cold sweat began pouring down his back despite himself. Bang! Suddenly, the door burst open again. A portly middle-aged man stormed in. What's going on, Mr. Miura? Who told you to broadcast false earthquake warnings? This man was obviously in charge here, and he glared furiously at Mr. Miura. Chapter 77. 5 minutes earlier, sound the alarm. However, when he saw the gun in the young man's hand, his body instinctively retreated 2 steps. It was us who did it. The young man with the gun pointed it at the pot-bellied middle-aged man, and then sat down on the chair behind him. Just wait quietly. If nothing happens, catch us. If an earthquake happens, The young man laughed loudly as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Afterward, please make sure to rate us as the superheroes of Lian City." This pot-bellied middle-aged man was stunned. Obviously, he didn't know what these two had done. But at this moment, the black muzzle was pointing straight at him. This was not a trivial matter. "There, we can talk things over nicely if you want money. Shut up, sit down and wait." The man was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he collapsed onto the ground directly. Time passed second by second. This short period of time felt like years for everyone present. Until 3 minutes later, boom, a muffled explosion sounded from somewhere, followed by their building and the ground starting to shake violently. Earthquake. Really? There's an earthquake? Mr. Miura stared around in horror. This violent shaking made him dizzy, but the events earlier were vividly fresh in his mind. How could this be? How could there really be an earthquake? What kind of device can predict an earthquake tens of minutes in advance? Mr. Miura still had an expression of disbelief all over his face. "Do you understand now? I'm actually saving your life while holding a gun." This young man casually threw the gun aside, then rushed out of the building with others like flying. Their seismic station is located at the highest point in Lian City, where the terrain is flat and there are no tall buildings. At this moment, they can only feel intense dizziness and strong vibrations. Survival instincts kept them standing outside while gazing at the entire Lian City. At this moment, the whole city of Lian is swaying left and right like waves on the sea. Everywhere the waves reach, countless buildings have been destroyed. The ferocious vibratory force is like a giant about to emerge from beneath the earth. Fortunately, the alarm sounded 5 minutes ahead of time, giving enough time for some people to reach relatively safe places. Even so, many people simply couldn't escape in time. For example, Wu Zhang's parents and his younger brother. It must be said that the quality of this skyscraper tower is truly impressive beyond words. Even with such severe shaking and vibration of the ground, the tower remains solidly standing. Although from a distance it still appears to be swaying back and forth, it shows no signs of collapsing. At this moment, Wu Zhang's parents tightly protect Wu Xiuxian. Their 12-year-old youngest son is also their beloved one. But now, it's not just them having a strong desire to survive. Everyone inside the skyscraper has gone crazy. Everyone is looking for escape routes. The elevators can still function normally thanks to emergency power supply, but they cannot carry more than a dozen people. So, like others, Wu Zhang's parents and Wu Xiuxian rushed into the escape route. However, trying to get down from these more than 100 floors is clearly not something that can be achieved in a few minutes. Why? Why is this happening? Why didn't I listen to Jiang's advice? Mrs. Wu was nearly losing her mind. She was now finding the escape route purely on instinct and could hardly stand due to being pushed around by the surrounding crowd. And she was constantly muttering under her breath, thinking about the call Wu Jiang had made her just now. Why didn't she take it seriously? If they could have evacuated 10 minutes ago, they would definitely already be out on the street by now. They wouldn't be facing such mortal danger either. Though they heard the earthquake warning 5 minutes ahead, by then, everyone was running madly downwards. They could only be squeezed by the crazed human tide without any real time to escape. "Mom, are we going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Wu Xiaoshan burst into tears. Having grown up under excessive maternal and paternal love, even though he is already 12 years old, he lacks any self-care ability. Of course, in such a situation, perhaps any child would have the same reaction as him. No, we can certainly escape. We can. Boom. Before Mrs. Wu finished speaking, the entire building suddenly shook violently. Then the ground started tilting sharply to one side. Everyone lost their balance due to the change in terrain and fell to the ground. The entire floor was filled with the sound of people wailing and shouting. Fortunately, this tilt did not continue, but everyone was now piled on top of each other. Mrs. Wu, Mr. Wu, and Xiaoshan were separated at this moment. This situation was playing out almost everywhere in Lian City. At this time, dozens of kilometers away at the Earthquake Rescue Organization's headquarters, drones and some functioning surveillance cameras, along with satellite images, transmitted all the footage of Lian City here. 8.9 magnitude. Real-time monitoring data shows that the transmitted earthquake magnitude reached 8.9, and the epicenter is less than 3 nautical miles off the coast near Lian City. Upon hearing these words from the technician, everyone present grew solemn. In fact, there was no longer a need for detection data. The images returned on the screen already explained everything. But fortunately, the seismic station at the city center issued an earthquake warning 5 minutes in advance, which has bought more time and space for many people to escape. Another person said. However, the situation is far from optimistic. An earthquake of this magnitude will certainly be followed by strong aftershocks. Let's not even talk about rescuing trapped individuals. Even those who have managed to escape outdoors are not entirely safe. The middle-aged head official, responsible for this earthquake rescue operation, had an unusually grave look in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent again. An 8.9 magnitude earthquake, where the aftershocks could reach above 8 magnitudes, made even being outside unsafe. Many people would likely choose to flee Lian City at this moment. But with everyone trying to leave, the streets would become even more chaotic, and the escape space would become even narrower. I suggest deploying all active helicopters for aerial rescue, and immediately dispatching additional support from surrounding areas. I agree, another voice chimed in. From the current situation, ground rescue seems impractical. Over 70% of the streets around have been completely destroyed. We can only call in more air power to evacuate more trapped individuals. Afterward, everyone nodded. Regardless, this was currently the best plan. But 20 million people in the entire city of Lian. How many helicopters would it take to rescue them? Aside from this, they couldn't think of any better solutions. Ground rescues, aside from the chaos of roads and traffic, might get the rescue teams trapped if a high-level aftershock occurred. Hey, look at that, what is that? Suddenly, as the camera panned, countless lenses across a Lian city focused the image on the sky. Chapter 78, Mechas, all hands on deck. The dark clouds seemed to be pierced through by some terrifying giant at this moment. When a part of it emerged from the clouds, everyone held their breath in this very instant. The moment it fully appeared from the cloud layer, not only did all the people in the rescue department freeze, the people on the ground in a Lian city who were fleeing and shouting wildly also stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky. In this moment, they felt as if a deity had descended upon the world. This awe-inspiring scene was enough to shake the souls of every person. Clear below the massive object, there were 3 large Chinese characters written distinctly, Dingyun. There were also its English translation alongside. At least, when all cameras captured these words, they probably understood that this monstrous entity was a product of this planet. How could it be? That's Chinese. Dingyun, the Dingyun aircraft carrier from Long Country. Inside the rescue department, this middle-aged man clearly understood Chinese. Seeing this sight, he immediately stood up from his chair. How is this possible? Isn't Dingyun still under construction? How has it already begun operations? Another person also stared in shock at the images on the screen. Is that the point? Another woman couldn't help but interject. What reverse heaven technology did Long Country use to actually make an aircraft carrier fly? Oh my gosh, this can't be a dream. Such a colossal being, able to take flight? The person exclaimed. At this time, why have they come to a Lian city? Xuanhuan remained relatively calm. In such a situation, why would Long Country's Dingyun arrive in a Lian city? But just then, a voice thundered across the skies from the Dingyun, answering their questions. Dear citizens of a Lian city in Dongwei Country, hello. I am the Dingyun space aircraft carrier from Long Country. After detecting a nearly 9-level high-grade earthquake in this region, we have specially dispatched this space aircraft carrier for humanitarian aid. Please do not panic. Try to find a safe and stable place to wait for our assistance, as well as your local rescue efforts. Li Tianheng didn't understand the language of Dongwei Country, but the Xiaoheng robot did. As long as he explained the intended message, Xiaoheng clearly translated and broadcasted in the local language. The instant the announcement concluded, all the people in a Lian city burst into cheers, with many shedding tears of emotion in this moment. Almost as soon as Xiaoheng finished speaking, in the distance, the skyscraper near the city center could no longer hold out, collapsing sideways like someone slicing through it waist deep. Save them, save them. My parents are still up there. The phone GPS shows that they're still inside. Wu Zhang's crying voice sounded. Li Tianheng nodded and turned to Yun Shimin and the others. All right, let's get to work. Li Tianheng and Yun Shimin boarded the mecha, while under the proud yet astonished gaze of Ding Yuanchang and Lu Yuanshan, all mechas leaped down towards the center of a Lian city. Captain, it won't do. There aren't enough pilots on the mothership. So many mechas can't be deployed. Zhang Quan's voice called out. I'll initiate unmanned driving for the rest. Their mission will primarily focus on rescuing trapped individuals. Let's first deal with the skyscraper tower, Li Tianheng said. Yes, Captain. More than 100 mechas soared toward the skyscraper, while simultaneously all other mechas behind them activated unmanned driving mode. All jumped off from the space aircraft carrier and would carry out their final rescue orders, performing relevant rescue actions within a Lian city. Tianheng, it's going to collapse. Based on Wu Zhang's mobile positioning, his parents and his younger brother are still on top. Directly ahead, the upper half of the skyscraper was now almost forming a 45-degree angle with the ground, and its tilting speed increased rapidly. Lock onto all weight-bearing columns. Initiate maximum power output level alpha to slow down the building's falling speed. Quickly. Li Tianheng piloted the mecha at accelerated speed towards the falling building. All the mechas behind him also increased speed and positioned themselves precisely where the skyscraper would hit the ground. Over 100 mechas, running at full power, managed to levitate the entire upper portion of the structure midair. Serial numbers 200 to 1000. All mechas head over here and rescue all the people inside the skyscraper with utmost speed. Li Tianheng continuously scanned the entire building using the intelligence system inside the mecha. There were over 5,000 people inside, with more than 300 injured. These individuals could no longer endure even the slightest turbulence. At this point, the best course of action was they would support this half-building while utilizing other mechas to enter the building and rescue the trapped individuals inside. It turned out that Li Tianheng's method was quite effective. Countless mechas rushed in and brought one person after another back. In just a few minutes, there weren't many people left in the building. The positioning system shows that Wu Zhang's father and younger brother have been rescued, but her mother is still inside, Yun Zeman said. No problem, there aren't many left, Li Tianheng smiled and said. Fortunately, the power source is a small nuclear reactor. If it were ordinary chemical propulsion, it probably wouldn't be able to support this building for such a long time, Yun Shimin said. Bad news. This weight-bearing column is about to break. Zhang Quan's voice came through. It's the same here, I can't hold on much longer. I can't hold on much longer. Another urgent voice came. Li Tianheng's expression changed as he activated the scanning system on the mecha. Indeed, at least 5 support points had reached their limits. Yet there were still over 200 people waiting for rescue inside the building. All unmanned mechas form a mecha wall formation and try to protect as many people inside as possible. The rest of you retreat. Li Tianheng gave the order, but he didn't intend to retreat himself. Though the strength of these mechas was already quite high, there was still a risk if they were buried under such a massive structure. What about you? Xiuxian quickly asked. Don't worry about me, just go. But, go now, Li Tianheng roared. He released the weight-bearing column on the top, and then swiftly moved toward Xiuxian. With his right hand grabbing one leg of Xiuxian's mecha, he forcefully threw her far away from the building, almost at the exact moment. Boom! The half-section of the building crashed heavily onto the ground. Xiuxian hovered her mecha mid-air, tears streaming down her face at the scene before her. Tianheng! Tianheng! Li Tianheng you? Come out, please come out! Xiuxian screamed wildly. Chapter 79. Plasma Space Shield, Blocking the Tsunami. In a panic, Xiuxian immediately activated the life detection machine and discovered through the mech linkage that Li Tianheng's vital signs were still relatively stable. However, the state of the mech he was piloting seemed unstable. Furthermore, there were evident vibrations in Li Tianheng's brain and shoulders. The scan showed that these parts had red warning zones, but as long as Li Tianheng was still alive, this was enough. Boom. Next, the black mech shot up from the rubble, countless mechs continuously emerging, each holding one or more people. Li Tianheng's mech appeared battered, the head severely deformed, and the shoulder clearly flattened by some kind of iron object. Fortunately, the flight system wasn't affected. The person being held in Li Tianheng's mech hand, after examination by Xiuxian, had no vital signs left. And Wu Ma's phone location was on this woman, which meant this person was Wu Zhang's mother. Let's take Wu Zhang's father and younger brother aboard first. Li Tianheng's tone was somewhat heavy. The mechs behind him immediately scanned for Wu Ba and Wu Xiuxian, then brought them along with Li Tianheng to the orbital mothership. Wu Jiang, I'm sorry. I couldn't. Save your mother. Li Tianheng gently laid the woman down in front of Wu Jiang. In that instant, Wu Jiang looked like he was about to collapse. Mom, wake up, please wake up. Xiuxian couldn't bear to watch anymore. At this moment, Wu Ba and Wu Xiuxian were also devastated. Wu Jiang clutched his mother and wept bitterly, his eyes turning bloodshot red. Suddenly, those bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Li Tianheng. Why didn't you save my mom? Why? Li Tianheng wanted to say something, but eventually couldn't utter a single word. In this situation, any explanation would be futile to curb Wu Jiang's anger. Wu Jiang, Tianheng tried his best too. Look at the deformation of his mech's head and shoulders. He truly did his utmost. Xiuxian said beside him. Wu Jiang wanted to say more, but upon glancing at Li Tianheng and his damaged mech, he finally lowered his head, looking dejected. Sorry. It's just. No problem, you should look after them well. There are still many people waiting to be rescued below. Li Tianheng said. But your current condition. Xiuxian looked at Li Tianheng with some concern. It's fine, just minor injuries, and besides. As he spoke, Li Tianheng and the others exchanged uneasy looks because they could feel an enormous magnetic shockwave coming, causing dizziness for some who nearly lost their balance. Aftershocks, terrifying aftershocks. This must be at least an 8-magnitude earthquake, Ding Yuanchang said, shocked. Without another word, Li Tianheng jumped back into a new mech and dived down again. Xiuxian followed close behind, disappearing from the orbital mothership. No one noticed that Wu Jiang slightly lifted his head, and his eyes filled with endless resentment and hatred when looking at Li Tianheng. But such an expression disappeared almost instantly. It would have been difficult even for someone staring directly at Wu Jiang to detect this hatred. Diving down, Li Tianheng and the mechs following closely behind began an orderly rescue mission across all directions. At the rescue command center at that time, everyone, including Yuan Zhua, had already been dumbfounded by the scenes transmitted from all sides. Especially seeing countless mechs collaborate so effectively to save virtually everyone from the skyscrapers. Everyone present was completely awed. This is incredible. When did Long Country develop such advanced technology? A middle-aged man muttered unconsciously. These mechs, these are things that should only exist in movies. And they actually managed to create them. Another one added. Seems like those claims that mechs appeared during an earthquake in Long Country not too long ago were indeed real and not post-production edits. A woman said with a hint of gravity in her voice. Oh, you've known for a while. Yuan Zhui asked. I accidentally came across the information. It appears during a quake in Xanadu City, mechs appeared for rescue efforts. From the footage, I thought it was fake editing, but now, seems like it really happened. Her voice still carried profound seriousness. With such top-tier technology, how exactly did they achieve it? Regardless, thanks to the appearance of these mechs, our losses from an earthquake of this magnitude have been reduced to the minimum. Another person commented. Yes, once everything settles, we must. Damn, tsunami. The tsunami is coming. No one knows who screamed in panic, but soon after, the image from the high altitude showed on the sea surface. At least 100 meters high monstrous waves were surging towards the shore with a terrifying speed and overwhelming momentum. Li Tianheng obviously saw this scene as well. He paused mid-air, staring at the increasingly higher and closer tidal wave on the horizon, his gaze becoming extraordinarily solemn. Xiaoheng, activate all reactors of the orbital mothership. Only retain enough power for propulsion energy, and release the plasma space shield at maximum power. Expand the range until it can intercept the tsunami's impact. Li Tianheng shouted. Boss, this will cause many functions inside the mothership to cease operation, and we'll also need to replenish the internal energy deficiency in time. Xiaoheng's voice came through. It's fine, proceed. Li Tianheng said. Understood, boss. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, the orbital mothership positioned itself perfectly in the middle of Alan City, which had been split into two. Immediately, a device resembling an antenna located at the center of the mothership began emitting energy akin to lightning. Within just 10 seconds, the energy shield around Xiaohang suddenly turned into a crimson red visible to the naked eye. Subsequently, this red light expanded rapidly in all directions at an incredible speed, until it completely enveloped the entire Allen City. This enormous red light dome resembled a massive inverted crystal bowl placed on the ground, covering the entire city. Almost simultaneously, the device similar to an antenna on the orbital mothership released an extraordinarily powerful electric current that surged into the sky, thereby fully materializing the protective shield. Boom, boom. The 100-meter-tall tsunami roared like an angry dragon, furiously crashing against the red light dome. But under the illumination of the shield, this towering tsunami that reached over 100 meters could not advance even a single inch further. When xuanhuan and the others witnessed this scene, everyone fell silent. All that could be heard was the heavy breathing among them. What kind of bizarre and otherworldly technology could actually stop a tsunami like this? Unimaginable. The amount of energy this single mothership just unleashed must have been tremendous. The most critical issue is that such energy passing through the crowd didn't cause any harm whatsoever. After this incident, it seems we will have to make a personal visit to Long Country. If we could procure a few sets of such equipment, we wouldn't fear earthquakes anymore. In the hall, everyone was discussing the event, shocked and mesmerized by what they were witnessing. Li Tianheng hovered mid-air, slightly relaxing after seeing the tsunami being blocked. Chapter 80, Viral Spread. In the following time, he and other mechs continued to participate in the rescue efforts. The rescue work lasted for an entire day and night. Only after ensuring everyone was safe and stable did Li Tianheng and his team return to the mothership. Cheers erupted from millions on the ground, each person waving at Li Tianheng and his team. At this moment, Li Tianheng stood at the front of the mothership, gazing at the devastated landscape of Alai City and at those laughing people. Once again, his heart was filled with a sense of faith's radiance. Looking across the entire planet and into the profound vastness of the endless universe, one would truly realize everyone living on this tiny planet, regardless of identity or skin color, is actually one big family. Let's go back. Li Tianheng was tired. The high-intensity work had lasted for a full day and night. Adding to that, he had sustained minor head injuries, which left him physically and mentally exhausted. With farewells from all the residents of Alai City, the Dengyun disappeared into the horizon, and all the events of that day sent shockwaves across the globe. On the YouTube app, any mech-related rescue videos were being crazily shared by people. Coupled with the news of the Alai earthquake spreading quickly, it made these scenes even more credible. Moreover, many official media outlets and influential figures also forwarded these videos. The comments below had already exploded into heated debate. I bet if this is true, it must be alien technology. It seems the Longhua people have secretly been collaborating with aliens, hiding their advancements impressively. Haha, I always thought old Mi's 7th generation mech led the world, but here Longhua has produced an aerospace carrier. Oh my god, can't you see these obvious PS marks? What are your eyes there for? How could such a large machine possibly fly? Are you watching videos without any brain? Comments like these filled every video under YouTube. People were fiercely debating the authenticity of these videos. Because of countless discussions, the topic remained consistently hot. On Twitter, similar videos were spreading wildly, and some even took close-up shots of Li Tianheng, directly naming him as the real-life modern-day Iron Man. I bet this Longhua guy is a pioneer leading our technological leap forward. While we're still celebrating gliding aircraft, they've already achieved anti-gravity devices. Could this be the hidden gap between us? Why do so many people believe these videos? It's obviously someone showing off their computer skills with post-production editing. Haha, about post-production, my friend was in Alai City and witnessed it firsthand. I specifically called to confirm. There's no doubt about it. This is undoubtedly alien technology. Perhaps aliens have already built their base in Longhua. Hard to believe, but I was right there, less than dozens of meters from the tsunami, blocked by an invisible energy shield. I was completely stunned. This comment tagged a user, and many clicked through to find the exact phone footage taken up close. The over 100-meter-tall tsunami was stopped just ahead of him, a scene that was indistinguishable from a sci-fi movie. In reality, far from being limited to this one user, many people captured close-up footage of what unfolded before their eyes using their phones. At this very moment, in the United States, at Elon Tech Park, Max was looking at the screen before him with a dark gaze. The screen displayed the Dengyun spacecraft floating amidst the clouds, along with countless super mechs leaping down from the spacecraft. Even Max, a self-professed tech fanatic, couldn't help but feel shocked beyond belief upon witnessing this. If Clark had told him this was just a sci-fi movie, it wouldn't have caused such a reaction. But when Clark played the video and informed Max that this was a real scenario from the alien city of Donghua, even the usually composed Max couldn't resist standing up from his chair. Previously, the mech Li Tianheng wore during his battle with Yabo was already stunning enough. But compared to the monstrous ship parked not too far away, it was utterly dwarfed. Such a terrifyingly huge object could float so effortlessly in the sky, and those mech units one after another completely overturned Max's understanding. Are you sure this is real? This isn't something made with post-production, is it? Max couldn't help but ask. Boss, it's absolutely true. Now Twitter and YouTube have gone crazy. All kinds of similar videos shot from various angles are being circulated, many with billions of views, Clark said gravely. How could this be possible, something like this? Though deep down he already had the answer. If Li Tianheng could create such an exaggerated wearable mech, it wouldn't be strange for him to also make something like this. Yet, upon truly learning that this thing was Li Tianheng's creation, Max still found it hard to believe. Many people are now comparing our aircraft carriers to this thing, only to find there's simply no comparison. They're not even from the same era, Clark said. There was no need to explain further. Without mentioning the appearance and size, just the fact that this monstrous spacecraft could hover in the air was enough to illustrate the gap between them. Now, we can only hope Wu Jiang doesn't disappoint us. If we can get hold of the design blueprints of this thing, then everything else becomes irrelevant. Max watched the various clips playing on the screen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The more astonishing Li Tianheng's achievements, the more Max liked it, because it meant Wu Jiang might bring them more surprises. Once Along Tech fully mastered these technologies, it would undoubtedly be a revolutionary leap in science and technology across the ages. Is there still no contact with Yabo and Andrew? Max gasped, looking at Clark. Chapter 81, Delivery of the Sky Carrier. All technical departments are working hard, but we still haven't received any response from them. Clark said, I wonder what's going on. Could they be in danger? But theoretically, 200 mercenaries shouldn't be wiped out completely without sending back any news. It's strange. Max actually had a glimmer of hope for Yabo. Although Yabo wasn't as outstanding as Li Tianheng, he was already excellent compared to others. Plus, Yabo described his hometown in such an incredible way that Max's anticipation seemed quite reasonable. Keep trying to contact them. If it continues without success, then contact some local departments to investigate, Max said. Yes, I understand, boss, Clark said. In addition, the plan against some enterprises and companies in Long Country has started. Make sure to inform Wu Jiang to get ready when you have time, Max continued. Yes, boss. Clark left the place, leaving Max once again staring intently at the screen in front of him, his eyes full of fiery determination. Xinhao Research Base. Li Tianheng had already returned with the Dangyun Sky Carrier after a trial run. After this round of testing and successfully completing the mission in Alolian City, it was already clear that the technology of this space carrier was highly matured and capable of executing all related missions at any time. Now I formally hand over the remodeled Dangyun Sky Carrier to you. As Li Tianheng spoke, he handed over a white briefcase to Ding Yuanchang. Ding Yuanchang's expression was serious, carefully taking the briefcase into his hands. This item was the holographic projection control panel capable of operating the entire Sky Carrier, so Ding Yuanchang was naturally very cautious. Tianheng, with someone like you, a legendary refitter, I feel confident that before long, we'll easily be able to bring people into space for interstellar travel. This was absolutely not an exaggeration from Ding Yuanchang. The technology demonstrated by Li Tianheng was indeed impressive, yet undeniably real before their eyes. Haha. Once you obtain authorization and bring all the aircraft carriers here, I'll modify every single one of them. After that, we can even establish a dedicated department for Sky Carrier production, aiming for an annual output of 100 units, Li Tianheng said with a smile. Are you serious? Ding Yuanchang now took every word from Li Tianheng seriously. Of course, with these numerous engineering mechs, creating such large-scale super equipment is no longer a difficult task. Li Tianheng looked at the mechs inside the research base, walking around like giants. They were now basically responsible for 80% of the base's heavy machinery manufacturing. Good. I will definitely finish the relevant work soon, striving to make hundreds of motherships soar early. After a small chat, Ding Yuanchang and his team left with the Dangyun Sky Carrier. Only at this moment did Li Tianheng's heart slightly relax. After all, it was an aircraft carrier. Even though Li Tianheng was extremely confident in his own technology, the special nature and importance of its equipment kept him on edge until he finally handed it over completely to Ding Yuanchang. Only then could this remodeling truly be considered complete. The Xinhao research base continued running smoothly. All these countless large machines were automated and hardly needed Li Tianheng's attention anymore. For now, he also planned to take a few days off to relax and give himself a break. Wu Jiang, who was supposed to take over some work, temporarily returned home. After all, his mother had just passed away, so naturally, Wu Jiang couldn't stay here and work. Tianheng, there's something about Wu Jiang that feels strange, Xiuxian said while eating. Strange? What do you mean? Li Tianheng didn't think there was anything unusual about Wu Jiang. Rather, the other person's mind and research abilities made Li Tianheng very appreciative. Since the beginning, I've been secretly observing him, and it seems he really resents you for not saving his mother, Xiuxian said solemnly. What's strange about that? Losing a mother. Such feelings aren't easy to empathize with unless one is personally involved. Li Tianheng shook his head and said, while that's true still. Xiuxian sighed slightly and said, he's too harsh about it. This isn't your fault. He saw you try your best, and you even got injured while rescuing his whole family. It's fine. Don't overthink it. I understand why he might feel that way during such a time. Things will get better in due time, Li Tianheng said unconcernedly. Hopefully so. Xiuxian actually wanted to say more about Wu Jiang's decision to quit the science competition, which she found questionable. However, seeing that Li Tianheng still seemed to trust Wu Jiang a lot, and considering there was nothing worth arguing about in this matter, Xiuxian quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. You mentioned earlier that you'd take me on a space voyage. When do you plan to start planning for it? Xiuxian looked at Li Tianheng with some anticipation. To be honest, when she saw the unveiling of the space carrier, she suddenly realized that everything Li Tianheng had told her in the past might not have been mere exaggeration. This man truly had the ability to travel across the universe. Why ask? Li Tianheng chuckled slightly. Are you eager to enter into our little world for two? Who would want to share a world with you? I am just purely curious about the universe, not because I want to go with you. Xiuxian's face turned crimson. Being a girl, she naturally had her pride and wouldn't admit her real thoughts so easily during moments like these. Do you know your face turns red whenever you don't mean what you say? Asked Li Tianheng. What are you talking about? Forget it then, if you're unwilling to tell. Dinner was over anyway, so Xiuxian stood up hurriedly, avoiding Li Tianheng's gaze. Haha, I'm just teasing you, Li Tianheng said as he walked to the balcony and gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky. In fact, I'm not fully prepared for interstellar travel yet. Imagine if only the two of us entered the dark, deep space, surrounded by complete solitude, unable to find another human being within tens or even hundreds of light years. It would be quite terrifying. Li Tianheng spoke solemnly. Though he indeed harbored great interest in interstellar exploration and space travel, there were many factors to consider, and one couldn't rush decisions such as these. Is that the only reason stopping you from wanting to venture into space right now? Xiuxian suddenly asked. Actually, there's also you. Li Tianheng stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around Xiuxian. I need to take responsibility for you. At least let me marry you properly first before I take you on a honeymoon trip among the stars. Isn't that thrilling to imagine? Who said I'll marry you? Though saying this, Xiuxian buried her head deeply into Li Tianheng's chest. Time quietly slipped away amidst this sweet moment. Chapter 82. The crisis arrives. 3 days later. Noon. Li Tianheng had just finished eating lunch when he saw Lu Yuanshan rushing over. By Lu Yuanshan's side were corporate tycoons Zhang Xunan and Kong Sun, whom Li hadn't seen in quite a while. There were also several other big names whom Li Tianheng had only ever seen on TV or on his phone. Judging by their hurried expressions, Li Tianheng could tell something major must have happened. Tianheng, something's wrong, said Lu Yuanshan with an unusually serious tone. What is it? It feels pretty serious, asked Li Tianheng. This issue originally didn't involve you at all, but the situation has gotten urgent now. The only option we can think of right now is to consult you about potential solutions, Lu Yuanshan explained. What's so serious? Asked Li Tianheng as he looked at the group of people before him, all with solemn expressions. Currently, including Wantong, Nisua, Six Star, Bensi, and other relevant high-tech industries, have successively terminated cooperation with many domestic companies and businesses within 3 short days. Some even preferred paying compensation in the hundreds of millions of dollars rather than continue partnerships with our companies. Hearing this, Li Tianheng finally understood why Lu Yuanshan looked so grim. Even in the year 2050, core products in our country's related tech industries are still collaborating with some foreign high-tech enterprises. Take, for instance, Wantong's chips. Everyone knows that their company produces top-tier chips used in most domestically made smartphones. If Wantong were to terminate its cooperation with relevant companies, this would be a devastating blow to numerous smartphone and digital technology-related industries. This includes top-notch technologies like screens, speakers, engines. A significant part of these depend heavily on imports. While domestic companies can produce similar items, their quality isn't yet up to par compared to these collaboratively produced goods. It doesn't stop there. Google Corporation has announced they will suspend the supply of the Zhou operating system, which means none of our phones can use the Zhou system anymore, Zhang Xunan added gravely, noting that these actions have effectively cut off all access to high technology. They're like they planned it together, terminating all cooperation simultaneously. This hit is utterly catastrophic. Kong Sun chimed in earnestly. Why are they doing this? There's no valid reason. Li Tianheng couldn't help but exclaim. These projects are mutual benefit ventures, such a massive market. Why would they abandon it and compensate with such huge losses? Their sudden actions left Li Tianheng perplexed. But how could he be the only one confused? If they knew the reasons behind it, perhaps they wouldn't be as troubled as they were now. No one knows the actual reasons. They all made random excuses like production capacity issues and technical problems causing inability to provide supplies, but I don't think these are the true reasons, another person commented. So what are your plans? Li Tianheng asked. We're clueless ourselves too, so, hence we've come to you, replied Kong Sun with a bitter smile. We've all dispatched negotiators to talk to them, but I doubt much progress will be made from those discussions. As a result, the only remaining path forward is breakthroughs in technology through our own efforts. And out of all of us, the only person capable of making a difference quickly in this area seems to be you. Li Tianheng understood their intention. Without further negotiations, at least this way there was still a backup plan. Otherwise, the survival of their enterprises would face enormous challenges ahead. The current priority remains my Huawei U phone. A new model launch event was set for next month, but due to the termination of cooperation by these companies, we're facing significant shortages in inventory. I truly have no idea what to do. Zhang Xunan expressed his concerns full of melancholy. In situations like these where moving back or forward is equally difficult, decisions become excruciatingly hard. Can't we take the opposite approach? Don't forget that countless products, including Pinghua, are produced here in our country. We're also among their largest consumer bases. Why don't we stop taking their orders and drive out all these products completely? Xuanhuan suggested, unable to contain himself any longer. You're thinking too simply. Do you know just a single Pinghua provides how many job opportunities? Do you know if we expel them entirely, it will lead to 6-digit numbers of unemployed workers? Xiuxian responded with great seriousness. So, is there really nothing we can do against them? Xuanhuan's expression changed, realizing these companies' survival might indeed be tightly controlled by these others. No, there's a way, Li Tianheng said coldly. Tianheng, are you thinking of? In that case, we'll just manufacture our own. Li Tianheng glanced toward the factory in the distance and said, the lithography machine Grandpa Lu brought over has been modified by me long ago. Chips at the picometer level can easily surpass all the top chips worldwide. Wow, what? Picometer level chips? Zhang Xuanhuan was utterly shocked. As someone who had worked hard in the mobile phone industry, he knew everything about chips. Currently, the most advanced chip available is the 2 nanometers one, and even the technology for that is tightly controlled by other countries. As for domestically produced chips, the strongest ones China could produce were 10 nanometers. Zhang had no idea what it would mean to have picometer-level chips. This lithography machine was originally meant to produce chips exclusively for mecha and related high-end technologies. Since the situation has come to this point, let's increase its workload, Li Tianheng said indifferently. You mentioned picometer-level chips, but I still don't understand what level they are at. Kong Sun couldn't help but ask. They simply refer to chips with even smaller circuit units. Currently, this lithography machine can produce 500 picometer chips, which you can also think of as half-nanometer chips, Li Tianheng explained. So, 0.5 nanometer level chips? Asked Kong Sun. Yes. Li Tianheng replied solemnly. Chips at the 0.5 nanometer level naturally possess more powerful computing capabilities. When paired with my artificial intelligence, we might as well spark a revolution in the smartphone world. A never-before-seen aura of authority emerged on Li Tianheng's face. Since he intended to create his independently developed products, he would ensure they would be the best. Upon hearing this, including Zhang Xuanhuan, excitement lit up everyone's faces. In the past, they would have dismissed such claims outright. But after realizing the incredible potential within Li Tianheng, they understood exactly what his words implied. Here's what we'll do. First, we must mass-produce more sets of these lithography machines as soon as possible, aiming to meet domestic market demand within a short period. Li Tianheng paused for breath before continuing. Then, list out the remaining items that require technical breakthroughs. Bring the prototypes and components over so I can upgrade and modify them. As for the Huawei phone launch event scheduled for next month, proceed as planned, and then use this entirely domestically produced phone to stun the entire world. Can we really make it in time? Zhang Xuanhuan couldn't help asking. Chapter 83, The Formula for the Biological Cell Repair Agent. It's doable. I have large-scale production machines here, and domestic manufacturers of relevant components can also collaborate in the production. 2 months will be enough to prepare the first batch of goods, said Li Tianheng. Good. Then you'll have to work hard again. Zhang Xuanhuan and Kong Sun looked at him seriously. With Li Tianheng's help, they finally relaxed a bit. Tianheng, there is another matter. Lu Yuanshan spoke up after staying silent for a long time. Mr. Lu, please tell me. Let me introduce you first. Lu Yuanshan pointed to an elderly lady with white hair beside him. This is Zhang Mei, one of the top scholars in biological cell research in our country. She has made important breakthroughs in the field of biological cell repair. However, her current drug reagent depends on a prototype biological agent from abroad. The company that produces it has suspended supply, causing her experiments to stall. Li Tianheng looked at the elderly woman with newfound respect. This silver-haired person was the real star who deserved public recognition. Unlike Li Tianheng, these researchers don't possess any such advanced systems and can only depend on their own knowledge, gradually exploring paths never walked by their predecessors. It's precisely because of people like them that science and technology continue to progress and develop. Mr. Li, I didn't originally want to bother you, but unfortunately, there's really no other way. Zhang Mei sighed. There's nothing wrong with that. If I can help, feel free to speak up. As a part of our long country, we should dedicate our talents to scientific endeavors, said Li Tianheng earnestly. Very well, very well. When Mr. Lu mentioned this to me before, I found it hard to believe. Now I see that I've underestimated your capabilities, young man. After Zhang Mei caught her breath, she continued. I accidentally heard that you have a kind of reagent that allows someone with a broken bone to walk normally within a short period of time. At first, I didn't believe it either. But later, Mr. Lu also mentioned this to me. Plus my current research has reached a bottleneck phase, so I came here today to take a look. I wanted to find out whether this reagent is real or not. Li Tianheng immediately understood why Zhang Mei had come. It was during the last evaluation of robots by some tech bloggers when their devices were hacked, causing failures and injuring them to varying degrees. To compensate these tech bloggers, Li Tianheng had directly exchanged for the biological cell repair agent from the system. He didn't even have the formula for it yet because under the urgent situation, he wouldn't have had the time to research and produce it even if he had the formula. The reagent was truly remarkable, capable of working on any non-fatal injury through cellular repair, which would obviously cause quite a sensation if it ever hit the market. Giving this kind of thing to the biologist in front of him wasn't a big deal, but how could he explain where he got it from? If you don't feel comfortable explaining, there's no pressure. It's a serious matter after all. Zhang Mei noticed his hesitation and quickly added, No problem, Professor Zhang. I've used up my supply of this agent already, but I actually have its formula, Li Tianheng responded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mei's eyes lit up, her breathing becoming heavier. You have the formula? Does this mean that this formula can produce the reagent? Asked Zhang Mei. Yes, previously, I manufactured several batches myself using that exact formula, but I've run out, Li Tianheng replied. So the formula. Zhang Mei realized suddenly that she might sound too hasty. This kind of biological reagent formula wasn't something ordinary. How could he possibly just give it to her freely? In that case, are you open to selling this formula? If you're willing, please name a price. The Biological Research Institute I work for has plenty of money. Zhang Mei smiled cautiously. What are you saying, Professor Zhang? You're here because Mr. Lu brought you. It'd be disrespectful if I charged you, let alone took your money. Just wait a moment while I go fetch it for you. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, he stood up and went inside the inner room. Zhang Mei, hearing his words, was completely shocked. Oh, older brother Lu. Xiuxian said. He would give me the F formula D directly. W without C charging anything. Zhang Mei said, stunned. He has donated countless technologies like this, without taking a single penny. There's nothing strange about it. Lu Yuanshan laughed. How? How is this possible? Such an important item. And he doesn't even want money? Zhang Mei stared at Lu Yuanshan, unable to believe her ears. This kid isn't something that can be measured by money, said Lu Yuanshan with a hint of admiration in his gaze. If it was about money, he wouldn't be sitting here now. About 10 minutes later, Li Tianheng came out holding a piece of paper with the formula written on it. The formula is all in my head. I've just written it down on this paper. After saying this, Li Tianheng handed the paper to Zhang Mei. The formula indeed existed in Li Tianheng's memory, but it was actually something he had just exchanged for using reputation points from the system. Tianheng, what about the cost of this formula? Professor Zhang, really, don't worry about it. Once you return, test it several times. Confirm there are no mistakes before bringing it to market and allowing more people to escape pain. This is what I want to see. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mei once again looked at Li Tianheng with admiration, carefully storing away the formula. Good. Rest assured, I will make sure this reagent reaches every household, said Zhang Mei. Good. Li Tianheng smiled and nodded. Indeed, this was also what he truly hoped for. After all, this reagent had cost him millions in reputation points. In the following time, Li Tianheng and Zhang Xuanhuan listed all the projects related to collaborations that had been severed. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, seeing these dozen items still shocked Li Tianheng. Fortunately, he had the system on his side, so overcoming these technical barriers was only a matter of time for him. 3 hours later, Lu Yuanshan and everyone else left, leaving Li Tianheng, Xiuxian, and a few other base leaders behind. This incident is quite bizarre. Why would they do this? What benefit does it bring them? Asked Xiuxian with some gravity in her voice. It is a bit strange, but it's not entirely unforgivable. Without the support of these technologies and products, many of our companies would struggle to survive, Li Tianheng said. But I don't think that's the key point. Xiuxian shook her head. Oh, what have you thought of? Asked Li Tianheng. 18 companies in total, all top-tier tech firms ranked among the world's best. They managed to make this decision simultaneously. Imagine how terrifying that must be. Xiuxian's eyes were full of concern. You think there's a large force manipulating all this behind the scenes, Li Tianheng stated. Chapter 84, Wu Zhang's actions. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Xiuxian shook her head. Many of these companies are unrelated, and without a force driving them, they could never have reached such consistent opinions. Li Tianheng nodded. This matter was indeed suspicious, but for now, they had no other choice. There were so many technologies that needed breakthroughs. There was not a moment to waste. We can only investigate this matter further in the future. For now, we don't have a choice. Li Tianheng said. But so many related things need upgraded designs. Can you handle it all by yourself? Xiuxian looked at Li Tianheng with concern. Your health is important too. The amount of effort you put into modifying the Dengyun recently was immense, and now this again. Xiuxian sighed. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, truly. Although she didn't like this phrase, it was undeniably reflected in Li Tianheng's situation. No problem. I'll first break through the technical aspects and then hand it over to others. We have so many people in our base who can divide the work among ourselves. Plus, with the help of the smart system here, we can quickly establish production lines for all the products, Li Tianheng said. Xiuxian nodded. That evening, Li Tianheng plunged headfirst into modifications and upgrades. 3 more days passed quietly. 3 days and 3 nights. Li Tianheng averaged only 4 hours of sleep each day. But the results of these 3 days were also very evident. Under the technical support provided by the system, the operating system, screen, and speakers were all comprehensively upgraded. Compared to the colossal size of the Dengyun, these were just small components. So each item didn't consume much time. On the 4th day, Wu Jiang, who had finished the funeral arrangements at home, arrived at Shenheng base. Originally, Li Tianheng wanted Wu Jiang back earlier because his mind and operational skills were just what was needed for the current situation. But given the circumstances, Li Tianheng restrained himself from calling Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang, your timing is perfect. Right now, I'm short on hands. Li Tianheng said. Just tell me what needs to be done, brotherly. Wu Jiang responded eagerly. Holographic projection, super optical sensing technology, quantum satellite communication, related modification plans. I've already generated the documents. You need to organize them and be responsible for improving and producing these 3 major technologies. Xiaoheng robots will assist you. Li Tianheng's expression was somewhat serious. These were all core technologies related to their project. Since they were planning a phone revolution, a comprehensive upgrade of all core technologies was essential, which was why Li Tianheng valued this greatly. Upon hearing Li Tianheng's words, Wu Jiang's face lit up with incomparable excitement. But then he also showed some confusion. The powerful computing ability of Xiaoheng robots makes me think handing such tasks to it might be more reliable, since I've never dealt with such advanced technology before, Wu Jiang said. While Xiaoheng has excellent computational power, it can't replace a real person. It can provide better solutions based on your design concepts, but cannot independently compute non-existent technologies, Li Tianheng explained. Alright, I understand, brotherly. Wu Jiang took a USB drive from Li Tianheng, and one could visibly see his right hand trembling slightly. The laboratory next to your assigned room has all necessary equipment. Plug the USB into the projector, and you'll get all the information, Li Tianheng said. Wu Jiang nodded, and then left with the vital USB drive. Li Tianheng turned around and continued debugging the machine in front of him without any extra thoughts. From then on, everyone worked tirelessly and continuously over time. Wu Jiang also threw himself into his work fiercely. Night fell, as black as ink. In Shunheng Base, some large machines continued running normally. At this moment, even Li Tianheng was exhausted, washing up early and drifting off to sleep. Everyone in Shunheng Base was under intense stress, and hence extremely tired. Inside Wu Jiang's room, he had already quietly locked the door. It was 3 o'clock in the dead of night. Not only had he not slept, but his face gleamed with extreme excitement. If one felt his left chest, one would find his heart was beating abnormally fast. He didn't turn on the light. In the dark, he skillfully found his backpack. Opening the zippers inside the backpack, he pulled out an electronic device similar in size to a palm-sized cell phone. Wu Jiang turned on the electronic device, carefully inserting the USB drive in his hand into its base, then silently moved to the balcony. After carefully checking his surroundings, Wu Jiang took the cell phone-like device out again. He gently pressed a button on it, and 2 lines of words clearly appeared on the screen. Reading: 10%, 15%, 20%. Time passed second by second, and when the process reached 100%, he swiftly pulled the USB drive out, then powered off the device and put it back into his bag. This entire process lasted about 10 minutes. To Wu Jiang, these 10 minutes felt like an eternity. But fortunately, everything went smoothly, with no unexpected incidents occurring. After finishing this task, he returned to his bed, lying down in the shape of the letter Da. Under the dim night light, he gazed at the ceiling as if he could see a bright future ahead. At the same time, a glimmer of extreme hatred flashed in his eyes, making his gaze appear especially terrifying in the dark night. Li Tianheng, don't blame me. I was hesitating, but since you didn't save my mom, don't blame me for doing all this. Then, Wu Jiang fell into a deep sleep amidst the tension and the blackness of the night. The next day, in Elon Technology City, America, Max was reviewing some projects at the factory when Clark came rushing over excitedly. Boss, good news, great news. To be honest, Max hadn't heard any good news for a long time, and his eyes slightly changed upon hearing these words. What's the news? Wu Jiang sent us a message. Max was elated. What did he send? Boss, go take a look yourself. Thus, Max followed Clark straight to the center secret base of the Technology City. Chapter 85, Yabo's Return. The huge laboratory was filled with dozens of staff members, all working on secret projects in a private facility owned by Max. Entry without authorization was strictly forbidden. Our satellite received some information this morning. Since the satellite transmission device carried by Wu Jiang was encrypted, it took a great deal of time to convert and transmit the data. We just finished receiving all the information half an hour ago. Max stared at the large screen in front of him, which displayed countless streams of data, most of which were comprehensible. Holographic projection, quantum satellites, hypersensitive technology. Good. Excellent. Excitement bubbled uncontrollably across Max's face. I told you, our move has been right all along. Hurry up, hand this technology over to the relevant technical department for decryption and practical application. I want to see product trials as soon as possible. Since focusing on Li Tianheng's products, every day had been unbearably heavy for Max. He wasn't concerned whether Longwa's technology might surpass his own. All he wanted were the technologies possessed by Li Tianheng. Claiming them for himself was his ultimate goal. Thankfully, after such a long wait, there was finally a turn for the better. It looks like we've achieved considerable success, something that makes you so happy, boss. Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar voice echoed through the room, startling Max and others as they quickly turned towards the door. Standing there was a young man with dark skin and dreadlocks. It was none other than Yabo. Is it you, Yabo? Max gazed at him in shock. How is that possible? Without biometric retinal and fingerprint codes, how could you have entered here without triggering the alarms? Not only was Max startled, but everyone else inside was shocked as well. In that moment, the hidden armed forces within the laboratory emerged. Every weapon was pointed directly at Yabo at the entrance. If Max gave an order, Yabo would be shot full of holes instantly. You think the security system here can handle ordinary people, but for me now, it's basically useless. Yabo smiled faintly, confidence etched across his features. Compared to when he competed in the scientific research competition, although his appearance hadn't changed much, his eyes seemed entirely different now, completely unlike before. Besides, it was you who asked me to go back to my hometown and get some technology. Now that I'm back with this technology intending to serve you, you greet me with weapons. Yabo calmly addressed the icy array of firearms surrounding him. You managed to retrieve the technology? Max's expression shifted once more, truly an amazing piece of news today. If I hadn't retrieved the technology, do you think I could stand here? Upon hearing this, Max laughed again, a laugh he hadn't shared for a long time. But, then it struck him. What about Andrew? And the other mercenaries? Dead. Dead. Max was utterly astonished. 200 soldiers from the armed force. All dead? That place is booby-trapped everywhere. It's not something ordinary weapons can handle, said Yabo. And why are you alive? Questioned Max. Because I earned their recognition. However, to gain that recognition, sacrifices were necessary. Next, Yabo narrated his experiences inside, leaving out no detail. There was one thing though. He kept his future goals and real objectives a secret. Yabo understood clearly that Max would likely send more people to investigate his hometown afterward. so speaking openly was best, ensuring no slip-ups revealed themselves. Of course, he didn't need to worry about Max discovering his true purpose. Even if explained verbally, Max wouldn't believe such things. Good. Very good. Truly excellent. Max didn't blame Yabo at all. Instead, admiration lit up his face. To Max, nothing was more important than powerful technology. Although Andrew was dead, and those hired troops too, the retrieval of cutting-edge technology by Yabo made it worth the cost to Max. By coincidence, today we have also stolen a few related technologies from Li Tianheng. Perhaps you can take a look, Max stated casually. Oh, to actually steal technology from Li Tianheng. Isn't that suspicious? Yabo frowned slightly. He'd already acquired formidable alien technology, yet precisely because of this, his interest in Li Tianheng deepened. Based on his analysis and calculations over these 2 days, even the technology and capabilities he'd gained couldn't compare to what Li Tianheng appeared to possess. In some aspects, what we've gotten doesn't even compare to what Li Tianheng has shown us. That's why he was also very eager to know what secrets Li Tianheng might be hiding. Absolutely not. Those things weren't obtained by our technology. Once Max said that, Yabo immediately understood the situation. Next, I will make you the general manager and chief designer of this zero base. How does that sound? Max looked at Yabo with fiery eyes. Do you trust me that much? Yabo countered. You and I share the same goal, so I don't think you will work against me. Max explained. Haha, that's correct. To be honest, the reason I came back to you is mainly because I value your resources. With your support, I have no worries about manpower, material, or financial resources, Yabo said. That's right. Max extended his hand and continued. And with new technologies continuously being transmitted from Li Tianheng's side, it won't be long before we dominate the entire solar system. Max slightly tilted his head, his eyes flashing with a light difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. In fact, getting Li Tianheng's current related technologies might not be as troublesome as you think. It could all be settled at once. A glint of wisdom flashed on Yabo's face. Oh, what idea did you come up with? Max asked. It goes like this. Yabo leaned in close to whisper in Max's ear, making sure that no one else around them could hear their conversation. After a moment, a smile appeared on Max's face. Great. Since that's the case, everything is in your hands. To our upcoming smooth cooperation. Yabo smiled and extended his hand. Smooth cooperation. Max also reached out and grinned widely. Then Yabo dove straight into the work. Days passed by. As more advanced items were upgraded and remodeled one after another, Li Tianheng's smile grew deeper, until an entire month later. Finally done, Li Tianheng looked at the phone in his hand, visibly seeing relief flash across his features. Chapter 86, Huayu. This phone was originally the prototype of the latest Huayu smartphone released by Huayu Technology, founded by xuanhuan. Li Tianheng took it over and gave it a complete upgrade. All core components inside were upgraded with parts he himself had improved. He also completely revamped and redesigned the entire phone from start to finish. It may look similar to an ordinary phone, but many of its powerful features are undoubtedly revolutionary designs. Ding ding ding. Just at that moment, Li Tianheng's phone rang. He picked it up and sure enough, it was xiuxian calling. Oh no, the press conference is about to start. He checked his phone for today's date. It was indeed the afternoon 3 o'clock press conference. And now, it was already 2:10 p.m. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Tianheng, where are you? Everyone is here for the press conference, but I still haven't received this phone. Xiuxian let out a bitter laugh. If it were anyone else, he might have been furious by now, but there was no way he dared to lose his temper in front of Li Tianheng. Don't worry, we still have time. Let me send you the manual first so you can review it, and this manual can also be used during the press conference. I'll have Xiaoying activate flight mode to deliver the phone to you, said Li Tianheng. Good, that works too. Xiuxian sighed in exasperation. Before the press conference, even he didn't know what the phone looked like or what features it had. As the boss of a phone company, this experience was certainly strange. But thankfully, the person responsible for this project was Li Tianheng, and Xiuxian felt quite reassured about it. Within a couple of minutes, Li Tianheng sent the manual to his phone. The manual was pretty thoughtful. It mainly laid out the order of the functions that would need to be explained during the launch event. But when Xiuxian read the instructions and watched the animated demonstrations of the relevant functions, his eyes suddenly widened. This is a joke, right? Is this really just a phone? Does this phone actually have these insane features? As Xiuxian continued to examine the details, he grew more startled, and the more startled he became, the more engrossed he got. By the end, he was practically numbed. To be honest, if this weren't upgraded and redesigned by Li Tianheng, I'd definitely call him up and scold him. Knowing how capable Li Tianheng was, although the claims made in the manual seemed outrageous, Xiuxian found them believable enough. What remained uncertain was whether the physical device could truly possess such capabilities. Time ticked away, and the press conference was about to begin. Soon after, they saw a Xiaoheng robot walk through the door, handing Xiuxian a phone. Because Xuanheng Technology had long become a well-known tech company, with production keeping up accordingly, Xiaoheng robots were no longer rare. With no time to inspect the phone, Xiuxian immediately rushed off toward the event site. At the moment, the venue for the press conference, a hall that could accommodate 1,000 people, was fully packed. Flashes from cameras, spotlights, journalists, media outlets, tech bloggers, including fans of Huayu Technology, were all waiting impatiently. After all, the news about various mobile phone core component manufacturers terminating cooperation with all domestic tech companies had spread far and wide. Therefore, as one of the well-known domestic phones, Huayu's press conference drew much attention. Without support from those key technologies, it was a big question on everyone's mind. How would Huayu resolve the challenge of upgrading their phone? On stage stood a pre-invited renowned band performing to hype up the atmosphere. As the music performance neared its end, there was still no sign of xuanhuan, which caused great concern among the attendees. How come xuanhuan hasn't arrived yet? In previous press conferences, wasn't he always seen lurking in a corner beforehand? Asked a blogger, glancing around restlessly. Who knows? Perhaps the product isn't ready. That'd be pretty bad. Another person replied. This press conference is indeed different. In the past, we would have gotten the demo units long ago. Now, with only 2 minutes left, we don't even know what this year's model looks like, said a woman beside them. I assume the upgrades must be difficult. Chips, screens, cameras, all collaboration has been terminated. Where can they get better products within such a short period? I heard through unofficial channels that they've partnered closely with Xuanhuan Technology. Not sure if it's true though. What's the use of partnering? Xuanhuan Technology doesn't produce chips anyway. They'll probably only enhance intelligence features at most. Sure, here he comes. President Zhang. Sure enough, as one person's startled exclamation sounded, Zhang Xuanhuan appeared on stage dressed in formal attire with an air of supreme confidence. Friends, I've kept you waiting. Due to the special nature of this event, I only just received the prototype recently myself, Zhang Xuanhuan said calmly from the stage. What? Mr. Zhang, are you serious? You just got the prototype now? Is this a new product based on the previous generation? A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. But Zhang Xuanhuan didn't look upset. Instead, he smiled warmly at everyone and the cameras. This phone is not an upgrade of the previous generation. For this, you may all be slightly disappointed. As these words fell, murmurs erupted throughout the venue. Of course, although we were mentally prepared for it, there's still some disappointment. No way around it. That's what happens when you don't master core technologies. Just as I expected, it's probably no different from the last generation, and maybe just a slight improvement to the smart system. And the Android system can't even be used anymore. From what I know, Huayu's self-developed system is still far from mature, so using it will definitely be incredibly slow. Although these voices of conversation weren't particularly loud, they were enough for Zhang Xuanhuan to hear, yet his expression continued to wear a faint smile. Please, friends, don't get anxious. My explanation isn't over yet. Zhang Xuanhuan paused, and the scene became quiet once more. First, this product isn't an upgraded version of the last generation. In fact, the phone currently in my hands has been completely redesigned, both technically and scientifically speaking. Hence, we from Huayue Technology have decided to name this phone X. The moment these words rang through the auditorium, complete silence followed, everyone staring wide-eyed at Zhang Xuanhuan, clearly struggling to comprehend what he had just said. Excuse me, what does X stand for? Does it mean it's an entirely new series? Asked someone in the audience. You're exactly right. It's a new series, Zhang Xuanhuan said gently. You all know our current situation. We're in a critical period, and previously modified models can't hit the market. Therefore, Huayue Phone and Xuanhuan Technology have engaged in a deep partnership, and the device I hold in my hand today is the outcome of our collaboration. Chapter 87, Defying Heaven Function. Damn it, I can't believe I was right. And they really partnered with Xuanhuan Technology. A cry of surprise arose from the crowd. So without further ado, let's all bear witness to the birth of this miraculous phone. Its appearance will not just create a storm in the world of phones. It won't even be accurate to call it a phone anymore. It should be called something that could shake all products with screens and trigger a true smartphone revolution. Once again, whispers filled the scene as many eyes showed expressions of absolute shock and curiosity. What kind of phone could possibly make Zhang Xuanhuan say such an outrageous statement? First, allow me to introduce the first function of this phone. It can communicate in real time with the quantum satellites developed independently by Xuanhuan Technology. In other words, this phone will completely break free from the restrictions of SIM cards in the future. The signal of the quantum satellites will gradually cover the entire globe, and when they achieve full coverage, no matter where you are on this planet, you'll be able to use this phone for web browsing, never having to worry about losing signals. At the very moment those words fell silent, there was a sudden complete silence throughout the venue. The unveiling of the first feature was already a bombshell. As everyone knows, phones are used primarily for communication, making calls, staying connected. These are their most basic functions. The technology that Zhang Xuanhuan introduced before them took this basic function to its absolute pinnacle. Next, everyone watched as Zhang Xuanhuan pointed the phone at the lens. There were no card slots anywhere around the entire phone, not even a single hole. Its design had already disrupted the form factor of every existing phone. Subsequently, Zhang Xuanhuan dialed the phone number of one of the staff members standing nearby and carried out a simple call with him. At that precise instant, thunderous applause erupted across the whole venue. This function alone was already extraordinary. Well then, let me introduce its second function next. This function is also revolutionary, something entirely unprecedented in previous phones. That is, everyone saw Zhang Xuanhuan suddenly lift his right hand holding the phone and direct the screen toward himself. The following moment left everyone utterly astounded. The image of Zhang Xuanhuan's right hand leaving the phone, but it still remaining suspended motionless in midair, was unforgettable. Damn it, is this magic? What's going on? Did the phone just fly up on its own? If I'm not mistaken, this must be some kind of flight mode activation. I've never seen anything like this. It's truly a real flight mode. Could it be possible that this phone can actually fly? This is too insane. Wow. With this feature, manufacturers of phone stands might have to go out of business. The atmosphere instantly exploded into pandemonium. What they had just witnessed was so unbelievable. Was this truly within the capabilities of a phone? Don't get too excited, everyone. Actually, I didn't even plan to introduce this flying mode, because for this phone, it's really such an incredibly minor function. After Zhang Xunan finished speaking, multicolored lights flickered on the screen of the phone in front of his eyes. These laser-like beams densely enveloped Zhang Xuan's entire body. After approximately 2 minutes, Zhang Xunan stepped forward and tapped the screen twice. And immediately afterward, a clear 3D projection appeared beside him, visible to everyone. This projection resembled Zhang Xunan perfectly, yet it displayed his internal structure. Various areas inside were marked with different colors, along with corresponding explanations popping up beside them. Insomnia and vivid dreams, caused by excessive stress. The following relevant measures are recommended. Liver damage 32.2%. Reduce alcohol consumption. Several optional medications may be considered. Severe lung damage, caused by smoking. Quitting is recommended for lung health restoration. Continuous nerve weakness, mild cough, throat irritation, mild cold expected upon waking tomorrow morning. Prevention is suggested. Yang energy weakening leading to slight mental fatigue. Suggest less sexual activity over the next 5 days for gradual recovery, alleviating insomnia symptoms somewhat. Zhang Xunan. Big brother, could you please keep some face? Let's avoid showcasing this stuff publicly, shall we? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xuan's right hand reached out and erased the last part of the text directly. Cough. That, everyone focus on the main points, okay? Zhang Xunan hurriedly said. Ha ha ha. Incredible, incredible. I hereby declare this the strongest phone ever. Main point. The text you deleted moments ago. That's the main point. Wait, are you serious? Can this really still be called a phone? My goodness. Is this thing about to defy heaven itself? Can a phone really detect all these things? Do we no longer need to go to the hospital? How is that possible? How could a phone possibly detect these data? Subsequently, the yang energy weakness caught everyone's eye, but compared to this powerful function of the phone, it was completely negligible. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xunan quickly turned off this function. Although he had been embarrassed, compared to these functions, he didn't feel anything was amiss. I believe you've all seen that this phone can continuously monitor your health status and provide reasonable advice. Although previous phones had similar functions, I think the gap between them is obvious. Zhang Xunan smiled slightly. The flashes at the scene never ceased. This sensational press conference would inevitably go down in history. More and more people were flooding into the live media broadcast rooms related to the event. The third function, and also what I believe is the most incredible function of this phone, owes its existence to the use of fluidic nanomaterials by xuanhuan technology, giving this phone the ability to transform. After saying this, Zhang Xunan tapped the phone screen once, and right under everyone's astonished gaze, the phone split 1 into 2, 2 into 3, the entire screen continually expanding. It transformed into a 100-inch large display, showing the ongoing press conference on its screen. And Zhang Xunan began to slide and operate on the screen effortlessly without any issues. I'm speechless. I really am. I feel like I'm watching a fantasy treasure release. Ha ha ha, me too. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, no way would I have believed it. Incredible. This is outrageous. Is this alien technology? What's so amazing about it? Don't you know about the Dongyun Ascend Cloud space probe? Yes, exactly. That's the true groundbreaking black tech. The cries of surprise at the scene never ceased. In reality, Zhang Xunan himself was startled by what was unfolding before him. Because it was his first time using this function, and only upon witnessing it firsthand did he truly feel the shock of the spectacle. It can randomly transform into any size you desire. You just need to pinch or expand the screen. As Zhang Xunan slowly pinched the screen with both hands, the 100-inch screen indeed began shrinking slowly and fixed at this size when he stopped pinching. Finally, Zhang Xunan pressed the function key again, and the giant tablet returned to palm-sized dimensions. If floating and stopping in midair counts as another feature, then these 4 functions are the strongest main features of the Huawei UX. With Zhang Xuan's words concluding, the venue once again erupted in thunderous applause. The applause lasted for a long time, continuing uninterrupted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Chapter 88, Courier. So let's continue introducing its basic features and performance. I want to particularly emphasize its audio capability. It is undoubtedly the first choice for many audiophiles. Zhang Xunan swiped on the screen, then played an electronic music track. As soon as the music began, the entire launch event was shocked once again. Boom, boom, boom. This sound was no less impressive than one produced by a top-grade stereo system. Full bass, steady mid-range, and smooth treble. It was truly mesmerizing. But the most surprising thing was that this kind of sound actually came from a cell phone with such a small volume, which was almost incomprehensible. Moreover, this mobile phone adopts the 0.5 nanometer chip from xuanhuan technology. Compared to all the chips available in the market, its performance is beyond question. This mobile phone can even handle super large software for engineers, graphic designers, and post-production manufacturing. Plus, its size can be freely adjusted, and more compatible software will become available later. Zhang Xunan paused for a moment, then continued. Speaking of this, I need to add that the system of this mobile phone is also entirely self-developed by xuanhuan technology. It can convert all types of apps from other phones into formats suitable for itself. You don't have to worry about any issues on this aspect. As Zhang Xunan kept introducing, the amazed exclamations on site never ceased almost from start to finish. 2 hours later, Zhang Xunan looked at everyone enthusiastically. After introducing so many functions, I believe the price is what you all are most concerned about. A mobile phone with so much advanced technology, one that can undoubtedly surpass all models currently on the market. What is its final selling price? When Zhang Xuanhuan finished speaking, a number slowly appeared on the screen behind him. $89.99. You didn't miss here. The final price of this phone is $8,999. The price may not be cheap, but I believe it is worth every penny. As expected, when this price appeared, thunderous applause erupted on site once again. Alright, that's all for today's launch event. The samples will be transported over soon. Please wait a moment in the adjacent exhibition hall. Thank you. The press conference ended, yet everyone was still incredibly exhilarated, especially those countless media outlets and journalists, who were like on adrenaline, rushing madly to the neighboring exhibition hall. At the same time, countless people who hadn't made it to the scene were also following this press conference closely. Especially many competitors and people in the same industry wouldn't miss this kind of release event. Without exception, whoever watched the phone's launch presentation could only feel an endless wave of shock, immediately followed by an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding in. A phone of this caliber and priced at only 8,999 yuan. How could other phone manufacturers compete? For domestic vendors, there indeed emerged a significant crisis, but wasn't the same true for large overseas brands? Particularly Elon Musk. He had initially shown little interest in Huayu tech. Although Huayu dominated a significant portion in Long Country, globally, it was still somewhat distant. It wasn't until Clark presented him with the live broadcast details of this conference that he understood the importance of this event. Seems like my decision did promote their progress after all. To Musk now, seeing the emergence of such a phone was not very shocking anymore. After all, Li Tianheng had created miracles enough already. Adding one more wouldn't make much difference. Besides, with Yabo by his side, the things Yabo had developed over the past month weren't inferior to Li Tianheng's creations. I wonder if Wu Jiang can manage to acquire all these technologies. I remember the several times he sent before. None of them contained these relevant technologies. Not far away, Yabo was also looking at the completed launch on the screen. These technologies don't seem particularly difficult for you, right? Musk asked. Not necessarily. Yabo shook his head. Take the fluid nanotechnology for example. Something palm-sized can expand so much. I'm clueless about what level of material that is. Plus that speaker tech, such a tiny cavity producing sound with such intensity. Indeed, inexplicable. Indeed, these technologies look as if they've transcended the realm of science and are approaching magic, Musk said. But it doesn't matter. The stuff I've developed should have arrived in Long Country by now. As long as Wu Jiang can get hold of it and use it correctly, all these technologies will belong to us. Yabo smiled faintly. Ha ha, I can't wait for the arrival of this day. Max's eyes were filled with excitement, while Yabo's blue gaze flashed and disappeared in an instant. Shenheng Research Base. During this period, Li Tianheng indeed worked hard and was physically tired. After handing over the relevant technical design and assembly to Wu Jiang, Zhang Quan, and Lu Xiuan, he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't watch the press conference. After all the designs and modifications came from his own hands, so the conference naturally wasn't worth watching. Wu Jiang and the others just needed to reproduce and assemble the relevant components, which posed no difficulty for them. At this moment, it was already evening. Wu Jiang was busy on the production line when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he answered the call. Hello? Hi. Yes, it's me. Alright, I'll be there. After Wu Jiang hung up the phone, he looked at Zhang Quan nearby. Can you help me keep an eye on things? I need to pick up a courier package. Sure, leave it to me. Wu Jiang nodded, then hurriedly left. He took a car to the entrance of the Shenheng base where a logistics truck was waiting for him. Wu Jiang right. International Express, please sign here. Okay. After signing, Wu Jiang took the package and returned to his place. His heart started racing again, and his hands trembled slightly as he held the package. Carefully opening the delivery box, inside was a palm-sized exquisite metal box. On the surface of the metal box was a numeric keypad, and Wu Jiang already knew how to operate it. Following the sequence, he entered a series of numbers. Click. A crisp sound of the lid opening echoed, and the item inside revealed itself to Wu Jiang. Chapter 89, Abnormal Code. Inside the exquisite box were two smaller metal cases, and beside them was an electronic object that resembled a wristwatch. It was clear that Wu Jiang had already known how to use this electronic device. He picked it up skillfully and powered it on. Under Wu Jiang's shocked gaze, the watch screen suddenly expanded around, creating a virtual display with a touch keyboard floating above it. Wu Jiang took a deep breath and then began operating on the keyboard. About 2 minutes later, the two small metal boxes on the table opened up suddenly. From each box emerged a mechanical flying insect no larger than a mosquito. They hovered momentarily before landing gently on Wu Jiang's hand. Wu Jiang's face was filled with surprise as he leaned closer to inspect the tiny machines. Indeed, these two small things looked just like mosquitoes at first glance. But careful observation revealed that their bodies were entirely made of intricate mechanical structures. Wu Jiang continued to operate the device, and under his control, the two mechanical mosquitoes slowly took off into the air. Can something so small really store such vast amounts of data? Despite having some doubts, Wu Jiang didn't stop his actions. Suddenly, in the next second, on the virtual screen resembling a watch, a 3D holographic figure appeared in front of Wu Jiang. It was Elon Musk. Wu Jiang, you've received the delivery, right? Musk said. Yes, boss, I'm currently testing and experimenting. Wu Jiang responded hastily. Very good. This is your last task. Once completed successfully, you'll be able to leave the base and come to the US. Musk explained. Boss, I understand, but... Wu Jiang hesitated. Will this thing not be discovered? If it's found out, I won't be able to escape. When Li Tianheng discovers it, it will be too late. Besides, these little devices aren't limited to just one or two. Half of them aren't even designed for scanning and stealing information. A confident smile appeared on Musk's face. I see, boss, Wu Zhang replied. Great. Do well on this task, and after this, your future will be smooth sailing. After finishing speaking, Musk ended the communication. Wu Zhang's face revealed a determined expression. Subsequently, he began to direct the two mechanical mosquitoes out of his room, straight towards the experimental factory where Li Tianheng usually stayed. The next day, Li Tianheng woke up close to noon. Now that the workload wasn't as heavy anymore, he decided to relax for a few days. Moreover, all the equipment within the Xinheng base was functioning normally, with all large-scale automated facilities requiring no additional attention from him. Get up. Lunch is already prepared for you. Came a sweet voice, none other than Xiuxian. Is the company not busy? You still have time to cook me a meal? Li Tianheng smiled and asked. It is busy, but isn't it because the little Xinheng robots you designed are too smart? They help me shoulder most of the tasks. Plus, several top-level managers have joined our company recently, relieving much pressure on me. Xiuxian smiled and answered. Li Tianheng nodded. On the Xinheng company side, he hadn't bothered much anyway. After all, technology always comes first. This is great. We haven't even gotten married yet, but we're already leading a post-marriage life, Li Tianheng smirked. Who's leading a post-marriage life with you? Xiuxian instantly blushed red. Although living together with Li Tianheng felt natural, saying things like this still made her feel shy. Good morning, boss. Suddenly, the voice of a Xinheng robot sounded. Li Tianheng rolled his eyes irritably at it. Haven't I upgraded your intelligence system yet? Why are you randomly interrupting? Just now, they were cultivating some mood, but the interruption by Xiaoheng shattered it immediately. It's like this, boss. Just now, my main system detected a string of abnormal code. It appeared briefly and then disappeared, without affecting the machine. However, I still believe that this matter needs to be reported to the boss, Xiaoheng explained. Abnormal code? Li Tianheng looked somewhat puzzled at Xiaoheng. Extract it, and let me take a look. Then Xiaoheng initiated the operation. After about a minute, a series of codes and numbers appeared on Xiaoheng's head screen. At first, Li Tianheng didn't take it seriously, but the moment he saw the screen, his face instantly changed drastically. How could it be possible? The equipment has been breached? In a state of shock, Li Tianheng quickly opened the control panel on Xiaoheng's abdomen and started rapidly typing on the small keyboard. After a moment, Xiaoheng emitted a 3D projection from his forehead. This projection was the hologram of the center laboratory in the Xinheng base. Clearly visible were many sections in the projection showing deep red hues. Indeed, someone has embedded code into my equipment and used this code to steal confidential data from my lab. Li Tianheng's expression and tone were filled with gravity. He continued operating the keyboard as he spoke. How is that possible? Didn't you say all your equipment here is beyond its time, top-of-the-line tech that no hacker could possibly breach? Xiuxian asked. That's absolutely correct. It's impossible for any hacker to intrude through the network or communication systems, Li Tianheng replied. So, how did they do it then? Could their technology surpass yours? Xiuxian paused, considering her own words, and shook her head slightly. That seems unlikely too. If someone had technology superior to yours, why would they bother infiltrating here just to steal your techniques? Li Tianheng stayed silent, still focusing on his operation. After nearly 10 minutes, his gaze suddenly sharpened. All the lights from the holographic projection expanded before converging on a single corner of the experimental center. It's right here, let's go. The hologram displayed a red indicating the position. Guided by this mark, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian quickly arrived at the designated spot in the experimental base. Upon closer inspection, there was an easily overlooked mosquito-like object stationed here. Since it was summer, even if noticed, people wouldn't have thought twice about it. It was common to encounter mosquitoes. But now, Li Tianheng's expression grew stern as he gently picked it up and placed it in the palm of his hand. This mosquito. Xiuxian clearly also observed the anomaly in this mosquito. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it possessed intricate mechanical structures. Chapter 90, Setting a Trap. Is this mosquito the one they used to invade our laboratory? Xiuxian exclaimed in surprise. So far, that's what it looks like, Li Tianheng said, looking at his palm. What are we going to do? Something so small. I think there must be more than just one. If there are too many, then our base. Don't worry, even if there are more, the data it got is what I just modified. Li Tianheng's gaze still carried a hint of seriousness. The most important issue we're facing now is where these mosquitoes come from. Do I even need to ask? Definitely someone is controlling them to fly over here, and then, at this point, Xiuxian's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at Li Tianheng in disbelief. You wouldn't be suspecting someone inside our base, would you? There's no need to doubt. It must have been done by someone inside the base, Li Tianheng replied. How can you be so sure? Xiuxian asked. Because this kind of scanning transmitter can only receive signals up to 200 meters away. Once it exceeds 200 meters from the controller, it becomes unable to move. Otherwise, when I caught it earlier, it would have flown away already. After hearing Li Tianheng's words, Xiuxian's expression became even more serious. The Xinheng Scientific Research Base has now increased to over 300 people, with at least 100 people coming in and out of this lab every day. Without any evidence, everyone could potentially be a suspect. This is almost like searching for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention this person will definitely try every way to hide themselves, Xiuxian said. Let me think for a moment. Just let me think. Li Tianheng fell into a brief contemplation, while Xiuxian didn't dare to disturb him nearby. A few minutes later, Li Tianheng suddenly returned the mechanical mosquito to its original place again, and at this moment, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. For now, don't let this news get out. As long as my current core technology and development isn't stolen, that's fine. Li Tianheng said. Nuclear. Core technology. Just as Yun Shimin was about to say something, Li Tianheng suddenly winked at her. Yun Shimin immediately understood, then hurriedly responded, that makes sense. Compared to the core technology you possess, even if they steal this entire Shunhang base, it wouldn't matter. Yes, after all, it's the spatial wormhole technology. It's crucial for our future interstellar travel. Li Tianheng said with a laugh. You did promise me earlier, didn't you? That you'd take me on future interstellar travels. Yun Shimin continued. That's right. How could I not bring my little darling along? As the two spoke, they gradually moved away from the area. Not long after, the mosquito Li Tianheng had put back here emitted a flash of red light. This light flickered briefly, nearly impossible to notice unless one looked carefully. At this very moment, Wu Jiang was completely distracted from his work. While operating the machine with his hands, he kept glancing at his watch intermittently. Suddenly, his watch flashed twice with red light. Wu Jiang quickly glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention, before starting to operate the device on his wrist. Simultaneously, the earphone tucked in his left ear began playing a sound. It was exactly the conversation between Li Tianheng and Yun Shimin that had been recorded moments ago. Core technology? Spatial wormhole technology. Wu Jiang's face was filled with incredulity. If anyone else said this, he wouldn't believe a word of it. But since this came from Li Tianheng, it carried a considerable amount of credibility. Li Tianheng had created too many miracles and unbelievable things. His claim of mastering spatial wormhole traversal technology was highly credible. I've already been everywhere in the entire Shunhang experimental base. The only place I haven't been to yet is that underground nuclear power plant. Not only me, but probably many others in the base haven't gone there either. If there really is this kind of technology, it must be in that underground facility. Wu Jiang's face revealed a glimmer of fervor. If he could get hold of the spatial wormhole traversal technology, he couldn't even imagine what his future might look like. Li Tianheng, this is all because of you. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Wu Jiang's face, and then he continued typing on the projection device in his hand. To ensure absolute success, he had to be fully prepared. Time flew by, and it was already the next day. Li Tianheng arrived at the entrance of the nuclear power plant. Although there was no spatial wormhole traversal technology down there, it indeed concealed the most core technology Li Tianheng currently possessed. Even the second intimate battle armor that Li Tianheng was making, along with various super devices applicable for interstellar travel, were secretly being modified and developed in this underground base. At this moment, Li Tianheng seemed not to have noticed that a mosquito barely visible to the naked eye was flying close to the ground, then landing right on his pants. Unaware of its presence, Li Tianheng entered the experimental base. Almost as soon as he disappeared from external view, he turned to look at Xiaohang beside him. Xiaohang, scan all signal sources within 300 meters that are currently transmitting signals. Report their locations and lock them down, Li Tianheng said. Okay, boss. Then Xiaohang performed some operations. In less than half a minute, a holographic projection appeared in front of Xiaohang. Inside a factory about 150 meters away from here, there was a red, sending out weak signals to its surroundings. However, just as the position was locked down, the red suddenly sped away from that location. You're too slow, Li Tianheng said indifferently, then with his right hand, grabbed the mosquito off his pants and crushed it. Almost simultaneously, the previously calm Shen research base suddenly became bustling with activity. Dozens of Xiaohang robots, along with many staff members, rushed in one direction. Within 4 or 5 short minutes, Wu Jiang found all his escape routes blocked. I never would have thought. It's you. Li Tianheng walked through the crowd, Yun Shimin by his side glaring angrily at Wu Jiang. Chapter 91, Bomb. This is the trap you set. You intentionally did this to lure me out. Wu Jiang stared at Li Tianheng with an intense gaze. At this moment, he had fully understood the cause and effect of the situation. What core secrets, what spatial wormhole technology, all of that was deliberately said for him. Wu Jiang, to hear. You are indeed too young, too impetuous. This little trick exposed your flaw. If you had just used your brain a bit, thought it through and stayed put, honestly speaking, catching you would have been no easy task. Li Tianheng spoke nothing but the truth. After all, there were so many people in the entire Shunhang research base. If one hid properly, it would not be so easy to uncover them. Wu Jiang, why? Why did you do this? Yun Sherman could not help shouting in anger. Have we been bad to you? Was your salary unsatisfactory? Why did you do such a thing? Ho ho, stop playing these tricks. Since things have developed to this point, there's nothing more to say. Wu Jiang was now taking risks with reckless abandon, staring fearlessly at Li Tianheng. Wu Jiang, tell us who ordered you and confess everything you've done for lenient treatment, Yin Sherman said coldly. Haha, do you think I'm scared? Since I started this, I never planned to back down. After finishing his sentence, a palm-sized remote control appeared in Wu Jiang's hand. As he pressed a button on it, 10 black mechs emerged neatly behind him from all directions. Good trickery, altering the operational codes of these mechs without my discovery. Small Heng didn't even find out, Li Tianheng said, while looking at the mechs behind Wu Jiang. Originally, I planned to take away more, but alas, my identity was discovered prematurely by you. Wu Jiang said calmly. Do you think you can leave this place today? Asked Li Tianheng. It doesn't seem easy to leave right now, however. A sinister smile flashed across Wu Jiang's face. Your intelligence system has only detected these small information-stealing gadgets, but they couldn't detect the other mechanical insects that haven't emitted any signals, Wu Jiang said coldly. What do you mean? Li Tianhong's gaze also turned icy. Wu Jiang didn't speak, but manipulated the watch on his left wrist. After 3 seconds, an ear-splitting alarm suddenly rang throughout the Shunhang base. Sir, microbombs have been detected. Please deal with them immediately. With the words of a small Hang robot echoing, a holographic projection appeared right in front of Li Tianhong, which showed the entire holographic map of the Shunhang research base. In this holographic projection, countless red light spots flickered uncontrollably, unable to be counted by the naked eye. See? Each light spot represents a bomb. When they explode simultaneously, I believe all the facilities in this Shunhang base will be reduced to nothingness. Wu Jiang's face displayed another sinister smile. Wu Jiang, you're crazy. You must be crazy. Xuanhuan screamed. Don't forget, during the event in Alolian City, Li Tianhong risked his own life to save your father and younger brother. What about my mom? Did he save her? Wu Jiang's expression turned ferocious in this moment. You know very well that saving both your father and brother was already miraculous given those circumstances. And yet, you still blame Li Tianhong for not saving your mother. Xuanhuan said in barely contained fury. All this happened because of him, due to his insufficient rescue operation leading to my mother being crushed to death alive. Don't you see? This is clearly caused by Li Tianhong himself. Do you think this matter can be glossed over so easily? Wu Jiang glared at Li Tianhong. Beyond cure. You are simply beyond any cure. Xuanhuan said angrily. Yes, I am beyond cure, so what? Wu Jiang looked briefly towards the horizon and continued. Over the ocean lies the life I want. Once I take all the stolen data there, you'll stay here obediently. Wu Jiang, you. Right, it's best if none of you make rash moves. Wu Jiang looked at Li Tianhong and smiled lightly. The bomb countdown is 60 seconds. You'd better cherish these 60 seconds, since everything here symbolizes Li Tianhong's hard work, and you wouldn't want all this to vanish, would you? As the words fell silent, Wu Jiang had already entered the cockpit of a mech. Warning, microbomb countdown starts in 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57, 56. The alarms sounded wildly throughout the Shunhang research base, while Wu Jiang's mech, along with 9 other unmanned mechs, had already ascended into the sky. Farewell, Li Tianhong. Farewell, Shunhang research base. With that, Wu Jiang took to the air with the 10 mechs transforming mid-air before vanishing from everyone's sight. Hurry, small Hangs. Use the system's supercomputer to stop the bombs. At this moment, all the small Hang robots gathered in front of the bombs and started to defuse them. What should we do, Tianhong? Just let him escape like this. Xuanhuan said. Bu Ganxin, unwilling. The farthest range these mechs can go is 2,000 kilometers. He's flying toward the Eastern Sea, meaning there are definitely people waiting for him out there in the eastern waters, Li Tianhong said. So, you're planning to chase after him? Xuanhuan asked. You mentioned it yourself. Just letting him get away like this doesn't sit well with me. As Li Tianhong finished speaking, a small Hang robot brought over a black briefcase. You're thinking of using that combat armor to chase after him? Xuanhuan said. Exactly, I can't let him take those technologies away. And even before that, I estimate he's already gotten a hold of many of my own technologies. I need to make things clear, Li Tianhong replied. And what about these bombs? Boss lady, the bomb's password mechanism has been cracked. These are only small electronic bombs that won't cause too much damage. A small Hang robot came over, handing a smoking mosquito-shaped device to Xuanhuan. But at this point, Xuanhuan was entirely confused by the word boss lady that came from the robot. Electronic bombs neutralized, danger neutralized. Another small Hang robot approached. In less than a minute, all the bombs installed inside the base were cleared. Before these bombs emitted any signals, the small Hang robots couldn't detect them. However, once activated, they inevitably released signals, making it easy for the advanced robots to defuse them. Danger neutralized, no explosive devices found within Shunhang base. Another small Hang reported. Thank goodness. If this place got blown up, our losses would have been catastrophic. Xuanhuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Stay safe at home. I'll be back soon. Li Tianhong stood on the black briefcase, which quickly disintegrated and transformed, covering his body completely. Amid envious glances from everyone, Li Tianhong soared into the sky heading straight toward where Wu Jiang had vanished into the horizon. Chapter 92, Pursuit. Wu Jiang had already become adept at controlling all the mechs in the Shunhang research base. After all, during this period, Wu Jiang had done a lot of related research for this very day. It wasn't just the mechs in the Shunhang base he was familiar with, he understood countless relevant devices within the base. Even without Li Tianhong, he could independently operate all the facilities and equipment in the base. Li Tianhong, it's all because you forced me to do this. Wu Jiang said coldly, then started a series of operations in the cockpit. After a while, Max's holographic projection appeared before him. Boss, I have successfully obtained all the relevant information from the Shunhang base. I am now flying toward the direction of East Ocean. Oh, have you got all the data? There was a trace of excitement on Max's face. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Yes, boss. But the mech I'm piloting has only a 1,000-kilometer range, and Li Tianhong is likely to send pursuit forces. I need fire support. Wu Jiang said. Okay, deep in the East Ocean, our company's 2 aircraft carriers will establish contact with you. That's great. This way I can smoothly reach the U.S. After cutting off communication with Max, Wu Jiang, driven by unusual excitement, quickly flew through the sky, steering the mech forward. I must say, Li Tianheng, you are simply a godlike genius to have created something like this. Unfortunately, Wu Jiang shook his head, and a trace of regret showed on his face. Thus, with 10 mechs under his control, Wu Jiang flew for approximately 10 minutes. At the edge of the horizon over the sea, he could vaguely see the silhouette of an aircraft carrier. Ha! Goodbye, Li Tianheng. Goodbye, long country. Wu Jiang, it's still a little early to say goodbye. Suddenly, a clear voice came from all around. Wu Jiang looked on incredulously as he saw a humanoid mech accompanying his flight next to the one he was piloting. Li Tianheng, when did you come? Wu Jiang was stunned. Reasonably speaking, the mech he had taken over should be able to detect any flying objects within a kilometer radius. Yet there had been no reaction when Li Tianheng had shown up on his right, which couldn't help but astonish Wu Jiang. This isn't important. What is important is that if you turn back now, I'll give you another chance, but if you insist on your mistake. Li Tianheng, who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide my comings and goings? What right do you have to order me around? Wu Jiang said coldly. I indeed don't have the authority to do these things, but all this is based on you normally coming and going from the Shenheng base. Now you're taking my confidential files, my hard work and results, to serve Mac, and the situation is different. Li Tianheng's figure seemed to project through the cockpit from every angle, and Wu Jiang's gaze darkened further. Li Tianheng, stop saying all this nonsense. Even if I were to repent and return now, would you let me go? Wu Jiang said coldly. Beforehand, I already transported a lot of your technology over there. Either way, once I return, it's life or death for me, so? Wu Jiang, why make things harder for yourself? Li Tianheng sighed and continued. With your mind and talent, there's plenty of room to excel in Dragon Country. Moreover, the entire Shenheng R&D base would protect you. Do you understand the consequences of what you're doing? Don't bother wasting time with useless words. Into US City, East U Country, you didn't save my mom, and from that moment on, I swore, even if I can't destroy you, I will never let you live peacefully, Wu Jiang replied coldly. At the time, you saw the situation. I've done everything I could. And at that earthquake level, not only your mother was lost, many people died in that disaster, Li Tianheng explained. You're lying. You're making excuses. Wu Jiang screamed. Do you think I don't know how you thought? You deliberately didn't save my mom, and you merely warned me, a warning to everyone, that you can easily control anyone's life and death, and in that level of earthquake, you still manage to choose who lives and who dies. Li Tianheng smiled bitterly and said, I guess you've read too many conspiracy theories, connecting one incident to such an extreme. Cut the crap. I know exactly what you're thinking, but I won't fall for your tricks anymore. I will step outside your rules, Wu Jiang roared furiously. You do make some sense. When you have enough strength, whatever you do wouldn't be a problem. But the key is, I already have enough strength right now. You came here all alone to commit suicide, and I'll help you achieve that. As the words fell, a mech not far away directly delivered a punch to Li Tianheng's back. With its massive body and terrifying strength, the mech sent Li Tianheng flying like a cannonball into the sea, causing a large splash of water. Not done yet, Li Tianheng. Let me give you a little surprise. After Wu Jiang finished speaking, all the mechs raised their hands and aimed at the surface where Li Tianheng had fallen. Immediately afterward, countless shells were fired from their arms. In an instant, the place where Li Tianheng had just fallen into the sea was mercilessly bombarded with ammunition, and the firing continued nonstop. Until after 1 minute passed. Ha ha ha, Li Tianheng, do you think you're something special? No matter how talented you are, a corpse has no value, understand? Wu Jiang burst out laughing wildly, looking at the exploded area like a lunatic. You're absolutely right. No matter how capable someone is, they have no value once they become a corpse, especially someone like you. Li Tianheng's voice suddenly spread throughout the cockpit again. Wu Jiang immediately became flustered and looked around in panic. The scanning function inside the mech continuously swept in all directions, but it couldn't detect Li Tianheng's location. Bang! Suddenly, Wu Jiang felt that the mech he was driving suffered a heavy blow. The electrical circuits within the cockpit flickered between light and dark in that moment, and the entire mech lost control, falling into the seawater. You might not know this, but the mech I'm currently wearing isn't on the same level as these big guys. Li Tianheng coldly stared at the surface of the sea. You've made one mistake after another. There are some things that can never be forgiven. Li Tianheng lifted his right hand, preparing to act again, but at that very instant, a sudden wave of intense danger hit him. Instinctively, he moved 5 meters to the left. In the exact spot where he had been hovering just moments ago, a beam of dazzling laser shot through. Next, a bizarre figure rose from the aircraft carrier ahead and hovered in front of Li Tianheng. Chapter 93, Ultra-Electric Field. This mechanical equipment, about the same size as other mechs around it, had a full 10 giant tentacles protruding from its back. These tentacles continuously danced through the air, making it look just like a colossal octopus. It appeared exceptionally terrifying. Yabo, is that you? Li Tianheng quickly remembered. Although this thing was vastly different from what he'd seen at the science fair, particularly in terms of size, the overall design was almost identical, with only 2 additional tentacles. Li Tianheng, long time no see. A hologram materialized above the massive tentacled mech, revealing Yabo, whom he hadn't seen for some time. The events at the hotel are still vivid in my mind. Originally, I wanted to settle our grudge today, but I'm busy with something and can't be there in person. So, I'll say hello this way, Yabo said indifferently. So, Wu Jiang is on your side now? Li Tianheng asked. To be precise, Both he and I work for Mr. Mask. Regardless, since we're colleagues, there's no way I could just sit back and watch you take him out here, Yabo replied nonchalantly. Do you think you can stop me? Li Tianheng asked again. Even though I'm not there myself, this set of equipment can be controlled remotely, so I'm eager to try whether I can hold you back. It was evident from the hologram that Yabo's face flickered with an intense fervor and excitement. The moment his words ended, the huge tentacles suddenly extended all at once, discharging enormous amounts of electricity at their tips, as if they were gathering energy. Ziziziti, 10 tentacles, brimming with horrifying electric power, surged forth like lightning, quickly engulfing every direction. Warning, warning, warning. An ultra-electric field formed by discharge-cutting space has been generated. The area covered by the electric field will isolate inside and outside, and there's a probability of damaging the mech body. Xiaoheng's voice echoed from all directions, making Li Tianheng furrow his brow deeply. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Did Yabo really master such a technology? After all, during the last encounter with Yabo in America, though his skills were decent, they were far from reaching this terrifying level. At this moment, Li Tianheng could feel that powerful electrical currents surrounded him. These currents, manipulated by the giant tentacles in front, formed a massive sphere of electricity enclosing both him and his mech within. Li Tianheng, don't assume you're the only one who can command these cutting-edge technologies. This vast universe holds secrets beyond your imagination. Yabo's cold voice rang out, followed by a sudden rise of another enormous wave across the calm sea. Wu Zhang's mech leapt into the sky, and then a thunderous roar echoed throughout the area. Yabo, kill him. Kill this bastard. You shut up. Yabo also angrily stared at Wu Jiang, sending a shiver through Wu Jiang inside the cockpit, preventing him from uttering another word. Li Tianheng, we have plenty of time ahead. I hope you broaden your vision and don't limit yourself to this tiny planet. Yabo's voice came calmly. And while I'm at it, let me kindly warn you. If one day this planet becomes unsuitable for human life, where do you plan to go with your technology? Well, I've said enough. I believe we'll meet again soon. When his voice faded, Wu Jiang docked with the rest of the mechs onto the aircraft carrier, which disappeared slowly from Li Tianheng's sight. Li Tianheng observed the circular walls created by the massive electric currents surrounding him and refrained from rash actions. Only after about half an hour did the currents weaken significantly. Then Li Tianheng maneuvered his mech through the gaps between the fading currents. Despite that, he could still sense that the currents had caused certain damages to the materials on the surface of his mech. However, the damage had little effect on its performance at this point. Yet, at the very moment Li Tianheng emerged, the giant tentacle mechanism exploded suddenly, turning into shattered limbs falling upon the sea. Evidently, to prevent Li Tianheng from deciphering this technology, Yabo had destroyed the machine completely. This Yabo is somewhat strange, and what did he mean with those last words? Could it be he knows some information regarding the future fate of this planet? Li Tianheng gazed at the horizon over the sea, and a faint smile surfaced on his face. Regardless of what you know or intend, my technology won't be so easily obtained. Having said that, Li Tianheng turned and vanished into the skies. Wu Jiang, back at the Ilong Technology City, finally let out a huge sigh of relief. If Yabo's contraption hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been catastrophic. But fortunately, all obstacles had now been overcome, and he would no longer need to fear any threats from Li Tianheng. At this moment, Yabo, Mace, and their team also arrived. Every pair of eyes fixed on Wu Jiang with fiery intensity. After all, in Wu Jiang's possession was none other than all of Li Tianheng's core technologies. If they could successfully decode and acquire every bit of Li Tianheng's technology, it would bring unimaginable gains for both Mace and Yabo. Where is it? Mace asked Wu Jiang straight away. It's all here. Wu Jiang took out the case while pointing to the 10 black mechs behind him. These mechs are not very useful anymore, considering you've already been able to produce those massive ones. Mace said, looking toward Yabo. No. Compared to these mechs that Li Tianheng has produced, mine are still far too primitive. A flicker of excitement crossed Yabo's face. That kind of powerful transformation ability is a technology one can't yet master. And that is truly one of the most valuable things about Li Tianheng's arsenal. Yabo, after all, was someone who had acquired alien technology before. But precisely because of that, he craved even more to dissect Li Tianheng's relevant technology. And more than anyone else, he was also curious about how exactly Li Tianheng had obtained such technology. Think about it. Even some of the technology he'd gained from that alien civilization wasn't as advanced as what Li Tianheng had displayed. As Yabo took the case from Wu Jiang, his hands were trembling slightly. Let's see what Li Tianheng's core secrets are. Yabo eagerly opened the box, and under his control, the mechanical mosquitoes flew towards the nearby scanner. Those precise mechanical tentacles carefully operated the scanners on the mechanical mosquitoes to start reading and analyzing. Chapter 94. Well done with the task. At the same time, on the computer display, lines of code kept popping up. Alongside them, various design diagrams, 3D projections, and numbers were continuously appearing. The excitement on Yabo's and Max's faces became increasingly intense, especially Wu Jiang. As he looked at the data appearing on the computer screen, his face couldn't help but reveal immense excitement. The more important the data they obtained, and the more confidential the information they gathered, the greater his contributions would be. That way, he would surely gain Max's further trust and favor. 3 minutes later, a smile finally crept onto Yabo's face. Great, we still need some time to digest all this information. I believe that as long as... Yabo didn't finish speaking when his expression suddenly froze. Not just Yabo, but also Max and everyone else turned deathly pale in shock. All the screens in the entire lab went black all at once. Soon after, the blackened screens began to automatically display countless lines of code and numbers that none of them could understand. Wearing. The equipment has encountered a virus attack. The virus is rewriting data in the background. The equipment is about to run at overcapacity. It's recommended to cut off power to preserve some devices. Warning again. Before anyone else could react, Yabo sprang into action. Without hesitation, he rushed to the corner and unplugged all the power sources. But even so, they could still see countless devices around them short-circuiting and smoking, and some large-scale equipment had already started catching fire and burning. What is going on? How could this happen? What exactly is happening? Wu Jiang was utterly confused, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Just as his brain seemed to have gone blank too, on one of the monitors that hadn't been unplugged, a moving image appeared. This moving image was formed by an endless stream of code and numbers that eventually shaped into a person's headshot. And this wasn't just anyone. It was the face of Li Tianheng, the man who they loved and hated with equal intensity. Wu Jiang, you've done well, successfully introducing my virus into the Aaron technology base. Thank you for your enormous contribution and sacrifice. As Li Tianheng's voice echoed through the room, followed by the explosion of sparks from around the monitor. How could this happen? A trace of terror flashed across Wu Jiang's eyes, and his face twisted grotesquely. Li Tianheng, you played me. This was your plan, leading me step by step into this trap to ultimately kill me. Before he even finished speaking, Wu Jiang noticed the ferocious stares of Max, Yabo, and everyone else directed toward him. Wu Jiang was filled with a bone-chilling dread. An unimaginable crisis washed over his soul, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. You saw it too. I'm a victim as well. It's all because of Li Tianheng. Seemingly finding the most plausible excuse, Wu Jiang quickly argued. Yes, everything was Li Tianheng's setup, specifically targeting us. He wanted to create dissent within our ranks. Enough! Yabo's countenance changed drastically at this moment, his horrifying expression making Wu Jiang shiver instinctively and involuntarily retreat several steps. Wu Jiang, so you've been deceiving me all along, haven't you? You never stood by us. It was all for Li Tianheng, right? Max said coldly. No, don't be fooled. This is intentional. It's not what you think. Wu Jiang was nearly crying now. Then explain yourself. What is going on? Max shouted furiously. Do you know how much the equipment here costs? Do you know how much effort it took to build this set of gear? It's not like that. Listen to me. Here's what happened. Thus, Wu Jiang recounted the process from receiving the package, hearing about Li Tianheng's space travel technology, until finally being discovered by Li Tianheng. He told everything hoping to gain forgiveness from Max and others. But what he didn't expect was that after finishing, not only did he fail to earn their pardon, instead, he received scathing insults from them. I ask you, why didn't you say any of this while you were in Long Country, at the Shunhang base? Yabo glared hard at Wu Jiang. I thought Li Tianheng only found out about that one device. As long as one mosquito functioned properly, we could obtain all the relevant data. So I assumed he didn't realize. Idiot, you're nothing but a complete idiot. Yabo screamed. If you were Li Tianheng and discovered something like that, wouldn't you have done a thorough investigation? And this so-called space travel technology, you must have the mind of a pig to fall for such an elementary scam. After he finished his tirade, Yabo kicked Wu Jiang hard. If Wu Jiang had been just a little smarter, it might still be impossible for Li Tianheng to find out who placed those devices. As long as Wu Jiang's identity remained hidden, even if this operation failed, there would always be another chance in the future. But now, alright, I've got nothing more to say to you. All your green cards will be reclaimed, and every cent we gave you will need to be refunded. Max said coldly. No, please don't, Mr. Max. If my green card is taken away, I'll be deported back to Long Country. If I return, I'll definitely end up in jail. With a thud, Wu Jiang fell on his knees before Max. I beg you, please don't take my green card. I've already transmitted a lot of Li Tianheng's technologies to you in the past. At the very least, I won't ask for money, but please let me stay, okay? Can you see any value in keeping you here? Max gasped. I absolutely do. Even Li Tianheng himself said, I'm capable material. Wu Jiang pleaded hoarsely. Haha, how funny. He was merely being polite, and you actually believed him. Max replied indifferently. No, boss. Please don't. Max, there's still some meaning in letting him stay. At that moment, Yabo suddenly flashed a sly smile. Oh, Yabo, what do you mean? Exactly, my gene project needs experimental subjects right now, and this Wu Jiang might make for an interesting choice. Yabo suggested. Good. Then it's settled. Let's keep Wu Jiang around. Wu Jiang, you still have a chance to stay. As long as you can survive the next test I conduct on you, I might even give you everything you desire. Yabo said with a hint of malice creeping onto his face. Yes, tell me what I need to do. Wu Jiang responded eagerly. Come with me. Under Yabo's guidance, Wu Jiang entered a deeper layer of the lab. Chapter 95, Base Renovation. After Li Tianheng broke free from that super electric field, he quickly returned to the Shunhang research base. He didn't talk too much about Wu Jiang, but everyone, including xuanhuan, could tell. Li Tianheng's return empty-handed, and his slightly heavy expression clearly indicated that his pursuit had ultimately ended in failure. Although Li Tianheng had been prepared for this and even planted a virus code in the opponent's equipment, he was still extremely solemn. This was because the technology that Yabo suddenly displayed was just too bizarre. While creating such a thing wouldn't be hard for Li Tianheng either, the fact that someone who originally lacked such expertise managed to suddenly break through within a short time left him feeling a tremendous sense of crisis. If he continued to underestimate it, he feared facing even greater disasters later on. 3 days later, Li Tianheng convened a meeting with all the responsible parties at the Shenheng research base. This is the scene when I was trapped by that machine. You can look at it first. Li Tianheng played the full holographic projection of all the scenarios on the large conference table. This three-dimensional playback could most accurately reconstruct all the scenes from that time. How could this be possible? What is that thing? How could he have made something like that? Xuanhuan looked at the scene of Li Tianheng being confined in the holographic projection with shock evident on his face. In fact, not only him, everyone present was staring intently at the holographic projection. The technology that Yabo demonstrated stunned all of them. Yabo did not display this kind of technology during the science research competition, did he? Was he holding back at the time? Lu Xiuxian couldn't help but say. Actually, this doesn't matter much anymore, but one thing is certain. Yabo must currently be in possession of very advanced research and development technology. That includes mechanical devices akin to mosquitoes, which also don't belong to the technology of this era, Li Tianheng said. And what does he mean by saying those words? Why did he issue that warning? What happens if this planet isn't suitable for human survival? Does he know some secrets? Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Li Tianheng also cast an appreciative glance towards Xuanhuan. Everyone else only noticed that Yabo possessed extremely powerful technology and overlooked the words he had spoken. In Li Tianheng's eyes, that warning was absolutely the real focus. Indeed, why would he randomly say something like that? It's clear that he definitely knows something that relates to the survival of all living beings on this planet, xiuxian beside him said. But no matter what, I think protecting this base is the most important. There shouldn't be any more incidents like before. If someone directly detonates a bomb, we won't even have a chance to defuse it, Lu Xiuxian said. You're right. This is the main reason for me convening this meeting, Li Tianheng said. Boss, what do you plan to do? Another project director looked at Li Tianheng. Li Tianheng did not speak. He walked to the center of the meeting room and waved his right hand in the air, transforming all the holographic projections before their eyes. The holographic projection of the entire Shenheng research base appeared in front of all of them. My rough idea these past few days has been to completely move the entire Shenheng research base independently. Li Tianheng's eyes flashed with a fiery gleam. Huh? Move out. Xuanhuan looked at Li Tianheng incomprehensively. Move where? I think this place is fine, and so many ultra-large pieces of equipment are difficult to move. What I refer to as moving isn't the kind you're thinking of. Li Tianheng controlled the holographic projection in front of him. Centered on the Shenheng research base, he individually cut out this area. Then, under everyone's incredulous stares, the ground within a radius of 30 kilometers was lifted up entirely. Even the underground nuclear power plant that had already been modified was cut out and lifted together. Within a radius of 30 kilometers, the landmass was directly cut into a colossal floating mountain that soared skyward. In the holographic projection, there also appeared a giant conical crater on the surface. The holographic projection demonstrated this with perfect clarity. Simply put, it was to cut out the entire Shenheng research base, including the underground nuclear power plant, using external force. Then it would be modified into an ultra-large spacecraft capable of aerial flight, akin to a space aircraft carrier, though this project was vastly more extensive and massive than renovating a space mothership. Tianheng, are you serious? Could this kind of engineering actually be completed? This is surely hundreds or even thousands of times harder than modifying a space aircraft carrier. Xiuxian was also shocked as she looked at Li Tianheng. It is indeed challenging, but as long as we all work together, it can definitely be accomplished, Li Tianheng said. A fiery gleam flashed across Li Tianheng's face. If there really is some catastrophic disaster on Blue Star, this area could completely rise independently and form a space suitable for human survival. This is the base renovation plan I want to implement. What do you think? If boss thinks it's feasible, we naturally have no objections. After all, the entire project is designed by you. Xuanhuan chuckled bitterly. Only someone like Li Tianheng could come up with such an enormous project. The crucial issue was that not only could he conceive of it, but he also planned to execute it step by step, which was the most shocking aspect. In addition, I will also install large weapons at various positions within the base as well as plasma shields similar to those of a space mothership. Once these are in place, whether external attacks or internal sabotage occur, they won't be able to escape detection, said Li Tianheng. By now, people like Xuanhuan were already dumbfounded. Just imagining the execution of such a plan seemed like an impossible fairy tale. But then again, who else but Li Tianheng could undertake such a colossal task? Since he had already managed to modify a space aircraft carrier, accomplishing something like this wouldn't be so surprising either. Based on my experiments and calculations over the past few days, if we use the regular mechanical forces available within the base for this transformation, it would take roughly a full year, Li Tianheng added, taking a breath while looking at the holographic projection. However, during this period, more large machines can be mass-produced to join the renovation effort. Thus, the estimated completion time for the complete modification of this area is projected to be at most 6 months. Of course, Li Tianheng wasn't announcing this plan for their approval. Rather, he was letting everyone know about the project ahead of time and assigning relevant tasks accordingly. I just have one question. Given this vast territory within a radius of 30 kilometers, with a depth reaching nearly 2 kilometers, how could such a monstrous entity actually be powered enough to fly? asked Lu Xuan cautiously from a distance. Chapter 96. Dangerous Celestial Body. Traditional power units definitely can't achieve it, but installing an anti-gravity system could make it possible. Li Tianheng said with a faint tone. I've been in this base for so long already. Haven't you guys moved past those conventional development ideas yet? Chemical fuel propulsion is a thing of the past. Well, the main issue is that the chassis is just too big. With the added weight, it's probably at least starting from 10 million tons, Lu Xiuxian remarked. As for the power aspect, there's no need to worry. Right now, the only thing that needs handling is the transformation of the entire internal structure. Li Tianheng continued explaining the relevant design details until after 3 hours, all aspects were finally fully addressed. After the others left, Xiuxian looked at Li Tianheng with a somewhat worried gaze. Are you worried that Wujiang will definitely become a big threat later? Sherman asked. Wujiang doesn't amount to much. The real threat is still Yabo. I always feel that this person is too strange. How exactly did he manage to master that kind of technology? Li Tianheng couldn't figure it out, and during the following time, he still couldn't comprehend this question. So he simply stopped thinking about it and devoted himself entirely to the renovation of the entire base. In this way, over half a month quietly passed by, and all the work within the base was proceeding in an orderly manner. Until one day, Zhu Yuanba, who hadn't been seen for a long while, arrived again at the Xuanhuan Scientific Research Base. Accompanying his arrival were 10 tanks transported by air, which could be seen from afar. Seeing Zhu Yuanba make such a grand entrance, Li Tianheng had already guessed the reason for his visit. Brother Zhu, it's been a long time. Li Tianheng ran over to shake hands with Zhu Yuanba. Sigh, don't mention it. The last Zhouhao incident got me severely reprimanded, but luckily, I managed to keep my position. Now, right after the period of reflection is over, I came to find you immediately. Zhu Yuanba sighed and replied. I've been meaning to ask you. Didn't you say you were going to send Zhouhao to the recruit training camp? So how did he end up running away? Li Tianheng asked. There was nothing I could do. One of my subordinates couldn't resist the monetary temptation from Zhou Ran and ultimately let Zhouhao slip out secretly. I wasn't aware of this matter until after the incident. Haha. Luckily this incident has nothing to do with you, Brother Zhu. It's just some secondary liability. Li Tianheng had long since learned Zhu Yuanba's character through various channels. He wasn't the type willing to compromise for money, so as a result, he only received a small punishment, and his position was retained. I also don't come calling without reason. There's something that needs your help, Zhu Yuanba said. Tank modifications? Li Tianheng asked. Yes, exactly tank modifications, Zhu Yuanba replied solemnly. We plan to have a military exercise. Mechs are our distinctive feature, including electromagnetic rifles and other divine artifacts. But military drills have numerous items, so these things are still somewhat monotonous. That's why we thought of you. Li Tianheng nodded as he looked at those smoothly landed tanks. As the king of land warfare, tanks were undoubtedly powerful killing machines. The ocean and sky have their counterparts, space carriers in the sea, transformable mechs in the air. Now, only the king of the ground, the tank project, is missing. For you, I think this is a piece of cake, right? Zhu Yuanba laughed and said. Actually, there's something here you might find interesting. Li Tianheng's eyes became more serious. What happened? Zhu Yuanba quickly asked. Follow me. With a puzzled expression, Zhu Yuanba followed Li Tianheng to his experimental base. Here, Zhu Yuanba once again met with senior figures like Lu Yuanshan, Jin Shani, and even aircraft carrier director Ding Yuanchang. Tianheng, what's going on? Such a big operation. After shaking hands with each of them, Zhu Yuanba looked at Li Tianheng full of questions. Subsequently, in the center of the vast laboratory, a huge holographic projection filled the entire space of the lab. Although Zhu Yuanba had already witnessed Li Tianheng's formidable research abilities many times before, he still felt profoundly shocked at being in the thick of it again. It seemed as if they were all standing in a star system. And when Zhu Yuanba saw that bright blue planet not far away, he instantly realized it was the complete holographic structural diagram of the entire solar system. This is our solar system. This is Blue Star, which is where we're located. Li Tianheng used his hands to zoom in on the solar system, and his deft manipulations made everyone feel as if they were floating in interstellar space. This experience left every single person present marveling at the visual and emotional impact once more. This is Pluto. Everyone knows that modern science has kicked Pluto out of the lineup of planets in the solar system. Everyone nodded. It was a well-known fact that due to its gravity, weight, atmosphere, and other reasons, Pluto had been ejected from the lineup of planets in the solar system. However, now none of this was the key point. The key point came shortly after Li Tianheng zoomed in around Pluto with both hands. A huge celestial body as black as ink appeared before everyone's eyes. I believe everyone knows that Pluto's diameter is 2,376 kilometers. And this celestial body that almost grazed past Pluto, its diameter is exactly 2,300 kilometers, practically the same size as Pluto's. Li Tianheng's gaze carried some seriousness, but what truly causes fear is the massive mass of this celestial body. When it passed by Pluto, it even caused Pluto to nearly alter its original gravitational trajectory, turning it into an accompanying satellite of this celestial body. What? Upon hearing this, almost everyone stared at the holographic projection in front of them with horror. And Zhu Yuanba just looked baffled. He was military-minded, so all these explanations given by Li Tianheng seemed not too relevant to him. Of course, perhaps none of this is even the most important thing. I summoned all of you here, and coincidentally General Zhu Yuanba has also arrived, so I wish to tell you. As Li Tianheng kept operating on the holographic projection, this pitch-black celestial body moved rapidly towards the center of the solar system. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, this terrifying giant with a diameter of more than 2,000 kilometers smashed heavily into Blue Star. In that instant, the entire Blue Star exploded violently. Countless cracks spread outwards from the collision point. The whole Blue Star nearly shattered to pieces the moment this monstrous entity struck, not to mention its surface, which was completely swallowed and annihilated by endless magma and seawater. Chapter 97, Prophecy. You mean this big thing with a diameter of over 2,000 kilometers will collide with the Blue Star beneath our feet, causing the end of the world? Lu Yuanshan stared at Li Tianheng in horror. Ever since we discovered this object, I've been calculating for several days. No matter how I calculate, it always comes to the same result, said Li Tianheng. Can you calculate its speed? How much time is left until the collision? Asked Lu Yuanshan. Exactly 3 months, Li Tianheng replied solemnly. 3 months from now, it will fully meet the Blue Star. Tianheng, have you thought of any way to deal with it? Or do you already know what needs to be done? In such matters, they could only rely on Li Tianheng. At least with the current technology on the Blue Star, there was no way to handle such a terrifying giant. This asteroid has made me realize that the real challenges our Blue Star may face could come from various threats deep in the universe, such as unstable celestial bodies, cosmic rays, solar storms, or even the arrival of advanced civilizations. So, Li Tianheng's eyes filled with intensity, but also a spark of passion. Let's take this opportunity to directly build a super space fortress to address crises like these. At that moment, everyone's eyes were full of astonishment. To be honest, if Li Tianheng wasn't standing there, quite a few people present would have despaired long ago. But Li Tianheng didn't just think about destroying this asteroid. He intended to establish stronger defensive capabilities to counter potential future threats. Although their ages differed, their realms were worlds apart. In something like this, we might not be able to help you much. It's something only you can tackle. Lu Yuanshan said with a bitter laugh. No, you can help, and I must have your help. Li Tianheng responded promptly. Oh, what help can we offer? Ding Yuanshan asked. Space motherships, fighters, bombers, tanks. I need countless such equipment, and the more, the better. Li Tianheng explained. Do you intend to modify the prototypes to achieve the effect you want? Lu Yuanshan inquired. Exactly, that's the plan. Li Tianheng's eyes glowed with fervor. We keep some operational units. Any retired, scrapped, or unwanted units. All of them need to be transported here, just like General Zhu's shipment of tanks. The more, the better. Zhu Yuanba looked helpless. Then what happens to my upcoming military exercise? Zhu Yuanba, this is no time to worry about your exercises. Are you not taking this seriously enough? Jean Caney commented speechlessly beside him. Well, you're right. Zhu Yuanba quickly agreed. My idea is to modify these prototype machines into mech quantum satellites to form an indestructible space fortress. Before the asteroid hits, I'll gather all available energy to destroy it completely. Li Tianheng's tone remained heavy. I plan to name this operation Star Shield. We'll use artificial satellites as shields to break that extraterrestrial asteroid. Are you confident? Zhu Yuanba couldn't help but ask. Old Zhu, are you silly? Whether he's confident or not, don't we still have to act? Or do you have another way? Jean Caney rolled his eyes. You're right. This huge thing just scared me a little. Zhu Yuanba admitted somewhat sheepishly. Well, anyway, I need the prototypes. Whether they're brand new or scrap, the more, the better. Li Tianheng stated firmly. All right, we'll handle that. Zhu Yuanba responded immediately. Still, you guys don't have to worry too much. If I fail, I'm sure the US will have started similar emergency plans synchronously. Elon Technologies resources are likely discussing how to deal with that celestial body by now. Li Tianheng smiled faintly. Only after finding out about this asteroid did he understand what Yabo had meant when he said those words before. He guessed Yabo must have noticed this ominous black celestial body back then, though he hadn't explicitly informed Li Tianheng. This time, Li Tianheng actually misunderstood Yabo. The real meaning of Yabo's words spoken on the sea back then was that when the Orion civilization reached the solar system, the Blue Star would become utterly barren, not referring to this extraterrestrial asteroid that would encounter the Blue Star in 3 months. Yet, just as Li Tianheng had guessed, Elon Tech City was already in level 1 alert status. Inside the massive test chamber, Yabo, Musk, Clark, and a group of other related astrophysicists gathered together, gazing at the holographic projection before them. Just like the trajectory shown by Li Tianheng, Yabo was now demonstrating the orbit of this celestial body. When everyone at the scene learned that a celestial body with a diameter of more than 2,000 kilometers was about to collide with the Blue Star, almost all of them panicked. Only Musk had a gaze that carried a hint of gravity, yet mixed within it was an undertone of barely concealed excitement. Have you calculated the time of impact for this asteroid? Is it 3 months from now, which would be December 12th of the year 2058? Musk looked at Yabo. Yabo turned his head in shock, staring at Musk. How do you know? Do you have some advanced calculating equipment? No, I don't have any advanced calculating equipment. Musk took a breath and continued. In fact, I've known about this day coming 4 years ago, and over these years, I've been preparing for this very day. How could that be? 4 years ago, how did you know? Yabo stared intently at Musk. Not just Yabo, but everyone present was watching Musk, all eager to hear an answer that would satisfy their curiosity. Have you heard of the Mayan prophecy? Musk asked. I've heard a bit about it, but isn't that all hearsay? So is it really true then? Clark couldn't help but ask. It's not mere hearsay. The Mayans had a highly advanced civilization, especially their ability to predict the future, was extremely accurate. Musk paused and continued. I came across this information accidentally 4 years ago in an ancient Mayan text. After a long period of calculation and study, I finally confirmed that the strange writings recorded what we now call Doomsday, December 12, 2058. Upon hearing this, many people couldn't help but look at Musk with awe. If this wasn't coming out of Musk's mouth, they'd definitely think this person was crazy. But the key point was that Musk was a genuine scientific genius who actually believed such prophecies, making it sound even stranger. Alright, stop looking at me like that. This doesn't matter anymore. What's important now is what measures we should take next to deal with this cosmic disaster, Musk said. Since you've been preparing since 4 years ago, it stands to reason you've already devised all the necessary plans by now, another blonde middle-aged man remarked. Chapter 98. Hero. Yes, these years I have been planning the Mars immigration for the arrival of this day. However, the related technologies were not mature enough. But now, Max looked at Yabo with excitement. With Yabo's appearance, and we also stole quite a few advanced technologies from Li Tianheng, the Mars immigration plan can be smoothly launched. This plan was simple and brutal, directly taking people from Earth to Mars. That way, even if Earth explodes, the seed of humanity could still be preserved. However, the drawback was also evident. The current population on Earth had reached 10 billion. According to this number, it was estimated that not even 1,000th of the population could be sent to Mars. The technology is, after all, too limited. Even with Yabo's support, the number of people who could be sent to Mars within 3 months would definitely be limited. Actually, there's no need to launch the Mars plan, Yabo suddenly said. Oh, what you mean is, Yabo currently held an important status in Max's heart, and Yabo basically already dominated all technical projects of the entire Elon Technology City. I will use weapons to destroy that asteroid directly. Yabo's eyes flashed with determination. What? Max and others stared dumbfoundedly at Yabo, as if they were looking at a monster. It seems almost impossible. Regardless of the mass of that celestial body, according to measurements, it has already reached 1,000 times the speed of sound. Even if there are weapons capable of destroying it, it would be difficult to aim precisely. A technician beside them said with a serious gaze. You can't do it, doesn't mean others can't. Yabo coldly said a sentence, then continued. I dare say, Li Tianheng absolutely does not adopt the interstellar fire seed plan. Li Tianheng. Many people unconsciously repeated this name, the dragon countryman who made them terrified and even respect him. Do you think he will take the direct destruction method to deal with that celestial body? Max gasped solemnly. Exactly. There was a touch of madness on Yabo's face. He will certainly do this, and I think he must also have such ability and technology. Many people present were heavy-hearted because these words of Yabo weren't baseless. They had already experienced the strength of Li Tianheng. However, since Yabo prepared to go all out, everyone present was happy. After all, Yabo's current technology seemed not inferior to Li Tianheng. Unfortunately, they didn't know that everything Yabo was about to do was not to save humanity. What he did was just to clear some obstacles for the Orion civilization in advance. I think, if this world really needs a hero, it must be us, only belong to our country. Max suddenly said, I feel the same way. If this asteroid is really destroyed by Li Tianheng, our Elon Technology City will completely lose its dignity in the world. We might even lose most of the market. When the asteroid is destroyed by him, it will also destroy our Elon Technology City. Clark said with a serious look. I agree with this point of view. Another technician continued. In short, if we need a hero, then this hero must be our Yabo. Right. Only Yabo has the qualifications to be elected as the hero of mankind. At this moment, various voices echoed. Yabo saw this scene and revealed a faint smile. If that's the case, then my genetic experiment is almost over. Why not let wuxia, full of hatred, cause some trouble for Li Tianheng? Yabo said indifferently. Oh, the gene test has succeeded. Max said excitedly. It succeeded yesterday. Currently, wuxia and other experimental subjects have entered the state of hibernation and can be awakened at any time to work. Yabo said. Good, that's settled. Max hesitated not a bit. Li Tianheng only knew that Yabo might take the same measures as him to deal with the asteroid, but he didn't know that Yabo was using part of his efforts to deal with him. Currently, the transformation work in Xianxia Research Base was carried out in full swing, and Li Tianheng also allocated 2/3 of his time to start modifying all prototype machines transported here. The whole Xianxia Research Base has never been so busy like now. All large-scale machinery equipment were fully open, and there was a great amount of precision equipment under continuous manufacturing. Even so, Li Tianheng still thought the progress was a bit too slow. Thus, half a month passed quietly. At this moment, on the launch platform in front of Li Tianheng, 2 massive mechanical devices stood there, resembling 2 enlarged black Rubik's cubes. This was the result of Li Tianheng's efforts for a whole month. Although only 2 had been made so far, as long as there were no technical issues with one of these devices, mass production could proceed smoothly. At least to destroy such a large object, 5,000 units of this kind would be required. Li Tianheng controlled the holographic projection in front of him with both hands, and the black cube slowly hovered into the air. At about 50 meters above the ground, the cube suddenly began to transform. In front of everyone's excited yet shocked eyes, the cube turned into the shape of a small spacecraft. Exactly what is the working principle of this? Can something so small really destroy that celestial body? Xiuxian asked Li Tianheng with some confusion. This is my upgraded quantum satellite. 2 quantum satellites can be assembled together, like this. Li Tianheng continued operating, and another black cube quickly transformed. When these two huge objects over 20 meters in size touched each other, they perfectly combined seamlessly. These quantum satellites store enormous energy. When they are assembled, this energy merges and is eventually fired through a cannon aperture to produce tremendous destructive power. Li Tianheng roughly explained the principle of operation. I hope they will serve their purpose. Although the technology and ability Li Tianheng displayed were already impressive, faced with a celestial body the size of Pluto, or even one much heavier than Pluto, Xiuxian still wore a look of deep concern. Relax. Even if it fails, the Shunhanger base under our feet will be ready by then. At least. Li Tianheng turned his head and looked at Xiuxian earnestly. At least, I will definitely ensure the safety of those I hold dear around me, especially you. Chapter 99, Genetic Material. After hearing Li Tianheng's words, Xiuxian also lowered her head shyly. Now she almost spends every day with Li Tianheng, and no matter how long they are together, it never gets boring. Especially the kind of words that Li Tianheng says make Xiuxian feel an unprecedented sense of security. Even if it really is the end of the world, Xiuxian feels like her life has been worth it. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Li Tianheng's mobile phone rang. He fiddled with a holographic projection in front of him and directly used it to answer the call. The figure of a middle-aged woman appeared on the holographic projection. This person was exactly Li Tianheng's mother, Lu Mei. But at that very instant, Li Tianheng's entire body suddenly tensed because standing beside Lu Mei was another person. A person who made both Li Tianheng and Xiuxian feel incredibly anxious right now. Li Tianheng, it's been a while. A sinister voice came through. Wu Zhang's gaze filled with some ferocity as he stared at Li Tianheng. What do you want, Wu Zhang? Don't do something foolish. We can negotiate anything. Li Tianheng fixed his eyes tightly on the figure within the holographic projection. In his wildest dreams, Li Tianheng didn't expect that Wu Zhang would return to the Dragon Country and even found his way home. I don't want anything special. I just want to see you face to face. Wu Zhang said coldly. All right, you tell me when and where to meet. Li Tianheng tried hard to control his emotions. Since he wasn't by Lu Mei's side, any anger or threats wouldn't help, but might even have the opposite effect. Half an hour later, at the bottom of Sanli Slope outside your hometown city. Then Wu Zhang grinned again. Remember, half an hour. If you're 1 minute late, who knows what will happen to your mother, huh? As the call ended, the image inside the holographic projection disappeared quickly. Li Tianheng punched the device in front of him fiercely. This scumbag. I should have put all my strength into killing him back then. Li Tianheng's eyes turned blood red, and Xiuxian stood beside him, full of concern. Don't get impulsive. He knows very well about your current abilities and the type of mech you designed. But still, he dares to come back now. This means he's not afraid of those things anymore. Wu Zhang must be coming here fully prepared. Xiuxian's reminder gradually calmed Li Tianheng down, and his eyes looked forward with ferocity. If so, it's a good time to use Wu Zhang to test these two quantum satellites' power, Li Tianheng said in a sinister tone. He dashed into the lab behind them, and when he came out, he was already dressed in that black armor suit. Tianheng, be careful. I will. The moment the words were spoken, Li Tianheng rose into the air along with two black cubes disappearing among the clouds above. It's still a distance from here to Li Tianheng's hometown, but wearing the exoskeleton, Li Tianheng pushed his speed to its limit and arrived at the outskirts of the city in less than 10 minutes. He didn't rush to the Sanli Slope right away. Instead, he hovered in the air, overlooking the building where he originally lived. Xiaoheng, initiate remote scanning to check if my parents are still in this building, said Li Tianheng. All right, boss. Upon Xiaoheng's command, the mech automatically initiated its scanning function. A moment passed before Xiaoheng's voice came again. Boss, there's no sign of your parents in this building, but I did detect something peculiar. What is it? Li Tianheng asked urgently. It's this. As Xiaoheng finished speaking, a clear image appeared in front of Li Tianheng. The image showed two strands of hair. Such hairs might go unnoticed even if someone walked right past them. Yet this advanced scanning system could easily detect them. What's wrong with these hairs? Li Tianheng asked. According to system analysis, these two hairs contain specific genetic material. Or rather, these two hairs are no longer human genes. Xiaoheng replied. Not human? What do you mean by that? Li Tianheng frowned slightly. Could it possibly be animal hair like from cats or dogs? No. According to gene comparison, these two strands have absolutely nothing to do with cats or dogs. What's most strange is that part of their genetic sequence bears a high resemblance to humans. If we interpret solely based on these two strands of hair, there's only one plausible explanation. Xiaoheng stated. What explanation? The look in Li Tianheng's eyes grew increasingly serious. They are genetically engineered using human DNA. Once the human genome is damaged, other gene segments are inserted for modification, thereby achieving the purpose of enhancing human physical characteristics. This technology is somewhat similar to the cell-repairing agent you used before. As Xiaoheng spoke, he continued to enlarge the gene structure within these hairs and compared them constantly with human genes. After this analysis, Li Tianheng's gaze became even more serious. Are you saying that Wu Zhang's genes have most likely been modified? Extremely likely. Xiaoheng kept extracting analysis reports as he continued. These two hairs were found in the living room where your parents were. They very likely fell during a struggle, possibly pulled out in haste. Around the hair, we also found many other normal human hairs. Their genetic fragments highly resemble yours. When Xiaoheng said this, Li Tianheng's heart tightened suddenly. If anything should happen to his parents, he would never forgive himself. But after my precise analysis, this kind of genetic modification is clearly flawed. Xiaoyang continued while operating. Gene upgrades and modifications require advanced high-tech support. But this type of modification obviously comes with side effects. It allows the person being modified to prematurely expend a large amount of vitality. If the calculations are correct, the lifespan of the person who has undergone such modification will absolutely not exceed 10 years. And as they continue using their genetic power, their lifespan will only keep shortening. It seems like this matter must be related to Yabo. Besides Yabo, Li Tianheng couldn't think of anyone else on this planet who could develop such technology. Wu Jiang, you had better not really do something stupid. Li Tianheng coldly muttered, then turned around and soared toward the Sanli slope in the outskirts. In just 10 seconds, he had already arrived in the air above Sanli slope. He didn't see Wu Jiang's presence, but from a distance of several hundred meters away, he saw a figure he had been longing for. Mom. M.O.M. In the distance, Lu Mei's hands were bound and she was suspended in midair. About 10 meters below Lu Mei was a lake surface, and there were many crocodiles swimming back and forth in the water. Chapter 100, Wu Jiang's Madness. Li Tianheng was greatly shocked at the sight, and immediately rushed to save Lu Mei. Li Tianheng, why are you in such a hurry? Our game hasn't even started yet. A familiar voice rang out. Not far from the ground, Wu Jiang walked out from behind a big tree, holding a small remote control in his hand. Compared to the Wu Jiang they had seen before, it was obvious that he had undergone tremendous changes. The rugged face, the bulging muscles, the fierce eyes, plus the sparse hair on his head, and even the eyebrows which had completely disappeared. All these pointed towards significant transformations. An external examination could clearly verify that Xiaohang's analysis was pretty much spot on. Wu Jiang, don't harm family members. If you have any issues, direct them at me. Why did you tie up my mother? Li Tianheng screamed. Don't give me that useless nonsense. Are you worried now? Did you ever think about how I felt at that moment? Did you ever consider how I felt when I saw my mother die right in front of me? Wu Jiang's expression once again became sinister and terrifying, his deep voice amplifying the ominous atmosphere around him. I said I did my best back then. Li Tianheng replied after taking a deep breath. I know you did your best, so please try your hardest now too, alright? A sinister smile flashed across Wu Jiang's face. What do you intend to do? Li Tianheng asked sternly. How about we play a game, suggested Wu Jiang. What kind of game? Li Tianheng questioned. Let's start at the same starting line, then both dash towards your goal. If I get there first, well? Wu Jiang showed the remote control in his hand casually and continued. I'll press this button, and your mom will drop smoothly into the river. And if you get there first, then I'll let her live because she's lucky enough. What do you say? This game seemed, no matter how you looked at it, favorable for Li Tianheng. Even if Wu Jiang's genes were drastically improved, his speed wouldn't be faster than the mechanical armor Li Tianheng had on. So the only requirement is that we stand at the same starting line? Li Tianheng inquired seriously. Of course, one more prerequisite. Wu Jiang's face twisted with a malicious grin. You need to take off that thing you're wearing. After all, it's a game. Fairness is what games emphasize. As expected, upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's gaze grew serious again. It was clear that Wu Jiang had undergone extensive gene modification, barehanded. There was no way he could run as fast as Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang clearly intended to exploit this fact to leave Li Tianheng in utter despair. You think even if I took off this suit of armor, there's no possible way I can outrun you by sheer effort? Li Tianheng responded. How come not? Wu Jiang looked at his bare chest and stated. Take a look at me, completely without reliance on technology or wearables. Isn't this fair? Although there are no wearable technologies, isn't gene editing technology also a form of science and technology? Li Tianheng remarked coldly. Damn, you've caught me. But it doesn't really matter anyway. The game rules are set. It's just whether you're willing to play or not. After finishing, Wu Jiang suddenly realized something and quickly added. Oh yeah, don't even think about directly grabbing your mother. Please trust me. If your mechanical suit moves fast, there's absolutely no way it can be faster than me pressing the remote control. TSK TSK TSK. Look at those crocodiles. They're starving and can't wait to jump in. Haha. At this moment, Wu Jiang was clearly nothing different from a madman. Every time he thought of the pale, despairing face of Li Tianheng behind the mechanical suit, his heart was filled with an indescribable satisfaction. Son, don't mind me, my son. Your mother has never been afraid of death. Having a son like you, even if I die, I would die proudly. Don't sacrifice yourself for my sake. Listen to me, son. Just at this point, Lu Mei's voice came through. This made Li Tianheng feel even more pain. What use am I being such a son? If I can't even save my own mother, what significance is there in everything I've done? Li Tianheng, I'm running out of patience waiting for you to make a decision. I'll count to 3, after which I'll press the remote control. 1, 2, 3. Alright, I agree. I'll play your game with you. Li Tianheng landed gracefully on the ground, and amidst Lu Mei's desperate expression, the black armor covering his body slowly faded away into pieces, finally transforming into a black suitcase lying at Li Tianheng's feet. Throw the thing to him. Wu Jiang pointed at a foreigner not far away, who obviously had also undergone some kind of modification. Li Tianheng complied immediately, tossing the black suitcase over. The young man caught it effortlessly. TSK TSK TSK. To be honest, I really admire your abilities. You even managed to create something like this. No wonder Yabo and Max repeatedly emphasized you shouldn't be killed, Wu Jiang remarked casually. Cut the crap, can we start now? Li Tianheng replied coldly. Since you're so eager, our game can begin then. Wu Jiang's face once again revealed a trace of madness. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As soon as Wu Jiang finished speaking, his figure shot forward like an arrow, and Li Tianheng could clearly see a long trail of airflow surrounding Wu Zhang's body. It was hard to imagine that this was the speed humans could reach. Although this gene-altering technology had obvious shortcomings, its power couldn't be denied. It was unimaginably strong. It wasn't until Wu Zhang was halfway to the finish line that he suddenly realized Li Tianheng hadn't moved from his spot. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? Is he completely giving up without any effort? Wu Zhang didn't understand what Li Tianheng was doing. In such a situation, even if someone knew they couldn't catch up with Wu Zhang, they would usually give it their all in a desperate attempt. Wu Zhang couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. The initiative was firmly in his hands now. All he needed to do was walk up to the lake, press the remote control, and let Li Tianheng experience that sense of despair. However, Wu Zhang failed to notice that above the lake, two black cubes were hovering within the clouds, faintly visible. The moment Wu Zhang was about to approach Lu Mei, these two cubes suddenly opened in the middle, revealing circular structures inside. A dazzling light emanated from the centers of these structures, followed by a terrifying laser beam shooting down towards the center of the lake. Chapter 101, Instant Kill. At the very moment when the terrifying laser beam shot down, Wu Zhang immediately looked up and noticed the anomaly above his head. The blinding light caused his eyes to temporarily go blind, and his body instinctively froze in place. In that instant, there was a loud bang as the dreadful laser cannon struck into the center of the lake. A violent shockwave surged upwards, directly sending Lu Mei, who was hanging mid-air, tumbling through the air. Almost simultaneously, the black briefcase beneath another person's feet began to move. It darted forward with great speed, and while traveling through the air, it rapidly transformed. In just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Mei, who was in freefall mid-air. This metamorphosing black briefcase turned into a black fluid and enveloped Lu Mei's body within the span of one breath. In the blink of an eye, the entire mech suit had been completely worn by Lu Mei, after which it smoothly landed on the ground. By the time the glow and the impact dissipated, Wu Zhang also opened his eyes, and what he saw infuriated him beyond words. Li Tianheng, you bastard are messing with me. Wu Zhang rushed at Li Tianheng like a cannonball and swung a punch towards his face. But at this moment, an invisible circular light shield appeared around Li Tianheng's body, forcibly blocking Wu Zhang outside. If you only knew the consequences of undergoing this genetic modification, questioned Li Tianheng. Consequences? Wu Zhang smirked coldly and said, the consequence is that I grow stronger, and then kill you with my own hands. It seems Yabo never mentioned the side effects of this genetic modification to you, did he? Stated Li Tianheng. Huh. You think because you have some abilities, you can spout nonsense? Do you really not allow others in the world to be stronger than you? Asked Wu Zhang. Alas, it doesn't matter anymore. Knowing or not knowing about he now is unimportant. Li Tianheng's eyes flashed a hint of icy killing intent. With matters developed to this point, today Li Tianheng must leave Wu Zhang behind no matter what. Li Tianheng, don't be too proud. After Wu Zhang finished speaking, dramatic changes started happening to his body. The muscles in his limbs bulged, his height grew taller slowly, and more horrifyingly, his entire spine was transforming into something akin to sharp spines. In just a few seconds, the present Wu Zhang turned into a 3-meter-tall, muscular giant monster. Li Tianheng, today let's see if your technology or my flesh is stronger. Wu Zhang roared once again before lunging at Li Tianheng. Bang! But in the next second, a black figure charged over and slammed Wu Zhang flying away. Lu Mei wearing the mech suit stood in front of Li Tianheng. Despite being unable to see Lu Mei's expression, Li Tianheng could still sense boundless tenderness in her eyes. Son, it's all yours now. I can't use this thing. Lu Mei's voice rang out, and then the mech suit fell off her and came to Li Tianheng. Mom, put this on well. Li Tianheng handed the quick watch to Lu Mei, and then turned around to look toward not far away. Li Tianheng, I want you dead. The howling roar of Wu Zhang came, and shortly afterward, Li Tianheng felt an enormous force strike against the surface of his mech suit. But Li Tianheng remained firmly rooted where he stood, raising his hands silently and effortlessly blocking Wu Zhang's assault. Genetic modification may be powerful, but the essence of you as carbon-based life has not changed, so. As soon as these last two words were spoken, gun barrels suddenly emerged from Li Tianheng's arms, and a glaring laser cannon fired out. Wu Zhang shot backward like a kite cut loose from its string, accompanied by agonizing screams. Although Wu Zhang's body after modification was indeed much tougher compared to ordinary people, it clearly couldn't compare with the mech suit Li Tianheng wore. Li Tianheng, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Wu Zhang's bellow reached their ears, but Li Tianheng's movements were obviously faster than his voice. Within moments, he charged forward, and the black mech suit arm accurately hit Wu Zhang's chest. Another scream followed. Wu Zhang lay there, blood incessantly flowing from his mouth. It seemed he was left with only his last breath. What made it frightening was that the blood he vomited out was deep brown, nothing like human blood. Of course, his body after modifications indeed no longer belonged to the realm of humans. Xiaoheng, extract some blood samples, said Li Tianheng. All right, boss. As soon as the words were spoken, a needle tube on Li Tianheng's fingertip pierced into Wu Zhang's skin and drew a little of this blood for preservation. Wu Zhang, I'll ask you one last question. Li Tianheng looked down at Wu Zhang and said indifferently, where exactly did Yabo obtain these technologies? Do you know? Your Lao Tzu doesn't know? You can kill or cut me up as you please, Wu Zhang said coldly. All right, if you don't know, then that's that. Li Tianheng stretched out his hand, and a terrifying laser beam fired into Wu Zhang's body, evaporating him right where he stood. Another person nearby, who had been watching this scene with wide eyes, was now backing away in fear. This fellow American, also enhanced through the modifications, could only look at Li Tianheng in abject terror. Wu Jiang didn't know where Yabo got these technologies from. Do you? Li Tianheng walked up to this man and asked. I don't know everything, but I have some idea. The man quickly responded. Just tell me what you know, Li Tianheng said. If I tell you, can you let me go? The man trembled as he stared at Li Tianheng, like death itself. It depends on whether what you say is worth anything, replied Li Tianheng. Well, here's what happened. I once overheard Yabo talking with Musk. It seems Yabo obtained this technology from some kind of alien base, including the technology he had before the science competition. The white man wasted no time revealing all he knew. Chapter 102, Li Tianheng's Curiosity. After the science competition, because he felt threatened by you, he returned to that base and obtained more powerful alien technology. Now, his main target is you. It seems like he's very unwilling to lose to you. So including this attempt to destroy the asteroid, he will try his best to complete it before you. So, in order to prevent me from succeeding first, he even sent you guys to interrupt my research using such despicable means, asked Li Tianheng. Well, I'm not quite sure about that. Maybe yes. The person replied hesitantly. Do you know where the alien base that Yabo mentioned is located? Li Tianheng, who had already mastered various cutting-edge technologies, did not find the so-called alien technology surprising at all. In this vast universe, the strength of advanced civilizations far exceeded imagination, and the planetary civilization beneath his feet was certainly not alone. It seems to be in his hometown, Mozong Town, but I don't know the exact location. Donghua Country, Mozong Town. Li Tianheng was still interested in this so-called alien base, although those technologies didn't seem particularly outstanding. But one must know that this was on launching, meaning there was an alien base on this planet, which indicated that aliens had definitely visited this planet. Where were these aliens from? What were they doing here? These questions piqued Li Tianheng's immense curiosity. All right, you can leave now, said Li Tianheng. Good. Without a second thought, the white man turned and ran, but just at that moment, Li Tianheng suddenly raised his right hand, and blinding light enveloped the scene. Mom, are you all right, Mom? Li Tianheng turned around. At that moment, seeing Lu Mei again brought an indescribable sense of intimacy that made him almost cry. He couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time, or if something else caused an accident involving Lu Mei. Li Tianheng wouldn't know how to face it. But fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. What about Dad? He's over there tied up. I'm not sure why that person didn't seem interested in your father, but it's like he only has a grudge against me, Lu Mei said, with lingering fear. As for him, Li Tianheng sighed. This incident started because of him, and ultimately ended in his hands. After rescuing their father, Li Tianheng accompanied them back home. With these lessons learned, Li Tianheng insisted they go to the base to stay for some time, at least until the asteroid event was resolved, ensuring their safety before they could leave his side. This matter truly frightened Li Tianheng, so Lu Mei and her companion complied with Li Tianheng's arrangements. They set off to the Xinhao research base that night, settling the two elders. As soon as possible, Li Tianheng came to his own experimental base. Tianheng, are you alright? Did anything happen to you? Xiuxian, who was busy in the experimental base, rushed over. Seeing Li Tianheng unharmed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. How could anything possibly happen to me? Li Tianheng patted Xiuxian's head. And what about Wu Jiang? Xiuxian asked. Killed. He killed. Despite having gone through many large and small incidents, hearing that Li Tianheng had killed someone still made her feel uncomfortable. This person was a great potential threat. Though there was a reason, it had to be done. Li Tianheng explained. All right. Xiuxian nodded. What Wu Jiang had done was indeed too much, so Xiuxian did not say any more. In addition, this trip also gave me a little significant gain. Li Tianheng continued. What kind of gain? In Xiuxian's puzzled gaze, the black briefcase beside them transformed into a suit of armor. Then Li Tianheng dropped a drop of brownish blood from Wu Jiang's fingertip into a test tube. This is Wu Jiang's blood. How can it be brown? Xiuxian's face paled further. At this moment, she understood even more why Li Tianheng had killed Wu Jiang. Gene modification technology. Li Tianheng's expression grew solemn. Wu Jiang underwent gene modification, making his body almost impervious to blades and bullets. This was the capital he planned to use when challenging me this time. But he still underestimated the power of my mech suit. Gene modification? Could it be Yabo? He actually managed to master such advanced technology. Xiuxian exclaimed. Not advanced enough, because this kind of genetic modification has enormous side effects. The lifespan of a modified body won't exceed 10 years. However, Yabo didn't tell Wu Jiang about this side effect. Li Tianheng said. You brought back his blood sample, so you plan to crack this technology? Xiuxian asked. Exactly. A hint of a smile flickered across Li Tianheng's face. In fact, his system also had such gene technology for sale. But the required fame value consumption reached 8 digits, and there was no need to purchase such technology now anyway. The gene technology could be extracted from Wu Jiang's blood. If it were merely to upgrade and modify this technology, the consumption of fame value would be greatly reduced, and the technology of Yabo could also be cracked. Why not do it? Little Hang, analyze the blood sample and extract the genetic modification substance from it. With one command from Li Tianheng, the machine started to move on its own, and under Li Tianheng's expectant gaze, relevant scanning and analysis equipment began to perform analysis, extraction, and purification. In just 10 minutes or so, a brand new test tube the size of a thumb was delivered to Li Tianheng. The genetic material has been completely separated from the blood, and high-precision purification and restoration technology has been applied. This is the genetic modification material that the boss needs. Inside the test tube, half a tube of dark red liquid looked particularly eerie, and xuanhuan, seeing it beside him, couldn't help but get goosebumps. However, Li Tianheng was filled with excitement looking at what he held in his hand. His consciousness immediately entered the system. System, come out. Reform the sky, reform the land, reform the air. The super remodeling system is here. What does the host need to remodel? Can the genetic modification material in this test tube be upgraded? Chapter 103, Dialogue with Yabo. Host, please wait a moment. The system is beginning to analyze the material composition. Analysis complete. Ordinary Class C carbon-based gene fluid, through injection and long-term absorption, can transform carbon-based life forms. In a short time, it can significantly enhance carbon-based life forms, even allowing survival in a vacuum for a certain period. However, side effects are evident. The transformation process damages the original gene chain. The new gene is incompatible, which greatly shortens the lifespan of the transformed body. Upon hearing all this, Li Tianheng secretly marveled at the system's power. Without performing any substantial analysis or experimentation, it seemed as though just one glance was enough to know everything about this substance. Class C carbon-based gene fluid can be modified. 2 modification plans are currently provided that could greatly improve the performance of such gene fluid. Plan 1. Upgrade the ordinary gene chain by adding multiple gene adapters to achieve compatibility with carbon-based life forms. The original side effects will be reduced by half, but the corresponding enhancement functions will also decrease by half, and every 6 months an injection is required. Otherwise, all enhancement functions will completely disappear, reverting the individual back to an ordinary person. This plan requires the expenditure of 1 million reputation points. Upon hearing this proposal, Li Tianheng's eyes lit up. In summary, the first plan was to reduce the original side effects by half. Previously, injecting the gene fluid shortened his life expectancy to just 10 years, but after modification, the injection would significantly increase his lifespan. However, obviously this ordinary modification method still struggled to fully eliminate the side effects. But 1 million reputation points were well within Li Tianheng's capacity. Plan 2. Upgrade to a high-class gene chain. Add various gene adapters and multiple gene-enhancing substances, ensuring complete compatibility with carbon-based life forms while eliminating all original side effects. A high-grade gene chain can significantly enhance the physical attributes of carbon-based life forms without causing any harm. Drawback. This genetic chain material is for one-time use only. After the gene transformation, the effect lasts 24 hours before gradually disappearing, turning the individual back into an ordinary person. This plan consumes 3 million reputation points. After seeing this plan, Li Tianheng paused briefly. This plan required 3 million reputation points, but being able to entirely eliminate the original side effects of the gene fluid was an irresistible temptation. However, lasting only 24 hours, the cost was indeed high. Yet for many emergencies or situations, this option would absolutely prove very practical. Most importantly, it had no side effects. Alright, I'll go with plan 2. Exchange it for me. Understood. Deducting 3 million reputation points from the host. Modification plan 2 has been sent. Please confirm receipt. As the system voice faded, a detailed modification plan immediately appeared in Li Tianheng's mind. Compared to mechanical modifications, modifying the genetic material turned out to be much simpler. Even an ordinary person could potentially carry it out if they had access to this plan. After all, the plan provided details on how to combine some new substances and elements for refining and integration. As long as he could find these materials, there shouldn't be any issues. Tianheng, what are you daydreaming about? You haven't said how you plan to modify this gene fluid yet, Yuanshiming asked curiously from the side. Don't worry, the modification plan will be ready soon. Once modified, each of us will have a dose. That way, even if something unexpected happens, we won't need to fear anything. Li Tianheng smiled and replied. Yuanshiming nodded. At this point, she had developed blind confidence in Li Tianheng. Sometimes she even thought that Li Tianheng was capable of anything. If he said he could accomplish something, then it would certainly get done. Over the next 2 days, Li Tianheng smoothly handed over the satellite destruction project to others and focused entirely on finding the modification plan for the gene fluid. It took 2 days, but finally, through various channels, he managed to gather all the necessary materials for the modification. Next, handing the task over to Little Hang would suffice, and Li Tianheng had another thing to do. Yabo, Mesk, let me show you my skills today. With a series of operations on his computer, Li Tianheng summoned the already mass-produced quantum satellites above his head to begin working. At this moment, inside the experimental cabin of a lone technology city, Yabo was continuously designing and manufacturing products. The massive asteroid was getting closer to Blue Star, and time was becoming increasingly urgent for him. After Wu Jiang's failure, he no longer had time to investigate responsibility or research ways to upgrade gene-modified products. But at the very moment he was operating the program in front of him, all the computer display screens centered around him suddenly went black. Not only at Yabo's location, but throughout the entire Alone Technology City, all electronic devices went black almost simultaneously. Before Yabo could figure out what had happened, a person appeared on all the display screens. This person was none other than Li Tianheng, who was far away at the Shunheng research base in Long Country. Yabo, we meet again. At this moment, Yabo felt as if he had seen a ghost, and his body instinctively took several steps backward. All the machines here were deeply encrypted. Even the world's top hackers working together couldn't possibly breach them. Don't panic. I came specially to talk to you, just for a brief chat, Li Tianheng said indifferently. What do you want to talk about? Yabo, having recovered his composure, now stared coldly at Li Tianheng on the screen. You should be fully aware of the missions we both bear. During this time, I don't want something like what Wu Jiang did to happen again. If you believe your technology is stronger than mine, then this is your chance to demonstrate it. Not by using such dirty and despicable tricks against me, Li Tianheng said mildly. Imagine this. If you really defeat me, but your technology isn't sufficient to destroy that celestial body, can you afford the consequences? Yabo fell into a brief silence. Although he was annoyed inside, he had to admit that what Li Tianheng said made perfect sense. And through this conversation, you should clearly understand that if I wanted to destroy you or your equipment, even the whole alone technology city, it would be entirely feasible from a technical standpoint. But as you can see, I haven't done that. Though I am also preparing for this matter, I don't have 100% certainty either. So, I just want to tell you that any grievances between us might as well wait until after we resolve this problem. What do you think? Li Tianheng's tone was calm, and precisely this calmness, along with these seemingly condescending words, caused Yabo's expression to become vicious once more. Do you really think your technology alone can destroy everything here? Yabo screamed. Don't you believe me? How about I give you a demonstration? Li Tianheng smiled faintly on the screen, then continued. The holographic projector 3 meters to your right is completely designed and manufactured according to my plan. Right now, I can make it collapse directly. Do you believe me? As soon as the words left his lips, 3 seconds later, under Yabo's shocked gaze, that holographic projector started sparking where it stood, before short-circuiting and becoming completely non-functional right there. So, do you understand now? It's quite easy for me to accomplish all this. I hope you'll listen carefully to my advice. How does that sound? Li Tianheng reiterated. Chapter 104. Gift. Yabo's dark gaze held more shock than anything else. He was on the opposite side of the planet from Li Tianheng, yet it seemed as if the other were right beside him, casually controlling all the equipment around him. This also meant that the firewall Yabo had set up was completely useless to Li Tianheng. Although you are reluctant to admit it, you think my existence is a great threat to you. You want to be the one who controls the most advanced technology on this planet. But unfortunately, Li Tianheng said indifferently, no matter what you do or what means you use, some things have already become unchangeable for you. Yabo's face bulged with veins. Li Tianheng's provoking words made him so furious that he wanted to rip his face apart immediately. But I still want to say the same thing. Before we settle the issue between us, please deal with the black celestial body rushing towards us first, okay? Li Tianheng said indifferently. Okay, deal. Yabo gritted his teeth and said, though he was very unwilling, though he desperately wanted to tear Li Tianheng apart, Yabo had to admit the other had a point. Even someone like Li Tianheng did not have 100% certainty in destroying that object, and Yabo certainly lacked absolute confidence as well. Well, I hope you'll keep our verbal agreement. Let's see who ends up destroying that asteroid in the end. After saying this, Li Tianheng cut off communication. All of Yabo's equipment resumed functioning normally again, showing no signs of intrusion. Only the holographic projection device beside him was still smoking, as if reminding Yabo that everything he had just experienced was not an illusion. Damn it! Yabo slammed his fist onto the keyboard in front of him, completely ignoring the sharp pain in his hand. The humiliation Li Tianheng inflicted upon him far surpassed the physical pain in intensity by 10-fold, 100-fold. Yabo, what's wrong? What happened to our equipment just now? Max rushed in, seeing Yabo with bloodshot eyes. Li Tianheng, he just hacked into our system, causing all the technological equipment in Aaron Technology City to malfunction temporarily. Yabo growled through gritted teeth. How could that be? Didn't you say that the program you designed was impenetrable even to the best hackers? Max looked at Yabo shocked. Unfortunately, Li Tianheng is not an ordinary hacker. After taking a breath, Yabo continued. All plans aimed at dealing with Li Tianheng are hereby cancelled. We must focus all our resources on combating that asteroid. Alright. Okay. Max nodded. Based on Yabo's decision, it was clear that he was once again at a disadvantage in his game against Li Tianheng. To be honest, compared to the threat from outer space, their personal feud was nothing significant at this moment. Yabo once again threw himself entirely into research. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng exhaled deeply and leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the screen in front of him for a long time. While infiltrating Yabo's network appeared effortless on the surface, it had actually cost him immense strength. Just mobilizing the quantum satellites alone involved over 100 units, and even then, only a minor flaw in Yabo's design program was uncovered. There was no doubt that the forces Li Tianheng had just deployed were enough to easily destroy all electronic communication systems of a country, perhaps even paralyze all systems powered by electricity and wireless signals. Yet, despite this, it had taken enormous effort for him to barely infiltrate Yabo's system. This naturally made Li Tianheng even more curious about the extraterrestrial technology that Yabo had acquired. Where had it come from? After resting for a while, Li Tianheng found xuanhuan. I'm planning to go to Dongyue country. Are you interested in coming along? What will we do in Dongyue country? xuanhuan looked at him, somewhat confused. To uncover how this genius named Yabo was formed, Li Tianheng replied. xuanhuan looked full of bewilderment. Don't ask so many questions, I'll tell you everything on the way. Just answer whether you're coming or not. Of course, I'm going. Haven't we agreed that wherever you go, I'll follow? xuanhuan smiled sweetly, making Li Tianheng want to rush forward and bite her a few times. Since you've decided to come, I'll give you this gift in advance. Li Tianheng said with a smile. What gift? Xuanhuan looked at Li Tianheng curiously. Follow me. With Xuanhuan brimming with curiosity, she followed Li Tianheng down into the underground nuclear power plant. As the most core and confidential technology experimental cabin of Li Tianheng, everything visible to the naked eye here absolutely represented the pinnacle of his strongest core technologies at present. Even Xuanhuan didn't often come down here, so after descending, she couldn't help but look around curiously. A few minutes later, Li Tianheng smoothly arrived at his personal mech experimental cabin. After opening the heavy metal door, a slightly smaller black mech was revealed before Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan. However, from its overall design and outline, it was almost identical to the one Li Tianheng wore. What do you think? Am I handsome or not? Li Tianheng smiled as he approached it. This mech is the same as yours. Could it possibly be for me? Xuanhuan looked at Li Tianheng in disbelief. Exactly. This is the gift I want to give you. Li Tianheng smiled faintly and then pressed a button nearby. The humanoid mech quickly transformed into nanofluid, becoming a black briefcase. Come on, try it on. It's custom-made according to your height and size, and it should fit your body perfectly, Li Tianheng said. Xuanhuan's heart was pounding. Although she was a girl, she had been fascinated with super technology since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to independently design a large-scale super mech like the Black Knight. Although Li Tianheng thought that mech lacked significant technical merit, for Xuanhuan, achieving that was already quite impressive. The sight of this object before her offered absolutely no resistance. Tianheng, I love you to death. Xuanhuan leaned over and kissed Li Tianheng hard on the cheek, then without hesitation, stood on top of the briefcase. Actually, she had never told Li Tianheng, but she had secretly longed for a mech like his. Given Li Tianheng's heavy responsibilities and lack of spare time to focus on such things, Xuanhuan had never brought up the matter. She had never expected that Li Tianheng had already quietly prepared all of this for her in secret. As soon as her feet touched it, the black briefcase beneath her feet turned into a fluid-like metal, climbing up and covering her entire body. My goodness, it's too cool. Simply too cool, Xuanhuan exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 105. Extremely Sinister. The helmet has infinite sensors connected to your brain, and this mech suit is easier to handle than the previous large mechs. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, Xuanhuan was already seen controlling the mech and walking up to Li Tianheng. The entire process was smooth and effortless. For someone like her who could pilot a large mech, controlling this close-fitting mech was as easy as pie. A few minutes later, how about it? No issues, right? Li Tianheng asked. No problems. I've already mastered its operation, Xuanhuan replied. Then let's head out directly, Li Tianheng said. Where to? Yabo's hometown, Mozong Town. With that, Li Tianheng also appeared wearing the same mech in front of Xuanhuan. The two held hands seamlessly and ascended through the underground passage, emerging into the skies above Shenheng technology. Subsequently, they transformed into two meteors and disappeared into the horizon. On the way, Li Tianheng gave a general explanation of the situation. By the time they approached Dongyue country, Xuanhuan had a full understanding of everything. Tianheng, will we just enter their airspace like this without being detected by their interception systems? Xuanhuan asked with some concern. Don't worry, the most advanced stealth technology isn't something to joke about. If we didn't have this capability, would I be able to come here? As Li Tianheng finished speaking, his figure disappeared from sight, even losing all signal trace. My goodness, is it really this magical? Xuanhuan couldn't believe her eyes. What current technology referred to as stealth meant radars couldn't detect it, but it could still be seen with the naked eye. But at this moment, Li Tianheng had vanished right before Xuanhuan's eyes, which once again stunned her. You can directly control it with your consciousness. The mech has fully synchronized with your awareness, Li Tianheng said. Alright, let me try. Xuanhuan immediately used her consciousness to control the mech, and within 2 seconds, her mech also completely vanished into invisibility. This way, none of the enemy's interception systems will find us. Li Tianheng took Xuanhuan's hand, and the two soared through the clouds. Li Tianheng locked onto the location of Mozong Town through the mech, and the two invisible mechs headed straight for Mozong Town. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Li Tianheng only knew the general location of Mozong Town. The exact location of the alien base still needed to be found. After removing their mechs, the two entered Mozong Town as ordinary people. The buildings in the town were relatively dense, but it was clear that there weren't many people around, with many houses already long abandoned. After 2 minutes of walking, they finally encountered a middle-aged woman outside. Li Tianheng quickly went up to her and called out, "Excuse me, may I disturb you for a moment?" Li Tianheng conversed fluently in English. "Hello, you are." Clearly, Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan looked like Easterners, and foreigners rarely visited their tiny town, so naturally, the woman was very surprised. "Oh, we're looking for a friend and want to ask where he lives," Li Tianheng hastily said. "Looking for a friend?" The woman looked curiously at Li Tianheng. "Who are you looking for?" "Yabo. Yabo who used to live in this town. Could you tell us where he lived?" Li Tianheng asked. "Yabo. Yabo." Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly changed, as if she remembered something terrifying. I haven't heard of him. There's no one here by that name. You'd better leave." The woman's face was filled with endless terror, as if she had seen a ghost, and she hurriedly left. This scene greatly piqued Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan's curiosity. What's going on? Yabo isn't a devil. Why are people so scared just hearing his name? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. I don't know. Let's ask someone else. Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan continued moving forward. They soon encountered a middle-aged man. Like before, Li Tianheng straightforwardly asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Yabo lives?" "Yabo, Yabo." The reaction was almost identical to the woman's. This tall man's face was also filled with terror. I don't know any Yabo. Ask someone else." After finishing, the man turned to leave, but Li Tianheng quickly grabbed him. "Uncle, can you please calm down? We just want to ask where he lives, his address. If you tell me, that's all," Li Tianheng said. I advise you not to inquire about this. It's no joke," the man said. "What exactly is going on? Why are you so afraid of Yabo? He's just a young man, and he even gained recognition in the scientific community. Why do you fear him?" Xiuxian couldn't help but say, "You. Who exactly are you, and why are you asking about him?" the man asked. "Just some connection with him. We want to understand his past," Li Tianheng replied. "His past?" After saying this, the man forced himself to suppress the terror on his face and continued, "Then, follow me." Li Tianheng and Xiuxian let out a sigh of relief. There were only a few people left in this small town, and if they kept asking around, no one else would be able to give them answers. The Yabo family was very strange. More precisely, Yabo himself was very strange, the man said as he walked. "Could you be a little more specific? What made him strange?" Li Tianheng asked. As he claimed, when he was a child, he could hear the calls of insects, fish, birds, and beasts. More specifically, he could hear what these creatures were saying. "Don't you think such an ability is strange?" the man said, his voice laced with a bit of terror. Li Tianheng and Xiuxian furrowed their brows. They indeed had never heard of anything like this before. A human being actually understanding the prophecies of birds and beasts further piqued the curiosity of both of them. But these weren't truly strange things. The truly strange happened when he was 4. Well, whether it was 4 or 5 years old, I forget, but around that time, he said he heard some creature calling him, beckoning him to come over. His parents absolutely refused to let him go, however. The man took a deep breath and continued. Eventually, he ignored his parents' watchful eyes, slipping away from home at night by himself. For 3 whole days and nights he was gone, during which practically everyone in the entire town was frantically searching for him. It wasn't until we found him by a cliffside. Chapter 106, Radiation Power. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng composed himself, and it seemed quite likely that Yabo's departure from home was closely related to the alien base. Apparently, the first person to find him, Sana, said that the boy had blue light flashing in his eyes, and there was even blue fire burning around his body. Stranger still, he hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, but didn't feel any hunger at all, instead being full of energy. Later, he returned home. However, precisely after this trip back home, disaster struck his parents. At this point, the man's face was filled with indescribable fear. He continued, "About 2 days later, people heard screams coming from Yabo's house. Then a group of us rushed inside only to find Yabo's parents dead. It was said that Yabo had a knife in his left hand and a half-beating heart in his right hand, which he was chewing on in large bites." "Dear God, stop, don't say any more, Puk." Xiuxian, standing beside, couldn't help but retch. Just imagining the scene was terrifying enough. So roughly, that's how things went. Later, Yabo was taken away by the police, but because of his young age, he lacked the ability to bear criminal responsibility. Moreover, the hospital reportedly discovered some damage to his brain, so the matter was dropped. Yabo never came back afterward. They said he grew up in an orphanage in the city. After hearing these words, Li Tianheng's expression grew graver. It was clear that everything happening had an inseparable connection to the alien base. "Excuse me, do you know where Sana found Yabo?" asked Li Tianheng. "You. What do you intend to do?" The man looked at Li Tianheng with terror. "Please, tell us. This is very important to us," Li Tianheng said earnestly. "I know the place, but I dare not go. I can only mark it on the map for you. If you wish to go, you have to go yourselves," the man responded. "All right, no problem." So the man marked the location on Li Tianheng's phone before looking ahead. There, that's where Yabo used to live as a child. It has been uninhabited for more than 10 years now, and no one dares to come here. It's pretty much abandoned. "Thank you," said Li Tianheng. "Youngsters, let me advise you to proceed cautiously. Yabo is extremely strange," the man warned, then left like the wind. Li Tianheng stared gravely ahead. At that moment, Xiuxian felt a sudden gust of cold wind and instinctively moved closer to Li Tianheng, clutching his arms tightly. "Tianheng, I'm scared. It was just an abandoned house." But after hearing that story, Xiuxian viewed the small building as if it were the gate to hell, lacking even the courage to step inside. "Since we've come this far, we need to check it out." Li Tianheng tightly held Xiuxian's hand, saying, "If you're scared, you can wait here. I'll go in alone." No, let's go together." Seemingly remembering something, Xiuxian placed her black handbag at her feet and stepped onto it, putting on the mech suit. "With this on, I feel fully secure. Let's go." Li Tianheng chuckled wryly. There wouldn't possibly be any advanced technology inside this building. Wearing the suit was purely unnecessary. And if there really were ghosts inside, the mech suit probably wouldn't help at all. Still, Li Tianheng said nothing. As long as Xiuxian was happy, it was fine. The two thus walked side by side into this building, long abandoned for over a decade. A common family layout greeted them, but every corner was covered in dust, a setting almost indistinguishable from scenes in horror movies. This must be Yabo from his childhood. Li Tianheng saw several photo frames on the cabinet. Despite the dust obscuring their contents, faint outlines could still be seen. In the frames, the family of 3 appeared joyful and harmonious, contrasting starkly with the chilling story told by the man. It was unimaginable how such a lively and cheerful young Yabo could raise a butcher's knife against his own parents, committing those horrifying acts. Tianheng, Xiaohang alerted me. There's unusual radiation here, Xuanhuan suddenly said. Oh, Li Tianhong's expression changed instantly. He quickly wore the mech suit and started scanning. Soon, he found some pale blue material in a corner of the living room. These substances were impossible to detect with the naked eye, but through the scanning system of the mech suit, they could be seen clearly. Xiaohang, analyze and detect what these things are, Li Tianheng said. Okay, boss. Xiaohang began analyzing the substances while Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan walked around the small house. Aside from these findings, they did not discover anything else unusual. Soon they came to a room, which by its furnishings appeared to have been for a child's use. It was obviously where Yabo had slept and lived as a child, so Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan began examining it carefully. What's drawn on this? Xuanhuan picked up a notebook, shook off the dust, and the contents became clearly visible. On the cover, there was a drawing of a creature resembling something that crawled, its entire face dominated by an enormous mouth. The teeth inside looked like saws, looking especially grotesque and horrifying. This looks like that old movie, the one. Alien. Yes, just like the creatures in Alien, Xuanhuan said. You're a girl. Shouldn't you be terrified of such things? Why would you watch horror movies? Li Tianheng replied sarcastically. The scarier it is, the more I want to see it. You wouldn't know. I've watched all 7 Alien movies. After speaking, Xuanhuan added curiously. I wonder if Yabo drew these. I don't think he did. He was so young. How could he draw such realistic pictures? As she flipped through the pages, Xuanhuan's expression gradually grew serious and even fearful. Look at these drawings behind here. These spaceships and these planets. They look like our solar system. Li Tianheng took the notebook over and read through it carefully. Indeed, as Xuanhuan said, the notebook contained depictions of the solar system, but beyond that, these constellations don't seem to be from the solar system. And those ships, fleets. Li Tianhong's gaze also turned solemn as he suddenly remembered that Yabo had possessed alien technology. Could it be possible that what he'd drawn in these images was part of the civilization associated with the alien technology he had acquired? Chapter 107, Alien Base? Having thought about this, Li Tianheng continued to flip through the rest of the book. However, the content in the entire book was more or less the same. One could not entirely conclude that these illustrations were drawn by Yabo, nor could it be determined if their content was actually related to alien technology. Just then, Yabo noticed once again the dusty cabinet nearby, filled with all sorts of alien figurines. Additionally, there were various cartoon models from sci-fi movies, filling more than half of the cabinet. This Yabo certainly has unique interests. If ordinary children saw these, they'd probably have cried in fear long ago, Xuanhuan said from the side. It seems that Yabo's childhood is indeed different from others, Li Tianheng remarked. Without even needing to think, he killed his own parents. My goodness, I'm actually in the room of someone who murdered their own parents. As she recalled this, Xuanhuan's tone became full of panic again. The moment she remembered what the middle-aged man had told her, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel utterly terrified. This was something only a devil could do. Well, speculating about these things here is meaningless. Let's look instead for clues about that so-called alien base. Li Tianheng glanced around and walked outside. But one thing we can affirm is that all of Yabo's actions are undoubtedly closely related to that alien civilization. After leaving the house, Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan followed the map until they quickly arrived at the place marked by the middle-aged man. This place looks unremarkable. There's nothing special here. In front of them stood a cliff approximately 100 meters high, surrounded by wild grass, occasionally showing some trees several meters tall. Other than that, there truly wasn't anything unusual here. The blue radioactive substance still exists. Li Tianheng found out the anomaly of the place with the mech scanning device almost instantly. Yes, but it seems like this isn't the source. It's over there. Xuanhuan pointed to the right. Thus, guided by these blue substances, they moved forward continuously. About 10 minutes later, the two came to an area smooth as if carefully measured afterward built on. At the center of this flat terrain was a clearly visible opening. It's there, beneath that opening. That's the source, Xuanhuan exclaimed in surprise. Through the scanning device, Li Tianheng discovered that all around were similar blue energies, and these substances reached unprecedented concentrations at the black opening. You stay here. I'll go down and take a look. Li Tianheng looked at Xuanhuan and said, No, don't leave me alone. I'll go with you. Xuanhuan immediately grabbed Li Tianheng's arm. Although dressed in the mech suit, this desolate place felt extremely ominous. Moreover, the images of Yabo killing his parents flashed before her mind from time to time, making her feel incredibly frightened. All right, let's go down together. After checking the mech suit and finding no problems, Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan rose into the air and entered the crater-like opening. It was pitch black at the bottom of the cave. Suddenly, tiny drones the size of Li Tianheng's thumbnail emerged from behind the shoulders of his mech suit. These drones rose into the air and spread out in all directions while projecting intense beams of light, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Then, under the stunned gaze of Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan, a crystal-like statue lay directly in front of them. This statue was almost identical to the alien figurine they had seen in Yabo's room. How can such a thing exist here? Could this really be? Even though she already knew about this beforehand from Li Tianheng, standing here personally made Xuanhuan feel unbelievably astonished. It appears that this is the so-called alien base. But it doesn't seem like there are any living creatures here. Xiaohang had already begun automatically scanning the area, but did not detect any signs of life anywhere. Let's check inside. Li Tianheng pointed to the door in the front left. Xiuxian nodded, yet she still instinctively stayed close to Li Tianheng, fearing that monsters might suddenly appear from somewhere. Even though the mech equipment had already scanned and confirmed there was no danger here, Li Tianheng still cautiously entered the door. Under the light of the mini drones, the entire interior environment appeared before Li Tianheng. It looks like an accident happened here, causing these devices to collapse. Various kinds of blue crystals and some metallic objects were scattered everywhere, though fortunately, it was still barely passable in certain areas. Warning, warning. Unknown anesthetic substances detected. Do not remove the mech suit. Almost simultaneously, both Li Tianheng and Xiuxian heard the warning issued by Xiaoheng. Anesthetic substances? Li Tianheng was a little puzzled. With his naked eye, he could see that there was still considerable space further inside, so Li Tianheng wanted to move forward through some passages. But right at that moment, monster, monster. Beside him, Xiuxian screamed before throwing herself onto Li Tianheng. Li Tianheng quickly maneuvered around Xiuxian, only then spotting a mummified corpse lying under the glare of intense light. This sight made even Li Tianheng involuntarily gasp in shock, let alone Xiuxian. Thankfully, they were wearing their mech suits, and since he was in front of Xiuxian, he felt obligated to act bravely at least. Thus, Li Tianheng pretended to be calm as he patted Xiuxian's shoulder. Don't worry, it's just a dried-up corpse. I'm here, you don't need to be scared. After consoling her, Li Tianheng crouched down for an inspection and realized that this corpse seemed unusual. Even on the brink of death, its hands were clutching an AL automatic rifle, and the entire body was fully equipped with combat gear. The deceased wore a bulletproof vest, and even the pants were reinforced with ballistic material. Around the waist hung 2 tactical knives and an entire row of ammunition magazines. Upon checking the backpack, Li Tianheng found all sorts of survival and medical supplies inside. It seems like he was a mercenary, Li Tianheng said somberly. Could it be that he came here upon discovering the abnormality, fully armed, only to get wiped out? Sky Sailor, xiuxian, there are more here, over there, everywhere. Xiuxian's piercing scream rang again. Due to the collapsed debris obstructing the view when they entered, and combined with the shadows cast from the glowing dome above, Li Tianheng had missed seeing it earlier. Now, viewing it from another angle, Li Tianheng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath once again. Chapter 108, Lighting Up the Base. In the areas that had not yet been buried, there were corpses everywhere, numbering at least several dozen. This didn't include those obscured by the debris. This place is truly extraordinary, said Li Tianheng. Tianheng, maybe, we should just leave. It's too terrifying. Xiuxian whispered softly as she edged closer to Li Tianheng. Since we've already come this far, we should at least get something valuable before we go, Li Tianheng replied with a smile. By now, he was no longer so frightened. After looking around, he said quietly, Xiaoheng, scan these bodies and determine their time of death and cause of death. Understood, boss. As Xiaoheng's voice sounded, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian carefully moved through the mass of corpses, stepping over collapsed debris until they reached the end of the underground space. There, Li Tianheng saw what appeared to be a massive blue crystal surface, on which was imprinted a handprint. But this handprint had only 3 fingers, making it appear extraordinarily eerie and sinister. Li Tianheng raised his hand, and a faint green glow enveloped and illuminated the handprint. He and Xiuxian then clearly saw a palm print engraved onto the 3-fingered imprint. Xiaoheng, replicate this palm print and compare it with Yabo's, Li Tianheng instructed. Understood, boss. After just 3 seconds, Xiaoheng spoke again. Boss, after comparison, this palm print indeed belongs to Yabo. It seems this place truly holds Yabo's secrets, Li Tianheng murmured to himself. Boss, analysis complete. These people died 2 months ago. The cause of death was paralysis induced by an unknown anesthetic agent, followed by being drained of all blood, moisture, and bodily fluids, Xiaoheng continued. 2 months ago, Xiuxian's eyes lit up. That would match the conclusion of the science research competition, wouldn't it? It looks like Yabo came back here after the competition ended. He probably brought mercenaries with him. Upon Xiuxian's reasoning, the entire sequence of events became clear. In other words, 2 months ago, he came here likely to retrieve the most powerful scientific technology available. This must explain why Yabo's capabilities suddenly advanced so rapidly, Xiuxian added. You're brilliant, as always, Li Tianheng smiled. But none of that matters now. I'm more curious about what kind of alien civilization left this behind, and why they ended up here. Looking around, Li Tianheng noticed many areas were already buried, making it impossible for him to inspect every corner. Since this has Yabo's palm print, it definitely indicates this place served as some sort of activation switch. Perhaps we should give it a try? Xiuxian suggested. At this point, it seems like we have no other choice. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianheng placed his armored right hand on the surface, simultaneously channeling a surge of energy from within his mech armor into the device. A thunderous rumble reverberated across the ruined site. Tianheng, don't tell me. The area is going to collapse again? Xiuxian voiced her concern. No worries. With this mech armor, even if we get trapped in the middle of a mountain, we can still break out, reassured Li Tianheng. Hearing this, Xiuxian let out a small sigh of relief. The very next second, the ground beneath them lit up, casting a radiant blue light, making it feel as though they were standing atop a massive gemstone. What is this? Before Xiuxian could fully react, a series of holographic projections began to manifest around them. These projections looked almost identical to the ones Li Tianheng had personally designed. What was displayed was a gigantic star system, not unlike the ones often depicted in science fiction films, but it was unmistakably not our solar system. Now, the two stood right in the middle of this star system. Xuanhuan reached out to touch one of the planets, and to her astonishment, she could pinch it between her fingers, despite knowing it was merely a projection. Wow, this feels even more advanced than the holograms you've designed. Yours are interactive too, but they lack this tangible sensation. At the moment, Xuanhuan could swear she was holding a real ball in her hand. It felt genuine, yet remained only a projection. I've always wanted to upgrade my design, but I haven't gotten around to it yet, Li Tianheng admitted as he found himself equally captivated by the advanced hologram display. Of course, what truly intrigued him wasn't just the holographic projection technology itself, it was the sci-fi-like scene rendered within the hologram. A colossal Dyson sphere partially encased the central star, visibly capturing its energy while numerous spacecraft orbited outside, extracting power from the sun. Moreover, various types of spacecraft were seen flying between different planets. He even saw a massive planet that had been completely remodeled, as if the entire planet had been converted into a super factory. All sorts of energy resources, spacecraft, and starships were constantly entering and exiting from this planet. The star system presented before Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan was one of immense prosperity. Of course, what mattered more was its advancement. At least, transforming our solar system into something like this would be beyond Li Tianheng's capability within a short time frame, even with his system. Could Yabo have acquired technology from this alien civilization? Where is this alien civilization located, and how far are they from us? Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask. Let me try to see if I can crack this system. If I can infiltrate it, we'll be able to get all the information we want. After speaking, Li Tianheng projected a holographic display and a set of computer equipment from his mech armor. He needed to connect himself with the mainframe at Shinhan's research base, utilizing its powerful computational ability to see if he could decipher the operating mechanism here. Xuanhuan quietly stood beside him without disturbing Li Tianheng. Having been by his side for such a long time, she hadn't managed to grasp even a fraction of Li Tianheng's skills, so her role in this moment was merely that of an observer. Time passed minute by minute, and before either of them knew it, an hour had gone by. It's done. It's done. Li Tianheng's voice of surprise reached Xuanhuan, prompting her to quickly look over. In front of them, the holographic projection showed a surface that Xuanhuan couldn't comprehend. It was something she'd never seen before. In the image, strange circuits, spheres, pipes, and mechanical devices created a dazzling spectacle, and countless pieces of information were streaming out from it. These streams of information formed content that Xuanhuan couldn't understand at all. Not only her, but Li Tianheng couldn't make sense of it either. This clearly wasn't any kind of language from Earth, but rather unique characters specific to this stellar civilization. I don't understand any of it. This is a high-level civilization entirely different from ours. Even translation isn't possible, Xuanhuan said. But as Li Tianheng watched the strings of characters appear continuously, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 109, The Secret of Orion. Remember that his mech has a built-in translation function. Although this function can't translate alien civilization texts, don't forget that Li Tianheng has a modification system. System, come out and chat quickly. After saying this, the voice of the system in his mind also appeared immediately. Modify heaven, modify earth, modify air. The super modification system that can modify all things appears. May I ask what the host wants to modify? I want to upgrade the translation system of this mech to a more advanced one. Can you do that? After saying this, Li Tianheng became quite nervous, worried that if the system said it couldn't be modified, he would be at a loss. The host, it's possible. Now providing an advanced modification plan, which can upgrade the mech's translation system into an advanced translation system. The advanced translation system can recognize the prophecies of some cosmic civilizations and convert them into languages and characters that the host can understand. This upgrade modification does not require any external components. The system can perform the upgrade by itself. Modification fee costs 1 million reputation points. May I ask if the host needs to upgrade and modify the translation system of the mech? Hearing this, Li Tianheng was extremely delighted. After all this time, wasn't this what he had been waiting for? Of course, upgrade it immediately. Alright host, deducting 1 million reputation points. The system will begin upgrading the mech's translation system. Please wait a moment. After about a minute, the system's voice came again. Congratulations, host. The translation system upgrade is complete. You can use it anytime. Li Tianheng quickly exited the system and then looked at the dense lines of text on these projections ahead. Xiaoyang, activate the advanced translation system and translate these languages and texts, Li Tianheng said. Okay boss, Xiaoyang is preparing to start the translation. Then, amidst Yun Shimon's bewildered gaze, beneath the incomprehensible alien letters, familiar native words began to appear. This is amazing, Tianheng. The mech's translation system actually translates alien letters. Yun Shiman asked incredulously. There's no way around it. It's just this capable. Li Tianheng laughed aloud. However, at this point, Yun Shiman didn't have time to marvel, and she immediately focused on the reaction content within the projection. Orion, coordinates, Gemini pulsars. H45.23, Y98102.03, T78, N4.001. Reconnaissance star system reached, civilization level 0.8, breeding level 0.2, environmental evolution level 5.1, already suitable for the survival and development of Orion descendants. Trouble. The reconnaissance crossing ship encountered a severe solar storm in the sky, space engines completely destroyed, emergency landing initiated. Worse yet, the communication transmission system is totally wrecked. Emergency landing on Blue Star continent, with 0 survivors inside the crossing ship. The original superbrain system is waiting where it is for planetary life forms to discover us. Good news, there's a baby born 2 kilometers from here with extraordinary brain potential. He can be transformed into a herald of our Orion civilization. Successfully upgraded the baby's brain, but unfortunately, he was too scared to enter the ship. But I've told him that as long as he brings 150 life forms, allowing the superbrain system to absorb their energy, it will transmit the spatial coordinates of the investigation cross ship, thus initiating the repatriation action of the Orion civilization. This baby grew up and brought 200 people, finally enabling the transmission of the coordinates. Commander of Orion, you could never have imagined that after merely 500,000 years, this star system has fully recovered. And the life seeds you cultivated have already grown to 10 billion. This is incalculable wealth for our Orion life forms. The coordinates have been sent, though it will take you approximately 2 years to reach this star system. I'll go into hibernation while waiting for your arrival. This was roughly the content, and this revelation made Li Tianheng and Yun Shimin feel shivers down their spines. Have you understood the meaning of this content? Yun Shimin asked. Yes, I've understood it. Li Tianheng nodded. This content was recorded by the superbrain from the reconnaissance vessel, similar to an intelligence system. However, the content didn't make it to the Orion before the ship was struck by a solar storm, causing it to crash land here. Upon hearing this, Yun Shimin was completely astonished. Just this single piece of information alone would take her a great deal of time to process. It's nothing really. The universe is so vast, there can't be just our one civilization out here. Moreover, compared to other civilizations, ours isn't even worth a little Mars. How could we possibly reach and explore the advanced civilizations which develop over 10,000 years? Li Tianheng said. And also, that part you cultivated has reached 10 billion lives. This incalculable wealth for us hunters of life forms. Can you understand what it means? Yun Shimin's face looked a bit pale behind her mech helmet. If I'm not mistaken, Orion civilization may have lived in our solar system hundreds of thousands of years ago. Some unforeseen circumstances must have happened back then causing them to leave, and this so-called Orion civilization might actually feed on beings like us. Li Tianheng glanced around before he continued. By absorbing blood, water, essence, and other such substances from their bodies to provide energy, proves this point well. They likely left some seeds of life behind waiting to harvest after leaving. These seeds are probably what modern science calls human ancestors. So, your meaning is now, these seeds that grew up, have arrived at the time when they will be harvested by them? Yun Shimin asked. Most probably, Li Tianheng replied. Then, that isn't Yabo. At this thought, Yun Shimin's complexion turned even more ashen. This meant Yabo was completely working for the Orion civilization, and during these 2 years, he would create all sorts of conditions and events to welcome the arrival of the Orion civilization. In fact, we don't need to guess, since there's a dormant superbrain system here. Wouldn't talking to it reveal everything? The moment Li Tianheng finished speaking, his hand abruptly raised, revealing a dark gun barrel from various parts within his palm. In an instant, as he turned around, a dazzling laser cannon shot out from his palm. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted instantly. Next, a large hole appeared in front of them, and within the hole, a thing resembling a giant slug many times enlarged came into view before them. Chapter 110, Bring Back to the Base. This scene instantly reminded Yun Shimin of a scene from a horror movie. The creature before her was simply like one of those dark beings living in caves, with its irregular body hanging in the air, resembling a pile of mud. Jilawala, Konglijiwa, Gaga, %hashtag and asterisk at, hashtag and asterisk, yuan. Various strange sounds were coming from the body ahead that had a diameter of about 2 meters. At this moment, Li Tianheng immediately activated the translation system, and human voice announcements rang in both his and Yun Shimin's ears. You food, you have great audacity. How dare you disrespect your superior civilization? You will be eaten by the Hunter Constellation leader. Xiaohan's announcement made Yun Shimin instinctively take 2 steps back, while Li Tianheng slightly smiled without being frightened. Xiaoman, this so-called Hunter Constellation civilization is indeed very different from us. Their superbrain system is actually a kind of biological entity, but I don't know if it's manufactured or natural. Li Tianheng said. Oh come on, don't guess this now, quickly ask the real questions. Yun Shimin turned away with nausea. Such things that looked like sewage ditch stuff made her extremely uncomfortable. Alright, listening to my wife. Li Tianheng smiled lightly, then looked towards the superbrain in front of them and asked, Hunter Constellation civilization will arrive at the solar system in 2 years, right? After Li Tianheng finished speaking, Xiaoying translated what he said into language understandable by the other side. Jiwa, Ga was Nia, %yuan, hashtag at, %. Yes, after 2 years, the Hunter Constellation civilization will arrive, and at that time you're definitely going to die. You will all die, came the simultaneous translation from Xiaoying. What you mean is, when the Hunter Constellation civilization arrives, they will treat the life forms on our planet as their food for harvest? Li Tianheng questioned. Wakadoya, Yamada Kushada, % and asterisk %, yuan at. That's correct. However, our civilization won't devour all of you at once. We will slowly raise you to ensure sufficient ecological circulation and maintain the good health of these foods. Xiaohang translated. Is that so? Li Tianheng thought for a moment, then continued. What about Yabo? What does he intend to do? How does he plan to welcome the Hunter Constellation civilization? It's very simple. We will use our civilization's unique technology to completely lock down your technological progress, leaving you with no ability to resist and allowing us to easily harvest you. This superbrain system didn't hesitate, revealing everything it knew to Li Tianheng without reservation. Hearing here, this basically aligned with what Li Tianheng had guessed, but how exactly to execute it still left him somewhat confused. Tell me specifically, how exactly are you going to lock down? This is confidential information of our civilization, and a third-class superbrain system doesn't have permission to access related content. Therefore, you cannot obtain relevant technical information from me. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng raised an eyebrow. You dropping out at this critical moment is truly unacceptable. I don't believe you don't know anything. As a superbrain system modified from a life form, you should probably feel pain too, right? Li Tianheng smiled faintly, lifting his arm where the gun barrel was alarming visible. With just one command from him, the laser bullet could penetrate this superbrain right in front of him. Even if you kill me, I wouldn't know. And at that time, you would only face more brutal retaliation. I advise you to remain rational and retain the attitude suitable for a food source. Boom. Before the sentence was finished, a strong light suddenly emerged from the gun, followed by piercing cries from the superbrain itself. Its viscous right side had been penetrated. Clearly, even this almost thoughtful superbrain possessed sensations. I really don't know. I don't have permissions to access related contents. I lack authorization. The superbrain begged desperately, as it obviously sensed the murderous intent from Li Tianheng. How do I unlock permissions? How can I acquire relevant information? Li Tianheng asked indifferently. This is classified information among the higher-ups, and I absolutely wouldn't know, even if you... Boom. Before the sentence was complete again, Li Tianheng launched another attack. It seemed that this superbrain genuinely didn't have any knowledge on this matter. No matter what Li Tianheng did, it could only answer, I don't know. Well, it looks like you truly don't have this information. Li Tianheng abandoned asking for this information and posed another question instead. I'll ask you again. Regarding the development level, civilization grade, and related technologies of your Hunter Constellation civilization, you should know about them, right? Said Li Tianheng. No, I know. This superbrain said weakly. Good. Before your Hunter Constellation civilization arrives here, please tell me everything you know, Li Tianheng said indifferently. Tianheng, surely you're not thinking of. Yes, exactly as you're thinking. Let's take it back to the Xuanhuan base and interrogate it thoroughly. This matter was no trivial thing. On a larger scale, it was far more severe than the massive celestial body that was supposed to collide with Blue Star. A highly advanced civilization that had developed for hundreds of thousands of years entering the solar system would be like the existence of deities. After about half an hour of waiting, two massive stealth mechs arrived above their heads. Shall I take you out, or do you want to walk out yourself? Asked Li Tianheng. I cannot go out. I cannot be in the sunlight. Even though this slime-like creature had no expressions, both Li Tianheng and xiuxian could hear the sheer panic in its tone. You cannot be exposed to sunlight. Li Tianheng raised an eyebrow, and then he added, is it that all biological beings in your entire civilization cannot bear sunlight? Or just creatures like you? All biological entities within our civilization cannot withstand sunlight. Even when we leave, we must wear protective clothing that can block the sunlight. Upon hearing Xiaohang's translation of this information, a smile appeared on Li Tianheng's face. It seems keeping you, this superbrain device, is indeed very useful. Hopefully, you'll continue to provide us with more valuable information in the future. Li Tianheng gave a slight smile, and then forced this creature to wiggle away from there since it was already nighttime, and there was no sunlight outside. After placing this creature inside the mech, they rose into the air and quietly disappeared into the horizon. Back at the base, Li Tianheng brought this superbrain life form to the underground nuclear power plant and placed it secretly in a sealed containment chamber to ensure there were no leaks. After finishing all these tasks, Li Tianheng continued his related work, and in this manner, a month and a half quietly passed. Chapter 111, Space Folding. At this moment, in the open area of the Divine Voyage Research Base, a total of 10 launch pads stood ready. On top of the launch platforms lay identical black cubes, which looked like neatly arranged square cabins, pleasing even to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. This is already the 9th batch of quantum satellites. Up to today, we have launched exactly 4,500 quantum satellites. Despite having long grown accustomed to this launch procedure, Xuanhuan's face was still brimming with pride. 5,000 anti-gravity quantum satellites carrying pulse nuclear bombs. I wonder if they can blow that thing apart. Standing nearby, xiuxian gazed up at the sky, his eyes reflecting deep solemnity. Their mission now was no less than the salvation of the entire Blue Star. If they failed, they would only have half a month left. In this half-month, they could only rely on the mothership and the almost completely renovated Divine Voyage base to lead the sparks of life from the Blue Star away, entering the distant depths of space to continue the development of human civilization. It will surely work. All weapons on it have been remodeled and upgraded by Tianheng. Xiuxian's face too was full of anticipation and pride at this very moment. Prepare for launch. As Li Tianheng's voice fell silent, seconds later, these black cubes ascended into the air and vanished into the clouds in an instant. If this site had been captured by a mobile phone, it would undoubtedly become another UFO news report about unidentified flying objects. As these 500 satellites soared into the sky, Li Tianheng quickly opened the holographic projection. In front of their eyes appeared the projection of the blue star. As Li Tianheng kept magnifying it, countless black dots became clearly visible within the atmosphere. Upon enlarging these black dots, they turned out to be the quantum satellites Li Tianheng had launched through the Divine Voyage research base. But these quantum satellites were not merely communication devices anymore. Each satellite carried the most powerful weapon systems and various super black technologies upgraded by Li Tianheng. In the holographic projection, the 500 black cubes that had just taken off rapidly joined the main group. Seen from a farther point in the sky, these black cubes were distributed evenly outside the atmosphere, forming a net-like plane structure diagram. The focus of this mission comes next. Li Tianheng's gaze held a touch of seriousness as he continued operating on the holographic projection. From above, one could see through the atmosphere that these uniformly arranged black cubes started getting closer to each other, merging finally into one entity. Once all the cubes connected, they formed a floating black wall outside the atmosphere. Subsequently, this wall began deforming, turning into a colossal black interstellar warship. This warship exhibited a fluid shape, resembling some primitive jet fighters on the blue star, but magnified countless times. Let's go. Take my current strongest technology and weapons to destroy that celestial body. As Li Tianheng issued the command, this monstrous black starship began to start up, with energy converging at its front. Then, the space in front of it continuously twisted and distorted, gradually forming a massive spatial vortex. The monstrous black spaceship slowly disappeared into the dark vortex. Just now, what happened? What occurred to the space there? Xuanhuan stared shocked at the holographic projection beside him. The holographic projection displayed nothing less than real-time occurrences. Through the projection, one could clearly observe the changes in space there. Using strong energy to warp space for short-distance space travel. Otherwise, with regular propulsion acceleration, it would take a week to rendezvous with that celestial body, leaving us insufficient time, explained Li Tianheng. Alright, but this space travel technology. Li Tianheng had always said that his upgraded quantum satellites after modification were crucial weapons against that celestial body. However, he had never thoroughly described their relevant functions and roles. The first ability demonstrated now was already enough to leave them all stunned once again. Tianheng, I want to ask something. Can space truly fold? Isn't this kind of stuff only theoretical? Lu Yuanshan said nearby. Space can indeed fold, provided you have sufficiently powerful energy, precise coordinates within 2 points of space, and the synchronous fluctuation frequencies between 2 spaces. Li Tianheng said indifferently. After these conditions are met, space travel can be achieved, which is also known as space folding. In theory, it seems simple, but turning this concept into reality is not easy. However, with limited time and energy, we can only achieve short-distance space folding. It will still take about a day to rendezvous with that celestial body, Li Tianheng continued. Seeing that Li Tianheng wasn't entirely satisfied with these figures, those around him helplessly shook their heads. It was like typical humble bragging. Keep in mind, according to the current relevant scientific technology, launching a spaceship from the blue star to reach Mars would take 3 months. The success or failure hinges on this single move. The rest of the day would require waiting. Operations could only proceed after the quantum satellites merge with the celestial body. At the moment, inside the Elon Tech City, Yabo similarly appeared deep in thought, his hands constantly operating the holographic projection. Compared to Li Tianheng's method, Yabo's approach was crude yet straightforward. Outside the Elon Tech City, all 20 bases and 20 launch pads were prepared. On the launch platforms, visible to the naked eye, stood giant starships ready for Yabo's next command. Yabo, can they truly destroy that celestial body? Though having already witnessed Yabo's related technologies, Mikesi's face remained filled with worry. Relax. These starships are armed with laser weapons capable of destroying half of the blue star. Even if they cannot obliterate the celestial body, they can certainly cause its trajectory to change significantly, Yabo assured. Even so, Mikesi's worried expression persisted. After all, it measured over 2,000 kilometers in diameter, matching Pluto's size, a terrifying presence. Moreover, through constant observation and testing, they discovered that the gravity of the celestial body was at least 3 times that of the blue star. This data alone proved how absurdly massive this celestial body was. Even nuclear weapons likely wouldn't have much impact on it, hence Mikesi's concern. Sky Satellite transmits imagery data. Li Tianheng from Dragon Nation has made his move. He has already begun. Suddenly, a voice nearby interrupted, and a massive screen on the left lit up, showing an image of the atmosphere of the blue star. Chapter 112, Consciousness Connection. Above the atmosphere, the black cubes could be seen merging into one, and within a few minutes, the 5,000 cubes formed a single whole. What kind of technology is this, and after they merge together, what can they do? Clark behind them stared intently at the huge screen, not considering for now what kind of technology made this possible, but what was the purpose of doing so? No one answered Clark because, including Yabo, everyone present also didn't know what Li Tianheng was planning to do. They are changing shape. How can they all change shape at once? Under the stunned gaze of Max and others, it could be seen that this massive black wall suddenly began to change its form, forming a huge black starship in just a few minutes. At the front end of this massive starship, energy began to gather. As the energy gathered and compressed, with their expressions turning pale with shock, a huge black vortex appeared at the front of the ship, and before anyone knew it, the monstrous object vanished into the void. How is this possible? How is this possible for him to make it disappear? Clark exclaimed again. Space warping technology. He actually managed space warping. The powerful energy is enough to fold 2 points in space to achieve instantaneous short-distance travel. How on earth did he master such technology? Yabo stared intently at the screen. The Orion civilization also has similar technology, but his knowledge is limited. Because the reconnaissance craft did not carry such technology, and neither was there any such record in the super brain, which genuinely made Yabo feel astonished. Li Tianheng, a native of the Blue Star, had somehow managed this leap in advanced technology, inexplicably managing to grasp such cutting-edge universal technology, making it impossible to explain. It seems he intends to approach that celestial body for close proximity destruction, Max said gravely. There's still time. There's still time. Yabo immediately began operating on the holographic projection. Based on the capabilities released by that ship just now, the distance of a single warp should not be too far. It will take time for Li Tianheng to reach the celestial body. Our weapon launch might be able to arrive first and destroy the celestial body. Without saying another word, Yabo fired off all spacecrafts in the launch field straight into the sky. When they reached outside the atmosphere, these ships merged into a single unit as well. Though not looking as sci-fi as Li Tianheng's, the technology used here was already very impressive. On the forefront of the colossal entity, there was a large cannon muzzle like an engine where internal energy was wildly gathering. Energy gathering, target locked, preparing to fire. As Yabo's voice sounded, energy converged into a point inside, and a beam brighter than sunlight shot toward the depths of the universe at a speed faster than the eye could follow. Immediately after, another beam of light gathered and continued firing into the depth of the universe. At this moment, Li Tianheng in the Divine Navigation Scientific Research Base also detected Yabo's actions. From such a distance, can the weapon hit the target? Xiuxian couldn't help but look at the screen with some doubt. Hitting the target shouldn't be a problem. It's just about whether the power of this laser gun is sufficient or not. After looking at the screen, Li Tianheng shook his head slightly. I don't think it'll be enough. If it has gravity similar to ours, it may indeed be shattered, but the gravity of that celestial body is too severe, so his weapons might not necessarily have enough impact. To be honest, right now, I truly hope he succeeds, xuanhuan said from the side. A lot of people around nodded, since currently all the inhabitants of the Blue Star faced this celestial body. If Yabo succeeded in breaking it, it would naturally be the best outcome. It would be better if he succeeds. If he doesn't, then it's our turn to step up. Li Tianheng gestured to Xiuxian and the others. At this moment, everyone entered a huge experimental cabin. There were a total of 5 seats inside the experimental cabin, each seat manufactured entirely to interstellar spaceship standards. Next to these seats was a helmet, and after Li Tianheng and the others sat down, they put on the helmets. Helmet connected, power normal, sensors normal, quantum communications normal, ready for connection. As Li Tianheng's words faded, Xiuxian, xuanhuan, Xiuxian, and another young man from the base named Wang Shuo found themselves inside a large spaceship cockpit. Connection successful. Let us experience the space traversal technology in advance. A faint smile appeared on Li Tianheng's face. Yes, indeed. This was Li Tianheng's design, connecting consciousness with the starship, allowing them to remotely manually operate the starship. If Yabo were here, he would probably be stunned again. Such technology wasn't very mature even in the Orion civilization. Wow, this is incredibly realistic. Are we really traversing space inside the starship? Xuanhuan couldn't help but look around, gazing outside through the windows surrounding them. However, at this moment, there was nothing to see but darkness, only occasionally spotting some celestial bodies in the line of sight. The starship gathered energy once more at its front end, and then conducted another spatial traversal, bringing a wave of intense dizziness. By the next moment, they had already arrived at another place. Everyone, prepare yourselves, focus your attention. This isn't a game. Even though I've designed relevant safety measures, if the starship encounters an emergency and gets damaged or crashes, our consciousness could still be completely destroyed. Focus on your assigned tasks, Li Tianheng said. Yes, Captain, xuanhuan responded loudly. At that moment, everyone was staring intently forward, waiting for the starship to approach that celestial body. Time passed second by second, and no one knew how long it had been when, not far to their left front side, they could clearly see with their naked eyes a huge, irregular celestial body swiftly moving through the vacuum. It's that. It's exactly that. Xiuxian shouted. As soon as his words finished, a streak of blinding light appeared beside them, followed by that terrifying laser weapon hitting the celestial body. Watching this scene was truly awe-inspiring. Even Li Tianheng looked on with anticipation. A large crater appeared where the laser hit, scattering various fragments. But the massive black celestial body seemed completely unaffected, continuing its flight along the original trajectory. It felt as if that powerful laser had merely scratched its surface, doing nothing more than tickling it. Chapter 113, Yabo's Last Resort. This terrifying laser weapon was powerful enough to destroy an island on Blue Star, but it merely left a small crater on this asteroid. The moment they had just realized that, the second beam of the laser cannon descended again, striking the same explosion point. Boom! The violent impact could still be felt through the porthole as a wave of scorching air rushed toward them. Tianheng, will this impact affect our starship? Xiuxian's trembling voice came from beside. This consciousness link was so vivid that it almost made her forget that she wasn't actually on the starship, but inside the Divine Navigation Base. Don't worry, everything is fine, Tianheng said while controlling the starship. Let's see if Yabo's weapons can have any effect on it before we act. Understood. After everyone responded in unison, they turned their attention back to the front. At this moment, the starship was flying in sync with the massive celestial body. Only in this way could they accurately capture the real scene unfolding before their eyes. Shortly after only a few minutes passed, continuous laser cannons bombarded one after another. At this moment, inside AI Long Tech City on Blue Star, Yabo looked at the data being sent back on the screen with a grim expression, and his mood grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, how is it possible for the destruction to be so insignificant? 30 million watts ultra-high power, plus super exploding nuclear ion reaction. One shot could blow up an entire island. Yabo screamed while adjusting and examining various data indicators. Mass. The main reason is the enormous mass of this celestial body and the unknown substances contained within. Max looked gravely at the screen beside him, where several key data points were displayed. After calculation, the gravity of this celestial body reaches 30 times that of our blue star, mainly due to the special substance contained within it. Through remote spectrometry analysis, it's a material we've never discovered or seen before on Blue Star. After hearing Max's words, Yabo's expression became even more sullen. This terrifying gravity causes our laser cannon's trajectories to change in the distance, causing deviation from the intended landing points. Max continued, "It's useless." Yabo took a breath and said, "Even if the landing points are changed, it won't have any impact on it." Could there really be no way? Max's face also showed discomfort. If their actions failed to succeed, then they would have to rely on Tianheng next. This was clearly not the outcome they wanted. We'll have to resort to the final method. Yabo's face was serious as he began working on the control panel before him once again. At the same time, beyond the atmosphere, countless launch ports opened almost simultaneously. Under the heavy and anticipatory gaze of all the staff, including Max, they lit up. Then, countless bright beams shot into the depths of space, these lights turning into streamlined laser rays that vanished into the dark void. All monitoring systems on Blue Star quickly transmitted this image. Tianheng frowned slightly, and then opened the holographic projection before him to calculate Yabo's actions. Not long after, Tianheng's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity. "I must say, Yabo has some imagination, but I doubt the energy output will be anywhere near enough," Tianheng said indifferently. "Tell me quickly, what does he plan to do? Does he intend to use all the energy to deliver a fatal blow to this asteroid?" xiuxian asked. "His idea is actually quite simple. Since direct attacks don't work, he shifts the attack target to somewhere else." Tianheng quickly operated the holographic projection, showing the celestial body at the center of the projection. Subsequently, powerful energy fluctuations appeared around this celestial body, and powerful weapon explosions turned into fearsome energy shocks that spread out. Though they did not directly hit the asteroid, the energy shockwaves from the surrounding explosions caused the asteroid in the projection to be shaken away. So he just plans to shake this large thing off course by a certain distance. But these weapons might not be nearly enough. xiuxian said, "There's definitely an element of gamble here. At this point, the celestial body is still far from Blue Star. Even a deviation of 1 centimeter could prevent Blue Star from being struck." Xuanhuan commented from nearby, "You're thinking too simply. Heng, isn't that correct?" Xuanhuan looked at him, somewhat confused. "You and Yabo both overlooked the mass of this celestial body. Let me simulate for you what would happen if it deviates by 1 centimeter from its current trajectory." After finishing his sentence, Tianheng continued to operate on the holographic projection. About a minute later, he turned to Xuanhuan and the others. "I've adjusted the data to fully simulate the asteroid's trajectory, with just a 1 centimeter deviation at its current position." As soon as he finished speaking, the asteroid in the holographic projection shot toward Blue Star at an incredible speed. Bear in mind that a mere 1 centimeter deviation now could mean the asteroid might already be tens or even hundreds of kilometers away from its original impact point by the time it reaches Blue Star. Indeed, the fast-forwarded 3D simulation showed the asteroid rushing straight towards Blue Star. But everyone could clearly see that the asteroid was already over 3,000 kilometers off the predicted impact point. Logically, this distance should have been sufficient to allow Blue Star to avoid the disaster. But in the next second, including xiuxian and others, all gazes became gravely focused. It was visible that when the asteroid was still more than 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Star, the planet's upper atmosphere and massive magnetospheric streams transformed into clearly visible airflow lines and surged toward the asteroid. Chapter 114, Elemental Substance AX. The reason why the Blue Star is suitable for human civilization's survival and habitation is mainly due to its atmosphere. Now that the atmosphere has been forcibly stripped away, all life on the surface will be exposed to the sun's ultraviolet rays. The consequences don't even need to be imagined. This asteroid did not collide with the Blue Star, but it still brought catastrophic disaster. Do you understand? The mass of this asteroid is too large. It has a gravitational pull dozens of times stronger than the Blue Star. Even before it gets close, the Blue Star will be influenced by this gravity, Li Tianheng said as he looked at the holographic projection in front of him. He continued, "If we want to use this method to avoid disaster, the asteroid's deviation angle needs to reach a distance over 1 meter. Alright, I admit my plan was too simple. Let's hope that Yabo can have some impact on this asteroid. It would make our operations easier," Xuanhuan said helplessly. "Let the starship move farther away so it doesn't get caught up in the blast from Yabo's laser weapons." After finishing his words, Li Tianheng piloted the starship further away from the massive celestial body until it appeared as a small black dot in the distance. A long wait ensued. and half a day later, Yabo's full attack arrived as expected. In the monitoring scans, all the laser weapons detonated on one side of the asteroid, just as Li Tianheng had anticipated. The terrifying energy impact warped the space-time around it so much that the asteroid could no longer be seen directly. However, the monitoring system aboard the starship wasn't just for show. As the violent shockwave exploded, the projection device clearly showed the asteroid shifting slightly toward the other side. Xiaoheng, calculate the asteroid's shift angle and distance, Li Tianheng said urgently. All right, boss. After about half a minute, Xiaoheng's voice came back. After calculations, the shift angle is 1.23 degrees, the shift distance is 2.03 centimeters, and it's estimated to pass by the blue star at a distance of 6,900 kilometers. Amazing, it managed to move such a monstrous object 2 whole centimeters, Xuanhuan remarked in admiration. Hey Xuanhuan, whose side are you on? You're actually praising that bastard. Xiuxian interjected irritably. At least after learning some of Yabo's secret information, she had mentally branded him as an utter scoundrel. I'm telling you, never praise that bastard again, got it? Xiuxian said. Understood, boss lady, Xuanhuan replied with a wry smile. Truthfully, he had doubts internally. Although Yabo might be detestable, he certainly didn't qualify as a scoundrel. Apparently, women's hearts are like the bottom of the sea, a mystery. Anything they dislike tends to get labeled as scum. Alright, next, it's our turn, Li Tianheng finished, then drove the starship towards the asteroid once more. At this moment inside Aran Tech City, there was jubilation throughout the entire control room. Clearly, they were unaware that the crisis had not truly been lifted. Even if some knew, it was highly unlikely they'd say anything out loud. Yabo, the data shows a 2-centimeter shift. Shouldn't that be fine? Clark asked excitedly nearby. The 2-centimeter shift means nothing. The crisis remains unresolved, Yabo said gravely. How could that be? That asteroid is so far from us. At most, it'll graze thousands of kilometers above our heads, Clark said confusedly. You're overlooking its powerful gravity, dozens of times stronger than the blue stars. It'll suck away all the blue star's atmosphere. Worse still, it might even make the blue star its companion satellite, Yabo explained. Oh, how can that be? Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Clark's face turned pale. In the past, he had full confidence in Yabo and had never considered the end of the world, but now, hearing Yabo's words, he felt genuine danger for the first time. The satellites have picked up signals. Li Tianheng has started to act, Max mentioned nearby. The rest depends on him now. If he fails, then we will have to leave early via the starship to preserve the human race's seed. Yabo's eyes and tone were filled with solemnity. He really worried about the safety of humanity and the entire blue star. But what he truly worried about was being unable to give the Orion civilization any satisfaction. The Orion civilization had already set off. If they arrived only to find the blue star destroyed, Yabo would undoubtedly bear the primary responsibility. Hence, he now eagerly hoped and looked forward to Li Tianheng succeeding. Although the other party's success meant that he, Yabo, was completely outmatched, at least his ultimate goal had been achieved. At this moment, Li Tianheng docked the starship in deep space not far from the asteroid. If he were to approach any further, it would be captured by the asteroid's gravity. In that case, breaking free of its gravitational pull would require expending a great deal of unnecessary energy. Xiaoheng, detach the starship and prepare for action. As soon as Li Tianheng spoke, the assembled starship began to split apart, ultimately reverting back into countless black cubes. Only the central cockpit remained intact. These black cubes aligned neatly in a row, and then under Li Tianheng's watchful eye, they all surged toward the asteroid simultaneously. The powerful gravity seemed ready to tear these cubes apart, but with materials specifically treated by Li Tianheng, they withstood the initial wave of gravitational impact. A total of 1,000 cubes landed on the asteroid from various angles and positions. Simultaneously, countless streams of data appeared on the screen before him. Almost at the same instant, the sound of the system suddenly emerged in Li Tianheng's mind. System has detected elemental substance AX. The host can mine this substance, which will play a significant role in future space exploration, new weapon production, and energy development. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, could you tell me what AX is? Is it not present on our blue star? Yes, this element does not exist on the blue star. However, it is an indispensable component for interstellar travel, wormhole creation, and spatial weapon manufacturing. Among countless advanced interstellar civilizations, it is a high-grade energy source that can cause fierce competition even among superior civilizations. Hearing this made Li Tianheng even more excited. No wonder this thing possessed such immense gravity. It contained a material that had never appeared on the blue star. But how do I mine it? I don't know anything about its mass, density, or physical form, said Li Tianheng. Based on the system's estimation, this rogue planet contains approximately 3% AX. This substance is very distinctive. It looks similar to gold from the blue star and exists in a solid metallic-like state. The host needs to blow up this celestial body, and the detectors on the starship will locate them. Got it, I understand. Li Tianheng replied with a hint of excitement. Chapter 115, Magneto-Optical Nuclear Bomb. At this moment, Li Tianheng was even more motivated, knowing that his original goal was just to blow up this huge thing. Boss, data from Unit 33 shows that area is the weakest part of this celestial body. Xiaoheng's voice came through, and at the same time, a large number of images and data appeared before his eyes. Great, now that we have the target, let's prepare to get down to business. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, the cubic units surrounding him reassembled once again. But this time, Their configuration was no longer a starship, but a giant black machine resembling a cone. The front end of this black machine had visible powerful electric currents constantly flickering and fluctuating. When the current fluctuations reached a critical point, a dazzling laser impulse shot directly towards the location marked by the 33rd cube. The powerful laser current did not cease, but continued to deliver terrifying energy nonstop. And this scene was seen clearly by Yabo and others in the Arantech city. Everyone stared at the screen in shock. What does Li Tianheng intend to do? Does he think that a close-range laser attack can destroy this asteroid? Clark said beside them. This approach is indeed somewhat foolish, another staff member added. I thought after seeing Yabo's operation, he would come up with a better method, but it seems he resorts to the same old tricks. It looks like this disaster is unavoidable. Not necessarily. Yabo used a segmented offensive approach, but Li Tianheng employs continuous supply. It could yield different results, another person commented. You idiot. This asteroid has a diameter of over 2,000 kilometers, with gravity dozens of times stronger than Earth's. Look at the full picture. What difference does this make compared to scratching an itch? Meanwhile, heated arguments filled the control room. Neither Yabo nor Mikisi engaged in discussions about this matter with others. They only focused their gaze seriously on the screen. Clearly, compared to others' understanding of Li Tianheng, they knew better. He would never do anything foolish. An act that all others saw as stupid. Wouldn't Li Tianheng himself know it? Yet, he went ahead and acted, which evidently implied he must have a plan others hadn't considered. What do you think he's doing for? Mikisi asked. I can't quite figure it out yet, but I believe he absolutely isn't wasting effort. Yabo responded. I think so too. Let's watch his next move. Mikisi said, and then kept watching the big screen. Time passed minute by minute. A whole day went by, during which the gigantic laser cannon didn't stop sending energy to the asteroid. During this period, Li Tianheng and others disengaged from consciousness control because waiting was all that was needed now, and there was no point in keeping their consciousness inside the starship. It wasn't until midnight, when Xiaoheng's voice came back. Boss, drilling has reached the estimated depth, ready for the next step. Good, let's proceed with the next step then. A spark of excitement showed on Li Tianheng's face. Compared to Yabo's straightforward brute force attacks, Li Tianheng planned every single move meticulously. After putting the helmet on again, his consciousness connected with the starship, where he found that all 3,000 quantum satellite cubes had completely drained their energy. But the results were clearly visible. On the surface of the asteroid, one could visibly see a bottomless deep hole that, moments ago, had penetrated to 2/3 of the asteroid's depth. The magneto-optical nuclear bombs are beginning deployment. As Li Tianheng spoke, all remaining black cubes, in batches, moved orderly above the mouth of the hole. One side of each opened, revealing a circular metal object inside, which was then accurately delivered into the cave entrance. Then the second, third, fourth, until exactly 1,800 magneto-optical nuclear bombs were dropped into the cave. Li Tianheng finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Next comes the time to witness a miracle. Li Tianheng then looked toward Yun and said, pilot the starship away from here. After the asteroid explodes, we'll have other important tasks. Understood, Tianheng. Under their control, all black cubes assembled together once again, quickly leaving the range of the asteroid. Back in Arantech City, both Mikisi and Yabo also saw this scene. The previously noisy control room now fell into total silence. When they saw the round objects disappear into the cave, opening one by one, everyone present had already understood everything. Although they did not know exactly what those round things were, they at least grasped Li Tianheng's plan. Damn it, he actually drilled a hole in the asteroid. That continuous laser assault wasn't meant to blow up the asteroid. It was just to bore a hole through it. Incredible. He plans to destroy the asteroid from the inside. Why didn't I think of that? Because we all thought the composition of this asteroid was too hard. Even if laser weapons couldn't break it, how could we have imagined drilling a hole in it? Yabo's voice came through, though still somewhat reluctant. He had to admit that Li Tianheng's capabilities were clearly far beyond his own. From the creation of those black cubes, space traversal, starship close-range attacks, and internal destruction. These were all things Yabo had never thought of, yet Li Tianheng had seamlessly connected them into an impeccable plan. The next step is to see whether the destructive power of his weapon will be enough. Even Yabo's face showed a flicker of anticipation now. He himself realized clearly that the potency of the upcoming weapons would be the crux of the matter. Beside him, Mikisi's eyes sparkled, filled with disbelief. His initial decision to bring Li Tianheng over to his side had been the right one. It was only unfortunate that his attempts hadn't succeeded so far. After all, Yabo possessed alien technology. And despite that, there remained a vast gap between him and Li Tianheng in terms of technological skill. This made Mikisi even more curious about Li Tianheng. How had this young man from Long Country managed to grasp such terrifying cutting-edge technology? Could it be that he had also received training from an extraterrestrial civilization, and that this civilization was even more advanced than the Orion civilization claimed by Yabo? With a string of questions on his mind, Li Tianheng had already retreated to a safe distance. In the midst of excitement and solemnity among the crew within the cockpit, Li Tianheng pressed the red button controller before him. Dead silence enveloped the dark expanse of outer space for a full 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, a dazzling beam of light surged forward from ahead, and then, amidst the darkness, a spectacular bloom unfurled in vivid hues. Chapter 116, Crisis Resolved. Even though Li Tianheng was already 10,000 kilometers away from that celestial body, The energy shockwave after the explosion still caused a severe jolt to the starship they were piloting. After the blinding light faded, the front once again fell into silence, leaving only the visible darkness which again engulfed everything. Did it explode? Xuanhuan looked ahead in stunned disbelief. He had no doubt that the violent energy surge just now was enough to blow up half of Earth. It should be gone. The projection shows that the celestial body has split into pieces. Xiuxian looked at the holographic projection in front of her. The immense celestial body that had been locked onto earlier was now just endless fragments floating all around. Ha ha ha, destroyed, we've succeeded. We've done it. Suddenly, xiuxian went wild with excitement and started jumping. Not just him. Everyone inside the Shunhang research base burst into joyous cheers. I knew it. I knew Li Tianheng would make it. At this moment, Lu Yuanshan was also moved to tears. This was a terrifying entity, with a diameter exceeding 2,000 kilometers and a speed reaching 1,000 times the speed of sound. If this thing had collided with Earth, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But now, all the dangers had been completely resolved because the celestial body, similar in size to Pluto, was no more. Unfortunately, Tianheng didn't let us broadcast this live, or right now there would be nationwide celebrations. I bet countless people would rush to our research base. Another staff member standing nearby couldn't help shedding tears of excitement while looking at the large screen in front of them. For months, day and night, including Li Tianheng, none of them had managed to sleep for even one full night. Now, their efforts had finally paid off, so how could they not feel thrilled? All right, you can all rest easy now. A month's vacation for all of you. Li Tianheng's voice came through. His consciousness hadn't returned yet, but he could connect with them in real time via the communication system. Tianheng, the mission is over. You can return directly now. Lu Yuanshan said. I have a small task left, and I will be back soon after completing it, replied Li Tianheng. All right, we'll wait for you back at the base. After saying this, Li Tianheng turned his eyes forward with a hint of seriousness. Our next task is extremely important. The starship's intelligence system will scan and capture the structure of the exploded celestial body. Among those fragments, there are metallic substances similar to gold, which are very important to us. Next, the starship will split apart, and we will each pilot a part to capture these substances and bring them back. Understood. Xiuxian and the others didn't ask too many detailed questions. Since Li Tianheng said these things were crucial, they must indeed be very significant. Subsequently, the massive starship broke into 5 smaller vessels and rushed towards the center of the celestial explosion. At this point, the flying cubes had long since reached the heart of the explosion, transmitting every situation and data back to the starships. This piece is mine. After speaking, mechanical arms emerged below the starship Li Tianheng was piloting. These flexible metal arms quickly coiled around the gold-colored metal chunks, then securely fixed them beneath the starship. Just like that, more and more of these metal objects were being brought onto the starship under the skilled operation of Li Tianheng, Xiuxian, and the others. Meanwhile, within the Alone Tech City, Max, Yabo, and everyone else personally witnessed what had just occurred in space. Even now, they still couldn't quite believe it. Li Tianheng had truly succeeded. He'd blown up a celestial body whose diameter rivaled Pluto's, but whose mass was nearly 100 times greater than Pluto's. One must know, this isn't as simple as performing a small detonation on Earth. Handling such a problem in deep space, especially facing such a monstrous entity, is anything but simple. Any tiny mistake at any stage could have led to total failure. Of course, this event held immense significance for Max as well. According to the Mayan prophecy, Earth was supposed to be destroyed in this asteroid event. However, the technology demonstrated by Li Tianheng shattered this so-called Mayan prophecy. Was it an inaccurate prophecy, or was it due to the emergence of this exceptional individual, Li Tianheng, who had forcibly altered the prophecy? Unimaginable. What kind of weapon could possibly destroy that asteroid? Clark said, full of awe. It seems to be a kind of devastating weapon similar to a magnetic storm, the power of which is probably many times greater than a nuclear explosion. A staff member analyzed some data transmitted from the image. In fact, the image transmitted from a distance was not high definition. However, through the slightly blurry image, combined with precise data measurements and analyses, the most accurate results could still be obtained. This is not good news for us, Max said gravely. Although the apocalypse disaster has ended, in the face of Li Tianheng's technology and weaponry like this, Long Country's influence on the world will completely change. When Li Tianheng first revealed his relevant technologies to the world, everything had already begun to slowly change, Yabo said solemnly. Currently, all high-tech and ultra-high-tech level related technologies of Long Country no longer need to rely on imports. And according to recent data, more and more countries and top enterprises have started to go to Long Country and Shunhang Technology Company for deep customization cooperation. Such events will only increase in the future. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of many people became grave once again. The destruction of the asteroid should have been a cause for global celebration, but for them, it merely turned the first catastrophic message into another piece of bad news. Even worse, Li Tianheng is now a hero of humanity. Although he did not conduct a global live broadcast, the high-level figures and those upper echelon individuals are aware. In such circumstances, if we continue to act against him, we won't even need Li Tianheng to retaliate. These people would fight for justice on his behalf, Max said. It seems we can only temporarily halt all plans to deal with Li Tianheng. After all, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests, Clark sighed. To be honest, giving up on dealing with Li Tianheng meant that they admitted defeat. But letting Yabo accept defeat was something he found hard to swallow. Quick look, Li Tianhong's fleet didn't return immediately. They've gone back to the center of the celestial explosion. A voice came through, and including Yabo, everyone redirected their attention to the satellite footage on the screen. Chapter 117, Yabo's Discovery. The image indeed showed that Li Tianhong's fleet didn't return to Blue Star, but was instead rapidly advancing in the opposite direction. What's going on? Wasn't the crisis over? Why are they going back? A staff member, utterly puzzled, stared at the screen. Could it be that they're confirming the explosion site? Could it be Li Tianhong thinks the danger hasn't passed yet? Another person said. You fool, all satellites have already captured the trajectory of the moving celestial body. This indicates it has been completely destroyed and turned into debris floating in deep space. The nearby staff member replied. Look quickly, that starship, what is he doing? What is this thing? He actually tied it to the starship? Suddenly, an astonished exclamation rang out. The other one did the same, gathering those kinds of rocks. I get it. They must have returned to collect these things and bring them back to Blue Star, but the question is, Clark looked completely perplexed. What are these things? Why would Li Tianhong go through such great lengths to bring them back? Yabo's expression remained serious throughout. He knew well that Li Tianhong wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Hence, there must be a very important reason for his actions. At this moment, he walked up to the main console and began typing on the keyboard. Not long after, the images on the screen were enlarged and became much clearer. Gold and yellow? Could it be gold? A staff member beside him suddenly laughed. Haha. I didn't expect he was also a money lover, actually planning to bring back such a large piece of gold to Blue Star. Max, Yabo, and others glanced at this individual with odd expressions. How could Li Tianhong be someone who loves gold? Besides, given his capabilities, he certainly wouldn't go through such trouble to gather gold from an asteroid. If he wanted, becoming the richest man in the world in a short period of time wouldn't be impossible. It absolutely isn't gold. It must be a brand new substance. Otherwise, he wouldn't act this way. Yabo said gravely as he continued operating the keyboard. A new substance. Max frowned as well. Probably no one except Yabo here would know what this was. As Yabo continuously operated, streams of data kept appearing on the screen in front of them. After about 2 minutes, an overwhelming shock spread across Yabo's face. It's actually Element AX. How could it be? That asteroid contained this thing, which explains why its gravity was so incredibly strong. Yabo said, his face filled with shock. What is this Element AX? Seeing the intense seriousness on Yabo's face, Max immediately asked. It's an element not found anywhere on Blue Star, or even in the solar system. If we had a chunk of this element about the size of a fist, the energy it releases could power the entire Blue Star for 100 years. To run some super energy demanding machines, 2 pieces of AX about the size of a fist would suffice. After hearing Yabo's words, silence fell momentarily in the room. Then everyone present fixed their horrified gazes upon Yabo, especially Max, who said incredulously, Are you sure? Is there really such a substance in the universe? I'm certain. In my extraterrestrial civilization knowledge, there are records of this substance. It's a super element energy source sought after by countless advanced civilizations, and its properties are entirely different from what we understand about other elements. Yabo said, Now it makes sense why Li Tianhong piloted the starship to capture this. He must also know about this element's existence. Clark said in astonishment as he stared at the screen. We can't let him obtain this thing under any circumstances. If all the AX falls into his hands, then we won't stand a chance. Yabo was also thinking that if Li Tianhong controlled this terrifying element in such substantial amounts, it would pose a tremendous threat to the return of Orion to the solar system. Hence, there was no way Yabo would allow Li Tianhong to safely bring these items back to Blue Star. But it will be hard to stop him now. As you saw, his starship squad displayed such powerful mobility in the sky. Max furrowed his brows. Regardless, we must find a way to stop him. Using all our available control weapons, we'll force his new formation down into outer space. If possible, seize a certain amount of AX. With that said, Yabo's hands swiftly moved on the controls. Max and the others could only watch helplessly. Although they had corresponding weapon deployments in outer space, compared to Li Tianhong's newly built team, those weapons were no different from toys. There was simply no way to shoot down such an advanced starship. Hence, this mission naturally fell on Yabo's shoulders once again. But didn't we just say that Li Tianhong is a hero for all of humanity? If we do this, won't we? Clark didn't finish his sentence when he received a terrifying glare from Yabo, filled with bloodshot eyes. Can't you understand what I just said? Once this kind of substance falls into his hands, we'll never have a chance to turn things around. He could destroy us all with the slightest gesture. Moreover, right now, we're not targeting him but his starship fleet. With that, Yabo resumed his work, and Clark fell silent like a frozen cricket, as he had never seen such a gaze on Yabo's face before. This was enough to illustrate how fearsome the element Li Tianhong was about to bring back really was. Under Yabo's operation, all weapon systems above Blue Star were mobilized. Even some regular weapons orbiting the moon were requisitioned by Yabo. All the gun barrels aimed straight toward deep space. The moment Li Tianhong's starship squad entered range, all weapons would fire without hesitation or discrimination. Li Tianhong had no idea about these developments yet. The 5 of them, including Xiuxian, were fully absorbed in their collecting work. It wasn't until a whole day later, when there was not a single piece of golden yellow rock left among the countless debris, that Li Tianhong finally exhaled in relief. Next, let's prepare to return with these treasures. Just thinking about the astonishing energy these substances possessed filled Li Tianhong with immense joy. Chapter 118, Weapon Deployment. After all, All the energy supply within the Xianxia base now relies mainly on nuclear and electric power. This is actually a very troublesome matter. Although his nuclear technology has already matured, the complex manufacturing processes and limited energy supplies all signify that nuclear energy is imperfect. It's clear that the element AX he currently carries is the perfect substitute. More importantly, Li Tianheng didn't detect even a trace of radioactive material in this metal substance. This means that even if this thing were placed in the center of a first-tier city square, it wouldn't pose any danger to people. At this moment, Li Tianheng began to understand why countless advanced civilizations would fight over this kind of elemental material. Mission accomplished, let's prepare for return. After Li Tianheng spoke, all the separated starships merged into one, then turned around and returned directly toward the direction where Blue Star was located. Let's hand it over to autopilot. Our consciousness is ready to return. As their consciousness returned to their bodies, when they exited the experimental cabin, including Lu Yuanshan, they were warmly greeted with applause after having waited for a long time. After all, this event related to the survival of all humanity. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Li Tianheng was the hero of all humanity. Tianheng, this time you'll be receiving a national medal. The higher-ups may even personally award you a certificate. You need to prepare well. Lu Yuanshan laughed heartily. No need. I've just done what I can, a little something within my ability. Li Tianheng didn't care about these hollow names. After all, Blue Star was also his home. Even if not for all humanity, just for himself, he had to do it. You can't say that. You did save all humanity, after all. Lu Yuanshan laughed loudly, and subsequently, Li Tianheng was welcomed with a lavish victory banquet. The entire Xianxia scientific research base truly felt relaxed and joyous for the first time. After all, 3 months of high-intensity work had left many staff members close to the brink. This was only made possible by the assistance of little Hang robots alongside them. Now that the crisis was resolved, naturally everyone wanted to celebrate properly. The victory banquet ended as dusk approached. Li Tianheng, at this moment looking at the already dimmed horizon, felt surprisingly calm in his heart. Although he had completed a remarkable task, just like what many books said, his real journey lay ahead in the vast expanse of stars and seas. Especially after learning about Element AX and gaining a rough understanding of the Orion civilization, he was very clear that this immense universe held countless mysteries waiting for him to explore. However, before that, there was another thing he needed to do. Though this crisis seemed resolved, Blue Star was facing an extraordinarily advanced Orion civilization. And this so-called Orion civilization treated humans simply as food being farmed. Now that humanity had developed to sufficient numbers, they were preparing to travel from Orion straight to the solar system. These highly advanced extraterrestrial civilizations would be the true challenge humanity faced next. Fortunately, Li Tianheng had already grasped 2 important clues and pieces of information. Firstly, Yabo was now the spokesperson for the Orion civilization. This person would always strive to restrict the development of the Blue Star civilization. Secondly, Li Tianheng obtained the supercomputer from the crashed alien spacecraft, which could provide useful information. He just hadn't found time to deal with it earlier. Orion civilization, let's see just how strong you are. If Lu Yuanshan and others heard this news, they would surely be shocked. On the contrary, Li Tianheng's face showed intense excitement. Thinking about engaging with this alien civilization excited him beyond measure. After all, he had a system backing him up. No matter how powerful the Orion civilization might be, the system could provide him with enough plans to deal with them. Warning! Warning! Quantum starships have detected massive weapon deployment above Blue Star. Continuing forward will result in indiscriminate attacks. The fleet has paused to conceal at the current location awaiting further instructions. Behind him, the cold voice of Little Hang robot sounded, and its message made Li Tianheng's expression change sharply. What does that mean? Weapon deployment above Blue Star? Can you determine where the weapons are from? Li Tianheng asked. Based on analysis, some of the weapons are space-based nuclear weapons manufactured by a lone tech city. In addition, there are the latest laser weapons and some old-style chemical fuel-propelled weapon systems. Also, part of the old ballistic missile systems on the moon have been fully activated. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's gaze darkened slightly. There was no need to think. It was undoubtedly Yabo who had deployed all these weapon systems. It seems he has discovered that I've gathered those AX elements. Upon further reflection, Li Tianheng realized this wasn't surprising at all. After all, Yabo had inherited a super civilization that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years. A civilization like that would surely have conducted extensive research and application on AX elements. Therefore, when Yabo saw that Li Tianheng had collected these materials, it was only natural for him to do everything in his power to stop Li Tianheng without hesitation. Apparently, the lesson I learned last time wasn't enough. If that's the case, then this time I'll play a bigger game and teach you a real lesson. Li Tianheng quickly rushed into the lab, activated the holographic projection, and began his next operation. The technology he now mastered was actually more than capable of matching, or even surpassing many super civilizations in the universe. While Yabo's technologies were also advanced, their development time was still too short. Neither the manufacturing nor the deployment processes were mature enough yet. This became the primary loophole Li Tianheng could exploit to move freely in and out of their communication networks. At this moment, on the Alone Tech City side, Yabo's eyes gleamed with a shadow of darkness because all of Li Tianheng's starship fleets outside the atmosphere had completely disappeared. Although he had deployed all the weapons, since the starship fleets hadn't entered firing range, he didn't dare to activate the weapons recklessly. Laser weapons had sufficient range. but they would also give Li Tianheng enough time to react. It seemed clear now that despite Yabo believing his weapon deployments had successfully hidden any trace of signals, they were still detected by Li Tianheng. So what if you discovered it? You still need to pass through Blue Star's atmosphere to bring the materials back. Even if your starships can achieve visual stealth, as long as you cross the communication network above the atmosphere, I will be able to detect you immediately unless you let them stay hidden in outer space forever. With this thought, a hint of a smile appeared on Yabo's face. It seemed that things were still under his control. But just the next second, Yabo's smile froze. The screen in front of him suddenly displayed an alarming message. All the weapons outside the atmosphere had started moving. Chapter 119, Max's Doubt. What's going on? Who started the weapon systems without permission? Yabo roared and looked at the others around him. But at this moment, everyone was looking at each other in confusion. It was clear that no one here could have activated the weapon system. After all, without Yabo's and Max's orders, who would dare to act rashly? Some of the weapon systems are targeting our own space weapons and satellite systems, and another part is locking onto our Ilong Tech City. A terrified voice came, and Yabo's gaze was more solemn than ever at this moment. With his hands constantly operating on the holographic projection in front of him, such an abnormal situation should theoretically never happen. He knew better than anyone else that it was impossible for someone to privately control the weapon system. Thus, there was only one explanation. Tianheng Li not only had already discovered his operations, but he even took actions to directly take over and accept his weapon system. Damn it, damn Tianheng Li! Yabo roared wildly as he quickly operated the controls. Yabo, loading ammunition. All satellite weapon systems are starting to load ammunition and charge. A hurried voice came from behind. Do I need you to tell me that? Do I have eyes? Yabo shouted as his hands continued moving rapidly, almost creating afterimages before his eyes. Though his speed was fast, it clearly couldn't keep up with the charging speed of the weapon system. At this moment, outside the atmosphere, all the gun barrels were instantly lit up and aimed directly at their counterparts. Countless satellite weapons and laser weapons exploded under the bombardment, eventually turning into countless pieces of space debris. But this was not yet the truly terrifying thing. What really made them panic was that some weapons were aiming at Ilong Tech City. If these weapons fired simultaneously, the entire Tech City would likely turn into ruins in an instant. Intercept. Activate all interception systems. Yabo roared, and then all interception systems on the ground sprang into action, numerous visible gun barrels pointing towards the sky. After just 10 seconds, the weapon system outside the atmosphere reactivated, this time aiming directly at their Ilong Tech City. Boom, boom, boom. The interception system was launched, countless laser cannons fired towards the sky, and a dense web of firepower formed in plain sight. Explosion sounds continuously echoed from the sky back to the ground. Countless people staring at the sky were stunned by this scene. But despite having a powerful interception system, several shells still landed within Ilong Tech City. Fortunately, these laser shells were few in number and caused severe damage only to some areas. Yabo's expression grew darker upon seeing this, and Max's face also showed serious tension. These damages meant little to him. The real frightening aspect was the technology and abilities Tianheng Li possessed. How could he effortlessly intrude into the deployed weapon systems? This was a capability that was utterly terrifying. It seems we need to change our plan. It's impossible now to stop him from entering Blue Star with those elemental objects. Yabo's low, grim voice spread out, while beside him Max drew a slight breath, his gaze on Yabo growing colder. I now seriously doubt whether what you've obtained is truly alien technology, Max questioned. What do you mean? Yabo asked, staring at Max. After multiple encounters with Tianheng Li, you have gained no upper hand, and our Ilong Tech City has suffered heavy losses. What kind of alien technology could this be if it can't deal with a mere Tianheng Li? Max expressed what everyone present had been thinking. In fact, the technology Yabo possessed was already very advanced. Without Tianheng Li, his technology would leave anyone astounded. However, the critical issue was that every time Yabo clashed with Tianheng Li, he failed, and failed thoroughly. This not only made all the related staff and researchers question everything, but also led Max to start doubting too. You're beginning to doubt me now? Don't you know what technology Tianheng Li possesses? Are the things I've developed so backward? Yabo was already full of rage, and seeing Max questioning him pushed him close to losing control right there. But you see, as you yourself say, you possess technology from the so-called Orion civilization, which has evolved for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, you can't handle a young man from Longhua who's barely over 20. Does his mastery surpass the civilization that has developed for hundreds of thousands of years? Max retorted. That's the truth. Yabo roared angrily. At least from what I've learned about the Orion civilization, many of their related technologies are not as advanced as those in Tianheng Li's possession. If it were up to you alone, this place would have been utterly destroyed long ago. Upon hearing this, Max once again grew solemn. He was well aware of Yabo's pride. Yet, such a proud man was now uttering these words, which sufficiently indicated how fearsome Tianheng Li truly was. We have only been failing, continuously being led by the nose by Tianheng Li. Every counterattack results in even heavier blows from the other side. If things keep going like this, we can't afford many more failures. Max sighed and said, there must be a way, we can surely kill this Tianheng Li. I swear it. Yabo stared fixedly at the image transmitted on the screen ahead of him. Countless weapons and starships in outer space had all turned into fragments. The designs and constructions he took pride in were reduced to nothing but scraps before Tianheng Li's counterattack. More alarmingly, they still hadn't detected where Tianheng Li's fleet was located. which meant that he effortlessly annihilated their prized weapon systems without engaging a single soldier. Hello, Yabo, nice to see you again. Suddenly, the front screen changed once more, showing Tianheng Li's face with a faint smile appearing before everyone. Oh, Max is here too, perfect. Let's sit down and have a good chat then, Tianheng Li said indifferently. Tianheng Li, you bastard. You have destroyed our weapon system. You hacked and used them to attack us. The international organizations will not let you off, Yabo suddenly declared. Chapter 120, Seeds of Destruction. You're joking. I know nothing, and I've done nothing. The only reason I can talk to you is because I came in through your public channel. There was no such thing as intrusion. I hope you understand that. Li Tianhong's face always carried a three-part smile, but it was precisely this smile that made Yabo want to tear his face apart. What do you want to say? Mikisi said beside him. I actually already told Yabo what I wanted to say last time, but at that time we were still facing a common enemy. After all, that level of celestial body, I couldn't even guarantee 100% destruction. So, I thought Yabo might give me a surprise. Unfortunately, Li Tianhong's face showed a hint of regret. He has disappointed me too much. It seems that choosing to cooperate with him was a wrong decision. Luckily, the asteroid was ultimately destroyed successfully. The veins on Yabo's face were visibly tense. These words from Li Tianheng were pure insults, yet they had no valid rebuttal. Because we have the same goal, we peacefully spent the last 2 months. Now that I've successfully destroyed the asteroid, you guys want to blow your savior up in outer space, even destroy his fleet? He didn't act like this. Li Tianhong's face flashed a cold look. Ho ho, saving all of humanity is equal to saving yourself. Stop saying useless things here, Yabo said coldly. My point is that our cooperative relationship has ended. The asteroid has been destroyed. Naturally, there's no need for us to consider each other anymore, Li Tianheng said. What do you mean? Yabo asked. Li Tianheng did not answer Yabo's question, instead turning to Mikisi. Mikisi, do you know what the biggest mistake of your life is? Li Tianheng asked. What are you trying to say? Mikisi stared hard at Li Tianheng. What I'm saying is, do you know what Yabo is doing? Li Tianheng asked. He's using his mastered technology to develop human science, bringing our science to a whole new height. Just that. Mikisi replied. Ha ha, laughable, absolutely laughable. Li Tianheng laughed loudly, full of mockery for Mikisi. What are you laughing about? Mikisi asked. I laugh at your ignorance, laugh at your naivety, laugh at your daydreaming. Li Tianheng said coldly. Let me ask you, in such a long time, what beneficial thing has he ever done for mankind? Li Tianheng asked. This. He devoted all his energy into the work of destroying the asteroid. Isn't that enough to explain? Mikisi questioned. If I'm not mistaken, all current weapons, all the series of objects used to destroy the asteroid, are merely modifications from the original machines. And he certainly hasn't thrown himself entirely into this matter. At least half the time, you Mikisi don't even know what he was doing. Upon hearing this, Mikisi's eyes flickered slightly, while Yabo's gaze exhibited a trace of panic. You're talking nonsense. I need my own time to conduct my research without outside interference. Is that wrong? Yabo said. Well then, tell us what research you're conducting. Even if you don't want to reveal this kind of technology, you should at least tell people what you're working on. How can anyone understand your specific techniques simply from a name? Li Tianheng said calmly. At this moment, even Mikisi couldn't help but glance at Yabo because Li Tianheng's words indeed touched upon exactly what Mikisi had been wondering. For such a long time, what Yabo was actually doing was truly unknown. However, Mikisi had harbored no doubts. For someone like Yabo, a genius who had access to alien civilization technology, requiring independent time and space, made perfect sense. But after Li Tianheng's questioning, even Mikisi started to doubt Yabo somewhat. Mikisi, what look is that? Yabo stared coldly at Mikisi. Don't let an outsider stir trouble between our relationship with just a few words. This is a typical tactic used by these people from Longhua. Such a simple thing shouldn't be escalated to such severity, right? Li Tianheng remarked indifferently before the screen. Our issues don't need your meddling. Yabo roared angrily. All right, if you won't speak, I will say it for you, Li Tianheng said indifferently. Mikisi, do you know that you're nurturing a seed capable of leading the Blue Star civilization to complete destruction? What do you mean? Mikisi's face changed again upon hearing these words. Although not very familiar with Li Tianheng, Mikisi instinctively felt he wouldn't joke about something this serious. Mikisi, do you trust him or me? Yabo suddenly interjected at this moment. He merely wants to sow discord through this method. Don't you understand that? I want to hear him continue. As for everything you've heard from Yabo, including the source of his technology, I believe he hasn't lied. If you still doubt me, I'll tell you some things about the Orion civilization. After you hear them, you'll understand. When Li Tianheng reached this point, not only was Mikisi startled, but Yabo also stared at the screen as though seeing a ghost. This matter, he could swear, he had mentioned only to Mikisi and no one else. If so, how on earth did Li Tianheng know about the existence of the Orion civilization? Of course, I know you are curious about how I know about the Orion civilization, but that's not important. What's crucial, Mikisi, is to listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Li Tianheng continued. What? Do you really think such a trick would work to stir up trouble? Impossible. Yabo roared furiously. Quick, cut off the power supply. Cut off the power to all devices. You aren't in charge here yet. All of this isn't up to you to decide, Mikisi said coldly. Li Tianheng, go on, Mikisi said. Actually, what I have to say is quite simple. He didn't lie to you. Every word he told you was true, but there's a most critical thing he concealed from you. Li Tianheng said. What is it? Mikisi asked again. The fact is, Rip, Suddenly, an odd sound came, and then under everyone's watchful eyes, a blade appeared in Yabo's hand. This blade moved like a fierce wind, piercing straight through my Kisi's throat. Chapter 121, Yabo's Methods. Mace couldn't believe what was happening. He desperately clutched at his neck with both hands, but blood gushed forth like a spring, continuously seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Li Tianheng, this is all you're doing. It's you who has forced me. Yabo screamed. Yabo, I hope you know what you're doing. Don't forget, you are also a member of this planet. What benefits will bringing the advanced civilization of Orion here to enslave us bring you? Li Tianheng said coldly. Don't give me that crap. I've never been part of this planet. My purpose for existing is to fulfill my mission, and my mission is to lead the Orion civilization back to the solar system. As Yabo finished speaking, several muscular men burst out from around the gates, holding weapons as they opened fire in a frenzied manner inside. All the staff members who had been present earlier, including Clark, met their deaths in an instant. Did you see? It wasn't me who killed them. It was you. It was Li Tianheng who made the move. Yabo stared coldly at the screen. It's because of you that I've been forced to do this. And I have to say, I am truly curious about how you found out these secrets. I've already told you, it doesn't matter anymore. But, since you've made your decision, good luck. From now on, I won't go easy on you. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianheng hung up the call while Yabo looked grimly at the bloody scene around him. Clean this place up. Restore its original appearance in the shortest time possible, Yabo commanded. Yes, master. The leading muscular man replied respectfully. Bring me the bodies of Mace and Clark. After saying this, Yabo turned away and entered another laboratory. Inside were various sophisticated instruments and soft robotic arms. The two muscular men carried the bodies of Mace and Clark in and laid them on two examination beds. Above them, the delicate machinery was constantly scanning them. To everyone's visible astonishment, their wounds began healing, as if some invisible force was mending their injuries. Then, two other mechanical arms injected 2 tubes of medication into their bodies. Once all that was done, the machines above them continued to adjust their bodies, needles and devices moving across them. Half an hour later, when the sound of electricity echoed in the lab, something astonishing happened. The once completely dead Mace and Clark slowly opened their eyes. Anyone who saw this would have likely been utterly terrified, as this moment was too bizarre and defied normal reasoning. Mace and Clark sat up on the beds. They glanced at their own hands before approaching Yabo. Master. Hello. In unison, they spoke. Compared to their previous selves, their eyes now appeared significantly more vacant. But apart from that, there was no apparent abnormality in their bodies. Good. From now on, you'll still be called Mace, and you'll still be called Clark. You continue to carry on your lives based on your original memories. Yabo said. Yes, master. Mace and Clark left, leaving Yabo to coldly watch their departing backs. Li Tianheng, very soon, I'll have a big surprise for you. Just wait, and soon you'll understand the consequences of opposing the advanced Orion civilization, Yabo muttered as he resumed his work mode. At the same moment, Li Tianheng's consciousness had returned to his body, and the fleet of starships carrying Element AX had already arrived back at the Xuanhuan research base. Still, Li Tianheng's gaze remained filled with concern. He hadn't expected that Yabo would so resolutely kill Mace. Even though he didn't know what Yabo's next moves would be, one thing was certain. In the not-too-distant future, he would undoubtedly make a move toward the Xuanhuan research base. But fortunately, Li Tianheng had countless cards up his sleeve now. Regardless of what tricks Yabo might have up his sleeve, Li Tianheng wasn't without the strength to fight back. Tianheng, just what exactly are these things? Why go through so much trouble just to bring them back? Xiuxian asked curiously, looking ahead. He didn't know everything that had happened in space, and even less knew that Yabo had long set his sights on the starships. Li Tianheng didn't intend to tell him either. After all, even if he did, Xiuxian wouldn't be able to help anyway, and it would only add to his worries. A new type of energy material. Nothing like it exists anywhere in the solar system. Li Tianheng said with a smile. A palm-sized piece of this substance can provide power to the entire blue star for 100 years. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian was stunned. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale, but since it came from Li Tianheng's mouth, it naturally had credibility. How could this be possible? There is such a substance in the universe. Doesn't this go against the laws of physics? Xiuxian said. How many years has human science developed? You know well the vastness of the universe. Not just the blue star, the entire solar system is only a grain of sand in comparison to the universe. Though somewhat exaggerated, Xiuxian understood that this was indeed the truth. The civilization development of blue star was still very insignificant compared to the entire universe. Will these substances emit any radiation? Will there be any problems? Xiuxian asked. Don't worry. This is an extremely clean form of cosmic energy, with absolutely no radioactivity or radiation issues, Li Tianheng said with a smile. After finishing his conversation with Xiuxian, Li Tianheng stored the elements in batches inside the underground nuclear power plant. He had previously been a little worried whether slicing open the entire Xuanhuan base would leave insufficient power sources for use. But now, with Element AX, he no longer had to worry about energy supply at all. A small palm-sized piece of AX alone could sufficiently support all the energy and attack systems of the entire Xuanhuan research base. After the mission ended, Li Tianheng finally had a rare chance to relax after months of continuous work that left his body somewhat worn out. For several days, he spent time relaxing with xiuxian, forgetting troubles, forgetting science, forgetting Orion, letting his mind unwind unprecedentedly. Until 5 days later, when this peaceful life was broken by a piece of news. According to the latest news, Elon Tech City will release 2 revolutionary products tomorrow. They have already invited the leading figures from various scientific research fields around the world to attend the product launch event. Xuanhuan handed over the tablet to Li Tianheng, on which appeared the announcement that Elon Tech City was about to hold its product release event. Chapter 122, Elon Technology City Press Conference. Elon Technology City was about to hold a product launch event, which made Li Tianheng's brows slightly furrow. The boss of Elon Technology City was Max, but he had witnessed with his own eyes on the screen that Max had been brutally killed by Yabo. It hadn't even been a few days. Shouldn't Elon Technology City be in mourning? How could they have the strength to host a product launch? Li Tianheng held his tablet with some confusion as he pondered this. The product they were going to launch was truly extraordinary. What shocked Li Tianheng deeply, however, was the person introducing the product. It was Max, who was supposed to be long dead. How is this possible? Was it pre-recorded? Li Tianheng couldn't help but guess aloud. Henggu, this should have been just recently recorded. Didn't the video say that Max is the host of this press conference? Zhang Quan said beside him. Even Li Tianheng was startled. How could a supposedly dead Max become the host of a product launch? This wasn't like a fairy tale story, was it? But since Elon Technology City had already released this stunning news, surely they wouldn't dare to fabricate such details. Though I've roughly looked at the product introduction, there's no detailed information. They only mentioned one sentence about a groundbreaking product, a helmet, an agent, and nothing else. It's unclear what they're launching. Zhang Quan's words pulled Li Tianheng back to reality. Ignoring the matter of Max for now, Elon Technology City's decision to release a product still deserved Li Tianheng's attention. After all, he already knew Yabo's mission. So would the next product release have any connection to Yabo's task? However, the product overview was precisely as Zhang Quan had just said. It didn't specify anything concrete beyond the vague advertising phrase, disruptive breakthrough, with no other substantial information provided. It seems I'll have to pay attention to this press conference and see what kind of disruptive product they are actually launching. A hint of anticipation appeared on Li Tianheng's face. Would Max appear during the press conference or not? If he did, it would mean he somehow came back from the dead, an unimaginable situation that would certainly go beyond Li Tianheng's comprehension. Another point of anticipation naturally lay in the product Elon Technology City was about to unveil. Since it was called a disruptive product, its functions, applications, and features must indeed be extraordinary. Li Tianheng was curious to see exactly what kind of product could be deemed so revolutionary. And just like that, a few quiet days passed. With Elon Technology City's global hype building, top influencers, leaders, and companies across various tech industries were closely monitoring this press conference. Elon Technology City certainly did not disappoint. A grand, supersized launch event was underway in the center of Elon Technology City. Here gathered the world's top tech tycoons, including the best media outlets who had arrived long ago. On the massive stage in front stood a top band from the entertainment industry, there to perform. One might as well say this was more of a concert bringing together celebrities from all walks of life than a regular tech product launch event. After all, Elon Technology City is a commercial company. If they're releasing a product, naturally all necessary work must be fully prepared. At that moment, backstage stood Yabo, Max, Clark, and various top figures within the tech world, all waiting for the stage performance to end. Finally, after an hour-long concert, Max straightened his suit and stepped onto the stage. Dear guests, media, fans, and elite professionals, thank you for joining us here at Elon Technology City to experience the cutting-edge charm of technology. The applause continued for a long time after Max finished speaking. There was no doubt that both his personal charisma and the development Max had brought to the field of technology, as well as his contributions to the entire world, were unparalleled. Hence, his fan base included everyone from children to elites across various industries. A few days ago, you've all seen our warming up posters where I declared this as a revolutionary leap in science and technology. So today's press conference will surely not disappoint you. Once again, applause erupted. With the technology being described by Max as revolutionary, everyone present was already brimming with anticipation. As everyone knows, in recent years, our civilization seemed to have come to a standstill, lacking any significant breakthroughs in technology. That is until some time ago when a fellow named Li Tianheng from the country of Longwood developed a smart robot. Compared to the Optimus I designed before, his little Hang robot achieved a qualitative leap. Many of you must have purchased this product. The crowd on site erupted in cheers once more at Max's words, admiring his willingness to acknowledge the excellence of others. So, we at Elon Technology City have long felt immense pressure from Longhua. Recently, we've been striving hard to catch up and have finally made significant breakthroughs in some areas of technology. These breakthroughs will undoubtedly elevate our Blue Star's technological standards to an entirely new level and bring our civilization to unprecedented heights. As Max finished speaking, the applause resounded again, lasting a full minute before it ended. I won't beat around the bush. Let me introduce today's first product, Elon Technology City's newly developed biological agent, Body Cell Enhancement Serum. With Max's announcement, the entire venue fell into a brief moment of silence. Clearly, the concept of cell enhancement serum had left them perplexed. Max smiled faintly, unsurprised by the reaction. An attendant brought over a vial of the agent, which Max held in his hand, pride subtly showing on his face. Inject this body cell enhancement serum into your system, and your physical capabilities will surpass those of any weightlifter, allowing you to lift 1,000 caddies with one hand and run faster than a cheetah. After Max finished speaking, two young men walked up beside him. These two individuals have received the injection of the body cell enhancement serum. They'll now demonstrate the incredible power of this product. As he spoke, one of the men effortlessly lifted a 200-kilogram dumbbell off the ground with a single hand. But that wasn't all. With a casual toss, he hurled the dumbbell 10 meters away. Bang! A thunderous boom shook the ground as the massive dumbbell sank deep into the earth, embedding itself nearly halfway. Many in the audience who had doubted what they were hearing were silenced once more by this scene. Chapter 123. Eternal Life? Is this a power that humans can possess? The entire scene was still dead silent until now. It took almost half a minute before thunderous applause erupted. Meanwhile, another person started running from one end of the stage. In the blink of an eye, and with all spectators dumbfounded, they reached the other end of the stage. The camera clearly captured a fleeting shadow dashing across the stage, stunning everyone present once again with this terrifying speed. Everyone should have already experienced the power of strength and speed with their own eyes. Yes, this is the effect after using our company's cellular enhancement solution. After using it, our bodies are even immune to extreme heat and cold. We can wear short sleeves in winter and down jackets in summer without any issues. This is the disruptive revolution we bring to all people on Blue Star through our biological research. After Mesk finished speaking, the venue burst into thunderous applause once again. Though it seemed like a far-fetched tale, it still received cheers from countless people. I would like to ask, does this kind of agent have side effects on the human body? Moreover, if such agents are widely used, wouldn't there be uncontrollable violent problems? A media reporter stood up on the spot and questioned Mesk about the issues brought by releasing such a substance. Although it's not yet time for reporters to ask questions, I can still answer these two questions ahead of time. Mesk looked calmly at the tens of thousands of spectators on site and continued. First, I want to talk about side effects. Since we've already held a press conference and plan to sell it in bulk, it naturally has been tested and confirmed as safe, so there's no way it could have side effects. If I were to say anything about its only side effect, it would be that after using this agent, its effects will last exactly 10 years. Therefore, if you want to use this drug, this is the only thing you need to consider. At this moment, there was once again heated discussion throughout the venue, but it was clear that many people could no longer contain their excitement. With something like this, one could practically transform into a little superhero. Next is the second question, the issue of uncontrolled violence. Honestly, I feel somewhat foolish answering this question. Mesk said indifferently. Let me give you the simplest analogy. If you're inclined towards violence, anything around you could become a weapon. As long as you use it properly, even the strongest things won't cause you any problems. This analogy also earned enthusiastic applause once again. Well, I've answered those two questions up to this point. There will be more detailed sessions later regarding this agent, where you can learn more thoroughly. Here, I will only demonstrate its two most powerful functions. A hint of excitement appeared on Mesk's face. Besides, I am already getting somewhat impatient, wanting to introduce our next product because the second product we're launching today is truly our top priority. As Mesk's words fell, a staff member brought up a box nearby. Mesk carefully opened the box, revealing a helmet-like headpiece inside. Around the helmet, various precise sensors and wiring connections could be seen, and this helmet was Mesk's main push product of the day. By this point, everyone was already on tenterhooks because the promotional material had featured this exact helmet. What exactly could this helmet do? What were its functions? These were questions that intrigued everyone present. I believe many of you are curious about what kind of functions this helmet has and why I am pushing this product. Mesk deliberately left a suspenseful pause before continuing, looking at everyone present. If I told you, this helmet could help you achieve the ability of eternal life, how much do you think it's worth? As soon as the words were spoken, the venue completely erupted into chaos. Mesk, after all, was a scientist, a researcher promoting scientific advancements. For him to bring up a ridiculous topic like eternal life, how could the scientific scholars present not feel shocked? Mesk, what do you mean by eternal life? Do you mean the eternal life of humanity? How could this helmet possibly have such a function? You're being absurd. This feels more like a theological meeting than a tech product launch. Mesk, could you please explain specifically how this helmet achieves human immortality? Various voices buzzed through the venue, but most of them were doubts directed at Mesk. Before I answer your questions, let me ask you this. How do you think we can achieve eternal life? Mesk asked. This question is too broad. From an ordinary person's perspective, living longer could be considered temporary immortality. But with our current science and technology, it's still difficult to stop the aging process of our carbon-based bodies. However, if we look at it from another angle, what if our physical selves are gone, but our consciousness remains? Wouldn't that also mean a form of immortality? After speaking, Mesk pressed a button on the remote in his hand, activating the projection screen behind him. It displayed the holographic structural diagram of the helmet. Imagine this. There is one or more mainframe servers that can store your consciousness and memories. When the day comes that your body can no longer function, and when we activate your server, we once again awaken your consciousness and memories. Wouldn't this also, to some extent, fulfill our desire for immortality? At this moment, everyone in the venue was left speechless, unable to imagine such technology existing in this era. At least achieving eternal life has always been the wish of countless people. The vision Mesk described might not involve the physical immortality of the body, but if thoughts and memories could be stored, then at least our consciousness would remain alive. And this helmet, Mesk held up the helmet and continued, is the tool we use to upload our memories and thoughts to the server. Of course, its purpose is not just to upload our thoughts and memories. With this helmet, we can log into the brand new world created by our AI Iron Tech City. After uploading our thoughts and memories, we can enter this new world. As soon as he finished speaking, the image on the projection behind Mesk changed instantly, revealing a completely new city. This city looked as clear as if it were captured on video. Azure skies, realistic urban landscapes, rivers, and clouds. Chapter 124, Disruptive Technology. These images looked extremely beautiful, but there wasn't a single human figure in this beautiful picture. Did you see the scene? This is the new city we've built. As you can also see, there isn't a single person here, but as long as we upload our thoughts and memories through the helmet, your body will be generated here based on the data, allowing you to live in this world. You might even feel no difference at all between this animated world and the real world. All the people present let out a gasp after hearing these words. It sounded like something straight out of a science fiction movie. But since Max introduced this product so confidently, and Elon Tech City being a professional tech company, they naturally wouldn't engage in false advertising. If you are still alive in the real world, you can log into our virtual world anytime through the helmet. Suppose one day misfortune strikes and you pass away, our helmet will automatically detect your lost vital signs. At that point, your memory and consciousness will be activated in the cloud, and you'll permanently live in this world. Max's voice wasn't loud, yet it was extremely shocking. He continued, "Of course, by then, you may not even sense that it's a virtual world. After all, even the world we currently live in, who can guarantee it is definitely real and not virtual?" Max's introduction of this product was more like an exhilarating lecture. Compared to the first genetic drug, this helmet product had much stronger appeal. Simply put, it could completely allow life to continue running even after disappearance. This was nothing short of a divine tool for those who fear death, or even accidental deaths. In addition, I want to say that joining our cloud world earlier allows you to enjoy more benefits, Max said lightly. I'm not promoting that you should buy this product quickly. I'm just stating a simple truth. He continued casually. For example, this city now doesn't have a single person. Currently, housing prices here are set at $10 per square meter. This cost will be deducted from your bank balance in reality. Later, as the population increases, the price will go up. So, you should understand what I mean, right? Many faces showed signs of wild enthusiasm at this point. By their expressions, it seemed they couldn't wait to buy one once the conference ended. Essentially, nobody doubted Max, and no one questioned the motivation behind Elon Tech City. Even if achieving eternal life turned out to be fake, buying such a machine and playing with it at home would still provide an excellent experience. I believe the release of this machine alone deserves to be called a disruptive technology showcase. Max smiled faintly, and once again thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Such advanced high-tech, able to achieve something akin to immortality from a certain perspective, was exactly what Max promoted without exaggeration. Finally, I'd like to announce the price. The helmet is priced at $4,999, and the cell enhancement fluid is priced at $9,999. Those interested can pre-order on our official website. We've also connected with multiple global sales channels, so you can place your pre-orders via various methods. In half a month, we'll open up the sale of the first batch of products. Next to our stage, we have 3 exhibition halls each measuring 2,000 square meters. There are over 1,000 samples available for you to try. Feel free to experience them. The venue was still filled with enduring applause, and after finishing his presentation, Max decisively left the stage. There were many media reporters who didn't even get a chance to ask their questions. But this didn't matter anymore. The whole venue was in a frenzy. They all rushed towards the adjacent hall, eager to experience the wonders of this helmet immediately. Meanwhile, back in Dragon Country, Li Tianheng watched the entire event attentively until it finished. Even afterward, his expression remained deeply grave. Wow, Max really is amazing. Something so powerful has actually been created by him, Xuanhuan remarked beside him. The design and manufacturing must have been handled by Yabo. Although Max is indeed talented, he probably doesn't have the ability to create something like this himself, xiuxian added nearby. This is designed and manufactured by Yabo. Max could never produce something like this. Li Tianheng's gaze carried a hint of gravity. Being able to freely upload thoughts and memories shouldn't merely aim to achieve human immortality. There must be another purpose. If this product was truly designed by Max, then Li Tianheng wouldn't have too much to worry about. However, if this item really came from Yabo's hands, its significance would be vastly different. To be honest, it's making me itch to try one. I really want to buy one and give it a go, Zhang Quan said beside him. Aren't you finding this dangerous? Xiuxian looked at Zhang Quan and said, let me ask you, what if one day you really die, but you live again inside this server? Wouldn't the people designing and controlling your consciousness and thoughts be able to manipulate your fate at will? Zhang Quan's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. After Xiuxian's reminder, it seemed that things were indeed as she had described. Let's not talk about other aspects for now. At least we should be able to independently control our memories and thoughts on this server before this product is worth purchasing, Xiuxian said. Yes, you're right. But now that you mention it, I suddenly feel so scared. A hint of fear flickered across Zhang Quan's face. Suppose this server stores the thoughts and memories of 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million people. Wouldn't Max become a totally dominant level figure? Even though it was a virtual world, this system was fundamentally different from ordinary gaming servers. After all, it stored vivid human memories. Well, get a few of these helmets here for me through any channels as soon as possible. Li Tianheng spoke with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. All right, understood, Boss Heng. Zhang Quan naturally knew what Li Tianheng wanted to do, as Elon Tech City's press conference had also greatly impacted him. What Zhang Quan didn't know, however, was that Li Tianheng merely wanted to use this product to confirm whether Yabo's intention to restrict human technological development had anything to do with this helmet. Chapter 125. Find time to take a look. 5 days passed quietly, and during these 5 days, Li Tianheng didn't stay idle either. The separation work of the Shunhang research base was almost finished. Now, even if the surface really were to suffer from an asteroid collision, Li Tianheng could fully uproot everything within a 30-kilometer radius, then rise and leave the surface. With Axe elements as the driving force, the powerful energy field was enough to drag this seemingly massive object easily onto the surface. But all this was far from enough. After all, in the future, there would likely be confrontations with advanced civilizations like the Orion civilization. Thus, the deployment of weapons became the top priority for the next step. Regardless of what means Yabo would use to restrict Blue Star's technological development, it definitely wouldn't affect him here. Tianheng, what exactly are you manufacturing here? I can't make any sense of it at all, Lu Yuanshan said leisurely during his spare time these days. He had come to consult Li Tianheng. Though his age and experience put him ahead in some areas, in relevant technology aspects, Li Tianheng had surpassed him by miles. It's a kind of spatial weapon for the future, preparing in advance for possible interstellar war outbreaks, Li Tianheng replied with a smile. Interstellar war? Lu Yuanshan widened his eyes, obviously not understanding what Li Tianheng was talking about. He continued, that kind of thing is still very far away from us, right? Not at all. Maybe. Who knows, one day we'll see alien fleets arriving above our atmosphere, Li Tianheng said. This. Clearly, Lu Yuanshan, who was unaware of the situation, believed that aliens were still very distant from them. But I think that, even if there are alien civilizations, they may not all come with hostility, Lu Yuanshan stated. Although this thought might seem pessimistic, let me ask you, what happened after Columbus discovered the New World? Li Tianheng questioned. I understand the principle, but, in fact, the principle is the same. For any alien civilization capable of easily reaching our blue star, their level of advancement will certainly be far beyond our imagination. And our civilization, to them, would be no different than America was to Columbus. In fact, this wasn't the worst-case scenario. The truly terrifying possibility is that all of humanity's developments over hundreds of thousands of years might have been carefully orchestrated by another civilization. That's the truly alarming idea when one thinks deeply about it. Of course, there was no need to tell Lu Yuanshan about this matter. It was only necessary to give him a slight hint in advance, allowing him to prepare mentally. All right, there was actually something I wanted your help with, but seeing how busy you are, I'll wait until you're done. Lu Yuanshan said. No problem, go ahead and tell me. My work here can be handed over to Xiaohang to complete, Li Tianheng responded. Are you sure? If I ask you for help, it's probably not going to be a small matter, Lu Yuanshan replied. The sky is vast, but your matter is the greatest. Li Tianheng smiled slightly. Standing beside him was none other than academician Lu Yuanshan. No matter how busy he was, he needed to find time for this elder. Haha, it's not that serious. Recently, the person responsible for the design of rail transit encountered a series of problems in some technical designs. They found me wanting my assistance, and the first person I thought of was you. Lu Yuanshan himself had already realized this problem. In the past, if there were issues related to his field, he would always consider potential solutions. But now it was different. Nowadays, whenever anyone sought his help, without even looking at the problem, the first image that came to his mind was Li Tianheng. Rail transit. The image of modern rail transit naturally appeared in Li Tianheng's mind. In reality, the current development of rail transit had reached an unprecedented height. To further its progress, breakthroughs would need to occur in certain technologies. What's their design concept? Are they improving the tracks, upgrading the performance of trains, or exploring other directions? Li Tianheng asked. They want to build the tracks underground. Didn't Musk have related designs before, where the tracks are buried underground and treated with vacuum, which allows trains to achieve faster speeds while reducing track pressure on the ground? Lu Yuanshan explained briefly, and Li Tianheng immediately understood their intentions. Musk's underground vacuum track design was already quite mature. They had just kept the advanced technology under wraps and hadn't made it public. Now, since Longhua had a scientific powerhouse like Li Tianheng, they naturally also wanted to take advantage of this resource. All right, I'll take care of this matter and design it carefully when I have time, Li Tianheng said. Find time. For others, such work might require racking their brains, spending countless days and nights in arduous research, yet still may not yield results. But for Li Tianheng, he could complete this task just by finding some spare time. However, upon further reflection, it did seem reasonable. Even destroying a small asteroid more than 2,000 kilometers away was within his reach, so handling this should indeed only require him to find some time, right? All right, here are the detailed new designs. Take a look at how they can be improved when you have time. Lu Yuanshan pulled out a USB drive and handed it to Li Tianheng, then turned around and left. Li Tianheng really didn't think this was any difficult task. For him, what he was urgently focused on now was developing brand new, powerful weapons to deploy outside the atmosphere as protection against potential Orion civilization invasions. In addition, the two products released by Alone Technology City were also the ones he cared about most. He was eager to obtain the samples to uncover their secrets. Finally, the next day, Li Tianheng received some good news. Through various overseas channels and numerous price increases, xiuxian and xianhuan had managed to secure the two revolutionary scientific products released by Alone Technology City. The moment Li Tianheng held the cellular enhancement solution in his hand, He was already certain that this was exactly the same as the one used by Wu Jiang back then. An upgraded version of this cellular enhancement solution had long been mass-produced within the Shunhang research base, but hadn't been officially released yet. Yabo actually dared to mass-produce and sell this thing. What's his plan? Li Tianheng looked at the liquid inside the test tube in his hand, which shimmered beautifully like a dynamic painting. It appears the same, but has its composition been altered once again? Li Tianheng couldn't be entirely sure. After all, having just acquired it, visual inspection alone wasn't enough to fully confirm. System, analyze the cellular enhancement solution in my hand. When uncertain, activating the system naturally became the fastest and most accurate method for analysis. Chapter 126, Nanoscale Structures. Host, this body cell enhancement agent is the same as the one refined before. But this agent contains an added nanoscale neural control system, making it somewhat different from the previous one. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng became immediately spirited and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean by nanoscale neural control system? Explain it." Once this nanotechnology is implanted in a human body, it can remotely control the person's level of nerve excitement and even manipulate the cerebral cortex, thus completely controlling whoever has been injected with this liquid. After hearing these words, Li Tianheng instantly understood everything. This cell enhancement solution does indeed enhance the human body, but now not only are there the side effects from before, but also Yabo integrated a brand new technology within it, seemingly designed to control more people. Yabo, what clever means? Li Tianheng looked at the test tube in his hand. For those who didn't know, using this stuff could transform them into little superhumans. And this kind of thing also has group effect. If I become stronger using this, naturally the people around me would also want to get stronger. Thus, more and more people would use this product. This object is truly terrifying. Don't say 10 million or hundreds of millions of people. Even 7-digit numbers of users would all become members of Yabo's superhuman army. This was just Li Tianheng's conservative estimate, and the number could easily rise to 8 or even 9 digits. How terrifying. Is this thing really that magical? I already want to try it. Xianhuan excitedly said from the side. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiuxian slapped him across the face. Are you tired of living? How dare you use such a thing when our base already has a much stronger agent designed by Li Tianheng? Do you know this? But, Brother Heng, wasn't he saying that the upgraded version only lasts for 24 hours? Xianhuan scratched his head as he spoke. You're beyond help. Do you think that something with short-lasting effects is bad? Often, drugs advertised with no side effects are the most frightening, said Xiuxian. Yes, that's quite true, replied Li Tianheng with a look of seriousness. This is only the first step of Yabo's plan. Once a sufficient number is reached, anyone who has been injected with this agent will become walking corpses under his command. Your body will be completely out of your own control. Does it sound so severe? Xianhuan turned pale at Li Tianheng holding the test tube. I'll show you its real contents. Li Tianheng then took the agent to the back of the lab and secured it at the center of the machine. The red scanner began analyzing it, and the screen displayed the enlarged image of the test tube. The images were continuously zoomed in and magnified until it finally led us into the microscopic world inside the test tube. In the microscopic world, there were countless red substances that resembled a horde of grotesque demon beasts wandering about. However, amidst these red substances, they could clearly see a smaller metallic substance. This metallic substance floated all around, and upon further magnification, they could see these metals shaped like spider-like creatures. At this moment, the device was conducting detailed analysis. In the video, golden tentacles carefully picked up one silver spider and delicately disassembled it, revealing the intricate structure inside. It is actually a nanoscale structure. This. Xianhuan's face blanched with fear. Had it not been for Li Tianheng's reminder, there's a good chance he would have consumed the agent, which could lead to unimaginable consequences. This isn't a nanoscale structure. This is a smaller picometer mechanism, and common microscopes cannot display its full structure. Li Tianheng explained. That is to say, Alone Technology City produced these things just to create a superhuman army for them, right? It's truly horrifying. Yesterday, the data I obtained stated that the number of people who pre-ordered this cell enhancement solution has already reached a terrifying 50 million mark, and the number keeps rising. Xianhuan said. To put it simply, that's how it goes. Without any effort or publicity, people voluntarily use this. Then once these nanomachines activate, all individuals injected with the cell enhancement solution will turn into Yabo's puppets. Li Tianheng said. But this wasn't actually what Li Tianheng was most worried about. After all, despite how powerful this agent was, it was still within his control range. Worst case scenario, he'd develop an antidote to restore those injected with the drug back to normalcy. What he was truly worried about was the helmet beside him. This was the real key issue. Since there were such hidden problems in this drug, he absolutely didn't believe that the helmet would be something simple that allowed people to achieve immortality. Now let me see what it really is. Li Tianheng opened the packaging, and what appeared before his eyes was basically a semi-enclosed helmet, like the ones used for motorcycle riding. If one must point out the differences, it was just thicker than an ordinary helmet. Additionally, there was an electrical connection device at the back of the head section. When he picked it up, it felt fairly substantial. Li Tianheng looked inside the helmet, where various sensors connected to the scalp could be seen. Apart from that, other parts were meticulously sealed off, offering no glimpse into its secrets. Let's have the little Hang robot try it on first. Li Tianheng called over a little Hang robot and placed the helmet on its head. Will this work? Each unit connects to their server, and if they discover that it's not worn by a real person, they'll easily associate it with you. Yuan said. Don't worry. This is the improved version of the little hang robot. I've programmed it to perfectly simulate the intricate activities of our human brain, and I've synchronized all relevant data to our database. As long as they don't see the physical robot, it will pass as a real human being. Li Tianhang had prepared for several days for this moment, so he naturally anticipated issues like these. Not long after Little Hang put on the helmet, a highly realistic holographic projection appeared around Li Tianhang and Yuan. This was Little Hang projecting the scenes from inside the helmet in real time onto the real world, allowing Li Tianhang and others to understand everything Little Hang was experiencing at the moment. Chapter 127, Problematic Questions. At this moment, Xiaohang had already passed the initial registration. A character created through data simulation appeared on the street. What shocked them was that the street was already packed with people, and the noise of bustling crowds could be heard everywhere. Although Li Tianhang and his group weren't wearing helmets, the scenes displayed through holographic projection made them feel as though they were directly on the streets of the city. My God, in just a few days, there are already so many people registered. Xiuxian exclaimed in disbelief as she looked around. Past registration, identity verification, asset certification, deposit of $95 million American dollars, defined as middle class. A duplex apartment is gifted. Then followed the system's various certifications for Xiaohang. Of course, Li Tianhang had already done his homework beforehand, ensuring that everything about Xiaohang would go smoothly without any issues. But soon after, xuanhuan, immersed in the projection, said, "Holy crap, this is practically no different from a game. Only, compared to traditional computer games, players wearing helmets upload their consciousness directly into the game world for real-time operation. This is amazing." Li Tianhang also nodded in agreement beside him, acknowledging it as a truly extraordinary design. Most importantly, players could upload their consciousness and memories to this world via helmets. Even if their physical bodies died in the real world, they could still resurrect in this world. In a sense, Musk's promotion wasn't exaggerated at all. As long as the server didn't malfunction, achieving immortality would indeed be possible. And even if the server faced various issues, people in this world were merely data. This data could be backed up, copied, and pasted onto another server. Thinking about it, Li Tianhang suddenly began to doubt the reality of the world he lived in at that moment. Could the Blue Star world where he resided also simply be a data-stored universe? However, upon reconsideration, Li Tianhang felt this was unlikely. After all, he had a system of his own. If he lived in a virtual game world, how could he explain the super modification system on his body? As far as I can see now, there doesn't seem to be much issue here. It seems to just be a very advanced world that can upload consciousness, like a game. Yuan said beside him. It can't be that simple. You don't know about Yabo's purpose? Li Tianhang's reminder caused Yuan to once again look grave. As an envoy of the Orion civilization guiding the Orion civilization to the solar system, this couldn't simply be just a game-like virtual world design. After pondering for a while and finding nothing unusual, it seemed that before dismantling it, she could only seek help from the system again. System, you should be able to detect this smart helmet, right? Li Tianhang's consciousness entered his mind. Yes, host, the system detects the simulated universe helmet. This helmet can undergo god-level modifications. Would the host like to make adjustments? Not for now. I want to ask if you can detect certain abnormal technologies in this helmet, just like you detected nanotechnology in the cellular enhancement fluid? Li Tianhang asked with a bit of anticipation. Replying to the host, the system did not detect any abnormal technology in this virtual universe helmet. Is that so? This puzzled Li Tianhang. Could this really be just an ordinary virtual helmet? Did Yabo not plan to use this helmet for troublemaking? If so, let me ask again. Will using this helmet cause any side effects? Li Tianhang pressed further, somewhat reluctantly. There are side effects. What kind of side effects? Li Tianhang instantly perked up. Since the helmet lacks an anti-addiction system, an overload, or over-voltage protection device. Additionally, due to the high authenticity of the virtual universe, these will result in the following problems for users. First, the inability to distinguish between the virtual universe and the real world, potentially leading to emotional breakdowns and splitting. Second, excessive dependence on the virtual universe. Within this procedural universe, infinite possibilities can be created. If one discovers the operating rules of the virtual universe program, human consciousness might even achieve superhuman abilities, making the consciousness unwilling to leave the virtual universe. Third, prolonged use of the helmet may lead to brain overload. Depending on individual constitutions, it could possibly result in brain death. Upon hearing these words, Li Tianhang's expression turned serious. These were indeed side effects of the helmet, but they seemed to only be technical issues. What Li Tianhang wanted to hear was what Yabo intended to do with this helmet. Is that all? Nothing else? Li Tianhang asked again. Currently, the system can only detect these issues. If there are other related problems, the host will need to explore them on their own. All right, I see. After speaking, Li Tianhang exited the system, his brows furrowed more deeply than before. If he could find a problem, it wouldn't be an issue for him. The real problem was that after so much effort, no issues were discovered at all. The situation is like this. Li Tianhang briefly recounted the issues the system had mentioned, of course in his own words. Upon hearing this, Yuan, Zhang, and a group of responsible persons from the Shunhang base furrowed their brows tightly. This helmet seemed to have no problems aside from technical reasons. Finding any other issues appeared to exceed their ability. Brother Hang, you just said people would over-rely on the virtual world. I think this goes beyond just technical problems. Suddenly, a young man's voice came through. Everyone looked to the back where the young man, who appeared rather shy and unable to meet the eyes of so many people, sat. What do you notice? Speak up, Li Tianheng urged immediately. Excessive dependence on the virtual world essentially means that users can completely abandon the real world. To put it another way, once we become fully immersed in it, we depend on it so much that we no longer want to leave the virtual world. In a sense, it's no different from drugs. This statement caused Li Tianheng's eyes to brighten suddenly, his face revealing a hint of excitement. Go on, please continue, Li Tianheng urged hastily. Chapter 128, Wang Shua. Let's take an example. A 20-year-old young man comes into contact with this helmet, and he believes that the virtual world inside the helmet is the real one, and he doesn't want to leave that world anymore. What about his body in our real world? This question made quite a few people fall into a brief contemplation. For those whose bodies haven't had any problems, it seems to be a real issue indeed. I think this isn't really a problem, xiuxian said from the side. As long as we exit the virtual world, right? This helmet can log in and out at any time. You still don't understand what I mean. Let me ask you this. Can someone who uses drugs easily quit? The young man stood up and said, it's obvious that it's very hard, and I think this helmet would be even more extreme, because they can completely take their spirit to a virtual world, ignoring their physical form in the real world entirely, and it wouldn't matter whether or not the body exists. Especially since 80% of the people in this world are poor, living less than ideal lives. If they could enter this new world and develop themselves, living better, why wouldn't they abandon their flesh to enter this virtual world? That's true. A simple passage, but it sharply pointed out the most central issue of this matter. When everyone present heard these words, they fell into contemplation once again. It has to be admitted that this series of analyses was indeed quite reasonable. We continue imagining. I won't say 80 or 50%, just 10%. If 10% of the people give up their real-world bodies and go live fully in this virtual world, what would happen? He continued asking. Li Tianheng's expression changed again upon hearing this. If this matter was combined with the Hunter constellation matter, everything seemed plausible then. The highly developed civilization of the Hunter constellation, which has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, appears to be intentionally raising the civilization of the solar system, with the purpose being to harvest it when they return one day. If at this point a whole new world emerged, a place where all spirits and consciousnesses can be stored, where life would be better, perhaps the Hunter constellation wouldn't need to do anything. People would first abandon their bodies on their own. Because the information of the Hunter constellation civilization reveals the most crucial point, food. Developing humans to this current level was solely for them to become their food. Using such means, the human race could possibly be harvested effortlessly. I see it now. I see it now, Li Tianheng exclaimed. Then without minding the strange looks from everyone else, he rushed toward his lab. Xiuxian and others quickly got up too, rushing to the lab door after Li Tianheng. However, by the time they arrived here, Li Tianheng was already deeply engrossed in his work, so none of them dared to enter and disturb him. Li Tianheng was swiftly operating the equipment in front of him, connecting the helmet device to a nearby machine at the same time. Xiaoyang, conduct a point-to-point scan and analyze the internal structure of the helmet. Do not overlook any part. Produce projection data for all precise internal structures. Understood, boss. Scanning analysis in progress. Under Li Tianheng's continuous operation, half a day passed quietly, and all data regarding the helmet's internal structure were accurately scanned and analyzed, and stored within the lab database. The next step will be to begin selecting carefully from the database. Li Tianheng, somewhat weary, walked out of the lab, and seeing so many people outside, he paused for a moment. Then it seemed he remembered something. Looking up, he asked, who just performed the event analysis? It was me. A young man stepped forward. Although those standing here were all leaders from the Shenheng base, there were several he did not recognize. What's your name? My name is Wang Shua. Good. From now on, follow me and help me. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shua's face lit up with sheer joy. This was an opportunity countless people yearned for endlessly. Thank you, Brother Hang. Thank you, Brother Hang. At this moment, Li Tianheng turned back toward the lab again, where 10 Xiaoyang units were conducting high-precision detection work inside. Tianheng, what exactly are they doing? Xiuxian couldn't help but ask. If Wang Shua's hypothesis earlier proves to be correct, then within the helmet, or inside the program of this virtual world, there must be some kind of audiobook program, induction program. Such programs may entice more users to forsake their bodies to achieve Yabo's objectives. Xiuxian and others understood implicitly. So far, no abnormalities have been detected in the helmet. We'll have to wait and see if Xiaohang makes any new discoveries. In this way, about half an hour passed, and one of the Xiaohang robots suddenly turned to look at Li Tianheng. Boss, I wonder if this program is abnormal. Li Tianheng and Xiuxian quickly ran in, and then they saw such a scene on the holographic projection in front of them. The holographic projection still displayed the projection structure inside the virtual world. But at this moment, they clearly saw the alien-like creatures within the projection. For others around, this didn't seem unusual, as it was just the animated projection of the virtual world where login users could select appearances according to their own preferences. For creating a virtual world, this was nothing but the most basic technology. However, for Li Tianheng and Xiuxian, seeing this scene left them deeply stunned, because the aliens presented before their eyes were almost identical to the alien statues they had seen in Yabo's hometown. At this moment, this alien creature was delivering a speech in a huge street square. Citizens, you've lived in this world for 1.5 years. Do you like this world? The loud voice spread far and wide, with no human figures visible on the streets surrounding the square. Yet, the alien creature continued its relevant lecture undeterred. I understand your feelings and comprehend your situation in real life. Our hunter constellation civilization has built this new world precisely to liberate you from the suffering of the real world. But to operate this brand new world, we need the physical forms of your lives on the blue star, hoping that you will not mind us utilizing your physical beings. This passionate speech still shook the heavens and earth, leaving all those present except Li Tianheng and Xiuxian utterly bewildered. Only Li Tianheng and Xiuxian clearly understood what this represented. Chapter 129, A Word to Wake the Dreamer. Boss, this original program will be activated in 1.5 years. At that time, the scene will be exactly like this. I feel that among all the programs, this one is very unique. Xiaohong's voice continued. Li Tianheng took a breath and then looked at the others. Imagine when such a speech appears in this virtual world. How many people will directly abandon their bodies in the real world? Not 100%, but at least 70% or more wouldn't hesitate at all, Wang Shuo said from the side. And that's what Elon Technology City or Yabo wants as the ultimate result, Li Tianheng said solemnly. In addition, there is also a very abrupt segment of this program whose usage I currently can't find. After Xiaoheng finished speaking, the sound equipment in the laboratory suddenly started playing an audio clip. That somewhat piercing sharp sound spread everywhere, and including Li Tianheng, they suddenly felt a stabbing pain in their heads, followed by a strong wave of dizziness. Stop, stop, stop it. Li Tianheng shouted through the sensation, and Xiaoheng immediately stopped the playback. Currently, this audio can stimulate the cerebral cortex, thereby affecting your consciousness layer, but the exact mechanism of action of this audio remains unknown, Xiaohong's voice transmitted. I see, Wang Shuo said beside him. The speech we just heard was just a kind of spiritual encouragement. If this encouragement doesn't work, then this audio would be used directly to control everyone's consciousness. Li Tianheng nodded. What Wang Shuo had thought of was almost identical to his own. But the key is, what's their purpose? What does Elon Technology City intend to do? Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask. At this point, it's time you know the truth. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, he then gave a detailed explanation of Yabo's plan, the Orion civilization, and these matters to everyone present. When Wang Shuo and the others heard this, they were thoroughly stunned. No one could have expected that this virtual reality headset, along with that medication, would be related to the survival or extinction of humanity. That is to say, before the arrival of the Orion civilization, Yabo intends to use all the means at his disposal to control more people and restrict the technological development of Earth, Xuanhuan said, horrified. So far, it seems like that is the case. Whether it's this helmet or the drug, the final goal is for this, Li Tianheng said. This is too terrifying. A civilization that has developed for hundreds of thousands of years. How can we possibly be their match? One person was full of panic, retreating further and further back. What are you panicking about? Brother Hang can destroy asteroids over 2,000 kilometers in size. Even if they've developed for hundreds of thousands of years, Brother Hang can still find a way to solve the problem, Wang Shuo quickly reassured. You're right, and the most important point is, they view us as food. That means they won't carry out large-scale weapon attacks on Earth. At most, some small-scale conflicts may erupt. This gives us numerous opportunities. Li Tianheng looked behind the Divine Research Base and said, the spatial explosion weapons I've newly developed are mecha suits, anti-gravity flying devices redesigned for combat, electromagnetic rifles. All these can threaten the Orion civilization. We are not without the power to fight. Li Tianheng knew that after saying this matter, it would definitely cause some panic among people. Therefore, he patiently explained the current situation and all the countermeasures that had already been initiated. It's unimaginable. In my lifetime, I never thought I'd actually see extraterrestrials, Lu Xuan beside him said, excitement flickering across his face. To be precise, they don't really know anything about aliens because they were originally born in the solar system. They only left here because of a major conflict with other civilizations. It makes sense for them to return to their hometown. There's nothing wrong with that. Li Tianheng smiled faintly and said, only they didn't expect these seeds they planted so long ago to grow into something capable of threatening them. Yes, why fear them? With Brother Hang here, countless superweapons, and so many starships, it comes down to fighting, another person added. The biggest issue before us now is this helmet being mass-produced frantically, and millions of people scrambling to buy it. But they don't know the truth about these things. Even if we disclose the truth, we estimate very few people would believe it. That's the real trouble. Li Tianheng's words instantly brought silence to the scene. This was indeed a very troublesome issue. Knowing that there was something wrong with this thing, but they could only let it develop as it was, and that was the worst part. If Yabo's purpose is just this, I think it's not hard to solve. An idea struck Wang Shuo, and he wore a look of confidence on his face. Oh, what's your idea? Tell me about it, Li Tianheng hurriedly asked. Actually, it's simple. As long as we come up with something more advanced than this helmet, something even more advanced than that agent, wouldn't that work? Wang Shuo said with a smile. When what we create can completely dominate this helmet, then everyone will use ours instead. Who would still bother using this helmet? A word woke the dreamer, and at this moment Li Tianheng was excited to give Wang Shuo a thumbs up. But Lu Shiyan and the others beside him were not so optimistic. This method is great, but the key is, how could we create such an advanced thing all at once? And make it even more advanced than this helmet? Isn't that a pipe dream? Lu Shiyan couldn't help but feel somewhat distressed and say, no, give me a few days, and I can modify and design a perfect helmet using this one, Li Tianheng said excitedly. Ally. Even though Li Tianheng had already created countless miracles, this still sounded somewhat unbelievable. This kind of product didn't have any precedent before. Elon Technology City obviously spent a lot of time developing it, taking this helmet and modifying it for upgrades immediately after obtaining it. How was that not a pipe dream? Well, from now on, everyone returned to their posts. This matter is in my hands, Li Tianheng said excitedly. You can do it? Xiuxian looked worriedly at Li Tianheng. Do you not trust your man? Absolutely no problem. Not that. I'm just concerned about your health. In terms of technology, I've never been worried about you, Xiuxian said. You don't have to worry. My body is fine. Moreover, you know how important this matter is. Even if I risk my life, I must finish it as soon as possible, Li Tianheng said. Okay, I understand. Xiuxian wanted to say more, but seeing Li Tianheng's determined eyes and knowing this situation was unlike others, she could only nod her head and encouraged Li Tianheng with her eyes. In the lab, only Li Tianheng remained. His consciousness quickly entered the system. System, come out. We've got work to do. Chapter 130, Renovation Plan. Change the sky, change the earth, change the air. The super renovation system that can modify everything humbly serves you. What does the host want to modify? This helmet, I want it upgraded. Is that possible? Li Tianheng was slightly nervous. This helmet was different from other objects, and if the system said it couldn't be modified, it would be disastrous. However, as expected, the system's power did not disappoint him. Of course, host. Detected item is a virtual world helmet. Below are the available renovation options. Plan 1. Small-scale modification, upgrade sensors, mirror systems, collision-resistant special materials. This plan consumes 2 million reputation points. Plan 2. Medium-scale modification, offers all modifications in Plan 1 plus a tactile feedback system, remote operating system, automatic hang-up system, anti-addiction system. This plan consumes 5 million reputation points. Plan 3. Top-tier modification, includes all upgrades in previous plans, with an added portable foldable design, independent consciousness protection device, virtual world stabilization system, virtual world enhancement system. Obviously, the first 2 modification plans were unsuitable, but even the third plan puzzled Li Tianheng a little. Could you explain what the independent consciousness protection device is? Asked Li Tianheng. It can protect the user's consciousness from invasion. Even if powerful hackers invade, they will be unable to cause any harm to the user's consciousness. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of technology he needed. And what about the virtual world stabilization system? What does that mean? It means that the world within the user's helmet will be absolutely stable and won't be damaged by any external factors. But each user's helmet world remains interconnected. When these two functions work together, they comprehensively protect both the user and their virtual world. Also, regarding the virtual world enhancement system, it targets image quality, touch sensation, and realism. Once entering the renovated virtual world, you'll feel no difference from reality. It will be indistinguishable from the real world the host is in. Li Tianheng felt a tremor of awe at these words. Although Yabo-designed helmets were also very powerful, if your consciousness remained clear enough, you could still find some inconsistencies in the visuals that reminded you it was a virtual world. The system's just introduced features basically completely fixed all these flaws. So how many reputation points does this set of schemes require? Li Tianheng asked. To the host, Scheme 3 requires 50 million reputation points. Wow! Even though Li Tianheng had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by the number. 50 million reputation points, directly 10 times more than Plan 2. Still, Li Tianheng had no other choice but to proceed. Luckily, there were over 200 million reputation points left inside the system. 50 million fell well within his capability range. Well, then I'll choose Plan 3. Alright, host, reputation points have been deducted. Plan 3 has been issued. Please check. As the system voice subsided, countless amounts of information surged toward him, and he digested the details of Plan 3 within mere minutes. Then, it's time for me to start working. Li Tianheng took a deep breath and began sending all the necessary materials to Xiaohang. He handed over the direct management of the task to the smart robot, since these helmet modification materials were easy to obtain. Moreover, some related components also required manufacturing, which could also be managed by Xiaohang robot. At present, all manufacturing and production within Xunhang Science Research Base relied mainly on Xiaohang robots driving automated processes. The project leaders only supervised reviews and regulation. And so, a week quietly passed. In that week, the entire world experienced tremendous changes. A virtual world helmet swept across the globe. Elon Technology City even made its source code public, collaborating with external teams for helmet game development, creating numerous new possibilities for this helmet. In addition, cell enhancement fluids were in great demand, with the price per vial reaching $100,000 in many places, yet supplies remained insufficient. At this moment, inside Elon Technology City, Yabo sat in the seat previously occupied by Max. Max and Clark stood by his side, along with several newly promoted team leaders facing them forward. Have there been any reactions from Longwood these past few days? Yabo asked casually. Boss, what do you mean by? Are you talking nonsense? Who else could it be? Of course it's Li Tianheng. Yabo glared angrily at the people in front of him. Just a few days ago, Max had announced his resignation as the head of Elon Technology City, allowing Yabo to naturally take over as the top leader here. Unfortunately, Yabo was even more irritable than Max, making many underlings uneasy and fearing that they might say the wrong word. There has been no movement from Li Tianheng's side. They haven't responded to our 2 products, the person hurriedly said. Something's off, very off. Yabo's expression grew serious. He knew full well what Li Tianheng was capable of, and with such a blockbuster product release, it was impossible for the other party not to respond. You needn't worry. Even if Li Tianheng is that good, there's no way he can seize control of the helmet and drug market. This kind of stuff can't be researched overnight. The man's words comforted Yabo greatly, causing an involuntary upward curve at the corner of his mouth. How many orders do we have so far for both of our products? Yabo asked. Boss, currently we have received 39.3 million orders for the helmets. We've only delivered 1/10 of them, and we are speeding up production on the rest. After saying this, the person looked at his phone and added, the cell enhancement fluid has reached 49 million orders. Half has been delivered, but among this half, another portion has gone to second-hand dealers who are speculating and inflating the prices to make a fortune. Chapter 131. Is Li Tianheng going to hold a press conference too? In just a short week, this was already an astonishingly large number of orders, but Yabo's face still carried a hint of gloom. Not enough. This quantity is still far from enough, Yabo said coldly. But, boss, our current production capacity is limited. Even though we've found quite a few partner companies, because of the time constraints, this is the limit of what we can deliver at the moment. The person speaking below him also spoke hesitantly, apparently even more cautious than before when in front of Max. Then find more partner companies and more factories to increase production, Yabo angrily said. Good. Seeing Yabo angry, these people below him were so intimidated that they didn't dare to utter a single word. In fact, even Yabo himself did not know why he had such a bad temper. At least when he heard no news about Li Tianheng at all, he felt inexplicably restless. He had never won against Li Tianheng, especially since the scientific research competition, after which he had been constantly crushed by Li Tianheng. Although the purpose of this product launch wasn't aimed at Li Tianheng, he really wanted to see what kind of reaction Li Tianheng would have after seeing this product. These two products are crucial for expanding the scale of our Ilong Technology City and increasing our company's global influence. Within a year, the number of users of the helmet must exceed 1 billion. Yabo stated again. Understood. Even though this sounded like an impossible dream, since Yabo had given the order, none of these people below him dared to raise any objections. By the way, a friend from Long Country just sent me a message saying that Li Tianheng also plans to hold a press conference in the next few days. Inside the office, a young man suddenly picked up his phone and stood up to look at Yabo. He is going to hold a press conference? Do they mention what product will be launched? Yabo asked. According to my friend's information, Li Tianheng's product seems somewhat similar to what we just released. Upon hearing this, the entire scene suddenly became quiet as everyone once again looked at Yabo. How is that possible? Could he also release a helmet like ours? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Yabo was stunned. His helmet technology used advanced techniques from the Orion civilization. How could Li Tianheng possibly have mastered such technology? The direction of his product launch is unclear at the moment. Wild guesses are useless. But, there it is. Xinheng Research Company has just released a pre-launch video. Suddenly, a cry of excitement rang out. The speaker immediately pulled out their phone and projected the video onto the massive projection screen inside the office. What followed was the eye-catching promotional video. Xinheng Research is about to embark on an entirely new game title, on the brink between the virtual and the real world, creating infinite possibilities for the future virtual world, allowing you to experience cyborg punk, futuristic sci-fi, historical wonderlands, and mysterious ancient realms where creativity knows no bounds. As the introduction concluded, various clips edited and shifted between different scenes, offering a completely unique visual experience. Of course, this wasn't the most important part. What truly mattered was that at the end of this promotional trailer, there also appeared a helmet. Although this helmet looked slightly different from the one Yabo designed, when combined with the earlier related introductions, even a fool would understand everything now. How is this possible? They've made a virtual helmet too. Everyone present was stunned. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Such a complex design, capable of completely realizing a virtual world, Li Tianheng had actually done it. Don't forget, he destroyed an asteroid over 2,000 kilometers long all by himself. This isn't something an ordinary person could do, another person said. At this point, many people around remembered Li Tianheng's achievements. Such a feat, which Yabo himself couldn't accomplish, Li Tianheng had easily completed. From beginning to end, Yabo hadn't spoken a word. His eyes were fixed on the screen, just like everyone else present. His mind had already been shaken up dramatically. Just as he had predicted, when Li Tianheng moved, it was always spectacular. The content of this pre-launch promotional clip was actually irrelevant. All that mattered was knowing one thing. Li Tianheng's upcoming press conference was undoubtedly targeting helmets and agents. As for what Li Tianheng would create, naturally, they would have to wait for the upcoming press conference to see. Boss, what if Li Tianheng's helmet turns out to be more advanced than ours? What are we going to do? A young man beside him asked. If his product is more advanced than ours, then naturally, the issue at hand will still be about production capacity. Even though we have taken over the global market, currently, the demand exceeds supply. With his newly created product, even if it's advanced, there's no way it can compare with us. Another person said. That's correct. We can tell just by looking at the current sales figures for Xiaoheng robots. At this moment, a blonde woman nearby also nodded in agreement. From the global data survey so far, countless people want to buy a Xiaoheng robot, but according to their current production output, only 1/10 of consumers can be satisfied. The remaining 9/10 will still have to wait. You're absolutely right. Even if his products are more advanced, it will still be our complete market domination. No matter how advanced the product, without production capacity, it means nothing. At that moment, everyone around was discussing, while Yabo, sitting at the front, looked grim from start to finish, not uttering a single word. Yabo did not care about the worries of others. If Li Tianhong's helmet truly turned out to be more advanced, that would surely deal him yet another crushing defeat. Compared to everyone else, what Yabo truly cared about was what kind of technology Li Tianhong had actually mastered. I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. How could your technology in helmets and agents surpass mine? There was a hint of ferocity on Yabo's face. Yabo growled lowly. His eyes staring at the screen were filled with indescribable hatred, as if he wished to tear Li Tianhong apart into pieces. Of course, Li Tianhong knew none of this. Just as the pre-launch promotion indicated, 3 days later, an official press conference held by Xinheng Research officially took place. Similar to Ilong Technology City's launch event, this time Li Tianhong also used the term groundbreaking. Even the logo on the promotional poster was of a helmet. Anyone who knew about the previous release from Ilong Technology City would certainly understand that Li Tianhong was directly aiming at their virtual helmet product. Chapter 132, taking on Ilong Tech City. The massive stadium, after being fully renovated for 2 days and nights, had transformed completely into a venue fit for a product launch. Compared to previous product releases, Li Tianhong placed particular importance on this one, as it was related to the survival of humanity. Although the real significance of this event was about products, it was more about stopping Yabo from imposing technological restrictions on Planet Blue. This stadium, although not very large, could still hold nearly 10,000 people. At that moment, the entire stadium was filled to capacity, resembling a small-scale concert. There had already been countless reports and news stories about the Xinheng research base. Despite being established for less than a year, the company was already a legendary presence both domestically and around the world. At least, currently in the country, over 90% of high-tech technologies, including chips, screens, systems, and concepts, all came from Xinheng Research Company, Limited. And everyone knew that behind the company was the Xinheng research base. Thus, even though Li Tianhong and xiuxian hadn't done a lot of advertising, basically, all tickets for the event were snapped up. At the center of the stadium at that moment, Li Tianhong stood there, basking in the applause that seemed endless from all around. Given the significant meaning of this event, Li Tianhong naturally had to take personal charge, ensuring the influence of this product launch would be maximized. Good afternoon, media, guests, and tech industry giants. Li Tianhong's words drew yet another round of thunderous applause. 6 months have passed, and as promised, this is the second product launch from Xinheng Technology Company. However, this release might differ slightly from previous ones. We will be presenting 2 products, 2 disruptive technology products independently designed by our long nation. Upon finishing his simple sentence, another wave of thunderous applause swept through the audience. Though they didn't know what the products were or see any introductions, these words from Li Tianhong alone carried great significance. 10 days ago, Ilong Tech City released a virtual reality helmet. I'm sure many of you present are aware, and some may have already received samples. What I want to tell all of you is that our Xinheng Technology Company has also long since developed such a similar helmet, and we've already produced finished prototypes, said Li Tianhong. As soon as those words were out, the crowd erupted again, with everyone looking at Li Tianhong in disbelief. Wow, is this real? Do we really have such helmets? Incredible. Now I understand why there was an image of a helmet on the promotional page. Oh no, the helmet from Ilong Tech City is something extraordinary. It's capable of uploading consciousness and memories. Can Xinheng produce such a thing too? How amazing. Or is this just some kind of publicity stunt? What nonsense. Of course, we can achieve such high technology. Do you even know who's standing on stage? Get your facts straight before criticizing randomly. Amidst the chatter from the audience, Li Tianhong maintained a calm gaze, quietly waiting for the commotion to subside. A few minutes later, when the time felt right, Li Tianhong continued. Indeed, our product's release is slightly delayed compared to Ilong Tech City's, but that's alright. As the saying goes, no comparison means no pain. For these 2 similar products, once you get your hands on them or compare their specifications, you'll understand. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on-site exploded. In the gentlest, calmest tone possible, Li Tianhong made one of the boldest statements, one which directly challenged the product from Ilong Tech City. With those simple words, he essentially announced that, after the comparisons, Xinheng's product would comprehensively outperform Ilong Tech City's offering across every aspect. This young man is way too confident. Hasn't he even glanced at Ilong Tech City's design? I'm starting to doubt if he has actually used that product. I suspect he's never even tried it. He has no idea how powerful that helmet is. People boast because they have the capital to do so. Look at all these products from Xinheng. How many companies can replicate that? They're only making chips, screens, etc. But globally, which big company doesn't make them? What happened to Xiaoheng robots? Amidst various questioning voices, Li Tianhong simply smiled faintly. I believe everyone here has already gained some understanding of the product from Ilong Tech City. So, you actually have a benchmark in your heart already. Therefore, I won't waste words. Just use the standard within your heart to evaluate our product. Firstly, we present our counterpart to Ilong Tech City's cellular enhancement fluid, a biological agent that alters your body structure and enables you to reach astonishing levels within a short period. But what I want to emphasize is that this cellular enhancement fluid from Ilong Tech City carries extremely serious side effects. The specific side effects have been verified through numerous related experiments conducted using their products. In conclusion, It's proven that this product from Elon Tech City temporarily enhances physical strength at the cost of depriving us of our life force. Please watch. Subsequently, Li Tianheng played a projection video behind him. It was a test he had specially conducted these past days, aimed at providing evidence that Elon Tech City's cellular enhancement fluid had harmful side effects. In the video, a healthy white mouse was running when the experimenters injected a small amount of the explosive enhancement fluid sold by Elon Tech City into its body. Then, they observed an extreme increase in the white mouse's muscle mass, transforming it into a muscle-bound white mouse within 10 seconds. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Elon Tech City marketed exactly this product, whose functionality everyone knew. However, after about 3 minutes, the muscular white mouse began losing its fur, and its body started visibly aging at an alarming speed. Though it hadn't died yet, it was clearly in its last moments of struggle. How can this be? It can't be possible. How could a product from Elon Tech City cause such a situation? Their products are tested by international testing agencies. This one you're showing must not be genuine. I don't think that's plausible. Besides, mice and humans aren't the same. The effect on a mouse doesn't mean it would happen to humans as well. The scene live became increasingly chaotic as people watched this demonstration, and Li Tianheng looked very satisfied with what he was witnessing. What he sought wasn't to make everyone believe in this particular experiment, but to plant a seed of doubt in each person's mind. Chapter 133, Li Tianheng's plan. The power of this seed might not be immense, but at least those who have seen this video will hesitate a little when they consider purchasing that cellular enhancement solution in the future, and that is enough. Li Tianheng's blatant mention of Elon Tech City by name naturally brings their conflict to the surface. Allowing more people to understand his stance and recognize the ambitions of Elon Tech City is also something Li Tianheng urgently needs to accomplish. Similarly, the cellular enhancement solution developed by our xianxia company completely avoids such side effects. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, the image behind him changed once again. It was the same white mouse, but this time what was injected into it was the upgraded version of the cellular enhancement solution. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this white mouse underwent significant changes as well. But it wasn't as exaggerated as the first one. The entire change process was gentler and certainly didn't appear to carry the same level of danger. As the footage fast-forwarded continuously, about 2 minutes later, the white mouse gradually returned to normal. Its body showed no abnormalities and it was still as lively as ever. Is it real or fake? Could our technology really be better than Elon Tech City's? Brother, is that the key point here? The key is that Elon Tech City actually sells a drug with these kinds of side effects. Are they joking? Holy cow, it's rumored that orders for this agent have already reached 50 million. Does that mean at least 50 million people will die because of this drug? It can't be true. How could Max possibly make such an error? Voices of discussion were all over the venue, leaving all attendees speechless as they stared at Li Tianheng. They had countless questions they wanted Li Tianheng to answer, particularly the numerous media outlets and journalists who, faced with Li Tianheng's explosive remarks, recognized this would absolutely be the most valuable reporting topic of the year. So, you've seen the differences. Here, I won't go into too much detail, but there are 2 main points I'd like to highlight. In a calm tone, Li Tianheng continued. Firstly, the drug developed by Xianxia has no side effects whatsoever. Secondly, the effect of this drug only lasts 24 hours. After 24 hours, your body will return to its original state completely. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent again, unable, at that moment, to determine whether what Li Tianheng said was true or false. Of course, I know you're filled with doubts now. Just from my words alone, it's hard for you to discern the truth. But proving the truth is actually quite simple. After finishing his sentence, a staff member handed Li Tianheng a small syringe containing a liquid that emitted a faint purple glow. I'm willing to use this drug on myself personally. I wonder if the designer from Elon Tech City dares to try this cellular enhancement solution on themselves. With those words, Li Tianheng inserted the needle directly into his arm. At that moment, complete silence reigned in the venue, and countless eyes and lenses were focused entirely on Li Tianheng. Without a doubt, Li Tianheng was mad at this moment, but there was no question. He was sincere. Li Tianheng quietly closed his eyes, sensing the powerful enhancement of every part of his body brought by this cellular enhancement solution. However, in just a dozen seconds, Li Tianheng suddenly opened his eyes and then, under everyone's astonished gaze, took a step forward. The formidable power provided by the cellular enhancement enabled him to vanish from his original spot. Within just 2 seconds, Li Tianheng had already arrived at the entrance gate. This speed must surely exceed their cellular enhancement fluid. Having spoken, Li Tianheng suddenly leaped high from his original position, reaching a height of at least 20 meters above the ground. He then accurately landed back at his original spot in a parabolic arc. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Although they had witnessed Elon Tech City's presentation before, seeing Li Tianheng's transformation right in front of them left them awestruck. First, I'm brave enough to use the agent I've developed. Are Elon Tech City's personnel capable of using it? Secondly, the cellular enhancement liquid we designed retains its effect only for 24 hours, and any side effects will be verified within those 24 hours. Finally, if anyone who uses the cellular enhancement liquid sold by Elon Tech City experiences any abnormality in their body, such as severe hair loss, excessive sleepiness, extreme fatigue, bleeding-related symptoms, you can all contact Xianxia Corporation. We'll provide the appropriate solutions free of charge. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, once again the venue fell completely silent, with everyone staring in shock at Li Tianheng. At this moment, he was like a god, and in this instant he earned the respect of countless individuals. When the audience regained their senses, applause broke out and continued for a long time. From the start, it seemed as though Li Tianheng was deliberately slandering Elon Tech City. But later, when reasonable evidence from experimental videos emerged, and now he even provided solutions for those who purchased products from Elon Tech City, this series of actions left quite a few people in attendance unable to fully react. But there was no question that this was definitely a press conference that would make Li Tianheng legendary. Regarding the cellular enhancement solution, I will stop my introduction here. At the same time, I would like to announce the price of this product. Li Tianheng said indifferently. Currently, we have set an initial price of 499 yuan for the product. There may be some price fluctuations afterward, but they won't exceed 100 yuan. Besides, due to production capacity issues, everyone can only purchase one unit for now. Even with this condition, this price stunned everyone on site again. Such a terrifying product could actually be sold for just 500 yuan. Even though its effect lasts only 20 hours, this is truly amazing. Next, we are about to unveil our second product today, the virtual reality gaming helmet. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, a lift platform suddenly opened up in front of him. A shiny helmet appeared, rising under the spotlight until it came into full view of Li Tianheng and all attendees. Chapter 134, Multiple Modes. Compared to the cellular enhancement serum, in fact, almost everyone at the scene was more concerned about this helmet product. Although the cell-enhancing liquid was already impressive, it still fell short when compared to the helmet. Especially after many people had experienced the helmet at Alone Tech City, they were even more eager to compare Li Tianheng's creation with what Alone Tech City had produced. Li Tianheng also noticed the anticipation on the faces of those below the stage, and he couldn't help but show a faint smile. Sure enough, as he had predicted, more people were interested in the helmet, especially those who had already used the helmet from Alone Tech City. They were desperate to get their hands on his product for comparison, which was beyond doubt. Everyone, this is the helmet you've been eagerly awaiting. Alone Tech City has already released a similar helmet, and many have already experienced its wonders. However, the helmet I'm about to introduce is essentially an upgraded version of Alone Tech City's. Still speaking in the gentlest tone, but making the boldest statements, at least from these words alone, it can be concluded that the main purpose of this press conference has become quite clear. Li Tianheng's first objective was very straightforward, to release this helmet. That's indisputable. And his second goal, many have already realized, it was purely directed at Alone Tech City. In most press conferences, people rarely mention other brands' names. After all, doing so invites not only possible attacks from fans, but also direct accusations from Alone Tech City against Li Tianheng. Yet, Li Tianheng appeared entirely unbothered by any potential countermeasures the opposition might take at the moment. Firstly, this helmet allows you to freely switch between virtual and real worlds. This function probably isn't unfamiliar to you, but I'll still use large-scale holographic projection to show in detail just how powerful this feature is. As he finished speaking, Li Tianheng pressed a button on the front of the helmet, and immediately, the stadium was filled with intertwining beams of light. Countless semi-transparent virtual components assembled from every direction, transforming the entire stadium into a source-like world interwoven with light and shadow. This world was so real that countless people were touching everything around them, realizing only when their hands passed through these scenes. But then, expressions of excitement once again appeared on many faces. The objects they touched could actually be picked up, with tangible sensations under their fingertips, leaving everyone present shocked. This is one of the helmet scenarios. When your consciousness enters the helmet world, you can change the internal scene according to your ideas and hands-on ability, turning it into the form you want. This is the first mode of the helmet, Custom Mode. As Li Tianheng's voice rang out, thunderous applause erupted at the scene. Just this single feature and concept completely surpassed Alone Tech City. In a sense, this resembled a self-customized game like Minecraft. But in this game, your consciousness is uploaded, allowing you to immerse yourself fully in the gaming world, a concept entirely different from traditional games. In addition, we currently offer 5 modes for switching and selection. You choose what kind of world you'd like to live in and log in. We only provide one chance for replacement. Once you select a second time, there will be no further opportunities to switch. Swords and martial arts mode, sci-fi cyberpunk mode, real-world farming mode, modern society mode, cultivation and combat mode. With each mode change, immersive holographic projections continuously transform the scene. My goodness, I love it. I've always wanted to live in ancient society. I never thought my wish would come true. There's even a leisure mode. No need to say more. I'll buy it and experience this mode right away. Wow, isn't this just like the helmet game in game novels? My goodness, no wonder Li Tianheng is so confident. These things are entirely upgraded versions. Don't celebrate too early. The graphics and animation quality inside the helmet world are the real focus. You're absolutely right. Even if the concepts of these things surpass Alone Tech City, if the helmet's special effects are poorly made, it'll be hilarious. As the exhibition continued, all kinds of voices spread throughout the scene. Regarding this, Li Tianheng naturally didn't say much. Explaining too much now wouldn't hold as much sway as letting them experience the product themselves. Moreover, we have implemented an automatic segmentation process for the cloud servers. In simple terms, if your virtual consciousness encounters an accident within the helmet world, the system will automatically segment and archive your data, allowing you to come back to life from a specific save point. Of course, there are strict legal procedures in place within this virtual world. This does not mean that one can do whatever they want once they register and enter. As Li Tianheng continued his introduction, thunderous applause erupted at the scene. Additionally, we've also introduced a simple portable transformation design for this product. Using high-purity nanomaterials, it can be shrunk to the size of a palm for easy portability. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, the helmet in his hand visibly folded and transformed at a rapid pace, eventually turning into something akin to a phone. The crowd went wild upon witnessing this, with many journalists even eager to rush forward and test the product immediately. One last important design feature I must highlight here is our anti-addiction system. Imagine this. If your consciousness stays too long within the virtual world, over time, might you start confusing reality with virtuality? Such confusion could lead to issues beyond just schizophrenia. To protect each individual existing in the real world, especially the physical and mental health of teenagers, this helmet also comes equipped with the most advanced anti-addiction system. The cloud monitoring institution inside the helmet world will actively monitor players who spend excessive amounts of time in the virtual world. It will simultaneously check their physical, mental, conscious, and brain conditions. Players who exceed the set parameters will be forcibly logged out of the virtual world and will be unable to log back in for a certain period. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, the scene erupted in excitement yet again. Chapter 135 Ultra-Low Selling Price. My goodness, it's so well thought out. Exactly. This is what an advanced product should be like. It's meticulously considered. My child has been nagging me to buy it. I've been hesitating because I was worried about the possibility of addiction. No matter the price, I have already decided to place my order. There's no need for comparison. A simple introduction can directly demonstrate how advanced Galactic Company's products are. The release event on site exploded with excitement. In response to such reactions from everyone, a hint of a smile appeared on Li Tianheng's face. He continued introducing the relevant functions of this helmet, constantly comparing it with Elon Tech City until 2 hours later. Alright, now we get to the price point that everyone cares about the most. After hearing all these introductions, many people will surely think this product is extremely valuable. However, I can very clearly tell you all, the price of this helmet, converted into our national currency, will not exceed 3 digits. Silence. Quiet. Deathly silent. How could this be? A 3-digit price, are you kidding me? You must know that the one from Elon Tech City costs over 30,000 in our currency. This helmet only costs a few $100, are you kidding me? This is impossible. If it really has all these features, at the very least, its price should be at par with Elon Tech City's version. Do you guys even make any money? Isn't this a business company? How can the price be set so low? Upon hearing these voices on site, a look of seriousness appeared on Li Tianheng's face. For everyone here, as well as for future customers who will encounter this product, what they value most certainly are the functionality and quality of the product. But bear in mind, the real purpose behind Li Tianheng creating this helmet was to restrict Elon. With an impressive product combined with an extraordinarily high cost-performance ratio impact, Elon Tech City's helmets will be rendered completely irrelevant. Mr. Li Tianheng, if I may ask, if the price is indeed in the 3-digit range, the order volume would surely skyrocket then. Will your production capacity be able to keep up? It shouldn't be like the little Galaxy robot situation again, right? The price might be low, but having no stock makes no sense. A media journalist couldn't help but stand up to ask. That's a good question, and it's also the issue I'm about to address next. Li Tianheng said calmly. Next, the galactic research base behind me, along with at least 20 or more tech companies nationwide, will fully support the production of this helmet. These manufacturers do not need the specific data of the product. They just need to produce the required components. According to our currently signed contracts, each manufacturer will produce over 10 million parts within a month. Furthermore, we'll continue to cooperate with more companies in the future, so there's absolutely no need to worry about production capacity. This wasn't Li Tianheng making things up or exaggerating. Before holding the press conference, he had already thoroughly discussed the production chain with all relevant parties. This matter was different from others, and Li Tianheng had to take full attention to ensure everything went perfectly. Ah, I see. Then we don't have to worry at all. This journalist and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They were already unable to wait to try out this product once they got their hands on it. So, finally, I will announce the final selling price of this virtual game helmet, $799. Once again, thunderous applause erupted from the venue, and everyone stood up to pay tribute to Li Tianheng. If they were to know the true purpose behind Li Tianheng's release of this helmet, they would admire him even more. The press conference did not end until 2 hours later. Apart from introducing the product, Li Tianheng spent most of his time criticizing Elon Tech City's excessive commercialization. They produced and sold the product despite it being evidently immature in terms of technology. The entire Elon Tech City should be held accountable for this. And obviously, Li Tianheng's statement was much more explosive than the product introduction. Countless media outlets didn't even touch upon the 2 products released by Galactic Company. They outright reported Li Tianheng's opinions without reservation. One can imagine the kind of storm this kind of reporting would stir online. Especially when many people learned about the announced price of Galactic Technology Company's helmet, they couldn't help but be shocked speechless. Inside Elon Tech City, Yabo was another person deeply astonished. He watched Li Tianheng's entire press conference from start to finish. When he found out the final price, Yabo was utterly stupefied. What exactly is he doing? Doesn't he want to make money? Is he not interested in money at all? Yabo screamed in frustration. I feel that the helmet he released this time definitely doesn't have much technical content. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so cheap. One of the subordinates couldn't help but say, "Are you an idiot? That's Li Tianheng. Would he release something with no technical value?" Yabo screamed. Boss, Li Tianheng has repeatedly defamed our Elon Tech City at press conferences. We already have sufficient grounds to send him an international legal letter, another middle-aged man said. Yes, he is obviously targeting us. He constantly denigrates and points out various defects and inadequacies in our products. Isn't that a bit too blatant? The woman beside him added. This doesn't matter at all. Yabo coldly stated. Huh? This isn't important? What? Everyone looked at him confused. Why would he do this? Openly discredit Elon Tech City on such occasions. Has anyone analyzed the reason? Yabo asked. It's simple. Li Tianheng has always regarded our Elon Tech City as his rival, so this animosity is understandable. Many people nodded, clearly agreeing with this viewpoint. But Yabo knew something more, and fewer still knew the true purpose behind this helmet product, knowledge held by only him. At this point, it seemed strange for Li Tianheng to release a more powerful helmet and also defame Elon Tech City in public. Alright, everyone return to your respective duties. Be sure to bring me Li Tianheng's newly released helmet as soon as possible. Yabo said. Okay boss. As everyone gradually left, Yabo stood where originally Max had been, looking forward toward the massive technology castle ahead. His face was filled with heavy thought. Could he know my intentions? Yabo whispered to himself, then shook his head again. But this is absolutely impossible. I've never mentioned this to anyone. How could Li Tianheng possibly know? Chapter 136, Yabo's second discovery. Just as Yabo was deep in thought, he suddenly stared, and his face turned incredulous. As things currently stood, the only one who truly knew Yabo's purpose was himself. Even Maezkura, assuming this is a name and keeping it consistent though it seems incomplete, who had died without knowing. But on this blue star, the secret of Yabo wasn't known solely by him. It can't be. He wouldn't have really gone to Mozong Town already. Yabo looked grave, then without another word, grabbed the clothes beside him and rushed out. In the central square, a huge equilateral triangular spacecraft was waiting there. Without hesitation, Yabo boarded the spacecraft, and the enormous metallic triangle rose silently into the air and disappeared into the sky. It seemed that with this spacecraft created by Yabo so far, its quality should not be much worse than the one made by Li Tianheng. After no more than half an hour of flight, Yabo returned to his hometown, Mozong Town, a place he hadn't set foot in for over a decade. Upon returning, he couldn't help but reminisce. Yabo adjusted the spacecraft to stealth mode, then jumped off. Directly in front of him was the house where he lived as a child. Without hesitation, Yabo rushed inside. With the lighting equipment in his hand, every corner of the room was illuminated clearly. Then fresh footprints were seen inside the room. These footprints large, appearing as if they belonged to some kind of metal armor. Yabo's expression grew increasingly grim. At this moment, he could almost visualize clearly Li Tianheng wearing a mech suit entering this house, checking everything back and forth. Subsequently, Yabo swiftly went upstairs to the room where he lived as a child. Sure enough, nearly everything inside had been tampered with, especially those things he had drawn in his childhood, which had also been examined. Li Tianheng, you wretch, you dare to investigate me? How dare you spy on me? Seeing the furnishings in his room and these portraits on his notebooks, it was hard not to associate the abilities possessed by Yabo with some extraterrestrial species. Not to mention how smart Li Tianheng's mind is. He'd probably figure it out just by thinking a little bit. Damn, could it be that he has already visited the place where the spaceship crashed? Yabo rushed out like a madman, then drove the machine to the place that once had the strange gravity field. Inside the spacecraft, Yabo leaned his body against the wall behind him. Subsequently, countless mechanical arms equipped with metallic tentacles clad him in a metal-armored suit. Dressed in metallic appendages, Yabo leaped down into the cave entrance. Although it was already burnt beyond recognition, many areas showed signs of having been disturbed later. Damn, please don't. With the aid of these metallic appendages, Yabo climbed like a giant spider through the gaps, quickly arriving at his destination. A large, freshly broken hole in front filled his face with a hint of despair. Li Tianheng, you stole the supercomputer. You piece of trash. Yabo's face was red, his eyes full of bloodshot veins, and he wanted nothing more than to rush into the Shenheng scientific research base and tear Li Tianheng apart right now. Through all this, Yabo had completely understood that Li Tianheng likely already knew about his relevant plans. This also explained why Li Tianheng had confronted the AI Long Technology City so fiercely during the press conference. You're asking for death. I'll kill you. Yabo was furious. The surrounding mechanical tentacles moved extraordinarily gracefully, easily traveling through the ruins, and came back outside. Master, please calm down. At your current state, you might very well not be a match for Li Tianheng. The nano-armor he produced has technological challenges even in the Orion civilization. Rushing over now would be highly irrational and dangerous. A metallic voice from within the mech's suit transmitted. This voice immediately calmed Yabo down. He had indeed been too impulsive earlier. Recalling everything Li Tianheng had shown before, he realized he had been too impetuous, and rushing headlong to Li Tianheng's presence would lead to unimaginable consequences, playing right into the opponent's hands. After taking a deep breath, Yabo drove the spacecraft away from here, flying back to AI Long Technology City in the shortest time possible. This discovery left Yabo feeling powerless. If it was someone else who discovered his secrets, it might still have been okay, but since the one who found out was Li Tianheng, this put Yabo in a particularly difficult situation. Apparently, he plans to dominate my market with a more advanced helmet and at a lower price, so no one will buy my helmet anymore. Is that right? Yabo's gaze was dark. It must be admitted, this step by Li Tianheng indeed left Yabo with no way out. It's your fault. It's all because of you. Yabo's deep voice kept growling. Jerson, how's the production of Type 2 cell enhancement fluid coming along? Yabo opened a video call, where a man dressed in a thick white protective suit was seen working inside. Boss, it will still take some time. You know, this plant only started 2 weeks ago. Although we have the technology, the refining machine still needs to be produced, Jerson explained. How long exactly do I have to wait? Yabo's voice roared. Boss, it may possibly need another 6 months, Jerson stuttered. Then it's 6 months. After 6 months, I want to see samples, plenty of them, Yabo said firmly. Understood, boss. After hanging up the phone, Yabo looked forward, his gaze extremely sinister. Li Tianhang, don't blame me for destroying your Shenhang scientific research base, once and for all. Yabo took a deep breath and then turned to the computer beside him. Find me contact details for Li Tianhang or anyone close to him. Understood. Here's the contact information Li Tianhang left at the science competition. Should I call him now? A small robot resembling an action figure replied. Do it. Call him now, Yabo commanded. Got it. At that very moment, Li Tianhang was finally getting some rare rest. He had handed over all his work responsibilities to others, so he could relax for a while. However, Li Tianhang knew well that the battle with Yabo was just beginning. Tianhang, tell me, if the Orion civilization really comes, what will we do? Xiuxian asked beside him. It'll definitely be a tough fight, but Li Tianhang smiled and said, in the end, humanity will surely prevail. All right, I believe in you. Xiuxian nodded confidently. But before that happens, we must deal with Yabo first. Otherwise, if he collaborates with the Orion civilization, the outcome will remain uncertain, Li Tianhang stated. Ding ding ding. Just as Li Tianhang finished speaking, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw the call was coming from within the United States. Chapter 137, Phone Negotiation. Li Tianhang didn't have any friends in the United States, so when he received a call from the US, his first thought was that it might be a scam call. So Li Tianhang didn't give it much thought and pressed the hang-up button directly. These scam calls nowadays cover such an increasingly wide range of areas, said Li Tianhang with helplessness on his face. You should have answered it. What if it's something important? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Upon picking it up, he saw that it was still the same number from earlier. What the heck? This persistent. Li Tianhang was full of doubt on his face, then slid the answer key and heard a roar from the receiver. Li Tianhang, how dare you hang up on my call? How dare you? Yabo's scream came, making Li Tianhang momentarily startled before reacting accordingly. So it's you? Haven't seen you for a while, Yabo? Li Tianhang said with a hint of playful tone. Why are you investigating me? And why did you go to my hometown to probe into my background? Li Tianhang, you this jerk. Why shouldn't I be curious about your remarkable abilities? Besides, your intentions are suspicious. You even sent blue star signals to Orion. Do you know what kind of catastrophe you would bring to humanity? Li Tianhang said coldly. What nonsense catastrophe? Do you know the meaning of human existence? The meaning of human existence is to provide energy and food for the future Orion civilization, Yabo replied. Including yourself? If necessary, I would definitely sacrifice myself, Yabo replied without hesitation. You're really insane. Calling you beyond saving is already elevating you. Li Tianhang said lightly. Why did you call me? If it's just to say these useless words, you can hang up now. I don't have time to waste with you. Li Tianhang, you should clearly understand that a civilization developed for hundreds of thousands of years can achieve what level? With our current strength, there's absolutely no way we could fight against them. Rather than self-destruction, we'd better look for other solutions. Isn't that right? Yabo's voice became softer. It seems like your purpose of calling me is to persuade me, asked Li Tianhang. Anyway, I kindly advise you not to struggle needlessly. On this blue star, if you and I cooperate, we can create infinite miracles. You understand? Said Yabo. Sorry, I don't think much of the technology you possess, said Li Tianhang. You? Anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Wait. Yabo took a deep breath and continued saying. Superbrain, the superbrain left over from the flying machine. Is it with you now? Yes. At this point, there's no need to hide anymore. Return the superbrain to me, said Yabo. How can you return it if there's no name written on it? Asked Li Tianhang. Li Tianhang, you cannot get any useful information from this noisy thing. If you return the superbrain to me, I can agree to one of your conditions, said Yabo. The condition is that you openly admit the real purpose behind your helmets and drugs, and destroy all existing equipment and technology, said Li Tianhang. Li Tianhang. From Yabo's tone, it sounded like he wanted to rush over to Li Tianhang and tear him limb from limb immediately. Well, think about my condition. If you can meet it, I'll give you the superbrain. After saying that, Li Tianhang hung up the phone directly. I think Yabo will definitely use other methods to deal with you. Xiuxian said beside him. That doesn't matter anymore. Regardless of the method he uses, we will eventually have a battle with the Orion civilization. Saying this, Li Tianhang stood up. Exactly. Yabo reminded me. Let's see if we can get some useful information from the superbrain. After speaking, Li Tianhang and Xiuxian stood up and left the place. In the underground nuclear power plant, inside a huge sealed square cabin, the creature resembling an enlarged slug was frantically trying to escape, but no matter how hard it tried, it was ineffective. Give it up. This place has been specially designed. You won't be able to escape. Li Tianhang slowly walked over, amazed that the superbrain, which previously showed no form whatsoever, could now clearly display its 2 eyes. Moreover, it was evident that its body had shrunk significantly, and its entire state appeared much more lethargic. Though it looked lively and energetic, it was obvious to perceive its inability to perform effectively. Human, sooner or later, The Orion civilization will flatten this planet, and all your resistance will be completely meaningless. What surprised Li Tianheng even more was that the superbrain in front of him was actually speaking their human language. Not bad for a top-tier civilization's superbrain device. Aside from being a bit ugly, your abilities are indeed extraordinary, Li Tianheng said indifferently. Human, you disgusting inferior human. The superbrain snarled, its two eyes fixed fiercely on Li Tianheng. Well, I won't bother with your nonsense anymore. What I want to know now is how advanced your Orion civilization has developed. Tell me everything you know, Li Tianheng said. I've already said it. These high-level classified questions are beyond my authority to know. The superbrain stared stubbornly at Li Tianheng. I assume you also need energy, judging by your size. If you're kept here without an energy supply, what would happen? Li Tianheng asked. You lowly human, you're digging your own grave, you. Don't waste time on empty threats. Tell me the way to obtain clearance, and I'll provide you with the energy you need. Sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it? Li Tianheng said. Human, do you think your technology is capable enough to get access to the necessary permissions, even if I tell you the method? The superbrain refused to give in. You're truly too chatty. As Li Tianheng finished speaking, he pressed a nearby button. Inside the sealed chamber, a fiery tongue erupted, engulfing the superbrain's body, and its agonizing screams reverberated through the room. You? Stop! Stop! I'll tell you! The wretched cries continued, but the flames subsided. White fire extinguishing agents were released, preventing further burning of its body. Chapter 138. Unlocking Permissions, the Power of Orion. Alright, let's hear it. Li Tianheng said casually. This is the highest level of access our superbrain can currently obtain. After finishing his sentence, a camera-like device appeared between the two eyes of the superbrain. From this device, beams of light were projected, clearly visible. These lights contained some special characters and symbols that Li Tianheng couldn't understand, as well as some structures resembling hard drives. Presumably, these were the writings of the Orion civilization. This is the permission lock. You need to crack these permission codes for me to get more confidential information. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng was momentarily stunned. To start with, such an electronic-like structure looked nothing like any device he had ever seen on Earth. Moreover, the writing on it was entirely unfamiliar. Fortunately, Li Tianheng possessed a system. Although he did not require modifications now, at least the system should be able to identify what this thing was. System, come out. Modifying heaven and earth and air, the super modification system for everything goes online. What does the host wish to modify? I don't need modifications right now. I just want to ask you what this thing in front of me is. Answering the host. This is an electronic lock. The host needs to reassemble it so that every symbol and piece of information returns to its original position. It's somewhat like a Rubik's Cube. What you see has been jumbled, and you need to reassemble it into the correct sequence. Can you give me some hints? I can't even recognize it. How am I supposed to sequence it? Li Tianheng asked. Actually, it's simple. This is the layout map of the Orion system. Assemble it into the Orion system, and the permissions will be unlocked. After hearing this, Li Tianheng still wore an expression of utter bewilderment, and the system's hint came to an abrupt stop. Still, this was originally a modification system, and the fact that it could provide this much information already made him quite satisfied. Consciousness withdrawn from the system, Li Tianheng immediately turned on the holographic projection beside him without further ado. Xiaoheng, pull up the arrangement chart of the Orion system for me, Li Tianheng said. Sure thing, boss. Following Xiaohang's voice, within seconds, a three-dimensional holographic map of a star system appeared in the holographic projection. At this moment, Li Tianheng was continuously comparing the chaotic information projected by the superbrain with the holographic projection before him. About 2 minutes later, a look of enlightenment suddenly appeared on Li Tianheng's face. Oh, it's like that. Li Tianheng plunged both hands into the chaotic information projected by the superbrain to rearrange it. A few minutes later, the initially irregular image slowly transformed into the auspicious diagram of Orion. When Li Tianheng placed the last character in the appropriate position, it was evident that the body of the superbrain started trembling fiercely. This is impossible. You, a lowly human being from the solar system, how could you crack the password lock of our advanced civilization? The tone of the superbrain was filled with disbelief. Go on then. The permissions have been unlocked. Now you should know about many things you didn't know or were shielded from earlier, Li Tianheng questioned. Known. The superbrain replied after finishing, and then continued. But I need energy. I need blood. You must get me blood energy. Anything that isn't human blood is fine, Li Tianheng said. Okay. The superbrain responded subsequently, looking at Li Tianheng and saying, please insert your data cable into my port. Without hesitation, Li Tianheng connected a terminal inside the cabin to the specified position. Then countless pieces of information began to transmit and store into Li Tianheng's electronic devices. Around 10 minutes later, Li Tianheng reopened the holographic projection, with all sorts of various information constantly appearing before his eyes. Space shuttles, ultra-large motherships, ion laser cannons, stellar energy collectors. A variety of large and advanced vessels appeared before Li Tianheng's vision after translation, including detailed functions, data, and approximate quantities clearly marked. As Li Tianheng finished reading these data, his gaze grew increasingly serious. Clearly, the strength of the Orion civilization far exceeded his imagination, especially those 10 planetary-level motherships. They truly were the behemoths of the universe. In addition to them, various unimaginable starships and weapons, their numbers alone were enough to cause astonishment. With our current arsenal, We have less than a 10% chance of success in direct combat, Li Tianheng said gravely. This severe situation, what are we going to do? We don't have much time left, Xiuxian anxiously asked. If it were before, it would indeed be quite tricky, but now that I know most of their weapon deployments, we can naturally make a targeted plan. The reason why Li Tianheng wanted to get this information from the superbrain was mainly to come up with an appropriate response strategy. Now he could devise a targeted plan based on the gathered intelligence. Li Tianheng once again became immersed in his work. Of course, no matter how busy he was, there were things he didn't dare to forget. He still remembered clearly that he had promised Lu Yuanshan to upgrade the rail transit system. Because of being too busy lately, this matter had been put aside for some time. Now, Li Tianheng planned to begin designing modifications for the rail system, not only because he had promised Lu Yuanshan, but also because he suddenly realized that upgrading the rail transport system and designing weapons to counter the Orion civilization didn't conflict with each other at all. Instead, when combined, they could bring about a significant leap in capabilities. Having thought about it, he acted without delay. Li Tianheng immediately called and arranged for Lu Yuanshan to send over 2 trains. When Li Tianheng saw the bullet-shaped trains in the modification factory, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Nowadays, most trains use this kind of bullet shape, without considering the number of active ones. Even those discarded amounted to astronomical numbers. Thus, there would be no need to manufacture new vehicles from scratch, just modify the existing ones. More importantly, Li Tianheng possessed the modification system, which had previously transformed a model mech into a powerful Black Knight. Surely then, modifying these trains into something more advanced, perhaps even armed with powerful attack capabilities, would not be a problem. Just imagining the scene. The moment the Orion civilization arrived, all surface trains, whether running or stationary, would start and become combat-ready superweapons. It was almost unimaginable. Without another word, Li Tianheng instantly entered the system. System, let's get to work. Chapter 139, Train Upgrade. Upgrade the sky, upgrade the earth, upgrade the air, the super mega upgrading system at your service. What would you like to upgrade, host? Let's go with this big guy in front of me. Give me a few upgrade options. Got it, host. The prototype is detected as a Type 4 bullet train. The following options are available. Option 1. Add electronic tracks, high-speed electric ion maglev, nuclear power conversion, passenger safety ejector. Cost, 500,000 reputation points. Option 2. All upgrades from Option 1, along with ground-to-air flight function, full holographic passenger entertainment system. Cost, 1 million reputation points. Option 3. Includes all upgrades from Options 1 and 2, plus vehicle transformation system, emergency hazard avoidance, passenger pickup services. Cost, 3 million reputation points. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng frowned. Although these upgrade options were quite advanced, they didn't meet his desired standards. System, other than these, can there be more upgrade options, or can I add some other features? Of course, host. Adding extra modifications will cost additional reputation points. What features do you wish to add? I want to install a weapons system, one that can handle combat with aliens. Also, any human protection mechanisms provided would be great. Understood. Host request received. Apart from the listed options, a third transformation scheme for the train could be added, space annihilation cannons installed, alongside nuclear kinetic ion shields capable of protecting lives within a certain range. These 2 optional installations will require an extra 1 million reputation points each. Alright, let's go with option 3 and then add both of these things. Got it, host. The upgrade plan has been generated and the reputation points deducted. Please check. As the system's voice faded, Li Tianheng felt infinite streams of information rushing into his brain. With the influx of information, a smile naturally spread across his face. Now it was time to unleash his skills. Li Tianheng immediately mobilized the remaining resources of the Divine Navigation Base and began the extensive reforming of the train. Before he knew it, a month had passed. At this moment, Lu Yuanshan and several middle-aged men gathered together. Right in front of him stood Wang Zhixiang, chief designer and responsible officer of the train. In addition, Zhang Shua, head of the rail department, along with a few other key figures were by Lu Yuanshan's side. Old Lu, is Li Tianheng up to the task? It's been months already, and no improvement plan has been presented? Wang Zhixiang seemed dissatisfied. He had placed high expectations on this matter since Li Tianheng was known far and wide for his impressive R&D abilities. But after these months without any progress reports, Wang Zhixiang was becoming increasingly irate. You can doubt anything in this world, but please do not doubt Li Tianheng's ability, said Lu Yuanshan plainly. Well, maybe all the hype was just talk. If this continues for so long without even a single plan, then I'll just hire someone else, Wang Zhixiang replied. Do you think Li Tianheng has only one task for you? He shoulders top-of-the-line cutting-edge technologies, which to him are small-scale projects, said Lu Yuanshan irritably. What? A massive train upgrade task is still considered a small project? Zhang Shua widened his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yuanshan said this, he might have lost his cool and given a slap. After all, this was train track design and upgrading, a monumental engineering feat, and yet it was considered small? Little Zhang Shua, what are you looking at me for? Do you think I'm joking around? Lu Yuanshan continued calmly. All the missions Li Tianheng takes on now are spacebound tasks or military-grade projects. For him, this really isn't a big deal. Everyone knows how to boast. Until I see it, I don't believe it. Zhang Shua dared to talk this way to Lu Yuanshan because their relationship was pretty close otherwise. No one else would dare to address Lu Yuanshan like this. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, just as Lu Yuanshan was about to say something, his phone rang. He picked it up. Li Tianheng was calling. Hey, Tianheng. Oh, great. Got it, I understand. All right, thank you for your efforts. They'll personally come over to thank you later. After Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and then glanced with a hint of pride towards Zhang Shua and the others. You doubted him, but he never forgot about this task. Now, everything has been completed, design drawings, detailed manufacturing plans and all. They are on their way here as we speak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shua hesitated for a moment and then scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. You just said he sent things over. Could it be that he merely made modifications and designs for the train? Zhang Shua couldn't help but ask. It seems so. We'll know once they arrive, Lu Yuanshan responded. The wait wasn't long. In just 10 minutes, several dark dots appeared in the sky. As everyone stared in amazement, the dots grew larger until clearly visible. Gigantic forms descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of Lu Yuanshan and the others. What is going on? Is this? Wang Zhixiang and the entire group were stunned, almost unable to believe their eyes. These massive constructs, towering at least 30 meters high, had flown over? They'd seen mech legends on TV before, but witnessing them firsthand was a whole different matter. At this moment, even Lu Yuanshan was a bit puzzled as he looked at the colossal figures. What's going on? We were talking about upgrading a train, so what does delivering these mechs mean? Lu Yuanshan asked with confusion spread across his face. Though puzzled, such sights had become ordinary for Lu Yuanshan. There wasn't anything truly surprising here. Although these mechs differed greatly in appearance and size from the previous Black Knight mechs, Lu Yuanshan had experienced scenes like this and naturally wouldn't react like Wang Zhixiang and the others. Old Lu, where's the train? How do these things relate to the train? Zhang Shua questioned. At the moment he finished speaking, all the mechs suddenly began transforming right where they stood. Disassembling into individual components, they reassembled into familiar bullet head train shapes. Chapter 140, Display. When everyone saw this scene, the entire site was completely petrified. Even Lu Yuanshan, who was mentally prepared, was totally stunned there. Wasn't it just about letting Li Tianheng redesign the train? How come characters from Trainman were also brought in? What he had just witnessed was almost identical to a scene from the cartoon, except that the massive size of the figure conveyed an oppressive presence, making Lu Yuanshan and everyone around distinctly realize that this was a vivid scene unfolding right before their eyes. Is this really Bullet Head? Did I just have a hallucination? Asked Wang Zhixiang, incredulous as he stared at the 2 rows of trains, still unable to believe his own eyes. Some people were doubting Li Tianheng earlier, weren't they? So why are they wearing this kind of expression now? Lu Yuanshan said lightly. This, not that. Can this thing actually be used as a train? Isn't this too much of a joke? Zhang Sha asked by the side. You're talking nonsense. Could Li Tianheng possibly design something defective for you? Lu Yuanshan replied irritably. But our ultimate goal has always been to realize a vacuum underground train system similar to what exists in the United States. Although this transforming design is very advanced, it's completely contrary to our philosophy, Zhang Sha said. I must say, is there something wrong with your eyes? This thing can already fly in the sky. Do you still care so much about building tunnels underground? Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but ask. Each thing should have its proper form. This looks very strange. Zhang Sha said. Strange. A hint of irritation appeared on Lu Yuanshan's face. Which eye of yours sees it as strange? Isn't this in front of you a bullet head train? This. Ding ding ding. Before the words even finished, Lu Yuanshan's mobile phone rang. Picking it up, he realized it was a video call from Li Tianheng. Grandpa Lu. After answering, the smiling face of Li Tianheng appeared on the phone screen. The stuff should have arrived, right? Arrived? The design is very imaginative. Naturally, Lu Yuanshan did not disclose any of Zhang Sha's previous comments. Otherwise, Li Tianheng would have died of anger. I've already sent you the instruction manual on your phone. You can follow the instructions. Many of the designs and functions inside are very practical, Li Tianheng said. Okay, understood. After finishing the conversation with Li Tianheng, Lu Yuanshan ended the call and subsequently opened the document sent over by Li Tianheng. As Lu Yuanshan skimmed through it, his emotions were entirely replaced by a sense of disbelief. Wang Zhixiang, Zhang Sha, you both think Li Tianheng only designed these flashy appearances, right? And you thought these designs were useless, didn't you? The next part involves showing the other functions of these 2 bullet head trains. Lu Yuanshan finished speaking and placed his phone ahead at some distance, whereupon the phone then levitated in the air. Ever since Divine Sail, Shenheng, and Huaiwa Technology had cooperated to release this phone, Lu Yuanshan had been using it non-stop and couldn't bear to let go of it even now. After all, such a sci-fi product appealed to more than just Lu Yuanshan himself. Subsequently, beams of light emitted from this phone hanging in midair, followed closely by a holographic projection about a meter tall appearing directly in front of them. This holographic projection was exactly the bullet head train that was parked silently nearby on the ground. Firstly, allow me to introduce its new energy device. While speaking, Lu Yuanshan used his hand to open an apparatus at the bottom of the projection train. Instantly, amidst everyone's astounded gaze, the real bullet head train in the distance actually hovered in the air. Right before their astonished eyes, the same position's apparatus synchronously activated. Li Tianheng modified the internal energy source of the train. Compared to previously using fuel-powered engines, the whole train now employs a nuclear power device. Merely requiring a palm-sized arc reactor can sustain the entire functionality of the train for over a year. Whether considering cost or portability, it sufficiently illustrates the powerful advantage of nuclear kinetic energy. Upon hearing these details and seeing this display, everyone present nearly got frightened out of their wits. They could hardly imagine in their wildest dreams that after letting Li Tianheng modify the train, he went on to install a nuclear power unit? This has quite a few advantages, but is it safe? After all, this is nuclear power. Once an accident occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable, Wang Zhixiang said with a touch of gravity in his gaze. Rest assured, if it weren't safe, would it be displayed here for you? Moreover, all airborne vehicles of the aviation department are currently planned to be equipped with the miniature arc reactors from Shunheng Base, including the news you saw on your phones earlier about the sky carrier in a Lolian city of Donghua country. That one also utilizes a nuclear power device, Lu Yuanshan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhixiang and Zhang Xia couldn't help but let out a breath, and their eyes were gradually filled with shock and excitement. At the same time, after being remodeled, the electronic magnetic suspension track can adapt to any size of track model. As Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, the track beneath the train visibly changed at a rapid speed, shifting through various widths and types, thoroughly stunning them. In addition, the train has an added emergency avoidance function. After Lu Yuanshan's words, they then witnessed a seat from within the train launch into the sky, before suspending midair. Each seat, as redesigned by Li Tianheng for anti-gravity purposes, ensures that intelligent devices will make precise judgments during emergencies, thus safeguarding customers' lives and properties. Lu Yuanshan continued. With Lu Yuanshan's explanation and demonstration, Wang Zhixiang and Zhang Xia had no words left. For half an hour straight, they were immersed in this cutting-edge technology. I've already introduced the technical aspects, but the true focus is that he has sent me the entire set of modification and production plans for these trains and entrusted me to hand it over to you, hoping you'll soon mass-produce and put them into use. If the previous technical explanations had already shocked them enough, what Lu Yuanshan had just said directly resonated deeply within their souls. Academician Lu, have you made a mistake? He actually revealed these technologies to us? One middle-aged man asked. Chapter 141, An Irritable Yabo. I'm not mistaken, this is Li Tianheng. He has always been like this, sharing all the technical knowledge he's mastered without any reservation. I've gotten used to it. Lu Yuanshan said indifferently. What kind of spirit is this? With such terrifying cutting-edge technology, just one would be enough to make him as wealthy as a nation, and yet he seems completely uninterested. Zhang Xia couldn't help but say, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's depart right away to personally visit Li Tianheng. Wang Zhixiang said, there's no need. Li Tianheng specifically instructed me that he's very busy now. You can meet him when there's an opportunity later, Lu Yuanshan replied. Fine. At this moment, Wang Zhixiang and Zhang Xia again looked at the trains capable of transformation in front of them, along with the detailed manufacturing blueprints in Lu Yuanshan's hands. Their eyes were already gleaming with boundless admiration. Indeed, the design of these trains had cost Li Tianheng tremendous effort, including collecting and manufacturing a great many materials which themselves were massive undertakings. However, the results from such large-scale projects were certainly amplified manifold. Imagine, when the Orion civilization arrives, tens of thousands of these modified trains soar up to face their mighty enemies. What a scene that would be. After modifying the trains, Li Tianheng also returned to his work at the Ilong Technology City. Compared to Li Tianheng's relaxed and easygoing environment, Yabo's mood was becoming darker day by day. The helmets from Shunheng Research Corporation had successfully launched a few days ago, even achieving the designated shipping volume, a fact that truly shocked Yabo. After all, the first major release hit a staggering 30 million units. How did they complete the production with such a massive order quantity? Keep in mind that these virtual reality helmets are highly precise products. Any issue in the smallest part could lead to the entire production chain being scrapped. But this wasn't the main focus for Yabo anymore. The fact was that Li Tianheng had completed and delivered the orders within the agreed-upon time frame. On the other hand, at their Ilong Technology City, not only were they unable to achieve such terrifying production volumes, but complaints were growing louder and louder too. Some cursed Yabo as being out of his mind. Others angrily criticized their visual quality as inferior to Shunheng, and the price being set too high. Various criticisms left the entire Ilong Technology City overwhelmed. Boss, the only way we can salvage this situation is by reducing the price. A subordinate employee said. Do you think how much reduction is appropriate? Yabo asked with dark eyes. Well, it shouldn't align with Shinhong's prices, but we should at least reduce our price by half, so we can enhance our competitiveness, the person suggested. Do you think this is a good idea? Yabo said coldly. It hasn't been long since the first batch of customers bought this product, then we directly lowered it. If they start protesting, things will get more complicated for us. But, boss, new data feedback shows that 2/3 of the previous batch of orders have been cancelled. A young man rushed over, and this statement almost drove Yabo to lose control. Boss, currently, this is the only feasible method. This way, at least we might retain some of the following big customers. We can't worry about anything else anymore. The staff member added. That's true, boss. Our technology isn't as good as Shunheng companies, yet our prices are higher than theirs. That is already absurd, another individual said. What do you mean? Are you saying my technology is worse than Li Tianheng's? Yabo's eyes grew dark once again as he glared intently at the person. I'm not. I don't mean that. I simply want to solve the problems we're facing as soon as possible, boss. The employee stammered, startled by Yabo's gaze. Yabo took a deep breath, and silence descended heavily on the office. No one dared to speak, afraid of provoking Yabo's anger. All right, let's follow your plan for now. Reduce the price across all product lines by half, Yabo announced. Yes, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Upon hearing this, several people on-site sighed in relief. At least, for the moment, the situation could stabilize somewhat. Yabo took another deep breath, then turned and left the office. He rode a private elevator to reach the underground laboratory. There, countless individuals dressed in protective suits were conducting top-secret experiments and researches. Yabo arrived at a door, where his irises were scanned. Then he went to the next door where his fingerprints were scanned, and finally at the third door, after entering the password, he reached his destination. After passing through all these multiple layers of protection, it became evident how important this place was to Yabo. The heavy doors closed behind Yabo, and in front of him, a man and a woman were busily adjusting some equipment. Upon seeing Yabo's arrival, they quickly stood up. These two were none other than Yabo's current confidants, Powell and Jenny. They had earned Yabo's trust not only because of their loyalty, but also due to their exceptional technical abilities. Boss, we were just about to call you down, Jenny said with a hint of a smile. What's going on? Yabo immediately asked. After all these days of constant equipment adjustments, testing, and signal monitoring, we've finally discovered what you wanted in the direction of xuanhuan. After finishing her sentence, Jenny pressed a button beside her, and a pattern resembling an electrocardiogram began to flash on the screen in front of them. Seeing this, Yabo suddenly became exhilarated. Good job. Well done. Yabo immediately sat down and began operating the devices in front of him with his hands. Several minutes later, the speakers emitted intermittent hissing sounds that grew increasingly clear until they formed a specific type of language or text. Hello, are you the xuanhuan civilization? This is Blue Star from the solar system. The xuanhuan envoys await your arrival here. Yabo excitedly spoke, and soon after, the peculiar sound around them resounded again. Wa gaga, Kong Li Ji Wa, and Lu, %, Yuan %, hashtag, asterisk, at. Quick, activate the translation system. So thrilled was Yabo that he nearly jumped out of his seat, trembling wildly as he sat there. Powell and Jenny also looked at Yabo with surprise, unable to imagine how the usually calm man could be so emotionally stirred at this moment. About half a minute later, a mechanical voice emanated from the nearby translator. Human, was it you who sent that signal to us? Yes, I discovered the wreckage of your xuanhuan civilization reconnaissance ship. The superbrain inside informed me of everything. I absorbed part of your knowledge and am currently preparing for the arrival of your xuanhuan civilization, Yabo replied. Our superbrain, where is it? Let it speak, the voice continued to ask. Chapter 142. Connection with the xuanhuan civilization. The superbrain. I've placed it in a very secure location, but it's quite far from me. I haven't been able to reconnect with it yet, Yabo said. Human, you better not deceive me. Since you've discovered the reconnaissance ship, you should understand your purpose for existing, the voice continued. I wouldn't dare. Right now, my only job is to welcome you. Yabo went on. Because I was unclear about your exact arrival time, I originally planned to use xuanhuan civilization technology to restrict Blue Star's technological development and prevent them from using ARM technology against the xuanhuan civilization. Good, that's a great plan. We have received the signal. The interstellar fleet is ready to set out. It will take approximately 2 more years to arrive at the solar system, the voice said. 2 more years. Yabo's tone became heavy. Actually, I encountered some trouble while carrying out the relevant plans. What do you mean? The voice questioned. My original plan was perfect, but a human appeared mid-process. This person has extremely strong research capabilities, even surpassing mine at one point, thus hindering my plan. If this human isn't dealt with, they'll become a significant threat, Yabo said. How could this be possible? Humans have only been developing for how long? There's no way a human could surpass our xuanhuan civilization. The voice was full of disbelief. Such a scenario would terrify anyone hearing it. But this human indeed exists. I developed a helmet. Then, Yabo detailed the helmet plan, the cell enhancement solution plan, and also Li Tianhong's countermeasures, which shocked the voice again. How can this be? Could there have been some gene mutation during the evolution process of humans? The voice asked incredulously. I've been frantically sending signals trying to reach you through various means. The main reason is because the technology one currently possesses is insufficient to deal with this human. Can you offer some assistance? Yabo asked. Sure. If that's the case, then we'll launch the extinguishing plan earlier. No matter how powerful his abilities are, he won't be able to withstand the attack of this plan. After saying this, the voice added, before launching this plan, you need to create another product. This product needs to ensure the survival of a portion of humanity. What is it? Yabo asked. A simple protective suit that can withstand 10,000 degrees Celsius of high temperature and extreme cold temperatures. This will be useful for you humans. I'll send the technical specifications and translational codes shortly. You just need to decipher them and then use it, the voice explained. All right, I understand. A trace of excitement flickered on Yabo's face. It was none other than the personal intervention of the xuanhuan civilization. He simply couldn't believe that he still wouldn't be able to control Li Tianhong. By the way, could you tell me what the extinguishing plan is? Yabo asked. We will use spatial energy transmission to fire a cryogenic missile into the core of your solar system star. This will briefly slow down the activity of the star. Once the star slows down, Blue Star will experience a mini ice age. In this situation, humanity will face an extinction crisis. Naturally, this special human will need to devote more energy into preventing this event. Additionally, the production of helmets and medications will completely stall within a short period. Upon hearing this, Yabo finally understood their plan. Undoubtedly, the plan was thorough, but it was outrageous. The Orion civilization could easily influence the activities of a star, making such a powerful civilization something even Li Tianheng couldn't resist. However, just to be safe and out of defiance, Yabo decided to proceed with his own plan. How long will it take for the cryogenic missile to reach the surface of the sun in our solar system? Yabo asked. 6 months. You only have 6 months of preparation time. After 6 months, the planet Uran will enter a brief small ice age. Please prepare before then, the voice said. Understood. After further discussion on detailed steps and receiving the design diagram of the protective suit, Yabo left the underground laboratory excitedly. Li Tianheng had no idea about all this. Each day, he continued improving and modifying related weapons and equipment. During this period, countless quantum satellites were also continuously launched to reach the surface of Blue Star, while another part arrived on the Moon and even Mars. These quantum satellites currently have only one purpose: to fully utilize their capabilities to conduct a comprehensive exploration and scan of the inside and outside of the solar system. If any abnormal celestial body or fleet enters the solar system, Li Tianheng will receive the message in the first instance. In this way, nearly half a year passed quietly. Now, in the Xianxia research base, half of it is filled with all kinds of super weapons, and the rest of the areas have already been transformed into bases for other projects. On this day, Li Tianheng was busy working in the lab when suddenly, Xiaohang nearby transmitted an urgent voice. Boss, there's an intrusion detected. An unidentified flying object has been detected at the edge of the solar system, entering the center of the solar system at high speed. This voice caused a drastic change in Li Tianheng's expression. How could this be? In just half a year they've arrived? Li Tianheng quickly pulled up the holographic projection and said, which satellite sent this information? Connect it, and start all observation satellites simultaneously. I need real-time high-definition footage. Okay, boss, please wait. After a few operations by Xiaohang, the holographic projection in front of Li Tianheng began to flicker. The holographic projection of the solar system kept being magnified and stretched until, in a dark corner, a long, needle-like object appeared in the projection. Conduct a spectral analysis to determine if it's a natural meteorite or man-made, Li Tianheng said. All right, boss. About 2 minutes after Xiaohang finished speaking, it replied again. Boss, this is a man-made object, and according to data analysis, its target is precisely the sun in our galaxy. What? Its destination is the sun? Li Tianheng stared in disbelief at the holographic projection. Based on the latest data, it will reach the surface of the sun in 15 days. The composition is unknown, and we cannot calculate its potential impact on the sun. However, considering its length of 1,000 kilometers, it probably won't cause too much damage. But if it contains certain special structures and components, it's uncertain. Li Tianheng's face was filled with deep concern. If it was just an ordinary meteorite, it wouldn't matter. But if it's a man-made object, the consequences could be extraordinary. Chapter 143, Discovering the Target. At this moment, all Li Tianheng could imagine as the worst-case scenario was that the fleet of the Orion civilization had arrived early. But to his surprise, apart from this high-speed, unidentified flying object, none of the monitoring systems had detected any fleet. Could this be a forward reconnaissance device, with the main force still en route? Currently, the only reason Li Tianheng could think of was this. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why Orion had sent only this single starship. That's not right. If this is a reconnaissance starship, why is it heading directly toward the sun? Could it be trying to use this star for something? Without clear data, it was impossible to analyze the internal structure and composition of this starship, which would lead to significant deviations in the analysis results. It must be deliberate, but what exactly for? Despite activating the quantum satellite's full-spectrum scanning function, Li Tianheng was still unable to penetrate this material and see inside. Taking a slight breath, Li Tianheng immediately convened an emergency meeting at the Xianxia base. 2 hours later, everyone had arrived. Li Tianheng's expression appeared somewhat serious. Let me show you this first. After saying this, Li Tianheng activated the central holographic projection, displaying the unidentified flying object entering the solar system. However, the unidentified flying object was just a small dot in the scaled-down holographic projection. It was swiftly moving inward into the inner circle of the solar system, clearly visible to the naked eye. What? What is this? Everyone present looked shocked at the holographic projection. Bear in mind, this was the solar system they were talking about. What could possibly travel so quickly through the solar system? Li Tianheng said nothing, adjusting the holographic projection instead, enlarging the small dot until it transformed into a cigar-shaped metallic unidentified flying object. In everyone's eyes, this unknown metal flying object resembled a sewing needle. Yet based on the proportional comparison of the projection, the volume of this needle was absolutely unimaginably massive. According to the data transmitted by the quantum satellite, the length of this unidentified flying object has reached 1,000 kilometers. If it does not change its trajectory, it is expected to arrive at the surface of the sun in 15 days. However, due to its special surface composition, the quantum satellite cannot analyze its internal information. So far, we don't know what it is carrying, so its potential impact on the sun is the primary task I have called you here to discuss. Li Tianheng's gaze carried a hint of gravity, and it wasn't just him. Everyone present was now staring intently at the holographic projection. The projection apparatus had already organized and magnified various details of the unknown flying object to allow as many people as possible to examine the finer aspects. 15 days to reach the surface of the sun, but it's currently near Neptune, isn't it? Xuanhuan asked gravely. That's correct. Based on estimates, the speed of this unidentified object reaches 100,000 times the speed of sound. Upon hearing Li Tianheng's words, the entire room momentarily sucked in a sharp breath. This was a terrifying speed. After all, the asteroid destroyed in the last incident barely managed to exceed 1,000 times the speed of sound. This definitely isn't an asteroid anymore. No asteroid can achieve this kind of speed, came an uncertain voice from somewhere. You're stating the obvious. Look at the material, the smooth surface. It's obviously not an asteroid. This is clearly a man-made object. This statement, if anything, only furthered the pallor of everyone's face. What kind of civilization would possess the power to create a spacecraft with such speeds, let alone a spacecraft reaching 1,000 kilometers long? At this point, it is confirmed that this object is definitely from a higher civilization beyond our solar system. Li Tianheng continued in a solemn tone. What do you think its purpose is for coming to our solar system and targeting the surface of the sun? Hearing this question, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. There was simply no way to answer this question. No one knew what this thing was supposed to do, nor what its intentions were in heading towards the surface of the sun. Seeming to perceive everyone's confusion, even Li Tianheng did not know either. Now is the time to share information about the Orion civilization and its relationship with Yabo. If they didn't understand these things, they certainly wouldn't be able to proceed with their analysis. In the following time, Li Tianheng elaborated on everything that Yabo had discovered, including his own encounter with Xuanhuan in Mozong Town, along with the secrets of the Orion civilization. Hearing this, everyone present was left too stunned to speak for quite some time. Who would have thought that Earth has already become the target of a higher civilization? And more importantly, humanity on Earth is actually intertwined with the Orion civilization in countless ways. I think that if this is the case, then this thing is very likely to be a vanguard military force, possibly a weapon sent ahead to clear dangers for the Orion civilization, xiuxian said. If it's a weapon, why does it aim at the sun? That doesn't make sense, another person interjected. Although its current trajectory is heading towards the sun, it might change course midway. After all, our planet Earth isn't far from the sun, xiuxian explained. No, its target must be the sun, Wang Shuo beside him stated. Oh, why are you so sure? Li Tianheng asked. Based on my calculations, Wang Shuo had been using his phone to calculate as soon as he saw the holographic projection. He continued, given its speed and Earth's orbital period, when this unidentified flying object passes through Earth's orbit, it will be exactly on the other side of the sun. Such a highly advanced civilization cannot possibly make such basic data errors leading to massive discrepancies. After Wang Shuo finished speaking, many people nodded in agreement, clearly finding his analysis reasonable and logical, especially since it was backed by calculations, showcasing his professionalism. That was a good analysis, Li Tianheng followed up. However, it's not particularly important. Regardless of whether it's coming for Earth or not, we need to deploy all our space weapons as a precaution. If it indeed comes for us, we will handle it accordingly at the time. Wang Shuo nodded. Although his calculations were reasonable and logical, other possibilities could still not be ruled out. Now, we should consider what it aims for if it's really headed toward the sun. What's its purpose in targeting the sun? Li Tianheng questioned. Chapter 144, Full Coverage. Could it be they want to destroy the sun? One of the directors said with a pale face. You're being silly. Didn't you hear what Brother Hang just said? The Orion civilization is here to harvest us. What benefit would destroying the sun bring them? Xiuxian, who hadn't spoken until now, replied irritably. I guess that's true. This person shook his head somewhat embarrassedly. I feel that if its target is indeed the sun, there should only be one possibility. Wang Shuo said, go on. Since the Orion civilization's goal is to harvest us, even using humans as food, but our current development and technology are clearly beyond their expectations. In this situation, if we were the Orion civilization, what would we do? Wang Shuo looked at the others. This, naturally would mean eliminating threats and restricting development before they arrive earlier than expected. Xianxia responded quickly, and Brother Hang just mentioned earlier, Yabo has always been opposing him for this purpose, but Yabo didn't succeed. Wang Shuo smiled faintly. If Yabo couldn't succeed, isn't it time for Orion to take action themselves? So what you're saying is, there's no doubt about it. Regardless of whether this thing's target is Blue Star or the sun, the ultimate goal is actually aimed at Brother Hang. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Wang Shuo in disbelief. This sounded utterly absurd. Such an enormous entity, traveling at terrifying speeds, could actually be coming after Li Tianheng? Though many wanted to counterattack, they found no rebuttal argument against Wang Shuo's analysis. It was too logical. Now let's narrow down the target. Assuming it is heading straight for the sun, how can using the sun limit Brother Hang and eliminate the rest of us? Wang Shuo once again showed a faint smile. There's no doubt. Limiting solar activity, thus greatly affecting Blue Star, will restrain us because he will need to divert enormous energy to save humanity from the disasters caused by sudden changes in solar activity. As a result, Brother Hang will be distracted, leaving less time for studying ways to combat the Orion civilization. Everyone was astonished again. It seemed like this plan had been devised by Wang Shuo himself. It was so well reasoned that no flaws could be found. Is there any chance we could destroy this thing before it reaches the sun, like we did with the asteroid last time? Xiuxian said excitedly. This time is completely different from last time. 10,000 times the speed of sound. Can you imagine that, guys? And we've got only half a month, someone else remarked. It seems like the Orion civilization also anticipated how capable Brother Hang is. They appear to be giving no chances. After finishing, Wang Shuo stopped speaking. Although clever, His intellect was limited, especially when it came to high-end technical issues. Naturally, he knew he didn't have much say in this matter. There's still a chance. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. His eyes were serious, yet gleamed with excitement. Tianheng, you're not really thinking. Beside him, Xiuxian watched with concern. As they had just discussed, this case was incomparable to the asteroid event from before. Indeed, targeting this object like we did with the asteroid last time is nearly impossible due to its speed, but Li Tianheng's had captured everyone's curiosity. He continued, if we cut off its advancing space or even bombard indiscriminately, then wouldn't aiming become unnecessary? All we'd need is to set up a defensive net along its path, right? Li Tianheng's suggestion brightened several people's eyes. This unknown flying object differed from natural celestial bodies. Being man-made, powerful weapon interference might damage its internal components, causing it to deviate from its original target or potentially explode right there. Brother Hang, this idea sounds good, but this thing is pretty large too. Even with indiscriminate bombardment, intercepting it won't be easy, Xiuxian noted. If this was before, indeed it wouldn't be easy, but now. Li Tianheng reopened the holographic projection, and on it appeared various weapons and starships that had never been seen before. With our current arsenal, it's sufficient. Moreover, deployment must be done as quickly as possible. If they detonate near Blue Star, it will certainly have incalculable impacts on the entire planet, Li Tianheng stated. All right, we'll follow your arrangements, Xiuxian responded. Li Tianheng swiftly departed and began deploying the relevant space weapons. Inside the Aran Tech City, a long-absent smile graced Yabo's face. Boss, according to this morning's reports from the Space Monitoring Station, multiple bases deployed by Li Tianheng in space have all begun to take action, a staff member reported. Ha, good. Very good. Yabo laughed heartily, then added, he has fallen right into my trap. I wonder what his reaction would be if he knew all his efforts are for naught. After his laughter subsided, a trace of icy menace crossed Yabo's face. After such a prolonged contest with Li Tianheng, he finally saw some light at the end of the tunnel. How is the production of protective suits going? Yabo asked again. Boss, all domestic technical factories are working overtime, and some overseas manufacturers have also taken orders and are rushing their processes, the person replied. Excellent. You may leave, Yabo said. Yes, boss. The person left the office, and Yabo then opened the nearby holographic projection. The projection content was of the entire solar system. On it was displayed the same information as what Li Tianheng had shown. A needle-like object appeared on the projection. This was precisely the unidentified flying object detected by Li Tianheng, heading straight for the sun. But at this moment, Yabo shifted the position of the holographic projection, and in another darker area, an object almost blending completely with the darkness came into his view. Chapter 145, Xiuxian's Discovery. This object was roughly the same size as the booming flying object that looked like a visible embroidery needle, but it could hide within space, almost completely undetectable by the naked eye. Li Tianheng, you wouldn't have even dreamed that the thing you managed to detect was merely meant to distract you. A smile once again crept onto Yabo's face. With the same half-month time frame, by the time you realize this flying device is here, it will already be too late to stop it, huh? Yabo laughed smugly, while Li Tianheng on the other side was busy without rest. All of the most advanced weaponry was deployed and aimed precisely at the detected position of the unknown flying object. 2 days passed quietly in this way, all equipment ready for deployment into deep space. Seeing this scene, Li Tianheng let out a small sigh of relief. No matter what, he couldn't allow the civilization of Orion to succeed in their plans prematurely. More precisely, he couldn't let Yabo's plan come to fruition smoothly. Do you think this Yabo is some sort of madman? He's human himself, but still wants to provoke the civilization of Orion. Doesn't that just spell trouble for himself? Xiuxian sighed. Though they belonged to different nations, when faced with such high-level extraterrestrial civilizations, they were all people of Blue Star. Yabo had put all his efforts towards bringing the civilization of Orion into the solar system, something Xiuxian truly could not comprehend. The strangeness lies in how the scientific research competition impacted him so greatly, dealing a severe blow to his confidence. Ever since then, I've become an obsession in his mind, an enemy he must confront at any cost. He never considered the consequences for Blue Star. Subsequently, Li Tianheng shook his head, saying, but conversely speaking, someone who was capable of doing those things from childhood likely wouldn't give much thought to these aspects. Xiuxian nodded, her expression now slightly worried. She raised her eyes to gaze upon the Milky Way in space. Amidst its breathtaking beauty lay infinite peril and conflicts. Right now, the civilization of Orion might only mark the beginning. When truly venturing into the depths of the universe, countless dangers would await Li Tianheng. Speaking of which, if the civilization of Orion has existed for hundreds of thousands of years as a highly developed civilization, wouldn't they have imagined that you would employ methods to destroy that unidentified flying object? Xiuxian suddenly asked. What do you mean? Li Tianheng questioned, somewhat puzzled. Just think about it. Yabo definitely reported your existence to the civilization of Orion. Given that they know of your character, why would they be so brazen in placing this object into the solar system like this? There can only be two possibilities, said Xiuxian. Tell me more. This was indeed something Li Tianheng hadn't given much thought to, but being someone who could listen to others' opinions, he also wanted to hear what insight Xiuxian had reached after her sudden contemplation. The first possibility is that, even though the civilization of Orion knows of your existence, they believe you pose no significant threat, at least not enough for you to be able to destroy the spacecraft transporting whatever it contains. Hence, they boldly introduced weapons into the solar system. But I just realized there's one inconsistency here. Li Tianheng remained silent, attentively listening as Xuanhuan continued her explanation. If Orion didn't consider you a concern, they wouldn't needlessly adopt such measures to restrain you. It would simply be overcomplicating matters. However, if they view you as a threat, how then would they brazenly present this spacecraft right before your eyes? Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's eyes lit up. He seemed to have uncovered something monumental. Go on. So, I considered the second possibility. They surely perceive you as a threat and aim to weaken your capabilities. This explains why they dispatched this entity into the solar system. Now imagine, if you utilize your abilities and successfully destroy this unknown spacecraft. That's right. Orion could sustain itself for hundreds of thousands of years. Impossible not to foresee this point. For anything unknown, it's impossible not to estimate the risk level. What if this unidentified flying object failed? Therefore, I believe they must have other subsequent means in place. Even if you destroy this object, they'll have other ways to continue executing their plan. This single sentence enlightened Li Tianheng instantly. His face revealed an astonished expression. Sure man, you are absolutely my lucky charm. Everything you said is spot on. Li Tianheng suddenly embraced Xuanhuan and gave her a passionate kiss. How could he have overlooked such a simple truth before? The Orion civilization wasn't foolish, and neither was Yabo, especially after witnessing Li Tianheng's destruction of the asteroid that stretched 2,300 kilometers in diameter. If they sent this vanguard army now, wouldn't it be possible for Li Tianheng to destroy them just like last time? At the very least, Yabo would never take such reckless chances. So, the unidentified flying object they had all seen might have been nothing more than a decoy designed solely to confuse his focus. Almost fell for it. If you hadn't reminded me, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Tianheng rapidly controlled the holographic projection as he spoke. Hee, after working as your assistant for so long, I'm finally proving useful, xiuxian said cheerfully. All fleets remain on standby. Xiaoang, activate the full-sky quantum satellite system and conduct a comprehensive scan of the entire solar system. Report any abnormal movements, spatial fluctuations, gravity variations, or thermal anomalies. I need to know every secret corner of the solar system right now. This showcased the sheer power of the quantum satellites remodeled by Li Tianheng, whose advanced scanning abilities extended even beyond the boundaries of the solar system. In a mere 10 minutes, data poured in from screens scattered everywhere. The intelligence systems worked tirelessly, analyzing these incoming streams of information and presenting potentially suspicious results to Li Tianheng. Yabo, you really are clever at your games. You almost made me lose face entirely. This time, the fleet and weapons Li Tianheng dispatched amounted to roughly 2/3 of the current reserves, all meant for battling against the Orion civilization. Had everything been deployed without effect, it would have truly been a tremendous loss. Half an hour passed quietly. Just as Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan patiently waited, Xiaohang's voice suddenly sounded. Boss, coordinates H78.S, J145.002. Suspicious heat signatures and spatial fluctuations detected here. Moreover, its speed is incredibly fast, making it hard for our instruments to fully track its trajectory. Without hesitation upon hearing this, Li Tianheng quickly aligned the projected space coordinates with this location. Chapter 146, The Method of Adventure. After being processed by the holographic projection, the images captured by the satellite were also very clear. In a dark space at the edge of the solar system, the space here clearly appears in a transparent wavy state. In reality, it is almost imperceptible to the naked eye because the form here is completely transparent. It is only because the spatial distortion in this area is bizarre that it has been captured by the quantum satellite. Invisibility. This is the invisibility function of the interstellar spacecraft. But due to the strong energy fluctuations, the space was twisted, allowing our satellites to capture it. A trace of subtle gravity appeared on Li Tianheng's face. At least from these discoveries, it is already enough to prove that Xuanhuan's guess was correct. Continue real-time monitoring with this location as the base point. Spread the scanning in all directions. Report to me immediately if there is any similar spatial fluctuation, said Li Tianheng. Okay, boss. Xiaohang continued the monitoring and scanning, while Li Tianheng used the related technology of the holographic projection to extract, analyze, and compare this distorted space. After nearly an hour of work, a brand new starship appeared in his and Xuanhuan's sight. If the spectroscopic analysis and gravitational fluctuation data sent by Xiaohang are correct, this is probably what that spaceship looks like. When the spaceship appeared in the projection, a shock reappeared on Xuanhuan's face. This thing looks pretty much like what we saw before. Xuanhuan couldn't help but say, the appearance may not differ much, but I fear the internal structure and its function won't differ much either. Li Tianheng once again tightened his tone. How do we judge which one of these two spaceships we should deal with? Xuanhuan said, her expression somewhat grim. There's no way to choose. Even if we've locked onto this invisible ship, we can't be 100% sure that the previous one was merely a smokescreen. What Li Tianheng feared most now was that this invisible ship had come with some purpose, and so did the previous one for other reasons. If it was just a matter of choosing between two options, the consequences of making a wrong choice would naturally be unimaginable. But with our current arsenal, if we dedicate all our strength to dealing with these two guys, the power we use to fight against the Orion main force will reduce considerably, Xuanhuan said. So, I want to destroy both of them, but I don't want to use all firepower. What should we do? asked Li Tianheng. You've really put me in a corner. Anyway, I have no idea, said Yunsherman. Hee, my idea may be unrealistic, but it's still the best method. Li Tianheng smiled slightly, then immersed himself in work again. At the moment, Yunsherman beside him was completely confused, not knowing what he was going to do. Another half an hour passed, and during his busy time, Li Tianheng heard Xiaoheng's voice again. The quantum satellite has captured the trace of this invisible spacecraft again. It caused huge spatial fluctuations in 4 places along the way. According to the positions of these spatial fluctuations, we can roughly map out the target position of this spacecraft. After Xiaoheng finished speaking, the holographic projection in front of them started automatically operating, and a spacecraft appeared in the projection, heading straight for the center from the edge of the solar system. And this position was exactly opposite to the one they had detected before. According to data analysis and estimation, its final destination is the surface of the sun, said Xiaoheng. Indeed, the surface of the sun again. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. It seems Wang Shua's previous analysis wasn't wrong. Their goal is indeed the sun. What should we do? Judging from the speed of both spacecrafts, the key is that this one is invisible, so we cannot lock it down, Yunsherman worriedly said. Of course there is a way, but it's somewhat risky, Li Tianheng said lightly. But now we have no other choice. In the next 2 days, Li Tianheng continued working with others at the Shenhanger research base to formulate plans continuously. The team originally aimed at the first unidentified flying object didn't take a rest and continued toward the original target in deep space. 3 days quietly passed. Deep within the Shenhanger scientific research base, a secret launch site, there were 5 anti-gravity craft ready to depart. Li Tianheng looked at these massive machines before him with a grave gaze. Whether or not this mission succeeds depends entirely on you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 anti-gravity craft before him consecutively rose into the air and disappeared successively into the clouds. At this moment, Li Tianheng's gaze was once again fixed on the holographic projection. The first batch of Linehead fleet had quietly begun to approach the unidentified flying object visible to the naked eye. Of course, those observing this scene weren't just here with Li Tianheng. In the Alone Technology City, Yabo was also intently staring at the screen in front of him. From all the detection devices in Alone Technology City, 5 days ago, Li Tianheng had already mobilized most of his starship force to head straight toward that unknown spacecraft. However, there was a pause during the journey for some unknown reasons. Still, it wasn't important as this fleet was now getting infinitely closer to the mysterious flying object. Good, Li Tianheng, use your full strength. Give it everything you've got and destroy this launcher. Yabo's face was filled with infinite excitement, and his hands were trembling wildly with anticipation. On the screen, countless flight vehicles of various sizes were heading toward deep space. On the other side of the void, the needle-like spacecraft was speeding towards them with an incredible velocity. Sir, this spaceship is approaching 10 times the speed of sound. Does Li Tianheng really have the ability to lock it down and destroy it? Asked a young man before Yabo, his voice filled with shock. Although I find it hard to believe too, since he has started the operation, he must be absolutely certain of his success, Yabo replied. What a remarkable research capability he possesses. He truly stands as our Lone Star's foremost genius. Without this incident, perhaps he could indeed lead Lone Star into an entirely new future. This individual didn't hide his admiration, but when Yabo saw this scene, his expression suddenly turned grim. Chapter 147, 10,000 Mach. Your point is that I'm no longer qualified and unable to lead Blue Star into the future world. Yabo said coldly. No, I didn't mean that. Boss, of course you have much stronger scientific research abilities, there's absolutely no question about that. The young man quickly realized he had made a mistake and began apologizing frantically to Yabo. But his apologies clearly did nothing to calm Yabo's rage. From now on, you don't need to work in the Ilone Technology City anymore. Yabo said casually. No, boss, give me another chance. I really didn't mean anything else, the man exclaimed in shock. No other meaning? Do you think I'm dumb, or do you think you're dumb? Up to this point, what Yabo hated most was Li Tianheng. Now this subordinate dared to praise Li Tianheng right in front of him, and even indirectly implied that Yabo was inferior to Li Tianheng. How could Yabo tolerate that? Sensing Yabo's firmness, the face of the project manager suddenly became hideous. Yes, I am not stupid. Because I am not stupid, I know exactly everything you've done. You think you can compare with Li Tianheng, but do you even know how insignificant you are? You can't even match one of his toes. And now you won't let us say it. This project manager grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, transforming his initial anger into an all-out roar. You, as a Blue Star inhabitant, lured higher civilizations to the solar system just to deal with Li Tianheng. You selfish little man. You are incomparable to Li Tianheng. You will never in your life reach Li Tianheng's level. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening gunshot shattered the silence throughout the entire office. Smoke still rose from the gun in Yabo's hand, while a blood hole appeared in the chest of the project manager facing him. Yabo, you insane person? After speaking, the man fell to the ground. At this moment, people outside the door also gathered, stunned by the scene. Clean it up before I come back. After saying this, Yabo left the office and then went to the underground laboratory. There, he could see the clearest projection. All the details of the solar system were laid bare before him at that very moment. Boss, Li Tianheng's fleet has approached the Orion transport ship and all fleets are conducting escort flights alongside it. Upon hearing these words, a flash of shock flickered across Yabo's face. Although he had already known about Li Tianheng's terrifying capability, When he learned that his fleet was escorting the Orion transport ship, Yabo still felt a huge shock to his heart. This meant that the speed of these spacecraft of Li Tianhong's reached an astonishing 10 million times the speed of light. But strangely, he only chose to accompany in flight and hasn't moved closer. There also hasn't been any attack behavior, and we don't yet understand his next move, someone said. It's possible that starships have already begun comprehensive scanning of the transport ship. Once the composition and internal structure of the transport ship have been analyzed, Li Tianhong will take the next step. As if right on cue, just after Yabo finished speaking, those fleets escorting suddenly moved toward the transport ship. During the approach, the fleets separated into countless small starships. These small ships sped towards the transport ship and tightly attached themselves onto its surface. What is he doing here? Are these ships bombs, intending to attach them to the ship body and detonate them all at once? This was the only explanation Yabo could think of currently. But since he has this kind of escort technology, why doesn't he directly launch an indiscriminate attack? It would have more or less the same effect. One technical staff beside him asked with some doubts, but obviously, no one here could answer his question. After about half an hour, 2/3 of the starships have adhered to the surface of the transport ship. The next step should be the explosion, right? This person continued. Currently, looking from the three-dimensional holographic projection, this massive, needle-like unknown flying object had small starships all over its surface, like mushrooms growing out of its sides. But because this transport ship was 1,000 kilometers long, it wasn't very conspicuous. No explosion. He activated the propulsion systems of all the starships on the left. A worker immediately turned the holographic projection around. On the other side, all propulsion systems of the starships lit up. The tremendous propulsion force forcibly deviated the course of this spaceship from its original trajectory. Although the transport ship was huge, it was merely long in length. In terms of overall weight, it was essentially only 1/10 of the asteroid that Li Tianhong had destroyed last time. Thus, the anti-gravity thrusters that Li Tianhong attached were already sufficient to alter the course of this transport ship. Damn it! What is he doing? What on earth is he up to? Yabo was infuriated. Once again, Li Tianhong's actions went beyond his expectations. But the key issue was that he couldn't foresee at all why Li Tianhong was doing this. Could he be trying to use all the thrusters to change the course of the transport ship and even bring it back to Blue Star for research? A staff member exclaimed in shock. It's possible. Indeed, there is that possibility. Another person continued. But how could this be? 1,000-kilometer behemoth. How could it possibly be brought back to Blue Star? The orbit continues to deviate. The transport ship has completely strayed from its original destination, the sun. Another voice sounded. They've been activated. He has activated all the thrusters. No one knew who shouted it. But then everyone saw that all the anti-gravity thrusters attached to the transport ship were fully operational. In an instant, the transport ship, already traveling at an extremely terrifying speed, began rushing toward the solar system at an even faster velocity. The speed has reached 101,000 Mach. 102,000 Mach. It's now over 110,000. The speed has reached 110,000 Mach. Oh my god, what on earth does Li Tianhong want to do? The speed has hit a horrifying 150,000 Mach. Just where does Li Tianhong intend to take this transport ship? Shouts of surprise echoed through the scene, and Yabo's face turned once more into an unprecedented somber expression. He instinctively felt something ominous, yet he couldn't articulate exactly what it was. Give me the holographic projection. Yabo called out forward, and an engineer tossed the holographic projection like a ball. Yabo smoothly caught it in his hand. Subsequently, Yabo adjusted the holographic projection, turning it from one end of the solar system to the other. Chapter 148, Successful Destruction. There was nothing here except for endless darkness. But Yabo continued to operate something as the faint projection of a transport ship's silhouette gradually appeared. Yet, Yabo still dared not to relax in the slightest. He kept calculating the distance between Li Tianhong's controlled transport ship and this invisible one. After about 2 minutes, Yabo let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems he still hasn't discovered the existence of this transport ship, but what is he controlling that thing for? Just after calculations and adjustments, Li Tianhong was seen steering the transport ship further away at a fast speed. However, just the next second, 10 anti-gravity flyers suddenly appeared around the invisible transport ship. These flyers emerged like ghosts around it, and Yabo's holographic projection also captured this scene. How is this possible? How could he discover the Orion-specific stealth coating? How? Yabo exclaimed with a look of horror. The next second, these 10 anti-gravity flyers suddenly exploded around the invisible transport ship. Countless energy blasts turned into streaks of black lightning, numerous ions wandering in the air completely enveloping the transport ship. Then, that transport ship which had been undetectable by the naked eye slowly came into view. Even though its internal structure struggled fiercely, trying to shake off external control, it was still unable to resist the countless lightning-like ion substances that clung to the outside of the transport ship. It was due to these substances that the entire transport ship flickered on and off before finally losing its invisibility function entirely. How is this possible? How did he manage to do it? How on earth did he do it? Yabo's voice roared as his bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the holographic projection. At this moment, all the surrounding staff remained silent, knowing full well that this Yabo was the most terrifying right now. And the next moment, even more despairing news came for Yabo. It's gone. The first transport ship has disappeared. A startled cry reached their ears, showing on another holographic projection that Li Tianhong had taken that ship, traveling at 150,000 Mach, only for it to vanish completely. Space travel then, I understand. A nearby engineer, in shock, stared at the holographic projection. The reason he increased the speed of the transport ship to such levels was to enable super-large objects' spatial teleportation. Unfortunately, even with the knowledge now, there was no stopping Li Tianheng. The next second, directly opposite the transport ship just emerging from stealth mode, the dark space suddenly distorted before a similarly sized starship appeared. This starship, sent over by numerous other ships, stayed quietly in position. No. Yabo realized something, but at this point, there was absolutely no way he could stop it from happening. Everyone present knew Li Tianheng's intent now, not to mention where things stood, but even if they had known Li Tianheng's plan beforehand, there probably wouldn't have been a way to stop him. At this time, the transport ship exiting stealth mode was still moving forward at super high speeds, unaware of the imminent danger ahead. Just 3 seconds later, directly in front of it, an identical-looking transport ship waited silently. This sight resembled two embroidery needles' tips colliding together. Whether it was the first transport ship or the one exiting stealth mode, both vessels exploded in the pitch-black void, the explosion being even 10 times more violent than when Li Tianheng destroyed that asteroid earlier. In an instant, all relevant connections were cut here at Yabo's station. All display monitoring projection equipment on Li Tianheng's side, going completely black. Whether it was the anti-gravity flyers or Li Tianheng's Starfleet fleet, everything turned to ashes in the horrific explosion. Li Tianheng! Yabo screamed wildly, without caring about the shocked stares from those around him. This was a hyperspeed transport vessel dispatched by the Orion civilization from some interstellar base. Its advanced technology and destructive power were sufficient to affect the activity of a star. But now, was it so easily destroyed by Li Tianheng? Damn it! Damn you, Li Tianheng! Are you man or ghost? Yabo couldn't help but start doubting whether Li Tianheng was even human. His strength was just too overwhelming. He used those starships along with super transport vessels to maneuver midair, then precisely became the live target of another transport ship, something Yabo hadn't even considered. Boss, it looks like your ultimate strategy has failed. An engineer said. Do I need you to tell me that? Yabo bellowed. It seems that if we want to achieve the original plan, we still need to work on our helmets and the potions, another person said. No, I have other means at my disposal, Yabo said coldly. Do you mean? The second-generation potion will soon go into mass production, which should be able to cause him some trouble. After saying this, Yabo passed through the laboratory to his 4-person experimental capsule at the back, where Jenny and Powell were already waiting. Boss, Orion just sent over their information, Jenny said. Yabo took a deep breath and subsequently connected the forward signal source. The voice of Orion he had contacted earlier came through again. What happened? Why was our cryobomb detonated prematurely? The voice carried a hint of roar. Do you know how many resources it took for us to transport one such cryobomb? I'm truly sorry. This human's resourcefulness and strength far exceed our expectations, Yabo replied. What do you mean exceeding our expectations? Do you think that our Orion civilization can't even handle a low-level human? Roars echoed from the other end. Yabo's mood wasn't good to begin with, and hearing the other side refer to humans as low-level made him somewhat irritable. I've already told you all about his background. It was your own underestimation of his abilities that led to this result. If you had prepared more thoroughly, would this have happened? Yabo tried to suppress his anger as much as possible, and the other side also fell silent for an unusual moment. After a while, the voice from the other end spoke again. Let's put aside the issue of handling this human for now. Once our main forces arrive in the solar system, we'll reconsider our strategy. During this period, you must not make any rash moves. Hearing this, Yabo hesitated. He had initially intended to provoke the Orions to send reinforcements, but instead, he received this unexpected response. Are you Orion afraid of this human? Yabo asked grimly. Chapter 149, Li Tianheng's Determination. Upon hearing these words, the line fell silent once again briefly. Yabo Lianshan's sinister expression grew even heavier. If you're scared, then from now on I'll handle this alone. I no longer need any technology or assistance provided by your Orion civilization. Yabo said coldly. Are you implying that our Orion civilization is afraid of a human civilization that has only just developed? The voice on the other end replied. What else could it be? Yabo countered. Yabo wasn't unafraid of the Orion civilization. He was merely trying to coax them into continuing their support using such provocation. Of course, even if the Orion civilization truly decided not to offer technological assistance anymore, Yabo would absolutely not give up his plan to confront Li Tianheng using his own strength. We just don't want to invest more resources in this one human. Once we enter the solar system, we can easily capture him with our abilities and technology. There's simply no need to expend so much energy. We've already lost one space transport ship. The voice continued. But you have personally experienced how powerful this human is. If we don't eliminate him early, he will surely cause greater trouble and destruction when your main force arrives, Yabo responded. The voice fell silent again, clearly weighing the pros and cons of Yabo's words. After some time, the voice continued. Before the arrival of the main force, we will take no further aggressive action against this human. However, given what you've said, we will provide you with remote technical assistance. As for what to do next, that depends entirely on you. Alright, no problem. Having part of the technical assistance is enough. In the time ahead, I will use all means at my disposal to deal with this human, Yabo stated. Both parties came to an agreement, after which Yabo exhaled slightly. After all, his own knowledge and techniques were limited. Any form of remote help from the Orion civilization was still a good thing for him. At that very moment inside the Divine Voyage research base, Li Tianhang saw the destroyed transport ship and breathed a slight sigh of relief. No one knew what kind of consequences it would bring if that thing reached the sun, so after destroying it, Li Tianhang felt slightly more at ease. It seems like the Orion civilization isn't anything special after all. We succeeded so easily. Xiuxian commented with a smile nearby. We shouldn't say that. Li Tianhang shook his head. Although we have destroyed these 2 transport ships, they aren't the main force of Orion. Besides, they didn't carry any offensive or defensive weapons. This really doesn't represent much. Xiuxian also nodded in agreement. Regardless, we ended up victorious in our first confrontation with the Orion civilization. Li Tianhang nodded as well. In fact, deep down, he felt a little excited. After all, they were confronting such a high-level civilization. Competing against such technologically advanced beings gave Li Tianhang a sense of achievement. But, as soon as he thought about facing such an advanced civilization, Li Tianhang felt a tinge of worry, especially since Yabo kept causing trouble occasionally. We won't have any peace from now until the Orion civilization arrives unless we get rid of Yabo, Li Tianhang said. So what you mean is, we must take out Yabo. This will at least allow me to avoid wasting a great portion of my focus. Otherwise, when the entire fleet of the Orion civilization arrives, we will be dealing with internal issues as well as external threats. The outcome at that point is uncertain. Li Tianhang's gaze held a bit of seriousness. In fact, he had never before harbored such thoughts. However, after experiencing this event, Li Tianhang had never felt as determined as he did now. Someone needed to die to resolve this situation. Xiuxian took a small breath. She understood the gravity of the situation too. Yabo's existence had severely jeopardized the survival safety of all humanity. Moreover, this battle has made me realize something else, Li Tianhang said. What? Aren't you my assistant? You've been around me recently. From this incident, haven't you noticed something important? Li Tianhang suddenly smiled and looked towards Xiuxian. Xiuxian thought hard, but after a few minutes, she shook her head helplessly. Don't compare my brain to yours. I honestly didn't notice anything. It's actually very simple. Li Tianhang looked up at the sky. Before Orion arrives, we need to deploy powerful space weapons in advance. Imagine if we set up relevant bases on the Moon, Mars, or even Ganymede and Europa. Wouldn't it be much easier to destroy those 2 unidentified flying objects? Upon hearing this, Xiuxian's eyes lit up slightly. That's right. If there were remote bases deployed, they could lock onto those 2 unidentified flying objects from the edge of the solar system, or even launch precise strikes. Imagine if, after the main forces of the Orion civilization arrive, all planets in the solar system, even every satellite of each planet, already had relevant weapons deployed. Wouldn't that maximize the strike area so as to launch precise strikes on the large forces from the edge of the solar system? But this isn't a small project. I don't know if we have enough time, Xiuxian said. Whether or not we have enough time, we must implement such a plan. During this period, however, we must also proceed with the plan to remove Yabo. Li Tianhang took a deep breath. Since he destroyed those 2 unidentified flying objects, he knew that his battle against the Orion civilization had already begun. Since Yabo was working for Orion, Li Tianhang naturally no longer needed to show him any mercy. The 2 plans progressed simultaneously, and time rushed by. Another month quietly passed. In the seabed near the coast of America, if one dived to the deepest point, they would find numerous buildings there. These buildings resembled sci-fi castles, with many submarines swimming back and forth around them. At the moment, inside the central part of these buildings, Yabo stood in the middle of a huge laboratory. In front of him was a massive glass container, where a not-so-large shark violently crashed back and forth inside. Its sharp teeth, like saws, were quite terrifying. Chapter 150, Destruction of a Lone Tech City. However, this giant glass container was specially made. No matter how violent this shark became, it couldn't break through this line of defense. Alright, let's begin. At Yabo's command, a small metal cap above the massive glass container opened, and a liquid with a hint of purplish red was poured into the water inside. These liquids quickly mixed with the surrounding water, and were then absorbed by the shark within. Yabo's eyes were filled with anticipation, as well as those of the other staff members standing in a row next to him, all intently focused on the container ahead. Not long after the shark absorbed the water mixed with the purplish red liquid, its restless body slowly became calm, looking as if it had died. What is happening? Confused, Yabo looked around at the other employees who were now drenched in sweat. Boss, wait a bit longer. The drug may still need some time to take effect, said a middle-aged man. Yes, boss, during our experiments, the drug indeed didn't work so quickly, another one said. Taking a deep breath, Yabo continued to watch the shark. Another 2 minutes passed, but there was still no sign of movement from the shark inside. This clearly shows it's dead. This formula doesn't have any effect at all. How did you mix the solution? Yabo screamed. But, we followed your method exactly. No step was done incorrectly, the middle-aged man said nervously. The upgraded recipe won't have any issues. There's no way such a situation could occur. Yabo roared. But, it's alive. It's alive. It's back to life. Suddenly, someone shouted, and they saw the shark in the container coming back to life. Not only that, the shark started to undergo strange transformations. The large shark fins began sprouting numerous protrusions. These protrusions slowly developed into visible tentacles which spread across the shark's entire body, increasing in number. Moreover, the shark's size also kept expanding. In just 1 minute, it grew to at least 3 times its previous size. Ha, good. Fantastic. Yabo suddenly showed an expression of wild joy, staring intently at the tentacle-covered shark monster within the container. Taking a deep breath, Yabo picked up a nearby walkie-talkie. He looked excitedly at the creature inside. "Can you hear me speaking?" After he finished the simple sentence, the shark monster abruptly turned its body, its blood-red eyes glaring directly at Yabo. All the staff nearby got a fright. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. They had heard about the strength of this drug through various channels, but never would they imagine that after swallowing this drug, the shark not only underwent tremendous physical changes, but it was now able to understand human language. "If you can understand what I am saying, please greet me with your tentacles," Yabo said. As soon as his words ended, the shark monster really extended 2 tentacles and waved them repeatedly toward Yabo. "Excellent." A flash of sharpness went through Yabo's eyes. Then without hesitation, he turned and left. "Initiate mass production immediately. I want 10 tons of this AT drug within 3 days, Yabo ordered. "What? 3 days? This period is too short. We might." "I'm not asking for discussion. I'm issuing an order." After finishing his sentence, Yabo left by elevator. When he reached the ground floor, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, a hurried voice came through the receiver. Boss, something terrible has happened." This abrupt urgency caused Yabo to feel uneasy. "What's going on? What happened?" Yabo asked quickly. "The whole Alone Tech City has been hit again by hackers. All our electronic devices are out of control. Although we cut off the power as fast as possible, the hackers still took over the weapons system of Alone Tech City via our equipment." Yabo paled in horror. Who could hack into Alone Tech City's firewall? He instinctively thought of Li Tianheng. Apart from him, who else would have such ability or guts? And then, Yabo asked urgently. And then, these controlled weapons started indiscriminate attacks against Alone Tech City. The entire city already. What exactly happened? Yabo's tone had transformed into a frenzied roar. "The entire Alone Tech City has been completely destroyed, including our underground base, which was penetrated by powerful bunker-buster missiles." Hearing this, Yabo was utterly devastated on the spot. He could never have imagined that his trip to the second base would result in such a catastrophe for Alone Tech City. "It's not just that," the voice continued. "We're also about to face another massive problem." "Speak," Yabo screamed. "Even though we've been trying our best to explain, the higher-ups don't believe our side of the story. They unanimously think it was due to our technical issues, or even possibly for personal gain, that we activated the weapon systems and destroyed Alone Tech City, causing countless casualties. Now, we've become the targets of investigation and manhunt." Hearing this, Yabo fell into despair once more. He had originally planned to return to Alone Tech City via flyer, but now it seemed he could never go back. "All right, I understand. Make sure you hide yourself well. I don't plan to return to Alone Tech City." "Understood, boss. I've already left the US, and it will probably be impossible to contact you for some time." After hanging up, Yabo's gaze turned even darker. "Fortunately, when I took over Alone Tech City, I began constructing this second base. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been obliterated by now?" Yabo's eyes were almost spitting flames as he coldly remarked. Li Tianheng, you want to play for real, do you? Then let's see who survives till the end." After finishing his words, Yabo returned to the underwater base. Here, all signals were blocked from the outside world, making it impossible for either Li Tianheng or anyone else to find this place. Chapter 151, Deep-Sea Fish Monsters. For days had passed quietly. Inside the Divine Research Base, Li Tianheng was still busy handling technical operations. It had been 4 days since the destruction of Alone Tech City, and he had good reason to believe that Yabo had perished in his operation. However, it couldn't be ruled out that the other party had escaped. After all, someone like Yabo would definitely have a secret base or a secret escape plan. Perhaps by coincidence, Yabo wasn't in Alone Tech City that day, thus escaping unscathed? Regardless, destroying the entire Alone Tech City was akin to cutting off one of Yabo's arms. Even if Yabo were still alive, Li Tianheng believed he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Warning, warning, warning. A tsunami has occurred in the Far East Ocean, heading towards our coastline. It is expected to impact within 2 hours. Xiao Hang's warning voice came through, and Li Tianheng's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly activated the holographic projection. The clear transmission showed a 3-dimensional image, with a tsunami over 100 meters tall resembling a bulldozer sweeping in from the depths of the East Ocean. How is this possible? There was no forecast for a tsunami, and such a level of tsunami is usually caused by an earthquake. Why haven't we received any news about an undersea earthquake? Li Tianheng looked in horror at the holographic projection. That's not right. This doesn't look like a regular tsunami. How could it have this shape? The holographic projection showed the strait where the tsunami was forming, and there were several sections in the middle that were at least 20 meters taller than their surroundings. It is well known that tsunamis are shaped due to external forces and should have an even top. But this one was uneven, and according to the holographic projection, there was no large volume of seawater following behind the tsunami. Quick! Activate the quantum satellite. I need real-time satellite video footage. All right, boss. After Xiao Hang performed a series of operations, within 2 minutes, a screen in front displayed a tracking video scanned by the quantum satellite. Upon seeing this scene, Li Tianheng let out a deep gasp. What kind of monsters are these? It turned out that this tsunami over 100 meters tall was made up of countless sea monsters resembling sharks, whales, octopuses, and other deep-sea creatures. This countless mass of deep-sea fish formed a massive wall, which was rushing rapidly toward the coastline where he was located. Based on analysis from the quantum satellite, these are not ordinary deep-sea fish. Judging from their form and size, Xiao Hang believes they are likely genetically modified deep-sea fish. Xiaohang's analysis left Li Tianheng stunned. Genetically modified deep-sea fish sounded like a fairy tale. But immediately, Li Tianheng realized this wasn't some fanciful story. If all of this was attributed to Yabo's doing, then everything made sense. Tianheng, what happened? I just heard Xiaohang issue an alarm. Xiuxian rushed in, along with xuanhuan and others who also quickly arrived. When everyone saw what was on the screen, their expressions completely changed. What? What are these things? Xiuxian stared at the screen in shock. Deep-sea fish that have been genetically modified. As you see, these monster fish clusters have formed a moving wall similar to a tsunami, heading straight for us. Li Tianheng explained. What? What do they want to do by coming here? Xiuxian asked Li Tianheng in shock. The monsters clearly seem to have become amphibious animals after modification. Look at these fishes at the top. They no longer require water but remain lively and active, Li Tianheng said. If so, once these monsters land, it will be a disaster not only for us, but also for the humans living near the coast, xuanhuan said with serious eyes. What should we do? At this speed, they'll reach the coastline in about an hour or so, Xiuxian whispered harshly. Two-step plan. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. Step 1. Deploy weapons at the coastline. With my current futuristic weapons, destroying these monster fish won't be difficult, but this would be a great catastrophe for them. At a time like this, why are you thinking about that? If that's the case, then destroy them directly, Xiuxian said. This is the last resort if there's no other way. Apart from that, we need to take the first approach, Li Tianheng said calmly. What is the first approach? Xiuxian asked. I will try this method personally. All of you stay here and carry out weapon deployment, waiting for my command. Li Tianheng stood up and said, Where are you going? Xiuxian asked. I'll make a personal trip to the East Ocean surface. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianheng took out his black briefcase from the side, put on the mecha suit, and then soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Xiuxian and the others exchanged glances, but they didn't have much time to speculate at the moment. Under the leadership of Xiuxian and Xiaohang, they quickly proceeded with the corresponding weapon deployment along the coastline. At this moment, Li Tianheng was flying at an extremely fast speed. In just 5 minutes, he had arrived in the sky above the massive tsunami. Apparently, neither the video footage nor the holographic projections could compare to the sheer delight of seeing these creatures with one's own eyes. These monsters only retained some features of ordinary fish, while the rest of their bodies had grown new tentacles, arms, fangs, and even long legs under larger ones. They seemed to charge forward in wild frenzy, swimming through swarms of various smaller fish across the ocean surface. Even these small fish were abnormal. They had sharp teeth and a speed that seemed powered by engines. These small fish covered the entire sea like a moving wall, dragging countless giant beasts forward madly. When several of the monsters noticed Li Tianheng above the sky, they bared their fangs and leapt from the water, lunging toward him. This terrifying jumping ability and speed were comparable to large machines. If these creatures ever made it to land, they would surely cause unimaginable disasters. Xiaohang, perform a deep scan and see if we can analyze the drug structures inside them. Li Tianheng effortlessly dodged the monsters' attacks, then ascended higher into the sky and spoke. All right, boss. After Xiaohang started scanning the swarm of monsters at sea, his voice came back again after about 2 minutes. Boss, analysis shows this is the second generation of cell enhancement fluid released by Elon Tech City. Moreover, this second generation enhancement fluid has granted these fish a certain level of intelligence. Chapter 152, Antidote. Li Tianheng's eyes flickered with a trace of shock upon hearing these words. Despite being mentally prepared, he still felt an overwhelming wave of horror after hearing this. This Yabo had actually managed to develop the second generation of the cellular enhancement fluid. But then again, there wasn't much to be surprised about here. After all, Yabo controlled the advanced technology of the Orion civilization. Achieving this purpose within a short period wasn't that strange either. What truly shocked Li Tianheng was the fact that Yabo had used these liquids on these marine creatures and issued commands to them. How much would be required to achieve such results? After all, it was impossible to count all the colossal marine beasts before them, but their combined numbers had to exceed a terrifying 6 digits. Wait, Xiaohang, you just said that these fish have been genetically modified to possess a certain level of intelligence. Li Tianheng seemed to recall something and quickly spoke. Yes, boss. This cellular enhancement fluid has not only altered the physical structures of these creatures, but also caused their brains to evolve at an unprecedented pace, Xiaohang replied. Doesn't that mean they might be able to communicate with us? Li Tianheng asked. It's uncertain. I haven't detected in these creatures any ability for language-based communication, Xiaohang explained. But even if they don't have the function to speak, they could still communicate through electromagnetic waves. A hint of excitement appeared on Li Tianheng's face. All right, let me try communicating with them, Xiaohang responded. Li Tianheng looked at these monsters who showed no signs of stopping, his excitement mounting. If they could indeed communicate, things would become much easier to manage. Xiaohang, send part of these creatures' gene data back to headquarters so they can conduct an in-depth analysis and see if there's potential for product upgrades or reverse engineering. After arranging this, Li Tianheng quickly entered the system with his mind. In addition to all this, Su Hang was someone who possessed a system. At this moment, he wanted to see if the system could lend a hand. System, is there any way to counteract the effects of the drug found inside these genetically modified creatures? Li Tianheng questioned. Host, although I am a modification system, this is still something I can resolve. How? Tell me. Excitement immediately appeared on Li Tianheng's face. The host can extract the biological enhancement liquid from them, upgrade and modify it accordingly. This way, by having them ingested again, the problem will be solved. Does the system sell such products? Yes, host, but the price is quite steep. I recommend the host modifies and upgrades it yourself. Bring up the corresponding products for me to check out. After hearing this, Li Tianheng became even more excited. If the system could solve this, then the plan he had envisioned would be closer to reality. The system soon displayed the items, and an antidote capable of neutralizing most low-level biological agents came into view. This antidote cost 2 million reputation points, which truly stunned Li Tianheng. It could only be used once and would become useless afterward. To use it on 10 people, it would cost 20 million reputation points. However, given the current situation, Li Tianheng believed that, even at 1 million per use, it would be worth it. System, I want to buy one of these antidotes. Understood, host. 2 million reputation points deducted. You've now obtained 1 vial of biological antidote. As the system voice faded, Li Tianheng felt a tube-like vial appear in his hand. His confidence soared. About several minutes later, Xiaohang's voice rang out again. Boss, the brainwave link has been established. The host can directly communicate with their leader. Xiaohang finished, followed by a burst of chaotic sounds coming through. Human, you damn human. What exactly have you done to us? Why does our fate have to be controlled by you? The voice came faintly, and Li Tianheng instantly understood it as the thoughts running through the creature's mind. Greetings, great white shark, Li Tianheng cautiously began. His words were quickly translated by Xiaohang into a language the fish monsters could understand and transmitted into their minds. What is this? What is this thing speaking inside my head? A tone of terror echoed through, visibly causing the enormous group of creatures to halt and wait for further orders. Hello, if you look up, you'll see me. I'm the human standing in the sky, Li Tianheng said. Subsequently, a huge great white shark with tentacles all over its body slowly raised its head, and then saw Li Tianheng in the sky. You despicable humans, what do you want to do? The great white shark screamed. I just heard your thoughts. You seem to be following someone's orders to attack the continent where I am, right? Li Tianheng asked. That's correct. That detestable human has control over us, and if we don't listen to him, all my kin will suffer, the great white shark roared. But if I say I have a way to solve the problem on your bodies, would you still continue to obey this human's commands? Li Tianheng asked. What? Can you really solve our problems? The brainwaves of the great white shark showed significant fluctuations, clearly finding it hard to believe what Li Tianheng had said. As long as you stop attacking now and follow my advice, the problem on your bodies will be solved soon, Li Tianheng said. Why should I trust you? The great white shark asked. Because that person you're thinking about is my enemy. He made you do this just to deal with me. Why don't we work together to fight against him? This way, I can handle this person, and you can solve the problems on your bodies. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Li Tianheng said. The great white shark's brainwaves fell into a brief contemplation. Clearly, as the leader of these monster fish, it was very different from the other fish. And as the leader of these fish, it cared more about the safety of the thousands or even millions of its compatriots. What proof do you have to show that what you say is true? At the very least, I need to see the existence of an antidote. Indeed, after being modified, these monsters were much smarter than Li Tianheng had imagined. This was when the antidote in his hand could come in handy. The thing in my hand can solve your problem, but it can only be used on one creature at a time. And I currently only have 1 vial. If you are willing to cooperate, I'll definitely spare no effort in solving all your problems. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, a glimmer of light appeared in the great white shark's fierce eyes. Chapter 153, Yabo's Shock. The reason for their being restrained was entirely because they had inhaled a large amount of unknown drugs, and that person claimed this drug would only allow them to survive for a month. Because of this, the entire school of fish had no choice but to obey this person's orders. But now, with the human before them possessing the antidote, did it mean their problems would be resolved effortlessly? If you drop the antidote, and if it's genuine, our entire deep-sea fish clan will completely follow your commands, the great white shark said. All right, no problem. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, he flew to the great white shark and unscrewed the bottle cap, letting the antidote fall directly into the mouth of the shark covered in tentacles. Immediately afterward, the great white shark emitted an earth-shattering roar, and its body began changing visibly at an incredible speed. In no time, it had fully transformed back to the normal size and shape of a shark. Witnessing this, the brainwaves of the great white shark surged once again, while the surrounding schools of other fish cheered and leaped joyfully. I believe you, human. What do you want us to do? The great white shark asked. It's simple. Take me to the human who ordered you all around, and we'll kill him together. A glint of killing intent flashed through Li Tianheng's eyes. At this moment, within the eastern deep-sea base, Yabo sat leisurely with his legs crossed, watching various images being broadcast from Long Country. He was waiting for the monster fish under his command to land on the coast of Long Country, and then slowly admire the beautiful scenery line that would unfold. Boss, do you think these fish will really listen to your orders? I have a feeling something might go wrong, said a man standing nearby, also looking at the large screen ahead. Don't worry. After the upgrade, the second generation of cellular enhancement liquid can easily give a shark the most powerful killing ability, and it can even leave the water for combat on land. Of course, the biggest side effect of the second generation is that the lifespan of these large fish will become shorter. Without the antidote, they can barely survive for a month, Yabo said indifferently. But we don't have enough antidotes. How will we deliver them to these fish after they complete their mission? This person questioned. Are you stupid? Even if I say I'll give it, should I really hand it over? These fools just started developing a little bit of thought, so they can easily trust humans. I'm simply pretending to gain their absolute loyalty for attacking Li Tianheng, and nobody will care about their fate once the task is done. Yabo said nonchalantly, his gaze never leaving the screen in front of him. This subordinate nodded repeatedly, though there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Just then, he suddenly thought, perhaps he himself, along with the other researchers working hard, were no different from those fish. Once they lost their value, Yabo would mercilessly cast them away without hesitation. At this moment, Yabo was fully engrossed in staring at the screen, completely unaware of the look on his subordinate's face. As time ticked by, Yabo couldn't help but glance at his watch, his expression turning slightly unsettled. What's happening? According to the schedule, they should have already landed and reached the Xuanhuan base by now, Yabo said irritably. Maybe something happened on the way. After all, they are deep-sea fish, and since they've just evolved with thought, there are too many uncontrollable factors, the subordinate said. It's impossible. With their speed, there's no way it could take this long. They should have arrived already. Yabo suddenly felt a bad premonition. But even he didn't know where this premonition came from. Everything should have gone according to his plan, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. About 3 minutes later, when Yabo was nearly unable to wait any longer, the entire deep-sea base suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, warning, enemy intruder detected. Enemy has entered our territory. Upon hearing this, Yabo was shocked speechless, disbelievingly staring at the screen as all display monitors showed footage around the base. An endless number of giant monsters had quietly surrounded their entire base. Although still a few kilometers away, it was already sufficient to make Yabo tremble in shock. What's going on? What's wrong with these fish beasts? Weren't they supposed to attack the Xuanhuan base? Why have they come back here? Yabo was utterly confused and completely unable to understand what these mutated fish meant to do. Hurry, connect me with their leader immediately. I need to know what exactly has happened. Yabo yelled furiously. Soon, the smart device connected to the group's leader, the great white shark, via a signal. What shocked Yabo was that the great white shark, which was supposed to have already mutated, had now completely returned to its normal form. What's going on? What are you doing? Why aren't you heading to the Xuanhuan base in Long Country? Yabo screamed. You despicable human, trying to threaten us with such methods. Fortunately, we met a kind-hearted human, the great white shark said. What? A good-hearted human? Could it be? That's right, it's me. Suddenly, through the porthole, Li Tianheng, dressed in black mech armor and appearing like a black ghost, came before the great white shark once again, standing face-to-face with Yabo. Yabo, we meet again, Li Tianheng said indifferently. It's you who did all this. Yabo glared at Li Tianheng, gritting his teeth. This Long Country national, whom he had never defeated since their first encounter, filled Yabo with intense hatred, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yabo, isn't it too despicable and dishonorable of you to use these deep-sea fish clans against me? Is this all the Orion civilization has got under your command? Li Tianheng said coolly. Don't be so cocky, Li Tianheng. Once the main force of the Orion civilization arrives, you will be dead. Don't think that just because you have a little high technology, you can do whatever you want, Yabo said coldly. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Decide for yourself. Will you return with me for judgment, or shall I judge you right here? A hint of icy killing intent flashed across Li Tianheng's face. He had already resolved that he would not let Yabo escape from his control again. With this menace looming behind him, always ready to stab him in the back, Li Tianheng could not rest easy. Moreover, he needed to devote all his strength to fighting the Orion civilization, leaving no more time or energy to waste on Yabo. Ha ha ha, judgment. Am I really in need of your trial? Li Tianheng. If that's how it's going to be, then let's settle things today. With that, Yabo rapidly retreated and vanished from Li Tianheng's sight. Chapter 154. Li Tianheng versus Yabo 2. At this moment, Li Tianheng was not the least bit polite. He powered up his mech to its full potential and violently rammed through the forward underground base. Even though they were deep underwater, with the mech Li Tianheng wore, he couldn't feel any pressure from his surroundings at all. It felt exactly like being on land. The base burst open with a massive hole, and seawater immediately surged in. Along with these waters, Li Tianheng rushed into the interior of the base. Meanwhile, at the other end, Yabo had already reached a cockpit inside and controlled a small starship-like device, quickly leaving the base and shooting upward toward the sea surface. Outside, the swarm of fish monsters swiftly sent electro signals toward Li Tianheng. Without hesitation, Li Tianheng leapt into the air upon entering the base. If viewed from afar, it would appear as if Li Tianheng had skyrocketed like a rocket, closing the distance directly between him and Yabo in an instant. Yabo, give up. There's no way you're escaping today. Li Tianheng's voice echoed through the communication system into the machine Yabo was piloting. Haha, escape? When did I ever say I'd run? Yabo gave a cold laugh, and in the next second, the entire craft soared out of the water, landing precisely on a small island outside. Wearing the mech, Li Tianheng emerged from the sea with a tremendous splash of water, landing face-to-face with Yabo. Directly in front of him now hovered a device similar to a starship, suspended about a meter off the ground. Li Tianheng, honestly, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my transformation technology might not be so mature right now. As Yabo finished speaking, the massive machinery began transforming before their eyes, changing form within seconds into a large combat mech. This operation was one that Li Tianheng knew incredibly well. Wasn't this transformation technology almost identical to his own? I thought the Orion civilization was supposed to be impressive. It seems you can only rely on some of my techniques to keep things going. Li Tianheng said indifferently. Haha, don't get too cocky. The Orion civilization is over 1,000 light years away from here. Their technology cannot reach here in the short term. If you were truly to experience the power of the Orion civilization, perhaps you wouldn't be acting so arrogantly now. Yabo's hatred for Li Tianheng was evident, and at 20 meters tall, the large mech made Li Tianheng look extremely insignificant in comparison. You should always remember, you are a blue star person. All along, the Orion civilization has just been raising us as livestock. How do you even dare to speak for the Orion civilization? Don't you think you're brainwashed? Li Tianheng stated nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, shut up. Yes, I'm a native of Blue Star, but did I ever receive treatment as such? Yabo's tone was particularly ferocious as he glared fiercely at Li Tianheng. Since I was young, my parents treated me like a monster simply because I could understand some sounds made by the rainforest birds. They even refused to let me go outside and interact with other children. I used to wonder what I really was. Was I actually a monster? Later, I understood. The real monsters were those two old people. After I killed them, all problems vanished instantly. Tell me, how were those two closest to me treating me since childhood when they guarded me like a prisoner? Do you think I have any obligation to protect such so-called Blue Star people? At this moment, Li Tianheng fell silent momentarily. No one knew the ins and outs or the process of Yabo's experiences, making it impossible for anyone to judge what he'd done. What Li Tianheng cared about now was the fact that everything Yabo had done severely threatened the safety of Blue Star. Really, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your past. However, your actions are a direct threat to me and all of Blue Star. I must take action against you, Li Tianheng said calmly. Who will survive today remains to be seen. Yabo scoffed, then continued. Don't think too highly of yourself. Your greatness doesn't mean anything. Few Blue Star people actually thank you. You think you're saving Blue Star, but in reality, you're just fulfilling your own personal ambitions. We are all just doing things for ourselves. Our methods just differ. Li Tianheng was temporarily lost in silence again. These words struck a chord within him. How many people in the world are really completely selfless? Even his all-out efforts to destroy the asteroid were partly for himself after all. Regardless, the conflict of interest between him and Yabo had become undeniable. At least, Yabo posed a direct threat to those around him, and even the safety of all Blue Star. Li Tianheng had to do something. Stop with the nonsense. Today, I'll see how well you've mastered my technology. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, the mech burst forward with ferocious speed. With terrifying speed and strength, a single punch crashed into the mech that Yabo was piloting. Boom! An energy shockwave exploded outward, but what shocked Li Tianheng was that the 20-meter mech remained completely stationary. Even more astonishing was that this strike, which could flatten a small mountain, didn't leave even a trace on Yabo's mech. How is that possible? What material are you using? Li Tianheng exclaimed in astonishment. Do you really think I would tell you something like that? Yabo said, then continued. I just took your blow, now it's your turn to try mine. As he finished speaking, the mech Yabo was piloting suddenly raised its right hand. A massive cannon opened within the palm, followed by a blinding white light. Then, a super large laser beam shot out from the palm. Li Tianheng's eyes flashed with a hint of horror as his mech barely managed to dodge the devastating laser at the last second. What shocked Li Tianheng even more was that the seawater within a kilometer behind him wasn't just displaced by this tremendous energy, it was completely evaporated. Li Tianheng couldn't determine if his own mech could withstand a direct hit from such a powerful blast. Li Tianheng, the game has just begun. Next, let's play for real. As soon as Yabo finished speaking, the monstrous mech under his control once again charged toward Li Tianheng with terrifying speed. Li Tianheng's expression turned grave, and he wasted no time, skillfully maneuvering his mech to retreat rapidly through the sky. Chapter 155, Yabo's Intentions? The mech driven by Yabo, in terms of speed and flexibility, was almost on par with any generation of mechs designed by Li Tianheng. More importantly, the material used to construct this mech pushed its strength to an almost absurd level. From their engagement up to now, Li Tianheng had only managed to create a few scratches on the massive mech. This clearly demonstrated that the materials used for Yabo's mech were not from anything available on Blue Star. Li Tianheng, are you feeling scared? Have you realized your weapons have no effect on my mech? A deep voice echoed. Yabo hovered in midair. Although his expression couldn't be seen from outside, Li Tianheng could already imagine the smug look on his face. It seems this mech truly has exhausted all your energy and skill, said Li Tianheng. Haha, I might as well tell you. The technology of this mech is exactly from the high civilization of the Orion constellation. It is made by synthesizing nearly 20 top-tier materials into this kind of metal. Even under a nuclear bomb, I can still easily escape using this mech. Li Tianheng understood that the other side wasn't exaggerating. In terms of technology production, there wasn't much surprising about this mech, considering Li Tianheng himself was now considered an expert in mech creation. However, the material used for this mech was indeed difficult to deal with, offering powerful mobility along with unparalleled defense. Even Li Tianheng found himself at a loss. But fortunately, the mech Li Tianheng wore was also completed using high-strength nanomaterials, meaning Yabo was equally ineffective against him for now. Li Tianheng, if we join forces, the whole world will belong to us. We could even combine our efforts to claim the civilization of the Orion constellation as our own. Why do you insist on going against me? Yabo's gritted teeth voice came through. Honestly speaking, he genuinely admired Li Tianheng. A Blue Star human, regardless of the means employed, could create something so out of place for these times. Yabo couldn't help but respect his rival. However, since they were on opposite sides, Their rivalry had been ongoing ever since they met, with Yabo always being on the losing end. Ho ho, you want to deal with the Orion civilization? You're fooling whom here? If you're willing to act as a dog for the Orion civilization, yet suddenly claim you want to team up with me against them, don't you find that somewhat laughable? Li Tianheng couldn't help but ask. All my abilities are from them. Do you think it's appropriate for me not to work for them? Yabo paused for a moment before continuing. But do you really think I'm willingly doing this? As a Blue Star person, while I don't have some grand dream of becoming a global hero, no one wants to be another person's lapdog. I've grown tired of those people bossing me around. Yabo's words left Li Tianheng in a brief silence. At this moment, he couldn't judge whether what Yabo said was true or false. If it were a lie, then naturally it would mean nothing. But if Yabo truly had such thoughts, then Li Tianheng needed to weigh the pros and cons carefully. After all, facing a high civilization developed over hundreds of thousands of years would certainly be more manageable with such an individual added to the mix, even though Li Tianheng himself had the system and the ability to fight alone. The problem was, Yabo had always been someone who contested with him fiercely. To choose cooperation with the other party, neither Yabo trusting him nor he trusting Yabo was feasible. So what does all this mean? Are you planning to give up the conflict and choose to cooperate with me? Asked Li Tianheng. That depends on you. Yabo's voice sounded faintly. We've been rivals for so long. You and I are like water and fire. I've tried more than once to kill you. But if we must cooperate against this foreign force, the first step is mutual trust. Can you do that? I'm sorry, I definitely can't. Just now, you mobilized countless deep-sea monsters to go to Shunhang base and deal with me, and now you say you want to cooperate with me. How am I supposed to believe you? Li Tianheng spoke frankly. I can show my sincerity. From now on, I won't have any inappropriate intentions toward you. At least until the Orion civilization arrives, we won't interfere with each other, Yabo said. After hearing Yabo's words, Li Tianheng hesitated for a moment. Then a light bulb went off in his mind. He seemed to understand something, but he did not disclose it yet. Instead, he listened to what Yabo had to say next. Moreover, what else do you have? Li Tianheng asked. At the same time, I can provide you with all the powerful technologies of the Orion civilization that I possess, and in return, you must offer me appropriate technical support. After all, we face a common enemy, and only by helping each other do we stand a chance. Yabo said this with such sincerity that anyone who didn't know the backstory would almost be moved by his conviction. So you mean that the basis of our cooperation is mutual trust, where we both openly share our respective technologies, right? Li Tianheng asked. Of course. You must understand we're up against an incredibly powerful Orion civilization, far exceeding your imagination. Only through pooling our resources and minds together will we stand a sliver of a chance to win. Hearing Yabo's serious tone, Li Tianheng felt like laughing at the moment, but had already grasped everything Yabo was doing. He also understood why Yabo suddenly proposed their collaboration. Li Tianheng decided to keep playing along with him. But Aaron Technology City has already been destroyed by me. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably now on America's wanted list. Apart from this mech, you don't have anything else left. Isn't this partnership somewhat unequal? Li Tianheng remarked. You fool, how can you still not get it? Yabo couldn't help but rebuke him. What I truly value isn't Aaron Technology City or those valuable devices. It's my brain, just like you. As long as my mind remains sharp, I can rebuild another Aaron Technology City. Li Tianheng gave a faint smile. In the past, he might have really considered taking Yabo's suggestion seriously. After all, they were humans about to confront a common enemy. Their collaboration naturally held the potential for greater strength. Chapter 156, Realization. But things were different now. The two of them had long since become sworn enemies who could no longer tolerate each other. Moreover, the bit of technology in Yabo's mind wasn't much to Li Tianheng. Besides, the superbrain belonging to the Orion civilization was still at the Shunhang research base. Therefore, Yabo had absolutely no value for Li Tianheng's existence. Unfortunately, Yabo still hadn't realized this point, and until now he was still endlessly elaborating his grand future blueprint to Li Tianheng. Alright, after all this talk, I've understood your meaning, said Li Tianheng. So, are you agreeing to cooperate with me? At this moment, Yabo's eyes flashed with infinite light as he tightly stared at Li Tianheng hovering in the air ahead. If it were before, I might have agreed with your proposal, but now? Now what? Yabo quickly asked. You telling me these things isn't really about cooperating with me. You're just trying to buy time. To put it more bluntly, you're merely making your last effort to stay alive. So why would I want to cooperate with you? Li Tianheng asked. What do you mean? I'm sincerely offering you a cooperation plan. We have common enemies. Yabo said. If I'm not mistaken, this mech suit of yours isn't actually made from high-strength synthetic materials, is it? Li Tianheng's voice came, like a thunderclap out of nowhere, leaving Yabo inside the mech completely stunned. Did I hit the nail on the head? Li Tianheng's voice continued. Whether or not you genuinely want to cooperate with me, I'm uncertain. But what I can definitely confirm now is that the reason this mech has such strong defensive capabilities mainly comes from an electromagnetic current enhancement technology you applied within it. Using this technology, even ordinary steel can withstand nuclear attacks. But according to my intelligent system analysis, this electromagnetic flow requires extremely terrifying energy. If my guess is correct, after fights like just now, the energy in your mech can only last another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, without energy support, your mech will become nothing more than a normal mechanical device, right? Li Tianheng's words directly left Yabo speechless. Never would he have dreamed that his proud technology could be seen through by the other side so easily. Of course, to be more precise, it was analyzed by the other side's smart equipment. But in the end, This equipment was something Li Tianheng created, so saying it was him who analyzed it was not entirely wrong. In fact, Li Tianheng's statements were spot on. He indeed used exactly the kind of technology mentioned. However, sustaining this kind of device required very powerful energy, whereas Li Tianheng's mech was completely different. If he couldn't bring Li Tianheng down in a short period of time, then Yabo would need to find another way. That's why he suddenly came up with the idea of cooperating with Li Tianheng. This way, not only could he keep his secrets hidden, but he could also gain some temporary respite. He never dreamed that Li Tianheng would fully see through his next plan. Li Tianheng, even if you figured me out, it doesn't matter. At least this kind of technology is something you don't possess yet. The main force of the Orion army will dispatch at least 1,000,000 troops, each hunter equipped with the most advanced gear. In just over a year's time, manufacturing so many large-scale lethal devices in a short period is impractical. But if you master my technology, existing equipment can deliver stronger lethality. Isn't that enough? Yabo was making his final attempt. Li Tianheng's mission was to protect the survival safety of humanity. The technology he held was precisely what Li Tianheng needed, so he was still striving hard. Once their cooperation fell through, there was no doubt he would die today. This technology is indeed advanced, and what you said makes sense, but this isn't the reason I should cooperate with you, Li Tianheng said. Why? Yabo shrieked. Because I've almost fully mastered this technology. Of course, Li Tianheng hadn't yet grasped this technology, but if he killed Yabo and dissected his equipment afterward, using the system, it could be modified and upgraded. So why would Li Tianheng risk collaborating with Yabo to obtain this kind of technology? You've mastered this technology? That's impossible. Yabo locked onto Li Tianheng ahead of him with an increasingly panicked expression. Nothing is impossible. So, if you don't have anything else of value on you, then let's continue. Li Tianheng smiled slightly. He had now completely grasped Yabo's weakness. This suit of mech armor could at most support 10 more minutes of high-intensity combat. After 10 minutes, Yabo would become someone Li Tianheng could fully control. Li Tianheng, we are both from Blue Star, and we will face common enemies soon. You can't treat me this way, Yabo growled. Do you even know that we are both from Blue Star? Do you forget all the things you've repeatedly done to me? Now when you beg me for help, do you realize how many times I could have killed you with my own hands? But look at all the things you've done, Li Tianheng said coldly. Ho ho, the Orion civilization will kill you. Once their main force arrives, no matter how strong you are, it won't matter at all. After his words ended, Yabo piloted the mech and turned sharply, flying toward the horizon over the sea. It was clearly not wise to continue xiuxian with Li Tianheng. His mech could only endure another 10 minutes of high-intensity battle. After 10 minutes, he would be at anyone's mercy. So now the only thing Yabo could do was escape while the mech was still in good condition. I must say, the design of this mech's power system by you is indeed very powerful. If I didn't pay attention, you might have escaped out of my system's scanning range entirely. Li Tianheng wasn't in a rush to chase him down. At this moment, he lifted his left hand, and an operation panel instantly projected onto it, flashing brightly. As Li Tianheng operated it, several black cubic quantum satellites above the clouds suddenly moved. They plunged down from the sky with terrifying speed, heading straight for Yabo's direction. At this point, Yabo had already pushed the mech to its maximum horsepower, and he could obviously feel the pressure that came from traveling dozens of times the speed of sound. But at this moment, Yabo had no other choice. The frightening speed made him feel like a launched missile. Meanwhile, as he fled, he kept looking back to see if Li Tianheng had caught up. Great, you haven't followed me, right? Let me escape today, but next time we meet will be your death. I absolutely won't let you go. Yabo screamed furiously and continued to increase his speed. His terrifying velocity created an unusually powerful air current that left behind a straight line on the sea surface, splitting the water apart wherever he went. About 5 minutes later, a relieved smile appeared on Yabo's face. As long as he left this territorial sea, Li Tianheng wouldn't dare to pursue any further, since he would soon enter the territory of another country. If Li Tianheng continued chasing, it would amount to an infringement on the sovereignty of this nation. In such a case, Yabo could use this country as a shield. But just the next second, the mech driven by Yabo abruptly stopped, as if applying the brakes. Right in front of him stood a colossal black metal plate, towering nearly 100 meters high on the sea surface. Chapter 157, Yabo's Final Roll. What is that thing? Yabo didn't have time to figure out what it was, and immediately turned around, fleeing in another direction. But in the next second, similar black metal plates blocked his way from the other side as well. In just 10 seconds, these black metal plates came from all directions and quickly sealed off the surrounding space, completely locking Yabo inside. Damn it, let me out. Let me out. No matter how hard Yabo tried, using all the weapons on his mech with full force proved useless. About half an hour later, Li Tianheng finally arrived here leisurely. Yabo, since you've already made your decision, I'm sure you've long expected a day like this, Li Tianheng said indifferently. Li Tianheng, you crazy bastard, let me out, let me out. Yabo's crazed roar echoed. If you were in my position, would you let me go? Li Tianheng said faintly. Now tell me the communication frequency you used to connect with the hunter civilization, and I'll give you a quick death. You think I'll tell you? Never. Yabo gave a cold laugh. At this point he had nothing to lose, as long as Li Tianheng still needed something from him. Then today he still had a chance to survive. Though he didn't know exactly what Li Tianheng was after, the things tied to him were certainly not something he could casually disclose. No talk, huh? The moment Li Tianheng's words faded, all the quantum satellites activated. Terrifying energy fluctuations instantly set the enclosed internal space ablaze. This energy combustion shocked Yabo immensely. The heat coming from all around seemed capable of melting his mech completely. He was forced to divert more energy to counteract the intense heat around him, but it was clear that the energy inside his mech was almost depleted. Warning, warning, energy remaining at 15%. Warning, energy at 13%. Warning, energy at 8%. Hearing the voice from within the system, Yabo felt as if it were the sound of death approaching step by step, about to take his life. Damn it, Li Tianheng. Yabo roared furiously in his place. He could obviously feel the temperature around him rising continuously. At this rate, it wouldn't be a few minutes before he would be roasted alive. All right, I'll tell you. With Yabo's scream, the scorching high temperature around gradually subsided, allowing Yabo to catch a slight breath. Speak up. What is the communication frequency between you and the hunter civilization? Li Tianheng asked. It's HN212S, %, and $. Yabo continued to spout numbers and symbols, and Little Hang had already actively recorded this signal frequency. Not bad. Next I'll give you a quick death. Li Tianheng's indifferent voice carried over, and Yabo also experienced for the first time just how close death was to him. Previously, Yabo thought he wouldn't fear death, so even when facing the end of his life, he believed he wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations. But at this moment, he realized he was wrong, and drastically so. Few people can face death directly, and even someone like Yabo who is killed mercilessly is no exception. Spare my life, spare my life. I still have use. I still have great use. Yabo shouted. Oh, you still have use. Do you think what else could it be? Li Tianheng questioned. I can be the human envoy. I can negotiate with the hunter civilization. Even if you have the most advanced technology, you can't guarantee that you're 100% certain to defeat the hunter civilization. At this moment, it would be best for me to serve as the envoy negotiator. At this point, Yabo, for his survival, went all out. Negotiating messenger. In fact, Yabo's words reminded Li Tianheng too. Although he had this system, in front of a super civilization developed over hundreds of thousands of years, and given that the other side was aware of his existence, they would surely come prepared. In this situation, whether Li Tianheng could defeat the hunter civilization remained uncertain. Seemingly sensing Li Tianheng's hesitation, Yabo's face lit up with a hint of joy. Rest assured, during this period, you can restrict my freedom. I can even maintain contact with the hunter civilization at any time. Upon hearing these words, Li Tianheng's eyes lit up again, and his brain was rapidly thinking. After a while, his face showed a faint smile again. It seems that you're not as useless as I imagined. Li Tianheng smiled faintly. Then, the quantum satellites enclosing them changed shape, transforming into large mechanical tentacles that immobilized Yabo. And Yabo, inside his mech, could do nothing but let Li Tianheng take him high up into the sky. Under this threat of death, Yabo had completely lost the will to fight against Li Tianheng. All he wanted now was to stay alive, regardless of how. As long as he survived, that would be enough for him. Since that's the case, then follow me back to Shunhang's science research base. After Li Tianheng spoke, a large machine behind him lifted Yabo into the air, while Li Tianheng led the way ahead. Before long, they arrived above the Shunhang's research base. Yunsherman and everyone else were extremely worried about Li Tianheng, and seeing him return unharmed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But when they saw Yabo also brought to the base, everyone looked at him with an invisible killing intent, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Chapter 158. Information from the lunar base. Ever since finding out about Yabo at the scientific research competition, the two sides have been in constant open and covert struggles. Yabo has tried to kill Li Tianheng countless times. Finally, this time Yabo ended up in Li Tianheng's hands. It seems that even if Li Tianheng encounters trouble next, it won't be caused by Yabo. Yabo, you scum. Are you even a Blue Star human? Our Li Tianheng works tirelessly every day to protect Blue Star and humanity, while you conspire with outsiders against him. Yun Shimin cursed Yabo without hesitation, but the restrained Yabo just smiled faintly without saying anything. Soon under Li Tianheng's control, he locked Yabo into the adjacent space of the Orion supercomputer. It was only at this moment that Li Tianheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The existence of Yabo had truly threatened the survival of all humanity. Whether killing him or keeping him under control, it would allow Li Tianheng to focus more on his work. This is finally some peace. With such a troublemaker constantly stabbing us in the back, neither you nor the entire team could concentrate on work, Yin Shimin said. Li Tianheng nodded, for he also felt deeply the same way. In any case, Yabo was no longer the thorn in his side. In the following days, the entire Shunhang base fell into a brief calm. Li Tianheng focused all his attention on his research. Especially after having Yabo and the Superbrain's assistance, Li Tianheng could better understand some crucial information about the Orion civilization, which allowed him to conduct targeted research. Time passed bit by bit, and the day the Orion civilization entered the solar system drew nearer. Within this short span of 1 year, Li Tianheng placed various types of equipment across the planets and satellites within the solar system. Until one day, news came from Xiao Hang, who was carrying out base renovations on the moon. Boss, I found some unusual places on the moon. Maybe I should transmit these anomalous readings back for you to take a look. At the time, Li Tianheng was working in the laboratory. Hearing this news, he quickly connected for real-time communication with Xiao Hang, who was working on the moon. What are the anomalies? Send them back so I can check, Li Tianheng said. All right, boss. After 2 minutes, a holographic projection appeared nearby, displaying a full projection of the moon. With Xiao Hang's remote operation, not far from the lunar base, there was a huge crater that was especially noticeable. When the lunar rover was mining, it accidentally entered this crater, and a large metallic collision sound was heard. According to the detection equipment, the echo from the impact reverberated inside the moon for a full 6 minutes before stopping, Xiaohang explained. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong's eyes showed a trace of surprise. As the holographic demonstration proceeded, the look of astonishment in his eyes became heavier. He had heard about the hollow moon theory as a child. Such an incident once happened involving an American lunar rover on the moon. However, in the past, Li Tianhong hadn't delved into this field. He had only watched some declassified programs. But now it was different. This was the message personally transmitted by Xiaohang, with conclusions supported by machine monitoring. Boss, according to experiments conducted using multiple devices, the moon indeed shows signs of being hollow. Hence, I report this information to you, boss, Xiaohang said. What do you think this means? Li Tianhong asked. If the moon is hollow, it still doesn't necessarily indicate much, but it surely differs greatly from an ordinary satellite. I believe that to explore this issue, we must delve into the interior of the moon to uncover answers, Xiaohang said. This indeed piqued Li Tianhong's enormous curiosity. The fact that the moon might be hollow already indicates that it isn't a regular satellite. Then what is inside the moon? Is it really, as rumors suggest, an artifact created by a higher civilization? In that case, continue with your current work. I will handle this question myself, Li Tianhong said. Understood, boss. Subsequently, Li Tianhong disconnected from Xiaohang, and soon afterward, he called Xuanhuan. Apart from her, he did not inform anyone else about this matter. What? You say the moon is hollow? Xuanhuan looked at Li Tianhong incredulously. Yes, it's the message Xiaohang sent back. So, I want to go up there to see what's going on, Li Tianhong said. At this time, if you divert your attention to this matter, will it cause problems? Xuanhuan said, expressing some worry. I'm just going to confirm it. If the moon is indeed an artificial object, then there must be extraordinarily advanced technology inside. I want to go in and see if I can obtain something that could help us have a better chance against the Orion civilization, Li Tianhong said. All right, I understand, Xuanhuan said. Then, would you like to come with me? Li Tianhong asked. Are you willing to bring me along? Xuanhuan smiled happily. She had never wanted to disturb Li Tianhong on work-related matters, but hearing that he was inviting her to join him on this trip to the moon sounded romantic. Let's explore the unknown universe together, and the moon will be our first step. How does that sound? Li Tianhong asked. Of course, I'd love to. Xuanhuan replied without hesitation. Great. Put on your mech suit, and we'll head straight to the moon to meet up with Xiaohang, Li Tianhong said. All right, for Li Tianhong, going to the moon now was as routine as having a meal. The mech suits worn by both Li Tianhong and Xuanhuan had been continuously upgraded and modified by him. Now they were fully capable of being worn for space travel. The two rose from the Shunhang research base and soared together through the atmosphere into outer space. Gazing down at the deep blue planet beneath her, Xuanhuan felt as though she were dreaming. Walking in outer space alongside her beloved was undoubtedly one of the most romantic experiences imaginable. With their mech suit engines running full throttle, they set off directly toward the moon. In just a few short minutes, they landed right in front of the lunar Shunhang base. Chapter 159, Lunar Ruins. The Shunhang base on the moon had been set up half a year ago. Its purpose was precisely to deploy a powerful weapons system on the moon and conduct deep space monitoring of the entire solar system. Of course, at present, there were only Xiaohang robots at the lunar base, and they had already fully acquired independent working capabilities. With the remote assistance of Li Tianhong, there was no need for real humans to land in order to build everything that Li Tianhong wanted. Boss, you've arrived. At the entrance, a Xiaohang robot came over. Li Tianhong nodded, while Xuanhuan stood nearby, very curious as she experienced the new lunar environment. Since the gravity here was much lower than on Earth, with just a light hop, she could rise 1 or 2 meters off the ground, making it an unprecedented and peculiar experience. Xuanhuan also started playing curiously because of this. Take me directly to the location where the anomaly was discovered, said Li Tianhong. All right, boss, please follow me. Under the leadership of the Xiaohang robot, Li Tianhong and Xuanhuan moved forward and soon reached the edge of a large crater. When they arrived here, Li Tianhong finally understood why such an unusual discovery had been made. This crater was extraordinarily deep. It looked as though it had almost penetrated through the area upon its creation by a falling meteorite. In its central position, one could clearly see that the material and structure were entirely different from the surroundings. Let's go down and take a look. Li Tianhong and Xuanhuan rose into the air, and Xiaohang simultaneously activated the flight mode. They then landed together at the central position of this crater. There was no sensation of anything abnormal while standing on it. However, at this moment, Li Tianhong also initiated the scanning function. The scanner and intelligence systems on the mech suit had already begun analyzing the substance beneath their feet. Li Tianhong squatted down and lightly tapped the ground, and in that instant, a miraculous scene occurred. It felt as if Li Tianhong had struck a massive bronze bell. The dong 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 sound could be heard clearly by the ear. Could it really be hollow? Xuanhuan was shocked as she looked around. She stomped her foot a few times, causing even louder sounds to echo all around. It seems like what we're standing on is made from some metallic material. Could it be the hull of some giant spaceship? As she spoke, Xuanhuan herself couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If that were true, this spaceship would be far too enormous. It has completely surpassed human imagination. We cannot determine yet. Perhaps some naturally formed metallic substances possess this kind of echo. We'll wait until the intelligence system completes its scan and analysis. Li Tianhong took a slight breath. He was getting increasingly curious about the moon. Boss, the scan is complete. The substance has been extracted, but further analysis will take time. Please be patient, boss, the voice of Xiaoheng said. All right, I understand. Li Tianheng left this place again. Xuanhuan and Xiaoheng also departed from the crater. While they waited, Xiaoheng's voice came from the lunar base. Boss, according to the latest discovery, 2 of our robots found unknown structures 30 kilometers away from the base. Should we proceed to check them out? Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Discovering buildings on the moon, what does that signify? Are you sure? Could it belong to another country or company? Li Tianheng asked. No, boss. Based on the examination, this is a structure from a very ancient era. It's not a modern building, Xiaoheng explained. All right, send me the coordinates. I'll go have a look, said Li Tianheng. Okay, boss. After Xiaoheng sent over the relevant coordinates, Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan headed straight toward the coordinate point. Not long after, they arrived at the site of the 2 Xiaoheng robots. In front of them appeared numerous ancient and massive buildings. These structures lay hidden in the darkness on the far side of the moon. If it hadn't been for the lighting provided by the robots, even standing here, these buildings would have been extremely hard to detect. My goodness, can we count this as the greatest discovery of the 21st century? We actually found man-made structures on the moon. Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. To be honest, his heart was also filled with immense awe at this moment. These buildings had clearly existed for countless years, appearing utterly dilapidated and desolate. Furthermore, the styles of these buildings were ones never seen before on Earth. Various flying dome structures caught the eye, along with statues that were visibly of a type never encountered before. These statues, due to the passage of time, had become unclear, appearing as if they were ferocious beasts with a sinister aura. Should we go in and take a look? Despite being filled with curiosity, Xuanhuan was more afraid than anything else. Although everything inside seemed deathly silent, no one knew what kind of unknown things could be hidden there. The fear of the unknown. It's true that this saying isn't wrong. Let's not rush. Let the robots go in first and scout ahead, Li Tianheng said, then looked at Xiaoheng robot nearby. Send 5 robots in to explore. All right, boss. Soon after Xiaoheng finished speaking, a total of 5 Xiaoheng robots started heading into the interiors of these mysterious buildings. At the same time, huge and clear holographic projections appeared all around them, broadcasting everything the robots saw and heard live. As Xiaoheng ventured inside, the clear structures within also emerged around Li Tianheng and the others through the projection. Nests, so many nest-like structures. Could it be? These are places for some kind of creature to live. Xuanhuan couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the image in the projection. Li Tianheng's brows furrowed tightly at this moment. The style inside was completely different from what was seen outside. Xiaoheng, check if you can find any remains or relics of a creature. If they could discover some bones, they would have a better chance of confirming where these buildings came from. Boss, there are no creature remains in here. It seems like an empty city, came Xiaoheng's voice. There's something found. Over here. This appears to be a skeletal limb of some kind of creature. Another Xiaoheng's voice rang out, followed by a skeleton-like relic similar to that of a biological entity appearing on the holographic projection. Chapter 160, Within the Ruins. When Li Tianheng and Xuanhuan saw this projection, their expressions once again turned grave. At a glance, it appeared to be a segment of some animal's bone. However, upon closer inspection, they could clearly see that the part corresponding to the hand had 6 fingers, and its form was almost identical to that of a human. Six fingers? What kind of race is this? Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock. It seems like it shouldn't be from our blue star, said Li Tianheng. At a time like this, you still have the nerve to joke around. Xuanhuan rolled her eyes disapprovingly. In fact, having 6 fingers isn't strange at all. After all, the universe is so vast, life forms of any shape are possible. Do you know what truly terrifying about this thing? Li Tianheng asked. What is it? Xuanhuan asked with some trepidation. Take a look at its size. Li Tianheng adjusted the holographic projection, and soon after, all the dimensions and visible details of this object appeared within view. In the next second, Xuanhuan suddenly widened her eyes, and though her expression couldn't be seen, Li Tianheng could already feel the aura of fear emanating from her. The length of this bone segment was marked as 550 centimeters, and this data alone stunned Xuanhuan. 550 centimeters for an arm. How large would this creature actually be? Xuanhuan's face drained of color and horror. As everyone knows, the arms of an adult usually measure around 70 centimeters. This piece of bone here was 8 times longer than the average human's arm. If this creature were proportionate to a human, then it would be at least 13 meters tall. I think I roughly understand why these buildings are so colossal now. If the beings who constructed them were creatures several meters high, everything would make sense. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan looked even paler. Large animals existed on the blue star, but those were ultimately creatures devoid of intelligence. Imagine if elephants, rhinos, or blue whales possessed intellect comparable to humans. What sort of scenarios might arise? Furthermore, if we assume that the moon beneath us is man-made, there wouldn't be anything unusual about it either. Given that these wise beings are so tall, the spacecraft they built must be significantly larger than what we've imagined. Li Tianheng's analysis made sense, yet the actual truth remained to be verified. So what should we do? Should we go in for another look? Xuanhuan asked. You don't need to be so scared. After component and age identification, this bone has been here for at least tens of millions of years, hundreds of times older than the Orion civilization. Even if this place really belonged to a higher civilization, they would have long vanished without a trace. Although he said that, Xiuxian still felt a bit afraid. Fortunately, Li Tianheng was there, giving her a slightly more confident footing. Moreover, even if there were dangers ahead, given our current equipment, there's nothing we should fear. Li Tianheng wasn't exaggerating. Over the past year, he had put considerable effort into continuously upgrading and customizing their mech suit. Compared to their previous suits, the ones they wore now were far more advanced. Additionally, they used Element AX brought back from an asteroid. A small card-sized amount of this elemental energy was sufficient to provide perpetual power output for their mechs. Plus, Li Tianheng had further upgraded the materials of the mechs, allowing them to walk on the surface of the sun. Encouraged by Li Tianheng, the two of them entered the building lit up by Xiao Hang's illumination. The experience of walking into the ruins felt much more real than just looking at the holograms, causing a deep-seated fear in Xiuxian. All these nests, and they're so massive. Could these giants have lived inside them? She couldn't help asking. You're wrong. The beings living here weren't necessarily humans. Don't define these creatures using the concept of humans. Li Tianheng's words immediately caused goosebumps to ripple over Xiuxian's body, prompting her to instinctively cling tightly to Su Hang's side. For this, Li Tianheng found it somewhat amusing. Despite the fact that her mech was the best weapon available, she seemed to completely forget about it. The two of them proceeded inward, inspecting the place. 5 Xiaoying drones appeared around Li Tianheng's body from different directions. If any unknown dangers or entities appeared nearby, they would react immediately. All of their buildings seemed so monotonous. Apart from these big pillars around us, there are only those nests. Could it be that we're wrong? Are they not some kind of intelligent life, but rather just like the reptiles on our blue star? Xiuxian said. It's still hard to say. It's also possible that this was just a temporary rest stop for them. Thus, they didn't need to build anything grand. Li Tianheng replied. Suddenly, as Li Tianheng and Xiuxian were talking, a shadow appeared straight ahead, followed immediately by a red warning sound. Warning, warning. Unknown creature detected. Please prepare for battle. Just as these words rang out, Li Tianheng saw a shadow hurtling towards him, smashing one of the drones away with force. Chapter 161, The Rajan Civilization. This object moved at an incredible speed. Li Tianheng barely caught a glimpse of it, and then the small Hang robot disappeared from his sight. Fortunately, Li Tianheng had equipped this mech with extremely powerful functions. The scanning function clearly captured the shape of this creature, and then projected it in front of Li Tianheng. When Li Tianheng and Xiuxian saw the form of this creature, their breathing became much heavier. This creature did not have the structure of 6-fingered skeletons, but instead had 4 arms, and legs that looked like withered firewood. Especially the face scanned by the system. It resembled an ant's face magnified hundreds of times, and there was almost no flesh visible on it. The entire face was shriveled, revealing only the bone structure. Even so, this creature still possessed such formidable combat capabilities, indicating that it was unlike any other living being on Earth. Tianheng, I'm scared. I'm so scared, Xiuxian said, her voice full of fear. Don't be afraid. Activate the local defense function and stay here, Li Tianheng said. And you? Xiuxian asked. Of course, I need to see exactly what kind of creature this is, since it can move freely in a vacuum without air. As soon as Li Tianheng finished speaking, a red light barrier formed around Xiuxian's body. Enclosed in the barrier, she was now completely safe. At the same time, as the sound faded away, a shadow once again roared toward them from the front. Almost simultaneously, Li Tianheng raised his right hand. Boom! A dazzling shockwave surged forward. This creature in front didn't expect Li Tianheng to possess such violent firepower, and therefore paid little attention to it. By the time the attack arrived, it was too late. This creature tried its best to dodge sideways. Even so, its 2 right hands on the right side were instantly reduced to ashes under this terrifying energy. Ee! Piercing screams of pain echoed as the creature fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining little Hang shone the light on it, clearly illuminating the creature's appearance. Upon seeing the true appearance of the creature, not only Xiuxian, but even Li Tianheng couldn't help but gasp. Its form matched what had been projected earlier. It stood at exactly 3 meters tall. More importantly, under the illumination of the light, the surface of the creature's body gave off a metallic luster. It could be clearly seen that this creature's skin was very different from human skin. Despite appearing extremely flexible, it obviously differed fundamentally from human skin. And this might very well be the main reason why it could survive in a vacuum. Giwajoaga, V percentage slope, weld 43, and *% yuan, and the creature lying on the ground moaned in agony, uttering incomprehensible sounds in a language that neither Li Tianheng nor Xiuxian understood. Xiaoying, activate the translation feature and let me hear what he's saying, Li Tianheng said. Sure, boss. With the activation of the translation function, the translated words came clearly into Li Tianheng's ears. Damn humans, you damn humans, invading someone else's territory, someone else's land. I will represent the Rajan civilization to annihilate you. Li Tianheng felt a bit shocked when he heard this. The meaning was obvious. This moon belonged to the so-called Rajan civilization, and this creature likely originated from this very civilization. If you belong to such a higher civilization, you should understand that I don't intend any infringement. I was merely curious about this place. And before now, I had no idea that beings like you even existed here, Li Tianheng said. Lies. You lie. You just want our achievements in the Rajan civilization. You're trying to steal the results contained within this flying device. The creature roared. All right, I want to know exactly what's going on here. Tell me everything you know, Otherwise your fate will be the same as those two arms. Li Tianheng raised his right hand, and the metal cannon on his arm lit up, pointing straight at the creature. Chapter 162, The Dark Race. Although the structure of this creature was entirely different from humans, the weapon in Li Tianheng's hand was no joke. Moreover, this creature obviously looked very weak and could not withstand the impact of his weapon. You'd better not make any rash moves. I'm telling you, I am the only living being here. If you kill me, you'll gain nothing. Upon seeing the weapon in Li Tianheng's hand, the creature became visibly panicked. After all, it had already experienced the power of that weapon. So, I won't kill you, but you need to answer my questions honestly, said Li Tianheng. All right, go ahead and ask. This creature seemed somewhat reluctant, but under the threat to its life, it had no choice but to obey Li Tianheng's commands. Tell me briefly about the Roner civilization, Li Tianheng said. The Roner civilization has a history of 9 million years according to your blue star calculation methods. Before that, the Roner civilization was the master of this solar system. Later, due to large-scale interstellar wars, the Roner civilization was destroyed. Upon hearing this, both Li Tianheng and xiuxian couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on their faces. They had only heard of interstellar wars on television before, never imagining that such large-scale interstellar conflicts actually occurred in the real world. What about now? Besides you, is there no one else left from the Roner civilization? Li Tianheng asked. I don't know. When the interstellar war happened, I was just a creature living in nutrient solution. By the time I became aware, the interstellar war had long ended. Since I have memory, I've been living here. Li Tianheng and xiuxian were shocked again upon hearing this. If this was true, wouldn't that mean this creature had lived for over 9 million years? It sounded like pure fantasy. Why can the beings of the Roner civilization live so long? Li Tianheng asked. Because of our unique biological structure and composition, we can survive for tens of millions of years as long as we encounter large-scale disasters, the creature replied. You mentioned earlier that when the interstellar war happened, you were still in the nutrient solution. So how do you know about this war? Li Tianheng asked. Because what you Earthlings call the moon is a base created by our Roner civilization. Inside the moon, there are the final treasures of our civilization. I learned about it through the related records inside. The creature sat on the ground. Now seemingly caught up in the narrative, it continued without needing further prompting from Li Tianheng. This huge civilizational base did not originally look like this. It was because our civilization leaders knew of the impending doom and then disguised this spacecraft as a satellite, allowing it to escape the calamity. Li Tianheng took a deep breath upon hearing this. From this creature's mouth, he had already understood that the advanced level of the Roner civilization was unimaginable. It was definitely incomparably more powerful than the Orion civilization. After all, the Orion civilization considered the solar system their home. That meant the Orion civilization had once lived here, yet they hadn't discovered that the moon contained achievements of the Roner civilization. What kind of entity invaded your Roner civilization? Did you have no resistance at all? Li Tianheng asked. They were the infamous cosmic dark race. Their favorite thing to do is sweep through various advanced civilizations, absorbing the fruits of those civilizations, capturing all the people and turning them into their slaves. A trace of fear flashed in the creature's eyes. The dark race. Li Tianheng mused thoughtfully. The vastness of the universe was beyond imagination. It wasn't surprising that such a race existed. He just hoped that the solar system wouldn't be raided by these things again. After all, even dealing with the Orion civilization now was fraught with difficulties. Can you take me to the inside of this base? Li Tianheng asked. Chapter 163, The Rise and Fall of the Solar System. Compared to the so-called dark races, Li Tianheng was perhaps most concerned about what the inside of the moon looked like. This wasn't just true for Li Tianheng. xiuxian standing nearby was also filled with curiosity. Who would have thought that this satellite, which had been rotating around the blue star for countless years, was actually the product of an advanced civilization? If this news were made public, it's likely that ordinary people wouldn't be able to accept it. You can go in, but you need to guarantee my safety. This creature seemed extremely wary of the weapon in Li Tianheng's hand. A flicker of fear could be seen in its gaze. Do you think there's still a need for conflict between us? Li Tianheng put away his weapon as a gesture of good faith. He continued, You are a special being who has lived for 9 million years. You don't even know if your so-called rogue civilization still exists. You're simply acting according to the instincts of your life. Therefore, you actually pose no threat to me. After hearing these words, the creature fell silent. It had indeed survived for too long, and at this moment, it was merely acting based on some memories implanted within it before birth. Seeing the reaction of the other party, Li Tianheng continued. Moreover, the more important thing is that if we can cooperate now, I might even be able to help you find your rogue civilization. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the creature's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Evidently, compared to other conditions, what Li Tianheng had just said was much more appealing to him. That's what you said. You will take me to find the rogue civilization. The creature said. Of course, on the condition that the rogue civilization still exists in this universe, Li Tianheng replied. The creature stood up from the ground. Standing over 3 meters tall, this creature was quite intimidating with its appearance. Li Tianheng saw this and then asked again, I want to ask, what's the deal with these nest-like structures up here, and who does this arm belong to? After finishing speaking, Li Tianheng activated the holographic projection. Before their eyes appeared the skeleton of a creature with 6 fingers. This is the unique giant race in the universe. Your humans actually belong to a branch of the giants. Only because of the planet's gravity, your body size cannot grow that big, the creature explained. Are there really giants? Did they live on the blue star before? Li Tianheng asked. Yes, but over 1 million years ago they left the solar system. They occasionally visited your planet after that. Mars was also once their home until they perished in war later, he explained. Then, are those large buildings on our blue star, such as pyramids and some super mausoleums, related to the giant race? Xiuxian suddenly asked beside them. Not just related, but they were the actual creators. At that time, several civilizations coincidentally built these structures while having no other option since the giants happened to visit the blue star at the same time, and they helped out as a favor. Actually, many ancient documents record this fact, only it was deliberately hidden later. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian felt an overwhelming shock, realizing her speculation had turned into truth. If this news were to be announced, it would certainly cause an uproar. I'll ask you another question. Do you know about the Orion civilization? Li Tianheng asked. The second-level civilization? Yes, I know. Initially, they were a group of races enslaved by the giant civilization. After the giants engaged in wars, they took advantage of the situation, rose, and completely occupied the solar system. Part of the giants perished, and part fled, leading to their development. Later, due to the return of the dark race, they were forced to leave the solar system heading towards the Orion constellation. This creature seemed like a compendium of the solar system. Within 9 million years, it had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. After hearing this, Li Tianheng roughly understood the storyline. You just said the Orion civilization is a second-level civilization? Li Tianheng asked. Yes, according to your current civilization level on the blue star, so you can clearly understand it better, he further explained. Chapter 164, Galactic Barrier. Li Tianheng recalled the classification of civilizations on blue star, which ranged from level 1 to 7. However, blue star hadn't even reached the status of a level 1 civilization yet. By the standard of civilizational development, blue star was merely considered as an 0.8 level civilization. Before Li Tianheng, the science and technology on blue star couldn't even escape the solar system. Whether admitted or not, this was a rather terrifying fact. The Orion civilization had already reached level 2. It seemed like only a 1-level difference, but in reality, there was still a vast gap between them. However, strictly speaking, the Orion civilization can be regarded as quasi-third level. They just need a bit more impetus to reach level 3. The creature in front of him continued. What's the difference between a second-level and third-level civilization? Li Tianheng asked. It's just like how your blue star is classified now. A second-level civilization is capable of mining and utilizing stellar energy, whereas a third-level civilization can establish an interstellar barrier. Unfortunately, the technology of the Orion civilization is still slightly inadequate. They have always been unable to construct their own galactic barrier. The creature explained further. Galactic barrier? What exactly is that? Li Tianheng asked, full of confusion. It's about creating a massive galactic energy field to block the invasion of foreign celestial bodies and extraterrestrial civilizations. As the creature spread its hands apart, a clear holographic projection appeared in front of Li Tianheng. It was the hologram of the solar system. Different from the previous version of the solar system, there was now a huge bubble-like device around it, enveloping the entire system. Could it be, this is the galactic barrier? Li Tianheng asked, shocked. Yes, this used to be the original galactic barrier of the solar system, but later it was destroyed entirely and is now broken beyond repair. If this barrier were still intact, that colossal celestial body from a while ago wouldn't have posed any threat to Blue Star, because it would have been obliterated by the galactic barrier directly. After hearing these words, Li Tianheng's gaze flickered with a touch of seriousness. Establishing such a massive galactic barrier required an unimaginable amount of energy, probably only achievable through the element AX obtained from the destruction of that asteroid. But then again, that asteroid you destroyed contained a lot of good stuff, like element AX. Just a tiny bit of it could power up and operate the spacecraft beneath our feet. The creature said. No matter what, will you at least let me check out the interior of the moon first? Li Tianheng said. We agreed. You can't return, the creature stated. Don't worry. Thus, the creature led Li Tianheng and Xiuxian forward. During the journey, Li Tianheng learned that the creature they had been talking to for so long was called Morja, and it belonged to a type of asexual reproduction. However, due to the damage of its culture medium, it lost the function of asexual reproduction. Otherwise, perhaps the whole moon would have been populated by creatures like it now. Tianheng, will there be any problems? Xiuxian cautiously communicated with Li Tianheng using her communication device. Don't worry. Have a little confidence in the mech I designed. It can keep you safe from any danger, Li Tianheng replied. But what about you? Xiuxian asked. The same. Our mech functions are exactly the same, Li Tianheng responded. The three figures entered a ruinous building ahead. As soon as they went inside, the entire structure trembled slightly. Then, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian felt themselves being rapidly carried downward by some machinery. After 2 minutes, they finally came to a stop. At this moment, Li Tianheng also felt a sense of anticipation for the interior of the moon. As the doors slowly opened, a gentle light emanated forth. Stepping past the gate, they saw everything ahead. Chapter 165, Stellar Rotor. When Li Tianheng and Xiuxian saw the scenery ahead, both of them almost froze in place. Right in front of them was a tranquil stream, lush green forests. Amidst these beautiful landscapes, they could see some special structures scattered about. Looking forward as far as the eye could see, the horizon even revealed the glow of a setting sun. Above the sky was a vivid blue dotted with clouds, and around them a gentle breeze blew steadily. These scenes left the two completely awestruck. Is this really inside the moon? It looks exactly like our planet, Blue Star. Xuanhuan couldn't help but express her doubts aloud. This is the interior of the moon. Only it's designed according to the scenery of your blue star. Moreover, what you're seeing is not real, Murga said. Not real? Xuanhuan asked, her face full of shock. Yes. Murga then pressed a button on a nearby machine. Slowly before Li Tianheng and Yun Shimon's astonished eyes, the reachable sceneries in front of them began to fade away, including the clear blue skies and the clouds that were quickly dispersing. After about 10 seconds, all the sights had vanished entirely. In front of Li Tianheng and Yun Shiman now stood a world of ruins, devastated and desolate. The ground ahead was scorched land, and even upon it lay countless fossilized skeletons of creatures. Even more terrifying was that the entire sky glowed with a blood-red hue. A dim light emitted from an unknown source cast an eerie atmosphere. The inner world of this spacecraft is actually in very bad condition. Due to me being the only living being here, I haven't maintained much of it. Occasionally, I can only use artificial scenarios like these to alleviate my loneliness, Murga explained. Upon hearing this, Yun Shiman suddenly felt sympathy for this creature. 9 million years was beyond her imagination. She couldn't even begin to imagine how, over 9 million years, Murga could live alone in such solitude. It was unfathomable what force supported it all these years. Typically, civilizations of Tier 3 or above have the ability to create such spacecraft, Murga said. Then which tier were your people when you existed there? Li Tianheng asked. Tier 5. Upon hearing this number, both Li Tianheng and Yun Shiman grew serious once again. A civilization at the 5th level had already far surpassed their comprehension. But even a 5th level civilization could be easily destroyed, making evident just how powerful the so-called dark race must be. I will take you to the Central Propulsion Center, which I assume you are most curious about. Led by Murga, they boarded a starship straight for the heart of the moon. Soon enough, Li Tianheng and the others arrived in front of a massive structure. Rather than calling it a building, it was more appropriate to refer to it as a colossal circular metal object. Around this immense metallic object stretched endless corridors and other intricate structures besides it. This is the core propulsion mechanism within the moon, the stellar rotor, Murga explained. Stellar rotor? Li Tianheng questioned, clearly puzzled. To simplify it, it's essentially compressing a star and then using this device to contain it centrally, providing energy to the entire spacecraft, Murga continued. Hearing this explanation, both Li Tianheng and Yun Shiman experienced a spine-chilling sense of shock. Compressing an entire star into something so small. What kind of earth-shattering technology would make that possible? Unfortunately, this stellar rotor has been completely consumed and basically holds no energy left, Murga concluded. Chapter 166, 150 million prestige points. Upon hearing these words, Li Tianheng suddenly understood. After a galactic battle, the stellar energy of this star had been completely depleted. Naturally, this massive spacecraft no longer possessed its ability to fly and could only orbit around the blue planet by relying on its gravitational pull. However, this also conveniently explained why the moon was such a unique celestial body compared to other satellites in the solar system. Many scientists in the past had raised questions about the moon, stating that both its flight trajectory and its size were unusually large. It seems their analysis was very sound. Although they hadn't uncovered the secrets within the moon, the fact that they were able to use existing technology to detect some doubts about it was already impressive. It appears that in order to activate this enormous spacecraft, we must compress a star again, Li Tianheng said. Not necessary. Murga shook his head and continued. To restart this spaceship, all we need is an axe element the size of a fist. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's eyes lit up. The elemental energy fought over by countless advanced civilizations of the universe. Wasn't that precisely the energy needed to start this spacecraft? However, this ship is far too old. To reboot it, even activate its weapon systems, having just axe won't be enough. Many components and structures will require extensive repairs to be functional, and repairing such a huge machine won't be easy. After hearing these words, Li Tianheng nodded as well. This flying machine was no ordinary size. Conventional technical means would definitely be useless. Giant mechs would have to be mobilized to handle this kind of work. However, at this thought, Li Tianheng's eyes brightened. He had a system, a super modification system. He wondered if this system could perhaps modify this big hunk. System, come out fast. With Su Hang's summoning, the system's voice appeared in his mind. The super explosive modification system comes online, remodeling heaven, earth, air, everything with unparalleled power. How may I assist you, host? What do you need me to modify? Do you see this colossal spacecraft surrounding me? Can this thing be modified? Whoa. It's actually a large space teleportation machine built by a civilization of the 5th level or above, and what's more, it's a super antique. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng secretly praised the system's powerful capabilities. No matter what, it seemed to clearly know the exact model and function of every item. Can it be modified? Li Tianheng asked again. Of course it can be modified. But modifying something this massive isn't going to be easy. Just collecting the materials alone will be a colossal project unimaginable in scale. I know that much. What I want to know is the modification plan for this, along with how many prestige points it will cost. Li Tianheng stated. Currently, the system can provide you with a basic modification plan, which also happens to be the most suitable. Install 3-star core converters, replace the energy transmission bridge with new synthetic metal, and upgrade the weapon system to a large-scale, new type of star cannon. As the system's voice went on, countless fresh terms appeared in Li Tianheng's mind. Only after a while did the system's voice stop, and this introduction alone was something he'd never imagined before. How many prestige points will this modification plan cost? Li Tianheng asked. Half of your current prestige points will secure this modification plan. Hearing this, Li Tianheng froze. His prestige points inside the system right now amounted to a full 300 million. To modify this spacecraft, it would take 150 million prestige points? Even though he had prepared himself mentally for this, Li Tianheng was utterly astonished by the figure. Chapter 167, Large-Scale Space Oscillator. Costing 150 million prestige points, it took Li Tianheng tremendous effort to accumulate such a high amount. Since he had not been publicly active lately, and had not revealed any core technologies or achievements to the public, his recent gain in prestige value was very limited. More than a year ago, his prestige value was 300 million, and now it still remained at that level, which already explains some relevant issues. According to the system's judgment, how long will it take to modify this large device? Asked Li Tianheng. Host, if you commit all your efforts and the raw material mining proceeds smoothly, it will take a year to complete the modification. A year. Li Tianheng considered for a moment. There was only half a year left until the arrival of the Orion civilization. This time frame was clearly insufficient. What if I only upgrade the weapon system and the power system? Other aspects can be postponed for later. Can this machine be used normally then? To simply use the weapon system, Host would need to add an additional stellar rotor, energy-driven weapons modifications, and power systems. 6 months would be enough for that. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's face lit up with delight. What he needed most urgently now was a powerful weapon system. Only when this thing appeared could it intimidate the Orion civilization. Since half a year could see these modifications completed, Li Tianheng, without hesitation, nodded. All right, I'll exchange for this set of modification plans. Understood, Host. The host has spent 150 million prestige points and obtained the large-scale space teleportation machine modification plan. The modification plan has been sent. Please check it, Host. As the system's voice subsided, Li Tianheng felt a large amount of information appearing in his mind. Different from before, the volume of information Li Tianheng received this time was incredibly vast, taking him considerable time to digest all the data. When he completely absorbed the information, both his eyes were filled with astonishment. Many of the technologies employed here were something he had never encountered before. If these technologies were applied on Earth, they would undoubtedly stun the entire world. Although the technologies Li Tianheng had displayed previously were also quite miraculous, compared to what he now knew in his head, they belonged to entirely different levels. Congratulations, Host, for expending 100 million prestige points at once, triggering a high-level system reward. Does the host wish to accept this reward? Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng showed a trace of surprise on his face, which was quickly replaced by immense excitement. Accept, of course. Understood, Host. Based on the current needs of the host and the conditions of the star system where the host resides, the system rewards the host with a large-scale space oscillator. As the system's voice subsided, countless pieces of information once again flooded into his mind. The space oscillator could oscillate and destroy local spaces. All objects within the space range would be completely pulverized along with the destruction of the space. Upon sensing this information, Li Tianheng's eyes flickered with a sense of awe. Such a terrifying weapon could surely serve as the trump card against the Orion civilization. It seemed like this system understood his current needs quite well. But according to the information, the size of this weapon is not small. How are you going to give it to me? Asked Li Tianheng. The rewarded item will be placed in a safe and secret location. The coordinates will be provided after the reward is distributed. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng slightly relaxed. Otherwise, if such a large object suddenly appeared around him, it would be too easy to raise others' suspicions. About half a minute later, the system's voice came again. Congratulations, host. The reward has been distributed. Please confirm its receipt. The coordinates are located at. With the sound of the system ending, Su Heng immediately knew the exact location of this large space oscillator. Chapter 168, Resource Extraction. At this moment, Li Tianheng suddenly felt very confident. At least before this, he did not have an absolute certainty in dealing with the Hunter Constellation civilization. After all, it was a super civilization that had developed for hundreds of thousands of years, whereas Earth's civilization, from the Industrial Revolution to now, had only been developing for a few hundred years. There was no comparison whatsoever. Although Li Tianheng had the system, its functions had not yet been fully developed by him. Moreover, the resources on Earth and even throughout the entire solar system were limited, and the time until the Hunter Constellation arrived at the solar system was less than half a year. Within such a short period, it would be no easy task to develop a plan that could completely counter them. Despite having already deployed weapon and defense systems across all the major planets of the solar system, Li Tianheng still lacked absolute confidence. Until now, equipped with a powerful spatial oscillator and a comprehensive renovation plan for this enormous lunar weapon system, Li Tianheng had rid himself of all worries and fears. His consciousness exited the system, and nearby Xiuxian and Mo Ergo were staring straight at him. Li Tianheng had been staring blankly at the stellar rotor in front of him for several minutes. Tiheng, are you okay? Came Xiuxian's voice. No, nothing. I just thought of a modification plan. Maybe we can retrofit this big guy and put it into use. Upon hearing these words, not only Xiuxian, but even Mo Ergo was completely stunned. Human, what kind of joke are you telling? Do you know which level of civilization built this? With your current abilities, there's no way you can modify it unless you completely mine out all the planetary resources within the solar system. But that's certainly not something you can accomplish overnight. Mo Ergo's concern wasn't baseless. Although Li Tianhong's displayed abilities were already impressive, they still weren't enough when facing a 5th-level civilization. Besides, modifying such a huge thing definitely wouldn't be completed in a short period. You needn't worry about that point. I naturally have a way to carry out the modifications, though currently, only the power system, weapon system, and energy system can be adapted. These will provide me with tremendous assistance. The other structures can wait until after we've dealt with the Hunter Constellation civilization, Li Tianheng said. Tihang, are you serious? Even though Yun Shimin trusted Li Tianheng greatly, after hearing these words, she still couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. Looking at this massive stellar rotor, its size almost surpassed the entire range of the Xuanhuan research base. Relax, I'm confident about it. It's just that I'll have to mobilize all the related equipment. Li Tianheng activated the holographic projection, showing the hologram of the entire Xuanhuan research base in front of him. All the mechs, starships, quantum satellites, and anti-gravity flyers within the research base started upon his command. At this moment, these flying vehicles lifted off from the ground and disappeared instantly above the clouds, revealing the powerful capabilities of the anti-gravity flyers. So, what do you intend to do with these things? Seeing how seriously Li Tianheng was taking this, Imo Erga realized his determination. He was also somewhat curious as to how a life form from a civilization, not even at the first level intended to modify, such a super large spacecraft. First, I'll extract all the resources I need and transport them here one by one. Then, I'll use these resources to manufacture the necessary components. As he spoke, Su Hang continued operating in the holographic projection. Subsequently, the spacecrafts that had left Earth headed directly for Mars, Saturn, and Venus. These planets contained all the materials he needed. Only after obtaining all these materials could he proceed with modifying the spacecraft. Chapter 169, 1 month. Upon witnessing Li Tianheng's incredible efficiency, Jia was left speechless. She had thought that Li Tianheng was merely paying lip service, but to her astonishment, he immediately took action as though he already knew how to modify the super flying machine. Human, do you already have a related modification and upgrade plan? Jia hurriedly asked. Of course, otherwise how could I mobilize all equipment for resource extraction? Li Tianheng replied. How is this possible? You only took a glance and you knew the modification plan? How is this even possible? Jia was evidently shocked by Li Tianheng's statement. Although it may sound unimaginable, I have a thorough understanding of the modification plan for this large flying machine. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianheng continued. Oh, by the way, I will not go back on my promise to you. After we are done dealing with the Orion civilization and ensuring the absolute safety of the solar system, I will take you to find your Logan Air civilization. Hearing this, a hint of excitement appeared on Jia's face. 9 million years of waiting, during which he witnessed the alternation and rise and fall of countless civilizations within the solar system, until this very moment. He saw the hope of stepping out of the solar system to search for his own people. How could Jia not be excited? During the following entire month, all the large-scale equipment were engaged in mining activities on the various planets within the solar system. With Jia's guidance, Li Tianheng obtained a detailed understanding of the entire internal structure of the moon. Meanwhile, Little Navigation Robot also scanned its internal structure and generated a holographic projection. Thus, 1 month passed quietly, under the operations of numerous large mechas. The surface of the moon was covered with mountains of resource ores. At the same time, various super-large machines began to appear on the lunar surface, as if they were building high-rise buildings. However, Li Tianheng conducted all these activities on the far side of the moon. As everyone knows, the far side of the moon is always the dark side, and always faces away from Earth. Therefore, the far side of the moon has always been a mystery to Earth, and exploring it requires an enormous cost. To avoid being detected by others on Earth, and to prevent unnecessary trouble, which would later require explanations, everything was kept secret. Various large machines on the far side of the moon were continuously operational, and the processing of materials and formation of parts were all produced on assembly lines, just like in the Xuanhuan research base. At this moment, when Jia arrived at the surface and saw these huge parts, she was completely stunned. Li Tianheng seemed like a true master builder, accurately creating all the necessary components for the flying machine. Bear in mind, these were results that took the Logan Air civilization countless years to research. And yet, Li Tianheng, coming from Earth, a civilization below first tier, could effortlessly produce these components, as if he already knew exactly how to manufacture this large interstellar flying machine. Even Jia couldn't help but doubt whether Li Tianheng was truly a creature from the Earth civilization. The first batch of parts is almost done. In addition to the repair parts needed, the second stellar rotor can now be assembled. The stellar rotor, a terrifying device that extracts energy from a star. Li Tianheng had managed to create it in just a month's time. It was nothing short of a fairy tale. But when Jia saw those parts, she had no choice but to believe that she wasn't dreaming. Because those things were indeed the components required to build the stellar rotor, there was absolutely no room for doubt about it. Fortunately, I still have quite a bit of element AX, which can substitute for stellar energy. Li Tianheng smiled slightly and said, "Come, let's assemble the second stellar rotor and restart the moon." Chapter 170, Genius? Malga's face lit up with a trace of excitement upon hearing this. Restarting the moon had been his lifelong dream, but after so many years, there had been no progress whatsoever. Unexpectedly, it was eventually accomplished by a human from a civilization that hadn't even reached level 1. Although Malga still did not know for sure whether Li Tianheng could truly restart the moon, Li Tianheng and Malga returned to the interior of the moon. At this moment, countless precise components were being transported into the massive tunnel. Upon seeing these machines and parts gathering from all directions, Malga's face showed another expression of shock. As an elder figure of the Roganer civilization, though he grew up in a nurturing fluid, over such a long time, he had fully absorbed all the knowledge of the Roganer civilization. The large and intricate components before him were almost identical to the advanced parts the Roganer civilization had once envisioned. This was why Malga was so stunned. Li Tianheng came from a blue star that hadn't even reached level 1, yet he possessed such terrifying technology. Malga simply couldn't fathom what had gone wrong. With a look of astonishment in Malga's eyes, these components began assembling smoothly. In front of them stood the primitive stellar rotor, and now beside this stellar rotor, a brand new one started to appear. It's almost unbelievable. How exactly did you master such technology? Malga finally asked the question that had lingered in his mind for a long time. I don't know either. When I saw this stellar rotor, the knowledge of these technologies just appeared in my mind. Maybe I'm a genius in this field. Of course, Li Tianheng could not disclose the matter of the system, so he gave an excuse and brushed it off. It's truly inconceivable. In the information stored by the Roganer, there has never been any mention of such an occurrence. Malga said, still unable to believe it. What do the beings of the Roganer civilization look like? Are they all like you? Li Tianheng asked curiously. Pretty much. We are mostly similar, but the Roganer civilization has already reached level 5, gathering various other races from the entire galactic cluster. So strictly speaking, the Roganer civilization is the fusion of multiple races and civilizations, not formed by a single race. Malga explained. Li Tianheng nodded. It was a simple truth that a very powerful civilization would naturally attract the arrival of other civilizations and races. Though Li Tianheng had not experienced the might of a level 5 civilization, he could imagine what such a glorious civilization would be like. So, how many high-level civilizations are there in the entire Milky Way galaxy right now? Do you know? Li Tianheng asked again. At this point, even Xiuxian perked up her ears, listening attentively. This was a question many were curious about. In the vast Milky Way galaxy, was Blue Star civilization isolated? Were there other more advanced civilizations within the galaxy? I'm unclear about the current situation, but during the Roganer civilization period, there were roughly 20,000 high-level civilizations in the entire Milky Way galaxy, including hundreds that were at the level 5 stage like Roganer. Upon hearing this number, both Li Tianheng and Xiuxian were thoroughly shocked. Although I do not know the exact data, I can estimate a rough number based on the present state of Blue Star civilization, Malga said. Oh, how do you calculate it? Li Tianheng asked curiously. 9 million years ago, the Dark Race didn't invade just our Roganer civilization. They almost swept through the entire Milky Way galaxy. All civilizations below level 5 were almost entirely consumed. Though some high-level civilizations developed in the middle of the solar system later on, they suffered war traumas. If they had not experienced these events and allowed 9 million years of rest and recuperation, the ruins of those destroyed civilizations could have likely evolved to level 4. The probability for this is roughly 20%. Malga paused and continued. Based on this probability, there are approximately 400 level 4 civilizations currently in the Milky Way galaxy. Chapter 171, The Origin of the Dark Race. Upon hearing this number, Li Tianheng and Xiuxian nodded. They weren't overly surprised. The diameter of the Milky Way galaxy reaches 100,000 light-years. In such a vast galaxy, it's not strange at all that these civilizations could emerge. However, what truly shocked them was the so-called Dark Race. What kind of race could sweep away all civilizations within the entire galaxy? Exactly what kind of race is this Dark Race, and where do they come from? Li Tianheng couldn't help but ask. This was once the question countless advanced civilizations wanted to figure out. Unfortunately, it seems no civilization has been able to ascertain the origin of the Dark Race, ultimately failing to reach a definitive conclusion. Only a few possibilities have been summarized, Moore said solemnly and continued. One possibility is that this Dark Race originates from a very powerful advanced civilization. They do not allow any civilization to enter the 6th stage, which is why they use such methods to clear out all 5th stage civilizations, as well as some 4th stage civilizations with potential threats. Li Tianheng's expression became exceptionally grave upon hearing this. This was a very alarming conclusion. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if such a civilization really existed, then they had almost become the rulers of the entire universe. The strength of their civilization must have far exceeded anyone's imagination. After all, even 5th stage civilizations couldn't confirm this conclusion. Thus, their civilization must be more than one level higher than a 5th stage civilization. And based on the damage sustained by all civilizations, including the entire Milky Way, 5th stage civilizations have suffered catastrophic blows, and some relatively powerful 4th stage civilizations have also faced significant attacks. Meanwhile, other lower-level civilizations have actually incurred little to no loss. These points can prove the validity of this conclusion. Li Tianheng nodded in agreement, realizing that the horrors of this vast universe far surpassed his understanding. A second possibility is that these dark races originate from abyssal cracks deep within the darkness of the universe. Their purpose of existence is to serve as cleaners for advanced civilizations. There have been instances where certain civilizations captured dark creatures and conducted autopsies. The components within these creatures were highly similar to those found in the abyssal cracks, and they exclusively feed on the mechanical cores and energy sources crafted by advanced civilizations. Moore added seriously. This second possibility is indeed horrifying too. At least it sufficiently illustrates that they are natural enemies of advanced civilizations. And after reaching the 5th stage, there is a high probability that an invasion by the dark race will follow. The third possibility is that they are creatures from a parallel universe. These beings possess extremely aggressive traits, and their objective may very well be to invade our universe. However, the optimal timing hasn't arrived yet. Invading these advanced civilizations in advance is merely for eliminating potential hazards, more emphasized again. This possibility is also quite substantial, as these dark beings have characteristics completely opposite to many creatures in our universe. For instance, they lack facial features and communicate through consciousness. Moreover, when these beings appeared, many people across various civilizations felt a sense of awareness, which was once thought to be the arrival of their counterparts from a parallel world. All this information was entirely new knowledge to Li Tianheng, explosive and enough to shake his sensory nerves. It seems like no matter which of these possibilities holds true, this isn't good news for us, said Li Tianheng. You're right. No matter which possibility, their aim is to wipe out advanced civilizations. To uncover the deeper causes behind this, we must first defeat these dark races. Moore replied. Li Tianheng nodded. As they chatted and debated, the newly constructed stellar rotor in front of them had already been completed. Chapter 172. The reason why Element AX is popular. The brand new stellar rotor looks similar to the previous one at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there's a noticeable difference between this massive stellar rotor and the one nearby. First of all, its size is much larger than before, and the overall color appears as a dark red. On its left side, countless metal pipes connect it to the previous stellar rotor, enabling both energy reservoirs to function together in coordination. Does this stellar rotor use a completely new synthetic material? Morigia asked with eyes wide open as she stared at Li Tianheng. Yes, after the upgrade, the synthetic material can withstand intense high-pressure shocks and even handle the high-temperature impact of 10 stellar levels without fail. Upon hearing this, Morigia's face revealed an expression of extreme astonishment. After all, the previous stellar rotor could only endure the energy shock of one star. If more stellar energy was introduced, the rotor would become unable to hold and explode. Now Li Tianheng claimed that this stellar rotor could bear the energy impact of 10 stars, which sounded almost like an outlandish myth. Are you sure? If the stellar energy isn't well controlled, the entire spacecraft and your blue star will be instantly destroyed, Morigia questioned hesitantly. Don't worry, it'll absolutely work fine, Li Tianheng said with a faint smile. After all, the technology came from the system. If it didn't have this capability, then the system would truly be just a hollow reputation. We haven't upgraded or remodeled the power system temporarily, so we can't go to other places to capture stars. We can't randomly mess with the sun either, so for now, we'll have to rely on Element AX. Actually, Li Tianheng wasn't very willing to use AX because this kind of energy was extremely precious. Countless advanced civilizations could fight bitterly over it. Li Tianheng's future plans were set on conquering the vast cosmos, so these elements AX were particularly precious things. Element AX is much more precious than stellar energy. After all, stars are everywhere in the universe, but AX isn't something you see frequently, Morigia explained. I've always had a question, Li Tianheng stated. Ask away, Morigia responded. Stars are everywhere, and most advanced civilizations already have the technology to harness the power of stars. Given this, why do they still fight bitterly over AX? This had been something Li Tianheng had been curious about for quite some time. While Element AX was also precious and contained unusually strong energy, stellar energy wasn't weak either. As long as the corresponding technology was mastered, it should be usable without issue. So it seemed like Element AX wasn't as miraculous as rumored, nor should people be fighting so fiercely over this resource. Stellar energy may indeed be powerful, but it also has a glaring drawback, Morigia remarked calmly. It can be too volatile. Even when you master the relevant technology, there is still immense danger involved. Stellar rotor explosions within many advanced civilizations aren't rare. You need to understand that once this thing explodes, even if just one, it's bound to bring catastrophic results. Li Tianheng nodded. What was compressed inside was stellar energy, and if it exploded, it'd essentially be like a whole star detonating. There's another point. If invaded by another civilization, the stellar rotor could very likely be manually detonated. There have been many accounts of civilizations' destruction attributed to invaders taking control of the stellar rotors and subsequently detonating them. Morigia spoke with a focused gaze. To summarize, it's mainly due to the lack of safety with stellar energy, making it not as widely welcomed. However, Element AX possesses energy release equivalent to a star, while achieving safety hundreds or even thousands of times higher than that of a star. Do you understand now? Chapter 173, Weapon System. Li Tianheng nodded. Apparently, all the reasons still came down to the instability of the stellar rotor. It seemed that because of the maturity of the technology, the stellar rotor was a completely Puji-able technology in advanced civilizations. But precisely for this reason, it brought with it more uncertainties. Thus, a conclusion was drawn. The preciousness of Element AX might far exceed Li Tianheng's imagination. The second stellar rotor has been installed. Next, it's the weapon system's turn. A trace of excitement could be seen on Li Tianheng's face. The weapon system on this spacecraft was what Li Tianheng valued the most. After all, in the face of the imminent Orion civilization, Li Tianheng had to make full preparations. And the weapon system on this super spacecraft from a 5th-level civilization was also unimaginable. Once repaired, it would surely become the strongest trump card in his hands. The next step is to upgrade the weapon system. Li Tianheng's eyes were filled with passion. What do you mean? How could the weapon system possibly be upgraded within such a short period of time? Moreover, I haven't seen you bring any equipment for upgrading weapons. Mo Erga looked at Li Tianhang with full confusion. Though compared to the stellar rotor, upgrading the weapon system seemed easier. But it still required a process and time. Within just over a month, how could Li Tianhang have possibly completed both projects simultaneously? But at this moment, his face was filled with confidence. What seemed impossible to others, he had already made arrangements for. In the past period, Mo Erga had focused all his energy and attention on the moon, overlooking another place. Right now, on Mars, several stages of buildings stood towering high. Around these structures, huge mechs and engineering vehicles worked methodically. Around these buildings, many intelligent robots worked away. On closer inspection, they were none other than xiaoxian robots. Actually, since the modification plan started, Li Tianhang had split his efforts into two routes. On the lunar base, the project was about modifying the stellar rotor. On Mars, the implementation was about modifying weapons. All the work on Mars was entirely overseen by the xiaoxian robots. In fact, the xiaoxian robots now were fully capable of taking charge of this task. At the back of these massive buildings, countless gigantic metal components were being produced one after another. They were exactly all the parts needed for the spaceship's weapon system. When Mo Erga saw everything through the holographic projection, he was completely stunned. At this moment, it seemed as if Li Tianhang had a complete understanding of everything within the spaceship. This high-tech product from a fifth-level civilization seemed to have no secrets from him. Who are you really? Given Earth's current level of civilization, there's no way it could give birth to a genius like you. It totally defies the common sense of the universe. Mo Erga said with a heavy gaze towards Li Tianhang. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that in the future, I may be able to lead you to the Ragnar civilization. Isn't that enough? Mo Erga paused for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. There was no denying that this was an extremely tempting prospect for him. And Li Tianhang had precisely hit upon this point. I hope the future you can really lead me to the Ragnar civilization, Mo Erga said. But the premise is, the Ragnar civilization still exists in this universe, Li Tianhang added. Mo Erga nodded, though his eyes still glimmered with hope. Regardless, accurate conclusions could only come after attempting to find them. Chapter 174, Weapon Retrofit. As Li Tianhang continuously issued commands to the intelligence system, at this moment all starships, flyers, and mechas within the Mars base began transporting all components. Though Li Tianhang wasn't physically on Mars, he was already capable of remotely controlling all the equipment here. With the synchronized operation of all devices, countless complex large components lifted off from Mars heading straight for the moon. Li Tianhang's eyes sparkled with immense excitement. After all, these things were the parts of Level 5 civilization's heavy weaponry hidden inside the moon. Once they were assembled, Li Tianhang would have a second trump card against the Orion civilization. In just a short hour, these massive transport ships brought the components and arrived above the moon. At this moment, Li Tianhang had already moved behind the enormous weapon platform. Compared to ordinary weapons, these giants looked like towering mountains right in front of him. Even more astonishingly, these giants were only parts of the larger weapon system. It seems that indeed an upgrade is necessary. Some parts are thoroughly corroded and weathered. At random touch, what seemed like solid metal crumbled into pieces upon contact, clearly showing how ancient these items truly were. With the arrival of these parts, all large mechas gathered together and got busy immediately. With the help of these mechas, the following work naturally became smoother, and Li Tianhang waited silently alongside Mareja. After about a day, even Mareja couldn't help but gaze in disbelief at the newly upgraded weapon system. It had been entirely refreshed and improved, and even more impressively, Li Tianhang used entirely new synthetic metals, making the whole weapon construction area more advanced than before. Mareja almost felt as if this weapon system had surpassed the scope of Level 5 civilization. Installation complete. Want to test the power of this big guy? At this moment, Li Tianhang manipulated the holographic projection. In the central part of the dark side of the moon depicted within the projection, there now appeared several pits of various sizes. These pits connected with the interior of the moon and were precisely the launch points for this massive weapon. If viewed from the sky, one could see multiple openings on the dark side of the moon constantly being revealed, exposing its formidable weapon internals. We better not try? It should be fine, Mareja quickly said. How do you know it will be fine? Li Tianhang asked. After this upgrade, the fitting between this weapon system and the original structure inside the spacecraft is so perfect, there will definitely be no problem, replied Mareja. She then added, and you must know, each activation of the weapon system consumes at least an element axe the size of your fist. It's too wasteful. Li Tianhang nodded. Such a colossal weapon system surely consumed an extraordinary amount of energy. Even though his stockpile of element axe appeared abundant, conservation was still necessary, since this resource would eventually run out as it was non-renewable. Alright, since that's the case, we'll just wait quietly for the arrival of the Orion civilization next. Excitement filled Li Tianhang's face. Previously, he had no certainty encountering the Orion civilization. But the current situation was completely different. He actually looked forward to the Orion civilization coming earlier. Time trickled by in this manner, and in the quiet darkness at the edge of the solar system, numerous enormous starship clusters along with a few mammoth motherships appeared. Chapter 175, Orion Fleet. As a powerful second-level civilization, and in some ways even approaching the third level, the Orion civilization's technological advancement has long since far surpassed human imagination. Without Li Tianhang possessing the system, He too might have difficulty believing in the might of the Orion civilization. This vast armada casually weaves through the universe, especially these colossal motherships, each reaching close to 10,000 meters in length. In particular, the one at the central position resembles an immense cigar, its length possibly already extending to over a dozen kilometers. Surrounding it are 5 accompanying motherships, as well as various tentacle-covered vessels that look like giant centipedes magnified tens of thousands of times. Beyond them, at the outermost perimeter, there are all kinds of escort ships and reconnaissance vessels, each tasked with patrolling and defending the central mothership. At this moment, within the massive central mothership, humanoid-like beings sit around a huge space. Each of their seats appears majestic, resembling dragon thrones situated high above, with 8 solemn chairs bearing 8 dignified figures of the Orion race. These 8 individuals differ greatly in appearance, clearly from 8 distinct races, yet they are gathered here, managing this mothership hailing from the Orion civilization. And directly before these 8 stands a golden throne occupied by a person wearing a crown, with rabbit ears, and skin that glows blue. What shocks everyone is his eyes. Their pupils are entirely black, showing not a trace of any other color. Judging by the seating arrangement and the gazes of those surrounding him, it's evident that the one in command here is this blue-skinned individual. Before these 9 people, a gigantic holographic projection of a galaxy vividly appears in front of them. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that this is a hologram of the solar system. We've reached the edge of the solar system. Should we proceed directly to the blue star, or first establish a temporary base for remote observation and make a decision afterward? The person sitting at the end, having 2 heads, each with only 1 eye, said this. Such a trivial matter, what's there to fear? Just let our star fleet descend into the atmosphere of the blue star. Another person added. Are you an idiot? Haven't you heard how our transport ships were lost? They could so precisely destroy something moving at 10,000 Machs. Do you still think the blue star harbors just a primitive first-tier civilization? A nearby voice bellowed in anger, sparking immediate disputes among the group. That was because the transport ships had no weapon defense mechanisms. We've come fully prepared this time. How much more advanced can their technology really be? I still think we shouldn't act rashly. That blue star inhabitant warned us already about someone named Li Tianhang on the blue star. He is quite terrifying, and we must tread carefully. Yes, I agree. We've been unable to contact that blue star person now. It's very possible he's been taken over by Li Tianhang. Let's create the temporary base first. Deploy drones to observe and explore, then plan accordingly. Everyone chimed in with opinions while the blue-skinned leader remained silent throughout, simply observing as disagreements grew among the others. After a few minutes, a solemn voice broke out. Calm down. The enormous chamber fell into an eerie silence. The blue-skinned leader scanned everyone present before continuing. Establish a temporary base on Neptune first, while simultaneously using stealth reconnaissance ships to scan and observe the conditions of the blue star and its surroundings before making further decisions. Yes, Your Majesty. It was apparent that everyone here feared this man. As soon as his command was issued, the vast mothership and the surrounding fleet slowly descended above Neptune's skies. Chapter 176, Network Defense System. At the same time, inside the Divine Navigation Scientific Research Base, Li Tianhang had already returned a few days ago and improved and manufactured some technical issues within the base. He had handed over all the matters related to the lunar base to Morega to complete. Although this was a completely different species from Earth's, after half a year of collaboration and Li Tianhang's understanding of him, he had basically figured out what kind of person Morega was. Moreover, Morega was also relying on him to search for the Logan civilization. Furthermore, with intelligent robots and various large mechs scattered throughout the moon's interior, Li Tianhang was not worried about Morega playing any tricks. Instead, Li Tianhang needed to focus some of his efforts here on Earth. After all, this was his main base, and it would be disastrous if the Orion civilization managed to secretly seize it. At this moment, inside the Divine Navigation Base, Li Tianhang stared blankly at the huge holographic projection in front of him. The entire Earth was displayed before him, and star-shaped markers were flashing around Earth's surface. In addition, there were many star-shaped markers outside the atmosphere, constantly blinking. What are these things used for? I've seen you staring at these red points all day, Xiuxian said from the side. Earth's network defense system, Li Tianhang replied. Network defense system? Xiuxian looked somewhat confused at Li Tianhang. They are a second-level civilization. Once they use the space network system against us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Tianhang's gaze carried a hint of gravity. Now he was no longer particularly afraid of the thermal weapon attacks from the Orion civilization. Whether it was his own weapon system, the powerful weapons of the lunar base, or the spatial oscillator awarded by the system, all of these were sufficient to withstand attacks from the Orion civilization. What Li Tianhang feared most now was that the Orion civilization would use other methods to deal with him, and the most likely way would be through communication networks. Well, can this defense system resist the network attack of the Orion civilization? Xiuxian asked. Not yet fully certain. Maybe we need some tests and upgrades to completely improve this defense system, Li Tianhang said. Brother Hang, do you really think the Orion civilization is so terrible that you have to handle it with such caution? Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask from the side. The gap between a first-level civilization and a second-level civilization cannot be described. You must know that a second-level civilization can arbitrarily mine stellar energy and even destroy a star. Moreover, our Earth hasn't even reached a first-level civilization, while the Orion civilization is almost stepping into a third-level one. Li Tianhang said. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan's face flashed with a trace of paleness, and technicians busying themselves further away similarly wore serious expressions. Fortunately, Earth has someone like Li Tianheng. Otherwise, wouldn't they just be waiting to die? Boss, the Pluto Yingxing detector transmitted a message. A large number of fleets entered the Kuiper belt and are heading towards the inner part of the solar system. Suddenly, Xiao Heng's voice came from a short distance away, and simultaneously, the holographic projection in front of Li Tianheng instantly changed. At the edge of the solar system, numerous fleets appeared within the holographic projection, although their 3D projections were not physical but rather presented as fuzzy forms similar to heat detection. But despite the blurred form, judging by the contours and scanning data, the size of the entire fleet far exceeded Li Tianheng's imagination. This, it seems to be a mother ship. The length actually reaches 18 kilometers? Lu Xuan beside him exclaimed in shock. Chapter 177 Opportunity? In fact, there was nothing particularly surprising about the 18-kilometer-long mothership, since Li Tianheng had already completely transformed the entire Divine Aviation Base. Within a 30-kilometer radius of the current Divine Aviation Base, it could independently ascend and leave Earth. After witnessing this technology, the appearance of such a large object in space no longer seemed strange. What truly shocked all of them was that around this enormous mothership, there were countless smaller aircraft. These small aircraft flickered in and out of sight, continuously releasing some kind of extremely powerful pulse energy around the mothership. The pulse energy radiated outward in all directions, distorting the space around the mothership. Meanwhile, the scanning instruments could clearly observe that within those distorted spaces, threads of unknown energy were flowing into the mothership. What are these? Where is this energy coming from? Lu Xuan asked in shock, looking at the holographic projection before him. It should be some form of spatial folding technology. Using this technology, they can supply power to the mothership remotely. This way, the mothership can carry minimal energy, minimizing its redundant energy needs as much as possible. Li Tianheng continued manipulating the holographic projection. At the moment, there were at least 100 covert scanning satellites investigating the fleet of the Hunter civilization. With the system's technology, even though the opponent belonged to a level 20+ civilization of the Hunter group, they had absolutely no knowledge that they had been under surveillance ever since entering the solar system. Their fleet has stopped, Xuanhuan said beside him. Sure enough, the holographic projection of the Hunter civilization's fleet came to a halt. Not long after, the fleet began advancing again, eventually reaching Neptune's orbit. What does this mean? Why did they go to Neptune? Xuanhuan asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Do I even need to ask? Clearly, they want to establish a foothold on Neptune first. After all, Brother Hang has already destroyed their transport ships, and combined with the information Yabo transmitted to them, I assume that even as a level 2 civilization, they still fear our Brother Hang. Lu Xuan's face was filled with excitement. If this had been in the past, upon learning that an advanced civilization had entered the solar system, he would have undoubtedly been terrified. But Li Tianheng had created miracle after miracle, so much so that Lu Xuan was now eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Hunter civilization, wondering what approach Li Tianheng would take against them. If I'm not mistaken, the surface temperature of Neptune is more than 200 degrees below 0 Celsius. Can the organic beings of the Hunter civilization survive up there? Xuanhuan asked. Big brother, these people are nearly on the verge of becoming a level 3 civilization. They should be able to survive in even the harshest environments, Lu Xuan replied. It seems that the Hunter civilization is much more cautious than I imagined. Li Tianheng's gaze carried a trace of seriousness. He originally thought that once the Hunter civilization entered the solar system, they would directly take action against them. Unexpectedly, they had chosen to settle at the edge of the solar system instead. Brother Hang, this appears to be an opportunity, Lu Xuan exclaimed eagerly. What opportunity? Li Tianheng questioned. They probably don't yet know that we're aware of their arrival. Seizing this chance, we could send our equipment into Neptune's orbit and launch an attack against them, catching them off guard, Lu Xuan said, excitement flashing across his face. Right. That's exactly what I was going to say too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Striking with precision will certainly surprise them, another team leader added. The plan sounds good, but have you considered the possibility that they may already be prepared? Perhaps this is a trap set for us to fall into, Li Tianheng asked. That can't be possible, the person responded. One must always prepare for unexpected scenarios. After all, the other side consists of life forms nearly at level 3 civilization status. They cannot be underestimated using conventional reasoning, Li Tianheng said solemnly. Chapter 178, Temporary Base. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 176, Li Tianheng's plan. Everyone present fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. After Li Tianheng's explanation, Xuanhuan and the others realized they had been thinking too simply. However, their faces immediately clouded over with worry. If the Orion civilization had indeed established a temporary base on Neptune, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Brother Hang, what do we do next? Xuanhuan's tone was filled with gravity. Do we have no way to launch an offensive? Although I said we can't just bombard them indiscriminately, I never said we wouldn't launch an offensive. A cunning smile suddenly appeared on Li Tianheng's face. Brother Hang, what you mean is, we may not be able to attack openly, but does that mean we can't strike covertly? Li Tianheng could display all details of the Orion fleet in the holographic projection without being detected, and naturally, he could also carry out covert strikes without the enemy knowing. At any rate, since the Orion civilization had already arrived in the solar system, it was only fitting to give them a small taste of intimidation. At this moment, Li Tianhang began controlling the hidden stealth mech starships that were placed around the various planets in advance. These mech starships were products of completely redesigned upgrades. Their new features were especially suited for this task. Neptune. Its icy surface stretched endlessly. Because it resided at the edge of the solar system, it was an unimaginably extreme place. At more than 200 degrees Celsius below zero, any living creature or technological device entering its range would instantly freeze solid. Furthermore, due to the extreme cold, both resource extraction and other surface activities presented unimaginable difficulties. But now, the entire Orion fleet landed on the surface without being affected by the terror of this extreme location. If one observed carefully, not only the central mothership of the fleet, but also the surfaces of the surrounding ships were surrounded by a faint halo. These halos emitted barely perceptible energy shocks that completely isolated the extreme environment around them. More astonishingly, after these ships stabilized, figures began to emerge from inside. These people appeared to be wearing nothing more than thin clothing. Yet this layer of fabric could resist the frigid temperature of over -200 degrees Celsius. They walked freely across the planet's surface, holding high-tech equipment to continuously detect the environment. After a few minutes, they returned to their ships. Then countless ships began to move and eventually merged into a massive starship fortress. Inside this starship fortress lay structures so complex that they were indistinguishable to the naked eye. At this moment, the high-ranking figure, including the blue-skinned youth, had arrived here. The core of this planet contains the black soul seeds we planted 50,000 years ago. I didn't expect them to be fully matured, merely remaining stable due to the low temperatures, the red-skinned alien, who had 4 arms growing on his upper body, excitedly said. Oh, there are actually black soul seeds planted here. The blue-skinned young man looked astonished at him. Yes, Your Majesty. 50,000 years ago, this was still one of the planetary belts under the control of our Orion civilization. Later, because of the invasion of the dark races, we were forced to leave in a panic. Before leaving, we planted black souls within the cores of Neptune, Saturn, and Mars, the person explained. What exactly are black soul seeds? Suddenly, a nearby humanoid-shaped blue-skinned creature asked in confusion. Chapter 179, Undermining. The black spirit seed is a special name we give to it. In reality, among many races across the universe, it has a more common title, planet seed. A person nearby, with a serious gaze, continued. Some planets in the universe are naturally composed of cosmic dust, but others can be artificially cultivated. The planet seed plays the role of taking root and sprouting. Upon hearing this, quite a few people around nodded their heads, understanding that this planet seed was not just valuable, but extraordinary. The planet seed is extremely precious. To avoid its discovery by the dark races, we took some with us and left a few here, merging them into the existing planet. This way, we were able to evade the dark races' sweeps. Yes, another person nodded, continuing. The dark races enjoy devouring the technological energy of advanced civilizations as well as targeting planet seeds. Luckily, they didn't discover them, which allows us to use these planet seeds at any time. At this moment, a massive galactic holographic projection appeared in the center for everyone to see. As the technical staff kept zooming in on the holographic image, the projection entered Neptune. When the picture extended into the central part of the planet's interior, a black object could clearly be seen pulsating regularly, resembling a heart. The energy of this planet seed has grown to an incredibly extreme level. If we extract it and process it with some technology, it can become a metal planet. Many eyes turned fiery with excitement. For advanced civilizations, the number of planets also determines the prosperity or decline of a civilization. The more planets there are, the more developed the planetary civilization is. Naturally, this made the planet seeds one of the most contested treasures among civilizations. Right now, it appears that the Earthlings haven't discovered these planet seeds yet. Let's quickly transfer them before they find out, one person said. Why rush? Our goal is to destroy this human. Once we defeat and kill him, the other humans won't pose much resistance, and they will still provide us with vast amounts of food energy. Another person spoke with burning intensity, his mouth filled with fangs extending 2 tongues, looking exceedingly terrifying and ghastly. Warning, warning, warning. Suddenly, while these high-ranking members were chatting happily, a red alert went off inside the massive fortress base. Following that, the holographic projection suddenly started changing. Space around them began revealing countless small attack ships materializing out of nowhere, then initiating indiscriminate attacks on their fortress base. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy shocks resonated around, all the high-ranking members' faces immediately turning grim. The base is under attack. Activate the defensive layers. Quickly, activate the defense. Unsure who screamed first, countless ion layers emerged around the fortress base, forming shining light shields. These shields managed to repel all incoming attacks from surrounding attack ships. But even so, it was already too late. Many bases still under construction had been dealt fatal blows. Truthfully, the Orion civilization could easily resist such firepower. But the key was the suddenness of the enemy's attack that caught them completely unprepared. Damn it. What is going on? How did they discover us? This isn't even the main issue. How were their attack starships able to reach Neptune? What kind of technology does this human possess? Report to the king. Among the 21 bases under construction, 16 suffered catastrophic destruction. The remaining 5 are about to complete construction. Your Majesty, 6 escort vessels have been hit, and all crashed. After the enemy's weapons conducted the first wave of strikes, they quickly vanished. Our equipment cannot accurately track their positions. Urgent voices came rushing, the blue-skinned young man's eyes brimming with boundless anger. Chapter 180, Lars' Counterattack. They could never have imagined in their wildest dreams that the base on Neptune hadn't even been fully established when it was hit by an unknown attack. After all, this was still the solar system, which didn't even qualify as a first-level civilization. No one thought the local civilizations would be capable of discovering their presence. But the truth proved them wrong. This recent stealthy assault had already caused unimaginable losses for them. The young man with blue skin glared outside at the damaged bases, and the fury in his eyes burned more fiercely than ever. Truly unexpected. I wouldn't have thought he'd dare to launch an offensive against us proactively. And when we entered the solar system, it's likely we were already under his surveillance. Upon hearing these words, everyone around him was shocked. Some had originally intended to argue back, but now they realized only this scenario could make sense. Consider this. They were part of a fifth-level civilization that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years. Who would have thought there were technological devices within the solar system capable of detecting their existence? Yet many temporary bases had been destroyed, forcing them to accept this grim reality. Deploy all reconnaissance ships. Every single corner within 10,000 miles must be thoroughly searched without exception. The young man with blue skin coldly scanned the surroundings while issuing the order, after which countless reconnaissance vessels soared into the darkness. At the same moment, Lars activated the holographic projection before him. This holographic projection was unlike any ordinary one. It showed the entire holographic representation of the solar system, complete with countless patterns and curves continuously appearing on it. These lines kept flashing, and gradually red dots emerged on the projection. Upon seeing these dots, Lars' face lit up with excitement. Though this appeared to be just a common holographic projection, everyone present knew that this was a machine capable of detecting spatial fluctuations. Using spatial fluctuations to pinpoint invisible starships was no great challenge for the Orion civilization, which had evolved over hundreds of thousands of years. And those red dots on the holographic display naturally represented those hidden starfighters. Oh, trying to escape the pursuit of our Orion civilization with such low-grade invisibility technology is absolutely laughable, Lars sneered. For the Orion civilization, nearing third-level development, this invisibility technology was indeed too primitive. Countless reconnaissance vessels were launched, and within a matter of hours, they approached extremely close to the areas where these red dots were blinking. Subsequently, these reconnaissance ships unleashed indiscriminate attacks, unleashing horrifying laser ordnance and terrifying spatial weapons, causing massive explosions near the locations of those red dots. If these red dots were indeed Li Tianhong's invisible bombers, they would have instantly turned to ashes under such overwhelming bombardment. However, at that very moment, several starships appeared around the bombers and started launching indiscriminate attacks. In just a few short seconds, the bombers were pulverized into fragments. Inside the massive fortress base on Neptune, Lars stared intently at the holographic projections in front of him. He couldn't comprehend how the dispatched reconnaissance vessels had been completely annihilated within such a short period. Had anyone known earlier, this happened in the solar system, an area where civilizations were less than first level. To suffer such a significant loss in such a short span of time was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 181, Temporary Retreat. At this moment in the Xuanhuan research base, Li Tianhong was quietly looking at the holographic projection in front of him, and a glimmer of intelligence appeared in his eyes. He had long anticipated the counterattack from the Orion civilization. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have been so calm standing inside the Xuanhuan research base. Before the arrival of the Orion civilization, he had already made meticulous preparations. Moreover, he had foreseen that such an advanced civilization as Orion would likely be able to easily detect the locations of his hidden starships. Therefore, he had already prepared accordingly. Inside all these hidden starships, he had installed exceptionally powerful energy devices. These were primarily nuclear-powered, capable of unleashing devastating energy in an instant. As soon as all the reconnaissance machines arrived, they would be detonated. The Orion civilization probably never dreamed that Li Tianhong would play this card on them. The temporary base hastily built upon their arrival had already suffered a devastating blow. And now, within a short time, these reconnaissance drones had been severely damaged and destroyed. Though the main forces of the Orion civilization still remained, this gave them a significant warning. More importantly, it was like telling the Orion civilization that even though they were an advanced civilization approaching Tier 3, if they wanted to run amok in the solar system, they would need Li Tianhong's permission first. Everyone around was stunned, staring at him. None of them expected that Li Tianhong would pull this trick. Though the mothership of the Orion civilization wasn't destroyed, the remarkable wisdom displayed by Li Tianhong along with the advanced technology was indeed astonishing to everyone. Originally, the Orion civilization was already very cautious when entering the solar system, and after this series of continuous attacks, even if they wouldn't leave the solar system in the short term, they would become even more vigilant. In fact, Li Tianhong's prediction was not wrong. His string of attacks left the entire Orion civilization completely taken aback. Amidst the smiles on Li Tianhong's face, all the temporary bases on Neptune, including the star-forged fortress assembled there, slowly rose into the air at this moment, subsequently moving to the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system. In this area, which was one of the weaker zones under Li Tianhong's monitoring, it was inevitable since the outer reaches of the solar system had limited equipment available for him to deploy, and quantum satellites were also scarce. Thus, his detection range only extended as far as Pluto. Any technological device within this radius that didn't exceed the level of a Tier 5 civilization could not escape Li Tianhong's surveillance, which explained why he was so confident and carefree. At this very moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire Shening base. Although this did not count as a phase strategic achievement, being able to drive away the space fleet of a Tier 2 civilization from the solar system was something unimaginable for their blue planet. And the person who achieved all of this stood right before their eyes, Li Tianhong, the young man from China. Looking at the people in front of him, at those adoring gazes, and the endless towering mecha devices surrounding him, Li Tianhong felt an unprecedented surge of passion. A spark of excitement flickered across his face. Chapter 182. Pressing on with success? The road ahead is still long, especially given the level of technology that Li Tianhong currently masters. Achieving interstellar travel and proudly roaming the universe remains an extremely difficult task. At least, Li Tianhong used to think so. After all, this Blue Heart civilization, which hasn't even reached a level 1 civilization, achieving long-distance interstellar travel seems simple, but in reality isn't as easy as imagined. Especially since up to now, the technological sophistication within the entire solar system has yet to reach the level of a second-level civilization. This is indeed a very challenging matter. Although Li Tianhong himself has reached such a technological milestone, many detailed aspects require substantial processing. But after this incident, Li Tianhong realized that actual future interstellar travel is not far from him anymore. All his current plans, ideas, and related technologies are actually preparing for future interstellar voyages. At least before completing this task, he must thoroughly eliminate all potential safety hazards within the entire solar system. Only then can he set his mind at ease and focus on his own affairs. Seeing so many pairs of adoring eyes before him and hearing cheers from all around, Li Tianhong's heart swelled with immense pride. And he was also fully aware that all these functionalities, everything he has achieved now, all stem from the system. Without the system, there is no way he could have attained such achievements in such a short time. After all, 2 years ago, he was merely an ordinary college student. But today, he stands at the pinnacle of the world, gazing towards the vast starry sea. At least 2 years ago, he could never have imagined himself repelling the Orion civilization, nearing a third-level civilization. Nowadays, following his own steps, having already grasped all relevant science and technology, he managed to make the Orion civilization retreat temporarily to the Kuiper belt from the solar system. That is the peak he has reached with all his achievements. Brother Hang, should we take advantage of this opportunity and press on with our success? Based on the results we've achieved now, it seems like the new weapons you possess are more than capable against the Orion civilization. Not just xuanhuan. At this moment, everyone around had fiery gazes fixed on Li Tianhong, awaiting his next command. At least in everyone's eyes, Li Tianhong is now someone akin to a godlike figure. Achieving such greatness in such a short time is something they simply couldn't imagine. Let's know when to stop. For now, reaching this point is sufficient. Driving them back and giving them a stern warning is our main objective. They, after all, are from the Orion civilization. Annihilating them completely isn't easy, and we have no idea how much backup support they might have. Therefore, under no circumstances should we act rashly at this moment. Li Tianhong gave a faint smile. He clearly understood their eagerness for victory, but things weren't so simple. The other party, after all, belonged to a more advanced civilization. No one knows what kind of hidden cards they might still have. Without enough certainty, acting recklessly is absolutely unacceptable. This is the principle Li Tianhong has always adhered to. And currently, we don't even know if the Orion civilization has any hidden aces up their sleeves. If this turns out to be a trap laid by the other side, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Li Tianhong naturally cannot act impulsively. Chapter 183, The Next Step Plan. The next step was to wait for the next counterattack from the Orion civilization. Staying steady and adapting flexibly was the best plan. At least with the current defensive measures prepared over such a long period of time, they were already sufficient to deal with all kinds of emergencies. This peaceful life continued for about a week. During this week, all firefighting robots were monitoring every move without respite while preparing for any possible urgent situation. A week passed by quietly, and it seemed that everyone had lost the sense of dread regarding the invasion of the Orion civilization. And they had not taken the next step in action either, appearing as if they had completely withdrawn from the solar system. But only Li Tianhong knew that things were far from over. This was merely the beginning. Hence, he couldn't afford to let his guard down at all. Sure enough, on the 8th day, the previously calm solar system suddenly experienced a very powerful spatial flux fluctuation. As this fluctuation rippled outward, the network defense system stationed outside the blue star suddenly sprang into action. The concerns Li Tianhong had harbored indeed came true. After experiencing his offensive actions, the Orion civilization realized that seizing the blue star by force was no longer an easy task. Thus, they adopted another method, secretly launching signal network attacks against the entire blue star. No weapons systems or ordinary communication could function without the support of networks. It was precisely because of the network signals that allowed Li Tianhong's high-end technologies to play their fullest roles. It was also for this reason that even being on the blue star, he could still control the monitoring equipment located at the edge of the solar system. Hang, there is trouble. Our 16 quantum space stations in the Beidou region have been infiltrated by an unknown code. With our current defensive state, we might not be able to hold out for more than half a day before they take over all our quantum satellites. Similar spatial fluctuations are appearing at 23 quantum communication points located in the Antarctic area. They are attacking our satellite communication system from various angles. In just a few hours, they will probably break through all our defense systems. The opponent's advance is fierce. It seems they want to use their powerful spatial weapons to destroy all our communication bases and devices entirely. Hearing the reports coming from all directions, Li Tianheng showed no signs of tension. On the contrary, a glimmer of excitement appeared on his face. He had been waiting for the next move from the Orion civilization. After a week, the enemy finally made their next attack. Evidently, the Orion civilization clearly understood the risks of using conventional weapons to attack the Blue Star. Therefore, they took this anticipated course of action, seeking to secretly destroy all communication network systems set up by Li Tianheng from behind. Only in this way could they cut off his backup strength completely. However, what they did not know was that Li Tianheng had been fully prepared. Xiaoyang, activate our secondary defense system and let the advanced civilization of Orion see what kind of advanced defense system we have on the Blue Star. Following Li Tianheng's order, all Xiaoyang intelligent devices began synchronized operations, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face as well. He wondered how the Orion civilization would handle this defensive strategy he had planned. Chapter 184, Network Offensive. All quantum satellites were fully activated, and the invisible energy connection network formed massive net-like structures between the sky and the ground. These structures created an indestructible wall. Although invisible to the naked eye, this barrier effectively blocked the cyber attacks from the Orion civilization. Of course, if that was all it could do, then the technology Li Tianheng mastered would be too basic. The most powerful function of this technology lies in its ability to autonomously counterattack. It traces back along the offensive routes to retaliate against the attackers. Naturally, what Li Tianheng looked forward to was exactly this feature. At this moment, ripples formed within the impregnable network space constructed by these quantum satellites, spreading out toward the distance. Wherever these ripples reached, they captured every signal originating from the Orion civilization, but did not destroy them. Li Tianheng intended to give his opponents a false impression. He had not yet detected their offensive. He needed to trace these network attacks back to the location of the Orion civilization outside the solar system. Only through such a method could he determine the current status of the temporary base of the Orion civilization and what preparations they were making. As the quantum satellites continued moving farther away, the signal fluctuations grew stronger, and waves began to appear on the otherwise calm holographic projection before him. These waves became increasingly intense, causing the entire holographic projection to shake violently. With the continuous undulation of the waves, projections of spaceships gradually emerged. These projections were located in the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system. More shockingly, these starships had already been assembled into a giant interstellar fortress, which stood at an astonishing height of approximately 20,000 meters. However, it is worth noting that there hadn't been so many stars appearing in the solar system prior to this. This could only mean that there was still a vast fleet behind the Orion civilization's armada. Li Tianheng felt relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. If he had mobilized all his armed forces, he might have been surrounded and wiped out by the enormous size of the enemy's starship fleet. Xuanhuan and the others nearby, upon witnessing this scene, fell silent. Their eyes were filled with gravity. If they had decided to go all out and chase the Orion fleet initially, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Now, Li Tianheng stared intently at the holographic projection in front of him, carefully planning the next steps in his mind. After paying respects, he quickly operated the holographic projection in front of him. Through it, he controlled the quantum satellites scattered in all directions, directing them towards the Kuiper belt. He did not take the opportunity to annihilate the Orion civilization outright. Instead, deploying these quantum satellites around them served well as surveillance tools. As the quantum satellites arrived at their designated positions, the images on the holographic projection became clearer. Using the spatial fluctuations set up by the quantum satellites, Li Tianheng transmitted precise data about all the starships back, allowing him to accurately capture information about every spaceship. At this point, Li Tianheng had noticed a significant number of starships patrolling the area, so naturally, he dared not act recklessly. Chapter 185, Lars' Plan. Stealthily moving some reconnaissance starships closer to the temporary base of the Orion civilization at the periphery, all while trying not to be detected by the other side. This operation was actually very difficult. One must know that there were numerous specialized reconnaissance warships constantly patrolling around these temporary bases. At any moment, they might detect Li Tianheng's equipment. Li Tianheng carefully operated all the reconnaissance ships. However, as one of the reconnaissance machines was about to get infinitely close to the temporary base, suddenly two disc-shaped flying objects appeared around it. These objects emitted powerful gravitational fluctuations. These strong gravitational fluctuations pierced through space, covering Li Tianheng's two reconnaissance warships within their range. As the powerful spatial fluctuations continued to penetrate, Li Tianheng's two reconnaissance fighters instantly appeared on the Orion civilization's surveillance. At this moment, inside the massive temporary base, Lars was coldly looking at the holographic projection in front of him, which showed exactly the two fighter jets operated by Li Tianheng. This despicable human. He has indeed discovered our network attack and traced here along our gravitational trajectory. Lars' tone was filled with icy disdain. Compared to others, his hatred for Li Tianheng had long since reached the level of Yabo. At least since the Orion civilization became a second-tier civilization, suffering such blows and failures like this seemed to be the first time ever. Upon seeing how audacious Li Tianheng was, dispatching reconnaissance fighters to infiltrate his temporary base, Lars could barely contain his anger. Yet, he did not make any rash moves, for he clearly understood that the technology mastered by Li Tianheng was certainly not something an ordinary first-tier civilization could possess. And he seriously doubted if a higher-level civilization might be aiding Li Tianheng. Only this explanation made sense. Why Li Tianheng could master such advanced technology, such secret reconnaissance and tracking abilities, which even the Orion civilization might not fully grasp. Had it not been for the approach of Li Tianheng's controlled reconnaissance fighter, he might never have discovered this. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Should we send out fighter jets to shoot down all his reconnaissance planes? A creature with 4 hands said, its eyes flashing with hate. Looking at the holographic projection before him, it wanted nothing more than to grab Li Tianheng right now. Absolutely no rash actions. This may likely be a trap set up by this male human, Li Tianheng. If we strike now, the consequences would be unimaginable. But for us, this is also an opportunity. Lars coldly said, we'll transmit false base data to him. In this way, they will receive some fake information. Everyone present lit up upon hearing this, and they all had to admit, it was a good strategy. The reason why Li Tianheng was operating these reconnaissance aircrafts was precisely to obtain precise data of the temporary base of the Orion civilization. But if the data he obtained was false, it would bring him significant trouble. His operations were based on the data obtained. But if these data were problematic, then his operations would naturally be grossly deviated. On the contrary, it would present a huge opportunity for the Orion civilization. Transmit all related data from our previous virtual machine to him, and withdraw all reconnaissance disks. Lars commanded. Chapter 186 False Information. At this moment, everyone around Larson was looking excited. This plan of his would undoubtedly maximize the Orion civilization's chances of victory and could also cause Li Tianheng to make a tactical judgment error. At the same time, endless streams of information were continuously being transmitted through the surrounding space, then captured by Li Tianheng's reconnaissance fighters. Seeing this scene, Larson's face revealed a faint trace of a smile. If this plan proceeded smoothly, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to Li Tianheng, and the Orion civilization would achieve a phase of victory. After all, every plan that Li Tianheng undertook depended on intelligence he gathered for deployment purposes. And if this intelligence was false, it would naturally lead to unpredictable consequences. The facts were indeed as Larson had anticipated. Information surged like floodwaters towards the distance, where it was captured by the reconnaissance fighters Li Tianheng had deployed around the area. Li Tianheng himself had been very worried about whether these reconnaissance fighters might be discovered by the Orion civilization. He had noticed them passing directly above without making a single move, so he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Once the Orion civilization detected his reconnaissance fighter crafts, they'd inevitably realize everything. At this moment, the Orion civilization showed no signs of any offensive behavior against his combat machines. Li Tianheng thus knew that they hadn't detected his reconnaissance ships. Meanwhile, at the Deep Space Research Base far away, Li Tianheng watched as data sets were constantly transmitted over, and a flicker of excitement spread across his face. If he could grasp the exact movements of the Orion civilization through these pieces of information, he could then utilize these insights to formulate precise plans and counterattacks. On the holographic projection before him appeared streams of accurate sensor data. These figures formed into three-dimensional stereoscopic images presented within the projection, enabling Li Tianheng to accurately comprehend the temporary base of the Orion civilization through these projections. As more three-dimensional patterns continued to display on the holographic screen, the excitement on Li Tianheng's face grew heavier. In this way, he would know the precise deployment of their fortress bases and the force layout around it. Through the understanding of these details, Li Tianheng intended to create a plan accordingly. However, Larson exactly anticipated such an approach from Li Tianheng, which was why this particular plan was executed. At this moment, Li Tianheng didn't realize that these three-dimensional pattern images he was reading now were intentionally transmitted to him by Larson. He recalled all reconnaissance fighters deployed around the temporary fortresses of the 6 Alliance civilizations and simultaneously distanced relevant quantum satellites, including Ku-Eba, gradually moving them farther away from Orion civilization's detection range. Based on the information gathered so far, he needed to carry out further tactical layouts to respond to the next wave of attacks by the Orion civilization. Not just the Xianxia base, but even all the Friday-related facilities stationed on the moon were fully mobilized by Li Tianheng. He aimed to lock onto the temporary bases of these Orion civilizations instantly in order to launch a precise strike. However, he did not take immediate action. Since the enemy had dared to deploy their base in this place, they must have prepared full defensive measures. Just in the next second, when he was about to execute his steps, xuanhuan stopped him beside him. Chapter 187. Xuanhuan's unexpected discovery. xuanhuan had been silent the whole time, but her eyes had been fixed intently on the holographic projection in front of her. At that moment, everyone including Li Tianheng was momentarily taken aback by her expression, a gravity they had rarely seen on her face before. Indeed, xuanhuan's gaze was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Her eyes were glued to the holographic projection in front of her and never strayed. It was as if her eyes had become a pair of all-seeing celestial eyes, trying to uncover something unique from this hologram. In fact, other than xuanhuan, no one around, including Li Tianheng, had noticed anything abnormal. After quite some time, she finally looked up at Li Tianheng and then at everyone present. Could it be that none of you have noticed any anomalies in the temporary base of the Orion civilization depicted in this hologram? Upon hearing these words, everyone there was stunned again. To be honest, none of those present had spotted anything unusual within the holographic projection. They simply couldn't understand why xiuxian would raise such a question, and even after hearing it, they scrutinized the holographic projection carefully. Yet nothing out of place could be found. What abnormalities have you seen? Why haven't I discovered anything? Xuanhuan kept observing the holographic projection from left, right, up, down, and every direction imaginable, yet he still failed to discern any reason for what she saw. You should focus on the gravitational fluctuations within the holographic projection, which appear normal now. However, when compared with the previous data, you will notice its peculiarities. After xiuxian finished speaking, she started to adjust the holographic projection continuously. As she manipulated it, a new image appeared next to the holographic projection. It was a picture of the Kuiper Belt where there was no presence of the Orion civilization. Sure enough, at this point, everyone instantly detected an anomaly. Here, the gravitational fluctuations were drastically different compared to those near the Orion civilization base. Due to the Kuiper Belt being made up of vast asteroid belts, its gravitational fluctuations were more intense compared to other areas since many large asteroids also carried very strong gravitational variations. Therefore, establishing a base here by the Orion civilization would similarly trigger gravitational fluctuations around the area, producing subtle tremors only reconnaissance aircraft could detect. But according to the information returned from the Orion reconnaissance fighters, their recorded gravitational data seemed identical to that of other regions, as if the existence of the Orion base wasn't real at all, which was the greatest anomaly xiuxian had observed. I get it now. What you're saying is, the data sent back by the Orion reconnaissance aircraft could possibly have been tampered with later, making it false. They are deliberately guiding us to make our next decision, aiming to capture us entirely. Hearing this statement, everyone present became exceedingly serious. Even Li Tianheng was affected. Without xiuxian pointing this out just moments ago, he wouldn't have hesitated a bit and would have acted swiftly, annihilating the base of the Orion civilization immediately. However, thanks to xiuxian's reminder, a cold sweat broke out over his body. If he had impulsively acted upon earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 188, Action Again. The purpose of the other party passing this information to him was to make Li Tianheng take action urgently. Once he really takes the next step based on this information, even if it does not lead to total annihilation, there will absolutely be heavy losses. At this moment, everyone looked at xiuxian with admiration. There were so many professional technical personnel at the scene, and Li Tianheng himself was also present. However, no one discovered the problem, but xiuxian did. This was enough to show that she was an extremely meticulous person. If it weren't for her insight, probably no one at the scene would have noticed this anomaly. If actions were taken directly at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The key issue was that including Li Tianheng and everyone else, none of them believed that the Hunter's constellation would take such an action. In their view, the highly advanced civilization of the Hunter's constellation wouldn't deign to take such measures. But in fact, they were completely wrong. Li Tianheng, especially now, was filled with dread. If things had proceeded as he had anticipated, it was uncertain whether their star could withstand the attack from the Hunter's constellation civilization. Even though he possessed a high degree of leadership, compared to the nearly third-level civilization of the Hunter's constellation, there was still some gap. This was something even Li Tianheng himself had to admit. Xiaoman, thank you. If it weren't for you, deep navigation enterprises would probably face unimaginable losses, and the fate of the solar system might change because of it. There was no exaggeration in Li Tianheng's words. Just such a small detail like this could decide the future destiny of the solar system. What are you thanking me for? It's my duty. Besides, you're my husband. I should naturally be concerned about these matters. You're the one controlling everything. It's impossible for you to cover all aspects. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng was moved. He hadn't provided sufficient care to xiuxian over all these years. They both lived immersed in divine navigation technology. Li Tianheng had almost devoted more than 70% of his energy into the deep navigation base enterprise. For xiuxian, this was very unfair, but she had never complained. She stayed by Li Tianheng's side, bearing hardships without any grudges. Rest assured, I've promised to take you on a tour of the universe, and I will surely make it happen soon. After Li Tianheng finished speaking, he then gazed seriously at the holographic projection before him. His mind was rapidly working. If all the data sent by the Hunter's constellation civilization were false, then all his previous reconnaissance work would have been wasted. Because basically all the data was inaccurate and required the reconnaissance equipment to conduct a second investigation. Just the next second, a flash of brilliance appeared in his mind, and a smile crept onto his face. It seemed that all his previous preparation work had been wasted, but in reality, that was not the case, because he had already accepted all the data transmitted by the Hunter's constellation civilization. For Lars and others, they must believe that Li Tianheng fully trusted the authenticity of these data. Therefore, neither Lars nor anyone else would suspect that Li Tianheng would make a counter-move. Without hesitation, he once again operated all the equipment within the holographic projection. Reconnaissance ships swarmed out again towards the outskirts of the solar system, more cautiously this time. All reconnaissance warships entered stealth mode and approached the vicinity of the Hunter's constellation fortress base. Chapter 189, Return Attack. Larsai would never have thought that Li Tianheng would launch a return attack at such a time. At least Larsai believed that Li Tianheng had already begun to deploy strategic plans. Thus, Larsai was also carrying out an intensive defense plan, aimed at preventing Li Tianheng from taking advantage of this opportunity to launch large-scale offensive operations. All reconnaissance rooms and patrol ships had been completely withdrawn, leaving only a few basic warships patrolling around the base fortress. Compared to the previous reconnaissance forces, at least 4/5 of them were now reduced. In this situation, Li Tianhong's return attack for investigating the base fortress naturally provided more accurate data. As the investigation deepened, real data continuously appeared on the holographic projection in front of Li Tianhong. It turned out exactly as Xuanhuan had seen before. There was a huge discrepancy between this data and the previous information obtained. If actions were taken based on the previous information, the consequences would be catastrophic. Li Tianhong felt another wave of fear at this point, as he had not anticipated this situation. However, no matter what, they had avoided such a dangerous situation. At this moment, countless reconnaissance fighters were circling around the fourth week of the history of the Hunter civilization conducting surveys. While detecting true data, the Hunter civilization did not respond at all. Clearly, the Larsai civilization thought it impossible for Li Tianhong to return and continue reconnaissance at this time, since they had already gathered their required data. On the contrary, Li Tianhong launched a return attack and sent even more reconnaissance aircraft than before to conduct data detection. With countless data appearing continuously on the holographic projection, the excitement on Li Tianhong's face became increasingly evident. From this situation, it was clear that he could still deploy his earlier actions as planned. After all targeted objectives of the Hunter civilization were solely focused on him. As long as he was eliminated, the entire solar system civilization would pose no threat. This was something Li Tianhong had foreseen earlier, and these current data indeed showed that all their actions were undoubtedly targeting him. What truly shocked Li Tianhong wasn't this, but rather behind the collective of the Hunter civilization, about 1 light-year away, where many temporary fortress bases existed. These fortresses clearly belonged to another civilization's relics, which the Liahua tribe had discovered and taken over as temporary bases. Here, Li Tianhong saw many super battleships he had never seen before. Many large weapons were being deployed madly here. Apparently, after having suffered losses the first time, they would now invest greater weaponry force against Li Tianhong. Although the number of weapons in this base was not small, fortunately, it was still within Li Tianhong's expectation. Moreover, the super machine he had prepared at the moon base was also ready to go. If the most dangerous situation really occurred, he would naturally activate the moon's superweapon in the first place. This thing was the ultimate trump card in the end. Besides, the dense quantum satellites could also form an attack fleet to deal with the Hunter civilization. As time passed, half a day slipped by quietly. Finally, Li Tianhong concluded his exploration of the historical foundation of the Hunter civilization. By now, he had obtained everything he wanted. Chapter 190, Operation Deployment. Information flooded in, and Li Tianhong fell into a brief silence as he looked at the data that had just been sent back. Compared to the previous data he obtained, these second set of information transmitted back had significant differences. The greatest distinction was in the aspect of weapons and equipment. The weapon systems of the Hunter constellation civilization were evidently far beyond what he imagined. Moreover, 1 light-year away, there lay an unexpectedly powerful arsenal of backup weaponry. This was something Li Tianhong never foresaw. He had initially thought the Hunter constellation civilization would simply send out large-scale interstellar fleets to deal with him, to invade the solar system. However, now it seemed he had underestimated their reserve strength. It was clear that from start to finish, the Hunter constellation civilization never underestimated Li Tianhong. He had continuously devoted all his resources to confronting them. Unfortunately, all parties held a firm belief that for a super civilization like the Hunter constellation, one which had reached Tier 3, it would be an effortless task to handle such a small place as the solar system. Thus, they expected no difficulty at all, but reality proved otherwise. Based on the current data displayed, it became clear that the Hunter civilization's armaments were absolutely overwhelming. Li Tianhong had made substantial preparations beforehand, especially upgrading the superweapons within the moon's interior base. Combined with the space oscillators awarded by the system, this preparation gave him a slight chance to confront the Hunter constellation civilization. Furthermore, through the accurate real data now available, he could make more precise predictions and ensure fewer missteps. If based on the earlier fabricated information, Li Tianhong wouldn't have much confidence in combating the Hunter civilization. Once again, he mobilized all the quantum satellites and weapon deployments located outside the atmosphere. From the data, a perfect strategic plan had already formed in his mind. If implemented flawlessly according to this plan, a strategic victory was assured. Under Li Tianhong's rallying call, all leaders of the Divine Astronautics Base immediately sprang into action. Heads of various departments utilized all resources under their control, each assigned and guarding their positions. In the sky above, countless interstellar warships took off, heading once again toward the edge of the solar system, to the Kuiper Belt. Though the temporary base established by the Hunter constellation civilization was vast, they were unaware that danger was slowly closing in. Li Tianhong controlled all interstellar warships, gradually surrounding them. These warships completely blended into the surrounding space, utilizing their powerful cloaking functions. And Lars did not hold any sense of vigilance either. He believed Li Tianhong had fallen entirely for the trap, and therefore slackened all patrol forces around the area. At this moment, the patrolling warships stationed at the outermost edges of the historical base noticed no anomalies. But in the next instant, at least 5 interstellar warships emerged suddenly from the calm and dark space ahead, unleashing indiscriminate bombardments. This bombing lasted only 3 seconds, instantly reducing the reconnaissance posts at the edge of the historical base to rubble. No one detected any abnormalities in this region. After clearing the battlefield here, the 5 warships once again vanished into the darkness of space before speeding directly towards the central zone of the historical base. Chapter 191, Sneak Attack. At this moment, inside the temporary base of the Hunter civilization, Lars still basked in the joy of future victory. He had never imagined that Li Tianheng would circle back to their temporary base for a second detection mission, so he was unaware that all relevant data from his base had already been exposed. At this moment, he was still leisurely entertaining with the higher-ups within the Hunter civilization. At this time, at the very bottom of the Hunter civilization base, also at the edge where no one pays attention, several stealth reconnaissance warships were patrolling back and forth. Compared to other places, the patrol force around the temporary base was naturally slightly stricter than in other areas, but this was only relative. Compared to the previously tight defensive efforts, this place was still extremely lax. Around these warships, they didn't notice that there had been several faint spatial fluctuations flickering. The crew operating these reconnaissance warships were relaxed and did not carefully inspect their surroundings, so they didn't discover anything unusual. I really don't understand why we have to be so cautious when dealing with a solar civilization that doesn't even reach the level of a first-class civilization. I'm about to go insane here. Inside a starship reconnaissance vessel, an inhabitant of the Hunter civilization was continuously complaining, which clearly showed that the pilot was on the verge of going mad. They had been here for some time, but Lars had not issued any attack orders from start to finish. They had merely been hovering around the edge of this solar system. To them, this was simply insulting to a second-tier civilization, let alone the fact that the Hunter civilization was already a second-tier civilization approaching the third tier. There's nothing we can do about it. Who dares to defy Lars' orders? However, I heard through some grapevines that they seem to know that someone extraordinary has appeared in this solar civilization. Some weapons he created are even feared by second-tier civilizations. This might be the reason why Lars hasn't launched any attack orders. Another voice came through the intelligent intercom system. There was a communication network between every reconnaissance warship, so everyone could hear what was being said. The person who heard these words wore an expression of disdain. It's utterly ridiculous. A primitive civilization that can't even mine basic energy sources within its own star system. How formidable could a single individual make it? I really don't get it. In their perception, the hierarchy of space civilizations was practically an insurmountable gap. The disparity between a first-tier and a second-tier civilization was unbridgeable. This was the reason why he looked down on the solar system civilization so much. But due to the command restriction, they couldn't act rashly, so they could only conduct reconnaissance patrols in this corner. Just as these reconnaissance pilots were chatting happily, the lead driver suddenly felt a tremor in space. Before he could react, a large area of space collapsed directly ahead. Such a terrifying amount of energy manifested right under their noses without being detected by the Hunter civilization's temporary base. The fear immediately showed on this driver's face, but the power came too quickly for him to even react. In an instant, both he and the entire reconnaissance warship were obliterated along with this segment of space. Afterward, the few reconnaissance ships behind instantly noticed that some unknown interstellar warships had emerged from the dark void. As if appearing out of thin air, they surrounded all their reconnaissance ships completely. Chapter 192, Playing by Unconventional Rules. The pilot, who had just been unconcerned a moment ago, was now as pale as a sheet, his eyes full of terror. He could never have imagined that while he was near the temporary base, these interstellar warships that suddenly appeared out of nowhere actually managed to slip past the Orion civilization's temporary base undetected. How astonishing was this situation? It was at least enough to show that their technology was on par with theirs. Even if it was a temporary base of the Orion civilization, although its defensive power had diminished somewhat around it, there were still automatic detection devices that would be more than sufficient to detect unknown objects nearby. But now their sudden appearance in such proximity meant that they had deceived the automatic detection devices set up by the Orion civilization. At this moment, all the pilot could see in his eyes was endless fear. In his memory, this was the first time he had experienced such an event. Realizing how close death was now caused him to completely lose control of his hands in front of the console, not knowing what to do. Are you an idiot? Hurry up and send a distress signal. Why are you still standing there frozen? Only when such cries came from behind did the pilot snap back to reality. Without hesitation, he pressed the red button on the right as fast as possible, and in that instant, an urgent distress signal radiated out in all directions from the warship. Meanwhile, the entire temporary base of the Orion civilization began to ring with sharp alarms. Those interstellar warships adjusting status in the shadows barely had time to react, but immediately took off as quickly as possible under the circumstances. They then gathered outside the temporary base, forming a massive encirclement. With those defense-oriented warships present, the temporary base gained significant protection. And within the base, Lars was chatting leisurely. Almost the second the ear-piercing alarm sounded, Lars' complexion changed dramatically. Since the establishment of this temporary base, even throughout the entire Orion civilization, such a shrill alarm had probably never been heard before. What happened? Lars asked this question, but no one at the scene could answer him because every person there shared the same expression of panic on their face. Because nobody knew exactly what was happening until the very next second when a green figure rushed in and urgently reported to Lars. Your Majesty, a large number of enemy warships have been detected near our temporary base, and their numbers continue to increase. However, we've already formed a huge energy protective circle, so this temporary base will not be threatened for now. Upon hearing this, not only Lars, but everyone present was stunned. This temporary base was well protected. It was simply impossible for enemies to break through into the vicinity without any trace. But here was irrefutable evidence before them, forcing Lars to believe. However, the key issue was, if they could bypass all the reconnaissance satellites of the temporary base, their technological level must also be advanced. Moreover, almost the first thing Lars thought of upon considering entities within the solar system was Li Tianheng, the male commander. But wasn't Li Tianheng supposed to still be working on formulating plans? Even if he had finished planning, shouldn't he have followed the signals they sent before? Why was the opponent now playing by unconventional rules? Chapter 193, The Encirclement. Li Tianheng's pursuit speed indeed exceeded Lars's expectations. Moreover, the enemy fleet had already arrived around the temporary base. At this moment, Larsi couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. If they brought devastating weapons, wouldn't he and the entire temporary base be destroyed in an instant? With this thought, Larsi's condition worsened, his face revealing profound fear. At least since the founding of the Orion civilization, such an event has never occurred before. For a civilization on the brink of transitioning from Tier 3 to Tier 4, this crisis was extremely rare. They had never experienced anything like this, and in this very instant, Larsi fell into a panic. Almost simultaneously, at the periphery of the base, countless starships emerged from the darkness. Originally, Larsi had withdrawn most of the defensive forces during this critical time, so Li Tianheng's arrival was akin to trapping them like turtles in a jar. Piercing alarm sounds continuously reverberated throughout the area as the technicians adjusted holographic projections and mobilized all armed forces through the main control center. However, their response was too late. By the time all ships were moved to the same position, they had already been completely encircled. What made Larsi feel even more desperate was the appearance of a 20-kilometer diameter super mothership displayed on the holographic projection amidst this dark void. A mothership of this size is extremely rare even for a Tier 3 civilization, yet it was now emitting immense power, as if ready to launch an attack on his temporary base at any moment. With our current reserves of strength and energy, we can only hold out for 3 days. After that, without additional energy supplies, we will become their captives. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Larsi's expression became more solemn than ever. Though he had known about a prodigy named Li Tianheng on Blue Star before, he had never imagined that, as the leader sent by the Orion civilization to conduct reconnaissance and strikes within the solar system, he would end up being defeated by them. This was something he had never considered. So, he had never planned for what to do if he failed after entering the solar system. Facing the current situation, he appeared somewhat helpless. Fortunately, civilizations at his level possessed powerful artificial intelligence. The AI system beside him began automatically analyzing and sorting information. As the AI continued its analysis, 2 solutions were ultimately proposed. The first solution was for them to surrender directly to Li Tianheng's offensive fleet. In this way, they could at least secure personal safety. This conclusion was drawn from the comprehensive analysis of various data about Li Tianheng. A civilization with hundreds of thousands of years of development has artificial intelligence whose wisdom rivals that of sentient beings. The second option was to remain in place and wait directly for the subsequent rescue supplies. This way, the second wave of reinforcements could arrive in about 2 days. Once additional weapons were received, effective resistance against Li Tianheng's fleet could be mounted. However, the risks associated with this approach were relatively higher, as no one knew what secret weapons Li Tianheng might possess. If any destructive force appeared, they could only wait helplessly in their present location until death. Seeing these 2 analytical conclusions, Larsi fell into a brief silence. Chapter 194, Direct Surrender. Although Lars still had some secret weapons at his disposal, they were ultimately on the other side's turf. Who knew what other secrets Li Tianheng might be concealing? If they provoked him entirely, the consequences would be catastrophic, potentially leading to their utter destruction. In reality, Lars was a very cautious person, and at this moment, he did not wish to take any risks by engaging Li Tianheng in direct armed conflict. After careful consideration, he decided to revert to the first plan. For him now, preserving his life and the strength of the entire temporary base was most important. Once reinforcements arrived, they could make further plans. But under the current circumstances, there weren't many good options for Larsen either, because he didn't know the true purpose behind Li Tianheng's moves. If the latter was determined to annihilate them, then no matter what decision Larsen made, an armed clash would be unavoidable. Currently, we can only make this choice: temporary retreat and avoid direct confrontation. Only in this way can we preserve our strength while waiting for reinforcements to arrive and plan our next move. At that time, when the 2 forces combine, we will surely wipe out Li Tianheng. Lars' words left everyone particularly grave, because to some extent, it was showing weakness to Li Tianheng, admitting that their arsenal was inferior. For those from the Hunter constellation, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented disgrace. However, they had no other recourse but to heed Lars' advice, as they couldn't think of any other good solution. There they stayed, seeing 2 newly equipped warships appear from the other side. The ships projected a large sign outside, signaling surrender to Li Tianheng. Inside his own warship, Li Tianheng was greatly surprised at this turn of events. He truly hadn't anticipated that the Hunter constellation would surrender so directly. To some extent, this showed that his weapons had exerted significant pressure on the enemy. Even so, Li Tianheng remained vigilant. Though they surrendered, who knew what other tricks or traps they might have planned? With past experiences in mind, Li Tianheng did not fully trust their alliance. Despite their advanced civilization, such conspiracies and tactics were not uncommon. Therefore, even though they signaled a sincere surrender, Li Tianheng refrained from immediately responding. At the same time, he was running precise calculations through the front-end intelligence system, analyzing the situation alongside Yuan Sherman and her team, trying to determine how likely it was for the Hunter constellation to genuinely surrender. According to normal logic, the Hunter constellation wouldn't give in so easily. Based on data from our reconnaissance fighters, their military power isn't weak. And 1 light year away, they are preparing even stronger weapons. They should not surrender lightly, nor can we be complacent about their intentions now. We cannot possibly trust them completely, said xiuxian. Her analysis resonated with everyone else. Under normal circumstances, the Hunters should indeed fight to the death. As a highly civilized race, how could they simply surrender so easily? Clearly, something suspicious was going on here. But none of them could figure out exactly what trickery the Hunter civilization was up to. Chapter 195, Table Negotiations. After what had happened before, not only xiuxian, but all the people present became cautious. However, it was also impossible to rule out that they indeed had the intention to surrender. Thus, Li Tianheng made 2 plans. On one hand, he had to be wary of whatever schemes the Orion civilization might play. After all, there had already been a lesson from the past. If it hadn't been for xiuxian's careful observation before, the consequences would have been unimaginable. For him, such a major mistake could absolutely not happen again. On the other hand, Li Tianheng also made another plan, negotiating with the Orion civilization at the table to see what their real intentions were. At least, in Li Tianheng's view, if the Orion civilization didn't show enough sincerity, then the negotiation surely wouldn't be able to continue. Moreover, Li Tianheng guessed that this was probably just a delay tactic by the Orion civilization, aiming to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Because they couldn't currently gauge how powerful the armed forces under Li Tianheng's command were, without sufficient confidence, they didn't want to engage in direct conflict with Li Tianheng. This was why they chose to surrender. In fact, Li Tianheng's guess was completely correct. What Lars was doing now was exactly that kind of plan. He was just waiting for an opportunity, and before that, he negotiated with Li Tianheng while delaying time constantly, subsequently preparing for a fatal strike once the reinforcements arrived. This was their main goal after all. Their ultimate target on this mission was still Li Tianheng, this Earth native. As long as they wiped him out entirely, the entire solar system civilization wouldn't be worth worrying about at all. Finally, Li Tianheng controlled the massive mothership, slowly emerging from the Kuiper Belt. This mothership officially lifted the entire deep space R&D base into the air, which was his own most advanced cutting-edge technology developed and modified by himself. The strength of this mothership was fully comparable to the technology constructed by a level 3 civilization. It was also the strongest military force Li Tianheng could currently muster. Apart from this, he also possessed a space oscillator awarded by the system, which was one of his trump cards. It was merely installed below this mothership, making it impossible for others to discern that this colossal space oscillator was capable of shattering all spaces in front, thereby annihilating the fire civilization altogether. However, Li Tianheng did not act in such a way. To him, annihilation wasn't the goal. Driving them away from the solar system was already sufficient. However, before that, he needed to know whether the other side possessed any such sincerity. Moreover, regarding the fire-making civilization that had reached level 3, he was extremely interested and wanted to go to the Orion civilization for a visit. His ultimate goal was interstellar travel, so he had long planned beforehand to set the first stop at the Orion civilization, intending to personally accompany the Yuns there for a look at what kind of place this highly developed civilization was, and what merits they actually possessed. Although the technology of the Orion civilization wasn't as impressive as he imagined, there were still many things worth learning. These were all things Li Tianheng hoped to learn through personal visits. As Li Tianheng drove the mothership to the temporary base of the Orion civilization, a huge spacecraft within the base ascended as well, clearly visible in its leading cabin. The appearance of Lars was distinctly visible. This marked the first face-to-face communication and contact between Li Tianheng and the commander of the fiery Orion civilization, representing the solar system civilization. Chapter 196, Starting Negotiations. If we exclude the artificial intelligence from the Orion civilization, this is actually the first time Li Tianheng has had face-to-face communication with an extraterrestrial being. Li Tianheng had always been curious about the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. The collision brought by different races, different species, and different cultures was absolutely fascinating. Unfortunately, the Orion civilization did not come in peace, forcing Li Tianheng to meet them for the first time under such circumstances. Hello, everyone from the Orion civilization. I apologize that our first meeting must take place like this. You'd better listen carefully. Though his voice wasn't loud, it ensured every individual heard him. In particular, when Lars saw Li Tianheng, his eyes were filled with a burning fury. This man had thwarted all of the Orion civilization's plans. The Orion civilization originally left seeds within the solar system with the intention of securing abundant food and resources for their future progress in civilization, and humanity was supposed to fill this role. Now, due to Li Tianheng's interference, all of these plans have been disrupted. Furthermore, Alsai might even suffer massive losses and demotion because of this. He would have no way to explain himself upon returning to the fire civilization. Thus, when he saw Li Tianheng, he stared at him with hatred so fierce it seemed like he wanted to devour Li Tianheng. You don't need to look at me like that. All of this is your own doing. I care not for your objectives or the reason behind human survival. As an intelligent species, we cannot simply wait here to die while you launch an attack. So, there's no need for such a glare towards me. Li Tianheng spoke very directly. For him, the most important thing was protecting the entire human race, especially ensuring the normal progression of the solar system civilization. When faced with invasions from advanced civilizations like the Orion civilization, he could never show any mercy. What used to sound like mere boasting now carried weight. as he now possessed the power of the system. His arsenal of weapons was sufficient to destroy any level 3 civilization. With these resources backing him up, he had ample confidence to negotiate with the Orion civilization. This was the source of his fearlessness. On the contrary, Larsai could only glower darkly at Li Tianheng. To them, regardless of whether these beings were wise life forms or not, they were the seeds they planted here. After growing for 100,000 years, it was finally their time to harvest. However, things took a wrong turn. Though Larsai couldn't tolerate this deviation, since it wasn't yet time to reap the rewards, he also felt a slight apprehension at the rapid growth rate of the humans. Thus, he chose to hold negotiations on the table with Li Tianheng. Despite Li Tianheng's imposing demeanor, Larsai had no choice but to bow his head. After all of their weapons were aimed at them, and with his current supplies, he had no chance of successfully opposing Li Tianheng. You state your conditions. We have not entered the solar system's interior so far, merely lingering at its edges. Therefore, it does not count as invasion, but you attacked us without reason, which is something the Orion civilization cannot tolerate. So this situation actually leaves us at a disadvantage. Even though Sai knew the severity of the matter, as the leader of the Fire civilization, an advanced nearly third-level civilization, he still maintained an air of pride and stared down at Li Tianheng arrogantly. Chapter 197. You are totally wrong. It seems that you have no intention to negotiate with us at all, Larsai. Li Tianheng looked at the other side calmly. He didn't expect much useful outcome from this negotiation either, so he was not surprised by Larsai's words. Through these words, he became even more certain that Larsai was merely trying to buy time. However, he was also willing to accompany Larsai for a few rounds. Although their civilization was advanced, he had no fear at all. Rather, he was curious about what other moves Larsai might have up his sleeve. It's not that we lack sincerity, it's just that your human race is one that we've been nurturing. Over 10,000 years of changes may have developed your civilization to a certain extent, but don't think this gives you a reason to turn things around. The younger one's expression and tone remained coldly indifferent as he gazed at Li Tianheng, showing no fear because of the strength the latter had displayed. Larsai, after all, did have some confidence. At least temporarily, Li Tianheng wouldn't be able to overpower him, thanks to the strong protective energy shield surrounding them, allowing him to stay unscathed for now. All he wanted during this period was to negotiate with Li Tianheng to minimize the consumption of these energies, buying more time until reinforcements arrived, which would instantly relieve all crises once they were present. Li Tianheng naturally knew his plan, and he went along with it too. Even though the development level of their civilization was high, he had sufficiently powerful ways to deal with them. Hence, at this moment, he wanted to indulge Larsai while waiting for his subsequent team to arrive. He was curious about what kind of tricks the other side had up their sleeves, and since he was the first to make contact with an alien race, he merely wanted to chat more with them. Besides, Li Tianheng didn't find Larsai particularly formidable. The weapons he had behind him were enough to destroy these energy shields entirely, but he just hadn't acted on it yet. You must think that your Orion civilization is close to reaching level 3 and thus invincible, right? If you thought that way, you'd be totally wrong. Your artificial intelligence has already told me everything about you, and we've unlocked all permissions secretly. Upon hearing this, Larsai's expression suddenly changed. Artificial intelligence itself was not something to fear much, as permission needed to be unlocked to obtain useful information. However, the AI that entered the solar system had very limited permissions, so Larsai never really worried about the AI exposing some useful information. But this reminder from Li Tianheng made him realize that perhaps Li Tianheng had known everything long ago. The wisdom and methods possessed by Li Tianheng far exceeded his imagination. If he said he could unlock the permissions of the AI through special means, Larsai absolutely believed it, as his mysterious appearance here already explained everything. If this was true, then regarding Larsai and his people, there would be no secrets left in front of Li Tianheng. This was a terrifying speculation. At this moment, Larsai stared at Li Tianheng like at a demon. If that was the case, then all his plans might fail. Judging by how leisurely Li Tianheng currently seemed, this fact seemed to have been confirmed already. Chapter 198. The Final Negotiation. Li Tianheng's face, which usually beamed with smiles, appeared terrifying in Larsai's eyes at this moment. It was because of the confident smile on his face. It was as if everything was under his control. In fact, that was precisely the case. Everything was indeed within Li Tianheng's grasp, including a thorough understanding of all deployments around the temporary base of their civilization and its surroundings. It was exactly for this reason that Li Tianheng was so confident. Since this is a negotiation, you must also demonstrate your sincerity. Although I am fully aware of your tricks, I would still like to see the true strength of your Orion civilization. Li Tianheng's voice drifted calmly, and though it was just a simple sentence, it caused everyone from the Flame civilization, including Larsai, to blush with embarrassment. They were, after all, an advanced civilization nearing level 3. Confronted with Li Tianheng's provocation, they could not retaliate, which was an enormous disgrace for their civilization. Still, Larsai managed to suppress the anger within him. Waiting for reinforcements was more important than anything else. Thus, he remained calm and did not let Li Tianheng's provocation make him lose his temper. You're mistaken, we've always been sincere. It's just that you don't sense it. To us, the situation isn't as severe as you imagine. If we were really to perish together, you would pay a heavy price as well. Larsai's words caused Li Tianheng to furrow his brows slightly. After all, if the opponent were to exert their full force, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. But in truth, Li Tianheng was very interested in witnessing the true strength of the Orion civilization, especially wanting to know what kind of reinforcements lay behind them. Therefore, Even though both faces were filled with smiles, no matter what, he didn't want to engage in direct combat with Larsai at this critical moment. Given that once a powerful interstellar war broke out, it might also affect the surrounding regions of Blue Star, Li Tianheng refrained from acting rashly. As a result, during the negotiation process, there was a brief deadlock between the two parties. This situation was more advantageous to the Flame Civilization. Larsai couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. If Li Tianheng did not present his terms, then time would only drag on, which was beneficial to him, because the subsequent reinforcements were already en route and would arrive in just over a day. Hence, the longer the delay, the more favorable it was for him. Unbeknownst to Larsai, Li Tianheng harbored the same thoughts. Engaging in dialogue with Larsai, despite knowing that the latter awaited support from a level 3 civilization, Li Tianheng felt no fear. He intended to continue negotiating with Larsai with this mindset, allowing time to pass minute by minute. But after an entire day, nothing substantial had emerged. The next day, a vast army came rushing from afar, dark clouds spreading ominously. A tremendous space fluctuation alerted all detection instruments. Li Tianheng's gaze gleamed with a flicker of excitement. At this exact moment, adrenaline surged rapidly through him. The reinforcements he was waiting for, Larsai's forces, had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Larsai's face also lit up with intense excitement. After 2 days of agony, their reinforcements had finally arrived. Huge motherships carried countless starships, swiftly encircling all of their people. Chapter 199, Relief Forces Arrive. Such a vast scale of the fleet was even beyond Li Tianheng's expectation. At least in terms of the number of interstellar fleets, the relief forces of the Orion civilization had already gained a sufficient advantage. However, faced with such a fleet scale, there was not a trace of worry on Li Tianheng's face. On the contrary, his face was filled with excitement. He had waited for so many days, and this was exactly what he was waiting for. Faced with such a massive scale of the Orion civilization's relief force, he did not show any panic at all. To him, he was more interested in seeing the powerful weapon capabilities of the Orion civilization that was nearing Tier 3 status. He could judge the military scale of other same-tier civilizations in the Milky Way through the Orion civilization. This would be of great help to his future interstellar navigation and civilization expansion, so his face was filled with a faint excitement at this moment. Ho ho ho! After waiting for so many days, the reinforcements have finally arrived. You Blue Star civilization will be utterly destroyed. If you surrender now, it's still not too late. No matter what abilities you possess, you can never escape from my palm with such overwhelming military power. Upon seeing his reinforcements arrive, Lars revealed his sharp teeth completely. At that moment, his eyes were fixed on Li Tianheng, shimmering with red light. It was as if he wanted to execute Li Tianheng right there and then. His hatred for Li Tianheng had reached unprecedented levels because of how this situation caused his mission to conquer the solar system and harvest these natives to fail entirely. As a result, his reputation within the Orion civilization was in tatters. The day before, he had already communicated with the headquarters of the Orion civilization via communication devices. Now, he thought that when he returned, he might very well be punished for this failure. This was a loss that Mars could not bear. After all, his expeditionary force was targeting just a first-tier civilization, the solar system civilization, and yet, because of this minor task, such a huge discrepancy occurred. It was something he found hard to accept. At least until now, Lars had never hated anyone as much as he hated Li Tianheng. At this moment, they faced each other directly, standing between two motherships. Both sides seemed to be sparking flames in space. Behind Lars stood an endless fleet, ready to fire at Li Tianheng at any moment, while Li Tianheng looked relatively weaker. At least behind him, there wasn't much evident military strength or weaponry. In reality, Li Tianheng had already activated the powerful spatial oscillators, terrifying weapons capable of easily destroying a fourth-tier civilization. They had already locked onto the historical base of the fiery mid-civilization. As soon as he acted, including Karl's, basically everyone would be instantly destroyed. But Li Tianheng didn't do that. He was waiting for Lars to make the first move. Through the means employed by the opponent, he could determine the approximate level of a third-tier civilization. This was the most important goal for Li Tianheng, and Lars did not disappoint him. In the next instant, he waved his hand, and the countless fleet behind him started firing immediately. Cannon fire spread across the sky, distorting the space world, covering all the spaces where Li Tianheng was located. At this sight, a smile appeared on Lars' face. With such terrifying firepower coverage, even if Li Tianheng were a great god, he would have no way to escape his punishment. So Larsesco couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at the constantly tearing space ahead, even if it was a third-tier civilization, we fundamentally couldn't withstand such a horrifying firepower attack. Chapter 200, the first round of attack. In fact, Li Tianheng did indeed underestimate the power of the Orion civilization. Such terrifying fire coverage would have wiped out an ordinary fleet long ago. However, Li Tianheng was standing calmly inside the mothership at this moment, and he couldn't even feel a bit of vibration inside. This is the powerful aspect of the space carrier designed by Li Tianheng. He modified this mothership to be airtight, using over 100 types of synthetic materials for its construction. Even without a protective shield, it could easily withstand nuclear bomb attacks. Moreover, there was a visible red light surrounding the massive Capricorn constellation around them, enveloping everything within. This light was the plasma supersystem designed by Li Tianheng. He blocked all the incoming attacks outside. The energy consumption required to maintain such a massive protective barrier was extremely terrifying. In the center of the mothership, Li Tianheng had constructed nearly 1,000 large arc reactors. Added to that, the latest element AX was used inside, ensuring that no attack, no matter how severe, could shake the mothership because of this elemental force support. The energy supply was completely secure without any worry. Meanwhile, as he looked forward with the artificial intelligence beside him precisely calculating the fire coverage, he also judged the true strength of the Orion civilization through these offensives. If someone else were here, they would certainly go crazy because Li Tianheng remained calm and composed at this moment, not showing any signs of tension, as if this battle wasn't happening to him personally. Bear in mind that Arsask had almost deployed 2/3 of their firepower to completely surround where Li Tianheng was located. Not just his space carrier, but the entire surrounding space was already torn apart and destroyed by this terrifying energy. Giant black holes and cracks appeared in the void, into which common starships would fall and be pulverized at the slightest carelessness. However, the mothership stood firm as a mountain, not being affected in the least. Teacher Li here wore a smile on his face. Not only was everyone related to the operation smiling confidently while facing such terrifying attacks, no one thought Li Tianheng would survive intact. Even a third-tier civilization wouldn't endure such bombardments. Now imagine their shock when they discovered that the whole solar system, with Pluto as its center, was encased in a faint glow. This glow was actually the galactic bubble restarted by Li Tianheng. After activating it, it could block the threat from the most terrible weapons targeting Blue Star. Although this place was quite far from Blue Star, Li Tianheng couldn't assess whether the frightening attack might affect it, so he prepared beforehand just in case. The continuous assault persisted for nearly several hours, until the view before them gradually cleared up, and after that particular area was utterly destroyed, Rar's face again showed a flicker of a smile. He directly gestured to stop further attacks since their weapons' power had been diminished by more than 2/3. If continued to attack, it would consume their last reserves of energy. After the front view became bright again, both Lars and all the people around him froze. The scenario where Li Tianhao's mothership was destroyed didn't appear. Instead, a new flagship stood majestically there, as though it had never been touched by any weapon. Chapter 201. Back to negotiations at the table? The perfectly intact orbital mothership stunned everyone present, especially Lars, who stared ahead as if seeing a ghost. After enduring such an overwhelming barrage of firepower, the mothership was still unscathed. What kind of technological power could this be? He couldn't fathom how, under such terrifying artillery bombardment, Li Tianheng's fleet remained completely undamaged. Now, Li Tianheng stood inside the mothership with calm demeanor, as though not affected in the slightest. The component where Li Tianheng was stationed was surrounded by a massive bubble-like device that enveloped it entirely, protecting it from all attacks. Lars watched this scene in shock. He simply could not comprehend what type of defensive mechanism could withstand their horrifying spatial weapons. Keep in mind, the previous barrage was enough to destroy more than a dozen stars and obliterate them entirely from the solar system. Lars had been waiting for reinforcements from the Orion civilization, intending to concentrate all weapons in one final push, pouring every ounce of strength into annihilating Li Tianheng's entire fleet. But now it appeared his hopes were utterly dashed. The technology possessed by Li Tianheng far surpassed anything he could imagine, even beyond the capabilities of a Tier 3 civilization. At this moment, Lars was filled with immense regret. How did Li Tianheng acquire such terrifying weaponry? A defensive apparatus like this didn't even exist within the Orion civilization. Lars' expression became intensely grave as he fixed his gaze on Li Tianheng. If this wave of attack failed to inflict any harm, then all subsequent weapons would essentially be ineffective against him. This meant their plan to invade the solar system would likely end here, and worse yet, they themselves were now deeply ensnared in peril. After waiting for so many days, expecting a decisive destruction of the opposition, Lars never imagined that Li Tianheng would launch a counteroffensive. Although Li Tianheng hadn't taken any active weapon actions, this was no longer important because Lars knew his remaining energy wouldn't be sufficient for another assault of this magnitude. Thus, the temporary base of the Orion civilization, lacking sufficient backup resources, had clearly fallen. Li Tianheng, our Orion civilization approached you with friendliness and respect. We didn't expect you could withstand such a horrific firepower attack. Clearly, your solar system civilization has earned the right to stand as equals with the Orion civilization. In dire straits, Lars had no other choice but to attempt negotiation once more, hoping to achieve peace talks. With the weapon systems currently mastered by Li Tianheng posing a threat to their temporary base, Lars must try to secure peace negotiations, which would give them an opportunity to extricate themselves. A faint smile flickered across Li Tianheng's face. He saw through Lars' intentions instantly. Having realized the futility of opposing such an overwhelming weapon system, Lars now attempted to return to negotiations, trying to secure their own survival. However, interstellar warfare was not a game. It was impossible to let them backtrack so easily. Moreover, Li Tianheng knew all too well that the Orion civilization, who employed deceitful tactics in attempts to destroy him, would never relinquish the chance to dominate solar system civilization so easily. This move by Lars was merely buying time to withdraw gracefully. Chapter 202. Lars' submission. Once Lars seizes this opportunity, he will certainly spare no means subsequently. He will use the most powerful means of the Orion civilization to deal with Li Tianheng. So facing whatever friendly greetings Lars talks about, it is simply nonsense. It seems very clear that if this opportunity is abandoned tomorrow, Lars will surely employ all the energy and advanced weapons of Orion to enter the solar system. By that time, Li Tianheng might really have no power to resist. So at this moment, he just smiled slightly, looking calmly at Lars. It must be said that as a creature of an advanced civilization, Lars' acting skills are indeed very impressive. On Blue Star, he would definitely be a very qualified actor. However, regarding Lars' current demands, Li Tianheng only smiled faintly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? With just your empty words, we are supposed to believe in your so-called friendly approach? That is just your way of using all your means against us, the solar system civilization. Such a friendly method is far too brutal. Your words may deceive 3-year-olds, but even they might not believe you. You should be very clear about the consequences of starting an interstellar war this time. Lars' expression also became extremely grim. In fact, he himself was well aware that he had merely employed a delaying tactic. Faced with the follow-up reinforcements of the Flame Civilization, they still failed to capture Li Tianheng. Thus, the next step for them was to be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, having absolutely no room or chance for resistance. And he was very clear that the lives and deaths of everyone, including himself, were within Li Tianheng's single thought. In such a situation, he must negotiate with Li Tianheng. Only through this can he first ensure his own life. Regardless of how to deal with Li Tianheng in the future, at least he needs to retreat intact. But the fact is, how could Li Tianheng not know about his little tricks? So tell me, what do you want? Do you really want to annihilate all our fleets? You should be very clear that if you do this, it will completely enrage us, the Orion civilization. Even though currently our military force cannot deal with you, our subsequent strength is extremely robust. The entire Orion civilization has already reached the level of a third-stage civilization. You wouldn't stand a chance. If our Flame civilization sends out all its forces against you. Facing Lars' provocative greetings and negotiations, Li Tianheng indeed smiled slightly and shook his head. I see no sincerity in your negotiation at all. So, I'm sorry. Regardless of what you've done before in the solar system, whether or not you belong here as living creatures, you will now vanish directly from my sight. As soon as the cold voice fell silent, all the fleets behind him aimed at Lars' temporary base. Terrifying laser energy gathered instantly, and if Li Tianheng gave the order, the temporary bases of the Orion civilization, including Lars himself, would turn into dust in an instant. And Lars quickly realized that Li Tianheng wasn't joking around. He really had the guts to make a move. Almost in an instant, his tone softened. All right, it's my fault. Please don't act yet. If you're willing to let us go, we are willing to exchange our most advanced technology of the Orion civilization with you. I am even willing to help you build the solar system civilization. Li Tianheng smiled faintly. After waiting so long, wasn't he waiting for precisely this statement? With the assistance of the Orion civilization, the construction of the solar system civilization would accelerate countless processes. No matter how powerful he was only one person. But the Orion civilization was completely different from them. Chapter 203, Choosing to Surrender. Lars was also extremely grim at this moment. This decision was a measure he had no choice but to take. As the mighty Orion civilization, they were surrendering to a solar system civilization that wasn't even a Class 1 civilization. For the entire Orion civilization, this was nothing short of a disgraceful humiliation. But Lars had no other options right now. He must make this choice. Otherwise, he would suffer Li Tianheng's devastating attack, which was also a loss he couldn't afford. By comparison, temporarily yielding and agreeing to some of Li Tianheng's conditions in order to safeguard his own future escape routes would greatly benefit his survival afterward. Thus, although they had temporarily submitted, Lars' heart would not easily bow to Li Tianheng. All he did was buy himself more time like before. Once the opportune moment arrives, he would bare his gnashing teeth. If what you just said is genuine, that you wish to help us develop the solar system, then you will need to take this device along. A metal object resembling a wristwatch appeared on Li Tianhao's hand. There was also an electronic display screen on it. Upon seeing this, Lars instinctively felt a trace of fear. Although he didn't yet know the function of this thing, he already guessed its purpose. Indeed, this device was precisely the electronic explosion timer intended to control the people of Orion. Of course, Li Tianheng could not simply trust their temporary surrender. He must fully control Lars and his men. Only then can he guarantee the safety of the solar system civilization. This item was something he had meticulously designed beforehand. Once an Orion person wears this electronic countdown explosion device, any resistance becomes impossible. The timer will detonate if there are any abnormal intentions. Hence, prior to their surrender and agreeing to Li Tianheng's conditions, wearing this item is one of the essential prerequisites. Lars and others, upon seeing this item, also had dark expressions. As members of the proud Orion civilization nearing Class 3 status, they too have their pride. Being forced to wear this thing as though they were slaves made them feel they would never be able to rise again. Lars once more faced this predicament, pondering over the pros and cons. It seemed like he truly had no other choice but to obey Li Tianheng's orders. Looking at the metal ring, Lars felt an unprecedented sense of deep shame. However, under the threat to life, he had no other option but to leave the fleet first and approach Li Tianheng. This scene held great symbolic significance. Behind him, countless Orion soldiers followed, each receiving such an electronic countdown explosion device. In a mere half-day, every Orion person had one such device resembling a watch on their hands. In this instant, all the people of the Orion civilization who had come to prepare for an attack became subordinates of Li Tianheng. At his command, Lars led all the Orions, with their advanced equipment, to a central area near Mars, where they would build a larger temporary base. Chapter 204, Mars Base. As the first and foremost contributor, Li Tianheng was also at this moment in space above Mars. Here, he witnessed the extraordinarily advanced technology displayed by the Orion civilization. In just half a day, they had already established a super base on the Martian surface. Seeing such construction speed, Li Tianheng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was much faster than he had anticipated, even though he knew that they were a super civilization from the Orion system. But this construction speed still left him quite astonished, especially because the machines used to build it were something ordinary people could barely imagine as being capable of aiding so effectively. On the surface of Mars, the two huge construction bases and crane machines loomed like giants. As they moved forward, mountains and valleys were flattened. Behind them, automatic construction units followed suit, laying everything needed as if they were simply spreading out modular components. The entire process of building the base was like a production line, seamless, automated, intelligent, and most significantly, its scale was terrifying beyond what an average person could comprehend. Li Tianheng looked at this kind of construction taking place before his eyes with envy. Indeed, different civilizations have distinct ways of building, and their cultural conflicts are also completely different. Through their method of construction, Li Tianheng gained countless inspirations at this moment. Perhaps the same type of construction could be applied on Blue Star as well. In this way, even a regular residential building of dozens of floors could be fully built within a few short days. Keep in mind, this construction technique wasn't merely for building bases. Any similar constructions could be done by those two giant machines. Therefore, creating those two modularized mechanical devices was paramount. At this very moment, Li Tianheng was using artificial intelligence to analyze continuously how these beings constructed their environment. Within a few short days, the vast Mars base was entirely completed. Building this temporary base here for the Orion civilization was something Li Tianheng had already thoughtfully planned. After all, Earth's civilization has its own territory, and once such extraterrestrial civilizations arrived, many conceptual conflicts would likely arise. Even with restraints via bracelets to limit their actions, there was no guarantee they wouldn't use more advanced technologies to break free. That would undoubtedly bring about catastrophic disasters for Earth. Therefore, Li Tianheng's decision could effectively address the potential side effects brought by the Orion civilization while also allowing them precise construction of their culture. With this thought in mind, Li Tianheng promptly approached Lar Sai and directly expressed his stance and ideas. The defeat in this mission under the solar system had already infuriated Lar Sai greatly. Hearing Li Tianheng's words further made him feel utterly humiliated. However, facing the powerful strength of his opponent, Lar Sai had absolutely no means of retaliation. His gaze was incredibly grim, and there were moments where he considered fighting until death, but eventually, he discarded this thought entirely. I can teach you all the technology one know, but you must not mistreat anyone from the Orion civilization races. This is the basic condition. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng readily agreed. He had no demand in that regard. The reason he confined them here was twofold. One, to prevent the entirety of the Orion civilization from flooding out, and secondly, naturally, to leverage their strength and quickly develop the Blue Heart civilization. Chapter 205, Lars Technology. Lars' expression remained as dark and gloomy as ever. However, he had no way to deal with Li Tianheng at this moment, especially since there was a Dingshi bomb strapped to his wrist. Under Li Tianheng's coercion, Lars handed over all the design blueprints for the two behemoths. In reality, even without Lars' help, Li Tianheng could have designed this thing himself. It would just require a significant amount of prestige points. With free technology available right in front of him, there was absolutely no reason for him to waste those prestige points. So Li Tian took such measures and effortlessly obtained all the technology of the Hunter Constellation civilization. When he examined the contents, he still found considerable differences between it and what the system provided. After all, the Soul, being merely a high civilization not yet reaching Tier 3, had a substantial gap compared to the well-developed technologies provided by the system. Nevertheless, for the current solar system civilization, it was completely sufficient. Li Tianheng immediately transmitted all the technology to the Xuanhuan base on Earth. Believing that under the help of these technologies, mankind would definitely experience a tremendous enhancement in a short period. If their civilization were still below level 1, the assistance from these advanced civilizations would lead to unimaginable progress, something that relying solely on Li Tianheng's strength wouldn't achieve. At this moment, despite hating Li Tianheng to the bone, Lars had no recourse but to pour all his efforts into constructing Mars as a temporary base, because they couldn't return to the fiery civilization anytime soon. Besides, Li Tianheng had already completely blocked any signals sent towards the solar system through his left device. This meant that the fiery civilization could not receive their distress signal, a goal Li Tianheng aimed to achieve. If the Hunter civilization doesn't hear from Lars for a long time, it would certainly mean that something has gone wrong. Therefore, more reinforcements will be dispatched, and what Li Tianheng planned was to wait for their arrival and capture them all. It was necessary to turn this place into an extremely safe fortress before leaving the solar system, ensuring it became an indestructible base. Only then could he rest assured while embarking on interstellar travel. Otherwise, he couldn't leave entirely. Time passed slowly, and 6 months slipped by quietly. During this half-year, Lars fulfilled his promise, using various technological devices within their grasp to extensively fortify the solar system, turning it into an impregnable fortress. Especially on the major planets, powerful starships were strategically positioned, ready to detect any invading forces instantly. That was exactly the effect Li Tianheng desired. Yet, merely achieving this was insufficient. The first layer of defense built by Lars' team constituted only part of the plan. Behind it, Orion would establish an even stronger interstellar fortress to ensure the entire solar system's safety. In just 6 months, transforming the solar system into an almost impenetrable stronghold was beyond Li Tianhong's expectations. However, just as the fortress was completed, artificial intelligence equipment suddenly picked up strong signals coming from outside the solar system. Without hesitation, Li Tianhong activated the holographic projection. Through it, he discovered that large numbers of warships were rushing toward the solar system from outside. Chapter 206, The Backup Forces of Lars. Upon seeing this scene, Li Tianhong's gaze seemed somewhat heavy. Unable to contact Lars from the Orion civilization, they have finally dispatched their backup forces. Li Tianhong was very clear. The real interstellar war has just begun. One must remember that the opponent is the Orion civilization. Being a high-level civilization, once they can't reach Lars, they will know there must be a huge issue in the solar system. Otherwise, Lars would never fail to contact them. From this fact alone, it could be judged that there is undoubtedly great danger in the solar system. If not, even Orion's second-in-command would be unable to cope. Therefore, the Orion civilization would certainly send an extremely powerful interstellar fleet to investigate the situation within the solar system. This point had already been foreseen by Li Tianhong, and he had prepared meticulously for such an eventuality. At the edge of the solar system, within the Kuiper belt, countless quantum satellites rose into the air. These quantum satellites emitted piercing light, akin to fuses. This ignited all the planetary bubbles outside the solar system. A colossal barrier emerged inside the solar system. With the appearance of this barrier, the subsequent forces of the Orion civilization were entirely stationed in place, refusing to advance any further since they couldn't establish contact with Lars or others. They were uncertain about the exact situation within the solar system. Through holographic projection, the interstellar fleet's precise conditions could clearly be seen in real time. Suspended at the edges of the solar system, these fleets dared not move forward any further. At this, Li Tianhong merely smirked slightly. Though their arrival was imposing, he felt no hint of unease. The holographic projections indicated that they had sent 5 interstellar motherships, each one matching the scale of the mothership Lars had been on previously. Moreover, their backup arsenal was brimming with massive interstellar weaponry, ready for action at a moment's notice. It appeared as though they only needed to decide and unleash attacks against the unknown civilizations within the solar system. However, at present, they hesitated to act recklessly. Li Tianhong wouldn't make hasty moves either, as he was still unfamiliar with the capabilities of the opponent. There was no biological monitoring system outside the solar system. To understand the power of these reinforcements, reconnaissance vessels would need to be deployed for surveillance. However, Li Tianhong had no plans to do so at this point. He decided to remain stationary and observe what the next plan of the reinforcement forces might be. Meanwhile, in orbit around Mars, Lars had also received this information. Yet, due to strong shielding powers in their possession and the timed bomb bracelet they carried, they did not dare engage with the Orion civilization's backup forces in any way. At this juncture, including Li Tianhong, Lars, and other responsible personnel in charge of the entire surveillance operation, they remained calm and observed the subsequent actions of these interstellar fleets outside the solar system. After several days, the interstellar fleets indeed began moving, despite the immense planetary bubble encircling the sun. Nevertheless, being a proud high-level civilization like the Orions, they would not allow themselves to be halted simply by some minimal defense barriers. Suddenly, their formidable vanguard began to advance and surrounded the planetary bubble. It became apparent that this enormous spacecraft lit up with a pale red glow, its brightness almost reminiscent of a star exploding. This dazzling brilliance ejected meteoric fragments and blasted open a gap in the planetary bubble. Chapter 207, Reconnaissance Force. This was the horror of an almost third-level civilization. That single cannon attack just now would have been enough to tear apart a small planet. A rip appeared in the planetary bubble, and Li Tianhong discovered it in the first moment. He quickly adjusted the deployment of the starships, and all the surrounding ships rushed here. Although he knew the prowess of the Hunter Constellation civilization, he hadn't anticipated that they could shatter the star bubble so fast. This defense shield, which consumed countless amounts of Element X energy, was for resisting the full-scale attacks of the Hunter Constellation civilization. But within such a short time, the opponent had managed to tear a hole through it. The appearance of this breach allowed the Hunter Constellation starships to swarm in like bees. Fortunately, Li Tianhong still had his secondary defenses intact at this moment. Countless surrounding starships surged forward, forming a protective circle around them. The Hunter Constellation civilization did not immediately launch an all-out offensive, but instead sent out a few reconnaissance ships as vanguards. Then, they released infinite shockwaves that covered the entire solar system. Li Tianhong also detected these shockwaves immediately. Li Tianhong was scrambling, constantly operating on the holographic projections with both hands. This vast control room nearly controlled all the starships within the solar system. He needed to use these ships to further strengthen defensive measures. Since the enemy hadn't acted rashly and invaded yet, there must be some apprehension toward him. So Li Tianhong remained cautious and watchful. At this moment, countless starships surrounded the opposing advance force. Neither side made any rash moves as they attempted to explore what exactly had happened inside the solar system. Since they couldn't communicate with anyone who might be affected, they had to ascertain whether or not those targeted were dead or alive. On Mars, where Lars was constructing a base, they similarly received the pulse signals. Lars' face suddenly lit up with excitement. After waiting so long, this day had finally arrived. Although he didn't know if the reinforcements of the Hunter constellation civilization would make any difference. At least it gave him a glimmer of hope. At present, trapped on Mars, they had become nothing more than workers under Li Tianhong's control, living lives worse than death. After all, they were beings of higher civilization, not beasts from lower civilizations, so he had always planned to lead his people out of this predicament, but because of the restrictions posed by the timed bombs, they could do nothing about it. But now, when their reinforcements came and opened a huge gap in the solar system's barrier, it offered them a sense of hope. If the reinforcements attacked fully, he believed that even with Li Tianhong wielding advanced technology, they would eventually be overwhelmed. However, Larce underestimated the prudence of the backup forces of the Hunter civilization. After all, even with powerful equipment brought over by himself, failure occurred. So naturally, the follow-up forces would act cautiously. Thus, Larce took no action and made no contact with them, merely sending a subtle signal. This proved at least that Larce was still alive. Because if it were confirmed that Larce was dead, then the Hunter civilization might employ a large interstellar weapon to destroy the entire solar system, putting Larce and his people in peril too. Chapter 208, The Follow-Up Troops Plan. Larce's transmission was also a highly concealed, encrypted signal. Even Li Tianhong's signal detector couldn't capture this type of signal. The signal soon reached the edge of the solar system and was released through an enormous rift. The follow-up forces of the Orion civilization received these signals in the first instance, grateful at that moment for not immediately executing the plan to destroy the solar system. Otherwise, Larce's interstellar fleet would have been completely destroyed at the first opportunity. It was their mission to come here to rescue Larce. They would not act recklessly against the solar system without confirming if Larce was still alive. This decision was deemed by them as the most correct move so far. Had they directly annihilated the solar system indiscriminately before, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This kind of encrypted signal could only be understood by the people of the Orion civilization and captured by their equipment, so they did not suspect it was a falsified signal from Li Tianhong. Upon confirmation that even Larce was still alive, all follow-up troops remained inactive once again, not dispatching any interstellar battleships into the solar system. However, this did not mean they were indifferent to the situation. Witnessed through space fully merging together, interstellar warfare passed through the giant torn star system bubble into the interior of the solar system, completely evading Li Tianhong's quantum satellite detection. Such precise interstellar warships caused one to marvel at the advanced level of the Orion civilization. Many of their advanced devices were on offline navigation routes that had not yet been encountered. At this time, Li Tianhong continued deploying some of his interstellar warships around Blue Star methodically and activated all defense systems. Moreover, he even mobilized the spatial oscillator. So far, he was still unclear about what exactly the Orion civilization planned to do outside. Thus until then, he didn't dare to make rash moves or arbitrarily mobilize even basic interstellar warships. What was essential now was to strengthen defensive measures to prevent the Orion backup forces from attacking them directly. Of course, the industry clearly knew that the backup force of the Orion civilization dared not advance toward Guangdong, because they had yet to confirm if Larce was still alive. If there was a direct attack on the solar system, Li Tianhong could hold Larce hostage, which was one of his strongest cards. At this point, Li Tianhong's eyes were fixated intently on the new projection before him. If there were any abnormal spatial fluctuations within the entire solar system, he could instantly detect them. That was the benefit of connecting the entire holographic projection with all the information within the solar system. As Li Tianhong looked at the holographic projection, xiuxian suddenly let out a cry of alarm beside him. It turned out that at the other end of the solar system, extremely abnormal spatial fluctuations were discovered. Two undetected interstellar warships appeared. Everyone looked in this direction, noticing the space here displayed massive bulges differing greatly from the regular gravitational waves around it. No need to think twice. This was precisely the hidden reconnaissance battleship of the Orion civilization exploring Li Tianhong's activities. Chapter 209, Meeting the Reinforcement Team. Within the holographic projection, unusual gravitational fluctuations were detected. 3 warships were found moving forward with a very faint wave pattern, heading directly toward the location of Mars. Based on this, Li Tianhong determined that Larce must have already made contact with their subsequent forces. Otherwise, the enemy would not have taken such an action. However, the reinforcement team from the Orion civilization did not realize that what Li Tianhong truly wanted was exactly this kind of effect. The reason he had remained inactive until now was to wait for the enemy to make further moves. He allowed them to connect with Larce, so that even if Larce's earlier signal transmission was compromised, he wouldn't show any outward reactions. His aim was to let Larce connect with them and then plan their next step. To truly understand the strength of the Orion civilization, one must delve deep into their operations. Merely showcasing their weapons wouldn't give Li Tianhong much insight into this Tier 3 civilization. Therefore, before doing so, he needed to employ some other tactics to achieve his purpose, and it was clear how he intended to proceed. Perhaps Larce never dreamed that his transmitted signals had long been intercepted by Li Tianhong, who took no immediate action against him. His objective was simple: allow Larce to connect with the backup force, creating unexpected chemical reactions once they converged. At present, although Li Tianhong's team detected the gravitational waves of these starships, they chose not to act, but rather let these invisible starships approach and quietly enter the temporary base where Larce was located. There was no doubt that after meeting with the reinforcement team, Larce and his group would immediately deactivate the explosive device in their possession to remove this hidden threat. Only after eliminating this hazard could rescue operations be carried out. Indeed, their mission proved quite successful. They had successfully met with Larson. According to information provided by Larsi, the arrival of the Orion backup force left Beijing, the leader, cold with fear. He never expected such an advanced civilization to exist within the solar system, or possibly advanced technology, that even Larsi suffered greatly at its hands. Remember, Larsi departed carrying top-tier technology from a Tier 3 civilization. Even with this advantage, he ended up being treated as mere labor in this star system, a revelation truly shocking to all. Now, the leader had no choice but to confirm once more the incredible technology originating from the solar system and devise unconventional means to counter it. In secret, Bang held talks with Larsi for 2 days. During these 2 days, no one suspected his presence. They merely disguised themselves as regular underlings among Larsi's subordinates. Little did they know that everything was already within Li Tianhong's control. Countless quantum satellites above Mars monitored their every move, and even their conversations were fully understood by Li Tianhong. Chapter 210, Disarming the Device. After hearing their conversation, Li Tianhong revealed a faint smile. He had become fully aware of the subsequent plans for Lars and the Hunter civilization. Their plan was actually quite simple. First, they would rescue Lars, which was the primary task of the backup team. However, this mission was still very challenging for them, as the entire Mars was already under Li Tianhong's surveillance. Moreover, every individual in Lars' group had been locked onto by powerful explosive devices. Any small action would be immediately known to Li Tianhong. Therefore, the first step to rescue Lars was to use advanced technology to disarm the explosive devices on their hands. Only after achieving this could they discuss the next step of how to get Lars out. In fact, throughout the process, all of these actions were being monitored by Li Tianhong. Hence, none of their moves escaped his control. But now it seemed like Li Tianhong had heard an even more detailed plan. Truthfully, with their civilization's technological prowess, disabling the explosive devices on Lars' group should be relatively simple, much less complex than imagined. They could completely utilize strong gravitational fluctuations to disarm the explosive devices. Although this was a relatively easy step for them, what followed would be much harder because they needed to transport all individuals from Lars' location out of the solar system. This would require the deployment of extremely powerful stealth warships, using interstellar spacecraft to carry away everyone involved and bring them outside the solar system. Subsequently, they would launch indiscriminate attacks on the solar system. Prior to this, the Hunter civilization actually intended to classify and screen all beings within the solar system, for those humans were sown seeds from their ancient history but have now become a great potential danger. To ensure the safety of the Hunter civilization, direct destruction was necessary. So, before the reinforcements arrived, they had received a death command to strike the solar system using all their formidable weaponry. Once Li Tianhong obtained this information, he remained extremely calm. He knew well that he held absolute initiative, especially on his home territory where the entire solar system was already fortified with various quantum satellites and reconnaissance ships. The slightest movement by the enemy would alert him instantly. Thus, Li Tianhong wasn't at all anxious. He just wanted to see whether the other party had the ability to disarm his explosive devices. Sure enough, the enemy did not disappoint him. After about 2 days, the explosive device on Lars' hand was successfully disarmed. Not only that, one after another, all explosive devices had been disabled, yet there were no signs of abnormal fluctuations shown on Li Tianhong's monitors. This made him quite impressed with the advanced technology of the Hunter civilization. For any other civilization, even if they managed to disable the explosives, it would be impossible to go unnoticed by Li Tianhong. The reason he knew about their success mainly stemmed from the suspended invisible quantum satellites above them, monitoring everything through gravitational waves. Chapter 211, Almost Successful. After the explosive devices on Lars and his team were defused, rescue operations were initiated immediately. All invisible interstellar warships were activated. They were continuously taking away these natives of Orion from Mars. As long as more people could be taken away, this rescue operation would be considered successful for them. The rear army of the Orion civilization believed that their rescue mission was very successful. After all, from beginning to end, Li Tianhong did not take any action, which led them to believe unanimously that Li Tianhong had not discovered their presence above Mars. There was no doubt, however, that Li Tianhong definitely knew the backup forces of Orion had arrived at the edge of the solar system. After all, the enormous planetary bubble had already been blasted open by a large gap by them, and this gap was continually expanding. The reorganizer of this new bubble was none other than Li Tianhong. But what they didn't know was that all of this was intentionally done by Li Tianhong, with the aim of making them let down their guard. It should be noted that at this moment, the number of interstellar warships entering from outside the solar system and arriving in the Martian airspace had reached nearly 100. Everyone under Lars' command added up to tens of thousands of people. Without more interstellar warships, it wouldn't be possible to transport all of them out completely, even though a single mothership could carry them all out. If the mothership entered the solar system, it would be detected. Therefore, they could only send small stealth-capable starships to save Lars' group, and this was exactly the purpose Li Tianhong wanted to achieve. With more and more interstellar warships constantly entering the solar system, over 90% of their people had already been safely transported aboard the invisible warships. Als and all the subsequent troops stepped onto the interstellar warships, then disappeared into the depths of dark space, heading directly out of the solar system. This operation was much simpler than they had imagined. Even Lars felt that it was too simple, as he also knew about the means at Li Tianhong's disposal. they were far from being as simple as what appeared on the surface. However, Li Tianheng seemingly showed no sign of noticing anything throughout, which seemed rather abnormal. At this point, Lars' expression was filled with seriousness as they got closer to the Kuiper belt, indicating his proximity to leaving the solar system. Yet, as his initially tight nerves began to ease, he thought that Li Tianheng must have let down his guard and hadn't noticed the arrival of the follow-up forces of the Orion civilization. Not only him, almost all commanders let down their guards. They believed that this Li Tianheng wasn't as hard to deal with as imagined. In the next moment, however, they began reproaching Lars. Just as they were about to cross the Kuiper belt, the massive planetary starting line suddenly closed entirely at this critical moment. The ever-expanding gap had somehow been completely sealed without notice. In that same instant, Lars was instantly stricken with fear. The ominous premonition in his heart reached its peak at this moment. He realized they had fallen for the trick. From start to finish, Li Tianheng was fully aware of every move they made, just waiting until they were moments from victory. Li Tianheng then appeared, blocking them outside. Though they weren't sure of Li Tianheng's ultimate goal, one thing was certain. This original mission would bring them further losses, plunging Lars himself into an abyss. Chapter 212, A Fish in a Pot. At this moment, the planetary bubble ahead was completely sealed. The over 100 interstellar warships here were entirely trapped inside. At the same time, the backup forces hidden in the Kuiper belt also discovered this situation. Without hesitation, they directly aimed their most powerful weapon at the planetary bubble once again. Just like the previous situation, they also wanted to use the weapon to blast open the planetary bubble again. However, it was obvious that this time it wasn't as easy as last time. No matter what powerful weapons they used, they couldn't even make the star bubble waver slightly. It was at this instant that all of them, including Lars, were greatly startled. It was only then that they suddenly understood. Actually, the reason why their backup forces had been able to enter the solar system before was because of Li Tianheng's deliberate action. He intentionally let these backup forces in so that they could smoothly reach the battle line above Xiuxian and rescue those who needed help. And now they were completely unprepared. Whether it was Lars or these backup forces from the Orion civilization, they were completely trapped like fish in a pot. This was exactly the effect Li Tianheng wanted to achieve. He deliberately let them in, then trapped all of them inside. In this way, he could control more people from the Orion civilization. Up until now, Nair was completely submerged into the abyss. He simply couldn't imagine how Li Tianheng would use such a strategy. Not only was he able to repair everything within a short period, but he could also easily control its strength. This was where Li Tianheng was truly formidable. He wanted the entire Orion civilization to completely relax their guard, making them believe that they hadn't left any traces throughout. In this way, the other side could easily expose the fact that there was no vigilance within the solar system. As a matter of fact, since the beginning, every single one of their actions has been fully under his control. Right now, behind all these interstellar warships, a huge mothership soared into the air. It was just when Li Tianheng arrived driving an aerospace carrier. When Lars saw Li Tianheng again at this moment, his eyes revealed an indescribable horror. In the solar system, a galaxy not even at the level of a first-grade civilization, such a powerful person could be nurtured. This was something that defied common cosmic knowledge. But he indeed stood right in front of him, and even more terrifyingly, he was genuinely human. Li Tianheng smiled looking at their interstellar warship. Just as he had planned, with this simple little trick, he managed to trap part of the backup forces inside the solar system. This was the goal he wanted to achieve without spending a single soldier. Moreover, the result was smoother than expected. This time, although the Orion expedition was free from involving Lars, they still returned, losing a part of their force in the process. They probably never thought that such a person would exist in the solar system. What's more, they didn't know when they exerted all their efforts previously to break the planetary bubble that it was Li Tianheng's deliberate arrangement. Li Tianheng, you've trapped us in the solar system. What do you want to do? The Orion civilization will absolutely never forgive you. Once they know our backup forces have lost contact, they will surely dispatch stronger subsequent forces, and at that time, you will really be done. Since they have reached this point already, Lars certainly does not want to give up like this. Chapter 213, Don't Waste Your Efforts. Larsai once again brought up the Orion civilization. Of course, as a high-level civilization approaching third-tier status, the Orion civilization does indeed have that kind of power. But the key is, the Orion civilization would never imagine that a solar system less than first tier in development could actually create such a big issue. They would not send their strongest interstellar battleships. Therefore, Li Tianheng was completely unfazed by Larsai's verbal retaliation because he clearly knew that the Orion civilization would not dispatch its most powerful warships to come here. After all, this solar system was only a low-level civilization that hadn't even reached the first tier. How could they possibly waste so much time, money, and resources dealing with it? Thus, before handling Larsai and sealing off the planetary bubble, Li Tianheng had conducted a detailed monitoring and inspection of these interstellar warships that had arrived for the second time. It was precisely because he learned that the reconnaissance fighter jets sent by the other party were not very powerful, which allowed him to deduce that the Orion civilization wasn't really concerned about the life or death of Larsai and his group. Furthermore, they didn't perceive much threat from the solar system civilization. Precisely because they did not feel any danger posed by the planets within the solar system, Li Tianheng was so confidently unbothered. Right now, as he looked at Larsai, his eyes were filled with laughter. No matter how Larsai threatened him, it did not cause him any mental distress. On the contrary, Larsai himself was entirely trapped inside this planetary bubble, unable to get out. The reason Li Tianheng kept Larsai and others confined here was to lure deeper into a trap their reinforcements, thereby enabling Li Tianheng to gain more information about the Orion civilization. In fact, this method of his proved extremely effective. No matter how hard they tried, both inside and outside, they couldn't open this planetary bubble. Even when viewed from within the solar system, they could see countless interstellar cannons continuously bombarding this new bubble, yet producing no effect at all. This was because Li Tianheng had adopted the most advanced synthetic stellar bubbles, as well as equipment even more sophisticated than those possessed by fifth-tier civilizations, to manufacture this defensive system. The planetary weapons of the Orion civilization, despite being formidable, posed no real threat. You shouldn't waste your efforts. You should be fully aware of the immense power of this new type of bubble. Based solely on your current firepower, you can't pose any threat to it. So, if you want to leave the solar system, you are welcome to do so, but only after fulfilling my conditions. It's absolutely impossible to leave easily, just relying on the weapons in your hands. Li Tianheng's voice resonated through the powerful loudspeakers inside the opposing starship. At this moment, everyone, including Larsai, had a dark gaze as they stared ahead, realizing they had fallen prey to Li Tianheng's scheme yet again. Li Tianheng, what exactly do you want? What conditions must we meet for you to let us go? Larsai clearly understood Li Tianheng's tactics. Since everything was under their control, it was absolutely impossible for them to leave the solar system so easily. Moreover, since Li Tianheng clearly intended to negotiate, as long as his demands were met, Larsai believed Li Tianheng would definitely allow them to leave. Chapter 214, Negotiating Again. My requirements are simple. Turn the solar system into a galaxy like your Orion civilization, and that will be enough. This was Li Tianheng's demand. Ever since Larson and his team arrived in the solar system, Li Tianheng had already conceived this idea. And now, this opportunity has finally come. Ever since Larson entered the solar system, Li Tianheng's goal had already changed. He no longer wanted to merely build the solar system into an ordinary second-level civilization. He also wanted to borrow the advanced technology of the Orion civilization to construct the solar system. He had to use every means at his disposal to transform the entire solar system into an impregnable fortress. Only then could he leave the solar system and embark on interstellar travel with peace of mind. If the solar system continued developing as an external civilization, it would have no chance of resisting a super civilization like the Orion civilization. This was something Li Tianheng did not want to see. And right before him, within Larson's territory and with countless subsequent starships arriving, there was strong backup support for continuing the construction of the solar system, something Li Tianheng couldn't achieve alone in such a short time. Although in just 2 or 3 years, he had witnessed how formidable the sun had become and built quite a powerful star fleet, compared to the already established super civilization structure of the Orion civilization, it still fell short. What he currently possessed was merely advanced weaponry and equipment. But if he wanted to completely transform the solar system into a super civilization in a short period of time, it was absolutely impossible. Thus, he needed to seek out unconventional methods. And now, faced with such a tremendous amount of resources right before him, he had to put them to use. It would be a shame if he only used extremely powerful weapons to simply drive the Orion civilization back. If he consolidated their resources and utilized them when building the solar system, he believed it would be the best approach. At this moment, after hearing his words, Larson fell silent. Not only Larson, but everyone else present was equally silent. None of them would have expected that Li Tianheng harbored such ambition, or that his real intention was to enslave all the people and resources of the Orion civilization. Larson looked at Li Tianheng and couldn't help feeling chilled once more. What kind of ambition did this young man from a first-level civilization possess? At this moment, not only those present, but suddenly everyone realized that entering the solar system so rashly had been a very wrong decision. No one would have guessed that someone as influential as him was hidden here. Where did he come from? No one knew. But they were all very clear about one thing. This young man wasn't a native of the solar system. Because in such a place, it was impossible for someone so powerfully talented to emerge. I can help you build the solar system, but none of us here will work as hard for you as we did before. If you insist on treating us like slaves, we'd rather self-destruct our entire starship fleet here right now. These weren't empty words. After all, they came from a third-level civilization's super galaxy and had their own dignified standing within highly civilized realms. If they were forced by Li Tianheng to become mere laborers under his command, what face would they have left in the entire galactic civilization? How could they still claim to be a third-level civilization when they'd been enslaved by a planet from a first-level civilization and turned into subordinates to help build another civilization? That would be nothing short of a cosmic joke. Chapter 215, The Incubation Ground of Advanced Civilization. Upon hearing this condition, Li Tianheng revealed a hint of a smile. He had been waiting for these people to say these words. Once they agreed, the subsequent matters would be easier to resolve. Narsai's group possessed extremely powerful top-tier technology, and with their help, the civilization progress of the solar system would achieve a massive leap within a certain period of time. Moreover, during this period, Li Tianheng could focus on his own endeavors without expending any effort. His utmost priority was still venturing into leeching to explore the mysteries of the universe. Furthermore, he even wanted to find out the origin of this system of his. Before this, as long as the safety of the solar system could be ensured, interstellar travel could commence. Therefore, Li Tianheng did not hesitate and directly agreed to their request. After all, since the other party was from the more advanced Orion civilization, the respect they deserved should still be given. If they were to meet their end here due to this reason, it would indeed be an unprofitable outcome. So when Li Tianheng agreed with them. Subsequently, Narse and the rest of the subsequent rescue teams could only turn back from their original location and return to Mars. At that moment, outside the solar system, by the side of a massive planetary bubble, other weapons were still fiercely attacking. But for the massive planetary bubble, these attacks were just like scratching an itch. Under the orders of Narse and the others, these weapons immediately ceased all attacks. They hovered outside the solar system, silently watching these starships that were gradually moving further away from them. For the subsequent forces of the Orion civilization, they were very clear that this rescue mission had failed once again. Without hesitation, they transmitted this information to the galaxy of the Orion civilization. After hearing this news, the high-ranking officials within the Orion civilization were enraged after a long absence of emotions. None of them could have ever imagined that sending large-scale weapons and powerful starships consecutively twice would both end in failure. Especially regarding the footage sent back, they found it hard to believe. How could such a terrifying existence appear in the solar system? The capability of their weapons and the restoration ability of this kind of stellar bubble at least required level 4 civilizations or higher to accomplish. For the Orion civilization, which had yet to witness the real situation, these high-level officials immediately associated the solar system's civilization with some advanced civilizations. Only after coming into contact with some more powerful advanced civilizations could such technology possibly be mastered. Hence, at this moment, the senior members of the Orion civilization also unanimously agreed to cease aiding the solar system. This action was something Li Tianheng had not anticipated. They truly never expected that the Orion civilization would simply abandon Narse and the others like this. However, for Li Tianheng, there was no significant loss. After all, it was naturally something he was happy to see, with these powerful individuals staying here to construct the solar system. Previously, he was merely unable to understand the aftermath thoroughly and learn more about the interface of the fiery world. To gain more understanding about this advanced civilization, one would need to personally visit the heart of the Orion civilization, which was, of course, quite a risky endeavor for Li Tianhao. Thus, once again, Narse and the others remained on Mars, starting the large-scale construction of the solar system. In this way, 3 years quietly passed. When Li Tianheng looked back at the solar system once again, he realized that it had already become a huge incubation ground for advanced civilization. Chapter 2:16, The Final Condition. Huge planetary fortresses appeared in the skies above various planets. In the Kuiper Belt, one could even see upgraded versions of planetary bubbles continuously being hatched. Moreover, around the sun, a massive Dyson sphere was under constant construction, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before it was completed. When Li Tianheng saw all of this, there was not only a smile on his face, but also the realization that everything was progressing faster than he had anticipated. The entire Orion civilization, where Larsai was located, was contributing to this effort. Combined, their fleet amounted to nearly 300 ships, and their numbers reached tens of thousands of people. With their most advanced technological equipment and brilliant scientific minds, they had transformed this place into its current state within just a few years, which wasn't surprising at all. However, when Li Tianheng truly witnessed this scene, an indescribable joy spread across his face. In this way, he could leave the solar system ahead of schedule and embark on his interstellar journey. At least achieving the current goal already largely met Li Tianheng's expectations. It would only require some minor fine-tuning and details to complete everything. At this moment, Larsai and his group were already resigned to their situation. Everything they did now was simply for the sake of surviving peacefully, and then smoothly leaving the solar system to return to their homeland. When they saw Li Tianheng's satisfied expression, they all let out a slight sigh of relief. They feared that Li Tianheng might be dissatisfied with these projects and force them to work overtime even more, continuing to build across the entire solar system, a task that, while not overly difficult for them, was extremely monotonous. Now that we have finished constructing, can you finally allow us to leave the solar system? Upon hearing these words, Li Tianhao suddenly revealed a faint smile. Such a matter didn't even need asking. How could Li Tianheng possibly let them go so easily? After all, they had come with intentions as representatives of the Orion civilization. For this period, they had been working overtime under Li Tianheng's orders to construct engineering projects and develop the solar system, their hearts brimming with endless grievances. Once they left the solar system, it was likely that they would immediately take extreme actions and launch an attack. Therefore, Li Tianhao naturally couldn't let them go so easily. After hearing Li Tianheng's remarks, Lar and his companions' expressions turned somber. They had worked tirelessly for such a long time just to create an opportunity for themselves to leave the solar system. Now that they saw Li Tianheng refusing to loosen his grip, they felt incredibly infuriated. However, at this moment, Li Tianheng slightly consoled them. Although he didn't plan to release Larsai and his group immediately, he didn't intend to never let them go either. Rather, before doing so, he needed to completely establish the weapon deployment and powerful defense systems of the solar system. Afterward, he would permit Larsai and his group to leave peacefully. Li Tianheng's meaning was very clear. Once the solar system was developed to possess technological equipment on par with the Orion civilization, he would let them go. After their departure, he would restructure and renovate the area here, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. Only then could he leave the solar system with peace of mind. Chapter 2:17. Preparing for interstellar travel. Li Tianheng slightly smiled and nodded. He had been waiting all along for this sentence from Lars. Now, he finally let out a complete sigh of relief. Since you've said that, I'm at ease. In the future, the explanation regarding our solar system will have to trouble your Orion civilization. Nanye's tone suddenly turned gloomy. Not just him, but everyone around him at this moment had extremely somber faces as they stared intently at Li Tianheng. If it weren't for the fact that the other side possessed powerful weaponry, Larson would have loved to shatter his phone into pieces right now. But there was no way he could do so, and he fundamentally couldn't accomplish it. Facing such unreasonable demands, he had no choice but to agree. Apart from agreeing, he had no other options. He had already spent nearly 3 years building in the solar system. Now, Li Tianheng pressed further, wanting to continue utilizing his abilities. However, they simply had no other options but to comply with Li Tianheng's request. Otherwise, they feared they would never be able to leave the solar system. Furthermore, through these few battles, the headquarters base of the Orion civilization might have lost hope in them entirely. Subsequent reinforcements, if any came, would likely result in the same outcomes as before. This would only cause increasing losses for the civilization of Blazing Fire. Therefore, it was impossible to make such great sacrifices over a small first-tier civilization like theirs in an attempt to gain the solar system. So Larson and the others also clearly understood they probably wouldn't add any value moving forward. Thus, if they wanted to survive and leave the Sunstar system, their only option was to create more opportunities and value themselves to secure additional chances. And this opportunity was right before them. Their sole course of action was to comply with Li Tianheng's demands and then search for new opportunities after fulfilling them. At least, before leaving the solar system, they must preserve their lives. Therefore, without question, they directly agreed with Li Tianheng's request. From that point on, the solar system officially entered its construction era. The incredible construction speed of this civilization also left Li Tianheng astonished. Within just 2 short years, they had upgraded the entire planetary base to an entirely new stage. Moreover, due to the subsequent arrival of reinforcement teams, the construction of the solar system fortress also progressed swiftly. In just a few years, the planetary bubbles of the entire solar system were fully reinforced to the 3rd level or above. Even if a 5th-tier civilization arrived here, it would be unable to cause any harm to the solar system. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Li Tianheng's face. The progress was even greater than what he had imagined. Under such circumstances, the solar system would face unprecedented safety. With this, Li Tianheng could fully prepare for his interstellar travel plans. While Larson and his team constructed the solar system, Li Tianheng continuously planned his interstellar journey over a span of 3 years. He remodeled this document, adding a spatial audio function so that even if the solar system encountered danger, he could return promptly to assist. After completing this work, Li Tianheng and xiuxian finally embarked on their interstellar voyage. Chapter 218, Leaving the Solar System. At this moment, Li Tianheng and xiuxian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and looking back, the entire solar system had been completely transformed. Compared to the old solar system, it had now fully evolved into a superstar system that only advanced civilizations could possess. Massive planetary weapons were deployed above every planet. Moreover, there were strengthened star system bubbles surrounding the solar system, always protecting everything while heading straight for interstellar ascension. This was the ideal he had pursued all along. Ever since obtaining the system, Li Tianheng had already begun planning this event. Faced with the vast universe, he wanted to explore the mysteries hidden within. And now, the time had finally matured. Watching the gradually receding solar system, Li Tianheng felt a deep sentiment arise within him, not knowing when he would return next. But being able to set out on this magical journey with his beloved one, Li Tianheng was filled with immense satisfaction. Gazing at the boundless expanse of deep space ahead, both he and xuanhuan's faces showed an unshakable determination. This time, they left and headed straight for interstellar ascension. This was the dream and pursuit he had cherished for so long. Now the time had finally arrived. As he watched the slowly disappearing solar system, Li Tianheng's eyes held an unprecedented firmness. He pressed the button on the huge mothership, and a massive void appeared in front of him. Distorted and terrifying energy folded the space ahead completely. This was the space transporter he had newly researched based on the system and his own intelligence. With such equipment, artificial wormholes could be created, enabling interstellar travel. After all, even if a spaceship could travel faster than light, reaching another star system in a short time was nearly impossible. However, by utilizing this space-folding technology, one could reach another ultra-distant star system perfectly within a short period of time. Li Tianheng's next target was the Orion civilization. Even now, he still didn't know what kind of superweapons the Orion civilization might hold. And their civilization, how it extended and developed, sustaining for hundreds of thousands of years. All these factors intrigued Li Tianheng greatly. For him, this step was crucial in exploring the mysteries of universal civilizations. If he could delve deeply into the secrets of the Orion civilization, it would give him an experimental subject through which Li Tianheng could clearly grasp the future directions of all civilizations and understand the path he needed to take moving forward. It was essential to control it thoroughly in advance. Hence, entering the Orion civilization was one of the reasons for Li Tianheng. Additionally, there was another significant reason. He did not yet know whether the Orion civilization would abandon their plan. The solar system had always been their goal. Though Lars' repeated failures caused them great setbacks, Li Tianheng couldn't determine how they decided to proceed. By entering the Orion civilization early, he hoped to investigate the matter clearly, solving the crisis facing the solar system from a further distance. Chapter 219, The Edge of the Orion Civilization. The enormous mothership weaved through the vastness of space. leveraging its formidable power of space folding. From the solar system, it only took 10 Earth days to reach the destination. 10 days later, when Li Tianheng looked ahead at the colossal spiral galaxy before him, he realized that he and Yun had finally arrived at their destination. Compared to the solar system, the sight of the Orion constellation completely upended Li Tianheng's imagination. At the center of this information hub were 4 giant suns, rotating around each other in an intricate celestial dance. Around these suns lay massive Dyson spheres, safeguarding all the planets within. Moreover, within this galactic civilization of Orion, the number of planets astonishingly reached thousands. In contrast to the solar system, which contained merely 8 planets, this was truly an astronomical figure. Such a vast quantity of planets orbited their stars without any signs of collapse, and did so in perfect order, utterly challenging Li Tianheng's previous understanding of galactic civilizations. Previously, Li Tianhao believed that no planetary system could exceed 10 planets, as anything beyond would disrupt the gravitational balance of the system. However, what lay before his eyes far exceeded this assumption. He could not fathom how the planets here orbited multiple central stars without interference, or how a star system containing 4 suns could function harmoniously. These were questions Li Tianhao had never considered. At that moment, he didn't dare to enter even the fringes of this stellar system casually. Along the periphery of this system were countless starships constantly patrolling back and forth. Not only that, but amid the fragmented asteroid belts scattered across the region, there were endless reconnaissance probes and scanning devices emitting gravity wave signals into the surrounding cosmos. This was only what Li Tianheng could detect. The parts of the scans his interstellar warship couldn't perceive employed unimaginably advanced technologies that continued to monitor and control the entire domain of the Fire civilization. Compared to the support fleets sent to the solar system, the level of sophistication here was incomparably superior, something Li Tianheng had fully anticipated. After all, this was a super civilization with hundreds of thousands of years of development history. If it lacked such advanced technology, it wouldn't deserve to be classified as a third-tier civilization. Now he could barely imagine the strength of civilizations surpassing the third tier, civilizations that had evolved for millions, perhaps tens of millions of years. They might very well be on a level that exceeded one's wildest imagination. Nevertheless, this was one of the main purposes of his interstellar tour, to explore the origins of the universe and the progress of other civilizations. Since acquiring the system upgrade, possessing extraordinary abilities now allowed him to contribute in some small way. Even powerful civilizations like the Orion constellation would eventually fade into obscurity. Yet Li Tianheng was determined to uncover the origin of the universe and comprehend the processes leading to its eventual disappearance, hoping to grasp the true essence of cosmic laws along the way. Thus, embarking on this interstellar journey away from the solar system also served as one of his primary missions besides fulfilling Yun's requests. Additionally, he still remained unclear about the origin of the mysterious system within him, meaning much awaited his clarification. As he gazed at this super-developed Orion civilization, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Without their assistance, or more specifically, without obtaining the system and solar power, achieving such a level of civilization would be entirely impossible, even after another 100,000 years. Chapter 220, A Real-Life Star Wars. Clearly, it was impossible to sneak into the Orion civilization undetected. Li Tianheng kept thinking about how he could enter the core of the Orion constellation. Just as he was pondering, the system suddenly emitted a massive alarm. On the right side of the holographic projection, an astonishingly large explosive impact was detected. This sudden explosion gave Li Tianheng almost no time to react. Fortunately, the intelligence system on his spaceship discovered it in the first moment and automatically maneuvered the spaceship backward at high speed, hiding it in the space. Only then did their mothership avoid being affected. Even so, Li Tianheng still felt a lingering chill down his spine. If the intelligence system had been just half a beat slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Because Li Tianheng hadn't activated the spaceship's protective measures, although the internal shields could resist such an impact, he hadn't turned them on in advance. Without the artificial intelligence system, even if the ship wasn't crushed at that moment, it would certainly have taken a heavy blow. Fortunately, the advanced artificial intelligence solved this issue thoroughly in advance. It was here that the superiority of the intelligence system became evident. With a grave expression, Li Tianheng watched all the events unfolding in the direction ahead on the right. In the darkness, countless interstellar warships came roaring forward and subsequently bombarded the edge reconnaissance area of the Orion civilization indiscriminately. Such terrifying energy fluctuations were not something even law enforcement of a second-tier civilization could produce. Moreover, at the center of these starships, Li Tianheng clearly detected a colossal space battleship. At the center of this mother battleship, a giant laser cannon was charging up. Once it discharged its beam into the heart of the Orion civilization, it might instantly destroy 4 stars. Li Tianheng quietly controlled his own airspace mothership, constantly retreating while blending with the gravitational fields around him, ensuring he wouldn't be discovered. Since he currently had no clue what was happening, from what he saw, there were uncountable interstellar ships flying in from all directions, then continuing to bombard the Orion civilization without warning. The Orion civilization had already responded inside by activating their defense systems. Li Tianheng thus stood at the edge of the star system and witnessed a real-life interstellar war. What kind of deep hatred do these xiuxian beings have with those in the Fire constellation that they want to completely wipe out the entire Orion civilization? It's hard to imagine the level of civilization the opponent has reached. Yun Shimon's face at this moment also flickered with a tinge of fear. She really didn't expect that her first stop of interstellar travel after leaving the solar system would give her such an adrenaline-pumping experience. If it weren't for the smart system of the airspace mothership, she probably would have already disintegrated into ashes along with the spaceship. However, Li Tianheng hadn't let her down despite feeling slightly shaken herself. Her face was filled with excitement too. After all, since she had agreed to go on a space journey with Li Tianheng, she must have been prepared for experiences like this. Let's observe covertly for now, see exactly what's going on. Given the size of the enemy force, it seems significant, directly launching an attack against a near third-tier civilization like Orion. Its own civilization grade must not be below Orion's. As the two civilizations continued their attacks back and forth, Li Tianheng realized that these two civilizations were roughly at the same level. It appeared that some irreconcilable grudges between them were the cause of this enormous interstellar war. Chapter 221, Preparing for Aid. Terrifying energy shockwaves continuously battered the starship where Li Tianheng was located. Fortunately, he had fully activated the protective shield, so the starship was not affected at all. Suddenly, right before Li Tianheng's astonished eyes, he saw a massive aerospace carrier rushing toward a star. This enormous starship charged into the adjacent star, and then three giant tentacle-like tubes extended from the bottom of the ship, plunging into the star. Subsequently, the star kept flashing, and its energy transformed into visible shockwaves that surged into the starship. However, this starship did not sustain any damage. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianheng's expression grew serious once again. It must be known that this level of star mining technology could only be possessed by a fourth-level civilization. For instance, the gigantic starship within the moon after his renovation already possessed such technology, but it was indeed the product of a fifth-level civilization. Clearly, this attacker had an extremely powerful civilization backing them as a foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't recklessly bombard the Orion civilization in such a way. They were prepared, catching the Orion civilization off guard. They had no time to react. At this moment, Li Tianheng was considering whether to intervene and help the Orion civilization. Even though the other party had dispatched many starships to the solar system to attack him, the current situation was different from the past. He intended to learn about the progression of civilizations throughout the universe through the structure of the Orion civilization. Moreover, this was the first stop on his journey. He didn't want to vanish directly in the fires of war. Therefore, after much consideration, he still decided to lend a hand to the Orion civilization, even though the attacking civilization was exceedingly strong. However, it still fell within Li Jianhong's ability to handle it. After all, the starship he had created had already reached an exceptionally high level of weapon technology. If he hadn't made all these preparations, he wouldn't have embarked on interstellar travel so casually. Brother Tianheng, do you really intend to do this? Will it bring us danger? Although he felt some sympathy for the Orion civilization, he was more concerned about their own safety. After all, this was a higher civilization capable of crushing the Orion civilization. Once offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when he saw the confident demeanor of Li Tianheng, he didn't need to hear anything from the other side. He already understood that Li Tianheng had never done anything without preparation from the time they met till now. He trusted Li Tianheng entirely, so just by looking into his eyes, everything was clear. A faint smile hung on his face. Though he didn't want to admit it, the advanced degree of this civilization was no longer surprising to him. At least, many features aboard his advanced starship had already matched or surpassed this level of civilization. Thus, he held such confidence. Besides, these starships were also equipped with huge stellar laser cannons whose power was enough to easily destroy a star. At this moment, while taking advantage of a brief respite, he quietly aligned the stellar laser cannon toward a massive area of dark holy light. A large number of starships were gathering there, preparing to launch the final attack on the Orion civilization. They were completely unaware that they had been locked onto by an extraordinarily powerful stellar laser cannon. Chapter 222, Assistance from the Unknown. Li Tianheng was frantically charging the space battleship. In just 1 minute, he had already consumed 2 element AX blocks. A terrifying amount of energy gathered in the center of the engine, forming a blinding light. This was the most powerful laser weapon that Li Tianheng had developed on his own. When combined with the space oscillator granted by the system, it could unleash its maximum power. At this moment, the laser cannon charged with 2 element AX blocks was capable of destroying an entire star. The massive starship on the far right showed no reaction, unaware that it had already been locked onto by the laser weapon. Its gaze, which previously looked at the holographic projection before him, now filled with gravity. This single shot was incredibly important because if he failed, these starships would lock onto him as their target, endangering not only himself, but also the entire week's operations. This was a situation Li Tianheng wanted to avoid. If he could use this laser cannon to destroy all these starships, then even if he were discovered, the losses would be minimal. Thus, Li Tianheng treated the launch of this laser weapon with utmost seriousness, for it would determine the future fate of the entire space battleship. As the charging process completed, Li Tianheng once again controlled the holographic projection before him. In the dark depths of space, a massive and blinding light appeared, illuminating half of the Orion civilization. The space mothership where Li Tianheng was located erupted with an overwhelming heat. Then, countless beams of laser fire, carrying an aura of destruction, surged into these starships. Under such an enormous laser weapon, there was nowhere for these starships to hide. Without warning, they were completely annihilated by the laser cannon. Witnessing this, Li Tianhai let out a slight sigh of relief. These people likely never imagined that there was another warship outside the Orion civilization that had them locked in its sights. Thus, they hadn't made any defense, focusing all their attention within the Orion civilization. They were unaware that the danger outside was the most lethal. At this moment, countless starships were disappearing from the dark void of space. Seeing this, Li Tianheng couldn't help but reflect. 5 or 6 years ago, he had merely been an ordinary college student. But now, the weapons and technology at his disposal were enough to destroy a giant interstellar mothership belonging to an advanced civilization. At this point, Li Tianheng turned around, controlling his space battleship through the holographic projection to retreat once again into the dark void of space. He still wasn't sure what other backup weapons the enemy might have, but having destroyed so many interstellar weapons, they had already consumed more than half of their strength. Now it was just a matter of seeing how they would respond. The Orion civilization was essentially on the brink of annihilation. The enemy's attack had come too suddenly. Even though both sides' weapons and equipment strength were roughly equal, under conditions without preparation, being targeted with relentless firepower left them unable to immediately adopt effective defensive measures. At this critical moment, Li Tianheng's appearance gave them infinite hope. They didn't know which side Li Tianhao belonged to. They only knew that his space mothership had vanished in some unknown direction. However, since he had eliminated all of the enemy's starships, it indicated that he must share common enemies with the Orion civilization. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Understanding this principle, they quickly dispatched their remaining armed forces to begin chasing after these invaders. Chapter 223. After the crisis is resolved. At this moment, Li Tianheng was also providing assistance nearby. Under the pursuit of the two forces from front and back, these invaders kept retreating. Their original interstellar warships were already few in number, and now, under these circumstances, they were forced to retreat even further. Li Tianheng, despite being injured, still wielded an extremely powerful interstellar laser weapon. With his help, the Orion civilization was able to rise up and fight back. At this moment, no one knew exactly which faction he came from. But since he helped them defend the Orion civilization against the invaders, he must certainly be a friend, without a doubt. Therefore, excitement spread across everyone's face. The blood-soaked invaders retreated continuously after their defeat and eventually left the boundaries of the Orion civilization. It was hard to imagine what life and death crisis the Orion civilization had just gone through. If it weren't for Li Tianheng's appearance, the consequences would have been unpredictable. However, while knowing all this, they didn't know who Li Tianheng really was. At least they would never connect Li Tianheng with the solar system civilization. After all, just moments ago, they had sent a powerful space fleet towards the solar system. Everyone in the solar system civilization probably hated the Orion civilization by now. How could the solar system possibly come to help? But the truth turned out to be opposite of what they expected. Li Tianheng was indeed from the solar system civilization. The reason he helped the Orion civilization was simply to increase his opportunities to learn more about various universal civilizations. After all, there are neither permanent enemies nor friends. He merely wanted to use the Orion civilization as a stepping stone for interstellar navigation. If the Orion civilization disappeared, it would surely be a tremendous loss. With the disappearance of these invaders, the Orion civilization gradually restored its peace, though it carried enormous damage. There were countless remnants of interstellar ships and various explosion nebulae scattered around. What was once a flourishing Orion civilization was now reduced to ruins. Compared to how it looked when Li Tianheng first arrived, the surroundings of the Orion civilization now seemed desolate and bleak. However, the spark of the civilization in the middle of the flames had been preserved. Li Tianheng couldn't help but feel some sigh at the scene. In this vast universe, even civilizations as advanced as a third-tier civilization always faced the risk of extinction. For the solar system, a much lower-level civilization, the stakes were higher. Thankfully, before leaving, Li Tianheng had set up a very strong defensive measure for the entire Orion civilization. Even if a fifth-tier civilization were to arrive, it would be hard for them to destroy the fire civilization core. Moreover, if any unreasonable danger were to occur, Li Tianheng would immediately know. He could use spatial impulse technology to travel directly back and take action. So at least for now, he was completely unworried about the safety of the solar system civilization. At this moment, inside the Orion civilization, two enormous starships appeared around Li Tianheng. Meanwhile, countless other spacecraft surrounded him as well. Of course, this was not for an attack. All the spacecraft opened their gates widely and welcomed Li Tianheng warmly. Even though they did not yet know exactly who Li Tianheng was, it was because of his arrival that the Orion civilization escaped this crisis. The Orion civilization welcomes the distant guest. Thank you for your aid, which helped us overcome this difficult crisis. A loud voice echoed from the vastness of the universe ahead, entering into Li Tianheng's cockpit. Chapter 224. The Orion Civilization's Doubt. When Li Tianheng heard this voice, he smiled faintly. No matter when or where, the strong are always respected, especially after Li Tianheng had just demonstrated immense combat power, wiping out all the invaders and removing the life and death crisis for the Orion civilization. This Li Tianheng was also extremely passionate. He moved to the front of the cockpit and engaged in a distant dialogue with the leader of the Orion civilization from across the wooden sword. In fact, through a series of actions just now, he had already achieved his purpose. After all, his reason for helping the Orion civilization mainly involved wanting an in-depth exchange with them. Indeed, his goal was reached. Through that rescue operation just now, the Orion people had at least 100% trust in him. At the moment, Warmly invited by the Orion civilization, Li Tianheng entered their central area. Here, even though they suffered considerable losses after the fierce battle, it was still possible to see an enormous planetary structure, as well as the 4 central stars still entwining each other, supplying energy for the entire Orion civilization. Li Tianheng was actually most interested in these 4 entangled stars, because before this, he always believed that only one star could provide a normal life trajectory for a planet civilization. Then, led by the leader of the Orion civilization, he also entered the interior of the Orion civilization, confronted with the massive holographic projection of the interstellar nebula diagram before his eyes. A flicker of awe appeared in Li Tianheng's eyes. One must know that previously, his understanding was limited to life forms within the solar system. However, before him now, he saw the diversity of cosmic life and the evolution of civilizations. However, the others did not have much feeling about Li Tianheng's reaction, since everyone thought he must be from some powerful advanced civilization. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such powerful technology and civilization. After all, the interstellar battleship he piloted already surpassed the understanding of the Lyra civilization. Just that they didn't know Li Tianheng actually came from a solar system that hadn't even reached level 1 civilization, and it was a solar system they had once sent an interstellar army to suppress and collect data on. If they knew, they would surely drop their jaws. Under their lead, Li Tianheng took a brief tour of the entire Orion civilization, then arrived on the main planet. Facing Li Tianheng's arrival, the Orion civilization was also very enthusiastic, preparing a very sumptuous banquet for him. At this banquet, the leader of the Lyra civilization couldn't help but ask Li Tianheng about a doubt they'd harbored for quite a while. "I wonder which high-level civilization you come from, young man." Not only him, but all the members of the entire Lyra civilization were very curious about Li Tianheng's identity. After all, although the Lyra civilization was almost at tier 3, compared to those incredibly powerful advanced civilizations, their own level of civilization meant nothing. Therefore, the arrival of such a strong interstellar mothership intrigued them greatly. Though they guessed Li Chang was probably just passing by here, they still wanted to know what kind of advanced civilization stood behind Li Tianheng. Faced with these doubts of the Lyra civilization, Li Tianheng couldn't help but smile slightly, and at this moment, straightforwardly revealed his entire identity. Chapter 225, Li Tianheng's True Purpose. When they heard Li Tianheng say that he was from the solar system, the entire upper echelon of the Orion civilization was completely stunned. They simply couldn't believe what they had just heard. In their understanding, the solar system was merely a low-level civilization that hadn't even reached level 1. How could it possibly give birth to such a powerful human? The level of technology he wielded had already completely surpassed everyone's comprehension. And with the wisdom and courage demonstrated through the weapons used to repel invaders moments ago, he had far surpassed the expected standards for his civilization rank. But they also realized clearly that Li Tianheng would never joke about something like this, meaning that everything he had just said was true. He was indeed a human from the solar system civilization. Not only had he defeated all interstellar armies dispatched by the Lales and fiery Zhou civilizations, but he had also mastered an incredibly advanced level of civilization technology, which overturned their previous notions entirely. At the same time, they were also very curious. How could Li Tianheng possess such powerful means? Why did he come to the Orion civilization to help them? Consider this. Before now, the Orion civilization had sent out powerful forces with the intention of conquering the solar system. From this perspective, the Orion civilization was actually Li Tianheng's enemy. And yet, Li Tianheng had set aside these past grievances and come to assist the Orion civilization against the invaders. This left them utterly unable to understand how Li Tianheng thought. What's more, Li Tianheng didn't exhibit any malice at all. Without warning or hesitation, he sold these invaders out when they weren't expecting it. Everyone was puzzled and looked toward Li Tianheng, hoping to get an exact answer from him. Regarding this question, Li Tianheng provided a very clear explanation. To him, the conflicts between civilizations don't have eternal enemies, nor do they have eternal friends. At this moment, using all of his abilities and intelligence to help them was just a way to leverage them as stepping stones into a deeper level of galactic civilization. Exploring the universe, that was his main goal. Moreover, destroying the Orion civilization right now would be too easy for him, so trivial that he wasn't even interested in doing it anymore. As of now, the solar system civilization had established an extremely strong defense system. Even the Orion civilization could no longer pose any threat to them. Therefore, Li Tianheng directly revealed his most genuine thoughts. Upon hearing these words, everyone present gave Li Tianheng a thumbs up, showing immense respect for his mindset. If a regular person possessed such overwhelming armed strength, especially after what the Orion civilization had done to the solar system, repeatedly dispatching reinforcements to investigate and bomb its territory, it was unthinkable that Li Tianheng could cast away those grudges like this. At this moment, Li Tianheng smiled faintly. He knew that ever since he had acquired the system, his thinking had changed. For him, the solar system could no longer satisfy his ambitions. His future was among the vast starry seas. Although Ling Hu Chong, a reference to another character, might have developed well, it wasn't truly his destination either. He just wanted to use the advanced civilization as a bridge to comprehend the progress of the whole universe. He also aimed to gain a general understanding of the civilizations throughout the Milky Way galaxy. Based on this comprehension, he would then formulate detailed plans for his next interstellar journey and achieve the purpose behind his current design. Chapter 226, Making a Comeback. In the Orion civilization, Li Tianheng experienced for the first time what an advanced interstellar civilization was like. It was also here that Li Tianheng once again realized the gap between the solar system and such civilizations. Even after his modifications, the solar system still had a long way to go to reach the advanced level of those civilizations. This kind of high-level civilization wasn't just reflected in weapons and equipment. There were significant gaps in cultural sophistication and modes of communication within the interstellar civilization. And this gap couldn't be changed quickly in the short term. It needed time to mature. The Orion civilization wasn't overly advanced, but even so, he still felt an atmosphere here that the solar system civilization did not possess, as well as a strong development momentum in their scientific advancements. It was precisely because of such an atmosphere that enabled the Orion civilization to develop to this extent in such a short time. In fact, an ordinary third-level civilization would require over 1,000,000 years to reach this stage. But achieving this within such a short time came entirely as a surprise to Li Tianheng, all of which was closely related to their degree of civilizational development. Li Tianheng stayed temporarily in the Orion region, spending nearly a month there. During this time, he gained a rough understanding of the distribution of star systems and nearby information civilizations throughout the universe. Especially regarding civilizations within the Milky Way galaxy, he already had a preliminary understanding. Compared to the vastness of the entire Milky Way galaxy, the Orion civilization was only a medium-sized entity. After such long-term development, now more than 1,000 fourth-level world civilizations have emerged. 1,000 world civilizations might seem like quite a number, but in reality, compared to the whole galaxy, this is a very small number since the diameter of the entire Milky Way has already reached 100,000 light-years. That's a terrifying number. Even with Li Tianheng's ability to fold space, it would take nearly half a year to travel from one end of the galaxy to the other. So, this was just the civilizations within the Milky Way. In the entire Laniakea supercluster, there were hundreds of billions of civilizations similar to the Milky Way, such a horrifying quantity almost surpassing Li Tianheng's imagination. But precisely because of this, the future held infinite possibilities, filling him with immense excitement. The more diverse the civilizations, the more meaningful Li Tianheng's exploration of the entire universe became. Currently, the first step in Taibai's plan was to explore the entire Milky Way and fully understand its formation and future trends. So he still needed to investigate common civilizations. It was just then, as a month passed quietly while he was here, that a massive spatial distortion appeared in the depths of darkness within the Orion civilization, followed by countless stellar battleships rushing back again. No one would have thought that the super civilization which invaded the Orion civilization last time would actually make a comeback at this moment. Until now, the entire Orion civilization hadn't even figured out the nature of their opponent's civilization. Feeling the alarming numbers of enemy starships approaching, our side among the Orion civilization involuntarily grew serious once again. After all, they hadn't yet recovered from the previous invasion war. Chapter 227, Request for Aid. At this moment, around the Orion civilization, a multitude of starships were roaring in. Compared to the last time, the size of this fleet had reached a terrifying level. Seeing the scale of this fleet made Mugong suddenly become extremely serious. Compared to the first time he entered the Orion civilization and saw those interstellar fleets, the current arms scale was already beyond his imagination. Even more terrifying was that there were still several terrifying interstellar motherships in the dark divine void, emanating an unusual glow. It was hard to imagine the level at which the invasion of the Orion civilization had reached and what kind of intentions it had for invading the Orion civilization. Reasonably speaking, with the level of this terrifying interstellar fleet, there shouldn't be much left within the Orion civilization worth such large-scale fighting and obtaining. But all this has now surpassed the imagination of Li Tianheng. At this moment, he also turned his gaze towards the leader of the Orion civilization beside him. Perhaps only their leader could make sense of this situation, because Li Tianhao was a newcomer and did not understand their grudges. However, judging from the current momentum, it's not going to be easy for the Orion civilization to escape this disaster. At this moment, Li Tianheng is struggling internally over whether to stay and help the Orion civilization or leave directly. For him, the Orion civilization was just a stepping stone. He merely wanted to use the Orion civilization to gain some general understanding of other parts of the galaxy. After all, they were a super civilization that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. At least centered on the solar system, no one understands the civilization of the galaxy better than them. That's why Li Tianheng decided to stay here. Now it was evident that the Orion civilization was facing an unprecedented crisis. The Orion civilization was, for him, or at least for the entire solar system, still an invader. Their fate was indeed not as important to him. In this hesitation, he kept altering course, wanting to head back to his starship and leave directly. But in the next second, the leader of the Orion civilization abruptly turned and rushed in front of him. His eyes were filled with imploring light as he looked at Li Tianheng. Save our people amidst this fiery plight. No matter what kind of price we have to pay, I'm willing. If you can help us get through this ordeal, with our current capabilities, it's impossible for us to match the advanced fleet of this scale. Please save us. Upon seeing this scene, Li Tianheng hesitated once again. His eyes flickered as he stared at the enormous interstellar fleet ahead. For him, although the scale of their star fleet was indeed formidable, it was far from being dangerous. If Li Tianhao was willing to help, it wouldn't necessarily be a big issue. For him, helping the Orion civilization must come with a corresponding value. After all, the other side came with such aggressive momentum, commanding such a vast interstellar fleet. If Li Tianheng wants to help, it would not be an easy thing. He himself would have to bear a great cost. If the Orion civilization fails to present stakes that satisfy him, naturally, he would not be willing to take this risk. Chapter 228, Li Tianhong's Conditions. Seemingly sensing Li Tianhong's reluctance, the leader of the Orion civilization quickly came over. What conditions do you want? As long as we can achieve them, we will promise them to you. Now, he could not care about too many things. If the entire Orion civilization were gone, everything here would be meaningless. Therefore, even if Li Tianhong made excessively outrageous demands, the leader of the Orion civilization still intended to agree with him. Otherwise, the whole Orion civilization would disappear from this universe and become dust. Then all these things here would have no value or meaning at all. So even if Li Tianhong put forth more excessive demands, the leader would not find it surprising in the slightest. However, Li Tianhong was not particularly interested in the Orion civilization or what was happening there now. Although the level of civilization there was indeed not low, for him, there was already no room for improvement to be gained. The sole significance here was that it allowed him to get a rough understanding of the overall galactic civilization, and it could help him know where his next goal should be. But now that the leader of the Orion civilization had made such a request to him, Li Tianhong did not intend to ignore the situation completely. After all, making friends with the Orion civilization would benefit the future development of the solar system greatly. My requirement is very simple. All I need is your Orion civilization to help us protect the solar system for 100 years' time, and I will then agree to your request and directly help you destroy these invaders. If you cannot meet this condition, I will have to leave for now. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the Orion civilization's face showed a flicker of surprise. He originally thought Li Tianhong would propose something far more extravagant, but instead, he had just set such a small condition. This was incredibly easy for them. It wasn't far from the solar system. All they had to do was send some relatively advanced starships and motherships into the periphery of the solar system to guard it. This was not difficult for them at all, and Li Tianhong's request was merely this. After all, the solar system civilization had been reinforced and protected again by him. If they could continue to receive aid from the Orion civilization, there would be another layer of security assurance. Currently, this was what Li Tianhong believed to be the only existing value of the Orion civilization. And certainly, this value was very significant to him because this was where his own civilization was born. This place must be well protected until the Orion civilization became a true super civilization. Before that day comes, Li Tianhong naturally needs to spare no effort to ensure its maximum security. And indeed, this is what Li Tianhong must do. Alright, we accept your proposal. We will dispatch our strongest space fleets to fully guard the solar system. If any danger arises, we will inform you immediately. Li Tianhong nodded. With the smooth agreement of the other party, he felt reassured. After all, the Orion civilization was almost reaching third-level status as a super civilization. Their military force was unimaginable. With their deployment of new infrastructure to the periphery of the solar system for the first tier of protection, the solar system would be safer. At this moment, as he looked at the eyes of the intruders surrounding the fire civilization, his gaze seemed extremely serious. Although he had confidence in driving them away, he was not yet entirely clear about their scale. So before doing anything else, he needed to figure out their lineup and scale before making a move. Chapter 229, Li Tianhong's Pressure. Since the other party was so confident to enter the range of Orion civilization's radar, they must have been fully prepared. All this was without question, and given that the last operation had ended in failure, this time, they would undoubtedly send a more powerful fleet. Therefore, before this, Li Tianhong had to figure everything out before proceeding with the next step. Fortunately, the holographic projection in Li Tianhong's possession was exceedingly potent and even more advanced than that of the Blaze civilization. Through surrounding scanning instruments and quantum satellites, he directly took over all scanning devices of the Orion civilization. With the support of these devices, the holographic projection showed clearly every incoming squadron outside the Orion civilization. Even the details could be seen very clearly. When Li Tianhong saw this, his gaze became more solemn. Just as he expected, the interstellar fleet of the enemy was more formidable than he imagined. Moreover, within this fleet were equipped very powerful interstellar space oscillation cannons. According to Li Tianhong's knowledge, such powerful interstellar oscillation cannons were only possessed by level 4 civilizations, so this weapon alone could determine that the opponent was a super civilization of level 4. It was precisely because of their high civilization level that such immense pressure was brought upon the Orion civilization, leaving them without any counterattack capability, something unimaginable in the past. However, Li Tianhong was not worried at the moment. Even though the other side was equipped with extremely powerful superweapons, the interstellar mothership he piloted was equally powerful. And among his present arsenal, there was a spatial annihilation cannon that even level 5 civilizations feared greatly. This was the reward he obtained from the system and hadn't used it since its acquisition. This weapon was his final trump card, one that he would use only when absolutely necessary. For although this weapon's power was enormous, its destructiveness was too great, and the energy consumption was also colossal, requiring at least half of his Element Axe reserves for normal usage. Under Li Tianhong's control, all quantum satellites were activated and gathered around the Orion civilization for further exploration. At this moment, Li Tianhong was also pushing his own skills to their limits, utilizing powerful artificial intelligence. In conjunction with quantum satellites, he controlled the entire detection equipment. Thus, all arrays before them were revealed clearly. Even then, there was no great surprise, as this already reached the standard of a level 4 civilization. Though within his expectations, Li Tianhong did not dare to be careless. Up until now, his weapons didn't need to be deployed yet. The combined arsenal of Orion civilization was basically enough to handle things, with just some strategizing and overall planning required. But in reality, Li Tianheng didn't need to worry about this aspect either, because the artificial intelligence under his command was capable of dealing with everything in front of him, no matter how complex the layout might get. So he directly handed over this task to the artificial intelligence. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Orion civilization couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face. Chapter 230, Unmanned Starships. Even civilizations at the third level like theirs could not achieve such results. Li Tianheng's artificial intelligence had autonomously evolved to an extremely advanced stage. In just 2 short minutes, the advanced civilization had completed all computations, and the result was very satisfying to Li Tianheng. At that very moment, all the starships ahead, including the secrets of the Orion civilization's periphery, where Amal's starships were located, rushed towards the heart of the Orion civilization. The gaze of the leader who witnessed this scene filled with gravity. If timely countermeasures weren't taken, the Orion civilization would likely be doomed this time. However, Tianheng remained calm, and the leader who saw this also refrained from panicking. After all, Li Tianheng was currently part of the situation as well. If there were a real battle with the seasoned civilization, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed either. Thus, all the leaders were intently watching Li Tianheng. He didn't disappoint, continuing to control the artificial intelligence and holographic projection directly. In an instant, all the relevant equipment ahead sprang into action. At the center of the Orion civilization, a massive Dyson sphere was activated, almost instantly absorbing the energy of one of its stars. At the same time, the energy transmission hub channeled this stellar energy to the surrounding starships. All the starships within the Orion civilization were fully activated, including 2 formidable starship motherships which now displayed their power. And this was exactly what Li Tianheng aimed for. Only by doing this could they maximize the weapon effectiveness of the entire Orion civilization. Though it might not eradicate all the invading forces in one fell swoop, it certainly served as a great deterrent. It seemed these invaders hadn't expected an Tianxia to put up such fierce resistance. Amidst this dense artillery fire, Li Tianheng used all the technology at his disposal to mount a determined defense, blocking the first wave of attacks from these starships. But Li Tianheng knew this was just the beginning. Behind these starships lay even more powerful ones waiting for them. Sure enough, after the first engagement between both side starships, countless unmanned fighters swarmed out from around the numerous starship motherships like bees from hives in the darkness on the outskirts of Orion, heading straight for the center of the Orion civilization. This marked their second wave of attack. Different from the first, these unmanned fighters occupied less space but were more densely packed and far greater in number, putting immense pressure on the interception system. Ordinary third-level civilizations would have no chance of intercepting such a large number of unmanned starships. But fortunately, Li Tianheng was equipped with the most advanced scanning system. Through the Quantum Satellite's mobile scan, all the unmanned starships could be completely locked onto. Behind Li Tianheng, within his starship mother, equally countless starships quickly emerged, enveloping all the enemy starships advancing toward them during their forward movement. Perhaps even this 4th-level civilization hadn't anticipated that such a senior figure still lurked within the Orion civilization. No matter how powerful their starships were, Li Tianheng always had a plan to respond. Chapter 231, A Greater Crisis. An endless stream of starships roared into the battlefield. These invader-controlled unmanned starships were swiftly surrounded. At this moment, Li Tianheng single-handedly, in conjunction with artificial intelligence, directly took control of all the starships within the Orion civilization's network. No one could imagine that this low-ranking human from the solar system civilization could possess such terrifying technology, not even within the Orion civilization itself. To individually take over these starships would typically require a tremendous amount of time. Yet, through his own methods and mastery of AI, Li Tianheng effortlessly accomplished this feat. The technology displayed by Li Tianheng was unheard of even within the Orion civilization, which also brought forth their doubts. As someone from an ordinary, lower civilization, how exactly did Li Tianheng come to wield such sophisticated, advanced civilization technologies? Thus, they speculated that behind him must surely be a powerful higher civilization. There was no question about it. This was precisely the main reason why the Orion civilization treated Li Tianheng with such regard. If they could successfully establish a good line of communication with him, they would certainly tie themselves to the advanced civilization supporting him from behind. Such a connection would undoubtedly bring about the full-fledged advancement of the Orion civilization. Yet, none of them could have foreseen that Li Tianheng's technology didn't stem from any high civilization, but rather came from his unique system. Precisely because he possessed the capabilities granted by the system could Li Tianheng achieve feats impossible for others. In just a few brief minutes, almost half of the unmanned starships sent over by the enemy had already been destroyed. This destruction occurred even before his true power had been fully unleashed. Once he completely controlled those starships, the opposing side wouldn't stand a chance to fight back. Clearly, the incoming 4th-tier civilization had not anticipated that the Orion civilization possessed such terrifying advanced technology. Of course, for a civilization like the Orion civilization, this was merely the appetizer. Behind them, powerful space battleships lay waiting, armed with unparalleled high technologies ready to be used. At this moment, Li Tianheng remained as vigilant as ever, for he was well aware that this was just the beginning. Through holographic projections, he could clearly see at least 5 space motherships lurking in the dark, ready to strike. The massive quantity of unmanned starships that they had faced earlier represented only the output of one such mother ship, and that vessel alone contained far more than what they'd already encountered. For Li Tianheng, this was hardly good news. After all, he was only one man, and the weapons of the Orion civilization were ultimately limited. Continuing along this plan would prove very disadvantageous to the Orion civilization. However, luckily, the starships under his command still held several formidable trump cards yet unused. After all, the space oscillation cannon within them wasn't simply a reward from the system, but something that should still hold significance even for a fourth-tier civilization like Orion. Just as Li Tianheng was growing increasingly worried, deep within this dark vacuum, a few interstellar motherships emitted light once again. And this time, the overwhelming energy released from these motherships left even Li Tianheng utterly astonished. Chapter 232, Cosmic Cube. Among these beams of light, countless unmanned starships once again appeared, and this time, their numbers were several times more than before. What made Li Tianheng even more concerned was that these starship armors were much more advanced than the previous ones. These infinite starships adopted the most cutting-edge science and technology. These technological forces were almost comparable to the technologies used by Li Tianheng. After all, the opponent came from a fourth-level civilization, a highly advanced one. Thus, it wasn't surprising that they had such technology. What truly puzzled Li Tianheng was why the opponent had mobilized so many troops to come into the Orion civilization. What within the Orion civilization could possibly be worth all this effort? After all, before this, Li Tianheng had already utilized extremely powerful advanced technology to destroy their first wave of combatants. Despite this, the enemy did not hesitate and sent subsequent forces with such relentless determination. This left Li Tianheng shocked. More importantly, they should be well aware that within the Blaze civilization there might be an extremely advanced tech master hiding, possibly someone from an even higher civilization. Even knowing this, they hadn't changed their course, which made Li Tianheng even more suspicious about their true purpose. Perhaps their goal wasn't to destroy the Orion civilization at all. Perhaps it was for some other reason, or perhaps because there was something within the Orion civilization that made them feel threatened. Leader Dun, what is it that the Orion civilization is concealing that can attract the world civilization? If I don't know the reasons, then I'm afraid I won't be able to provide you with further help, because you can see how aggressively they are coming and how powerful their backup forces are. If we provoke them, it will be difficult to resist. But to me, this simply isn't worth it. Li Tianheng's words made this leader look troubled. In fact, he was very clear on the reason for the incoming aggressive forces. But from start to finish, he didn't tell Li Tianheng because he feared that Li Tianheng would also be left in confusion. However, now it was evident that the Orion civilization had reached a critical juncture between life and death. If a decisive decision wasn't made quickly, or if the sincerity wasn't shown in his team's commitment, the Orion civilization might completely disappear from this universe. Then whatever secrets he had preserved up until this point would become meaningless. At this moment, after hesitating over and over again, the leader finally looked at Li Tianheng. The truth is, during the past few cosmic days, our Orion civilization accidentally obtained a cosmic cube. And this cosmic cube is only solvable by fifth-level civilizations or above. Although our Orion civilization cannot unlock its use, we have been focusing on researching it. Originally, this information hadn't leaked out, but there was a traitor within our internal organization, and this news eventually reached other high-level civilizations. Therefore, these fourth-level civilizations are here for our cosmic cube. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng fell into a brief contemplation. This guess was somewhat consistent with his own thoughts. The reason for the enemy's aggressive approach was not aimed at destroying the Blaze civilization, but for some other purpose. However, the cosmic cube mentioned by this leader also piqued Li Tianheng's interest. Just what exactly was this thing that had caused a fourth-level civilization to go through such great efforts to seize it? Chapter 233, The Origin of the Cosmic Cube. Cosmic Cube. A brand new term that Li Tianheng had never heard before came into mind. Seeing Li Tianheng's reaction, the leader of the Orion civilization completely dismissed any doubts in his heart. If Li Tianheng were truly from a higher civilization, it would be impossible for him to not know about the Cosmic Cube. Because for higher civilizations, the Cosmic Cube is almost essential knowledge. Although the Orion civilization has not yet reached the highest level of civilization, they still possess basic knowledge within this galaxy. Civilizations like theirs actually only rank as medium-level ones. There are many advanced civilizations surpassing them, and their understanding of these cubes far exceeds what the Orion civilization knows. The Orion civilization merely knows that the Cosmic Cube is the key to unlocking certain secrets, but other details remain unknown to them. That's also why the Orion civilization dared not divulge this news easily, because without the ability to protect it sufficiently, such a thing would inevitably invite calamity. However, they hadn't expected this information to eventually leak out, thereby attracting the covetous eyes of a fourth-tier civilization. They may never have imagined this message could be leaked. Even now, the leader inside Orion is still unaware of who revealed this news, as he doesn't know at all. But this was not the time to chase after answers. At this moment, he once again looked at Li Tianheng. Regardless of the other party's identity, he was now the only hope for the Orion civilization's survival. So when asked about this question, he had no choice but to answer honestly. At such a critical time, if they failed to gain Li Tianheng's trust, he might abandon them, which would mean the absolute demise of the Orion civilization. Compared to the existence or extinction of higher realms like the Lihua civilization, the Cosmic Cube seemed insignificant now. Actually, to speak of it, the Cosmic Cube is rather simple. It is a key left behind by some ancient high civilizations. After these ancient civilizations perished, they often left behind traces of their legacy, and these traces might hide secrets of advanced civilizations. If these magic cubes could unlock these secrets, then one could uncover the secrets of high civilizations, allowing a huge boost to one's own civilization. Li Tianheng nodded. He had indeed heard of this matter for the first time. To him, this was indeed entirely new information, and this cosmic cube had completely piqued his interest. He wanted very much to know how those advanced civilizations operated and how they became such advanced civilizations. It was clear that the cosmic cube in front of him was one clue. If he could obtain it and enter these relics to explore, it would greatly assist his future journey and even the development of the entire solar system civilization. Therefore, Li Tianheng was now highly interested in this cosmic cube. Seeing this, the leader of Orion let out a bitter laugh. He knew this would be the result after explaining everything. But there was no other choice for them now. Between preserving the cosmic cube and ensuring the survival of the Orion civilization, they had to choose one. And this leader naturally chose the latter. For them, as long as they could preserve the embers of the Orion civilization, they could continue to exist. Can you let me take a look at that cosmic cube? What does it look like exactly? Is it as miraculous as you say? Of course, Li Tianheng could not simply trust their words alone. He needed the leader to produce it so it could be verified before making further decisions. Chapter 234, The Triple Universe Code Lock. Although filled with Bu Ganxin, reluctance, the leader of the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization had no other choice. He had to make Li Tianheng stay. Only in this way could the crisis of the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization be resolved. Therefore, even if Li Tianheng took away this universe Rubik's Cube, he had no complaints, because things had developed to this point. The Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization now had no ability to resist the invasion of this level 4 civilization that was also targeting the universe Rubik's Cube. Once the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization was completely destroyed, the universe Rubik's Cube would be impossible to protect. It would be better to directly give the universe Rubik's Cube to Li Tianheng. This way, they could do him a favor. Simultaneously, it would allow the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization to preserve the spark of their culture. Thus, although the income in the heart of the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization was reluctant, without hesitation, he directly took Li Tianheng to a massive planet at the center of the Liuhuzhou, Orion civilization. This planet was surrounded by countless interstellar warships constantly patrolling back and forth. Moreover, Li Tianheng discovered through a holographic projection abnormal interstellar fluctuations around this planet. Clearly, the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization went to great lengths to guard this universe Rubik's Cube. However, from this aspect, it could prove that the leader of the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization hadn't lied to him. If it weren't for something so precious, they wouldn't have adopted such extreme defensive measures. These codes required exceptionally powerful artificial intelligence to crack. Attempting forced entry would not only destroy the surrounding defense systems, but also thoroughly destroy the entire planet, leading to the destruction of the universe Rubik's Cube. This would mean losing the significance of their entry into the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization. At this moment, several elder-level figures appeared around them. They placed their palms on the holographic projection in front of them. In this projection, their fingerprints and code structures began analysis. Through a 3-party password agreement, the massive defense system surrounding them was opened. When the defense system before their eyes opened, the scene inside left Li Tianheng shocked. A giant star in between had been split in two. In front, it was like an enlarged supersized password box. After the bottom layer password was unlocked and they entered its critical position, there was a second layer of the password waiting for them, requiring analysis of their blood composition this time. Throughout this process, Li Tianhao did not participate. After passing through multiple layers of protection, they finally reached their destination. In the space ahead, a crystal-clear Rubik's Cube slowly rotated. This Rubik's Cube seemed to possess some kind of incredibly mysterious magical power, unconsciously attracting Li Tianheng closer to inspect. The leader of the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization, and others were following by his side, advancing continuously. Each gaze was filled with a touch of yearning and tension. Li Tianheng walked up to the Rubik's Cube and found that all around it there were very strong gravitational fluctuations. With such a small thing, Li Tianheng actually saw the phenomenon of space distortion around it. Moreover, around it were very large gravity pillars fixing it in place in its current construction. Li Tianheng finally understood why the Liuhuzhou, Orion, civilization stored this universe Rubik's Cube here, because ordinary things couldn't constrain this universe Rubik's Cube, or it would directly cause space collapse. How should I use this universe Rubik's Cube? What are its components? How should I use it? Every day, he curiously glanced at the others around him. Chapter 235, The Ruins of an Advanced Civilization. After hearing Li Tianheng's question, the leader's gaze became slightly serious. Whenever he talked about the cosmic cube, he always appeared a bit cautious. After all, the value and significance of this thing were immense. The existence of the cosmic cube was the final product left behind by an advanced civilization, and also the most brilliant crystallization of their wisdom. Although it was merely the key to opening the ruins of an advanced civilization, the codes contained within and its profound technological structure were beyond the comprehension of lower civilizations. Therefore, even if one didn't regard it as a key to open the site of an advanced civilization, merely viewing it as a direction for scientific research would be of great value. At this moment, the leader still looked at the cosmic cube before him with reluctance. Thinking back to the enormous price they had paid to obtain this cosmic cube, they couldn't have imagined that it would soon become someone else's possession in such a short time. But this was expected, after all. Even a fifth-level civilization found the cosmic cube incredibly tempting. For others, there was no need to talk about the value it contained. Its value was unimaginable. At this moment, the leader looked at Li Tianheng with extreme seriousness. The cosmic cube is made of countless rare materials, and then through special methods used by an advanced civilization, these materials were fused together and reinforced by cosmic rules, resulting in the cosmic cube. It isn't just a key to activate the ruins. It also contains energies that are so extraordinary that ordinary people can't harness it. Upon hearing this response, Li Tianheng's eyes too reflected gravity. Despite being someone who had obtained a system, even he found such an explanation hard to believe, given the sheer value hidden within such a small object. Being something so fervently pursued by a fourth-level civilization, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, Li Tianheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had emerged from the solar system and ventured deep into space seeking unknown things. And just upon entering the Orion civilization, an item had caught his great interest. As he gazed at the cosmic cube, his eyes burned with zeal. If he could crack it, perhaps he could find the formula to enter an advanced civilization. Ordinary artificial intelligence systems and various machines cannot break the cosmic cube. You must discover the method to access the advanced civilization and use their decoding formula to unravel and dismantle the cosmic cube for use. This is the basic means by which the advanced civilization has sealed it. For ordinary civilizations, breaking it is extremely difficult. Li Tianheng nodded upon hearing this. It seemed clear to him the power of this little thing. However, precisely because of this, he felt a sense of challenge in this matter. Without hesitation, Sakita moved over the nearby artificial intelligence device. Though the leader described it as almost divine and impossible to crack, he still wanted to use the AI he created to analyze and attempt to break this thing, wanting to see just what kind of secrets lay hidden within the cosmic cube. Upon seeing this, the leader's gaze grew especially serious. Chapter 236, Solving the Cosmic Cube. Countless mechanical tentacles reached into the cosmic cube from all around. At the same moment, the artificial intelligence in front of them sprang into action. Its formidable computational power left the leader of the Orion civilization completely stunned. He had never seen an AI with such impressive computational ability. Even their Orion civilization, which was almost reaching the third level of civilization, could only look up to it in admiration. More importantly, this was a product of the solar system civilization. The fact that Li Tianheng could bring artificial intelligence to this level was something others had never even considered. With the powerful computing capabilities of the AI, the cosmic cube in front of them began to be continuously disassembled. Unlike a regular cube, this one broke down into countless tiny cubes about the size of a thumb. They hovered in midair, creating a stunning sight. Within these small cubes, there were energy fluctuations that seemed unimaginable. This energy fluctuation distorted the spatial gravity all around them. Fortunately, strong defensive equipment was set up here. Otherwise, if they were attempting to dismantle the cube in an ordinary place, it would have caused severe and unbearable consequences. There was still a significant difference between what Li Tianheng imagined and what this cosmic cube actually presented to him visually, starting from its unique nature. Based on continuous computations by the AI, the cosmic cube also contained a vast internal space, making the mass of this cube infinitely large. This explained why the cosmic cube couldn't be casually held. At this moment, as the AI continued its calculations, just minutes later, some numbers and serial codes appeared on the transparent screen in front of them. These numbers and codes represented the coordinate positions needed to unlock certain ruins associated with the cube. Although there were many coordinate positions, they could definitely use the AI to employ elimination techniques. With these coordinates in hand, the next step would involve going to these locations one by one to confirm. Meanwhile, beside him, the leader of the Orion civilization's eyes flashed with envy. They had spent countless efforts and time before this without being able to crack the internal code of the cosmic cube. Yet, Li Tianheng managed to solve it using the AI in less than half a day. This enormous disparity left them speechless and filled them with even greater astonishment at the secrets Li Tianheng might hold within himself. For someone who could easily crack complex advanced civilizational codes, when they looked at Li Tianheng again, his face remained calm, as this was nothing more than routine for him. After all, this was a super function granted by the system. As the coordinates were cracked, the cosmic cube in front of them merged back together into a complete shape. However, for them, this wasn't the end. Li Tianheng had merely come to understand the authenticity and purpose of the cube. Their next challenge would be dealing with the external attacks on the Orion civilization, which would be the real test. But Li Tianheng was prepared to lend a hand, so there was no worry among them. After Li Tianhao confirmed the existence and function of the cosmic cube here, the natural next step would be to devise a plan against the fourth-level civilizations attacking their Orion civilization. Even though the other side came with an imposing force and several space aircraft carriers, the upper echelons of the Orion civilization were not panicking at all. Chapter 237, Reformulating the Plan. Because the civilization and weapons Li Tianheng possessed were no longer inferior to those of the other party, this was their greatest confidence. Right now, they also felt a bit regretful. In fact, they should not have casually brought this cosmic cube back into the heart of the Orion civilization in the first place, even though they all knew that this object might bring about catastrophic consequences. But none of them expected it to cause such serious repercussions. Being attacked by a Tier 4 civilization could still deal massive damage to them. This was simply due to their good luck. Li Tianheng's timely arrival provided them with critical support, allowing their civilization to continue. If Li Tianheng hadn't shown up, perhaps their Orion civilization would have already been wiped out from the universe by now. The entire reason behind it all lay in front of them, the small cosmic cube. Although the leader of the Orion civilization felt reluctant, he had no complaints. Li Tianheng, we'll entrust this thing to your care. Only you have the ability to safely store it. It would bring disaster to anyone else who holds it. For the Orion civilization, the most important task was to pass this hot potato on to someone capable. Though there was some reluctance, they understood that they had no choice. Li Tianheng smiled at this moment. Now that he understood the significance of this artifact, he naturally yearned to explore the remnants of a higher civilization. He then nodded, putting the cosmic cube directly into his pocket. The real game was just about to begin. Up until now, he had merely passed through and wanted to observe the development of the fiery Tier 4 civilization. Their survival or demise didn't particularly concern him before. Since he'd accepted their compensation, however, he naturally decided to fully dedicate himself to dealing with the invasion threatening the Orion civilization. He was curious to see what tricks this advanced civilization truly possessed. Their previous encounters had only been appetizers. He knew clearly that the enemy had 5 entire cosmic motherships, but so far, only 1 had been deployed. The remaining 4 remained hidden, lurking in the darkness without showing themselves. If it weren't for the advanced nature of his holographic projection system, he might not have detected their presence. A faint smile appeared on his face as he turned to operate the hologram interface. He had to prompt the second wave of large-scale attacks within the shortest time possible. As the enemy charged ferociously forward, Li Tianheng took control of the surrounding starships and subjected them to intense barrages. These maneuvers looked chaotic but were, in reality, meticulously organized. Suddenly, 2 more cosmic motherships sprang into action. From their hatches, 3 enormous white warships emerged into the dark expanse of space. These 3 white ships looked nothing like the usual interstellar warships. They resembled 2 colossal octopuses, infinitely magnified. They swayed in the depths of the dark universe, drifting toward the Orion civilization. Seeing this sight, Li Tianheng's expression turned somber since he still did not know exactly what these things were. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Orion civilization suddenly changed his demeanor, his eyes flashing with extreme fear. It's the planetary oscillators. We need to escape this star system immediately. It will be destroyed by these 3 behemoths. Chapter 238. The reappearance of the planetary bubble. Planetary oscillator. A very terrifying star-level weapon. Once this weapon is used, it can sweep through an entire planetary system of a galaxy. Not to mention these planets, but every single planet in the entire planetary system, including the stars, would be shattered into pieces by this powerful weapon. This planetary weapon is actually banned among all advanced civilizations. And this Tier 4 civilization clearly pulled out this weapon at this moment to exert massive deterrence. If you dare to act, and we don't take out the cosmic cube, they would use this weapon to directly flatten the Orion civilization. It wouldn't matter who supports them, because such a weapon is completely undefeatable. However, what they didn't know was that the Orion civilization had someone like Li Tianheng, this genius. His mastery of technology surpassed even Tier 3 civilizations. Even with a super weapon like the planetary oscillator, there were still ways to counter it. Therefore, despite facing such a terrible weapon, Li Tianheng remained calm and steady, gazing quietly at the holographic projection before him. Li Tianheng, we currently have no defense systems capable of withstanding this planetary oscillation period. If we don't act now, we're finished. The leader of the Orion civilization was more terrified than anyone else at this moment, because he was the leader of this civilization. If they couldn't withstand the attack from this weapon, then their entire civilization of Orion would be completely wiped out from the universe. This was an outcome he could never accept, so now he could only place all his hopes on Li Tianheng. According to their current level of technological civilization, they had no means to resist such a weapon. When seeing Li Tianheng remain composed, though they didn't know what he relied on, the leader of the Orion civilization still felt a slight relief. After all, Li Tianheng was also on the same boat as them now. Even if he wanted to escape, there would simply not be enough time. Don't panic. I have my way of handling everything. All you need to do is stand aside and observe quietly. If you can't even overcome this minor difficulty, how am I supposed to deserve to stay here and take your cosmic cube? Li Tianheng calmly observed the situation unfold before his eyes. To him, the current situation, although somewhat dangerous, was still under control. Under his command, within the holographic projection, a massive mothership slowly ascended into the air. Above the mothership, a huge star system barrier appeared. This barrier kept expanding until it covered all the planets of the Orion civilization. When everyone witnessed this scene, all of them were filled with awe. The defense level of this new bubble already completely surpassed Tier 5 civilizations. It was unimaginable just what kind of super civilization Li Tianheng might truly possess. As a matter of fact, this new type of bubble suited not only the solar system but used the same model. The entire solar system was protected under this planetary bubble's defense. No weapons from any Tier 5 civilizations could break through it. The planetary oscillation periods seen here were indeed frightening, but they still fell within the tolerance range of the defense system. Thus, Li Tianheng remained completely unperturbed, showing absolutely no signs of panic when facing the ferocious assault of the enemy. Following his instincts, just as the blazing fire surrounded the area, the planetary oscillation period instantly emitted blinding light in the next second. Tremendous heat enveloped the entire Orion civilization. However, inside, Li Tianheng simply smiled faintly, displaying no signs of anxiety or panic, allowing this fearsome attack to continuously bombard the civilization of Orion. Chapter 239. Remodeling the Planetary Bubble. Li Tianheng calmly activated the holographic projection. The massive planetary bubble originally enveloped the Orion civilization. However, when he pressed another button, the entire planetary bubble suddenly spread to every corner of the galaxy in an instant. This was a cutting-edge technology that the Orion civilization had never seen before. In the past, their civilization also had planetary bubbles, and they had already encased the entirety of their civilization, allowing them to detect the invasion of the Four Seasons civilization immediately. Moreover, this planetary bubble served as the first layer of protection externally. But in the current situation, this entirely new planetary bubble permeated every nook and cranny of the Orion civilization, wrapping every planet within it for powerful protection. This was something they had never witnessed before, not even in higher-level Grade 5 civilizations. This planetary bubble architecture was formed by countless quantum satellites working together. Even if one of these quantum satellites was destroyed, it could quickly reconnect with other satellites and maintain functionality. As a result, they no longer needed to fear those devastating attacks causing fatal damage to the planetary bubble. Not only that, but Li Tianheng used space warp technology to fully connect these quantum satellites. This made the planetary bubble exceed its original purpose. It could now be used on individual planets and even stars, providing isolated protection for each. Precisely because of this reason, Li Tianheng held no fear at all regarding the ferocious onslaught from the opposing force. Terrifying planetary tremor weapons kept releasing wave after wave of shockwaves, but the planetary bubble in the civilization absorbed these attacks completely, despite the weapons shaking and annihilating the surrounding space around the Orion civilization. Not a single trace of harm reached the inside of Orion civilization. The leader of the Orion civilization watched this scene and was so stunned that he couldn't speak a word. Actually, not just him, everyone around was dumbfounded. Li Tianheng single-handedly blocked the attack of an entire Grade 4 civilization. This level of terrifying power and adaptive technology was unimaginable before. After all, previously, the Fire civilization had even sent a powerful vanguard force to invade the Solar System civilization, an utterly foolish decision in hindsight. Now reflecting on it, the leader of the Orion civilization felt immense regret. But fortunately, Li Tianheng didn't hold grudges, or perhaps he had other intentions. He came to the Orion civilization not for retaliation but for protection, which was completely unexpected by them. Leader, I hope you find my technology satisfactory. Li Tianheng smiled faintly, pride evident in his tone and eyes. This technology wasn't solely granted by the system. His subsequent modifications had played a significant role as well. Looking at the Grade 4 civilization ahead, a slight smile crept onto his face. All previous probing and present offensive had provided him with a deep understanding of both himself and the world. Even though the opponent hadn't yet unleashed their full strength, he was already confident and unafraid of their attack. Chapter 240. Unimaginable Technology. Unimaginable. What kind of powerful technology do you actually possess? Li Tianheng immediately understood that Gao Pangyue had come to borrow money from him, and the prompt from the system was indeed reasonable. What a mystery coming home for. Turns out you're here to borrow money. Li Miao walked out, her sarcastic voice trailing after her. Sister-in-law, I am truly sorry. It's just, I have no other choice. I've been around to all my classmates and colleagues, and no one is willing to lend me any money, said Gao Pangyue helplessly. You also know how hard it is to borrow money, don't you? Li Miao replied faintly. Everyone knows that once money is lent out, getting it back can be difficult. It won't happen. I trust Gao Pingyue's integrity. This wasn't only due to the influence of the system. Over the past 3 years in high school, this has been Li Tianheng's deepest impression of him. Are you the only good person in this world? You wouldn't buy me a bag, but you're eager to lend money to others? Li Yaya coldly remarked. The situation is different, Li Tianheng said without showing any emotion. He turned his head to look at Gao Pangyue. How much more do you need? Still 7,000 yuan, Gao Pangyue said. 7,000? Gao Pangyue, are you crazy? Where would he get 7,000? That money is barely even enough for my dowry. Li Miao instantly exclaimed. I understand, I can pay interest on it, and it will count as an investment. We can both invest together, and if we make a profit, I'll share it with him. Gao Pangyue quickly added. Don't think about it. Money is so hard to earn these days. You borrowing 7,000 at once, what if you lose it? What then? Li Miao coldly remarked. If you lose it, you won't have the money, and it's not like you could kill someone to make them pay you back. For some reason, seeing Li Miao's behavior right now made Li Tianheng increasingly detest this woman inside. Li Miao was fully aware of the relationship between him and Gao Pangyue. Even if she didn't want to lend the money, she could refuse in a more gentle, softer way instead of behaving so arrogantly. Maybe being with those friends has influenced her and turned her into this. No problem, ignore what she said. I can lend you the money, Li Tianheng said. Li Tianheng, are you insane? When I asked you to buy me a bag, you refused 1,001 times. But when someone asks you for money, you don't even hesitate. Li Miao's tone was almost shrieking. The situations are different, Miao. He's doing business, and I trust his integrity. And besides, you aren't urgently needing anything right now, right? Li Tianheng said. You're full of it. In your eyes, your buddy is more important than your woman. Is that it? Li Miao continued to scream. I really don't mean it that way. This is also an investment for me. If his shop expands successfully, I'll get more money, and I can marry you faster, Li Tianheng explained. If it's inconvenient, I'll ask someone else. Don't let this matter affect the relationship between you and sister-in-law. Gao Pangyue also started to feel flustered at Li Miao's reaction. It's fine, she'll see reason later. The deal was within grasp. There was no way Li Tianheng would let the opportunity slip away. He then continued. You need 7,000. I have 4,000 in savings. The remaining 3,000. After thinking for a moment, Li Tianheng suddenly took out his phone and said, my credit is good. I can borrow some online loans, and it will cover it for you. Hearing this left not only Gao Pengyue stunned, but Li Miao Miao standing nearby wide-eyed, looking at Li Tianheng as if he were a fool. Li Tianheng, are you possessed? Borrowing online loans to lend money to others? Are you brain dead or something? As she spoke, Li Miao Miao suddenly grabbed a cup of water nearby that hadn't been finished and threw it directly onto Li Tianheng's face. Taken aback, Li Tianheng was drenched and disheveled. He wiped his face absent-mindedly, and then suddenly looked up at Li Miao Miao. Chapter 241, Superficial Attack. Li Tianheng's words brought a smile to the face of this leader. The slight worry in his heart before was completely erased. You're mistaken. Such technology is quite terrifying even within a level 5 civilization. This courteous remark from the hunter civilization wasn't exaggerated at all, because he was very clear that under this strict classification of civilizations, the technologies mastered by each level of civilization are completely different. The technology Li Tianhao had just displayed has already far exceeded a level 5 civilization. This made the leader even more convinced that Li Tianheng wasn't being completely honest, although he did indeed come from outside the solar system. But behind him, there must surely be a very powerful higher-level civilization providing support, otherwise it would be impossible for him to possess such advanced technology. This time, the leader of the hunter civilization firmly decided to hand over the cosmic cube to Li Tianheng, and this might be the most correct decision he'd make in his entire life, because he was fully aware that such a cube would have been impossible for him to safeguard. Only Li Tianheng, with his advanced technology, could keep it safe from others. At this moment, everyone was looking at Li Tianheng with shock, their eyes bright with anticipation of Li Tianheng's next move. Only with his help could they successfully resist the intrusion of this level 4 civilization. It was clearly apparent that the large armies of the hunter civilization were also shocked by his techniques, delaying their attack. Li Tianheng continued operating the holographic projection in front of him. This is just an appetizer. Next, we'll start performing normally. Using the holographic projection, Li Tianheng directly activated countless quantum satellites. At the same time, through artificial intelligence control, all devices within Life 8 were deployed in all directions. Since the enemy's first offensive didn't yield substantial progress, another wave of attacks was sure to follow. So he prepared in advance, not just for defense. He also installed powerful spatial pulse emitters within these quantum satellites, using them as counterattack measures against the invaders. After all, they had only been on the defensive for so long. The other side would surely consider his capabilities as mere appearance without substance. At this point, Li Tianheng wished to give the opponent a taste of his true prowess. Within a short while, all the quantum satellites were deployed. The second wave of attacks by the opposing side came to an abrupt halt. Nevertheless, the planetary shield Li Tianheng controlled effortlessly deflected their offense. However, in the minute and almost imperceptible spaces, cracks began to appear continuously, indicating that it would be difficult to continue interstellar defense after the previous two waves of attacks. Witnessing this scene, the gaze of the leader of the hunter civilization became animated again. His heartbeat quickened during this crucial moment. Once the planetary shield was broken, and they entered the territory of the Life 8 civilization, catastrophic risks would ensue. Still, Li Tianheng remained calm, continuing to operate his devices with steady hands. A few minutes later, a gigantic space carrier ascended into the sky from the hunter civilization, heading towards the direction of the outer regions. When these space carriers flew out, they disintegrated into smaller starships, directly targeting the formations of the level 4 civilizations. Chapter 242, Nanostar Battleships. This was one of the advanced technologies currently mastered by Li Tianheng. The powerful starship mothership was actually assembled from countless small battleships. Even in a 5th-level civilization, this was not a technology that everyone could master. Li Tianheng's mastery of such technology naturally benefited from his powerful system functions. Of course, his later efforts were indispensable as well. Using the technologies provided by the system, he carried out corresponding modifications and transformations, thus naturally obtaining more powerful technologies. Some of these technologies, though partially related to the system, were mostly his own designs. After redesigning and remodifying these small galactic warships, they could be used effectively to assemble much stronger starship motherships. This modular assembly technology was his unique design. Although such manufacturing requires more advanced high-tech, once completed, it would yield unexpected results, just like the impressive sight of these smaller interstellar ships before him now. Each one of them possessed top-notch technology. Even for a 5th-level civilization, mastering them would be very difficult, but Li Tianheng had already remodeled and assembled them into a more powerful starship mothership. The leader of the renowned Orion civilization, upon witnessing this, was filled with awe in his gaze. It's almost unimaginable that Li Tianheng has command over such advanced technology. If these techniques were applied to our Orion civilization, we might even dominate the entire galaxy. Since the last invasion by the dark races, countless years have passed. During those years, there haven't been many new organic civilizations emerging in the galaxy. As a 3rd-level civilization, the Orion civilization naturally knows what is needed to become a higher-level civilization. And the energy that Li Tianheng holds seems to be an essential means to achieving this goal. For this reason, the whole fiery civilization saw brilliance in Li Tianheng. If he were willing to assist the Orion civilization, then their rise would surely be swift, even though the timing might not be ideal at the moment. However, they have thought long-term. Similarly, the fourth-level civilizations within the fiery civilization have also adopted legitimate measures. Powerful galactic warships continue to be dispatched. Seeing this scene, Li Tianheng showed no urgency at all. He knew that fourth-level civilizations were not easy to deal with, especially since he was basically alone in combat, despite having all weapons, equipment, permissions, and artificial intelligences handed over by the fiery civilization. Though relying on just himself and some AI cooperation still posed some challenges, it was enough to handle the immediate crisis. With calm eyes, he gazed at the starships around the Orion civilization. When these modularized interstellar ships split again after detaching, they transformed into nanomolecules that were nearly undetectable by the naked eye. These nanomolecules formed starships that could only be detected by scanning instruments. But even if they were scanned, it served no purpose because there were simply too many of them. They surged forward like a swarm of bees, completely enveloping the entire sky. Even all the starships surrounding the fourth-level civilization were covered, creating a scene that left the Orion civilization stunned once again. They could never have dreamed that Li Tianheng's starships were made using nanotechnology. Chapter 243, The Retreat of the Lars Civilization. The endless nanobot warships continued to spread out. They completely enveloped all the fleets of the fourth-level civilization. Several leaders and deputy commanders standing nearby were already stunned, including those from the fourth-level civilization. In the vast aerospace carrier, Lars was at a loss for words at what he was seeing right now. Even in his wildest dreams, he never thought such terrifying advanced technology could exist within the Liahua civilization. The powerful nanobot warships kept howling in and enveloping them. Bear in mind, their warships were surrounded by a strong spatial defense system, with reconnaissance probes constantly guarding the perimeter. Yet the opponent could completely ignore their surveillance and infiltrate straight into the mothership. This was something they couldn't even begin to imagine. As one of the leaders of the fourth-level civilization, Lars had long started exploring the universe's models. Through various channels, he eventually learned that there was a cosmic cube within the Liahua civilization, and the Future Constellation civilization was merely a third-level civilization. He knew it was his chance, which was why he dared to mobilize such a large-scale fleet operation. His goal was to enter the Future Constellation civilization as quickly as possible, to secure the cosmic cube in his hands. After all, the allure of this object was too great. If someone else got to it first, then the Lars civilization would have no chance. However, the failure of their first attempt left him thoroughly shaken because the Future civilization was merely a third-level civilization. Frankly speaking, even the third-level civilizations hadn't reached this level yet, so Lars believed he could effortlessly crush them. But looking at things now, his thoughts were wrong. Behind the Future civilization seemed to be significant power support, possibly aided by either a fourth or fifth-level civilization. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to possess such advanced technology. This revelation made Larsen's gaze suddenly darken. Following this trend, not only would they fail to obtain the cosmic cube, but they might also fall completely under the other side's hand. Judging by the situation, we've encountered serious trouble. Continuing like this, we will end up losing everything. Let's retreat now. Yet, one of the people beside him, already wavering, suggested retreating. His eyes were focused on the countless nanobot warships ahead while their space protection shield encased all the aerospace carriers. But they were entirely surrounded. These nanobot warships had directly penetrated the space gravity fluctuations and reached deep into their home base. Such technology was unimaginable to them, meaning that there might even be a fifth-level civilization supporting the Future civilization behind the scenes. This was an entity they couldn't offend. No, we can't just give up something that is almost within our grasp. We must get the cosmic cube. It's worth paying any price. Lars fully understood the value of the cosmic cube, so he didn't want to abandon it. Although the other side had the support of a fifth-level civilization, it didn't make him afraid. After all, he had brought all his resources and assets here around the borders of the Liahua civilization. Once he gets the cosmic cube, he can completely reverse the situation, and so at this crucial point, there was absolutely no way he could walk away. Chapter 244, Both Sides' Ultimate Tactics. Even though the adversary's overwhelming strength surpassed his expectations, Lalsai remained calm, for he was a commander hailing from a level 4 civilization. His abilities naturally extended far beyond what had already been revealed. At this moment, Lalsai also activated the most powerful orbital mothership. Behind him emerged a colossal entity in the darkness, like a vast curtain covering the sky, encompassing the entire fleet. When Li Tianheng saw this sight, his expression immediately grew solemn because this terrifying behemoth had not appeared on his holographic projection. That is to say, the quantum satellites had not detected its presence, and Li Tianheng still did not know exactly what it was. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of panic and once again mobilized resources around him. Other starships began long-range scans of the massive object. A few minutes later, Li Tianheng's gaze turned even more serious as he realized that this monstrosity was actually made up of dozens of aerospace motherships, with its size surpassing some regular planets. It concealed immense laser cannons ahead in the darkness, exceeding anything imaginable, and once unleashed, their power would be hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than the spatial oscillator from before. My God, this is a planetary-class mothership. This kind of thing should only exist in a level 5 civilization. How could their level 4 civilization have such an item? Standing beside him, the commanding officer gaped at the sight of this enormous thing on the holographic projection. As a representative of a civilization that had interacted with other civilizations in the galaxy, he clearly understood its origins. So when he witnessed this thing, terror flickered across his eyes once more. Although great power had already been shown by Lal Sai, a civilization possessing something like this would wield unimaginable weapons. Such an ordinary energy bubble might as well be completely useless against these kinds of weapons. The Orion civilization seemed destined to be utterly annihilated today. Despair spread over the face of the commander. Do not panic. Even though the other side is very strong, I am by no means unprepared. Though this thing's power is extraordinary, you all don't need to worry. I have a way to deal with it. Upon hearing these words, relief washed over their faces. From the various tactics Li Tianheng had demonstrated previously, it was clear that he possessed scientific and technological forces far beyond their imagination. Making such a promise, one could trust that issues among the populace would likely not occur. Still, those around them held their breaths, given that this was indeed a super mothership at a planetary level whose single weapon deployment alone could destroy an entire information technology base, truly incomprehensible to them. Before, Li Tianheng ultimately coordinated all sides through his holographic projection. A similarly massive mothership rose behind him in the shadows. Everyone was completely astonished, entirely unaware of when this had appeared within the Orion civilization. In reality, this was Li Tianheng's prepared ace in the hole. He temporarily retrofitted the existing starships within Orion into a huge super mothership, allowing them to form a standoff state with the opponent. Chapter 245, Stalemate. All the people inside Orion were completely shocked at this moment. No one had expected that Li Tianheng still had such a powerful ace up his sleeve. At this moment, behind them appeared an extraordinary space aircraft carrier. The power of this mothership had completely surpassed everyone's imagination. Using cutting-edge, high-level science and technology, he had dismantled and reassembled all the starships inside to form a massive carrier which could exert immense intimidation on a level 4 civilization. Seeing these shocked stares, a hint of smile appeared on Li Tianheng's face. For him, this was not even difficult technology anymore. After all, he had obtained all the technical knowledge from the system and had incorporated it into some of his own ideas, thus forming a more powerful force of science and technology. The huge giant before their eyes radiated an unparalleled, terrifying deterrent force. In particular, the constantly brightening cannon mouths in front resembled two demon eyes staring directly at all the members of the Season 4 civilization. As long as they moved slightly out of place, this monstrous thing would be activated and carry out a devastating strike against them, a fact that probably even the internal Orion civilization didn't anticipate. Li Tianheng turned out to possess such a horrifying technique. At his continued control, this enormous object kept advancing closer and closer, forming the maximum contrast with the opposing side. Although there hadn't been an official confrontation yet, Li Tianheng could sense that his megalithic creation matched the opponent perfectly in terms of power. More importantly, he could feel the continuous retreat of the entire world civilization at this moment. In fact, just as he had predicted, Lal Sai was already leading all the starships back in retreat. Even though the cosmic cube was crucial, this monster appearing within the Orion civilization was indeed too intimidating. He couldn't imagine the devastation that this machine might cause once fully operational. Leader, what should we do? The opponent's strength has exceeded our expectations completely. If we continue to fight with them, we won't gain any advantage, and we'll also lose so much equipment for nothing. Lal Sai was now stuck in hesitation. He was wavering between choices and judging the fighting capabilities of both sides. If he had to pay a great price, then he needed to evaluate the situation. Although the cosmic cube was important, one must have the means to use it as well. Let's deal with the first wave first. Even though their planetary cube seems very powerful, ours isn't weak either. If this round of attacks yields no progress, then we will retreat immediately. After weighing the pros and cons, Lal Sai could only make this decision for now because, within the Orion civilization, if the imitation universe plan is given up so easily, he would still feel reluctant. Under his command, the huge planetary cannon behind him glowed with demonic ferocity. Terrifying laser cannons charged to full capacity at this instant, while Li Tianheng made the same action on his end, even though the firepower of both motherships seemed nearly equal. Li Tianheng did not want the weapons attack to involve the whole Orion constellation, otherwise all he had done would be meaningless. Chapter 246, The Final General Offensive. On Li Tianheng's side, within the Orion civilization, a huge bubble was slowly rising. Inside this massive bubble, there were countless metallic substances. These metals were filled into it instantly as flames erupted outside, completely enveloping all planets inside. This was different from the planetary bubble that had just surrounded all of the Orion civilization's information. The enormous bubble currently appearing merely enclosed all nearby planets and wrapped them within. When Lal Sai's monitoring satellite saw this scene, his face was once again overwhelmed with an endless shock because, if he wasn't mistaken, these metallic materials were none other than infinite nanomaterials. These nanomaterials had previously assembled to form quantum reconnaissance fighters, but now they had entirely transformed into part of these bubbles. They covered the surfaces of all the planets, forming an extremely terrifying energy barrier. Although he still didn't know exactly what power this barrier held, one thing was certain. This was a carefully crafted defensive measure by Li Tianheng. And without any doubt, such defense could definitely withstand the attack of their Tier 4 civilization. Otherwise, Li Tianheng wouldn't have made such a move. After all, before this moment, Li Tianheng had demonstrated a fighting strength beyond imagination, surpassing even the combat capability of this Tier 4 civilization. Hence, Larsai had already revealed his ultimate weapon. Yet at the same time, Li Tianheng also took similar actions, and no one could predict what these nanomaterials inside the bubbles might do. But without question, judging by all of Yi Tianheng's previous behaviors, he absolutely couldn't make such arbitrary decisions or actions without reason. Lord Commander, what is this exactly? Why have we never seen such matter before? Even in the Tier 5G civilizations, such substances have never appeared. Can it possibly safeguard the Orion civilization intact? Consider that if Li Tianheng retaliates with the same weapons, the entire Orion civilization will suffer an impact. Could these substances withstand such a shockwave? Nar's sake could not answer the Supreme Commander's questions. His gaze turned unusually grim. But at this moment, arrows were already on the string. Action must be taken. With just a command, he immediately ordered the activation of the colossal cannons at the front of the planet-level warship, where dazzling beams appeared like the explosion of a star, lighting up the entirety of the Orion system's interior. Wild energy shockwaves carrying temperatures capable of melting everything rang throughout the heart of the Orion civilization. When the leader of the Orion civilization witnessed this sight, his face turned utterly pale. All he could do was direct his pleading eyes towards Li Tianheng, standing beside him. At this moment, however, Li Tianheng remained calm inside the stellar-class mothership, his expression unwavering even as the final total offensive had begun. Still, the leader, though unaware of Li Tianheng's confidence source, felt somewhat relieved upon seeing Li Tianheng remain so composed. After all, they were in the same boat. Should the Orion civilization be destroyed, Li Tianheng would hardly escape unscathed either. With wide eyes, he stared forward. To his utter astonishment, the protective barriers formed by nanometallic structures effortlessly resisted the incoming shockwaves. Chapter 247, Announcement of Surrender. Compared to the planetary bubbles from before, the metallic barriers now in front of them truly gave the commander a tremendous sense of awe. After all, these were attacks carried out by star-class weapons. A single shot could destroy an entire planet. Yet, these metal substances managed to withstand such attacks with ease. The technological weaponry under Li Tianheng's command once again updated the Orion civilization commander's understanding. This was something he had never even thought possible. There actually existed materials that could so effortlessly resist weapons of this level. What kind of prodigy was Li Tianheng? And what kind of technology did the civilization behind him possess? At this thought, a trace of a smile involuntarily appeared on the face of the leader of the Orion civilization. If their civilization could get through this disaster, then after forming a relationship with Li Tianheng, they might also gain some new technologies and insights. At least, it could enable the entire Orion civilization to rise another level. For Li Tianheng, this would absolutely not be a difficult task. After all, the technology he possessed had already completely surpassed everyone's comprehension. Now, as the Orion civilization leader looked forward once more, the bubble structures composed of nanomaterials had been completely burned crimson by the weapons. However, life within remained unaffected. Such substances enveloped each planet, and under this defense system, the attacks of the Level 4 civilization achieved no results at all. The assault on the Orion civilization was like scratching an itch. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng also activated his planetary mothership. The terrifying weapon ports lit up immediately under his command. Since the other party showed no intention of negotiating, Li Tianheng naturally wouldn't give them any favorable treatment either, responding tit for tat. A horrifying red energy surged toward the sky. An Axe-element super energy column erupted outside the fiery destruction, and this terrifying energy shockwave would normally have a significant impact on the fiery destruction. But because he had already prepared thoroughly, every planet had already been equipped with the strongest defense made of nanomaterials. Thus, Li Tianheng was not at all concerned that these attacks would affect the changes. Right now, the terrible energy shockwave covered the entirety of the Level 4 civilization's superfleet. As expected by Li Tianheng, there also existed extremely powerful defensive devices within this Level 4 civilization. Giant circular barriers emerged immediately covering all the fleets. These barriers were constructed by potent energy apparatuses, fundamentally distinct from the metallic defensive installations Li Tianheng had created earlier. Even so, they still managed to resist Li Tianheng's first wave of attack. However, a trace of a smile emerged on his face. This was merely an appetizer. He wondered if the opponent could endure his next wave of assaults. Li Tianheng pressed the green button beside him, once again initiating the weapons on the mothership, with countless cannons pointing once more toward the entire Level 4 civilization. In that instant, they lit up with white brilliance. This light formed a white flag, and this flag was universally recognized throughout the galaxy. It was the symbol of surrender, which meant that, upon seeing Li Tianheng activate this superweapon, the other side couldn't help but surrender. This was ultimately the tough decision made by Larsai. In order to preserve this portion of their strength, he had no choice but to surrender to the other side. Chapter 248, Accepting the Surrender. The surrender of this Level 4 civilization was completely unexpected, especially for Nord, the leader of the Orion civilization. He stared dumbfounded at the white flag of surrender in front of him. He might never have dreamed that this world civilization would surrender so easily, allowing the Orion civilization to secure victory so effortlessly. And all of this was thanks to Li Tianheng before him. The powerful technology he held in his hands was absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this moment, Luo Erden finally wore an expression of relief on his face. From the moment he had control over the cosmic cube, he knew that the Orion civilization would face a crisis like this one. However, he never expected the crisis to come so soon. Originally, it seemed the entire Orion civilization would be wiped out from the universe, but unexpectedly, a person named Li Tianheng emerged in the midst of it all, and even more surprisingly, he turned out to be a human being from a lower-tier civilization that was once their enemy. It now seemed utterly ridiculous, but fortunately, the inheritance of the entire Orion civilization had been preserved, even though the person who helped them was once their adversary. Nerdin had nothing to say about it, and at this moment, his face was still filled with excitement despite the huge price paid for getting Li Tianheng's help. For example, the entire cosmic cube was gifted to Li Tianheng, but as long as the spark of the Orion civilization could be preserved, this was already enough. At this moment, a huge white flag ahead slowly unfurled, invisible to the naked eye. All weapons and equipment were concealed within what appeared to be the last enormous mothership. Its colossal gates opened wide as it arrived within the domain of the Orion civilization. A blue-skinned alien walked up to Li Tianheng. This individual was none other than Larsai, the commander of the level 4 civilization. His face still bore a look of endless disbelief. He could hardly imagine that as a level 4 civilization, which could almost act with impunity across the entire galaxy, they had failed so miserably in such a short span of time. If Li Tianhao had chosen, he could have completely annihilated all their fleets. However, Li Tianheng did not do so. Larsai remained shocked and incredulous. This human standing before him clearly didn't appear to be from any high-level civilization. Yet, because of this very person, his entire plan was thoroughly shattered. Li Tianheng was completely unconcerned. He casually twirled the cosmic cube in his hand, as if it were a toy ball, which was seen by Larsai's group as extremely humiliating. But right now, they were powerless. Li Tianheng possessed the strength to obliterate them entirely if he wished. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the level of technology of the civilization led by Li Tianhao could currently sweep through the entire galaxy. Yet, the origin of such a man was completely inconspicuous. No one had ever heard of him, something Larsai couldn't comprehend. I hereby accept your surrender once again. However, if you want to preserve the spark of your level 4 civilization, you will need to agree to my condition. A faint smile appeared on Li Tianhao's face. All along, he had yearned to roam the vast expanse of the universe. His afternoon travel plan was aimed at stepping beyond the boundaries of the Milky Way galaxy. The arrival and clash of these civilizations presented him with an opportunity, a chance at least to understand the universe better. Chapter 249, Shock Tier 4 Civilization. The previously arrogant Tier 4 civilization had long since lost its earlier bravado. Now they were at the negotiating table. Though they were the defeated party, they still aimed to secure sufficient terms. When Li Tianheng appeared, it indeed shocked them beyond belief. They had initially assumed he represented some familiar advanced civilization, but now it was clear they were completely wrong. This Li Tianheng didn't seem to belong to any known civilization, and it was absolutely impossible for him to represent one of the higher civilizations in this half of the galaxy. As a Tier 4 civilization, they had interacted with all surrounding advanced civilizations, none of which contained someone resembling Li Tianheng. So they concluded that Li Tianheng must be from another civilization, possibly even outside the Milky Way. But this didn't matter much to them. Their top priority was maintaining their current power, so they chose to surrender. Their civilization also sought the cosmic cube. They were filled with regret since their greatest goal hadn't been achieved. But they tried their best, only to end up failing in the end. Without Li Tianheng's involvement, they could have easily conquered the Orion civilization and seized the cosmic cube. Reality delivered them a heavy blow. Things weren't as simple as they'd imagined. Now, Li Tianheng played with the cosmic cube in his hand, while they could only bitterly negotiate with him. This was the final outcome of the interstellar war. One of your conditions we can agree to, but before that, I also need you to promise me something. Li Tianheng wasn't interested in being an enemy with these people. His assistance to the Orion civilization was merely to gain a clearer understanding of the overall galactic civilization. This would naturally benefit him in the future, and the cosmic cube already provided significant direction for his path ahead. So, the matters here were no longer important to him. However, he remained quite intrigued by the Tier 4 civilization. These individuals far exceeded expectations. If placed within the solar system, they might terrify many humans because their appearances were strange and varied widely. But what these people looked like didn't matter to Li Tianheng. What mattered to him was uniting these civilizations under his banner and establishing his own forces. This was Li Tianheng's ultimate goal. Though the solar system could temporarily receive his protection, he couldn't protect it forever. Moreover, Li Tianheng intended to travel throughout the galaxy and even traverse outside the Milky Way. He needed guides and personal protection. Relying entirely on artificial intelligence seemed dull, and he found these civilizational encounters fascinating. Thus, he harbored no animosity toward the Tier 4 civilization and accepted their surrender. For the world's civilizations, they could never have guessed that Li Tianheng wasn't actually helping the Orion civilization. His arrival was purely coincidental. It was just their bad luck that he happened to defeat their Tier 4 civilization with such ease. Chapter 250, Li Tianheng's second condition. Your requests I can completely agree to, but you need to do something for me. Li Tianheng smiled slightly. Seeing this smile, everyone present felt a touch of unease. Clearly, every day's market conditions would surely bring about outrageous demands. But there was no choice for them since neither the Li Hu civilization nor their fourth-tier civilization was out of Li Tianheng's control now. This was an outcome that no one had expected. Who could have foreseen that in this war, a human from the solar system civilization, who didn't even belong to a first-tier civilization, would completely change the battlefield situation? Moreover, if it weren't for his help, the Orion civilization would likely be wiped off the universe entirely. So the energy contained within this man was indeed immense, so vast as to surpass all imagination. And solely on this point alone, they had no way to negotiate with Li Tianheng. Furthermore, their own civilization had been thoroughly defeated by him already. For Li Tianheng to still negotiate with them gave them ample face. To him, it truly mattered not whether it was the Orion civilization or this world civilization. They held little importance for him. What he truly desired was simply the complete resolution of any lingering concerns. He wanted to ensure the absolute safety of the solar system civilization so that his dream of exploring the stellar and galactic universe could proceed much more smoothly. And now, his next goal was to uncover the mysteries of the cosmic Rubik's Cube ruins. Once all these problems were resolved, even if he perished here at the ruins completely, he'd have no regrets. It was merely a natural choice for him. Thus, before this moment arrived, he must make full preparations. You say, whatever kind of condition, we will certainly use all our resources, going all out to comply with you. After all, we also have no choice now. As long as it preserves the seed of our civilization, regardless of what you ask us to do, we will agree. Upon hearing these words, Li Tianheng couldn't help but show a trace of a smile. Such was the supreme advantage of having powerful strength, no matter how mighty the opponent might be, even a fourth-tier universal civilization. At this very moment, before him, they bowed low in deference. This was the effect brought forth after he possessed such potent weapons and advanced civilization technology. Imagine, if our solar system had this level of strength, it would naturally no longer fear the Orion civilization. Unfortunately, the solar system was still far away from achieving such a target. That was one of the reasons why Li Tianheng was negotiating terms with them here. What I ask is very simple. You only need to help protect the solar system for 100 years, ensuring its peace and safety, which will suffice. Upon hearing Li Tianheng's condition, everyone's face revealed a hint of astonishment. Li Tianheng had proposed this condition earlier in front of the Orion civilization, and the Orion civilization had agreed with him. It seemed that Li Tianheng's focus on the solar system was absolutely beyond anyone's imagination. Even under these circumstances, he was still uneasy. He intended to employ even more armed forces to safeguard the safety of the solar system civilization, which sufficiently highlighted the significance of this place to him. Of course, this condition meant nothing to them. Without hesitation, the fourth-tier civilization directly agreed with Li Tianheng. After all, compared to the survival of their civilizational seeds, this condition was nothing. Chapter 251, Final Agreement Reached. The Level 4 civilization didn't hesitate and immediately accepted Li Tianheng's request. For them, this was no big deal and they could easily use it to win Li Tianheng's favor. Li Tianheng achieved great success and results at such a small cost, which in itself was immensely impressive for them. Across the entire galaxy, the collision between civilizations ultimately respects strength. In fact, whether within the galaxy or elsewhere, strength always comes first. Therefore, although Li Tianheng defeated them, there wasn't much hatred in their hearts. Rather, they mostly admired him. Especially after learning that he came from the lowly civilization of the solar system, they developed even greater reverence for him, and his current presence was filled with mystery. Everyone wanted to know what he had experienced and why he could master such advanced technology. With all these things considered, naturally, they understood everything about it. Alright, since you've agreed to these conditions, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. However, I hope you can honor your word. You should understand that for me, wiping out your civilizations would not be difficult. As long as you meet my requirements, I can ensure the safety of your civilizations. After hearing these words, all others present showed a smile on their faces. For them, allying with Li Tianheng brought no harm, whereas opposing him might only bring trouble upon themselves. Of course, that was not something they wanted to see. Especially after having witnessed the technology that Li Tianheng possessed, they became even more certain of their decision. That is, they must befriend Li Tianheng and absolutely cannot oppose him, considering they were now completely under his control. They didn't need to argue with him at all. After negotiating day and night for an entire day, a final agreement was reached among the three forces. These civilizational powers, mediated by Li Tianheng, temporarily formed an alliance. After all, the Level 4 civilizations created the Cosmic Cube, but it was currently in Li Tianheng's possession, so none of them dared to do anything about it. And for Li Tianheng, befriending these civilizations naturally also guaranteed the security of the solar system civilization, which was his initial consideration. Once the agreement was signed, this brief episode effectively came to an end. However, for the Orion civilization, their losses in this battle were still significant. After countless starships and some planets were destroyed, Li Mingxin, the representative, readily promised to help them rebuild, which naturally benefited them. For Li Tianheng, he was the greatest beneficiary. The cosmic cube in his hands was already worth more than anything else. After discussing with the Orion civilization, he planned to head directly towards the space coordinates indicated by the cosmic cube. He wanted to find out what kind of higher civilization existed within this dimension. If he could obtain some powerful technology from them, then Li Tianheng might discover the ultimate truth of the universe, which was crucial for him because the ultimate purpose of his interstellar travels leaving the solar system was precisely to uncover the truth of the universe. Chapter 252, Teaching Basic Scientific Knowledge. Li Tianheng's arrival could also be said to have perfectly resolved the crisis of the Orion civilization. Even he himself found this matter somewhat amusing. The Orion civilization was considered an enemy of the solar system civilization. Originally, he and the Orion civilization should have been irreconcilable enemies, but now he was helping the Orion civilization resolve their crisis. If this matter were told, others probably wouldn't believe such a thing would happen. But for Li Tianheng, he thought it was quite normal. Because he always felt that, for the entire universe, these small conflicts between civilizations were simply petty squabbles. His true fight was within the Starry Sea. Facing these minor matters before his eyes, he didn't even need to pay them any mind. Moreover, solving their fiery crisis could bring him so many great benefits. Especially acquiring the cosmic cube into his hands was the greatest harvest of this trip. Therefore, helping them deal with their current crisis was no big deal. In fact, that was exactly how things were. If every civilization quarreled over trifles, leading to unrest, then there would be no chance for the civilization as a whole to develop significantly. And for the entire Milky Way galaxy, or for the galaxy-wide civilizations, the dark races were their true foes. If internal struggles among civilizations restricted their own development, it would only give these dark races opportunities to exploit weaknesses. That would indeed be the most unprofitable thing. But Li Tianheng hadn't pondered too much about this. For him, resolving the immediate crisis and securing the cosmic cube was the biggest gain. As he looked at the damaged cosmic cube and gazed ahead toward the boundless stars and seas, Li Tianheng couldn't help but reveal an unprecedented smile on his face. From leaving the solar system until now, in reality, only half a year had quietly passed. In such a short time, he never expected to make such progress and even obtain such unparalleled items, which was an unimaginable windfall for Li Tianheng. He had long developed immense interest in the wills of advanced civilizations, and yet the key to unlocking these civilizations was already in his grasp. If this wasn't a gain for him, what else could it be? Of course, before this, he had not known about the existence of the cosmic cube, but the Orion civilization just happened to educate him on this aspect of knowledge. After resolving the crises between the Orion civilization and this world civilization, he was about to embark on exploring more profound civilizations and delve into the heart of the Milky Way galaxy to see exactly what lay there. This was the answer he had always wanted to find. However, for others, they didn't want him to leave just like that, especially since they believed Li Tianheng yesterday helped mediate the war between these two civilizations, even achieving a stimulating purpose for the advancement of both civilizations' cultures. Yet, instead of resentment, they harbored immeasurable reverence for Li Tianheng and hoped he could stay longer. Most importantly, they strongly desired Li Tianheng to teach them some technological knowledge. Tianheng was by no means stingy. He stayed in the Orion civilization for a period of time, during which he imparted all the knowledge he knew and his understanding of advanced civilizations. There was naturally no reason for him to hoard such information. After all, he was still relying on these two civilizations to protect the solar system. Moreover, the knowledge he conveyed was only basic concepts. More advanced elements would naturally not be casually disseminated. For him, this was already the highest level of transmission possible. Even if these civilizations obtained only his basic knowledge, they could achieve significant breakthroughs in a short period of time. Chapter 253, Setting Sail Again. For the next whole month, Li Tianheng spent his time exchanging advanced scientific knowledge with these two civilizations. And these two advanced civilizations were also very seriously listening to every word Li Tianheng said. Despite being advanced civilizations, they did not dare to take a single thing lightly in front of Li Tianheng. They were fully aware that no matter how advanced their civilizations were, in front of Li Tianheng, they were powerless. Li Tianheng was at least from an advanced civilization of level 5 or above, and the technology he possessed was absolutely unprecedented. They just wanted to learn a tiny bit from Li Tianheng, which would be a great boon for their civilizations. Therefore, the people present were very humble in accepting what Li Tianheng had to teach them. Thus, he imparted some basic scientific knowledge to them. His purpose was to help them protect the solar system, so he could leave here worry-free to explore the universe. After all, he was about to explore the ruins of even more advanced civilizations, which would be very disadvantageous without strong logistical support. In the next 1 or 2 months, Li Tianheng stayed within the Orion civilization. Here, he also witnessed the incredible strength of a level 3 civilization. Even though half of a galaxy was destroyed in this battle, they were still able to normalize the information operations of the entire Orion civilization in such a short time. In particular, the damaged galaxies were easily restored under the help of some massive mechanical beasts. This was simply unimaginable for the solar system civilization. If they tried using their current methods, it might take tens of thousands of years to build something like this. For the Orion civilization, it only took activating some colossal machines. This was the fundamental difference between lower and higher civilizations. In terms of planetary construction, advanced civilizations had long mastered the basic principles and scientific methods of building. Using these powerful technological devices for renovation and new construction achieved very high efficiency. It's important to know that these giants, almost as large as planets, were all constructed from large meteorites and planets. This was something unimaginable for lower civilizations. Although Li Tianheng already knew about all of this, when he truly saw these things with his own eyes, he was genuinely moved by the immense spectacle. After all, he came from the low-level solar system civilization, so seeing these things up close was still incredibly impressive. But it lasted only for a fleeting moment. For him, the real journey was among the stars. After those 2 months of teaching ended, he established a deep friendship with the Orion civilization. At least for the foreseeable future, the safety of the solar system civilization was entirely secured. At this moment, including Lars. If they knew about this event, they might cry themselves unconscious in the restroom. They eagerly awaited the arrival of the Orion civilization's reinforcements to save them. But their main base had already reached an agreement with Li Tianheng. This was simply a huge joke. However, Their life inside the solar system was currently quite good. After all, Li Tianheng hadn't just asked them to help renovate the solar system. This was actually not a complicated project for them. Thus, after 3 months, Li Tianheng reactivated his space battleship and headed straight for the center of the Milky Way. Chapter 254. Embarking on space travel again. The gigantic space mothership zipped through the darkness of space. However, it was impossible to see this mothership from the outside. This was because Li Tianheng had already activated the most advanced stealth device. In the 2 months spent with the Orion civilization, while Li Tianheng imparted advanced technology to these two civilizations, he was also constantly improving his space mothership. After all, this was for cosmic travel. Thus, the sophistication and robustness of this mothership were crucial. Moreover, this time Li Tianheng did not know how long he would be inside the depths of the Milky Way. For Li Tianheng, the space mothership was the ultimate weapon to ensure his survival. Only by constantly improving it could he freely explore the universe. It was necessary to prepare fully beforehand. Although he had already transformed the mothership within the solar system into a highly advanced technological weapon, there were still some gaps compared to his expectations. This time, he improved those parts that were not yet perfect by using large machines within the Lihua civilization for further transformation. This fulfilled his expectations, allowing him to perfect everything in his mind. At this moment, after piloting the completely reformed space mothership, he felt entirely different from before, especially as he gazed at the cosmic cube before him. This was the ultimate method for exploring the final secrets of the universe. Before entering the ruins of the advanced civilization, he wanted to explore the core of the Milky Way and uncover the situation inside it. With a diameter reaching 100,000 light-years, many scientists in the solar system have studied the Milky Way extensively, even if only gaining an initial understanding. But humanity's knowledge about the Milky Way is less than 1%, a terrifying number. At the current rate of human civilizational development, it might take hundreds of thousands of years just to explore the solar system itself. By then, whether the solar system civilization will even exist is uncertain, given how insignificant it is against the grand scale of the Milky Way. A slight disturbance could utterly annihilate the entire solar system civilization. Inside the space mothership, Li Tianheng directly initiated the light-speed traversal system. Using the spaceship's capabilities, they traveled across vast spaces instantly, covering countless kilometers. This was something Li Tianheng improved upon during his stay in the Orion civilization, which differed from previous methods of traversal. This new system could achieve maximum speed under the safest conditions, fulfilling the functionality he had long sought after. Facing the endless expanse of the Milky Way ahead, Li Tianheng and xiuxian couldn't help but reveal smiles on their faces. Who would have imagined that in just a few short years, they'd be capable of traversing through the cosmos like this? From one edge of the Milky Way straight to its central region, an objective once thought achievable only in science fiction. Yet now, they were truly experiencing it firsthand. Each day brought them a sense of wonderment. All this owed much to the emergence of the system. It was precisely because of this system that he gained his extraordinary powers. What kind of civilization is that? So beautiful. Xiuxian's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead toward the colorful nebula and couldn't contain her excitement. Women inherently have an admiration for such beautiful things. At that moment, Li Tianheng also halted the interstellar battleship. Before them lay a particularly stunning star system made of dust clouds. Chapter 255, Pursuit Along the Way. Countless star system dusts formed a beautiful picture, and they were right in front of this painting appreciating it. Unimaginable. There are so many such exquisite pictures in the universe. But without a doubt, leaving the solar system and coming to this universe was the most correct decision that Li Tianheng had ever made. Although his original intention was also to conquer the vast stars ahead. But these landscapes along the way were equally unexpected. The colorful picture formed by these information dusts could only be seen through telescopes and then on computer screens before. At this moment, when they saw these magnificent scenes with their own eyes, it was still enough to be breathtaking. Especially the ladies who were snuggling up to Li Tianheng at this moment, quietly admiring all this ahead. Who would have thought that at his age, he could enter the depths of the universe and explore such a scene? All this today was given to him by the man beside him. So xiuxian cherished the person beside her even more. If she hadn't made that decision at the beginning, perhaps now he wouldn't even know what's outside the universe, let alone experience the war between level 3 and level 4 civilizations as his own affair. But now he has gone through all that, and at this moment, they are navigating deep into the Milky Way. This is where he feels the meaning of his existence. Admiring this beautiful picture in front of him, xiuxian's eyes were filled with infinite anticipation. However, such a scene did not last long. In the next second, a terrifying shockwave directly exploded from the clouds, and what seemed like huge interstellar warships rushed toward their location. Fortunately, Li Tianheng had activated the invisibility function of the interstellar mothership. The enemy didn't detect them. As these two interstellar warships flew past, behind them was an endless fleet of interstellar warships heading straight for this place. Upon seeing this scene, Li Tianheng instantly felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. With so many densely packed interstellar warships passing by, they would inevitably meet. Because although the interstellar mothership was invisible, their cosmic mothership actually existed in this place. If these interstellar warships really met them, they would likely force their interstellar mothership to reveal itself, which could lead to some unclear situations. It was obvious that the main force of these interstellar warships aimed to attack the two fleeing interstellar warships ahead. Now, if they remained hidden here, it would be easy to confuse Li Tianheng and his group with those two interstellar warships. resulting in a situation where there was no way to explain themselves. Moreover, they might very well attract some of the firepower towards themselves, which would be far from worthwhile. Thinking of this scene, Li Tianhong's expression turned grim. At this moment, whether to leave early or wait on the spot seemed like neither was a smart choice. After some consideration, Li Tianhong immediately decided on his next move. No matter what, he must take action. He directly maximized his personal protective shield. He decided to wait in place. If he got hit by one of the opposing interstellar warships, it would just be bad luck. Then he would find a way to escape later. If not, that would be better. In that case, he'd simply wait naturally until the main force left. But reality proved that his luck wasn't great, because when the interstellar warships were less than halfway past, he saw a warship directly rushing towards them. Chapter 256, A Thrilling Escape. Li Tianhong's face was filled with embarrassment as he witnessed the scene. Though he had anticipated this to some extent, his eyes still revealed a sense of gravity at this moment. If his battleship were discovered, it would mean waging war against so many interstellar warships. However, Li Tianhong had already made preparations. When he saw countless interstellar warships charging toward him, he immediately abandoned stealth mode, revealing a massive interstellar warship in the darkness. Without hesitation, he maxed out the power of the information fighter and charged ahead through the numerous interstellar warships, activating the surrounding protective shield wherever he went. All the interstellar warships in his path were completely destroyed. These warships might never have imagined encountering such a colossal presence mid-journey. They were caught unawares and were all crushed by Li Tianhong's enormous mothership. Watching this scene, Yun Musk also felt a jolt of fear, never expecting such danger hidden beneath such beautiful scenery. Nevertheless, Li Tianhong's method proved effective. After engaging full throttle, these information warships were all flattened into pieces, allowing him to escape the area smoothly. However, an endless fleet of interstellar warships quickly locked onto him as the other surrounding interstellar warships detected his position. Faced with this situation, Li Tianhong decisively escaped into the space once again. He had anticipated such an outcome and thus managed to flee the region effortlessly even though prepared. As the distance between him and the chasing interstellar warships increased, he reactivated the cloaking function of the mothership, disappearing back into the darkness. In the place where he had just been, countless interstellar warships converged from all sides, their gazes dark and fixed on the front. In that exact spot, another colossal advanced mothership appeared, inside its cockpit. A three-eyed figure glared ahead grimly. Clearly, they had already identified Li Tianhong as part of their target group. However, they had now completely lost track of Li Tianhong. This didn't bother them much because, after all, they represented a civilization beyond the fourth tier. At this moment, all reconnaissance warships patrolled endlessly within this space. Subsequently, a colossal energy field appeared here, warping the space within it. To everyone's shock, it seemed as if time was rewound, and the earlier scenes reappeared right there. Then, Li Tianhong's interstellar mothership was easily pinpointed by the enemy. Seeing the shape of this mothership, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment since only civilizations without organic material could create such technology. This level of design sophistication was impossible among lower-tier civilizations, causing the leader assassin to frown deeply. It was evident they were now under scrutiny by a higher-level civilization. Under his command, all reconnaissance missions followed closely. After several days passed, Li Tianhong's interstellar mothership was relocked onto once again. Having let down his guard completely, he was now once more on high alert. He realized the enemy possessed incredibly powerful tracking capabilities to accurately locate his position. Reluctantly, Li Tianhong increased the speed of the mothership to its maximum. Chapter 257, Unknown Encounter. Thus, Li Tianhong ran in front while the number of motherships chasing him from behind kept increasing. At this moment, Li Tianhong had a sudden urge to swear. Why did he end up being hunted by these warships out of nowhere? The tribulations he experienced on this journey were numerous. In the Hunter civilization, he spent half a year listening and learning, but regardless of all this, it didn't cause him any major losses. Moreover, within the Hunter civilization, he obtained the Cosmic Cube, which was the greatest gain from this trip. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he left Zoming, such an event occurred. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. Feeling the countless starships pursuing him from behind, Li Tianhong's gaze became extremely grim. At this rate, it would be very difficult for him to shake off their pursuit in the future. Since the speed of the mothership he was piloting was about the same as that of the enemy motherships, even if he increased his speed enough to overtake them, they could still chase him down. This was the most troublesome part. And if they were pursued for too long, they might take violent measures. At this thought, Yin Man beside him also looked filled with worry. If this continued, they would surely be surrounded. It seems we need to abandon something next. Although Li Tianhong had prepared for this situation and had a relatively planned strategy, he didn't want to use this plan unless absolutely necessary. But now, he had no other choice. His gaze was resolute, and immediately after, he began operating the control lever to decompose the entire colossal space mothership in just a few seconds. The mothership quickly split into several parts. Li Tianhong then drove one of these sections and quickly entered the dark space. Apart from this, almost 10 smaller parts scattered in different directions. In this way, the enemies would lose track of his exact location, and although they would continue chasing relentlessly, their forces were divided into 10 directions. One small squadron directly rushed off to pursue Li Tianhong. As a result, the pressure he faced reduced significantly. After about an entire day, Li Tianhong discovered that he was getting closer to the center of the Milky Way, but the pursuers still chased relentlessly. He couldn't help thinking about what those initial 2 interstellar warships had done. To make such a powerful super civilization, approaching Tier 5, send such a massive force to pursue them. Even Li Tianheng himself was affected by it. After 3 sleepless days and nights of relentless pursuit, Li Tianheng finally managed to escape the main fleet. Breathing a sigh of relief at last, he also learned his lesson. Upon leaving those places, he concealed all of his spatial fluctuations, making it impossible for them to track him down despite their advanced technology. Just as he relaxed again, 2 interstellar warships suddenly appeared right ahead. The instant appearance of these 2 warships caused Li Tianheng's eyes to widen in disbelief as he instantly recognized them. These were exactly the 2 interstellar warships he encountered initially, and it turned out they had escaped the pursuit successfully. Furthermore, they coincidentally met here. Thinking of this point, anger filled Li Tianheng's face. It was precisely because of these 2 warships that he was being chased incessantly. Chapter 258, Li Tianheng's counterattack. At this moment, Li Tianheng unhesitatingly activated the weapons in front of him. No matter what, there was no way he would allow himself to be captured so easily. Moreover, his weapon system was not to be trifled with. Right now, Li Tianheng directly launched all of his starships and indiscriminately attacked the densely packed enemy fleet ahead. This was a counterattack forced upon Li Tianheng by the circumstances. Having no other choice, he had to take such an action, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, under these circumstances, Li Tianheng activated all of his attacks. And the effect of such an attack was very significant. The starships in front were directly blasted into pieces by his weapons. Not only that, but the terrifying space oscillator tore apart the space ahead, causing massive spatial rifts. Under such conditions, the countless warships in front were instantly pulverized. Simone could hardly believe her eyes because in front of her stretched endless fleets of starships. All of these ships came from level 4 civilizations, or even super warships from level 5 civilizations. A single assault from any one of them could lead to the destruction of entire star systems. Yet in front of Li Tianheng, they caused not a ripple. At this moment, Li Tianheng lightly pressed a button before him and effortlessly destroyed their starships. This was enough to show that his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. After seeing this scene, all the informational documents, metaphor for intelligence/data about the battle, retreated rapidly, fearing involvement in the devastation. Li Tianheng's demonstrated combat power was simply too formidable. No one would have expected Li Tianheng to possess such formidable combat capabilities. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, all the informational documents transformed into energy and surged towards the sky, forming a colossal force. The endless starships formed a grand stellar king formation enveloping every surrounding vessel. Though the quantity on the opposing side was substantial, it couldn't possibly compare to Li Tianheng's forces, because Li Tianheng's weaponry was far too advanced. Everyone watching the planetary bombardment before them was left speechless. If it weren't for such powerful starships, the opposing side might not have been able to release such potent stellar energy. With everyone's aid at the moment, Li Tianheng's starship released unimaginable energy. The space oscillator completely disintegrated all informational documents ahead into powder. They gazed at the stellar energy before them with shocked expressions. Who could have imagined that within the seemingly ordinary appearance of the enemy lay such immense power? According to their previous theories, this should merely have been the energy emitted by a simple level 3 civilization. After all, the entity they had chased was nothing more than a space pirate. Yet now, Li Tianheng's revealed weaponry surpassed their expectations. This was precisely why they felt dread and fear. If things continued like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The energy barrier formed by the powerful starships already covered half of the Milky Way and was disrupting the black hole energy ahead. This was exactly the area Li Tianheng wanted to showcase, the ruins of a high-level civilization ahead of him beckoning exploration. Chapter 259, indeed a misunderstanding. The domineering spatial weapon swept away all the starships ahead. Even the dark space was forcibly torn apart. The terrifying energy fluctuations made everyone feel their scalps tingle. Li Tianheng is currently using his most powerful weapon, the spatial energy vibration cannon. Behind him follows the modified lunar spatial fissure generator. For him, this could enhance the long-term endurance of the xiuxian, universal mothership, especially during the time he lived in the Orion civilization. He has perfected this technology to its peak. Looking at these starships ahead right now, even though he doesn't want to conflict with them, if an unavoidable fight must take place, his weapons are still capable of performing their utmost function. No one would expect that inside Li Tianheng's universal mothership lies such a formidable weapon. The bold ones among the front starships who had no time to escape were instantly turned into ashes in the universe by just Li Tianheng's first wave of attack. At this moment, Li Tianheng pressed the button beside him again. He wanted to quickly resolve this battle and not continue fighting with these people. So he activated the space-time mothership behind him in no time. The powerful spatial energy oscillation cannon fired toward the front once more. This potent weapon was sufficient enough to destroy the entire new form in front of it. As for the people chasing after him, they all kept retreating continuously. It was hard for them to imagine that the target they pursued possessed such kind of weapon, especially their leader Moore, whose eyes were filled with shock at this moment. Because he certainly didn't anticipate this situation. Their chase goal didn't have these weapons originally. They were merely interstellar pirates from a second-tier civilization. Their weapons and means were actually very limited. But now it seemed that things weren't as simple as they imagined. Now they also considered Li Tianheng's registered document as a backup for the opposing side. If this continued, they would surely end up in a prolonged standoff with Li Tianheng. and Li Tianheng himself understood this point quite well. Hence, immediately after destroying these starships, he switched on the cosmic signal lamp. Moore and his entire pursuing team stopped completely and initiated the most powerful defensive forces. However, they did not expect that at this point, Li Tianheng did not continue his attack, but rather opened the cosmic signal light instead, which symbolized a peace negotiation. At this moment, Moore, with certain determination, drove his information credentials forward. They would retreat at the first sign of any interest. Of course, Li Tianheng couldn't possibly launch another attack on them at this moment. Within just a few seconds, the two information warships were about 100 meters apart, forming a standoff situation. Both parties had their signal receivers open, and Li Tianheng's voice echoed throughout Moore's starship. I think there should be some misunderstanding between us. I am not the person you've been pursuing. I am merely a space wanderer. You must have mistaken your target. Hearing this, Moore instantly realized the gravity of the matter since they were clear that the object they pursued could never possess such weapons. Therefore, he didn't doubt Li Tianheng's words at this moment. After all, the other party had no reason to tell him such a lie. Chapter 260, the other half of the cosmic cube. So what is actually going on here? Moore looked at Li Tianheng, his eyes filled with seriousness. In fact, it's quite simple. This is all a misunderstanding. Li Tianheng then explained everything clearly. After hearing these words, Moore's face was filled with surprise, simply unable to believe that such a coincidence could happen in the world. But in reality, this coincidence was inevitable. After all, their destination was exactly opposite to Li Tianheng's navigation target, so they were bound to meet along the way. Once they met, Li Tianheng wanted to avoid causing himself some trouble, and he would take such actions and measures. He just didn't expect it to lead to such consequences. However, fortunately, it did not cause significant damage. At this moment, after both parties clarified the situation, this misunderstanding was completely resolved. However, one of the reasons was also because the weapons Li Tianheng used were indeed too advanced. Moore and his people did not want to waste more energy on him. Although they had lost many starships before, it was not a big deal for them. However, offending such a powerful enemy as Li Tianheng would definitely have unimaginable consequences. One must know that the weapons and abilities possessed by the other side had already surpassed a 4th-level civilization, even completely reaching the 5th-level civilization standard. Through Moore's explanation, Li Tianheng also understood that they were actually pursuing an interstellar pirate. These pirates were notorious space wanderers. They lurked around various civilizations to obtain large amounts of valuable items, which were then traded in the black market. In fact, such occurrences were very common throughout the universe. Especially for high-level civilizations, they mostly turned a blind eye to such activities, unless they caused catastrophic losses. Otherwise, they wouldn't intervene. However, these two interstellar pirates were different. They stole a cosmic cube from the Moore civilization. Although it was only a half-finished product, with only half inside, it still amounted to a significant loss for the Moore civilization. More importantly, it related to their honor, as they were a super civilization nearing 5th-level status, and such an important item as the cosmic cube. Being stolen by these two interstellar pirates was absolutely intolerable for them. This was the primary reason why such a powerful interstellar fleet had been mobilized to pursue them. Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng thought about the concept of the cosmic cube. This item was still relatively unfamiliar to him. His analysis of it had merely utilized the strong capabilities of a super artificial intelligence. Prior to this, he did not even know where the cosmic cube originated from. However, upon hearing Moore's statement now, he suddenly remembered the cosmic cube in his possession. Although it appeared complete, upon detailed analysis, he realized it was missing a corner. This meant the cosmic cube wasn't fully intact. To make its external layer whole, the other half needed to be found. For Li Tianheng, this was no small challenge. Given the vastness of the Milky Way, finding the other half of the cosmic cube would be exceptionally difficult. But unexpectedly, news of the other half surfaced so quickly. He just didn't know whether the lost cosmic cube referred to by the other party was the same one he currently held. Chapter 261, a brand new clue obtained from Moore. Chapter 261, a brand new clue obtained from Moore. Thinking that the other half of the magic cube might actually be in the hands of those two interstellar pirates, an incredibly joyful look appeared on Li Tianheng's face. To open the ruins of an advanced civilization, the cosmic magic cube was essential. The magic cube in his possession wasn't complete, which provided him with enormous difficulty for his interstellar journey. However, at this moment, he had discovered a clue about the other half of the cosmic magic cube almost immediately, providing vital leads for his upcoming cosmic exploration, especially concerning the will of an advanced civilization, requiring the cosmic magic cube to be unlocked. If he could obtain the other half of the cosmic magic cube, wouldn't it be a tremendous gift for Li Chang? He himself had never expected it. Under these circumstances, to be able to find a lead to another cosmic magic cube so quickly, yet he didn't mention any of this in front of Moore. After all, he didn't know if the other party was friend or foe. It was possible that they harbored ulterior motives regarding his cosmic magic cube, and the consequences would certainly be unimaginable. Although Li Tianhao himself wasn't afraid of any shock brought by the Moore civilization, there was no point in inviting unnecessary trouble. To obtain the other half of the cosmic magic cube at the smallest cost would be nothing less than twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, he pretended as though he knew nothing, only expressing mild curiosity about the other half of the cosmic magic cube while continuously conversing with Moore. In this situation, Moore did not harbor any suspicion towards him, especially since Moore provided more convenience without even doubting his intentions. because Moore would never have dreamed that Li Tianheng already possessed another part of the cosmic magic cube. How exceedingly precious were the cosmic magic cubes. They were extremely rare throughout the entire universe, considered fatal treasures by countless advanced civilizations. How would Moore ever imagine that Li Tianhao actually had one half? Thus, Moore held no suspicion, instead generating considerable friendliness toward Li Tianhao, continuously explaining the origin of the cosmic magic cube. After this brief conversation, Li Tianheng had become extremely clear that the other part of the cosmic magic cube mentioned by the two pirates was indeed the other half to the one he possessed. The most pressing issue now was that both pirates had disappeared without a trace. Even the Moore civilization couldn't ascertain their whereabouts. Nevertheless, despite everything, obtaining a clue about the other half of the cosmic magic cube so quickly in such a vast universe was absolutely a very fortuitous event for Li Tianheng. Next, he engaged warmly with Moore, rapidly acquiring substantial clues about the two space pirates within a short period. Li Tianheng planned to personally pursue these two space pirates. A few minutes later, Li Tianhao already had amassed a large number of clues about the pirates. After discussing further with Moore, he then left their group. Moore would never have guessed that Li Tianheng was extracting clues through such a short conversation. After all, Moore would not have thought Li Tianheng was referring to the cosmic magic cube. Such a thing, even possessing just half of it, would render it utterly useless, but finding the other half within such a vast universe seemed almost impossible. Therefore, they would never suspect that Li Tianheng had the other half of the cosmic magic cube in mind. Within half an hour, Li Jiahong had completely left their range. Subsequently, he rushed toward the depths of the Milky Way according to the clues Moore had provided. After all, Moore would never have suspected that Li Tianheng was referring to the cosmic magic cube. Such a thing, even possessing just half of it, would render it utterly useless, but finding the other half within such a vast universe seemed almost impossible. So they would never have guessed that Li Tianheng had set his sights on the cosmic magic cube. Li Tianheng soon arrived at the location provided by Moore. Chapter 262, Pursuing Interstellar Pirates. Li Tianheng also activated the most advanced related technology available at the moment. Using quantum tracking, combined with Moore's time-space reversal technology, they effortlessly located the target individuals. The technical prowess Li Tianheng demonstrated left Moore utterly astonished because even Moore didn't possess such capabilities. Although he himself had mastered some aspects of time-space reversal abilities, the quantum penetration technology showcased by Li Tianheng was unprecedented, unheard of even within the 51 civilization. The way they now looked at Li Tianheng had completely changed. To say it plainly, Li Tianheng at this moment absolutely had extremely terrifying abilities, and luckily, they had reconciled before. Otherwise, if a war were to break out between the two, Moore wouldn't necessarily come out on top, and might even suffer tremendous losses at Li Tianheng's hands. Under the combination of both their technologies, they quickly found the targets. Those two interstellar pirates probably never dreamed that they would be caught so fast. At the moment, the two of them were in a meteor cluster ahead, discussing how to use the cosmic cube fragment. They had to find the other half, little knowing in their dreams that the other half of the cosmic cube was already right outside their door. Just as the two were laughing and chatting, they realized they were entirely surrounded. The fleet led by Li Tianheng and Moore had surrounded them in the middle. Their faces turned deathly pale at this point after fleeing across half the Milky Way. They hadn't imagined they'd still be tracked down by the Moore civilization in the end. They had been equipped with highly advanced escape techniques. Even the tracking technology owned by civilizations like Moore's would have struggled to catch up to them. But fate had not gone as planned. Now seeing the infinite knots surrounding them everywhere, despair filled their faces. Perhaps the Moore civilization wouldn't take their lives, but handing over the cosmic cube willingly filled them with reluctance. If using this cosmic magic could allow them to enter another realm, perhaps their destinies would change entirely from hereafter. But now everything was different. Whether they could preserve themselves safely was uncertain under Li Tianheng and Moore's pressure. These two were forced to surrender. In the translucent crystals behind them, the other half of the cosmic cube shone brilliantly. When Li Tianheng saw this half of the cube, his face brimmed with excitement. It was probable that Moore wouldn't dream Li Tianheng possessed the other half of the cosmic cube. Right now, if the two pieces of the cosmic cube were combined, they could obtain the precise coordinates of a super civilization's ruins. But Li Tianheng did not do this. Instead, he directly handed the cosmic cube over to Moore. This way, Moore's trust could be gained in a short period of time, providing more opportunities later for Li Tianheng, who planned to visit the Moore civilization. After all, since the opposing civilization had nearly reached an endless level of development, he wanted to see just how big the gap was between this civilization and the Orion civilization, and Moore had extended a warm invitation as well. Had it not been for Li Tianheng, Moore would still not know where the other half of the cube was. While the artifact currently served no particular purpose, it was still tied to the pride of Moore's civilization. Thus, in the face of Moore's sincere invitation, Li Tianheng soon arrived at the heart of the Moore civilization. When he arrived there, only then did he truly understand what a super civilization was like. Chapter 263, The Power of a Level 5 Civilization. The galaxy was visibly encircled by rings surrounding the entire system. Within these galactic rings, numerous spatial systems were deployed. Not only that, inside these spatial systems, there were countless quantum satellites. These satellites possessed basic reconnaissance capabilities. They could penetrate through space to the depths of gravitational waves, thereby detecting the traces of enemies. This advanced technology could only be easily achieved by a level 5 civilization. Though the Moor civilization had not yet fully reached the level 5 classification, the technologies they owned had already completely surpassed the scope of a level 5 civilization. Even more astonishingly, in this massive information center, there were 5 suns continuously orbiting each other. Around each sun, highly advanced Dyson spheres were operating. These Dyson spheres could easily control 1 or 2 of the 5 stars, and even all their operations. As for the life forms here, the brightness and light of just 2 stars were sufficient for their survival needs. Thus, it could be seen that 3 of these Dyson spheres were completely closed, with only 2 left shining with dazzling brilliance. This light enveloped the entire galaxy, providing the necessary energy for all living organisms. Looking at this situation, Li Tianheng understood that within the entire operation of the universe, stars were indeed an indispensable component, serving a very crucial role in any life system. Li Tianheng felt no surprise at this scene because, to him, he already had a rough understanding of the operational system of the entire universe. Although he was still located within the Milky Way galaxy, he already clearly knew that the universe's operational system could not function without stars. Moreover, the formation and birth of stars were important parts of the universe's composition. Even though it was his first time witnessing the rise of a level 5 civilization, Li Tianheng was deeply awestruck. If compared to the solar system, it might take another 100,000 years to achieve such accomplishments, assuming the solar system civilization remains undisturbed by external factors. However, based on the current situation, if it weren't for the fact that he possessed a system, the solar system would have likely been obliterated long ago. It's incredibly easy to destroy a seed that is yet to reach even a level 1 civilization. In the vast expanse of the universe, such seeds of life were as abundant as the hairs on a cow's body. Although Li Tianheng did not know the origin of the system, at least he had secured the development of this seed. By now, no civilization dared to pose a threat to the solar system. Thus, Li Tianheng could smoothly venture into the deeper reaches of the universe and engage in exchanges with these high-level civilizations. In the past, he would have been perpetually worried about the fate of the solar system, which would have greatly hindered his interstellar travels. At this moment, under Moor's guidance, Li Tianheng entered deep into the heart of the Milky Way. Here, an enormous white glow enveloped the entire galaxy, and the Milky Way revolved around a colossal black hole. Compared to other black holes in the universe, the central black hole of the Milky Way wasn't particularly massive in terms of mass, but it was still capable of posing a significant threat to nearby civilizations. Still, civilizations situated near the core of the Milky Way could easily resist the influence of the central black hole, all thanks to their mastery of powerful technological forces. Chapter 264. The Center of the Galaxy. After gathering information from Moor, Li Tianheng finally realized that at the center of the galaxy lay the remnants of an ancient advanced civilization, and the cosmic cube they had been tracking was none other than the key to opening this relic. This revelation greatly shocked Li Tianheng. In his previous understanding, everyone believed the center of the galaxy was simply a black hole whose powerful gravity caused all matter in the Milky Way to orbit around it. However, this new information relayed by Moor completely overturned Li Tianheng's perception. It turned out there was a very powerful civilization right at the heart of the galaxy. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before. But as it now appeared, events had unfolded entirely contrary to his expectations. After their brief exchange, he had already grasped clearly what lay at the core of the galaxy, and he could scarcely believe in his wildest dreams that the very ruins he'd always longed to explore were actually right at the galaxy's center. With the realization that Moor held the other half of the key and he himself carried one, Li Tianheng could no longer contain his excitement. He was now eager to investigate the core without delay. At the moment, both he and Moor consulted with each other, revealing to Moor the fact that he too had another part of the key. When Moor understood the explanation, he too was astonished beyond measure. He may have never even dreamed in his wildest imagination that the other half of the key was so close to him, let alone how coincidental such a situation was. It was all unimaginable to Moor. However, since the event had transpired, and since the key was indeed in Li Tianheng's possession, it was naturally imperative for them to venture together into the ruins at the galactic center to discover what lay within. Thus, combining their efforts, the two steered an endless fleet equipped with cutting-edge technology straight towards the galactic core. In just a short period, they had reached the central region of the galaxy. Contrary to previous assumptions, upon arrival, there wasn't any significant gravitational pulse sensed at the center. The gravitational fluctuations were merely due to a colossal gravity device at the core that continuously absorbed infinite energy from all directions to sustain the civilizations within the ruins. This was also the reason why the flow of information and material, like a spiral akin to bacteria, revolved. However, these phenomena didn't significantly affect them, because the rotational gravity fluctuations absorbed dark matter from the surroundings, which barely impacted them. It was only when they arrived with their starship, hovering at a similar position, and caught sight of the relics that the real shock truly hit them. Before their eyes stretched a magnificent nebula intertwined with countless stars forming an immense stellar belt. Under everyone's gaze, the colorful nebulas created a scene so vast and dramatic. It symbolized the strength of a divine-grade civilization far surpassing weapon-based cultures. They could effortlessly utilize gravity to produce a mighty black hole apparatus, drawing surrounding dark matter for their own use, a feat that Li Tianheng had once not dared to even dream about. Ahead of them loomed a colossal stargate, and nestled at its center was a cube. It was clear, once Li Tianheng and Moor combined their cubes into one and placed it on the gate, they would be able to enter the central will of the structure. After all, viewing from the outside could only reveal some beautiful sights. One couldn't truly delve into the essence of this great lost civilization without unlocking the secrets inside. Chapter 265. Merge the Cosmic Cube. When Moore learned that Li Tianheng actually had another cube in his possession, he was completely shocked. He could never have imagined this in his wildest dreams. After all, he wasn't particularly familiar with Li Tianheng's character. The only connection between the two of them was due to each having one of the cosmic cubes, which made this situation critically important. If Moore were really interested in the cosmic cube in his hands, then it would cost him dearly to take it back from Li Tianheng. However, Li Tianheng did not want a conflict with Moore at the moment. To him, if the two of them could enter the ancient civilization ruins together, they would have better cooperation and a more harmonious relationship. But he didn't know if Moore would be willing to do so. After all, Moore came from a 5th-level super civilization with boundless energy and support behind him. For now, Li Tianheng had only this single mothership. Compared to the forces under Moore's command, the Li Tianheng wouldn't fear Moore in a direct fight. Engaging in such a battle wouldn't benefit him either. If the energy of the cosmic mothership was entirely drained, it would be fatal for him. He needed to find an appropriate source of energy to fully replenish before proceeding to the next destination. For now, the cosmic ruins before him were his first stop. In order to enter them, he needed to collaborate with Moore to gain smooth access. This posed a huge test to their relationship, especially for Moore, who already possessed great power. Obtaining the other half of the cosmic cube wasn't easy either. The question of whether Moore wished to share these hard-won results with Li Tianheng remained enormous. If both sides couldn't build trust, the consequences would certainly be catastrophic. At the moment, Li Tianheng was closely observing Moore, hoping to discern some useful hints from his expression. However, Moore remained calm, showing only a brief flicker of surprise after learning that Li Tianheng held a cosmic cube. To Moore, the plan moving forward wasn't critical. What mattered was that Li Tianheng's possession of the cosmic cube added merely one more person into the equation. Upon understanding this, Li Tianheng's face finally relaxed into a smile. His fears were unfounded. At least Moore seemed like a very magnanimous person. Next, both of them took out their cubes. When they saw the other's device, their faces lit up with incomparable excitement. They knew that being able to unlock the relics of a godlike civilization in the entire universe was an incredibly challenging task. Surprisingly, something they had struggled with for so long turned out to be unexpectedly simple to achieve. This was also a significant breakthrough for Moore. Although the 5th-level civilization was close to advancing further, entering it truly still posed immense difficulties. Entering the ruins of this godlike civilization would inevitably provide clues for civilizational advancement, benefits far outweighing any risks for Moore. With that, both men merged their cubes together. A brilliant light flashed from the combined devices, creating an extraordinary scene. The two fragmented cosmic cubes seamlessly fused into a single complete and standalone universal cube. Chapter 266. Entering the ruins. At the moment the complete Rubik's Cube appeared, both Li Tianheng and Moore showed a look of excitement on their faces. The cosmic cube they had longed for so many years finally merged today. Especially for Moore, it had been tens of thousands of years since he obtained half of the cosmic cube, and during these 10,000 years, he always kept this cosmic cube within the Moore civilization. He had hoped that one day he might have the chance to obtain the other half of the cosmic cube. After all those years passed by, without a single clue, not only were there no clues, but also the other half of the cosmic cube was being targeted by another group of people. This was what made him most angry. However, now this problem no longer existed because he never would have imagined in his dreams that Li Tianheng actually possessed the other half of the cube. At the very moment the two cosmic cubes merged, an unimaginable brilliance illuminated the surroundings. Not only that, but massive spatial fluctuations also occurred throughout the ruins of the god-level civilization. The purpose left behind by this god-level civilization was to give future generations the opportunity to learn about their civilization, in order to purify their own civilization. However, Moore still did not relax, as he did not know what kind of person I am. If the other party really tried every means to seize the cosmic cube in his possession and claim it as their own, or even monopolize the entire god-level civilization's ruins under their control, then Li Tianheng could not possibly agree easily. Therefore, he remained vigilant at all times and would take immediate action if Moore exhibited any attitude indicating hostility. Fortunately, Moore took no action from beginning to end, treating Li Tianheng genuinely as his friend. In fact, Moore was well aware that Li Tianheng must be hiding a powerful energy behind him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such advanced technology and capability. Offending Li Tianheng now would gain nothing but trouble. Rather, befriending him could bring much more benefit. For such a powerful high-level civilization, making enemies is something they wouldn't do lightly. Hence, his choice was very wise. From entering the ruins until now, there has been no conflict or displayed enmity between them. Moore was even willing to share the contents of the ruins equally with Li Tianheng. Although they still didn't know exactly what was inside, this decision surprised Li Tianheng greatly. Li Tianheng sincerely admired the Moore civilization for having reached such a level of high civilization where they had transcended the basic struggles over resources and interests among lower civilizations. Now, as they stepped further into the area, their eyes focused forward through endless streams of interstellar dust, glowing intensely. Behind these clouds of cosmic debris lay countless ancient starships hidden in the darkness. These were not ordinary starships. Each emitted an ancient and mysterious glow, signifying super technology far beyond the reach of fifth-grade civilizations. To Li Tianheng, All this was just as unfamiliar. Whether it was the technologies used here or the overall design, they surpassed the understanding he thought possible. But Li Tianheng carried a system with him, and at that instant, he summoned it to analyze these starships before him. After just a few minutes, Li Tianheng developed a rough understanding of the neural networks before him. Chapter 267. The True God-Tier Civilization. This enormous relic system is clearly a remnant of a super civilization, which means the entire Milky Way may very well be a legacy of this God-Tier civilization. And that's the truly terrifying point, because the diameter of the entire Milky Way reaches 100,000 light-years. This figure is only measured by ordinary instruments. In reality, the diameter of the Milky Way has already reached an alarming 200,000 light-years, a number unimaginable to most. An average person couldn't traverse the center of the Milky Way in their entire lifetime. Such a horrifyingly advanced civilization actually had control over the entire Milky Way, which is the truly frightening aspect. It's hard to imagine just how devastatingly high the level of civilization was before. But in truth, none of this really concerns Tianheng Li. What he cares about is how far the technology left behind by this civilization has developed, as it would help him understand where his own system came from. Though the emergence of the system did indeed grant him incredibly powerful abilities, he had always wondered where exactly this system originated and what its history was. Why did it choose Tianheng Li? What was the purpose after being granted such immense power? He believed none of this was accidental. So even though exploring the universe was his primary goal, his ultimate aim was still to figure out where the system within him originated. It was evident that the God-tier civilization before him must contain some relevant clues, because with time, he increasingly felt a close relationship between the origins of his system and some advanced civilizations. At this moment, he and Moore entered the ruins of this God-tier civilization. After seeing the scene within, they were both profoundly shocked. There were significant differences between this imagined advanced civilization and what they anticipated, especially for Moore, who was the ruler of a fifth-tier civilization. Now, what truly terrified him was the fact that the star systems and planets possessed by this civilization were all clustered together into one massive array. They formed a structure so complex that it was difficult to comprehend. Evidently, these high-level civilizations at the galactic tier no longer relied on planets for their living space. To them, aligning these planets into a new sheet-like continent was what they truly pursued, given the limitations inherent to planets were far too obvious. When Tianheng Li and Mo saw this scene, they were both immensely astonished, because the gap between what they observed and what they expected of a fifth-tier civilization was vast. This powerful God-tier civilization had undoubtedly surpassed their imaginations. They no longer required planetary survival. But in fact, this was somewhat predictable to Tianheng Li, since these civilizations that transcended classification boundaries certainly controlled unfathomable energy levels. A few minutes later, they arrived at the central area of the civilization's relics. Here, they found colossal and imposing statues. These statues should represent the leaders of this God-tier civilization. Tianheng Li was incredibly amazed because they appeared indistinguishable from humans in the solar system. Chapter 268. The Ancestors of Human Civilization. These giant creature statues are exactly the same as humans. This was something Li Tianheng could not have imagined before. Moreover, the buildings around them were also very similar to those of humans within the solar system. This discovery left Li Tianheng feeling incredibly astonished, because in his view, with the universe being so vast, especially within a single galaxy, which spans 100,000 light-years, having multiple species is an inevitable occurrence and event. For such a massive civilization system, it is the hallmark of an advanced civilization to have countless races jointly governing the entire galaxy. But the scene before him clearly surpassed Li Tianheng's imagination, because these statues around were completely indistinguishable from their human counterparts. The only difference might be their size. These towering giants on both sides exuded an indescribable sense of majesty. One can imagine that when this god-level civilization existed within the Milky Way, they must have been superpowers managing a sector, holding no small position. After all, this was a god-level civilization surpassing even a fifth-tier civilization. Their existence would surely mean control over all things under heaven. Here, Li Tianheng and Moore saw various new types of warships and incomprehensible super technologies. These technologies, if taken out and placed in any other civilization, would undoubtedly cause chaos. To be honest, however, these civilizations didn't tempt Li Tianheng too much. Their technology, though advanced, still had some distance compared to the technologies within the system. It's just that Li Tianheng did not have the energy to focus all his attention on the system at the moment. His entry into the ruins of this god-level civilization was also to investigate thoroughly. Based on their development trajectory, he could deduce the direction of cosmic civilization's development and the origin of the universe. This was what Li Tianheng cared about most. As for other matters, Li Tianheng wasn't overly concerned. And now, these people clearly caught his attention. What was their relationship with humans from the solar system? Under such circumstances, if Li Tianheng wanted to investigate further, he would need to delve deeper into the relics of this civilization. Moore, walking along the way, was equally shocked by the scenes around him. He found it hard to believe that these statues of the god-level civilization looked exactly like Li Tianheng. At least judging from their appearance, they basically belonged to the same race. In other words, Li Tianheng was highly likely descended from this god-level civilization, which was absolutely something beyond his wildest imagination. Moore felt fortunate that he hadn't done anything outrageous earlier. At this moment, as they delved deeper, they gained a general understanding of the ruins of this god-level civilization. After mutual discussion, Moore selected some powerful high-tech items and had them carried out. After all, his ultimate purpose in coming here was to obtain the leading technologies of this god-level civilization. For them, entering the 5th-tier civilization was only a matter of time. This could very well be the first advanced civilization within the Milky Way to enter the 5th-tier civilization after the invasion of the Dark Races. Therefore, Li Tianheng held nothing back. In fact, for the entire universe, the Milky Way was no larger than a grain of rice. So he actually wasn't that interested in its technology here until he spotted a glowing object ahead, which suddenly caught his attention. Chapter 269, Mysterious Glowing Object. This glowing object caused massive gravitational fluctuations. All objects around seemed to be revolving around it. Seeing this scene, Li Tianheng immediately became curious. He and Moore rushed straight to the glowing object. In front of them appeared a device similar to a moss ring. This kind of device was something Li Tianheng had only seen in science fiction movies before, but now it was truly right before his eyes. This moss ring resembled a spatial teleportation device. Only in some novels did he learn that it could connect two parallel universes, and its structure was extremely similar to that of a black hole. It attracted all surrounding gravity towards it. Through this powerful gravity device, it gathered all gravity around, thus forming the ring. This ring could collapse the space here, creating a small black hole. But unlike regular black holes, this artificial black hole was fully controllable, much like human-controlled nuclear fusion. Seeing this sight, Li Tianheng once again felt the immense power of a god-tier civilization. Even though he had the system, if given such blueprints at this moment, he still wouldn't be able to build this kind of ring. Moore, standing beside him, also displayed a look of astonishment, similar to Li Tianheng's gaze. Moore couldn't help but wonder how this moss ring was constructed. Even within the 5th-level civilization that Moore represented, they had never heard of anyone being able to construct such an object in reality. But right before their eyes now there it was. However, this wasn't really strange, considering these were remnants left by a god-tier civilization. If they didn't possess this level of capability, then they wouldn't deserve the title of a god-tier civilization. At this moment, both Li Tianheng and Moore looked at this device with exceptionally bright eyes because it was clearly the key to advancing to a god-tier civilization. Unlike Moore, Li Tianheng didn't have the need to upgrade his own civilization. He was merely curious about this particular civilization. At this point, they brought over a large number of interstellar warships and devices to disassemble the moss ring. During the process of disassembling, Li Tianheng and Moore delved further into these ruins to explore more mysteries. As they moved forward continuously, Li Tianheng discovered that this civilization was once extremely advanced but ultimately perished due to war, seemingly indicating that every universe's civilizations eventually faced ruin due to intense conflicts. Even a god-tier civilization could not avoid such wars. However, Moore soon found something peculiar. There were traces of some strange dark matter within these god-tier civilizations. These dark matters were almost impossible to detect in the universe, but upon seeing them, Li Tianheng instantly thought of one civilization, the Dark Race. The Milky Way had once been attacked by the Dark Race, which many high-level civilizations knew of. Li Tianheng himself wasn't aware of this before, but after having dealings with the Orion civilization, he learned about the incident. It was clear that the destruction of this god-tier civilization was closely related to the Dark Race. Upon realizing this, both Li Tianheng and Moore could not help but show looks of solemnity on their faces. Chapter 270, Imprisoning the Dark Races. Who would have thought that even a god-tier civilization could be destroyed by the Dark Races? Before their eyes, these black structures emanated a very dangerous aura, for behind these web-like black structures, there seemed to be signs of life. At this moment, Li Tianheng and Moore dared not recklessly move forward. They sent out starships and drones into the area, and after several days of exploration, Li Tianheng and Moore's faces both displayed expressions of great shock, because within this darkness were countless luminous bodies, and these luminous bodies were channeling energy and gravity from all directions, trapping the dark creatures before them. It was at this point that Li Tianheng and Moore instantly realized the significance of the Mo's ring. Its purpose was to imprison these dark races here. The most crucial function of the Mo's ring was to provide endless energy to these devices, which allowed them to contain the dark races in this place. As they exchanged glances, they saw identical expressions of horror in each other's eyes. Because even a god-tier civilization, such a vast and powerful one, was unable to destroy the dark races, but rather had to use these devices to keep them confined. So what was the origin of these dark races? Why did they possess such formidable vitality? Prior to this, there were no real records or understanding about the dark races across the entire Milky Way civilizations. This was truly the terrifying aspect. At this moment, Li Tianheng's gaze also became extremely solemn. He clearly understood the great significance of this relic to him. Not only was it significant for exploring the universe, but it would greatly aid in understanding the origins and background of the dark races. With the help of drones, they had a general grasp of the situation here. The main reason this god-tier civilization was destroyed was because they needed to confine these dark races. Their advanced technology was actually quite successful, as the dark beings were indeed trapped here, immobile, with the Mo's ring supplying immense power. But now, Li Tianheng conceived a bold idea. Since these dark beings were still alive, why not extract the truth from them directly? When Moore heard Li Tianheng's idea, he was shocked once again. It had to be admitted, Li Tianheng's audacity was extraordinary. Moore himself hadn't considered this. After all, no one knew what terrifying abilities these dark beings might possess. However, This presented an invaluable opportunity, an opportunity for a close encounter with the dark races that couldn't be passed up. Equipped with top-notch technological gear and weapons, the two of them moved slowly into the dark matter. Once inside, Li Tianheng felt a sticky force restricting his movement, but fortunately, the advanced mech armor he wore resisted any impact. Similarly, Mo was equipped with corresponding technology, allowing them both to proceed unimpeded for roughly half a day until they arrived at the location where the dark races were imprisoned. As the dark races sensed the presence of living beings approaching, they suddenly opened their eyes and emitted blood-curdling screams. Yet, this didn't make Li Tianheng or Mo retreat. They stared intently at the dark races without wavering. After some time, the screams finally ceased. Li Tianheng and Mo fixed their gaze on the creatures and voiced the questions in their hearts. Chapter 271. Born in this universe. These terrifying dark races seem not to be from this universe. That suffocating oppressive force. If placed in the solar system, it was estimated that the entire galaxy would be instantly devoured by them. Before Li Tianheng and Mo arrived here, they had already predicted what would exist in this god-level civilization, but they never thought there would be such powerful dark races here. These races were unknown as to their origins or the purpose of their existence, but whenever a level 5 civilization was born, they would appear to sweep across the entire galaxy. Their purpose for existence seemed only to destroy the birth of these civilizations. Through this situation, Li Tianheng also became aware of something. His heart could not yet confirm this suspicion. These dark races directed some strange cries at him and more, but this could not pose any threat to them, because these dark races were bound by an overwhelming spatial force. This god-level civilization was clearly beyond level 5. But even so, it was invaded and annihilated by the dark races, which sufficiently illustrated how horrifyingly powerful these dark races were. However, fortunately, this civilization had also imprisoned these races, thereby providing some clues to future civilizations arriving later on. These clues gave them excellent inspiration and warning functions, playing a significant role in guiding the development direction of future civilizations. At this moment, the two walked forward, and Li Tianheng opened the artificial intelligence that always followed him, initiating the Universal Language Translation System. This system was now advanced enough to translate any unheard-of language, so he also wanted to try if it could translate the words of these dark races. To his surprise, this artificial intelligence was actually able to translate their language, though it took quite a long time. After about an hour of translation and prolonged waiting, Li Tianheng finally managed to effectively communicate with these dark races. More beside him showed a look of incredible calmness. As a representative of a level 5 civilization, he did not possess such reverse heaven technology in his hands, thus leaving Li Tianheng's tools very intriguing to him. However, considering the immense power under Li Tianheng's command and the frightening starship behind him, Mo ultimately discarded this idea in its infancy. For him, this was indeed no small challenge, because as a level 5 civilization, his greatest wish was to elevate his own civilization to a higher stage. But it was clearly not easy to achieve this alone. Yet, Li Tianheng before him provided endless opportunities. He believed he could find other methods to gain Li Tianheng's help for their civilization without resorting to extreme means. Failure would not only prevent achieving his goal, but might bring about destructive retribution from Li Tianheng. This wasn't good news for him. At this moment, he redirected his attention back to these dark races in front of him. After hearing the translated language, Mo was completely stunned, because these dark races indeed did not belong to this universe, but they were born within this universe. Chapter 272. The Passage Between Two Universes. Li Tianheng discovered a shocking truth. Though these dark races originated from a parallel world, they were actually born from the negative emotions of this very universe. The last time Li Tianheng came across such information was while watching a movie. A wild plot twist revealed the existence of such phenomena, but back then it was just a movie, and he never took it seriously. However, upon hearing this fact directly from the dark races themselves, he was completely stunned to learn that such a reality truly existed in the real world. These dark beings were so terrifying that they could easily devastate the boundless civilization. This was a deeply alarming fact. It clearly showed that these dark races were actually born within their own universe. More importantly, the dark races were impossible to eradicate. Even if the dark races currently present were dealt with, as long as there were negative emotions among all the species in the universe, new dark races would continuously emerge in the parallel worlds. Unless the entire parallel world was destroyed, which was clearly an impossibly distant goal for Li Tianheng at the moment, the problem would persist. For him, the immediate priority was dealing with the dark races in front of him to prevent them from wreaking havoc on the civilizations of the galaxy. After all, the solar system lay within the Milky Way. If it ever encountered a catastrophic event, the solar system might not escape unscathed. After all, it was his homeland, even though he had embarked on a far-reaching interstellar journey from there. What had always troubled Li Tianheng was the safety of his home. After learning about these terrifying dark creatures, his worries only deepened. Within the godlike civilization that surpassed the boundless civilization, he obtained a crucial clue. It was the method to completely destroy the dark races. Even without annihilating the dark parallel world, it was still possible to utterly exterminate the dark races. Based on the exploration and discoveries of this godlike civilization, they had already found a massive nest at the edge of the world's boundaries. This nest was, in fact, the passage connecting to another world. Regardless of whether or not negative emotions existed in this world, the energy transfer of the dark races required passing through this channel. This provided Li Tianheng with immense confidence. According to the clues, as long as this passage was completely destroyed, it would isolate the two worlds entirely. This way, the dark race could be wiped out, and all dark beings in this world could be eliminated once and for all, cutting off any future threats. Still, this wasn't an easy task for them. While the godlike civilization had offered this lead, they didn't know exactly where the passage was located. Moreover, according to the hints from the godlike civilization, the passage was extremely stable. Its energy burst comparable to half the energy compression of the universe. For Li Tianheng, this was indeed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, Li Tianheng naturally refused to give up. For him, this was the ultimate meaning of his interstellar travels, to thoroughly eliminate the dark races from this universe. Chapter 273, Moore's God-class civilization. For Moore, the greatest gain of this trip was the technology of these God-class civilizations. But for Li Tianheng, the biggest gain was learning about the origin of the dark race and how to deal with this dark race. The main purpose of Li Tianheng's interstellar journey was to explore the truth of the universe. Here, he successfully took his first step, even though it was just knowing a small part of the truth so far. This was more than enough for him. Compared to what Moore sought, his needs were actually very simple. So long as it could exterminate the dark race, he would act without hesitation. For him, nothing was more important than the safety of the solar system. After all, that was his home. Even though he had made an extended interstellar journey and was now at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, he still thought about the security of the entire solar system. Now that he had uncovered clues about the dark race, he already understood his next plan. For Li Jinheng, eliminating the dark race was the most important task of this journey. Therefore, he unhesitatingly chose the edge of the universe as his destination. However, before that, he still needed to transit through another star system, namely the Moore civilization. Chinese civilization had reached the level of a provincial-level civilization, which was a pretty good opportunity for them. After all, Li Tianheng was really curious about what today's true God-class civilization looked like. Thus, Li Tianheng was eager to go see Moore civilization. Compared to the advanced Wuxia civilization, God-class civilizations represented an even higher tier of super-civilization that had existed in the universe for millions of years. Its sophistication was something ordinary people couldn't even imagine. At the moment, the Moore civilization was gathering together all the God-class civilizations. Though their own civilization was close to reaching such a level, they still lacked one stroke of fate. For them right now, this situation was precisely the awaited opportunity. If they could fully absorb all the God-class civilization technologies across one level, it would be a chance for them to enter the realm of a super-civilization. Unlike Li Tianheng, who cared about the evolutionary advancement within his own civilization, he didn't focus on it as much as others did. Now, after collecting everything here, he boarded the aerospace carrier with Li Tianheng and set off straight towards Moore civilization. In less than an hour, they crossed hundreds of thousands of light years and arrived at another massive star system. Here, they witnessed a completely different scene. As far as Moore civilization went, they had grown accustomed to it all. After all, Moore lived in this kind of civilization which he had created himself. Within this star system, Li Tianheng saw scenery that was entirely different from a level 95 civilization. A vast interstellar bubble enveloped the entire star system. Under Li Tianheng's guidance, they entered into the star system. Inside, a gigantic parallel city emerged before their eyes, causing Li Tianheng to feel truly astonished. This place was akin to the kind of supercontinent seen in fantasy novels. If ordinary cars were used to travel from one side of the continent to the other, it would be impossible for a common person to accomplish such a journey in an entire lifetime. Even with the aerospace carrier they were using now, it would take 4 or 5 years of continuous travel to get from one end to the other. This was already an entirely enormous parallel world, completely free from the constraints of traditional stellar systems. Chapter 274, The Edge of the Universe. Li Tianheng truly felt the power of a vibrant civilization here, with an extraordinary amount of energy. In this boundless world, it was completely a parallel universe, just like the flat Earth theory mentioned before. Here, Li Tianheng first realized how terrifyingly strong something could be that had existed in the universe for millions of years. But Moore merely smiled faintly. This was nothing significant to him. After all, they were a super civilization that had already existed for millions of years. What they really cared about was their current relatively stable situation. They wanted to transition from a powerful civilization into another era, and this required very advanced technological breakthroughs. Although their civilization was very advanced in the past, there was still some distance to go before achieving a true upgrade. However, at this moment, they had broken free from all those constraints, which was indeed a true civilizational leap forward for Moore. Unbeknownst to Moore, Li Jinheng actually came from a solar system civilization that wasn't even on par with a level 1 civilization. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to Li Tianheng's reactions because he knew Li Tianheng well. He understood that for Li Tianheng to possess such formidable power now, it must have been due to the support of a powerful civilization behind him. They assumed Li Tianheng was a representative of an upgraded civilization beyond their own, so Moore never regarded him as a being from a low-level civilization. At this moment, under someone's observation, Li Tianheng had fully accepted the existence of such a civilization. Perhaps for the solar system to enter this level of civilization would take at least hundreds of years, but to him, this wasn't important at all. The most crucial issue right now was the impending invasion by the dark race. Should they invade, there would be no chance for survival. Therefore, the first thing Li Tianheng intended to resolve was completely wiping out the dark race, and his plan received Moore's full support. Once arriving at this civilization, everyone clearly recognized that the powerful dark race was indeed the true enemy of universal civilization. If this race was not eradicated, no matter how strong their civilization grew, they would ultimately become part of the darkness. With their immense power and Li Tianhong's superior interstellar technology, this was indeed a solid strategy against the small, yet dangerous dark race. At this moment, Li Tianhong and Moer sat in the central meeting room of the civilization, planning ways to counter the dark race. In just a few short days, they had devised a very comprehensive plan. While this might be unachievable for ordinary people, for them, it was quite easy. A month later, Li Tianhong piloted a starship mother vessel straight toward the edge of the universe. For them, traveling through space was now a rather effortless task, especially with hyperspeed flight enabling complete freedom. Their goal was to reach the edge of the universe as quickly as possible and locate the entrance to the parallel world. After various adjustments and multiple scans using super radars, they finally found the entrance. Amidst an infinite expanse of light screens ahead, countless members of the dark race lay in wait, their eyes flashing with a blood-red glow. Chapter 275, Li Tianhong's plan. Because he had already seen those dark races before, so when Li Tianhong saw them again, he wasn't surprised. However, the sheer number of dark races standing amidst these colossal dark walls filled Li Tianhong with a profound sense of fear and helplessness. This enormous wall of abyss represented a massive barrier between two worlds. It was extremely difficult to enter another universe from this one, meaning that for Li Tianhong to go from this universe into a parallel universe was practically impossible. But clearly, some form of consciousness could traverse freely, as was mentioned by the previous god-level civilization. These dark races were generated by the negative emotions of all living beings in this universe. Yet their destination wasn't within this universe, which sufficiently demonstrated that a certain ideology within this universe could easily reach this parallel world. Therefore, for Li Tianhong, solving this difficulty was truly necessary, especially since Moer was also at his side. They shared a common goal, completely repelling and eradicating the massive darkness before them. Once the passage was utterly destroyed, it would specifically sever the dark race's path into their world. That way, Li Tianhong would no longer have to worry about potential calamities that the solar system might face within the Milky Way. At this moment, Li Tianhong glanced at Moer, whose eyes were equally heavy with gravity. This was their first time witnessing so many dark races alive and present. They seemed embedded within the wall. The main reason was simply that their own strength wasn't yet enough to break through this barrier. Once their power reached the level needed to shatter this boundary, they would burst out of this wall into Li Tianhong's world. Nevertheless, this was something Li Tianhong must do. The destruction of the darkness ahead of him was resolute. If this purpose could be achieved, then everything else he intended to do would become much easier. After all, he hadn't yet undergone true information travel, let alone an authentic journey involving atomic pulses. If he managed to resolve these dark races, he hoped to genuinely relax. Fortunately, both he and Moer had pre-planned multiple strategies. Under their leadership now, Li Tianhong remained very focused. Looking at these dark races, he knew that if any part of his plan went wrong, it would bring about his demise. Even though his system advantages were considerable, the limitations of the technological capabilities he mastered were still evident, given how brief his preparation time had been. After several hours of strategizing, Li Tianhong and the others decided to deploy powerful stellar weapon lasers. These laser weapons could destroy dozens of star systems in an instant. Their power was at least dozens of times stronger than a black hole. Under such terrifying weapons, never mind the passage, even the creatures inside would be obliterated instantly. The two of them took a deep breath and, afterward, seemingly expelled their artificial intelligence to deploy all these laser weapons around them, fully covering the entire wall. By the time they completed all this, half a month had passed. At this moment, Li Tianhong and Moer exchanged a glance. Then they directly detonated the handheld trigger. A fearsome energy explosion shattered before their eyes, and the surrounding language burst like a spectacular flower firework. Chapter 276, Li Tianhong's Speculation. Such a terrifying laser weapon also made Moer feel extremely wary. If just a few of these weapons were deployed in his own civilization, even their civilization, nearing the level of a godlike one, would likely be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Moer not only looked at Li Tianhong with renewed respect, but to him, Li Tianhong was a very mysterious presence. He did not know where Li Tianhong came from, nor which civilization he hailed from. However, the energy that Li Tianhong possessed left him in awe. Even his own Moer civilization could not compare. At present, Li Tianhong and Moer were both confident. They glanced at each other and saw the same confidence in each other's eyes. Under such a terrifying weapon, even if the walls had not been shattered, the energy shockwave would still completely eliminate the dark races inside. Li Tianhong was already imagining the annihilation of these dark races, followed by the destruction of the passage. Afterwards, the universe's development would be extraordinarily prosperous. But just in the next second, Li Tianhong and Moer's expressions suddenly turned solemn. Contrary to their expectations, the walls before them were not destroyed. Moreover, the dark races within remained unharmed, continuing to roar ferociously as if they wanted to break through the walls to tear Li Tianhong and Moer apart. Only at this moment did Li Tianhong and Moer realize that on the outer periphery of these endless walls, there was actually another layer of energy light waves, resisting the terrifying energy shockwaves. Not only were the dark creatures within not destroyed, but many of those that were asleep were awakened and flashing infinite red lights at the edge of the universe. Now, Everyone watched gravely as such powerful energy oscillations were unable to destroy these walls. It was evident there was some form of external energy protection that shouldn't logically exist for such a barrier. At this point, Li Tianheng had a bold speculation. Although these dark races were born in this parallel universe, this artificial protective force might have originated from somewhere else. These beings were clearly not naturally formed within this universe. In other words, they were being protected by some powerful civilizations. Realizing this, Li Tianheng shivered with a deep sense of unease. If this were true, it meant there were incredibly powerful civilizations within this universe controlling these dark races. This logic made sense because these powerful civilizations feared that lower-tier civilizations would develop enough to pose a threat to them. Hence, they stifled these rising super civilizations before they could fully ascend. However, if a civilization acted openly, they would face condemnation and even moral reprobation from others. Thus, they covertly used these dark races to wipe out those burgeoning super civilizations on the cusp of greatness. Although this was merely Li Tianheng's conjecture, the thought of it filled him with a chilling dread. If this were true, their adversaries wouldn't simply be the dark races, but the super civilizations that lurked within this universe itself. Chapter 277, Final Agreement. Li Tianheng could never have imagined. Even after venturing deep into the universe, there was still such intrigue and rivalry. These advanced super civilizations, in their quest for development and to avoid being surpassed by others, were virtually employing every means at their disposal. If one only considered the solar system, wasn't this just a smaller version of similar events? For the sake of their own power's growth, they would almost stop at nothing. In this short time, Li Tianheng had gained a general understanding of the entire universe's operating principles. Although he still did not know how this universe came into being, he already had an exceptionally clear goal. Driving out the dark races within the universe would become his most powerful objective from start to finish, which meant that in the face of the current situation, he must devise a reasonable response. And seeing this scene now, Li Tianheng's expression became extraordinarily serious. Because it was clear that the powerful civilizations controlling these dark races far exceeded his imagination. Undoubtedly a civilization much more advanced than the Moor civilization. It was precisely because of this. When Li Tianheng looked at everything before him, he suddenly conceived another plan. Even though he had used a large amount of weaponry earlier, attempting to destroy this cosmic barrier, he hadn't yet revealed his ultimate trump card, but now he saw no need to do so. Because the vitality of these dark creatures was incredibly strong, far beyond what ordinary weapons could handle. Even if he managed to destroy the cosmic wall, it wouldn't completely eliminate these dark races. This also led to another issue. Once these dark races escaped, they would surely greatly affect other civilizations within the universe. Even if only a small number of them managed to escape, it would still result in incalculable losses. This was something Li Tianheng couldn't ignore at all. Moreover, these dark races clearly possessed an extremely rapid reproductive ability. If Li Tianheng didn't spare no effort in utterly wiping out all of the dark races, then his subsequent struggle would be even more arduous. Once these dark races spread throughout the universe, it would be virtually impossible to round them all up. Thus, although the recent attack was unsuccessful, it turned out to actually be fortunate. At this moment, Li Tianheng conveyed his profound thoughts to Moor, who, upon hearing this, nodded as well. Moor couldn't help but admire Li Tianheng's wisdom. He hadn't foreseen the gravity of the situation. If such an event were truly to occur, the consequences would absolutely be dire. After their final deliberation, both Li Tianheng and Moor left this place simultaneously. The previous assault was merely a probing action for them. The real battle had only just begun. Faced with the dark races stationed at the edge of the universe, they had no choice but to approach carefully. Furthermore, with such an enormous quantity, it was something beyond human reach, so they needed to find the source. If they could identify the civilization controlling these dark races, the problem would be resolved more easily. Upon returning to the Moor civilization, solemn expressions appeared on their faces like never before. At the same time, a complete strategy formed in Li Tianheng's mind. Chapter 278, Holographic Projection of the Entire Universe. This was an extremely dangerous plan. However, it could resolve the current crisis facing the entire universe. The universe was simply too vast. Even now, they still had no idea how many god-level civilizations surpassing the Moor civilization existed within the universe. And based on their judgments, the level of the godlike civilization ruins they encountered at the center of the Milky Way galaxy was actually something theoretically present all over the universe. This terrifying hypothesis also put Li Tianheng in a very difficult situation. The metaverse was truly immense, so much so that even with his powerful technology, it would take an exceedingly long time to cross the Milky Way and reach another galaxy. To search for another god-level civilization in such a vast place was harder than finding a needle in the sea. Therefore, before taking action, Li Tianheng decided to activate the system's function again. Only after identifying clear targets would he proceed with the next step, which was his true intention. That is to say, before advancing further, Li Tianheng needed to find the exact locations of these super civilizations. Only after discovering their specific positions could he act. For Moor, this task was extraordinarily challenging because he had no idea how to search for those god-level civilizations in such a vast universe. Moreover, to avoid capture or discovery by others, these civilizations were surely hidden deep within the universe, where ordinary means couldn't detect them. But Li Tianheng was now full of confidence because he had every reason to believe in himself as a man who possessed the system. Within the system, he quickly found a massive module whose existence was precisely for scanning certain supercivilizations. However, manufacturing this module would require a tremendous amount of effort. Furthermore, such powerful modular technology required the energy from millions of stars, forming an ultra-large holographic projection. This holographic projection could converge all kinds of optical rays and pulse forces in the universe into one place, then condense them into the projection. Through this miniaturized version of the projection, Li Tianheng would be able to locate the existence of these supercivilizations. It sounds easy, but in practice, it wasn't so simple. To gather the energy of hundreds of stars first required a container, and manufacturing this container was a massive problem. Fortunately, however, Li Tianheng and Moer were not short of resources at the moment. As long as they could mobilize the resources of their own civilization, they could easily achieve this goal. They said, "Let's do it," and immediately began. Li Tianheng and Moer quickly mobilized all the technological power they had at hand. They split the internal resources of the Moer civilization into two parts, and under their respective leadership, they sought out various super-strong universal veins and rare metals. With these metals properly processed, they could construct the container. At this moment, Moer was grateful for his initial decision not to conflict with Li Tianheng. Given the level of technology that Li Tianheng wielded, his background mustn't have been simple. Thus, Moer was extremely happy now. Not only could he collaborate with Li Tianheng, but he could also learn Li Tianheng's technology to build his own civilization. This dual benefit matter naturally filled Moer with immense joy. Chapter 279. Creating a Cosmic Holographic Projection. Li Tianheng used the powerful functions of the system to open a completely new design. He intended to turn the entire universe into an immense holographic projection. This was something that Moer wouldn't have even dared to think about before. Transforming the entire universe into a holographic projection was unimaginable for anyone. Even before the Moer civilization surpassed a fifth-grade civilization, they had never entertained such thoughts because, to create a holographic projection, one must know the details of every corner. As of now, the universe is still known as infinite by everyone. Though Li Tianheng and his team had reached the edge of the universe, this edge only represents one side of it. No one knows where the other side is located. Moer civilization is still in the dark about this. This leads to another issue. They could never detect the boundary of the universe, meaning they would not be able to know all its detailed specifics. Under these circumstances, creating a hologram would naturally result in flaws, and such defects are inadequate for locating the presence of divine civilizations. If those divine civilizations were exactly within these flaws, it would ruin their plan entirely. However, from Li Tianheng's current train of thought, Moer drew a whole new conclusion. Extract the energy of 1,000,000 stars, converge it together, then send powerful pulse energy throughout the entire universe. By utilizing the feedback of these energies, one can collect details from all corners to form a robust holographic projection. When Moer became aware of this idea, he himself found it extraordinarily crazy. Yet seeing how confident Li Tianheng appeared, he knew this indeed held credibility, considering Li Tianheng's access to inconceivable amounts of energy. No one knows where Li Tianheng originated from, but all the technical energy and formidable scientific power at his disposal are far beyond the reach of Moer civilization. Just like this current idea of manufacturing a holographic projection of the universe, it was something he'd never considered before. With this method, they can effortlessly remain grounded while using the holographic projection to locate the existence of divine civilizations. From this perspective, the technology Li Tianheng has mastered is undeniably superior to theirs. Nevertheless, this holds no particular relevance to me. Using Li Tianheng's technologies, they can not only save the entire universe from crisis, but also allow more civilization to advance to the next level. Thus, Moer is currently much clearer. Prior to this, he had refrained from confronting Li Tianheng with force. Had that occurred, who knows what the outcome would be. Furthermore, given Li Tianheng's terrifying weapons, it would likely be effortless for him to target Moer's civilization if he so desired. At this moment, Moer mobilized all interstellar warships and star system energy mining vehicles within the entire Moer civilization. All these ships moved out toward all directions, heading towards the nearest stars to gather information. Before this, Li Tianheng needed potent energy resources to fabricate such an energy storage device. Thus, most mining vehicles were dispatched to collect high-intensity interstellar energy sources. Utilizing these resources, Li Tianheng could accomplish what he set out to do. In this way, a full year quietly passed by. Chapter 280. Slowing down the flow of time. A year's time. For the universe, it actually doesn't mean much. However, Li Tianheng had already been able to accomplish a lot. The system had granted him very powerful abilities, and he was now also capable of utilizing these abilities given by the system to manufacture various powerful planetary-class warships. These warships could not only be used for interstellar warfare, but a large part of them could also conduct universal mining. And what was currently most important for him was to collect various rare elements in the universe, using these rare elemental metals to synthesize very powerful energy storage devices. Only after this step could they proceed with their next move. This step wasn't really that difficult for Li Tianheng, as there was guidance from the system, and he also possessed very advanced artificial intelligence. With both layers of protection, he could easily accomplish this. The truly challenging part was synthesizing these elements to extract stellar energy from the universe. After all, just think about it. There were 1,000,000 superstars, their energy so vast as to be unimaginable. Even though within the entire Milky Way, 1,000,000 stars don't count for much, but in reality each star is separated by immense distances. Therefore, there arose a major issue. He would need to build countless intergalactic planetary warships to travel around these stars, extracting all of their energy. But guiding all this within a short period wasn't an easy thing at all. Though collecting energy seemed straightforward, completely producing the machines required a very long process. So, Li Tianheng thought of another method, creating a planetary time dilation zone, which would isolate the temporal region from external space. In essence, 1 year would pass within this spatial dimension while merely 1 day passed outside. When Moer first heard of this idea, he was stunned because such things only existed in legends. He had never encountered anything like it in reality, even though he had already reached the brink of provincial civilization. Still, he had no clue how to construct something like this. But Li Tianheng was very confident. He believed he could make it happen. This was simply something astonishing. However, up to this point, Li Tianheng had already created too many miracles. So, as far as Moer was concerned, there seemed to be no reason for him to doubt the veracity of what Li Tianheng said. In the following period, Li Tianheng devoted all his efforts entirely into creating this spatial zone. This required an extraordinarily powerful energy field, and the rare metals collected back could be perfectly used for its creation. Just like that, another 2 years passed quietly. For the entire universe, 2 years hardly counted for anything. But Li Tianheng had completely manufactured the time retardation zone. Ahead, a massive star system surrounded all planets which had been entirely transformed by him into energy release fields. By compressing and transforming the energy released from these sources, he created a completely independent space. Within this space, the flow of time could be arbitrarily adjusted. Through such adjustment, one could achieve hundreds or even thousands of times acceleration within this time frame. Chapter 281, a universe-level super project. This was a great project. It was also a super project that transcended the times. Even if you look across the entire Moor civilization, it would be fundamentally impossible to create something like this. But now, Li Tianheng has already started building it. Something that in the past would have been unimaginable. One must understand, a project so terrifying that even the Moor civilization could not construct it, and in the remnants of that divine-level civilization, Moor had never seen such technology. But Li Tianheng possessed this ultra-advanced ability and technology, as he continuously manipulated the holographic projection before his eyes, combining various parts and materials. Moore felt as if his worldview had been unprecedentedly overturned. However, he knew that this was also a tremendous blessing for them because Li Tianheng was building this thing in their Moor civilization world. Then they could use everything built by Li Tianheng. Currently, the relationship between Moore and Li Tianheng had become very harmonious, and though he still didn't know exactly where Li Tianheng came from, it did not hinder their relationship. At this moment, Li Tianheng continued to manipulate the holographic projections with his eyes, thereby controlling various large-scale machines outside the galaxy. These machines were all already at a star level. Fearsome energy constantly flashed within the Moor civilization, but it did not affect any of the residents there. The technology currently mastered by Li Tianheng had absolutely surpassed that of a divine-level civilization, which was equally shocking to them. Under Li Tianheng's constant control and the complementary role of artificial intelligence, within a short span of 1 year, the external information of the entire Moor civilization underwent an unprecedented change. A super-large castle appeared within the galaxy. This gigantic castle was actually formed by the aggregation of all kinds of elemental energies. It was specially created to absorb the energy of stars in the universe. Though Li Tianheng had accomplished this step, he was still unsatisfied and continuously improved and polished it until a certain amount of time passed. At this moment, looking at this enormous circular metallic object before his eyes, Li Tianheng couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. This thing was entirely led by his technology. This vast technical research encompassed all sorts of information. If placed within the solar system, it could even cover the position where Pluto resides. Such a grand project was something he could never have imagined in the past, but now he achieved it effortlessly. With such a magnificent and immense project under his leadership, it was thoroughly completed. Now, what they had to do was use this giant starship to continuously input the gathered stellar energy into the Great Technological Institute for absorption. In this way, 5 years passed quietly. Although 5 years isn't short, in the entire universe, it was nothing more than a blink of an eye. And even though they wielded such terrifying technology, it still required this much time. As he felt the endless flow of stellar energy being conveyed in, an unprecedented excitement flickered in his eyes. Chapter 282, The Universe Time House. After 10 whole years of construction, this enormous time house spanning across star systems was finally completed. The moment Moore stepped inside, he realized that this kind of technology absolutely exceeded all imagination. At least it had already completely surpassed Moore's imagination. In Moore's memory and impression, the universal theoretical knowledge he had learned suggested that time and space could not be broken. This was a viewpoint that people had long regarded as fixed, a deeply rooted belief that could not be shattered unless one surpassed the God-level civilization to reach a higher level. Only then could one truly master time and space. But for most people, even surpassing to this level essentially meant stepping beyond the three-dimensional realm and reaching the higher dimensional fourth dimension. However, even at the God-level civilization, the fourth dimension remained something that couldn't be controlled. This was exactly why Moore found himself truly shocked. What was Li Tianheng's identity? Why was he able to master such terrifying scientific technology? However, for Moore now, this wasn't important anymore. Li Tianheng, who possessed such incredible technology, was now within his civilization. If more so desired, he could easily consult with Li Tianheng and have him teach these high-tech skills, something worth even an enormous price since these technologies were far beyond anyone's imagination. In fact, this wasn't even necessary because Moore had already touched upon divinity. He simply needed a bit more effort to fully enter the divine civilization. In doing so, he would gain more leverage when negotiating with Li Tianheng. Now, in the face of the apocalypse, the first priority was to focus all attention on dealing with what the darkness was doing. The great efforts put into assisting Li Tianheng in constructing these things were aimed at combating the dark race. Moore was genuinely astonished by the colossal size of this space where the flow of time differed completely from the outside world. Inside this place, 100 years passing equated to just 1 year outside, an unimaginable concept. Li Tianheng truly made this happen and brought it into reality. With this miraculous aid, the subsequent work progressed much more smoothly. Firstly, they had to develop powerful genetic weapons. This way, they would no longer fear the passage of time. Staying inside for 100 years would make ordinary people too old to function if they ever came out. It wouldn't mean anything substantial. What truly stunned everyone, though, was another project currently being developed by Li Tianheng. That project was none other than the holographic projection of the entire universe. At this moment, all the machines around began operating and heading off in all directions, mining stellar energy elsewhere. They needed to bring all these stellar energies back to converge within this massive time machine. Before long, 2 years passed quietly again. When someone came here again, nearly 900,000 stars super energy had already been gathered here. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if all the energy inside was detonated, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reduced to nothingness. But Li Tianheng managed to keep all this energy under complete control. Chapter 283, Master of Fate. As he stood at the center of the energy gathering, he felt an unprecedented power surge into his body. His body seemed to melt into this stream of energy, his eyes revealing a sense of determination and resolve. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had reached a new realm. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from within him, illuminating the entire space. This was the moment he had longed for, as he finally succeeded in mastering this powerful energy. Li Tianheng raised his head, gazing towards the sky, his gaze firm and confident. He knew that his destiny would change from this point on, and he would become the master of this world. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Li Tianheng. As he looked up, he saw a strange woman dressed in a white gown, beautiful and mysterious. The woman smiled as she looked at Li Tianheng, her eyes revealing a trace of affection and anticipation. Li Tianheng's heart stirred. He felt that this woman seemed to have some special connection with him. "Who are you?" Li Tianheng asked, a note of caution in his voice. The woman smiled, gently shook her head, and said, "I am the one tied to your fate. I have come to tell you that the power you possess will change the entire world. However, you must be careful not to abuse it." Li Tianheng listened silently, sensing the profound meaning in her words. He knew what the woman said was no empty talk. His power indeed held tremendous potential. "Thank you for your warning. I will use this power carefully," Li Tianheng responded solemnly. The woman smiled, nodded slightly, and then slowly disappeared into the air. Li Tianheng felt a strong force surging within him. He knew that he had stepped into a completely new realm. From then on, Li Tianheng began traveling in the world, using his power to help those in need, becoming a hero in people's hearts. His name spread throughout the world, people calling him the Interstellar Messenger. With his power, hope, and courage, he traveled across star systems, rescuing crises facing the world. However, as time passed, Li Tianheng found that the challenges he faced were becoming increasingly difficult. He needed to confront more powerful enemies and more complex situations. In a crucial battle, Li Tianheng almost found himself in despair. His power was suppressed by his opponent, and he felt his strength gradually draining. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, the woman's figure reappeared beside him. She extended her delicate finger, lightly touching Li Tianheng's forehead. Li Tianheng felt a warm current rush into his body, restoring his power and reviving his confidence to fight. "You are not alone. You will never be alone." The woman's voice echoed in Li Tianheng's ears, carrying warmth and encouragement. Li Tianheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with resolute light. He knew that he must move forward, confronting any difficulty or challenge without hesitation. Thus, Li Tianheng continued on his new journey, his figure shimmering with the beacon of hope across the stars. He became a legend in people's hearts, a hero who never gives up. The story continues, with future paths filled with the unknown and challenges. But Li Tianheng believed that as long as he persisted, he would create miracles belonging to him. Chapter 284, Only Moving Forward Bravely. Li Tianheng tightly clenched his fists, his eyes shining with a firm resolve. He knew that he must continue to move forward, no matter what difficulties and challenges he faced. He had to push ahead bravely. Despite enduring countless hardships and tribulations, Li Tianheng was not defeated. On the contrary, his willpower became even stronger. He had become a martial artist unparalleled by anyone, possessing strength and skills beyond the ordinary. His name spread throughout the entire star system, and people regarded him as a legend. However, just as Li Tianheng thought he could enjoy a period of tranquility, an unexpected crisis struck again. The supreme ruler of the Stellar Federation, a powerful yet corrupt emperor, launched a war of aggression on an unprecedented scale, attempting to bring the entire star system under his control. Facing this strong and brutal enemy, Li Tianheng fully understood his responsibility and mission. He decided to lead a coalition made up of resistance forces from various planets to engage in a decisive battle against the Emperor. Thus, an intense battle unfolded in the star system. Leading the coalition, Li Tianheng engaged in life-and-death confrontations with the Emperor's army repeatedly. Every battle was a struggle for survival, and every victory was hard-earned. Li Tianheng's figure shone with the light of hope on the battlefield. His courage and wisdom became the pillar of the coalition. He always managed to make the right decisions at critical moments, leading his troops into fierce battles. His fighting spirit inspired every soldier, filling them with confidence in victory. Nevertheless, the road to battle was never smooth. The generals under the Emperor became increasingly powerful, their strength and the size of their armies daunting. Li Tianheng faced unprecedented pressure and difficulties, but he never retreated. He knew that only by defeating this evil emperor could true peace and tranquility be brought to the star system. Li Tianheng gathered his loyal subordinates and devised an arduous and dangerous plan. They decided to infiltrate the imperial palace, confront the emperor directly, and seize power from his hands. This was a perilous venture, a bold gamble against fate. In the preparation process, everyone felt the tension and stress. Li Tianheng's gaze remained resolute, and he encouraged the morale of his men with a determined tone. Brothers, we've reached the final juncture. We cannot retreat anymore. Only by moving forward bravely can we overthrow the tyrant's rule. The soldiers all nodded, expressing their trust and determination toward Li Tianheng. Everyone knew this would be a battle of life and death, and they couldn't afford the slightest slack. As night fell, a small team stealthily entered the imperial palace. They moved through palace after palace, evading numerous patrols. Every detail required precision. Any mistake could lead to failure. Finally, they arrived at the emperor's inner chambers. The emperor was indulging in his luxurious lifestyle, completely unaware of the impending threat. Li Tianheng pushed open the door and faced the emperor sitting on the throne. His gaze was firm, showing no hint of fear. Emperor, your reign is about to end. I will bring peace and tranquility to the star system. The emperor glared angrily and stood up from the throne. The guards behind him immediately raised their weapons, ready to protect the emperor. A faint smirk flashed across Li Tianheng's eyes, and he suddenly lunged at the emperor. At the critical moment, he displayed superhuman speed and strength. His sword shot out like lightning toward the emperor, who blocked the attack with the staff in his hand. Chapter 285. The ruler of this galaxy. The battle erupted as Li Tianheng and the emperor engaged in an intense struggle. Their figures darted through the palace, with sword light and flames intertwining, instantly turning the entire scene into something akin to a fiery hell. Li Tianheng was covered in wounds, but he remained undaunted. He knew that only by persisting until the very last moment could he achieve victory. With all his might, he exhausted every ounce of strength, ultimately driving the emperor into a desperate situation. The emperor retreated to the edge of the palace, his eyes filled with fear. He realized that his reign was about to come to an end, and this young warrior would become the new hero. Li Tianheng stepped forward, his sword pressing tightly against the emperor's throat. Trembling helplessly, the emperor looked up at Li Tianheng. You've won, I surrender. Li Tianheng stopped his blade, his eyes revealing a trace of compassion. Emperor, you were once the ruler of this galaxy, but your rule brought pain and fear to the people. Now, it's time to bring all this to an end. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, reducing the emperor to ashes. The galaxy was finally freed from the control of the evil ruler, and people cheered, celebrating the arrival of a new era. Li Tianheng stood amidst the ruins of the palace, his body covered in scars, yet his eyes brimmed with hope. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. He had brought true peace and tranquility to the galaxy. However, just at that moment, a strong wave of psychic energy suddenly swept over him. Li Tianheng immediately felt a powerful force tightly binding him, making him unable to move even an inch. Ha ha ha, Li Tianheng, do you really think you can destroy me? A cold and proud voice rang out, followed by a figure emerging from the void. This was a man dressed in a black robe, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery and disdain. He extended his hand, a surge of dark energy flowing from his palm, binding Li Tianheng tightly. Who are you? Li Tianheng furrowed his brows tightly, trying to break free. The black-robed man let out a cold laugh. I am the true ruler of this galaxy. Your so-called emperor was merely my pawn. A glint of determination flashed in Li Tianheng's eyes. No matter who you are, I will never let you continue to harm the people of the galaxy. The black-robed man smirked coldly. Do you think you can stop me? Your power is too weak. Suddenly, the energy within Li Tianheng began to violently surge. He felt an immensely powerful force building up inside him, ready to be unleashed. Gritting his teeth, his muscles tensed throughout his body as he prepared to release all his strength. How dare you? The black-robed man roared with anger, the dark energy in his hands rapidly intensifying, attempting to completely shatter Li Tianheng. But just when the black-robed man thought victory was assured, Li Tianheng suddenly threw open his arms, a brilliant light radiating from within him. It was an extraordinarily pure form of energy, full of hope and righteousness. The black-robed man stared astonished at the sight before him, realizing his dark energy could not approach Li Tianheng. This is impossible. The black-robed man gritted his teeth angrily. A flicker of determination crossed Li Tianheng's eyes. I wield the power of the galaxy, and you are nothing but a false ruler. As his words echoed, his body began to transform. His skin gradually turned crystalline and translucent, as if embedded with countless stars. The black-robed man watched in terror as Li Tianheng changed, feeling his own power swiftly dissipate. In desperation, he shouted, "You mere mortal, how can you possibly defeat me, one who possesses infinite dark power?" Chapter 286, Light and Peace. Li Tianheng looked at the black-robed man with a smile, his eyes shining with an unwavering determination. He slowly raised his palm, and a brilliant light emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the black-robed man. "Do you think darkness is invincible?" Li Tianheng's voice was filled with confidence and strength. "But you've forgotten that there exists the power of light between the stars, and I am the embodiment of that light." The black-robed man felt his power growing weaker and weaker, and he let out a desperate roar. "No, I cannot fail." However, his voice gradually faded into the air, and he eventually dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Li Tianheng stood still, his body radiating waves of immense energy. He took a deep breath, feeling the power flowing within him, and he knew that he had become the guardian of the stars. Li Tianheng looked up at the sky. The stars were dazzling, as if paying tribute to him. His heart was full of hope for the future and a sense of responsibility. He would use his power to protect the peace and tranquility of interstellar space, safeguarding the lives on every planet. From that day on, Li Tianheng embarked on his journey through the stars. He traveled between star systems, resolving various crises and evil forces, becoming a hero in everyone's hearts. His name spread throughout the galaxy, and every planet he protected held him in great respect and gratitude. Yet, the path of the interstellar guardian was not smooth. Along his journey, he faced countless challenges and difficulties, but he always remained steadfast in his beliefs, fighting tirelessly and unyieldingly. One day, he arrived at a planet ravaged by dark forces. The people there lived in darkness and fear, longing for the arrival of light. Li Tianheng decided to bring them hope. He gathered a team of brave warriors and engaged in fierce battle with the dark forces. After a grueling fight, they finally defeated the dark forces, and the planet once again returned to light and peace. The people were filled with gratitude towards Li Tianheng and his team. They regarded them as saviors. After defeating the dark forces, the people of the planet were filled with gratitude towards Li Tianheng and his team. They viewed Li Tianheng as their savior and held great hope for their arrival. The day after the defeat of the dark forces, a grand celebration was held on the planet. People flooded the square, cheering joyfully, celebrating their liberation from the rule of darkness. Li Tianheng and his team were carried on the shoulders of the crowd, becoming the focus of the entire scene. During the ceremony, a young girl suddenly pushed her way through the crowd, tears welling up in her eyes. She was Erin, an orphan who had lost her family and one of the most afflicted under the rule of the dark forces. She looked at Li Tianheng gratefully and tightly gripped his hand. "Li Tianheng, you are our savior," Erin said excitedly, her voice filled with gratitude and reverence. Li Tianheng looked at her with a smile and said gently, "Erin, I've merely done my part. This victory is the result of all our efforts and courage." The tears in Erin's eyes shone even brighter, and she remarked reflectively, "But without you, we would have never escaped the darkness. You have given us hope and the chance to start anew." Li Tianheng lightly patted Erin's shoulder and encouraged her. "Erin, you must believe that everyone has the power to change the world. As long as we unite and move forward bravely, there will be nothing we cannot overcome." The celebration lasted the whole day, with people singing and dancing, cheering joyously. Li Tianheng and his team became heroes of the planet, and people showered them with admiration and gratitude. Chapter 287, The Final Resolve. However, just as people were immersed in the joy of victory, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped the entire planet. A powerful wave of dark energy was growing rapidly, causing fear and unease once again among the populace. Panic spread through the crowd as everyone scattered in a mad rush to escape. Li Tianheng firmly gripped his weapon and led his team to confront the dark forces. They resolved to bring light and peace back to the planet once more and would not allow darkness to fall again. Behind the resurgence of the dark forces lay an even stronger enemy, a demon that had once been sealed away. Li Tianheng and his team faced an unprecedented challenge. They must find a way to reseal the demon if they are to save the planet. They embarked on a perilous and uncertain journey, traversing interstellar space to search for the legendary place of sealing. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of difficulties and trials, but Li Tianheng maintained unwavering determination, leading his team forward bravely. Finally, they discovered the secret location where the demon could be sealed. However, they realized that only by sacrificing their own lives could they complete the sealing ritual. Faced with this cruel choice, Li Tianheng and his team fell into deep contemplation. "We cannot let the demon return. We must sacrifice ourselves to save the planet." Li Tianheng made his final decision. They decided to infuse their strength into the seal, exchanging their lives for the peace and tranquility of the planet. Each member of the team silently nodded, expressing their firm resolve. They understood this battle admitted no retreat, yet they were willing to pay the ultimate price for justice. They began preparing various items needed for the ritual, the altar adorned with precious gems and mysterious talismans. Li Tianheng led his team one by one to stand before the altar, ready to merge themselves into the seal. As they held hands and closed their eyes, the surrounding air became heavy all of a sudden. A powerful energy surged up from the depths of the earth, filling the entire space. Li Tianheng felt the energy within his body begin to dissipate. He knew it signified their life force slowly fading away. He clutched the hands of his teammates tightly, praying silently, hoping their sacrifice would secure peace for the planet. As time passed, their faces grew pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. But they did not waver. They remained steadfast in their positions, resolutely completing the ritual without faltering. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from them, illuminating the entire sacred place. The demon seal began to emerge gradually, a powerful force binding it tightly. Li Tianheng and his team experienced immense pressure, as if the whole world trembled around them. Their bodies started to vanish, leaving behind only their spirits fused with the seal. In the end, they disappeared entirely, leaving only a silent void. The demon was successfully sealed, and the planet returned to peace and serenity. Though Li Tianheng and his team no longer existed in the world, their brave deeds would forever be remembered. They defended justice with their lives, bringing a better future to the planet. The story was passed down through generations, becoming myth and legend. Whenever people faced adversity and evil, they would remember this tale, reinforcing their resolve to face challenges courageously. Li Tianheng and his team became heroes of the planet, their stories celebrated for hundreds of years. Their sacrifices not only brought about peace, but also inspired those who followed, urging them forward in pursuit of justice and truth. Chapter 288, The Mysterious Person in Armor. The secret place of the seal has become a pilgrimage site for people, with countless individuals coming to pray and pay their respects every year. They revere Li Tianheng and his team as sacred figures, grateful for the peace and hope they brought to the planet. However, on a sunny morning, a young man named Xiaoming arrived at the secret place of the seal. He was an ordinary farmer who had only heard some stories about Li Tianheng and his team's achievements. Nevertheless, driven by respect and curiosity for the unknown, he decided to personally visit this holy site. Xiaoming knelt before the secret place of the seal, silently paying his respects to Li Tianheng and his team. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy surge from beneath the ground, swirling around his body. He felt a momentary daze, as if transported to a magical world. When he regained his senses, Xiaoming found himself in a strange yet ancient place. Towering mountains pierced through the clouds around him, while dense forests sprawled beneath his feet. A strong sense of mission filled him, as though there was an important task awaiting him. Xiaoming began to explore this mysterious place. Walking down an ancient stone staircase, he arrived at a massive hall. In the center of the hall stood a grand throne, on which sat a figure whose face could not be clearly seen. Approaching humbly, Xiaoming bowed respectfully to the figure. He asked, "Honored sage, what should I do? Why have I come here?" The figure slowly raised his head, revealing deep eyes through the veil. Smiling faintly, his voice flowed like a gentle brook into Xiaoming's ears. "Young man, your arrival here is no coincidence. You have been chosen to inherit our mission and responsibility." Xiaoming looked at the figure in surprise, his mind brimming with doubts and bewilderments. He questioned, "Who are you? How am I supposed to inherit your mission and responsibility?" A glimmer of kindness and anticipation flickered in the figure's eyes. He said, "I am Li Tianheng, your predecessor. You will become the new leader of our team, guiding your team to continue protecting the peace and hope of the planet." Xiaoming's eyes widened as he stared at the Li Tianheng before him, feeling both excited and nervous, but understanding this as the most important moment of his life. From then on, Xiaoming underwent rigorous training, learning various combat skills and wisdom. He led a team composed of young, brave warriors, safeguarding the planet from evil forces. They faced countless challenges, but remained steadfast in their belief in justice and truth. Under Xiaoming's leadership, his team achieved victory after victory. With courage and intelligence, they defeated the evil forces, guarding the peace and hope of the planet. Years later, as Xiaoming stood atop the peak of the planet and reflected on the past, he felt deeply moved. He remembered his initial confusion and uncertainty when he first arrived at the secret place of the seal, and the hopeful gaze of Li Tianheng's eyes. He realized that he was not just an ordinary farmer, but also the inheritor of a hero's legacy. His mission was not only to protect the planet's peace, but also to carry it forward, inspiring future generations to boldly pursue justice and truth. Xiaoming shouted loudly to the stars, "Our team will never cease. We will forever guard the peace and hope of the planet." As Xiaoming's cry echoed, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Everyone looked up, seeing a colossal meteor hurtling toward the ground. Breaking through the night sky, it quickly approached. Amidst cries of astonishment from the crowd, the meteor suddenly stopped before Xiaoming, transforming into a mysterious person clad in splendid armor. Chapter 289, Li Tianheng and Xiaoming's Common Mission. The mysterious man slowly removed his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face. He smiled warmly at Xiaoming, his voice deep and powerful. "Xiaoming, your courage and sense of justice fill me with admiration. I am the guardian of this planet, and also your mentor. My name is xiuxian." Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figure before him. He had never imagined that he would meet a true guardian, let alone become his student. Xiuxian extended his hand and gently patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. "Xiaoming, you are the chosen son of heaven, destined to take on the responsibility of protecting the planet. I will teach you my power and wisdom, helping you become a true guardian." Xiaoming nodded excitedly, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. He knew he was about to embark on a new adventure, facing even more dangerous enemies and challenges. In the days that followed, Xiaoming trained hard, continuously improving his strength. He learned Xiuxian's mysterious techniques and combat skills while gaining deeper knowledge about the planet's secrets and history. However, just as Xiaoming was about to become a qualified guardian, an unexpected crisis descended upon the planet. An army led by evil forces invaded, aiming to destroy all life on the planet and seize its treasures. Xiaoming led other guardians and brave warriors into a fierce battle against the evil forces. They gave it their all, sparing no effort to protect the safety of the planet and its people. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with both sides pushing themselves to their limits. Xiaoming felt the power coursing through his body. He knew this was the divine strength given to him by Lei Shun. Wielding his weapon, he let out a thunderous war cry and fought fiercely to repel the enemies. Finally, after enduring many hardships in the battle, Xiaoming and his companions successfully defeated the evil forces. Peace returned to the planet, and the people cheered in celebration of their victory. Standing on the victorious battlefield, Xiaoming felt a sense of fulfillment and pride. He realized that he had completed the mission entrusted to him by Lei Shun, protecting the planet and its people. Yet, this was only the beginning. Xiaoming knew there were more responsibilities and challenges ahead of him. He was determined to continue striving, growing constantly, for the peace and hope of the planet. Years later, when Xiaoming stood once again at the peak of the planet, reflecting on past events, he was deeply moved. He remembered how he grew from an ordinary farmer into a guardian, and the days he fought alongside his comrades. He understood that his efforts and struggles had not been in vain. His existence brought hope and courage to the planet. He would forever remember these experiences and pass them on, inspiring future generations to press forward courageously in pursuit of justice and truth. Xiaoming shouted towards the starry sky, "Our team will never cease. We shall guard the peace and hope of this planet." His voice echoed through the cosmos, as if becoming a solemn vow for the planet. Li Tianheng, witnessing this scene, had bright sparks flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this was the real meaning of venturing deep into the universe and fighting against the dark races. But even he had never anticipated that. Since leaving the solar system, over a decade had passed, and now, he could slay the dark races to save this universe, a feat he had never imagined possible before. Still, he believed everything would soon come to an end. Chapter 290, A Top Warrior. Xiaoming's voice echoed through the starry sky, as if it had become a vow of the planet. Li Tianheng witnessed this scene, and his eyes also shone with an extraordinarily bright light. Perhaps this was the true meaning of venturing deep into the universe and combating the dark races. He recalled that it had been over a decade since he set out from the solar system. In this long and arduous journey, he had gone through countless battles and sacrifices, but he had also achieved victory after victory. The fact that he could destroy the dark race to save this universe was something he had never imagined before. However, Li Tianheng did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. On the contrary, he became more humble and resolute. He knew that the power of the dark races far exceeded his imagination, as did their malice and ambition. Although he had achieved some victories, he clearly understood that he still had much work to do. He gazed at the starry sky, lost in deep thought. He knew that only by their unrelenting efforts could they safeguard the peace and hope of the planets. Their mission was arduous and dangerous, but they would never back down. They would continue forward, striving for the peace of the universe. Li Tianheng took a deep breath, deciding to train himself even harder to enhance his abilities. He knew that only through continuous effort and struggle could he defeat the dark races and protect the safety of the planets. Thus, he began a new round of training. During the day, he sweated profusely on the training field, constantly refining his skills. At night, he sat quietly under the starry sky, pondering his future and mission. Day after day, year after year, Li Tianheng gradually grew into a top warrior. His strength became increasingly powerful, and his fame gradually spread throughout the universe. He became a hero in the hearts of people, the most steadfast guardian of the universe. Nevertheless, Li Tianheng knew that all of this was far from enough. The power of the dark races was still lurking, their schemes and plans never ceasing. They remained a massive threat that needed to be completely defeated. In one battle after another, Li Tianheng led his team to bravely fight enemies and continuously achieve victory. They traversed the stars, crossed boundless universes, and engaged in desperate struggles against the dark races. Finally, in a decisive battle, Li Tianheng led his team to successfully destroy the last base of the dark races. The power of the dark races was completely weakened, leaving them unable to organize effective resistance. Li Tianheng and his team stood in front of the ruined base, watching the destruction of the dark races, filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. They knew that their efforts were not in vain, as they had safeguarded the peace and hope of the planets. However, Li Tianheng did not slack off because of this. He knew that the universe always held various threats and dangers. Their team would never cease to continue guarding the peace and hope of the planets. Xiaoming shouted towards the starry sky, "Our team will never stop, guarding the peace and hope of the planets." His voice echoed through the starry sky, as if it had become a vow of the planet. Li Tianheng witnessed this scene, and his eyes also sparkled with extremely bright light. Perhaps this was the true meaning of delving deep into the universe and combating the dark races. But it was also something he had never expected. From leaving the solar system to now, over a decade had passed. He had never imagined that he could annihilate the dark races to save this universe. However, he believed everything would soon come to an end. Chapter 291. This is our glory. As the forces of the dark races were weakened, the universe gradually returned to peace. Li Tianheng and his team continued patrolling every corner of the universe, ensuring that no other threats existed. However, just as they thought everything was over, a sudden message broke the tranquility of the universe. It was rumored that an even more powerful dark race was secretly gathering strength, preparing to launch a final attack on the universe. Li Tianheng and his team immediately sprang into action. They decided to head to the headquarters of the Dark Race to personally eliminate this threat. This would be their last battle, and also their final defense for the universe. They traveled through the stars, crossing boundless expanses of the universe, and eventually arrived at the headquarters of the Dark Race. Here, darkness and malevolence were rampant. Li Tianheng and his team prepared to face the final battle, determined to fight for the peace of the universe. The battle began, with both sides engaging in fierce combat. The Dark Race demonstrated astonishing power and brutal tactics, but Li Tianheng and his team did not falter. They fought bravely with all their might, determined to completely eradicate the Dark Race. After a long and intense battle, they finally succeeded in defeating the leader of the Dark Race, destroying their forces once and for all. The Dark Race could no longer organize any effective resistance, and peace was restored to the universe. Li Tianheng and his team stood before the headquarters of the Dark Race, looking at the ruined buildings and endless debris. Their hearts were filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. They knew that they had protected the peace of the planets, saved countless lives, and brought new hope to the entire universe. Li Tianheng turned around and looked at his companions standing beside him, his heart filled with gratitude. He understood that without their unity, cooperation, and fearless fight, this victory would have been impossible. Each member of the team had put forth tremendous effort. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood still hadn't dried, yet their eyes revealed firm determination and pride. They had proven with their strength that the power of justice is infinite, and that darkness will never overcome light. Guys, we've done it. We've succeeded, Li Tianheng shouted loudly, his voice filled with excitement and encouragement. Every member of the team straightened their backs, looking at him with resolute eyes. Their faces radiated pride and the joy of victory. Yes, we've succeeded, an excited young female warrior said. This is our shared victory. We've fought for peace across the entire universe. That's right, we've defeated the Dark Race, and the universe will once again restore its peace, added a seasoned warrior. Li Tianheng nodded with a smile, sighing deeply and saying, though we are only a small team, we've changed the fate of the entire universe with our own strength. This is our glory. They hugged each other, celebrating this victory. They knew that this was not the end, but a new beginning. They would continue to protect the peace of the universe, defend innocent lives until the very last moment. In front of the Dark Race's headquarters, they raised their weapons and solemnly swore to the sky. We are the guardians of the universe, and we will never give up. Their vow echoed through the clouds, spreading throughout the entire universe. All the people would remember this brave team, and their heroic deeds would be passed down as legends within the universe. Chapter 292, Battle in the Darkness. Li Tianheng and his team will continue on their new journey, facing more challenges and dangers. They know that only by constantly surpassing themselves can they protect the peace of the universe and let light forever triumph over darkness. Li Tianheng tightly gripped his weapon, gazing resolutely at the main entrance of the Dark Race's headquarters. The teammates behind him were also ready, each exuding a steadfast determination. Are you all prepared? This time, we must dismantle the Dark Race's conspiracy. Li Tianheng shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the silent night sky. His teammates nodded in agreement, resolve flickering in their eyes. They had gone through countless battles and were accustomed to confronting the challenges posed by the dark forces. Li Tianheng stepped first into the headquarters gate, followed closely by his teammates. The interior of the Dark Race's headquarters was dark and damp, permeated with an asphyxiating atmosphere. We need to be careful. The strength of the Dark Race is greater than we imagined, Li Tianheng whispered as a warning. The teammates nodded silently, knowing this battle would be extraordinarily difficult. But they also understood that only by defeating the Dark Race could they safeguard the peace of the universe. They moved stealthily, passing through one dark corridor after another, bypassing various traps. Each step was cautious and steady. Their goal was to destroy the Dark Race's control center. Finally, they arrived in front of the control center. A huge door blocked their path, emanating potent dark energy. Li Tianheng stared intently at the door, determination shining in his eyes. He lifted his weapon, emitting a beam of light, and smashed it forcefully against the door. The door emitted a heavy sound, finally opening slightly. Dark energy surged out violently, attempting to stop their advance. Li Tianheng and his teammates fought hard, their figures flashing with light amidst the darkness. Using all their strength, they gradually subdued the dark energy. In the end, the door was completely opened, revealing the Dark Race's control center before them. It was filled with various high-tech devices, giving off unsettling vibes. Li Tianheng rushed first into the control center, with his teammates following close behind. A fierce battle erupted as they engaged in mortal combat with the soldiers of the Dark Race. Agile and skilled, Li Tianheng deftly evaded enemy attacks while targeting weaknesses and delivering lethal blows. His teammates displayed incredible abilities, showcasing unimaginable strength. The battle raged fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. But Li Tianheng and his teammates did not falter. They believed the power of justice would overcome the darkness. Finally, the last soldier of the Dark Race fell, and the control center returned to silence. Li Tianheng and his teammates stood together, their hearts filled with the joy of victory. They gazed at a massive device in the center of the control room, the core of the Dark Race's control over the universe. They knew that as long as they destroyed this device, the Dark Force would be completely eliminated. Li Tianheng approached the device, his weapon radiating a dazzling light. Concentrating his spirit and gathering his energy, he launched his strongest attack. The device emitted a piercing cracking sound, dark energy splashing everywhere. Li Tianheng felt the joy of victory, knowing they had succeeded. However, at that moment, an eerie burst of dark energy emerged from the device, quickly converging into a humanoid dark entity. Emitting terrifying auras from every part of its body, the dark entity had cold, merciless eyes, as if ready to consume everything. Chapter 293, Never Retreat. Li Tianheng and his teammates' faces instantly turned grave. They hadn't expected that the dark races would possess such terrifying abilities. However, they wouldn't back down easily. They were the universe's top warriors, tasked with the mission of safeguarding universal peace. Li Tianheng tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to engage the dark entity in a life-or-death battle. A powerful force surged within him as he felt an unparalleled will to fight. Teammates, we cannot allow the dark races to threaten the safety of the universe again. Li Tianheng shouted loudly, his voice brimming with determination and resolve. The teammates nodded in agreement, all prepared for the fight. They attacked the dark entity from different angles, each showcasing their unique skills and abilities. Li Tianheng activated his teleportation technique, swiftly approaching the dark entity, and plunged his sword towards its heart. However, the dark entity was incredibly agile, dodging Li Tianheng's attack and retaliating with a powerful dark energy shockwave. Li Tianheng was struck by the shockwave, flung away in an instant, and crashed into the control center's wall. Waves of intense pain engulfed him as his strength seemed slightly diminished. Li Tianheng. The teammates exclaimed in alarm, rushing to his side. Li Tianheng struggled to stand up, a resolute smile appearing on his face. He knew that this battle wouldn't end easily, and he had to regain his strength quickly to rejoin the fight. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. We can't give up, we must destroy this dark entity. Li Tianheng said firmly. The teammates looked at Li Tianheng, their eyes gleaming with determination. They believed that as long as they worked together, they could overcome any strong enemy. Thus, Li Tianheng and his teammates charged once more at the dark entity. They unleashed even stronger attacks, employing more advanced techniques. The battlefield immediately erupted with fierce combat sounds and energy clashes. The dark entity wasn't willing to give in either. It transformed into a whirlwind of darkness, voraciously devouring everything around it. But Li Tianheng and his teammates stood firm, fiercely resisting the entity's assaults. Time passed slowly, the battle reaching its white-hot climax. Both sides unleashed their most formidable powers, causing the entire control center to tremble under the collision of forces. At a critical moment, Li Tianheng suddenly felt a powerful force surging through his body. His gaze became even more determined as his figure radiated a dazzling light. Is this? Li Tianheng stared in astonishment at his own body, feeling a strength like never before, a power capable of conquering everything. Without hesitation, he launched his ultimate strike against the dark entity. His attack was like lightning, piercing straight through the dark entity's body. The dark entity let out a chilling scream before vanishing into thin air. Li Tianheng's newfound strength allowed him to completely dominate the situation, making him feel as if he were an invincible hero. Onlookers watched this scene in stunned silence, astonished by Li Tianheng's sudden enhancement and overwhelming dominance. For a moment, there was an eerie quietness at the scene. Li Tianheng retracted his enhanced power, revealing confidence and resolve in his eyes. He realized that he had acquired superhuman abilities, becoming a true hero. Not long after, news of Li Tianheng's exploits spread across the entire city. People spoke endlessly about his power and bravery, viewing him as a legendary figure. Chapter 294, I Am the Guardian. Li Tianheng thus received praise and admiration from many people. He became a hero in the city, earning respect and adoration from both the elderly and children alike. However, Li Tianheng did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. He knew that this was just the beginning of his growth, and he was determined to use his strength to protect the city and those in need. Thus, Li Tianheng embarked on his career as a superhero. He patrolled all over the city, safeguarding the safety of its citizens. Whenever danger arose, he was always the first to appear, using his powers to defeat evil forces. People's admiration for him grew day by day, and he was hailed as the guardian deity of the city. His deeds were even written into textbooks, becoming an example for the younger generation to learn from. However, as time went by, Li Tianheng discovered that his powers no longer seemed as strong as they once were. Confused and disheartened, he began to doubt whether he was truly a superhero. One day, he received an emergency call for help. Someone was trapped in a high-rise building in the city center, where the fire was spreading rapidly. Li Tianheng rushed there immediately, but when he arrived, the sight before him left him speechless. The building had been consumed by fire, with black smoke everywhere and flames raging unchecked. People were struggling at the windows on the upper floors, cries for help echoing throughout. Without hesitation, Li Tianheng flew toward the building, attempting to use his powers to save those trapped inside. However, he found that his abilities could not penetrate the roaring inferno. He couldn't reach those who needed help. He felt desperate and helpless, watching as the flames engulfed the people inside. Then, the cry of a young girl reached his ears. Looking up, he saw the girl standing on the edge of the roof, her legs stuck in a broken window. Li Tianheng's heart constricted with pain. Determined not to rely solely on his superpowers, he sought another way to solve the problem. After searching, he eventually found a long rope. He quickly tied the rope around himself and leapt into the blazing inferno. The flames scorched his skin, but he fearlessly climbed toward the girl. With all his might, he pulled the girl out of the window, successfully rescuing her from mortal danger. However, when he tried to leave, he realized that he was surrounded by flames and couldn't escape. As the fire grew more intense, Li Tianheng knew that he might not survive. But suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a mysterious figure stood beside him. "Who are you?" Li Tianheng asked gratefully. "I am the Guardian, sent here to assist you." The mysterious person replied. Li Tianheng was shocked, but he also felt a sense of relief. He understood that he was not alone, and he had someone to rely on. From that day on, Li Tianheng and the Guardian became good friends, together protecting the safety of the city. Their deeds were celebrated, and people's admiration for them grew even stronger. The Guardian's name was Ma Yunfei, a mysterious and powerful warrior. Dressed in a black combat suit, he carried a secret mission. Whenever the city faced danger, he would always appear in time, using his abilities to protect innocent lives. Ma Yunfei and Li Tianheng patrolled the streets of the city together. Suddenly, a group of armed thugs emerged in front of them, their target being a jewelry store. The thugs wielded swords and knives, charging at Li Tianheng and Ma Yunfei with great ferocity. Ma Yunfei's eyes hardened, and without hesitation, he swung his energy sword, deflecting all the thugs' attacks. Every swing of his sword was imbued with unparalleled strength and speed, leaving the thugs completely powerless. Chapter 295, Faint Breathing Sounds. Li Tianheng was no less formidable. He used his special abilities to quickly locate the weaknesses of the thugs and launch precise attacks. His punches and kicks were filled with tremendous power, each strike leaving an enemy incapacitated on the ground. With their teamwork, the thugs were subdued in no time, and the jewelry store was saved. The onlooking citizens applauded and cheered, showering Li Tianheng and Ma Yunfei with praises for their bravery. As time went by, Li Tianheng and Ma Yunfei's reputations grew larger. They became the most beloved heroes in the city, always appearing first when danger struck to protect the safety of the people. However, one peaceful night, they received an urgent mission. A high-rise building had been taken over by evil forces, and hostages were trapped inside. Li Tianheng and Ma Yunfei rushed to the scene immediately, preparing for a life-and-death battle. After entering the building, they found the corridors filled with thick smoke, flames devouring the structure. They decided to split up to more efficiently rescue the trapped hostages. Li Tianheng quickly moved through the smoke, hearing faint cries for help. Following the sound, he arrived at an office where he found several injured hostages. With ease, he used his special ability to unlock the door and led the hostages out of danger. At the same time, Ma Yunfei encountered vicious members of the evil forces. Armed with weapons, they unleashed fierce attacks on him. Ma Yunfei calmly dodged every assault, searching for the enemy's weaknesses. Suddenly, one member of the evil force swung hard toward Ma Yunfei's back. Sensing the danger, Ma Yunfei quickly turned around and blocked the attack with his energy sword. With a loud boom, the weapon of the evil force member was knocked away, and he was thrown back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Ma Yunfei immediately retaliated. With continuous sword strikes, he pushed the evil force member into a corner. In the end, he cut the weapon from the enemy's hands and subdued him. Seeing their comrade defeated, the evil force members were shocked and angry. They swarmed around Ma Yunfei, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. Facing their assault, Ma Yunfei showed no fear in his eyes. He skillfully evaded their attacks while counterattacking with his energy sword. Each swing brought a gust of wind that made the hearts of the attackers tremble. Gradually, the evil force members began to feel the immense strength of Ma Yunfei, leading to their growing fear. Yet, they refused to be defeated by just one man, deciding to adopt even more ruthless methods. Suddenly, one member grabbed Ma Yunfei's wrist from behind, attempting to restrain him. But Ma Yunfei displayed extraordinary strength, easily throwing the opponent to the ground. At that moment, another member took advantage of the opportunity to attack. A knife was swung towards Ma Yunfei's neck. Instantly reacting, Ma Yunfei ducked swiftly, dodging this fatal strike. Next, Ma Yunfei performed a sideways roll, avoiding the attack of another evil force member. Then, he swiftly retaliated, knocking down the opponent with his energy sword. Seeing their comrades being defeated one by one, the evil force members couldn't help but feel fearful. They began retreating, trying to escape from the fierce battle. Would Ma Yunfei let them go so easily? No, he pursued them. With agile movements and precise sword techniques, he defeated each member of the evil force one by one. In the end, only one member of the evil force remained, still resisting. Looking at Ma Yunfei's cold face, he was filled with fear. Knowing he had nowhere to run, he had no choice but to continue fighting Ma Yunfei. However, facing Ma Yunfei's overwhelming power, he stood no chance. After a few sword strikes, he was left completely unable to fight back. Chapter 296. Today is your deadline. Spare me. I'm willing to surrender to you. He finally couldn't help shouting, his voice filled with despair and fear. Ma Yunfei stopped the sword in his hand, looking at him coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He slowly approached, the tip of the sword lightly touching the throat of the member of the evil force, letting out a faint chuckle. Surrender? Do you think I'll believe your words? Ma Yunfei's voice was cruel and disdainful, as if mocking his weakness and incompetence. The face of the member of the evil force turned even paler, realizing he had no retreat left. Ma Yunfei's gaze made him feel immense pressure and despair, knowing he was destined for severe punishment. You bastards, doing evil deeds, oppressing the common people, your sins are unpardonable. Today, I shall punish you in the name of justice. Ma Yunfei's voice was full of determination and resolve. After speaking, he suddenly thrust his sword forward, accurately hitting the vital spot of the member of the evil force. The member let out a shrill scream, his body falling helplessly to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Ma Yunfei sheathed his sword, looking at the fallen member of the evil force, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes. He knew this was just the beginning of justice. There were many more evil forces that needed to be eliminated, and more people who required his protection. Just as Ma Yunfei was about to leave the scene, an unusual sound came. He alertly scanned the surroundings, noticing a group of black-clad figures appearing on surrounding buildings, holding weapons with cruel gazes. Ma Yunfei tightly gripped the handle of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. The black-clad figures quickly surrounded Ma Yunfei. A black-clad figure who seemed like a leader walked up to Ma Yunfei and mocked. Ma Yunfei, do you think you can do as you please? Today is your deadline. Ma Yunfei calmly looked at the other side, defiantly replying, I've never thought I could do as I please, but I will always stand on the side of justice, protecting those who are oppressed. The black-clad figure mockingly laughed, and suddenly swung the knife in his hand toward Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei deftly dodged, quickly counterattacking. He wielded his sword, each swing accurately aiming for the vital spots of the black-clad figures. The battle raged fiercely. Ma Yunfei quickly dodged and attacked, showcasing his superb swordsmanship and agility. His sword dance was well-structured, every movement carrying a gust of wind, forcing the black-clad figures to constantly stay vigilant. One by one, the black-clad figures fell, but new ones continuously joined the fight. Ma Yunfei gradually felt his body grow tired, yet he didn't waver, still firmly battling the black-clad figures. He knew only by thoroughly eradicating these evil forces could true peace and justice be brought to the people. Suddenly, a black-clad figure darted out from the shadows, wielding a sharp dagger aimed at Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei's eyes narrowed sharply. He swiftly turned around, using his sword to block the attack from the dagger. Sparks flew where the sword and dagger crossed, and the ear-piercing metallic clashing echoed in the night. Ma Yunfei focused all his attention on countering this new enemy, determination shining in his eyes. He knew that only by defeating this foe could he continue moving forward and fulfill the mission entrusted to him. The two figures weaved through the darkness, the sounds of swords and daggers clashing echoing repeatedly. Ma Yunfei's heart raced as he felt the scent of victory drawing near. His sword techniques became increasingly fierce, each attack aimed to be lethal. In the end, Ma Yunfei's sword pierced into the chest of the opponent, causing the black-clad figure to fall helplessly to the ground. Panting heavily, Ma Yunfei looked at the fallen enemy, a wave of triumph surging within him. However, at that moment, a sudden sharp alarm sounded. Ma Yunfei abruptly looked up, seeing a massive army rapidly approaching. They wore black armor, carried sharp blades, and charged forth menacingly. Ma Yunfei's expression changed as he realized he was in trouble, but he didn't retreat, gripping his sword tightly and preparing for an even tougher battle. No matter how many enemies there are, I will fight to the last moment. Ma Yunfei gritted his teeth and said. His silhouette appeared more resolute against the backdrop of the dark night, his gaze revealing boundless courage. Chapter 297, The Dawn's Light. The army gradually approached, their footsteps growing louder, and the entire battlefield was filled with a tense atmosphere. Ma Yunfei felt his heartbeat accelerating. He took a deep breath and adjusted his state. The battle began. Ma Yunfei charged toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. His sword danced with every movement, creating gusts of wind that knocked the enemies to the ground. His movements were agile and proficient, each dodge executed perfectly. His swordsmanship was incredibly precise, each strike landing without fail. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, able to detect every move of his opponents. Though the enemy army had many soldiers, Ma Yunfei fought them one by one like a lone wolf, relying on his strength and skills. His blade cut through the night, filled with the aura of slaughter. Time seemed to stop. The battlefield was left with only Ma Yunfei's sword and the cries of his enemies. His body was soaked in sweat, yet he showed no sign of fatigue, fighting even more fiercely. Gradually, the enemy began to retreat. They fled the battlefield, leaving behind bodies and wails. Ma Yunfei stood on the battlefield, his chest heaving, sweat pouring down. Watching the fleeing enemies in the distance, he felt a surge of victory. Victory belongs to the brave. Ma Yunfei shouted aloud. His voice echoed through the night sky, as if declaring his triumph to the world. The battle ended, and Ma Yunfei let out a sigh of relief, fatigue overtaking him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked around at the battlefield, filled with reverence for the fight. This battle made Ma Yunfei more determined to refine his swordsmanship and become a true hero. The darkness gradually faded, and the dawn's light broke through the clouds, spreading across the land. Ma Yunfei raised his head to gaze at the sky, feeling renewed hope. At this moment, a gentle breeze passed by, carrying a fresh fragrance. Ma Yunfei immediately turned his attention, and there stood a beautiful woman, her hair flowing down to her waist like a waterfall, her eyes bright like stars. Ma Yunfei's heart raced instantly as he approached the woman and softly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The woman smiled and replied, "I am Princess Huaiwa. I heard about your valor and bravery, so I've come to meet you." Ma Yunfei was deeply moved, never expecting to gain the favor of Princess Huaiwa. He quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, it is truly an honor." Princess Huaiwa nodded with a smile, admiration flickering in her eyes. "Ma Yunfei, I know you long to be a true hero. Now I have an important mission that requires your help." Ma Yunfei became alert instantly, asking, "Your Highness, please tell me. Princess Huaihua, with a solemn expression, replied, "Recently, dark forces have been wreaking havoc in my kingdom, threatening the safety of Huaihua Kingdom. I need your help to defeat these evil forces and protect my kingdom." Without hesitation, Ma Yunfei agreed. "Your Highness, your cause is mine. I will spare no effort to protect Huaihua Kingdom." Princess Huaihua nodded approvingly. "With your assistance, I am confident in our victory. Let us set off now." Ma Yunfei followed closely behind Princess Huaihua, embarking on their journey. They crossed forests, climbed over mountains, encountering various difficulties and challenges along the way, but Ma Yunfei remained steadfast beside Princess Huaihua. After a period of relentless battles, they finally arrived at the den of the dark forces. It was a sinister and terrifying place where the dark energy enveloped the entire area. Ma Yunfei gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the final showdown with the evil forces. Princess Huaihua stood behind him, her expression firm and dignified. The battle commenced, and Ma Yunfei transformed into a streak of lightning. His swordsmanship was impossibly fast, much like fierce winds. He engaged in fierce combat with the dark forces, each swing of his sword unleashing the power to destroy everything. Princess Huaihua used her magic to bind the dark forces, weakening their power. Her eyes shone brightly with determination, knowing that only by defeating evil could she protect her kingdom. Chapter 298. We have much more to do. Ma Yunfei gripped the sword tightly in his hand, ready to engage in the final battle against the forces of evil. His body emanated a powerful aura, as if the whole world trembled at its might. He had only one thought in mind, to protect Princess Huaihua and the entire kingdom. Princess Huaihua stood behind him, her gaze firm and solemn. She was fully aware that although her power did not match Ma Yunfei's, she would not retreat, nor would she allow the forces of evil to invade her homeland. The battle began, and Ma Yunfei transformed into a bolt of lightning, his swordplay as swift as a violent wind. Each slash of his sword carried an annihilating force, driving back the evil forces. His movements were graceful yet rapid, the gleam of the sword flashing like that of a master swordsman. Princess Huaihua then unleashed her magic, binding the dark forces and weakening their power. With a gentle flick of her fingers, a beam of light burst forth from her fingertips, enveloping the forces of evil. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination, for she knew that only by defeating the evil could she protect her kingdom. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua worked in perfect harmony. Their powers complemented each other, forming an unbreakable defense. The evil forces were pushed back, but they were not willing to give up, launching fierce attacks again. Ma Yunfei felt exhaustion in his body, but he persisted. He knew that as long as he still stood here, he could not retreat. He must fight for his mission. Princess Huaihua also felt weary, but there was not a trace of retreat in her eyes. She knew that as long as she remained resolute, she could give more strength to Ma Yunfei. The attacks from the evil forces grew fiercer, and Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua's strength gradually dwindled. They exhausted all their efforts, but still could not hold back the onslaught of evil. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot down from the sky, enveloping Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua. A voice came from the light. "Brave warriors, you have done well. It is now time to grant you some new power." Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua felt a surge of powerful energy within them. Their injuries quickly healed, and they were full of vigor. "Thank you, mysterious voice," Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua said together. The new power made Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua even stronger, making their attacks sharper and fiercer. The evil forces were crushed and began retreating. In the end, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua triumphed over the evil forces, safeguarding peace and justice. Their brave deeds were sung far and wide, and they became legendary heroes. The names of Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua were forever passed on by people, and their stories became timeless classics. Their courage and perseverance inspired countless individuals to pursue their dreams and bring more beauty to the world. As the story concluded, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua stood side by side atop a mountain peak, overlooking the beautiful land below. They knew that though the battle had ended, their mission was far from over. They would continue to protect this land, bringing hope and courage to the people. Ma Yunfei smiled and said to Princess Huaihua, "Our adventure has just begun." Princess Huaihua nodded, her eyes shining with steadfast resolve. "Yes, we have much more to do." They held each other's hands tightly, ready to embark on a new journey. They knew that no matter what difficulties or challenges lay ahead, they would face them bravely, never retreating. Chapter 299. The Mysterious Maze. The next day, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua set off for a mysterious island, rumored to hide a legendary treasure. They boarded a small boat and sailed through tumultuous waves towards their destination. The island came into view, its lush forests and towering mountains forming a magnificent landscape. They disembarked and prepared to begin their search for the clues leading to the treasure. Entering the forest, they discovered an ancient temple. Standing at the entrance of the temple were two stone statues, one depicting a brave warrior, the other a wise sage. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua both felt that these statues were extraordinary, as if alive. Inside the temple, they found it filled with puzzles and traps. Each room contained a puzzle that needed solving, and only by solving all the puzzles could they uncover the location of the treasure. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaihua worked together, contemplating the answers to each puzzle. Their wisdom and courage were fully utilized, encouraging each other and moving forward steadily. After much effort, they finally solved the last puzzle. A massive door slowly opened, revealing a chest shimmering with golden light. They opened the chest, inside which was a luminous gemstone radiating with mysterious power. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue exchanged glances. They knew this gem would grant them even greater strength, enabling them to protect others better. They tucked the gem safely away and turned to leave the temple. When they returned to the boat, the sky suddenly grew dark, and the sea waves surged, a powerful force enveloping the entire island. A colossal sea monster appeared before them, roaring and launching an attack. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue fought side by side, giving their all in battle against the sea monster. Ma Yunfei swung his sword, severing the monster's tentacles. Princess Huaiyue unleashed her magic, trapping the creature. They worked together perfectly. In the end, they successfully defeated the sea monster, restoring peace. Standing at the bow of the ship, they felt the sea breeze brush against their faces, filling their hearts with the joy of victory. However, just as they thought everything was over, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Immediately after, a mysterious young woman appeared before them. This woman wore a splendid long gown, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her eyes glowing with a hint of mystery. She introduced herself as the Star Messenger, explaining she had come to test their courage and wisdom. The Star Messenger presented them with a choice: either accept her challenge to gain greater power and wealth, or give up the gem and return to their original world. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue looked at each other and decided to accept the challenge. They understood that only through continuous challenges and efforts could they grow and improve. The Star Messenger led them to a mysterious maze. This maze concealed countless dangers and puzzles, requiring them to use their intelligence and bravery in every level. They crossed through a thorny forest, braved a river of flames, and solved riddle after riddle. They continuously learned and grew, gradually mastering more skills and magic. Ultimately, they successfully exited the maze, gaining the power and wealth promised by the Star Messenger. Overwhelmed with emotion, they realized that only through unrelenting effort and challenge could one truly become a hero. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue returned to their original world. They became legendary heroes, using their strength and wisdom to safeguard the safety and happiness of their people. Chapter 300. The Vast Power of the Stars. Finally, they arrived at the last level. Before them stood a towering stone wall that reached the clouds, covered with intricate patterns and mysterious riddles. Princess Huaiyue gracefully approached the wall, staring intently at the chaotic characters as she pondered their meaning. She wore her feather robe, searching her mind for the answers. Suddenly, a vivid scene emerged in her thoughts: earth rumbling, storms surging like tides, and celestial calamities arriving. It turned out that while exploring through the red mist, Ma Yunfei subconsciously floated toward the inscription on the wall that read, "The Door of Chaos." "We need to merge together into one force," Princess Huaiyue said after initially sensing the path, adding, "We must unite with nature to achieve a deeper resonance and unleash our full power." Together, they pushed the complex mechanisms inside the maze, flashes of light darting across the walls which began to tremble gently. Soon after, a massive dark green door slowly materialized, rising from the ground. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue tightly clasped each other's hands, feeling both tense and exhilarated. They stepped decisively through the portal and were instantly greeted by an expansive and bright starry sky as they crossed time and space into the highest celestial plane. In this wondrous expanse of stars, countless luminous planets spun along their respective orbits. Each planet radiated a dazzling brilliance, beautiful to the point of blinding. "Is this the end of the time-space gate?" Ma Yunfei exclaimed in awe, his face filled with amazement. Princess Huaiyue gazed upon the grand spectacle before her and quietly chanted an ancient incantation in her heart. As her spell concluded, an invisible force enveloped them, guiding them to traverse time and space. They moved through the endless cosmos, gliding through streams of radiant light. In an instant, they found themselves in a dim void where only sparse stars twinkled faintly in the night sky. Ma Yunfei's heart raced as he wondered what mysterious entity could inhabit such a place. Just as he felt helpless, a gleaming streak of light appeared ahead of them. The light quickly approached and coalesced into a hazy figure. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my domain?" The voice of the figure seemed to echo from another world, reverberating in their ears. Ma Yunfei straightened his posture and took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. "I am Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue. We come from..." Ma Yunfei was about to explain when suddenly he received a message. "From the ancient transmission portal of the sages, your courage and wisdom have brought you here. Thus, I recognize your deed. I am the guardian of this vast starry sky." Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue exchanged glances and saw nothing but determination in each other's eyes. Ma Yunfei took another deep breath, bowed respectfully to the guardian, and said, "We have come seeking power to save our home." The guardian stared at them silently, as if examining their very souls. After a while, the guardian nodded and produced a brilliant star in his hand. "This is the gem of absolute power, inherited from ancient times. With it, you will possess the ability to change fate. However, you must overcome numerous trials to truly master it. Next, you will be transported to a mysterious place of trial. Go forth, brave warriors." Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue accepted the star, feeling its immense energy coursing through them. Their eyes revealed resolve and steadfastness. As their figures disappeared into the infinite starry expanse, the entire universe seemed to cheer for their decision. Chapter 301. The Beginning of the Trial. When their figures disappeared into the endless starry sky, the entire universe seemed to celebrate their decision. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue were reborn in an unknown world, surrounded by a thick mysterious aura. It was a place covered by lush forests, where the calls of small animals could be faintly heard among the trees. Where have we ended up? Princess Huaiyue curiously looked around, her expression slightly alert. I'm not entirely sure either, but the guardian must have his reasons. We must remember his entrustment, face the trials, and master the power of the gemstone, Ma Yunfei said firmly. The two began to explore ahead, advancing through this mysterious forest. Trees towered high into the clouds, sunlight filtering through the dense branches to cast dappled shadows. Suddenly, a deep roar sounded, prompting Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue to move towards the direction of the sound. Soon after, they arrived at an open area. In the clearing stood a majestic giant wolf. Its body was massive, covered in golden scales, and its eyes radiated savagery and wildness. Is this the beginning of our trial? Princess Huaiyue asked with a slight tremor in her voice. Ma Yunfei took a deep breath and responded resolutely to Princess Huaiyue. Whatever happens, we must forge ahead bravely. This world needs our protection, and we cannot retreat. With that, both Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue simultaneously drew their weapons, preparing to meet the challenge of this trial. The wolf let out a furious roar and lunged at them. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue skillfully split their actions, dodging the wolf's attacks while seeking chances to counterattack. The wolf was extremely fast, each attack carrying immense power, making it almost impossible to defend against. However, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue displayed incredible teamwork and coordination. With brief eye contact, they could accurately predict each other's movements, thus avoiding injury. As time passed second by second, the wolf gradually lost patience, roaring angrily more frequently. In the final assault, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue finally seized an opportunity. Ma Yunfei nimbly evaded the wolf's lunge, quickly stepping onto its back and delivering a powerful kick. Unexpectedly, the wolf was sent flying, crashing to the ground and lying still. Seeing this, Princess Huaiyue frowned slightly, sensing that matters were not yet concluded. She swiftly dashed toward the wolf, her longsword slicing through the air like lightning, heading straight for the wolf's vital point. However, just as Princess Huaiyue was about to strike the wolf, a powerful gust suddenly surged from beneath the ground, throwing her to the side. A mysterious figure dressed in black appeared beside the wolf. You two aren't bad, managing to team up and defeat my beloved wolf. It seems I'll need to handle things personally, the mysterious person said coldly, his eyes flashing with sinister light. Facing the appearance of the mysterious person, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue maintained steadfast and calm gazes. They realized that the opponent before them was no easy adversary, but this would not make them falter. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Princess Huaiyue coldly questioned. The mysterious man slowly approached, revealing a mocking smile. I am xiuxian, the #1 swordsman in the world. As for why I'm attacking you, it's because of the sword in your hand. It's an artifact on par with divine weapons, and I want it. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue exchanged glances, a strong resolve rising within them. They decided they wouldn't give up the sword easily, nor would they let xiuxian succeed. Xiuxian, don't think you'll get this sword. We will never hand it over to you. Ma Yunfei gritted his teeth and declared. Princess Huaiyue raised her longsword, her gaze unwavering as she stared down xiuxian. We will protect this sword until we find its true owner. Xiuxian chuckled coldly, his sword glowing with a blinding light. Then let me see if you have what it takes. Next, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue engaged xiuxian in an intense and spectacular battle. Sword lights crossed, figures flashed rapidly, each attack carrying unparalleled strength and speed. Their seamless coordination once again showed miraculous effects. They seemed to foresee each other's every move, responding systematically. Nevertheless, xiuxian's swordsmanship was extraordinary, his attacks like a storm, nearly leaving Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue no room to retaliate. As time passed in the battle, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Just when it seemed there was no way to turn things around, Ma Yunfei had a sudden stroke of inspiration, seeing an opportunity. He deftly evaded xiuxian's attack, suddenly accelerating his movements and rushing toward the nearby boulder. Princess Huaiyue instantly understood his intention. Following closely behind Ma Yunfei, she poured all her strength into speeding up. After Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue ran behind the boulder, they stopped, their eyes fixed tightly on xiuxian. The boulder served as their cover, temporarily blocking xiuxian's line of sight. Great opportunity, Ma Yunfei whispered. Princess Huaiyue nodded, and with perfect harmony, both launched their attack. Ma Yunfei quickly squeezed through a crack in the boulder, appearing behind xiuxian, thrusting his sword towards his back. At the same time, Princess Huaiyue instantly took control of xiuxian's waist, twisting him forcefully to restrain him. You lose, Ma Yunfei said coldly. If you don't admit your defeat now, you'll never leave here alive. Xiuxian smiled faintly, admiration flickering in his eyes. You're strong, I admit it. But remember this, among swordsmen, there is no forever winner. His body suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished from where he stood, leaving Ma Yunfei and Princess Huaiyue exchanging looks. He escaped, Princess Huaiyue said with some disappointment. But Ma Yunfei revealed a hint of a smile. No matter, we've repelled him for now. This sword must not fall into the wrong hands. With mutual understanding and determination, they stood firm together. They knew this was just the start of the final battle. In the days ahead, they would face more difficulties and enemies, but they were willing to fight until the end for their beliefs. Fate's red thread quietly guided them. and Ma Yunfei and Princess Huiyue's adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 302, The Evil Power. Looking at the determination in Ma Yunfei's eyes, Princess Huiyue felt immense relief and confidence. Their voice had long surpassed words. It seemed they could convey indescribable strength to each other. The escape of the pursued one did not dishearten them. On the contrary, this mysterious person gave them new insight. In him, they saw the complexity and formidable strength of their opponent. The yearning for truth ignited a stronger sense of mission in Ma Yunfei's heart. After a period of rest, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huiyue set off again on their adventure. They entered an ancient temple, which was said to conceal some mysterious power accessible only to those with truly pure hearts. The secret passages in the temple were winding, solemn, and mysterious. The two proceeded cautiously, feeling the various vibes and sounds around them. Suddenly, a huge stone door appeared before them. This is the entrance leading deep into the temple. We're getting closer to our goal, Ma Yunfei said expectantly. Princess Huiyue nodded, taking out a bead in her hand and pressing it gently. The stone door opened instantly. They beheld a wondrous scene, walls adorned with gems shimmering with magical light, a resplendent altar placed on the ground, emitting an aura of reverence. As the two moved forward, their joy was indescribable. But as they approached the altar, a violent tremor suddenly came, and the entire temple seemed to be shaking. What's happening? Ma Yunfei asked alertly. Princess Huiyue frowned and abruptly looked up, her face becoming grave at once. A large crack was gradually expanding on the ceiling, as if trying to tear the whole temple apart. Unexpectedly, it wasn't over yet. Thick black mist started permeating the temple, foul-smelling and hard to breathe through. It's evil power. We must leave here as soon as possible. Ma Yunfei clenched his fists tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. Princess Huiyue also emitted piercing coldness all over her body. Without hesitation, she rushed to the altar quickly, plunging her sword into it. The altar began emitting dazzling light, gradually resisting the black mist. Ma Yunfei grabbed Princess Huiyue's hand, and the two rushed towards the exit together. The black mist carrying evil energy kept chasing them, seemingly ready to engulf them. But they didn't give up, and strong willpower and courage surged within their bodies. Finally breaking out of the temple, both sighed in relief as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. This cursed temple. Could it have been a trap meant to lure us here? Ma Yunfei said angrily. Princess Huiyue smiled faintly. Regardless, we successfully resisted its evil power. Now, we must continue to uncover more clues. Ma Yunfei nodded. Despite facing countless difficulties and dangers, their resolve remained firm like steel. They believed that by unyieldingly pursuing the truth, they would surely discover the hidden answer behind it all. Thus, they continued their journey, driven by curiosity about the unknown and expectations for the future. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huiyue's story was destined to unveil a series of thrilling adventures and reveal shocking mysteries. Their intertwined destinies would ultimately make them the world's guardians and saviors. In the days to come, they would face even more challenges and trials, but their determination and faith would never falter. Chapter 303, Some Intriguing Clues. Thus, they continued on their journey of adventure, carrying with them curiosity about the unknown and hope for the future. On this long and arduous journey, Ma Yunfei and Princess Huiyue experienced countless twists and trials. They encountered all sorts of strange and dangerous creatures, navigating through mysterious valleys and exploring ancient relics lost to time. They soon realized that this world was not as simple as they had imagined. Hidden behind were many mysterious forces, each yearning to control the fate of the entire world. Ma Yunfei and Princess Huiyue gradually understood that their mission was not only to uncover the truth, but also to protect the world from the clutches of evil forces. In adventures that frequently flirted with death, both Ma Yunfei and Princess Huiyue grew stronger in body and mind. They learned to harness elemental powers and mastered ancient techniques and secret arts. Every advancement was due to their mutual help and trust. However, as the story unfolded, they discovered a shocking fact. Their fates had been predetermined centuries ago. They were the legendary guardians, chosen to safeguard the balance and harmony of this world. Each guardian possessed unique abilities and missions, and their backgrounds varied greatly. One of these guardians was named Li Hao, a young alchemist who fell in love with the art under his father's influence. He was intelligent, resourceful, and eager to explore the unknown, making him an essential member of the team. There was another guardian, xianxia, a skilled swordswoman whose beauty rivaled that of the phoenix seeking her mate. In addition, there was a young man called Lu Yu, who wielded powerful telepathic abilities, able to foresee danger and find clues. On a starlit night, the three guardians gathered inside a mysterious immortal palace to discuss their next mission. The immortal palace glowed faintly with magical energy, giving off a sense of mystery yet safety. Li Hao, have you noticed anything unusual recently? Xianxia asked, her eyes hinting at a touch of confusion. That's right. I've investigated some ancient texts lately and found some intriguing clues. It seems our destinies are not simple, Li Hao replied thoughtfully. Lu Yu looked up, his expression solemn. I foresaw an impending disaster. This isn't just an ordinary challenge. It concerns the survival or destruction of the entire world. The trio paused in silence for a moment, understanding that this task ahead would be no easy feat. However, their determination and faith remained unshaken. They continued onward, determined to unveil the stunning answers and preserve the beauty and hope of the world. As the story reached its climax, the three guardians embarked on a perilous journey fraught with danger. They crossed endless forests, battled harsh weather conditions, and engaged in fierce battles with various monsters and malevolent forces. Along the way, they made many allies, forming a formidable fighting team united against the dark forces. Inside a shadowy cavern, the trio confronted a mysterious and formidable foe. This enemy was an ancient demon bent on ruling the entire world. His power was omnipresent, nearly invincible. But after several grueling battles, they discovered the demon's weakness and bravely attacked it. The battle was fierce. Li Hao utilized his alchemical equipment to create a powerful protective shield, safeguarding the whole team. Zhang Shuider skillfully swung her sword, swiftly and precisely striking at the demon's weak point. Meanwhile, Lu Yu employed his telepathic ability to probe the enemy's intentions and preemptively judge their attacks. Thanks to their cooperation, they successfully defeated the demon, saving the world. In their victory, the three finally uncovered the answer hidden deep beneath. It turned out that they were descendants of the ancient race of guardians, endowed with sacred powers and a divine mission, born to guard the peace and beauty of this world. Their backgrounds, abilities, and missions were predestined. Chosen by the universe, they represented the hope of the world. Chapter 304, Terrifying Dark Power. However, they realized this was just the tip of the iceberg, with even more secrets waiting to be uncovered. An ancient scroll recorded an impending end-of-the-world battle that would influence the future of the entire universe. The three understood that their mission wasn't just about protecting the human world. They also had to face greater challenges. Thus, they embarked on a new adventure. They crossed the stars and arrived at a mysterious planet ruled by evil forces, where the inhabitants lived under oppression. Lu Yaze, Zhang Yaji, and Li Tianlong decided to rescue the people on this planet and destroy the evil forces' rule. As they delved deep into the core region of the planet, they unexpectedly discovered an immense and ancient temple. This temple emitted a sacred energy that inspired awe. Determined, the three entered the temple, seeking answers. The temple was filled with trials and traps, but Lu Yaze and his companions managed to avoid these obstacles with their wisdom and extraordinary abilities. Eventually, they reached the center of the temple and faced a massive altar. On the altar lay a gemstone shining with colorful light. It was the exact target indicated by the navigation device that led them here. Suddenly, the gemstone emitted a strong light, enveloping their bodies within it. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a completely different world. This world was as beautiful and fantastical as a fairy tale, filled with stunning scenery and wondrous creatures. In this world, Lu Yaze and his companions encountered their greatest challenge, a mysterious and powerful enemy who claimed he would utterly destroy this beautiful world. Using terrifying dark power, he mercilessly slaughtered innocent lives. Faced with such an opponent, Lu Yaze and his friends felt immense pressure. Yet, they were determined to fight for what is good. Gathering all their strength, they launched an ultimate attack. A magnificent battle erupted, with starlight intertwining with darkness, tearing apart the skies. Through tremendous effort, Lu Yaze and his companions eventually succeeded in defeating the enemy, saving this beautiful world. Exhausted from the battle, they were nevertheless overwhelmed with satisfaction and joy. They embraced each other tightly, their laughter echoing around the remnants of the battlefield. Lu Yaze looked at the smiles of the victors, a sense of great pride surging within him. As he reflected on the past, his thoughts drifted back to that cold winter night several years ago. That evening, Lu Yaze stood alone in the snow, gazing into the distance. He had always believed that in this world cloaked in darkness, there would be stars that shone brightly. After taking a deep breath, he decisively set out on a journey to seek light. This world was filled with harsh environments and dangerous creatures, but Lu Yaze did not fear difficulties or challenges. With courage, he traversed the foggy forests, trekked through barren deserts, and adventured across perilous mountains. Along the way, he met like-minded partners who supported and encouraged each other. It was because of their company that Lu Yaze could overcome one difficulty after another, reaching this present moment. Defeating the evil enemies was the initial goal of Lu Yaze and his group, but more importantly, it was their aspiration for a better future. They believed that everyone in this world has the right to pursue happiness and joy. This victory wasn't just theirs personally, it was a victory for society as a whole. Through joint efforts, they proved that the power of unity is invincible. As long as we work together, we can conquer all difficulties. Lu Yaze looked around at the happy smiles on everyone's faces and finally let out a sigh of relief. In the days to come, they would continue to fight against adversaries, safeguarding the peace and beauty of this world. Under the glow of the stars, a new adventure story was about to unfold, one that would bring even tougher and more dangerous tasks. However, they believed that as long as they stayed united and persevered, they could surely overcome any obstacles and achieve victory. Under the radiant starlit sky, Lu Yaze gazed far into the distance, his heart brimming with hope and courage. He firmly believed that no matter what challenges arose, as long as they held tight to their swords, they could defeat all darkness and bring light and peace to the world. Moments later, he turned to his companions and said, "Our journey is far from over. Next, we must go together and begin a new legend." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting anticipation for the future. Thus, they packed their gear, ready to set forth once more. Each warrior leading the charge carried unwavering determination, preparing to welcome the future's challenges. This world is full of infinite possibilities. In their hearts, no matter how much difficulty and danger they encounter, they are willing to take on the responsibility and strive for this beauty. The starlight falls upon them, like rays of blessings. All their efforts and sacrifices will not be in vain because they believe that every victory is a confirmation of perseverance and a reward for hope. Lu Yujie and his companions, with confidence and courage in their hearts, embarked on a brand new journey. Their story will be engraved in the river of time, becoming the legend of the brave. Chapter 305, The Legendary Mysterious Place. During their journey, Lu Yu and his companions unexpectedly encountered a mysterious old man. The old man claimed to be the guardian of the heavenly realm, possessing unparalleled divine skills and the ability to predict the future. He told Lu Yu that the world was about to face a tremendous crisis, and only by finding an ancient and mysterious magical artifact could the entire world be saved. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yu and his companions immediately decided to embark on an adventurous quest to find the magical artifact. They traversed dense forests, climbed steep mountains, and trekked through scorching deserts. Despite countless hardships, they remained steadfast in their belief that as long as they kept moving forward, they would eventually find the artifact. Finally, Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the legendary mysterious place. In a massive cave, they discovered the hidden chamber containing the magical artifact. However, they were confronted by the dragon guarding the artifact, a majestic yet ferocious creature. The dragon let out a deafening roar, its eyes spewing flames as if attempting to incinerate Lu Yu and his companions into ashes. But faced with such an enemy, Lu Yu did not falter. Wielding his sword, he courageously charged toward the dragon, engaging in an intense battle. The sound of swords clashing with claws echoed throughout the cavern, while the interplay of flames and sword light created a dazzling spectacle. Lu Yu alternated between dodging and attacking, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. His companions also joined the fray, battling the dragon fiercely. After a grueling and heroic struggle, Lu Yu and his companions ultimately defeated the dragon, successfully claiming the magical artifact. Their courageous deeds spread across the world, making them heroes in the mouths of the people. The power of the artifact was then used to fend off the impending crisis, saving all humanity. Lu Yu and his companions returned home after a long absence, their faces filled with smiles, their hearts brimming with comfort and satisfaction. Bearing a bountiful harvest of experiences and honors, they returned home, earning widespread admiration for their achievements. As they stepped into their familiar hometown, enthusiastic cheers erupted from all around. Lu Yu felt this familiar warmth, his eyes slightly red-rimmed, his heart overflowing with deep gratitude. The townsfolk had already gathered on the streets, holding flowers and flags to welcome their return. Zhang Xiaoyang and Yang Feng waved a giant national flag, celebrating their remarkable accomplishments. The children of their families ran to the front of the procession, casting envious glances their way, as if seeing their own futures reflected in them. The older residents stepped out of their homes, pulling out old photographs preserved for many years, recounting the moments of their youth. The town had never been so lively before, with cheers and applause echoing endlessly. Surrounded by crowds, Lu Yu and his companions entered a restaurant, savoring the local cuisine and warmth. Everyone gathered together, discussing their adventurous experiences. Whether young or old, each person revealed admiration for their pursuit of dreams. It wasn't just their victories that captivated everyone's attention, but more importantly, the inner growth and strength they displayed. Listening to everyone's praise, Lu Yu was deeply moved. He realized that he was no longer a small-town youth content with mediocrity, but rather someone worthy of respect and trust. Meanwhile, Lu Yu also noticed the changes in his hometown. The town's economy was developing rapidly, with shops and streets looking brand new. This realization strengthened his resolve to pursue his dreams, and he vowed to contribute even more to his hometown. As the story concludes, Lu Yu and his companions returned triumphantly to their hometown, filled with a sense of accomplishment. They gained honor and gratitude, but most importantly, they experienced personal growth and resilience. Chapter 306, Making a Decision. Lu Yu is a young man from a small town who has always dreamed of leaving his hometown and making a name for himself in a big city. However, reality has repeatedly dealt him blows, making him feel like an unremarkable youth from the small town with no opportunities to rise above others. However, an unexpected opportunity allowed Lu Yu to see his own potential. He received a job offer from a nearby city, which, although not his dream metropolis, represented a start. He decided to challenge himself to see if he could establish a foothold in this city. Work in the city was not easy. Lu Yu had to face numerous difficulties and challenges. However, he did not give up, but continued to strive and improve. His efforts earned recognition from the company and his colleagues, earning their praise for his performance. This work experience in the city taught Lu Yu many things. Most importantly, he saw the gap between his hometown and this city. He recognized the opportunities and potential in his hometown and also realized that he could contribute to its development. Thus, he resolved to make more contributions to his hometown. He actively sought out opportunities, communicated and collaborated with local leaders and businesses, working to play a part in the development of his hometown. His efforts won recognition and support from the people of his hometown, becoming both its image ambassador and a bridge between businesses and the government. Under Lu Yu's efforts, the hometown's development rapidly accelerated. Many enterprises came to invest, and the once small town was revitalized with new vitality. Not only did Lu Yu achieve success in his work, but he also made contributions to the development of his hometown, feeling extremely proud and satisfied. In the end, Lu Yu returned home together with his friends. They witnessed the changes and growth of their hometown, and also felt their inner growth and strength. They knew that all their efforts were worthwhile, as their hard work and sacrifices made their hometown better and brought their dreams into sharper focus and attainability. Lu Yu was an ordinary young man from the countryside, whose hometown was located in a remote village in China. From a young age, he longed to leave this poor and backward place and pursue a better life. He studied hard and became the first person in his family to enter college. University life was fulfilling and busy. While improving himself academically, Lu Yu actively participated in various club activities and volunteer services. These experiences clarified his interests and goals further, leading him to decide to become a professional urban planner, contributing to the prosperity of his hometown. After graduation, Lu Yu joined a renowned urban planning and design company. Diligent and willing to take responsibility, he quickly gained the trust of his superiors and colleagues. As his career began to take off, he never forgot his original intention, to do something for his hometown. One day, he received news that his hometown was about to undergo significant reform and needed professionals in urban planning. Without hesitation, he resigned from his high-paying job and returned to the little village that had nurtured him. The moment he stepped back into his hometown, Lu Yu was filled with emotion. He saw the backwardness and inconvenience, yet at the same time, he noticed the hopeful gazes of his fellow villagers. He deeply understood that his mission was just beginning. He and his team conducted thorough research and analysis, devising a detailed planning proposal. They introduced new concepts and designs, envisioning the future of their hometown as a beautiful landscape. Their proposal garnered support from the government and the villagers and began to be implemented gradually. During the construction process, Lu Yu encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. He needed to coordinate resources on all fronts, solve various problems, and address the doubts and concerns of the villagers. But he never gave up, steadfastly believing in his dreams and persistently striving for the future of his hometown. After years of effort, the hard work of Lu Yu and his team finally bore fruit. The face of the hometown underwent a tremendous transformation. What was once a dilapidated little village had now become a modern new rural area. New roads, buildings, and public facilities have made life more convenient and comfortable for people. Meanwhile, Lu Yu successfully preserved the distinctiveness and charm of the countryside, ensuring that the new village combined modernity with rural flavor. Seeing all these changes, the villagers couldn't help but express their deep feelings. They took pride in the progress of their hometown and admired the efforts of Lu Yu and his team. They unanimously stated that Lu Yu showed them the future of their hometown and provided them with a better life. For Lu Yu, all these achievements were just the beginning of realizing his own worth. He knew that his dreams were not only for himself, but also for more people. He hoped that through his efforts, more people could enjoy a better life and more places could become more beautiful. He deeply understood that no matter where he was, as long as he had dreams in his heart, dared to pursue them, and remained down to earth, he would surely be able to realize his value. More importantly, when he realized that his efforts could bring tangible changes to more people, his dreams became even more firm and clear. Chapter 307, Becoming a Force. In Lu Yu's works, there is a story about a young warrior who bravely embarks on an adventure to save his hometown. During his journey, he encounters various characters, an amiable elder, a clever youth, and a brave warrior. Each character has their own story, helping the young warrior in their unique way, making him stronger and more courageous. At the climax of the story, the young warrior finally returns to his hometown only to discover it shrouded by dark forces. He decides to battle against these dark forces to rescue his hometown and many others. In this battle, he faces countless hardships and setbacks, but he does not give up. He believes that he can defeat the dark forces. Ultimately, the young warrior triumphs over the dark forces, and his hometown, along with other places, becomes more beautiful and prosperous. He realizes that his dream is not just about creating a better life for himself, but also bringing meaningful change to more people. He hopes that through his efforts, more people will be able to enjoy better lives, and more places will become more wonderful. Lu Yu's story is not merely one of courage and adventure, but also one of dreams and responsibility. Through his tales, he tells readers that as long as they harbor dreams, are brave in pursuing them, and work diligently, they will certainly achieve their value. More importantly, when he recognizes that his efforts can bring about substantial changes for more people, his dream becomes firmer and clearer. Lu Yu believes that his dream can influence more people. He hopes to encourage more individuals to realize the importance of dreams through his efforts. He starts organizing lectures and sharing sessions in the community to motivate more people to pursue their own dreams. His sharing events draw much attention, and more people begin joining his journey of dreams. They start attempting to chase after their own dreams, no longer satisfied with ordinary lives. They begin creating a better life in their own ways and realizing their values. Lu Yu also realizes that his dream can become a force, inspiring more people's courage and confidence. He begins dedicating more energy and time to creation and sharing, hoping to impact more people. As time passes, Lu Yu's influence grows larger, and his dream becomes grander and more magnificent. He realizes that his dream is not just for himself, but also for the development and progress of the entire society. He starts collaborating with more organizations and participating in more public welfare activities, using his influence and resources to help more people in need. His actions inspire more people's love and enthusiasm, and increasingly more individuals begin joining his public welfare cause. Under Lu Yu's influence, the entire society pays more attention to public welfare, and more people begin recognizing their responsibilities and duties. They start contributing to society in their own ways, making the world a better place. Lu Yu also understands that the realization of dreams requires continuous effort and persistence. He begins encouraging more people to pursue their dreams, face challenges, and overcome difficulties bravely. He believes that as long as everyone strives to realize their dreams, they can definitely make the world a better and more prosperous place. Throughout this process, Liu Yu continues to create and share his stories and experiences. His works are not just a form of entertainment or pastime, but also a source of inspiration and encouragement. He hopes to tell more people through his stories that as long as they hold on to their dreams, are courageous in pursuit, and are diligent in action, they will surely achieve their value. Eventually, Liu Yu's dream becomes a reality. His works influence countless lives, helping them find their direction and goals. Through his efforts and contributions, he allows more people to benefit, making the world a better and more prosperous place. Chapter 308: Mechanical Failure. In a distant future, as Earth's resources are gradually depleting, humanity begins to seek new resources in outer space for survival. A space exploration team composed of members from various countries set out on a long journey aboard a colossal spaceship named Star of Hope, carrying with them humanity's desire to explore the unknown world. On this spaceship, there was a Chinese astronaut named Xiuxian. Xiuxian was a highly talented young astronaut who not only possessed exceptional technical skills and remained calm under pressure, but also had a heart full of curiosity about the unknown. This space journey was, for him, not just a mission but also an opportunity to fulfill his dreams. The spaceship passed through the asteroid belt, traveled past the distant Mars, and eventually arrived at a planet called Solis. This planet was rich in resources that could provide sufficient power for Earth's restoration. However, the exploration of this planet did not go smoothly. During a routine reconnaissance mission, Xiuxian discovered something strange. On a desolate planetary surface, Xiuxian found a massive relic, a product of an ancient civilization. Hidden within this relic was a highly advanced technological device capable of reversing time. While attempting to activate this device, Xiuxian was sucked into an unknown world. In this world, he uncovered a truth hidden behind reality. It turned out that the depletion of Earth's resources was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a man-made result. A mysterious organization known as the Children of Darkness manipulated governments and technological forces around the globe, attempting to control humanity by controlling energy. To combat this organization, Xiuxian embarked on his adventure. He encountered various challenges and difficulties in this unknown world, but never gave up. Using his intelligence and courage, he unraveled the secrets hidden beneath this world. With his help, governments across Earth united to begin their fight against the Children of Darkness organization. They used the technology device found in the relic to reverse time, preventing the occurrence of resource depletion. Throughout this process, Xiuxian also found love and friendship, feeling the warmth and strength of humanity. In a distant future, Earth faces an unprecedented resource crisis. To save the planet, a group of brave astronauts stepped forward, forming an organization named Children of Darkness, tasked with finding new energy sources and means of survival. Xiuxian was one of these astronauts. He was a smart, courageous young man with eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown world. He understood his responsibilities deeply, so in every mission, he always gave it his all, unafraid of any hardship. However, their missions were not without setbacks. During the course of space exploration, they faced numerous unknown dangers and challenges. Sometimes it was mechanical failure, other times encounters with unknown alien creatures, and sometimes the desperate loneliness and silence of space. But Xiuxian never retreated. He firmly believed that only through teamwork and effort could they overcome difficulties and find hope. Through his actions, he led the team toward victory, breaking through his own limits again and again. During a particularly dangerous mission, Xiuxian encountered an unprecedented crisis. His spacecraft was damaged, with serious energy shortages leaving him in dire straits. Nevertheless, he did not give up. Using his intelligence and courage, he successfully repaired the spacecraft and found new energy. Chapter 309: An Ordinary Scientist. This experience gave Xiuxian a deeper understanding of the power of teamwork. He realized that only through unity could they face any difficulties and challenges. He decided to pass on his experiences and lessons so more people could understand the power of unity and the significance of standing up to darkness. After returning to Earth, Xiuxian became an advocate for space exploration. He inspired more people with his story to join the cause of exploring space. He shared his experiences in space and what he had learned. His stories inspired courage and wisdom in people, making them believe that as long as they united, they could overcome any obstacle. Xiuxian's story was recorded in the annals of history. His actions and bravery became the driving force and confidence behind humanity's exploration of the unknown. His experiences taught people that only by facing difficulties bravely and persevering could they achieve victory. Through his life and actions, Xiuxian embodied the pursuit of dreams and loyalty to humanity. He became a hero in human history, with his name engraved in the history of mankind's space exploration. His story made people realize that individual strength grows within a team, and the power of a team can conquer any challenge. Under Xiuxian's influence, the organization known as Children of Darkness also underwent changes. They were no longer a single, self-centered organization, but an open, diverse team. They began collaborating with organizations around the world, sharing resources and technology to face challenges and crises together. As time went on, human space exploration technology continued to develop and advance. Under Xiuxian's advocacy, humanity gradually broke the constraints of the solar system, beginning explorations into farther reaches of the universe. They established bases on new planets, conducted scientific research and technological experiments. Their vision became broader, and their dreams became greater. In the distant future, Earth faced unprecedented crises. Due to excessive industrialization and pollution, Earth's resources were nearly depleted, and its environment was severely damaged. In this critical moment, a young man named xiuxian stood up. With dreams and beliefs in his heart, he decided to challenge the forces of darkness to save Earth. Xiuxian was not a superhuman figure. He was just an ordinary scientist. However, he had firm faith and extraordinary wisdom. He knew that saving Earth would require not only the power of science and technology, but also the unity and effort of people. Thus, he embarked on a journey to challenge the dark forces. The dark forces were a vast organization controlling many resources and wielding great power, posing a significant threat to human society. However, Xiuxian was not intimidated. With his courage and intelligence, he gradually approached the core of the dark forces. During this process, Xiuxian encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. He was pursued and obstructed by the dark forces, but he never gave up. With his actions, he embodied the strength and unity of humanity. He led a group of like-minded individuals in resisting the dark forces to protect Earth. In this process, Xiuxian's name became legendary. His story spread far and wide, becoming a spiritual belief and source of motivation. His courage and wisdom became role models and inspirations for countless others, making them believe that as long as they united, they could overcome any difficulty and challenge. Ultimately, after much hard work and struggle, Xiuxian and his team successfully destroyed the organization of the dark forces and saved Earth. They used technology and intelligence to restore environmental balance and rescue resources nearing depletion. Because of his bravery and wisdom, Xiuxian became a hero in human history. He embodied the pursuit of dreams and loyalty to humanity through his life and actions. His story inspired generation after generation, making them believe that as long as they held firm beliefs and direction, they could overcome any difficulty or challenge. Xiuxian's story also tells us that an individual's strength is limited. However, if one person can unite and inspire more people, then their strength will be boundless. In facing difficulties and challenges, we need to bravely confront them, unafraid of failure and setbacks. We need to use our intelligence and the power of technology to find solutions and pathways to solving problems. Chapter 3: 10 Many Practical Issues. Xiuxian is a young man with dreams. Ever since he was a child, he has been filled with passion and curiosity for technology and the future. In his eyes, technology is a force that can change the world, and he hopes to make a contribution to human progress through his own efforts. During his university years, Xiuxian majored in electronic engineering and computer science. He spent a great deal of time and energy on study and practice, continuously enhancing his skills and knowledge. His efforts were soon rewarded when he successfully developed a new type of artificial intelligence algorithm, which could effectively improve the efficiency of machine learning and data analysis. However, Xiuxian's dream did not stop there. He hoped that his technology would be applied to real-world problems, bringing tangible changes to human society. Thus, he embarked on a tough entrepreneurial journey. During this process, Xiuxian encountered numerous difficulties and setbacks. His team faced various technical challenges, and investors were skeptical of his project. Nevertheless, Xiuxian did not give up. With his wisdom and courage, he continuously overcame one difficulty after another, and eventually, his project achieved great success. Xiuxian's efforts not only brought technological advancements, but also societal transformations. His algorithms were widely used in healthcare, education, and finance, helping people solve many practical problems. His company also became an industry leader, guiding the development direction of artificial intelligence technology. In the long history of humanity, Xiuxian is a resounding name, and his story has inspired countless individuals. He is not just a brave person, but also a wise and intelligent leader. His name has become a symbol of pursuing dreams and loyalty in people's hearts. Xiuxian was born into an ordinary family. His parents were both common workers who always taught him to be a responsible and courageous person. Throughout his growth, Xiuxian harbored a dream to become a great scientist and make great contributions to humanity. However, Xiuxian's path to his dream was not smooth. His family was not wealthy, and his parents were unable to support his tuition fees, nor were his grades particularly outstanding. However, Xiuxian did not give up. Through his own efforts and wisdom, he continued to move closer to his dream. By chance, Xiuxian discovered an important scientific problem: how to use solar energy to improve energy utilization efficiency. He believed that if this issue could be resolved, it would bring infinite benefits to humanity. Thus, he decided to research this problem and proposed an innovative solution. However, this proposal did not receive sufficient support or recognition. People thought the proposal was too risky and required substantial funding and technical support. Nevertheless, Xiuxian did not give up. He firmly believed in his idea. Ultimately, Xiuxian successfully realized his plan and proved its feasibility through his efforts and wisdom. This discovery shocked the entire world, bringing revolutionary changes to human energy utilization. Xiuxian's success was not accidental. His bravery and wisdom were crucial reasons for his achievements. He used his actions to exemplify the pursuit of dreams and loyalty to humanity. His story tells us that while the power of one person is limited, if we unite and inspire more people, our strength will be boundless. In today's world, we need more people like Xiuxian, using their actions and intelligence to guide humanity. They tell us that as long as we have firm beliefs and clear goals, we can overcome any difficulty or challenge. Li Xiang's story also reminds us that any great cause requires persistence and effort to achieve. No matter how many difficulties and setbacks we encounter, we must continue to pursue and remain loyal to our dreams. Chapter 311. Future Opportunities and Challenges. Li Xiang is a young scientist who has always had a strong interest in energy utilization. He believes that humanity should cherish and use energy more effectively, which is crucial for future development. Therefore, he decided to research a new energy utilization plan to address the current energy crisis. Li Xiang began his research, constantly reading literature, conducting experiments, and exploring new ideas. He encountered many difficulties, but he did not give up. He continued to work hard until he finally found his solution. Li Xiang discovered a new material that can effectively absorb and convert solar energy, providing an infinite source of energy for humanity. The discovery of this material not only solved the current energy crisis, but also contributed to environmental protection, bringing new hope for humanity's future development. Li Xiang's research results shocked the world, and governments and companies from various countries expressed their willingness to cooperate to promote this new energy utilization plan. Li Xiang thus became the focus of attention, with his name inscribed in the annals of history. Li Xiang's success was not accidental. His courage and wisdom were significant reasons for his success. He demonstrated the pursuit of dreams and loyalty to humanity through his actions. His story tells us that one person's strength is limited, but if we can unite and inspire more people, our strength will be boundless. Li Xiang grew up in a poor family. His parents were hardworking farmers, leading a tough but simple life. Despite the family's poor economic situation, Li Xiang has always had a love for knowledge and a vision for the future since he was young. He always dreamed of becoming a great scientist and making significant contributions to humanity. In the process of growing up, Li Xiang encountered many difficulties and challenges. His grades were not outstanding, and his family could not afford expensive tuition fees. However, Li Xiang did not give up on his dreams because of this. He firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, he would achieve his goals. Every day, Li Xiang studied hard. He borrowed numerous books about science and mathematics and mastered much knowledge through self-study. He continuously thought and explored, striving to enhance his intellectual level and thinking abilities. As time went by, Li Xiang's efforts gradually paid off. His academic performance started to improve at school, and he gained some opportunities to participate in science competitions. His performances earned recognition and praise from many teachers, further solidifying his dreams. In one science competition, Li Xiang successfully achieved first place due to his efforts and intelligence. This achievement made him feel very excited and earned him recognition and attention from more people. Some scientists and scholars began to notice him and were willing to offer assistance and opportunities. Eventually, with help and support from many people, Li Xiang realized his dream and became a great scientist. He achieved remarkable accomplishments in physics, astronomy, and mathematics, making important contributions to human knowledge and progress. He also became an inspiring role model, showing many that as long as you work hard, you can achieve your dreams. Li Xiang is a passionate and talented young scientist whose life goal is to improve human life through artificial intelligence technology. To achieve this dream, he founded a company focused on artificial intelligence technology and led his team in a series of research and development projects. However, Li Xiang's path was full of challenges and difficulties. His team faced many technical problems and failed multiple times to overcome key technological barriers. Additionally, investors doubted his project, causing setbacks in raising funds. But Li Xiang did not give up. He firmly believed he could overcome all difficulties and achieve his life goals. He led his team in relentless trials and improvements, eventually breaking through the key technical barriers and achieving significant progress. Li Xiang's artificial intelligence technology was widely applied in healthcare, education, and finance, helping people solve many practical problems. His algorithms could accurately analyze large amounts of data, providing doctors with more precise diagnosis and treatment plans, offering teachers more personalized teaching methods, and delivering financial professionals with more accurate risk assessments and investment strategies. Chapter 312. Overcoming all difficulties. Li Xiang is a young man with dreams. He firmly believes that his artificial intelligence technology can change the world. However, his journey has been full of challenges and difficulties. During his university years, Li Xiang started researching artificial intelligence technology. He formed a small team and began his entrepreneurial journey. However, he soon realized that the technical challenges were much greater than he had imagined. His team encountered numerous difficulties in overcoming key technological hurdles and failed many times. In addition to technical challenges, Li Xiang also faced skepticism and rejection from investors. His ideas seemed avant-garde, but no one knew if they could succeed. His project faced significant setbacks in raising funds, forcing him to travel extensively in search of investment opportunities. As time went on, Li Xiang's artificial intelligence technology was widely applied in healthcare, education, finance, and other fields, helping people solve many practical problems. His algorithms could accurately analyze large amounts of data, providing doctors with more precise diagnosis and treatment plans, offering teachers more personalized teaching methods, and giving financial professionals more accurate risk assessments and investment strategies. Li Xiang is a scientist passionate about artificial intelligence technology. He always dreamed of developing an AI technology that could change the world. However, he encountered many difficulties and challenges on the path to achieving this goal. Initially, Li Xiang's artificial intelligence technology faced severe bottlenecks. His team encountered numerous technical problems, and his algorithms performed very slowly when processing large amounts of data, failing to meet the needs of practical applications. He spent a great deal of time and effort experimenting and improving, but the results were less than ideal. However, Xiuxian did not give up. He firmly believed that he could overcome all difficulties and achieve his life goals. He led his team in relentless day and night efforts, constantly experimenting and improving, eventually overcoming the key technical challenges and making significant progress. As time passed, Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology was widely used in healthcare, education, finance, and other fields, helping people solve many practical problems. His algorithms could accurately analyze large amounts of data, providing doctors with more precise diagnosis and treatment plans, offering teachers more personalized educational approaches, and giving financial professionals more precise risk assessments and investment strategies. In the healthcare field, Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology could help doctors diagnose and treat diseases. By analyzing vast amounts of medical data, AI could accurately identify disease characteristics and provide more precise treatment options, thereby enhancing the level of healthcare and treatment outcomes. In the education sector, Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology could help teachers provide more personalized teaching methods. By analyzing students' learning conditions and personality traits, AI could offer teaching methods and strategies better suited to the students, thus improving their learning effectiveness and interest. In the financial sector, Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology could help financial professionals conduct risk assessments and develop investment strategies. By analyzing large amounts of financial data, AI could precisely identify market trends and risk factors, providing more accurate investment strategies and helping investors achieve better returns and risk control. As Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology became increasingly widely applied, he gradually became a highly respected scientist and entrepreneur. His technology gained widespread recognition and praise in society, bringing him many honors and achievements. Nevertheless, Xiuxian was not content with these accomplishments. He firmly believed that his artificial intelligence technology had even greater potential and application prospects. He led his team in continuing research and development, continuously promoting technological advancement and development. Chapter 313, Artificial Intelligence Technology. In the financial sector, Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology began to emerge, conducting risk assessments and formulating investment strategies for finance professionals. He realized the importance of financial data and was committed to analyzing large amounts of financial data to accurately identify market trends and risk factors. Through continuous exploration and practice, he provided more accurate and reasonable investment strategies, enabling investors to achieve better returns and risk control. As Xiuxian's technology was applied more widely, society's recognition and praise for him increased. Xiuxian received many honors and achievements, but he remained unsatisfied with his accomplishments. Firmly believing in the greater potential and application prospects of his artificial intelligence technology, he continued to lead his team in research and development, striving to promote technological progress and development. Xiuxian also established cooperative relationships with major financial institutions, providing services to more investors. His technology was widely used in the financial field and helped many investors avoid risks while achieving better returns. Under his leadership, the team continuously grew, attracting more talented scientists and engineers to join. Together, they studied and developed new technologies, constantly advancing the application and development of artificial intelligence in the financial sector. Xiuxian's artificial intelligence technology not only played an important role in the financial field, but also found widespread application in other areas. His technology played a significant role in assisting the government with macroeconomic analysis and helping enterprises make decisions. His technology brought more convenience and benefits to society, earning even more honor and praise. Xiuxian was not just a highly respected scientist and entrepreneur, but also a leader with grand ideals and aspirations. His artificial intelligence technology continued to progress and develop, bringing more well-being and hope to human society. Xiuxian is a promising young artificial intelligence scientist whose technology has already been widely applied in the financial sector. He developed a new type of artificial intelligence algorithm that can help banks and insurance companies predict risks and improve decision-making efficiency, earning recognition and praise within the industry. However, Xiuxian's ambitions extended far beyond the financial field. He firmly believed that artificial intelligence technology could be applied in broader social sectors, bringing more convenience and benefits to human society. Thus, he decided to collaborate with the government to assist in macroeconomic analysis. His artificial intelligence technology could help the government predict economic development trends and prepare responses in advance. This collaboration received high recognition and appreciation from the government, which stated that Xiuxian's technology provided them with more precise and scientific decision-making support. In addition to the government, Xiuxian also worked with businesses to assist them in making decisions. His artificial intelligence technology could help enterprises analyze market trends and predict consumer behavior, thereby allowing businesses to make wiser decisions. These collaborative results drew widespread attention and acclaim in the industry. Xiuxian's technology not only played an important role in the commercial field, but also found application in the realm of social public welfare. He collaborated with non-governmental organizations, using artificial intelligence technology to help people in impoverished areas find better living and development opportunities. This technology could help local governments predict natural disasters, epidemics, and other risks, preparing measures in advance to protect the lives and property safety of the local population. The wide-ranging application and successful cases of Xiuxian's technology made him a leader and authority in the artificial intelligence field. He received even more honors and praises, yet he remained unsatisfied. Aware of the many areas still requiring study and exploration, he would continue to work hard, constantly promoting the development and application of artificial intelligence technology, bringing more benefits and hope to human society. Chapter 314 Together Against the Dark Race. In a bustling metropolis, Xiuxian is an outstanding college student whose technical talent has been widely recognized in the business field. But his dreams are not limited to the business world. He yearns to use his skills to make greater contributions to society. By chance, Xiuxian came into contact with a non-governmental organization dedicated to helping people in impoverished areas, bringing change to their lives. This organization made Xiuxian realize that his technology had the potential to help more people. So, he began collaborating with this NGO, utilizing his expertise in artificial intelligence to assist impoverished communities in finding better living standards and development opportunities. Xiuxian developed a new type of artificial intelligence model capable of predicting natural disasters and epidemics, providing early warnings to local governments so they could take timely measures to protect the lives and property of the local population. This technology was not only applied in the commercial sector, but also played an important role in social public welfare, benefiting many more people. The wide application and successful case studies of this technology made Xiuxian a leader and authority in the artificial intelligence field. His achievements earned him more honors and praises, but he did not become complacent. He deeply understood that he still had much to learn and explore. He decided to continue his efforts, constantly promoting the development and application of AI technology for the benefit and hope of human society. In the depths of the universe, xuanhuan, an astronaut from Earth, is not only an interstellar traveler, but also a guardian of the cosmos. He leads a team composed of various races, together combating the dark race. Xuanhuan and his team fight every battle to protect the peace of the universe. They have traveled across the stars, resisting invasions by the dark race. Every victory reflects their loyalty and responsibility to the universe. However, this battle will be their last. The headquarters of the dark race, filled with dark power and boundless malice, must be personally destroyed by them to safeguard the peace of the universe. Xuanhuan and his team crossed through the stars, traversing the endless universe, and finally arrived at the dark race's headquarters. They felt the place brimming with dark forces, saturated with limitless malevolence. They prepared to face the final battle, striving for the peace of the universe. Xuanhuan and his team entered the dark race's headquarters, initiating fierce combat. With technological weapons and personal courage, they engaged in life-or-death struggles against the dark race. Each attack was a blow to the dark race and an act of protecting the universe. In the intense fighting, Xuanhuan and his team kept achieving victories. Every victory was a manifestation of their loyalty and responsibility to the universe. They advanced relentlessly until, ultimately, they eradicated the dark race, safeguarding the peace of the universe. In the joy of victory, Xuanhuan and his team felt immense pride and satisfaction. They completed a mission of defending the universe, battling until the end for its peace. Their bravery and loyalty will forever remain inscribed in the annals of the universe, becoming guardians of the cosmos who strive tirelessly for peace. Xuanhuan, a brave astronaut, stands at the stern of the spaceship, his companions surrounding him. Their eyes are firm, and their expressions serious. Their target, the dark race, is a terrifying creature that once defeated powerful interstellar fleets. However, Xuanhuan and his team were not intimidated. They were ready to meet the challenge and protect the peace of the universe. Xuanhuan's gaze firmly locked onto the dark entity, fully aware of the importance of their mission. He held an energy gun in his hand, its light shimmering in the darkness. He whispered to himself, "We cannot allow the dark race to threaten the safety of the universe again." His voice was loud and resolute, filled with determination. His companions, hearing his cry, were further inspired. They knew their actions would determine the fate of the entire universe. As Xuanhuan's shout faded, his teammates nodded, each ready for the fight. They took their positions on the spaceship, each displaying their unique skills and abilities. Astronaut Wei Dashin controlled the spaceship, his eyes fixed intently on the starry expanse before him as he carried out his duties with meticulous precision. His hands moved swiftly over the control panel, and under his command, the ship nimbly dodged attacks from the dark entity. Astronaut Wang Xiaoli was preparing her mental powers, which played a crucial role in the team. She focused intently, sensing every change around her and keeping every detail in mind. When the dark entity attacked, she would use her mental power to disrupt their actions, giving the team precious time. Chapter 315, Survivors of Civilization. In the distant universe, there exists a mysterious race known as the Dark Race. They take pleasure in destroying other civilizations, strangling them in their cradles. Their methods are insidious and cunning, often operating in secret so that the civilizations they destroy have no defense. In this universe, countless civilizations are constantly developing and growing. Among them, some civilizations possess limitless potential and could become super civilizations. However, the Dark Race would not allow such occurrences. Before these civilizations grow to a certain level, they will attack in unpredictable ways, causing their total annihilation. Xuanhuan, an astronaut from Earth, accidentally uncovered the secrets of this universe. He discovered that the Dark Race was secretly destroying those civilizations that were about to become super civilizations. This filled him with a deep sense of fear. If it were true, then their enemies weren't just the Dark Race, but also the destroyed civilizations, which might be struggling for survival under the dark grasp of the Dark Race. Xuanhuan's speculation wasn't without basis. Through research, he found that the behavior patterns of the dark race showed astonishing similarities to the civilizations they had destroyed. This led him to reasonably believe that the dark race were indeed the destroyers of those civilizations. However, such is the rule of this universe. You cannot unilaterally challenge the entire universe's rules. If a civilization openly acts against this, it will naturally face condemnation and even moral rebuke from other civilizations. Thus, they covertly utilized the dark race to completely wipe out these soon-to-rise super civilizations. Li Tianheng knew that their enemy was not only powerful, but also crafty. They had to find a way to break the rules of this universe to stop the actions of the dark race. So Li Tianheng and his team began devising a bold plan. They planned to create a new type of spacecraft capable of traveling faster than light speed, enabling them to traverse the universe and find survivors of the destroyed civilizations, revealing the truth to them and uniting to resist the dark race. This plan required both advanced technology support and unimaginable courage and determination. Nevertheless, all of them were willing to sacrifice everything to protect all civilizations and expose the conspiracy of the dark race. In the following days, Li Tianheng and his team commenced intense research and manufacturing. They encountered countless difficulties and challenges, yet they never gave up because they knew that their actions could change the fate of the entire universe. After many long years, they finally succeeded in building the faster-than-light spacecraft. Then, they began their journey across the universe. Each crossing was a life-and-death challenge. Yet, they never shied away. They found survivors of the destroyed civilizations, told them the truth, and made them realize that they were not alone. They had countless allies who could unite to resist the dark race. The process was long and arduous. However, over time, more and more people joined their ranks, and more survivors from the destroyed civilizations stood up, beginning to resist the rule of the dark race. At this moment, the reign of the dark race began to waver. They started to realize that their dominion might be coming to an end. But this did not deter their actions. They began to fully focus on attacking Li Tianheng and his team. Chapter 316, The Harmonious Galaxy. In the distant future, Li Tianheng was a great technological builder, mastering the secrets of interstellar travel. In his hands lay an unprecedented technology, constructing an interstellar mothership by assembling countless small warships. This capability stemmed from both his powerful system and his diligent efforts. Li Tianheng's dream went beyond merely organizing a powerful interstellar fleet. He aspired to make interstellar travel possible through his technology, leading humanity into the uncharted depths of the universe. He spent each day immersed in research and experiments, continuously exploring new technologies and trying out novel designs. His objective remained constant, to build a fleet capable of interstellar travel. However, he knew that such technology was not easily attainable. He had to rely on both his system and his own hard work. He needed to redesign these small warships to ensure they played the most effective role during interstellar journeys. After countless trials and modifications, he finally succeeded in designing a small warship that could be assembled into an interstellar mothership. Every single small warship was meticulously designed, with every detail considered to guarantee safety and efficiency during space travel. When the first interstellar mothership was completed, Li Tianheng stood at its bow, gazing at the massive vessel with immense pride. It was his technology, his effort, and his dream. Then, he boarded the interstellar mothership, embarking on his first interstellar voyage. He knew that this step toward the unknown marked humanity's venture into the unknown as well. Deep within the universe, there existed an ancient civilization called the Harmonious Galaxy. The beings in this galaxy survived in a unique way. They utilized a technology named HeartNet, which connected their minds together, sharing knowledge, memories, and even consciousness. As a member of the Harmonious Galaxy, the leader possessed extraordinary wisdom and formidable power. However, on an ordinary night, the leader witnessed a scene he had never encountered before, instantly transforming his confident mood into overwhelming fear. It was a holographic projection of a fresh bubble, shining brightly against the starry sky. It was a product of an unknown civilization. This was not the leader's first contact with another civilization. He had previously communicated with intelligent life from other galaxies through the HeartNet. Yet, this fresh bubble gave him a different kind of oppressive feeling. It shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, as if narrating a story too distant to comprehend, a terror transcending time and space. The leader took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew that even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster for the galaxy. He connected to the galactic defense system through the HeartNet, but discovered that conventional defensive measures were completely ineffective against the fresh bubble. This civilization seemed far more advanced than any they had ever known. Their weapons had already surpassed the limits of what they could imagine, and this seemingly simple, fresh bubble was merely a glimpse into their vast arsenal. The leader dared not think further. He realized that their universe was not alone. It was an infinite ocean filled with the unknown and peril, and they were nothing more than a tiny boat adrift within it. Despite the fear gripping his heart, the leader understood they could not simply wait for their doom. Chapter 317, The Blue Planet. Thus, the Overlord began to study this fresh bubble. He immersed his thoughts deeply into it, exploring its structure, its operating mechanism, and its power. He encountered unprecedented difficulties. It was a force he had never seen before, an inexplicable mystery. However, the Overlord did not give up. He knew that only through research and understanding could they find a way to deal with this threat. He mobilized the entire galaxy's wisdom and strength, beginning the study of how to uncover the secrets of this bubble. After long periods of research and countless failures, the Overlord finally discovered the method to crack the bubble. He realized that, although the bubble's defense was extremely strong, its offensive power was equally potent. And this very offensive power turned out to be their exploitable vulnerability. Thus, the Overlord and the inhabitants of the harmonious galaxy designed a weapon capable of neutralizing the bubble's offensive capability. At the core of this weapon was the use of HeartNet's power, which sought to understand and perceive the bubble's emotions and motives. After a series of fierce battles, they successfully resisted this threat from an unknown civilization. They found courage in fear and wisdom in difficulty. They understood that only by standing united could they face future challenges. This story teaches us that, no matter what challenges or threats we face, as long as we have determination, courage, and wisdom, we can always find a way to solve problems. This story also shows us that the unknown is not something to fear. What is truly frightening is our fear and avoidance of the unknown. Only by confronting fear can we truly grow and progress. In the distant universe, there is a blue planet named Earth. On this planet live various kinds of creatures, among them a species known as humans, intelligent beings who possess the ability to think and create, constantly exploring the unknown. However, the tranquility of Earth was broken, and a threat from an unknown civilization quietly descended. This threat was not from any known species, but an energy entity that continuously absorbed Earth's energy, worsening the environment. Humans felt fear and helplessness because they knew nothing about this energy entity and were unsure how to respond. At this critical moment, human society united and faced the challenge head-on. A group of brave scientists and adventurers formed a special team, studying the nature and behavior of this energy entity to find ways to deal with it. During this process, they experienced many difficulties and setbacks, but they never gave up. Throughout this period, they relied not only on the power of science, but also sought help from various mysterious forces on Earth. They found courage in fear and used wisdom to overcome adversity. Eventually, they successfully found a way to address this threat and expelled it from Earth. This battle made humanity deeply realize that only by standing united could they face future challenges. They learned to cherish every form of energy on Earth and respect and protect every living creature. Simultaneously, they understood that the unknown is not something to fear. What is truly terrifying is the fear and avoidance of the unknown. Only by confronting fear can one truly grow and progress. This story tells us that, no matter what challenges or threats we encounter, as long as we have resolve, courage, and wisdom, we will certainly find a way to solve the problem. Moreover, we must learn to value Earth's resources and protect our common home. Only in this way can humanity truly grow and advance, facing an uncertain future without fear. Chapter 318, A Prolonged Battle. In the depths of the universe, the Orion civilization faced a crisis like never before. The enemy from an unknown galaxy, armed with powerful technological forces, was advancing towards the Orion civilization with overwhelming force. Their objective was clear, the core area of Orion, the solar system. At this critical moment, the defense forces of the Orion civilization took decisive action. They were the guardians of the Orion defense line, an elite unit. Under the threat of the enemy, they received an absolute order to directly destroy the enemy's offensive capability. This was a war on a cosmic scale, and the fate of Orion rested in the hands of this unit. They had no retreat, only the courage to face forward with their most advanced weaponry and strike against the enemy. Li Tianheng, the calm and resolute commander, played a crucial role in this war. He had already known the enemy's movements, as he had deployed the entire quantum satellite network and reconnaissance battle fleet of the solar system. He was waiting for the next move of the enemy because he knew that only then could he seize the flaws in their strategy. However, the enemy did not act as Li Tianheng had expected. They seemed to possess technology beyond imagination, having directly cracked the explosive devices set by Li Tianheng. This news shocked Li Tianheng, but it did not throw him into panic. Instead, it strengthened his resolve. He must use all his strength to protect the safety of his civilization. Thus, Li Tianheng and his forces began a war on a cosmic scale. They utilized celestial bodies within the solar system to create immense energy fields in an attempt to halt the enemy's advance. The enemy's counterattacks were fierce, akin to storms, but Li Tianheng and his forces did not retreat. With the solar system as their battlefield, they used their bravery and intelligence to engage the enemy in a fierce battle. In the depths of the universe lay a brilliant star system, the solar system. The solar system contained endless mysteries and power, with boundless resources and countless forms of life. However, these resources also attracted invaders from outer space. Li Tianheng, a spacefarer filled with ambition, possessed a sharp and resolute gaze. He had crossed black holes and conquered interstellar dangers just to protect the solar system and the home of Orion. Upon hearing of the impending arrival of the invaders from outer space, he immediately formed a force to prepare to confront this evil power. They used the celestial bodies within the solar system to create powerful energy fields in attempts to stop the enemy's progress. However, the enemy's counterattacks were akin to stormy winds and rain, putting unprecedented pressure on them. But neither Li Tianheng nor his forces retreated. They chose the solar system as their battleground, using their courage and wisdom to fight the enemy fiercely. This battle lasted days upon days, both sides giving their utmost effort. Li Tianheng and his forces used their profound understanding of the solar system to continuously establish various defensive measures in an attempt to repel the enemy attacks. The enemy, too, did not relent. They continued to assault the Orion defense line with overwhelming force. In the fiercest moments of the battle, Li Tianheng made a decision. He harnessed the energy of the sun to produce a colossal and enduring energy wall, blocking the enemy's attacks. This decision left the enemy unprecedentedly shocked, and they began reassessing the strength of Li Tianheng and his forces. However, this war was far from over. Although Li Tianheng and his forces blocked the enemy's attacks, their situation became precarious. Their physical stamina was exhausted, requiring rest and resupply. But the enemy did not give them this opportunity. During their rest, they launched even more intense counterattacks. Facing the enemy's powerful onslaught, Li Tianheng and his forces demonstrated tenacious perseverance and an indomitable fighting spirit. They utilized the celestial bodies of the solar system to create various defensive mechanisms, continuously fending off the enemy's attacks. Their performance left the enemy under unprecedented pressure, causing them to begin doubting whether victory would come easily to them. As time passed, Li Tianheng and his forces gradually restored their stamina and acquired new supplies. They rallied once again, preparing for the battles to come. The enemy, realizing their resilience and determination, began launching even fiercer counterattacks, attempting to break through their lines at once. This war had become a magnificent campaign on a cosmic scale. Li Tianheng and his forces displayed unmatched courage and unwavering resilience, engaging in a fierce battle with the enemy. Their deeds would forever be remembered by people, becoming a legend in the universe. Ultimately, Li Tianheng and his forces successfully repelled the enemy's attacks, defending the solar system and the home of Orion. Their courage, intelligence, and indomitable fighting spirit became a legend in the universe. And this war also became a significant chapter in the history of the universe, forever etched in the hearts of people. Chapter 319, Blaze. In the distant reaches of the universe, there lies a rich and mysterious star system, our very own solar system. The solar system consists of 8 planets, all of which orbit the sun in an orderly manner. However, this tranquil universe was suddenly disrupted by an intense interstellar war. Li Tianheng, a dashing interstellar warrior, led his troops on the front lines of the solar system, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy along the Orion defense line. Their foes were a mysterious interstellar race who launched their attack on the solar system with unparalleled strength and relentless fervor. Li Tianheng and his forces did not retreat. They chose to turn the solar system into a battlefield, combating the enemy with courage and wisdom. They used celestial bodies within the solar system to generate powerful energy fields, attempting to halt the enemy's advance. Nevertheless, the enemy's counterattack came like a storm, putting them under unprecedented pressure. Throughout the battle, Li Tianheng demonstrated extraordinary bravery and intelligence. Using his deep knowledge of the solar system, he continuously devised various defensive measures to block the enemy's assaults. At critical moments, he stepped forward, leading his troops in counterattacks that repelled several enemy offensives. This prolonged battle saw both sides giving it their all. Facing overwhelming enemy power, Li Tianheng and his forces did not waver, persistently fighting on. Ultimately, their courage and intellect earned them victory as they successfully stopped the enemy's attack and safeguarded the solar system. Li Tianheng, a traveler across star systems, harbored a grand ambition to explore all the unknown civilizations of the galaxy. He landed on a planet under the Orion civilization, gaining new insights into their technology, culture, and people. The Orion civilization boasts highly advanced technology, progressive social systems, and a diverse, philosophical culture. Its people revere knowledge, respect explorers, and maintain an open and curious attitude toward visitors from other planets. Despite this, Li Tianheng had little interest in what this civilization had to offer since there was no new knowledge here that could contribute to his growth. Nevertheless, Li Tianheng firmly believed that the existence of the Orion civilization held great significance for him. It was like a lighthouse illuminating his path of exploration through the galaxy, providing direction for his next destination. He needed to know where his next stop would be, and the Orion civilization could provide him with all the necessary information. However, the leader of the Orion civilization made a request to Li Tianheng. They hoped that he could help them solve a long-standing problem, a mysterious force known as Blaze that frequently rampaged across their planet, posing a serious threat to their way of life. Li Tianheng had no intention of refusing this request. He understood that solving this issue would not only aid this civilization, but also greatly enhance his standing within the galaxy. Moreover, forming an alliance with the Orion civilization could bring immense benefits to the development of the solar system. Thus, Li Tianheng embarked on his investigation of Blaze. He delved deep into the planet's interior, studying its structure to uncover the source of Blaze. He encountered unknown dangers, but through his courage and wisdom, he successfully located its origin and found a way to control it. When Li Tianheng successfully stopped the ravages of Blaze, the people of the Orion civilization were astonished. They marveled at Li Tianheng's wisdom and bravery. Chapter 320, Advancing Towards a Higher Civilization. In the vast universe, the Milky Way is merely a small galaxy. However, within this galaxy, there exist thousands of civilized worlds that have each developed unique and complex civilizations throughout the course of history. These civilizations, classified as Level 4 civilizations, signify their mastery of interstellar travel technology, allowing them to freely traverse between star systems. They share knowledge and technology, jointly exploring the mysteries of the universe. The Orion civilization is one of these, and after long-term development, they have now reached the height of a Level 4 civilization. Their world is a vibrant planet, covered with abundant life forms and stunning landscapes. Their urban architecture is distinctive, filled with futuristic technological aesthetics, harmoniously coexisting with the natural environment. The inhabitants of the Orion civilization have mastered advanced technology, and their lives are surrounded by intelligent technology. For transportation, they use high-speed flyers that can rapidly shuttle through the skies above the cities. All their household items are controlled by smart devices. From lighting to cleaning, everything operates automatically. They have also mastered biotechnology, enabling them to modify themselves, extend their lifespans, and enhance their physical capabilities. However, despite the advanced nature of the Orion civilization, they continue to explore and seek progress. Their exploration mainly focuses on two aspects: deeply investigating the mysteries of the universe and seeking new civilized worlds for exchange and cooperation with other level 4 civilizations. In the eyes of the Orion civilization, the entire Milky Way is their home, and all the civilized worlds are their neighbors. They deeply understand that only through joint efforts can the infinite mysteries of the universe be explored and a higher level of civilization be achieved together. The level 4 members of the Orion civilization do not exist in isolation. They maintain close contact and cooperation with civilizations from other worlds. They have established a complex information network across the star systems, allowing for rapid dissemination of knowledge and technology. They also regularly hold interstellar exchange conferences to share their respective achievements and jointly plan future paths. Through their explorations, new worlds are continuously discovered. Each new world has its own unique environment and form of civilization, bringing endless surprises and gains to the Orion civilization. They obtain new knowledge and technology from these encounters and gain opportunities to deepen their understanding of the universe. After countless trials and modifications, he finally succeeded in designing a small warship capable of assembling into an interstellar mothership. Each small warship was meticulously designed, taking into account every detail to ensure safety and efficiency during interstellar travel. Nevertheless, despite the Orion civilization possessing significant resources and influence within the Milky Way, they are also aware of their insignificance. Throughout the entire galaxy, level 4 civilizations make up only a tiny fraction, with many unknown civilizations waiting to be discovered. To them, the Milky Way is an endless labyrinth, every step brimming with the unknown and possibilities. Fueled by a thirst for knowledge and the unknown, the level 4 members of the Orion civilization continue to explore every corner of the Milky Way. With friendly attitudes, they send signals to other unknown civilizations, hoping to find new friends to share in the secrets of the universe. In this vast Milky Way, the level 4 members of the Orion civilization strive, working towards the peace and prosperity of the universe, searching for new unknowns. They will never cease their exploratory steps. Their story continues, their adventures lie ahead, and it's all for the endless pursuit of exploration and discovery. Chapter 321, The Mysterious Artifact. In the vast universe, the Milky Way is just one of countless galaxies, with a diameter reaching 200,000 light-years, a number that defies human imagination. Nevertheless, this universe also conceals a civilization that surpasses the understanding of ordinary humans. This civilization governs not only the entire Milky Way, but even extends further, yet ordinary people can hardly grasp its true power. The central region of the galaxy is an area that normal humans cannot traverse. It contains advanced technology and knowledge, as well as remnants of past civilizations, all of which evoke fear. Xianxia is a man with a bold spirit of adventure who has always been curious about the unknown world. He persistently explores the uncharted areas of the Milky Way, seeking forgotten technologies. His objective is clear: to understand this civilization and its development history, which will help him comprehend his own system and origin. Throughout his adventurous journey, Xianxia has encountered many difficulties and dangers. Yet he has never given up, believing that only through exploration and learning can he truly unravel the mysteries of the universe. He ventures deep into the central region of the galaxy, once the core of the ancient civilization and the source of its knowledge. During this expedition, Xianxia uncovers many astonishing facts. He discovers the heights this civilization had once reached, far beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. Moreover, the technologies left behind by this civilization prompt him to reassess his very existence. He begins to ponder his origins, goals, and significance. This journey of exploration is far from over, and Xianxia continues to move forward. He knows that the path ahead is long, yet he believes that only through continuous exploration and learning can he truly grasp the secrets of the universe and find his place within it. In this journey filled with the unknown, he gradually uncovers the mysterious veil of this civilization, learns more about its technological advancements, and experiences wisdom that transcends human comprehension. Xianxia's story carries on as he reveals an unknown world to us, one brimming with intelligence and technology. His quest brings endless insights and reflections, prompting us to reconsider our own place in this world. Through this journey, we witness the glory and decline of this civilization together, sharing the indescribable fear and curiosity. In a distant part of the universe exists a mysterious and powerful artifact, the Moss Ring. This ring functions like a space transmission device, possessing the ability to connect two parallel universes. Its construction bears great similarity to black holes, as it attracts all gravity around it, forming a formidable gravitational device. The power of this gravitational device is extraordinary. It draws all surrounding gravities toward itself, forming the ring. The ring can collapse space, creating a small black hole. Unlike ordinary black holes, this artificial black hole is entirely controllable, akin to humanity's concept of controlled nuclear fusion. With the use of the Moss ring, people can easily travel through time and space, connecting to another parallel universe. In this universe, individuals can discover many unknown and mysterious things, explore new frontiers, and expand the boundaries of human cognition. However, the use of the Moss ring requires extreme caution. If improperly controlled, the artificial black hole might create unforeseeable effects on its surroundings. Therefore, only those with immense knowledge and advanced technical skills can operate it. Deep within this universe, there exists a research team dedicated to exploring this enigmatic artifact. Their aim is to study the Moss ring thoroughly so they can master it better and use its power to serve humanity. They continuously explore, analyze, and experiment, advancing step by step for the future of mankind. Chapter 322. Unyielding Exploration. In the distant future, Li Tianheng is a solitary astronaut whose spaceship accidentally enters an unknown galaxy. This galaxy is filled with strange planets and mysterious civilizations. It's his first encounter with the secrets hidden in this universe. Li Tianheng's spacecraft is drawn by a powerful gravitational force to a mysterious planet. Upon landing, he discovers that the environment of this planet is strikingly similar to Earth's, giving him hope for survival. He begins exploring the planet and finds some buildings with peculiar shapes. Though abandoned, these structures still exude the advanced technological prowess of their former inhabitants. Li Tianheng conducts a comprehensive exploration of the planet and uncovers the heights this civilization once reached, surpassing the imagination of ordinary humans. He finds numerous ancient technological relics which not only make him reconsider his own existence, but also inspire a desire to explore the unknown depths of the universe. Throughout this process, Li Tianheng starts to reflect on his origins, his purpose, and his meaning. He begins questioning his own existence and wonders whether he is the sole life form in this universe. He decides to continue his exploration, seeking answers. Li Tianheng's journey of exploration is far from over. He knows the road ahead will be long, but he firmly believes that through constant exploration and learning, he can truly understand the mysteries of the universe and find his ultimate destiny. On this journey full of the unknown, Li Tianheng gradually uncovers the mysterious veil of this civilization, gradually understanding its level of technological advancement and the wisdom that transcends human comprehension. He discovers that although this civilization has perished, their technology and wisdom still exist within this universe, providing vital assistance for his explorations. Despite facing numerous difficulties and dangers, Li Tianheng never gives up. He believes that as long as he persists in his explorations, one day he will find the answers and his ultimate place in the universe. He is convinced that there are many more mysteries in this universe waiting for him to uncover. Li Tianheng and his team, clad in advanced combat gear, board their starship and traverse interstellar space toward the headquarters of the Dark Race. Every planet represents their hopes. Every galaxy carries their expectations. They believe that as long as they persevere, the peace of the universe will be preserved forever. Finally, they arrive at the headquarters of the Dark Race, where a fierce battle erupts. Li Tianheng and his team, armed with advanced technology and weapons, engage in intense combat against the Dark Race. Every shot and every blast embodies their hopes and beliefs. In the end, Li Tianheng and his team successfully eliminate the Dark Race, restoring peace to the universe. They have safeguarded the universe and their home. With the eradication of the Dark Race, the universe once again enjoys peace. Li Tianheng and his team take a deep breath of relief, knowing they've fulfilled their mission and restored peace to the universe. They return home to enjoy tranquility and peace, aware that they have sacrificed everything for the peace of the universe. As the power of the Dark Race wanes, the universe gradually returns to peace. Li Tianheng and his team continue to patrol every corner of the universe, ensuring no other threats exist. They have protected the universe, safeguarded their home, eliminated the Dark Race, and once again restored peace to the universe. Chapter 323. Powerful Backup Forces. In the massive main control room, Li Tianheng sat in front of a holographic projection, his hands moving gracefully through the air as if playing an invisible symphony. His eyes were resolute and focused. Every operation was critical as he safeguarded the peace of the entire solar system. The control room flickered with intricate lights from the holographic projection, like stars dotting the night sky. Occasionally, beams of light shot out like meteors crossing the heavens. This was Li Tianheng communicating with each starship, coordinating his forces, and setting up defenses to repel an unknown enemy. Li Tianheng's thoughts raced. He knew his mission clearly: to protect the solar system, to protect his home. He had to stay alert, leaving no room for negligence. His operations became increasingly skilled, every click precise, every command clear. Suddenly, beams of light flashed across the holographic projection as the enemy began their attack. Li Tianheng's hands moved faster, commanding the starships to defend. The cannon fire intertwined like a brilliant evening sky. He understood that this moment required perseverance. He could not retreat, but needed to persist until the very end. In this intense battle, Li Tianheng demonstrated extraordinary leadership skills. He danced gracefully and calmly within the holographic projection, every action accurate and decisive. His gaze was firm and profound, as though capable of seeing through all difficulties and adversaries. Larsai on Mars observed everything with admiration and anticipation on his face. He knew that Li Tianheng was their hope, the the protector of the solar system. He believed that, as long as they worked together, they would surely withstand the enemy's assault and protect their home. At the same time, the vanguard of the Orion civilization was speeding toward the solar system. Their speed was astonishing, their starships leaving meteor-like trails as they traversed the starry sea. They also attempted to establish contact with those in the solar system, but faced some challenges. Back in the main control room, Li Tianheng continued fighting determinedly. Although uncertain whether the backup forces from the Orion civilization would be effective, he knew that he could not give up or let the solar system fall into crisis. He resolved to hold on until the very last moment, until reinforcements arrived. Time seemed to stretch particularly slow, yet exceptionally fast. Slow enough to make every one of Li Tianheng's actions clear, yet fast enough to leave Larsai eagerly anticipating the dawn of victory with every second. Finally, the vanguard of the Orion civilization reached the solar system, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Their impressive combat power quickly turned the tide. In the main control room, Li Tianheng witnessed this scene, and a relieved smile spread across his face. He realized they had succeeded. The solar system was safe. The battle concluded with the enemy's retreat. In the control room, Li Tianheng collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion. Though weary, pride and satisfaction lit up his eyes. He knew he had completed what was expected of him, protecting his home, protecting everyone. Larsai on Mars also saw this moment and mirrored the relieved smile. He understood their efforts had not been in vain. They successfully protected the solar system, protected their home. From then on, the solar system enjoyed no more war, only peace and tranquility. Li Tianheng and his team, Larsai and his team, together safeguarded the solar system, protecting their home. Chapter 324, The Wise Spectator. In the depths of the universe, there is a civilization known as Orion, renowned for its unimaginable scientific and technological advancements and its overwhelmingly powerful war machinery, making it an invincible interstellar force. And Li Tianheng, a member of this civilization, carries a significant responsibility to precisely calculate the enemy's firepower in order to determine the true strength of the Orion civilization. Li Tianheng's eyes shone like ink, deep and bright, as if they could pierce through the edges of the universe. He glanced at the artificial intelligence before him. It was accurately calculating the fire coverage of Alcest, with data flashing on the screen, each flicker representing boundless energy and devastating power. The place where he stood was his aerospace aircraft carrier, vast and sturdy like a mobile fortress. The mothership soared through the stars, akin to a fearless dragon, indifferent to the impending battle. The space around him had already been torn apart and destroyed by Alcest's terrifying energy, massive black holes and cracks appearing in the void, as if the fabric of space itself were broken. Despite this, Li Tianheng remained calm, as if sitting quietly atop a mountain peak, his heart serene. He felt the resilience and strength of the mothership, which came from the power of the Orion civilization that stood behind him. His confidence was full because he knew that his civilization, his homeland, and his duty would shine brilliantly at this moment. And his teacher, with a face full of smiles, observed the horrifying attack ahead, much like a wise spectator who foresaw the impending victory. All responsible personnel surrounding them also wore smiles. They knew their decisions were correct and their strength formidable. At this moment, the entire solar system was cloaked under the strong protection of the Orion civilization, a faint glow enveloping it. This light not only protected the solar system, but also demonstrated the strength and determination of the Orion civilization to the universe. Then, when Alcest's firepower fully covered the area, and all black holes and rifts roared across the cosmos, Li Tianheng made his move. His fingers danced over the control panel, every movement graceful and poetic, as though composing a magnificent war symphony. His gaze was firm and bright, the look of a hero in the eye of Orion. He instantly calculated the optimal counterattack strategy, guiding all the weapons on the mothership to launch toward Alcest. This was the power of destruction, the wrath of Orion, their response. In an instant, the energies of both sides collided in the cosmos, a grand explosion of fireworks and a universal celebration. Alcest's firepower clashed with Orion's energy, causing the universe itself to tremble. However, in this confrontation, Li Tianheng and his mothership stood firm like a boulder, steady and resolute. They resisted Alcest's firepower, they endured the shattered void, and they showcased the perseverance and determination of the Orion civilization to the universe. The teacher watched beside him, his smile growing even wider. He saw Li Tianheng's tenacity, the power of Orion, and the possibility of victory. In this battle, Li Tianheng was not just a warrior, but also a poet. With his wisdom and courage, he composed a war anthem for Orion, a song celebrating life, resilience, and bravery. In the end, Li Tianheng and his mothership triumphed. They successfully resisted Alcest's firepower and protected the solar system. At this moment, Li Tianheng turned back to look at his teacher, their eyes meeting. This was the gaze of victors, the gaze of the brave. They knew they had fulfilled their mission and protected their home. In that moment, the entire solar system cheered for them. The whole universe trembled in awe. They were heroes of Orion, warriors of the universe. Chapter 325, A Carefully Designed Trap. At the far edge of the solar system lies a planet named Liahua. Its environment is extremely harsh, with temperatures soaring to thousands of degrees. Yet amidst this desolate land, there is a scientist named Laosai. Bearing the hopes of the Liahua civilization, he is working alone in this barren place on Mars construction. Laosai can never forget a man named Li Tianheng. He was once his good friend, but for some reason, Li Tianhong developed hatred toward him and even planned a fatal betrayal. Lao Sai doesn't know how all this happened, but he understands that he must protect himself and the safety of the civilization. In order to counter possible attacks by Li Tianhong, Lao Sai had no choice but to focus all his efforts on Mars construction. He built a temporary base, studied the geography of Mars, searched for available resources, and set up defensive facilities in preparation for a sudden attack by Li Tianhong. Meanwhile, Lao Sai tried to contact the Liehua civilization to report Li Tianhong's betrayal, but his signals were blocked by Li Tianhong. Through signals redirected to the left-hand side of the solar system, Li Tianhong completely blocked the communication, preventing the Liehua civilization from receiving their distress calls. During this time, Lao Sai was constantly on guard against an attack by Li Tianhong. Like a hunting leopard, he waited silently for the prey to appear, and Li Tianhong acted like a cunning fox, always managing to escape at the most perilous moments. However, Lao Sai did not give up. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually have a chance to catch Li Tianhong. He began studying Li Tianhong's movements, looking for weaknesses. Every failure only made him more determined to continue. Finally, Lao Sai found Li Tianhong's weakness. He discovered that Li Tianhong regularly sent signals to the Orion civilization to prove his own safety. Lao Sai seized this opportunity and carefully designed a trap, waiting for Li Tianhong to arrive. After a long wait, Li Tianhong finally appeared. As usual, he sent signals to the Orion civilization. However, he didn't notice that the signals had been tampered with by Lao Sai. When the signals went out, Lao Sai immediately activated the preset program, cutting off communication between Li Tianhong and the Orion civilization. At this moment, Li Tianhong fell into Lao Sai's trap. Lao Sai quickly acted, leading his team to arrest Li Tianhong. After successfully arresting Li Tianhong, Lao Sai finally sighed in relief. He knew that this prolonged struggle was over, and he had successfully protected himself and the safety of the civilization. However, this struggle also taught Lao Sai an important lesson. Trust is an extremely precious thing, and once lost, it is hard to regain. He decided to be more cautious henceforth, not easily trusting others, to ensure his own safety and the safety of the civilization. And as for Li Tianhong, after being captured, he reflected on his actions. He realized how foolish and ignorant his act of betrayal was, and he began to repent, promising to become a person of conscience in the future. Though this struggle ended, both Lao Sai and Li Tianhong learned invaluable lessons from it. They understood the importance of trust and integrity, and they learned how to protect themselves and the civilization's safety in a complex environment. Carrying these lessons with them, they will continue to work in Mars construction, contributing their efforts to the development of the Liehua civilization. Chapter 326, A Galactic-Level Catastrophe. In the vastness of the universe, Lars' mothership and Li Tianhong's mothership faced off against each other, the space between them flickering with dangerous sparks. Lars, the envoy of a first-tier civilization from the Orion constellation, glared ferociously, gritting his teeth as he stared at Li Tianhong. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he wanted to execute Li Tianhong on the spot. The root cause of all this was the solar system civilization represented by Li Tianhong. Originally, Lars' mission had been to invade the solar system and harvest its indigenous inhabitants. However, due to Li Tianhong's intelligence and bravery, Lars' plan was completely shattered, leaving him humiliated within the Orion civilization. Yesterday, he endured a difficult conversation with the headquarters of the Orion civilization through a communication device. He knew that because of this failed mission, he might face severe punishment. This was not just a loss of face, it was a blow that Lars could not bear. As an envoy of a first-tier civilization, he had failed in the simple task of invading the solar system. How could he possibly accept this? Before now, Lars had never felt such hatred for anyone, but facing Li Tianhong directly ignited an unstoppable fury within him. Under the backdrop of this decisive battle, the atmosphere inside both motherships reached its peak tension. With reinforcements arriving, Lars' confidence grew stronger. He was determined to defeat Li Tianhong personally to restore his honor. On the other side, Li Tianhong realized he was up against an extremely powerful enemy, yet he showed no excessive fear, only resolve and determination shone in his eyes. At this critical moment, the two motherships began to slowly approach each other, like two gladiators preparing their life and death struggle in space. Every subtle movement might trigger a galactic-level catastrophe, but neither Lars nor Li Tianhong hesitated. They were resolved to fight until the end. As the two motherships drew closer, space started to warp, signaling the gravitational fluctuations they were generating. One side was Lars, the envoy representing the first-tier Orion civilization, and the other was Li Tianhong, the guardian representing the solar system civilization. Their duel had caught the attention of the universe itself, causing instability. On Lars' mothership, Marseille had prepared the ultimate weapon. He knew that only by eliminating Li Tianhong could he preserve his reputation and status. Meanwhile, aboard Li Tianhong's mothership, the crew had readied all defense measures. They would do everything possible to ensure their leader remained unharmed. The two motherships continued closing in until they were near enough for physical contact. In that instant, Marseille launched his attack. A massive beam of energy shot from his mothership straight toward Li Tianhong's ship. Simultaneously, his ship began to rotate, attempting to use immense centrifugal force to tear apart Li Tianhong's vessel. Faced with this sudden assault, Li Tianhong remained calm. He directed the crew confidently while channeling his own power into the ship's operating system. In the rapidly changing battle, his thoughts moved like lightning, and his actions were precise like clockwork. The firelight in space grew brighter, and the speed at which the two motherships approached each other increased. Lars had activated all weapon systems, intending to destroy Li Tianhang with overwhelming strength. Li Tianhang did not back down either, and his mothership began emitting powerful energy as well. At this decisive moment, the two motherships finally collided. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the universe, instantly illuminating the dark void with bursts of firelight. Then, silence fell. Chapter 327, The Arrival of the Support Team. Larsai was an interstellar signal transmission officer, working in the vast depths of the universe, alone and desolate. However, he never dreamed that the signals he transmitted not only crossed the stars, but were also captured by a young scientist named Li Tianhang. Li Tianhang worked independently of mainstream scientific circles. His understanding of the universe had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Not only did he discover Larsai's signals, but he also deciphered their contents. However, instead of choosing to stop or expose the source of the signals, he chose to wait for Larsai and his support team to appear. During this period of waiting, Li Tianhang said to his team, "They think their plan is foolproof, but we have disappointed them. We not only know their plan, but also their arrival." His eyes sparkled with a unique light, a thirst for knowledge and passion for challenges. In a distant part of the galaxy, Larsai and his support team were heading towards Mars. Their faces were filled with anticipation and tension. They all knew that after completing their mission, they would open a new chapter for humanity. However, they did not know that their plan had already been discovered by someone. In the skies above Mars, those invisible interstellar warships appeared in everyone's sight. Their appearance caused scientists to exclaim, but Li Tianhang kept them quiet, allowing these ships to silently land at the temporary base. Finally, Larsai and his support team met. Joy and excitement showed on their faces. They thought their task was halfway done, yet they had no idea their plan had already been uncovered by Li Tianhang. Under Li Tianhang's command, his team began to take action. They quickly dismantled the explosive devices inside the base and prepared to welcome Larsai and his support team. As Larsai and his team walked into the base, their faces still radiated joy and excitement. However, when they saw Li Tianhang and his team, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. In the vast expanse of the universe, a small probe ship moved silently between star systems. Aboard the ship was Li Tianhang, a highly perceptive and astute interstellar explorer. His destination was Mars. At another end of this universe, 3 massive warships moved stealthily through the void. Their speed was so slow as to be almost imperceptible, but Li Tianhang's detectors precisely picked up their faint fluctuations. He realized that these 3 warships were heading towards Mars. Larsai, the doubts in Li Tianhang's mind grew like a snowball. He concluded that Larsai must have established contact with the subsequent forces of the Orion civilization. Without this prerequisite, it would be impossible for them to take such action. Recalling the series of events that had taken place before, the reason Li Tianhang had refrained from taking any action was to wait for their next move. He knew that only by letting them connect with Larsai could the hidden truth behind everything be revealed. Even if Larsai's earlier signal transmissions were interrupted, Li Tianhang would not show any outward reaction. He needed them to make contact first before deciding his next steps. In the silent depths of space, Li Tianhang's heartbeat quickened. He sensed the truth drawing closer. His eyes were fixed intently on the detector, counting down the time in his mind. The faint fluctuations of the 3 warships flickered on the detector. They were advancing steps toward uncovering the truth that Li Tianhang was about to reveal. Chapter 328. The conditions proposed by Li Tianhang. After the previous harrowing event, Li Tianhang was still shaken by the sinister plots of the Orion civilization. He no longer underestimated this extraterrestrial civilization, but adopted a more cautious approach. Everyone else present also became more vigilant, as they realized this opponent would not be easy to deal with. Li Tianhang decided to prepare for both contingencies. On one hand, he would remain highly alert to any actions by the Orion civilization, preventing them from hatching further conspiracies. He ordered Xuanhuan and others to closely monitor the surroundings, reporting any anomalies to him immediately. On the other hand, Li Tianhang decided to engage in negotiations with the Orion civilization. He believed that if they demonstrated enough sincerity, the negotiation could proceed smoothly. However, if the Orion civilization lacked sincerity, Li Tianhang would immediately abandon the talks and take more decisive action. At this moment, Lars was discussing with his subordinates how to respond to Li Tianhang's negotiation. They knew that if they failed to gain an advantage during the talks, their plans would fail. Therefore, they needed more time to better prepare. However, Li Tianhang did not give them sufficient time. Before the negotiation began, he presented many harsh conditions. These were difficult for the Orion civilization to accept, but Li Tianhang insisted that these conditions were prerequisites for negotiation. Lars was puzzled. He had expected Li Tianhang to propose more lenient conditions, but the current situation completely defied his expectations. He had no choice but to reassess Li Tianhang's strength and negotiation strategy. During the subsequent negotiation, Li Tianhang acted very firmly. Not only did he propose the prerequisites, but he also dominated the negotiation process. Lars struggled to cope and began doubting the feasibility of his own plan. Ultimately, Lars had no choice but to abandon his plan and accept the conditions proposed by Li Tianhang. This negotiation marked a major victory for Li Tianhang, proving his strength and wisdom. Everyone else present admired Li Tianhang's performance greatly, trusting and relying on him even more. After returning to his spaceship, Lars felt extremely exhausted. He knew he had failed and probably exposed his plan. He began contemplating how to readjust his strategy, but time was running out. In the days that followed, Li Tianheng remained highly vigilant about the Orion civilization. He not only intensified surveillance on them, but also took a series of measures to prevent further conspiracies. By now, Lars had realized his plan was already exposed, so he started preparing to take more extreme actions. One night, while Li Tianheng was resting, Lars sent his subordinates to launch an attack against him. This assault was sudden, catching Li Tianheng off guard. He had to evacuate the ship urgently, but during his escape, he was cornered by the enemy. At this critical moment, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and helped Li Tianheng repel the attackers. This mysterious figure did not reveal his identity, but in Li Tianheng's gratitude, he felt a peculiar sense of fulfillment. After this incident, Li Tianheng realized he had fallen into a much more dangerous predicament. He knew that unless he solved this problem quickly, he might face even more severe threats. Thus, he decided to take more decisive action. In the days that followed, Li Tianheng and his subordinates launched a series of operations, ultimately defeating the underlings of the Orion civilization. In this process, they not only achieved victory, but also made new friends and allies. In the end, Li Tianheng successfully defended his home, putting everyone at ease. He knew that this experience had made him more mature and stronger, and also clarified his mission and responsibility more clearly. Chapter 329, Speed Like Lightning. As time passed, the fluctuations from the three warships became stronger and their distances closer. Li Tianheng tightly held the detector, every nerve in his body on edge. He felt as if he could hear the sound of those three warships grinding against the air and feel their powerful presence. Just as the three warships were about to enter Mars orbit, Li Tianheng's detector suddenly emitted a strong warning sound. His heartbeat instantly accelerated. He knew this was the moment he had been waiting for. He quickly activated the probe ship and raced toward Mars. Above Mars, Li Tianheng saw three enormous warships. They looked just as he had imagined, but one of them seemed different. On his detector, the fluctuations from that warship were the strongest. It was their stride forward and the signal for Li Tianheng to uncover the truth. Li Tianheng took a deep breath and sent out a contact signal to the unusual warship. On the detector's screen, a strange face appeared. It was a woman dressed in silver armor, her eyes profound and bright. "Who are you?" the woman asked. "I am Li Tianheng, an interstellar explorer," he replied. "I want to know, why have you come to Mars?" The woman paused for a moment before saying, "Our mission is here to search for a special type of energy ore. This ore is crucial to our civilization." Li Tianheng's heart skipped a beat. He knew she hadn't told him the entire truth. He decided to probe further. "Then, how did you know there was such an ore on Mars?" The woman fell silent again, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "Then," she said, "Lars told us." Hearing this, Li Tianheng's heart raced instantly. He knew he was getting closer to the truth. "Then, what is your relationship with Lars?" The woman finally revealed a shocking truth that stunned Li Tianheng. "We are the follow-up forces of the Orion civilization, and Lars is our advance team." In the depths of space, an interstellar warship hovered quietly above the temporary base of the Orion civilization. Its pilot, usually brimming with confidence and experience, was now panic-stricken. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he operated the controls. This was the first time in his memory that death had come so close. He could even feel his heart racing, blood boiling within him as though it would burst out. Stunned, he didn't know what to do, unable to accept the scene before him. The temporary base below was rapidly expanding like a giant beast, swallowing everything around it. Behind him, a voice shouted anxiously, "Are you an idiot? Send out the distress signal immediately. What are you standing there for?" The voice struck like lightning, snapping the panicked pilot back to reality. In an instant, he turned around, his eyes filled with gratitude and apology. Without hesitation, he pressed the red button on the right. In that moment, intense distress signals from the warship oscillated outward in all directions, like solemn cries proclaiming their predicament. At the same time, sharp alarms blared throughout the entire temporary base of the Orion civilization, the sounds like the roar of beasts, making hearts race. In every corner of the base, the drivers of the interstellar warships snapped out of their shock. They had no time to hesitate or think, they only moved with utmost speed. Their goal was singular: rescue the warship struggling in danger and stop the expanding temporary base. On board that warship, the pilot had pinned all hope on the approaching interstellar warships. He continuously pressed the red button, the distress signals akin to lifelines, unwilling to let go. In the core area of the temporary base, emergency evacuation had begun. Scientists were fully dedicated to researching ways to halt the expansion of the base, determination shining in their eyes. At the same time, interstellar warships came rushing in from all sides like brilliant stars. Their speed was like lightning, their resolve as steadfast as rock. They charged toward the trapped warship, challenging the limits of death. In this moment, the entire temporary base of the Orion civilization trembled and quaked. Everyone fought for their lives, for the survival of their entire civilization. The story's ending has yet to be revealed, but one thing is certain. In this challenge, everyone will bring out their maximum potential, whether the pilots, scientists, or warriors of the interstellar warships. With their wisdom and courage, they will determine the outcome of this tale. Will they be able to successfully escape this crisis in the end? Will they be able to stop the expansion of the temporary base? Can their efforts save the entire civilization? All the answers will be revealed in the time to come. Chapter 330, A Complete Strategic Plan. Li Tianheng was an ordinary college student who loved science and exploring the unknown world. However, one day 2 years ago, his life underwent a complete transformation. That day, Li Tianheng was conducting a complex experiment in the lab when suddenly, a mysterious light flashed from a corner of the laboratory. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, telling him that an unknown civilization was approaching the solar system. Li Tianheng was utterly shocked. He began to investigate this voice and discovered that it came from a mysterious entity called the System. The System informed him that it was a supercomputer capable of providing any scientific knowledge he required. With the help of the System, Li Tianheng started studying how to defend against the impending alien civilization. He used the System's capabilities to quickly learn and master various sciences, including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and nanotechnology. After 2 years of relentless effort, Li Tianheng and his team finally developed a technology capable of defending against alien attacks. They named it Star Shield, which could protect Earth from any form of attack. When the alien civilization approached the solar system, Li Tianheng and his team commenced their operation. Using the Star Shield, they successfully defended against the alien attack and drove them out of the solar system. News of this victory soon spread around the world, and people began to regard Li Tianheng as a hero. His name was recorded in history, and he became globally renowned as both a scientist and explorer. Despite achieving immense success, Li Tianheng did not stop there. He knew that many unknown dangers remained within the solar system, and he had to continue striving to ensure the safety of humanity's future. Deep in space, Li Tianheng led humanity's resistance against the Orion civilization's invasion. Once an extraordinary genius scientist, he was now humanity's last hope. Facing the powerful Orion civilization, he was not overwhelmed but instead became more resolute in his belief. Before modifying the superweapon inside the moon base, Li Tianheng had deeply studied the Orion civilization. He learned that their weapons were incredibly potent, far exceeding human technological capabilities. However, he was not afraid because he possessed a spatial oscillator granted by the System. This was a mysterious, yet formidable device capable of distorting space and producing unpredictable oscillations, allowing for a counterattack against the Orion civilization's weapons. When the actual data reached Li Tianheng's hands, he already had a complete strategic plan in mind. He mobilized all quantum satellites and weapons outside the atmosphere, beginning to deploy the attack plan. His mind worked like a computer, swiftly calculating every detail to ensure the plan's feasibility. At Li Tianheng's call, all responsible parties at the Xianxia base sprang into action. Heads of each department mobilized all resources and distributed them across various positions. Above, countless starships took off, heading toward the edge of the solar system toward the Kuiper Belt. When the starships reached the temporary base of the Orion civilization, Li Tianheng issued the order to attack. He activated the spatial oscillator, distorting space so the Orion civilization's weapons could not accurately lock onto targets. Simultaneously, he launched humanity's attack. Human starships surged toward the Orion civilization's base like a swarm of bees, unleashing wave after wave of powerful attacks. The Orion civilization had not expected humanity's counterattack to be so fierce, causing them to panic. Their weapons failed to lock on, while humanity's attack grew stronger. Under the assault, the Orion civilization's base began collapsing and ultimately disappeared in a violent explosion within the cosmos. Li Tianheng sighed with relief, knowing this battle marked a victory for humanity. Although the Orion civilization was defeated, this did not mean the threats to humanity had vanished. He understood that humanity needed to work harder and develop its technology further to confront possible future threats. In this battle, Li Tianheng demonstrated both his leadership skills and scientific talent. He not only successfully modified the superweapon inside the moon base, but also utilized the spatial oscillator to defeat the Orion civilization. His accomplishments earned him humanity's praise and solidified his position in the universe. After the battle, Li Tianheng returned to the Xianxia base. He knew his mission was not over. He still needed to research other civilizations in the universe, developing human technology to ensure the safety of humanity's future. This battle was not only a victory for humanity, but also a personal triumph for Li Tianheng. With his wisdom and courage, he won respect and the opportunity for survival for humanity. In the future, he would continue contributing his strength toward the prosperity and development of humanity. Chapter 331. Reconnaissance in the Universe. In the depths of the universe, the Orion civilization is hailed as a second-level civilization approaching third-level status, with formidable technological power ruling countless star systems. However, in this vast universe, there are still some civilizations developing quietly, unknown to the outside world. One of these is our solar system civilization. Lars was a commander of the Orion civilization. He received orders to lead an interstellar reconnaissance team to the solar system. Their mission was to probe this mysterious solar system and search for any new weapons or technologies that might pose a threat to the Orion civilization. Interstellar reconnaissance warships hovered at the edge of the solar system as Lars and his troops conducted careful observations. However, they did not find any obvious threats. During this process, some of the warship pilots began to grumble. They didn't understand why such caution was necessary for a solar system that hadn't even reached the first level of civilization. They had been patrolling at the edge of the solar system for a while, yet Lars had issued no attack orders. "I'm about to go crazy here," one Orion complained. His sentiments were echoed by others. Another pilot responded, "I heard that Lars received some insider information. It said that an extraordinary individual has emerged in this solar system civilization, creating weapons that even a second-level civilization finds intimidating. This might be why Lars hasn't initiated any offensive orders." As they chatted, one of the interstellar reconnaissance warships suddenly detected faint spatial fluctuations. These were unusual fluctuations, differing from normal ones, flickering as if transmitting some kind of message. However, the Orion pilots manning the ships didn't thoroughly inspect their surroundings. Their vigilance had slackened. As a result, they failed to notice these faint spatial fluctuations. Lars also noticed these spatial fluctuations, but took no action. In this remote corner of the universe, our reconnaissance team was on a mission at a temporary base of the Orion civilization. This base was established to explore the universe, understand life, and seek allies. It was equipped with top-tier facilities and manned by highly skilled pilots and soldiers responsible for reconnaissance, exploration, and defense in the universe. The foremost pilot, known as Jack, was an experienced and quick-witted driver. His reconnaissance warship mirrored his personality, sharp and agile. At that moment, he was chatting with his teammates amidst the dark expanse of the universe, waiting for a new task. Suddenly, space trembled. It was an indescribable sensation, as if the entire universe was shaking. This feeling filled Jack with terror. Before he could fully react, the space ahead collapsed over a large area. This terrifying energy manifested near the temporary base of the Orion civilization, remaining undetected by them. Jack's face turned pale with horror as he tried to control the warship. But the force came too suddenly, leaving him no time to react. He and the entire reconnaissance warship, along with this patch of space, were instantly pulverized. Behind him, several other reconnaissance ships witnessed this event. Instantly alarmed, they began alerting their teams. Through advanced detection equipment, they discovered that in the dark space ahead, several unidentified interstellar warships had appeared. The shapes and energy signatures of these warships were completely different from those of Orion civilization's ships. An unknown challenge awaited them. Chapter 332, The Key to Success. After receiving the deviation data, Li Tianheng understood everything. He realized that if he acted according to the previous intelligence, the consequences would be catastrophic. He felt a wave of fear, a situation he had not anticipated at all before. However, he quickly regained his composure and decided to use this deviation data to formulate a more precise plan. He began to dispatch more reconnaissance aircraft, surveying the history and surroundings of the Orion civilization. The Orion civilization seemed to have not anticipated this unexpected reconnaissance, making no response to Li Tianheng's actions. This made Li Tianheng even more confident that all targeted actions were personally aimed at him. As data continued to return, Li Tianheng's face became increasingly excited. He discovered that the actual situation was drastically different from the intelligence he had received earlier. He still could deploy his initial plan. He knew that as long as he could eliminate all actions of the Orion civilization targeted at him, the solar system civilization would no longer face any threat. Thus, he began to devise a new plan. He knew that this plan required meticulous deployment and calculation, allowing for no errors. He decided to personally head to the core area of the Orion civilization to find the source of all their actions targeting him. After lengthy preparations and multiple simulation drills, Li Tianheng finally readied his mission. He donned a specialized battle suit, preparing for this perilous journey. Before he left, he issued an order to all civilizations within the solar system, requiring them to fully support his actions with no room for error. Within his battle suit, streams of data flickered before his eyes. He knew this was the key to his success. Taking a deep breath, he activated the propulsion system of his suit and flew towards the core region of the Orion civilization. In front of him stretched a vast universe. He knew his journey had just begun. He would continue onward until he found the source and resolved this threat. Behind him, all hopes of the solar system civilization rested on his shoulders alone. He knew the weight of his responsibility. He could not fail. On a deserted planet in a distant galaxy, Li Tianheng landed his team at a massive fortress base. This base, clearly a remnant of another civilization, was discovered and taken over by the Liahu clan, becoming their temporary base. Upon entering the base, Li Tianheng was awestruck by the immense size of the super battleships present. He had never seen such large weapons, each ship resembling a small city, brimming with mystery and power. But this also meant that his enemy, Li Huazongming, was ready to invest more firepower here. Li Tianheng's team busily explored and deployed defenses within the base. They discovered many advanced large-scale weapons inside the fortress, though in great quantity. It was still within Li Tianheng's expectations. He well understood that facing the threat of Li Huazongming, they must prepare for the worst. Under his command, team members activated the super weapon hidden beneath the lunar base. This was their ultimate trump card. Once triggered, it would pose a significant threat to the Orion civilization. Moreover, the densely packed quantum satellites were combined into attack ships, prepared to counter the offensive of the Orion civilization. After half a day of intense work and preparation, Li Tianheng finally completed his exploration of the historical foundations of the Orion civilization. He acquired all the information and resources he needed, now only awaiting the arrival of the Orion civilization. As time passed, Li Tianheng grew increasingly tense. He knew that the upcoming battle might determine the life or death of him and his team members, and perhaps influence the future of the entire universe. Yet, he also deeply understood that he could not retreat. He must fight for the future of humanity. At this moment, the fort's detector suddenly issued an alarm. The fleet of the Orion civilization had already appeared in the starry sky. Li Tianheng immediately activated all defense systems, nervously watching the dynamics on the screen. His heart was filled with determination and resolve. He knew this would be his life and death battle, and the key battle for the future of humanity. Chapter 333, The Entrance of the Solar System. Li Tianheng stood by the window of the space headquarters, quietly gazing at the starry night sky outside. His heart was calm, and he knew that what lay ahead would be a decisive battle for humanity's fate. Behind him was an elite team composed of top scientists and military strategists, representing humanity's cutting-edge technological prowess. To secure human survival, they were prepared to confront an unknown challenge together. The solar system, humanity's cradle, was about to face a threat from an unknown civilization. And this danger stemmed from humanity's own scientific progress. That mysterious fleet, with technology surpassing that of humanity, could effortlessly manipulate gravity and even traverse interstellar distances as if light years did not exist, arriving at the doorstep of the solar system. Their weapons were far beyond human imagination. Yet, Li Tianheng deeply understood that technology wasn't the sole solution. He remembered his father once telling him, "Tianheng, technology is merely a means for human advancement. True strength comes from courage and wisdom within the human heart." In the dialogue between humanity and the unknown civilization, Li Tianheng chose to meet it with bravery. Under his leadership, humanity embarked on a confrontation that tested both technology and intelligence. At the edge of the solar system, the two fleets gradually approached each other. Under Li Tianheng's command, the human fleet lay poised like a crouching cheetah, ready to spring into action. Meanwhile, the mysterious fleet hung like a ghost, patiently waiting for the moment to strike. Li Tianheng stared intently at the enemy fleet displayed on the monitor screen, his fingers rhythmically tapping the control panel. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution. He knew that this battle would determine humanity's destiny. As the distance closed in, the battle began in earnest. Under Li Tianheng's command, the human fleet launched a ferocious assault on the opposing fleet, much like bullets firing from a cannon. At the same time, all weapon systems aboard quantum satellites and reconnaissance vessels within the solar system were activated, unleashing full-scale attacks on the enemy fleet. Despite the humans' unwavering will to fight, the gap in technological strength put them at a disadvantage. However, just at that critical moment, Li Tianheng issued a new command. He ordered all human warships and weapon systems to retreat, yielding the entrance to the solar system. In that instant, a brilliant beam of light erupted from deep within the solar system, piercing the clouds above. This radiant glow was nothing short of a miracle, leaving everyone in awe. When the brilliance finally faded, people were astounded to find that the entrance to the solar system had been sealed by a powerful energy barrier. This energy barrier was the crystallization of humanity's technology and wisdom, an ultimate defense system achieved after countless experiments and research conducted by Li Tianheng and his team. Its activation ensured temporary safety for humanity inside the solar system. Confronted by this barrier, the mysterious fleet was powerless. Their advanced technology was unable to penetrate or bypass the shield, thus preventing their entry into the inner regions of the solar system. Li Tianheng knew that this battle was far from over. He understood that this marked merely the beginning of humanity's encounter with the unknown civilization. In this ongoing conflict, humanity needed more bravery and intelligence. Chapter 334, A Scroll of a Painting. Li Tianheng stood on the barren plains of Mars, gazing at the rapidly constructed super base in the sky. It was a technology beyond his imagination, with massive machines like assembly lines, swift, precise, and transforming an arid wasteland into a grandiose base. He inwardly marveled at how much faster it was than he had anticipated. This super civilization from the Orion civilization undoubtedly possessed technology far beyond what Earth's humanity could achieve. The two massive construction bases and cranes on the surface of Mars resembled behemoths, flattening every mountainous or low-lying terrain they encountered. Then, the automated construction bases, like blocks of building toys, swiftly self-assembled and interconnected to form new structures. The entire construction process of the base unfolded like a painting, each detail brimming with technological beauty. The machine's automation and intelligence, combined with their terrifying scale, were inconceivable by ordinary people. Li Tianheng looked at all this, filled with envy. He understood that this was the gap between civilizations, and also the purpose of his journey to the Orion civilization, to acquire their technological knowledge and bring it back to Earth so that humanity could also achieve such a technological breakthrough. Watching those buildings being constructed at a rapid pace, Li was overwhelmed with inspiration. He imagined if such construction methods were applied to Earth, even an ordinary residential building of dozens of floors could be fully built within a few short days. This kind of technology would not only greatly improve the living efficiency of Earth's humans, but also provide broader space for human development. Yet, he also realized that such technology wouldn't be easily attainable. The Orion civilization's super technology wasn't simply about sharing. It required sincere exchange and cooperation. Li Tianheng took a deep breath, knowing this was both his challenge and his mission. He needed to do everything in his power to communicate with the Orion civilization, obtain their technological knowledge, and bring it back to Earth, contributing to Earth's human development. Lars' expression turned grim as he realized his stratagem had been seen through by Li Tianheng. Forced into negotiations, he hoped to secure the safety of himself and his fleet. Approaching Li Tianheng, he took a deep breath and said, "Li Tianheng, we are now at an absolute disadvantage. If you annihilate all of us, it will undoubtedly provoke a full-scale counterattack from the Orion civilization. You know well that despite your great strength, you have no chance against the united might of the entire Orion civilization. Thus, we hope you'll spare us and let us leave safely." Li Tianheng looked at Lars, smiled faintly, and shook his head. He knew Lars' negotiation strategy. His intention wasn't genuine compromise, but delay in search of a loophole. But Li Tianheng was ready. He wouldn't give Lars any opportunity. He spoke. Lars, I've long seen through your tricks. I won't let you go because you have no value to me. There's just one thing I want to know. Why did you come here? Why are you interested in my plans? Hearing this question, Lars' complexion changed slightly. He had assumed Li Tianheng would exploit their weakened state to blackmail them. But instead, he asked this question. Calming down quickly, he took a deep breath and said, Li Tianheng, we came here because we got hold of your plans. Originally, we intended to use this plan to gain more resources and power, but we didn't expect you to discover us so quickly. As for why we targeted you, it's because we know that if your plan succeeds, it will pose a tremendous threat to the Orion civilization. After listening to Lars' response, Li Tianheng smiled faintly and nodded. He had already known that Lars and his group weren't good actors, but now he no longer needed to waste time with them. Activating his equipment, he prepared to begin the attack. Chapter 335, Battle and Command. In the distant reaches of the universe, Li Tianheng was controlling the galactic bubble, restarting it. The galactic bubble resembled a transparent shield, protecting the blue star behind it from any potential threats. Although the blue star was still some distance away from the bubble, Li Tianheng couldn't be sure whether the terrifying weapon would affect the blue star. He had to prepare in advance, just in case. This continuous attack lasted for hours until the chaos in front of him gradually cleared up. The mothership protected by the bubble remained unharmed, while that section of space had been destroyed. A faint smile appeared on Lars' face. He immediately raised his hand to stop further attacks because the power of their weapons behind them had already consumed 2/3 of their strength. Continuing the assault would consume their final reserve energy. The sight in front of them gradually brightened, which made Lars and the people around him stunned. What they had expected, Li Tianheng's mothership being destroyed, had not happened. Instead, what they saw was a completely new flagship floating quietly there, as if it hadn't experienced the previous weapon attacks at all. Lars' face was filled with surprise and doubt. As he looked towards Li Tianheng, he found that Li Tianheng was smiling, a confident and resolute smile. Lars was shaken inside. He realized they might have fallen into one of Li Tianheng's plans. At this moment, Li Tianheng's voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. You have nowhere to escape. You either choose to surrender or accept legal punishment. His voice was calm and firm, creating an indescribable sense of oppression among everyone. Lars and his team were now caught between advancing and retreating. They didn't have enough energy left to continue the attack, nor could they escape. After deeply looking at Li Tianheng, Lars made his decision and announced to his team, we surrender. At this moment, the universe seemed to fall silent. Lars' team slowly put down their weapons. Their eyes were filled with helplessness and confusion. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng and his team remained vigilant, ready for any sudden retaliation. After a few minutes of silence, Li Tianheng walked towards Lars. Face to face, they looked directly into each other's eyes. Lars bitterly smiled and said, You've won, Li Tianheng. You understand how to use this galactic bubble better than I do. Li Tianheng faintly chuckled. Everyone has their own strengths, Lars. Your strength is in battle and command. Mine lies in research and strategy. That's the difference between us. Lars gazed deeply at Li Tianheng once more and then sighed. You're right. But now, I must take responsibility for my actions. Li Tianheng nodded. Yes, you must take responsibility not only to me, but also to those innocents you've involved. Under the bright light of the stars, the battle in this universe came to an end. Li Tianheng and his team successfully stopped Lars' offensive, protecting the blue star. Lars and his team faced legal punishment and had to answer for their deeds. Amid the vastness of the universe, two giant mother ships stood facing each other, distorting the space between them as if it held destructive powers. One belonged to the Orion civilization, shimmering with cold metallic glimmers, where Lars' presence exuded authority and chill. The other represented the solar system civilization led by Li Tianheng, glowing with a fiery warmth, challenging the icy nature of the Orion civilization. Anger flashed in Lars' eyes. It was hatred for Li Tianheng and frustration for his own failure. His heart brimmed with endless resentment because, in this campaign against the solar system civilization, he had been thoroughly defeated by Li Tianheng. As he looked into Li Tianheng's eyes, they were filled with determination and resolve like blazing fire, igniting even deeper fury within Lars. Yesterday, during his communication with the headquarters of the Orion civilization, he had already explained the situation. He knew that his failure would severely damage him within the Orion civilization. Such punishment was unbearable for him. For Lars, the success of this mission was everything in his life. Now, everything was ruined, and so would be his life. In this vast universe, Lars' anger and resentment seemed to form a huge storm, raging between the mother ships as though it wanted to devour everything. And Li Tianheng stood there, confronting this storm of anger with equal resolve in his eyes. He knew he couldn't back down. He couldn't let his home fall victim to the threats of the Orion civilization. Chapter 336, Protecting His Home. The temporary base on Mars. In the distant future, humanity has carved out a territory of its own on Mars. Li Tianheng, a young and imaginative scientist, finds himself in this great era, filled with a desire to explore the unknown. One day, Li Tianheng detected signals from an extraterrestrial civilization in the Orion constellation through an advanced artificial intelligence device. He decided to go to Mars personally to search for and study this alien civilization. When he truly saw the Orion base on Mars, he was deeply impressed by its unique construction concept. This base was unlike any building on Earth. It seemed as if it had grown out of the red soil of Mars, perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. Li Tianheng was filled with awe and envy. He began to ponder how to bring this construction philosophy back to Earth to create a better life for humanity. With the help of artificial intelligence, Li Tianheng began an in-depth study of the structure of this base. He discovered that the technology used here far surpassed that of Earth. Two huge mechanical devices worked like worker ants, methodically constructing everything. This gave Li Tianheng an important revelation. Future architecture could also be modular. Upon returning to Earth, Li Tianheng immediately began designing a new type of detachable building method. His goal was to build high-quality residential buildings in a short time through this method, greatly reducing construction cycles and improving living standards. However, this new architectural concept was opposed by many people during its initial trial. They believed such buildings lacked the stability and beauty of traditional ones. But Li Tianheng firmly believed that technology would change everything. To prove his idea, Li Tianheng decided to build an experimental building of his own on Blue Star. Leading his team in day and night efforts, the building was completed within just a few months. The successful construction of the experimental building made people start to accept and welcome this new building method. Li Tianheng did not stop his exploration. He continued to lead his team in researching ways to improve the quality and aesthetics of buildings using more advanced technologies. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng never forgot his discovery on Mars. He remained vigilant about the potential threat the Orion civilization might pose to Blue Star. He knew that technology was a double-edged sword. It could be used to create a better life, but also to cause destruction. To avoid possible conflicts, Li Tianheng decided to establish a temporary base on Blue Star for the Orion civilization. This base would combine the technologies of both Blue Star and the Orion civilization, allowing the Orion civilization to feel the friendliness of Blue Star and enabling Blue Star civilization to further develop by learning from the Orion civilization. When the Orion civilization came to Blue Star and saw the base built specially for them, their reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. They were moved by this tech-infused and human-centered base, expressing deep respect and friendship towards Blue Star civilization. However, all tranquility was shattered after an unforeseen event. One day, the Orion civilization suddenly launched a surprise attack, attempting to occupy Blue Star. At this moment, Li Tianheng realized he must step forward to protect his home. He quickly established a line of defense using the modular construction technology he developed, while broadcasting a call to the whole world. Unite, for the sake of our home. Under his leadership, the people of Blue Star united and successfully repelled the attack from the Orion civilization. This incident made Li Tianheng deeply reflect. The power of technology can be used not only to create a better life, but also for defense and protection. He decided to continue in-depth research for Blue Star and for the peace of the universe. Chapter 337, Caution and Rationality. 2 years ago, Li Tianheng was still an ordinary person, and he could never have imagined that he would one day face off against the Orion civilization, a near third-tier civilization. However, now he had already mastered all the relevant science and technology, and successfully forced the Orion civilization to retreat from the solar system to the Kuiper Belt. This achievement was not only his personal peak, but also a tremendous breakthrough for human technology. Now, he had become a figure comparable to a god, and people could not fathom how he had achieved so much in such a short time. At this moment, everyone was expecting Li Tianheng to press on with his momentum and use the new weapons at his disposal to annihilate the Orion civilization in one fell swoop. But Li Tianheng was not blinded by victory. He fully understood the strength and hidden cards of his opponents. Thus, he smiled as he cautioned everyone. For now, we have accomplished enough with this. Our primary goal is to repel them and give them a taste of our power. After all, they are a civilization from Orion, and wiping them out completely will never be an easy task. Moreover, we don't even know how many reinforcements they might have, so it is absolutely imperative that we do not act rashly. Li Tianheng's words brought calm to the group. They knew that Li Tianheng was acting out of caution and rationality, refusing to take unnecessary risks. Thus, they began following Li Tianheng's instructions step by step, steadily advancing the plan. In this process, Li Tianheng demonstrated exceptional leadership and technological talent. He continuously devised new scientific solutions and led the team in implementing and verifying them. Each action they took was filled with suspense and variables, but Li Tianheng always managed to provide the correct decisions and guidance at critical moments. As time passed, Li Tianheng and the team continued refining their new technological solutions through practice, gradually improving them. Their actions started to yield positive results. The Orion civilization's movements became increasingly difficult, and their strength began to diminish. Ultimately, in a key battle, Li Tianheng and the team successfully defeated the last remnants of the Orion civilization's forces. This victory was not only theirs, but also marked a massive leap forward in human technology. Li Tianheng's achievements and leadership skills earned global praise and respect. His name would be etched into the annals of human history, becoming an eternal memory. The details and plot twists of this story would continue to be discussed and celebrated by the masses, constantly retold and dramatized. People would meticulously recount each of Li Tianheng's decisions and actions, along with the leadership qualities and technological genius he displayed at crucial moments. This story would also be adapted into novels, films, and various other forms of art, allowing more people to understand and appreciate Li Tianheng's great achievements and extraordinary leadership. In summary, this story was not merely about technological progress and victory. It was also a tale brimming with literary merit and drama. It showcased humanity's intelligence, courage, and spirit of cooperation, and it would become a classic story forever remembered and celebrated. Lars' dream and the wonderful chemical reaction. In the red desert of Mars, an ancient signal flickered in the night sky. Hidden on the Martian surface, it seemed like an innocuous substance, yet it contained immense power. This signal had been sent by Lars, an adventurous scientist who had long dreamed of making contact with unknown civilizations. He had never imagined that the signals he transmitted had already been intercepted by Li Tianheng. Chapter 338, The Unknown and Surprise. Li Tianheng is a senior scientist at the Mars base, and his team has always been searching for signs of extraterrestrial life. When they discovered the Lars signal, Li Tianheng did not act hastily. He knew that this signal was a form of contact, and that it must carry special significance. Thus, Li Tianheng decided to let the signal continue spreading. He allowed these invisible starships to appear above Mars, and then silently enter the temporary base where Als was located. In this moment filled with the unknown, everyone's heart beat with unusual intensity. Lars' dream was about to be realized, but what he didn't know was that his signal had already attracted unexpected guests. The appearance of the starships threw the entire base into chaos. Soldiers were jinjianged preparing their weapons, while scientists tried to establish communication with these unknown beings. As for Li Tianheng, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, and he knew his decision was the right one. When the starships joined forces with Lars' team, a strange chemical reaction occurred. These creatures from different planets exchanged in unique ways, breaking through the barriers of language and culture. Lars' dream was finally realized, but he hadn't anticipated that his dream would bring not only astonishing discoveries, but also a completely new collision of cognition and culture. His signal connected more than just two planets. It bridged two distinct cultures and modes of thought. At this very moment, every corner of the Mars base was filled with the unknown and surprise. The soldiers put down their weapons, replacing them with handshakes and smiles. The scientists' research no longer focused solely on Earth but expanded into the distant reaches of space. Standing in his laboratory, Lars watched as his dream became reality. He knew this was the greatest moment of his life. He wasn't afraid of the unknown because he understood that only exploration could uncover new worlds. In this extraordinary moment, everyone experienced unprecedented emotions. They felt both strangeness and tension, as well as surprise and excitement. This chemical reaction was stronger than anything they'd ever experienced. Throughout this process, Li Tianheng's decisions were validated. He knew that only calmness and rationality could lead to the correct answer in an uncertain situation. His choices turned the base into a genuine platform for cosmic exchange. This story teaches us that dreams are great, and they can produce marvelous chemical reactions we could never have imagined. When we bravely pursue our dreams, we may face the unknown and challenges, but only through exploration and perseverance can we discover new worlds and possibilities. Title: The Final Battle of the Star Mothership. Deep within the vast expanse of the Starry Sea, a massive Alceste space carrier slowly approached Li Tianheng's position. Its firepower was formidable enough to destroy an entire planet, but at the moment, it used 2/3 of its power to completely surround Li Tianheng and his companions. In the void, enormous black holes and cracks appeared, as if they were wounds of the universe. Any ordinary starship entering them would be crushed to pieces. However, Li Tianheng's mothership stood firm like a colossal mountain, unaffected by the terrifying energy around it. Inside the mothership's cockpit, Li Tianheng showed no signs of tension on his face. His eyes radiated determination and confidence. All those around him, responsible officials included, wore broad smiles. Despite the overwhelming assault, they remained confident that Li Tianheng would lead them to victory in this battle. Chapter 339, Flickering Lights in the Void. The battle began, and the mothership loomed like a silent behemoth, completely unaffected by the attacks. A firm determination shone in Li Tianheng's eyes as his fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, as if playing a grand and magnificent symphony. The firepower crashed onto the hull of the mothership with deafening roars. Every attack seemed to be testing Li Tianheng's resolve, yet he remained calm and confident. His objective was clear: to lead his team to victory in this fight. Suddenly, an external camera on the mothership captured a blinding flash of light. The Alceste space carrier collapsed under their firepower, releasing a powerful energy wave. Li Tianheng reacted quickly, and the mothership's shields activated instantly, absorbing the entire energy wave. Following this, the mothership's turrets began retaliating. Brilliant beams of light pierced through the void, striking the Alceste space carrier with unerring accuracy. Within just a few minutes, the once dominant warship began to disintegrate, its firepower gradually weakening until it vanished entirely. When the battle ended, Li Tianheng and his team were still seated securely in the cockpit of the mothership. Smiling broadly, they celebrated their hard-won victory. Li Tianheng gently released his grip on the control panel, satisfaction and pride evident in his eyes. This battle had proven their strength and conviction. They were not intimidated by terrifying firepower, but grew more united and determined amidst the challenges. For Li Tianheng, this victory was not only a triumph, but also a milestone in his life. When they returned to base, they were met with looks filled with respect and admiration. Everyone knew that the courage and wisdom displayed by Li Tianheng and his team in this battle were indescribable. Their victory was not only for themselves, but also for the safety of the entire planet. In this final battle among starships, Li Tianheng and his team proved with their actions what true heroes are made of. Their story would be passed down through generations, becoming an immortal legend on their planet. Deep within the cosmos, Li Tianheng stood before a powerful spatial oscillator, his gaze piercing through time and space toward the historical base of a level, for civilization engulfed in flames. His fingertips lightly rested on the controls, as if caressing a sword ready to be unsheathed. In front of him, the historical base of the level, for civilization flickered faintly in the void thousands of light years away, like a lamb waiting helplessly for its judgment. However, Li Tianheng did not easily activate the horrifying weapon capable of effortlessly destroying the level, for civilization. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if a grand historical panorama beyond the level, for civilization unfolded before his eyes. He waited, waiting for Lars' active assault, so that he could more accurately judge the approximate level of the level 3 civilization. At that moment, Lars' fleet emerged slowly in his sight, like stars in the night sky. Their cannons fired like endless meteorites, illuminating the void into a sea of dazzling light. Each cannon shot twisted space, rending Li Tianheng's world apart into fragments. But upon seeing this, there was no hint of panic or despair on Li Tianheng's face. Instead, a bright light shone in his eyes, as if he was witnessing the expected scene. He quietly observed Lars' assault, as though enjoying a magnificent fireworks display. Lars' face was also brimming with confident smiles. He firmly believed that even if Li Tianheng were a godlike figure, there would be no escape from such devastating firepower. But before his smile could fully blossom, it froze, as though covered by icy frost. Chapter 340. The Secret of the Universe. Because Li Tianheng had moved slightly, he neither retreated nor avoided. He stood there like a pine tree amidst a storm, quietly waiting for the storm to arrive. He simply rotated the space oscillator in his hand, as if merely playing with a toy in his palm. Yet, this slight turn made the entire universe tremble. The power of the space oscillator was instantly unleashed, intertwining with Lars' firepower and bursting forth into an indescribable energy storm. In an instant, the originally brilliant artillery fire became dull, while Li Tianheng's gaze grew brighter and brighter. Under this force, Lars' fleet was scattered like chess pieces moved by an invisible giant hand, disrupting their own formation. Each battleship seemed to be torn apart by an unseen power, erupting in anguished roars. Li Tianheng's figure flickered within the energy storm, like a master of life and death, coldly observing the chaotic battlefield. Lars could not believe what he was seeing. He could not understand why his firepower couldn't harm Li Tianheng in the slightest. Desperation and fear filled his eyes. He finally realized that the gap between him and Li Tianheng was not only in terms of civilization levels, but also on the levels of strategy and tactics. Li Tianheng did not look at Lars again. He knew he had already secured victory in this war. He gently lifted his hand, as if caressing the outline of the battleship. Then, his fingers lightly pressed down, activating a secret weapon hidden within the fleet, initiating the final attack against Lars. Terror and despair filled Lars' eyes. He wanted to resist, but he had no strength left to fight back. All he could do was watch helplessly as the secret weapon approached, and then the light of the explosion instantly devoured his world. When the light dissipated, Li Tianheng had already vanished into the depths of the universe. Only Lars' fleet remained struggling in chaos, alongside a destroyed historical base silently floating in the void. This is the story of Li Tianheng, one who wielded the power of a 4th-level civilization but defeated a formidable enemy with 3rd-level civilization methods. He proved his worth to the world with his wisdom and courage. This is Li Tianheng, a true hero. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, Lars' expression appeared unusually dark. His eyes were like lonely stars in the night, flashing with melancholy and helplessness. Facing Li Tianheng before him, it was as though he were bound by an invisible force, full of helplessness and confusion. In this corner of the universe, Li Tianheng and Lars confronted each other. One seemed like a dancer in the darkness, the other a traveler in the light. Their intersection point formed a unique landscape in this mysterious space. Lars' expression was somber, his eyes seemingly carrying a hint of indescribable pain. He knew that in this moment, facing this powerful opponent, he had no retreat. Li Tianheng's gaze was firm and profound, as if able to see through the secrets of the universe. Under his coercion, Lars had no choice but to hand over all the design plans of the two behemoths to him. In that instant, the course of history seemed rewritten, and those once unknown technologies were suddenly mastered by Li Tianheng. In fact, even without Lars' help, Li Tianheng could have designed this thing himself. What he needed was merely to consume a large amount of reputation points. However, when free technology was readily available right in front of him, why would he want to waste those precious reputation points? Thus, Li Tianheng chose this measure, effortlessly acquiring these technologies of the Orion civilization at this moment. Chapter 341. The Pilots of the Reconnaissance Ships. When he saw these technologies, he realized they were significantly different from those provided by the system. Despite being far inferior to the technologies offered by the system, they were already more than enough for the current solar system civilization. Without hesitation, Li Tianheng directly transmitted all these technologies to the Xianxia base on Blue Star. At this moment, his feelings became extraordinarily complicated. He knew that he had already changed the fate of this universe, but whether this change would bring unknown effects to the solar system civilization, he could not predict. In a corner of this universe, Li Tianheng's mind was deeply shrouded in deep thoughts. His eyes sparkled with expectations for the future and determination to face challenges, while his soul was like a lonely traveler, crossing endless stars, arriving at this mysterious corner. He knew that the technologies he obtained would bring tremendous changes to the solar system civilization. They would usher in a new era, bringing unprecedented technological innovation. However, he could not be certain if such changes would lead to positive outcomes. In a corner of this universe, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He knew that he had to face this challenge alone and explore this unknown future. His heart was filled with anticipation for the future and fear of the challenges, yet his eyes radiated firmness and determination. In a corner of this universe, Li Tianheng waited quietly. He waited for the changes brought about by these new technologies, waited for the future of the solar system civilization, waited for the unknown challenges and opportunities. His heart was filled with expectation and hope, his eyes full of firmness and resolution. In a corner of this universe, Li Tianheng's story continued. He would continue to explore this unknown universe, searching for more mysteries and possibilities. His journey was filled with the unknown and challenges, yet his heart brimmed with courage and determination. This is the story of Li Tianheng, an adventurer's journey through the unknown universe. His story continues, and our curiosity and anticipation will always accompany him until his journey ends. In the depths of the universe, the Orion civilization established a temporary base. They patrolled among the stars, looking for new civilizations to contribute to their superior civilization. At this base, several reconnaissance ships were shuttling through space. These pilots had profound knowledge of the interstellar civilization hierarchy. They understood well that the gap between first-level and second-level civilizations was insurmountable, which is why they looked down on the solar system civilization. Because the solar system civilization only equaled a first-level civilization, whereas their own civilization was already a second-level one. While chatting about this topic, the pilots suddenly felt a spatial tremor. Before the pilots had time to react, the space ahead collapsed over a large area, releasing terrifying energy that erupted within the Orion temporary base. This power was so immense that the pilots did not even have time to respond. They, along with the entire reconnaissance ship and the surrounding space, were instantly pulverized. Behind them, other reconnaissance ships discovered the situation. They saw several unidentified interstellar warships appear out of the dark void, directly surrounding them. The origins of these warships were unknown, causing deep fear among the other pilots. On their screens, images of those warships appeared, their shapes shocking them. These warships were entirely different from Orion civilization's vessels, smooth and streamlined, as if carved from a single massive crystal, shining with dazzling brilliance. It was a technology they had never seen before, making them feel small and powerless. Then, lights illuminated from those warships, a color they had never encountered. It wasn't firelight, but a distant, profound glow as if emanating from the depths of the universe. The pilots' hearts were filled with fear and awe. They knew it was a signal from an unknown civilization. At that moment, they realized that the hierarchy of interstellar civilizations was not an unbridgeable chasm, but a process of constant exploration, learning, and evolution. Their pride and complacency were shattered in an instant. They were no longer pilots of a second-level civilization, but a group of children filled with reverence and curiosity towards the unknown. They began attempting to communicate with these warships. Although they lacked sufficient knowledge and language to understand this advanced civilization, they still wanted to explore and comprehend. In this process, they discovered new knowledge, new technology, and new concepts, leading their civilization to a new elevation. In that moment, they were no longer pilots of a first-level civilization, but explorers of a second-level civilization. They no longer feared the unknown, but instead were filled with reverence and curiosity towards it. They understood that the hierarchy of interstellar civilizations was not static, but constantly evolving. As long as they were willing to learn, explore, and evolve, their civilization would continue to advance. Chapter 342, Joint Development of New Technology. Li Tianheng's face looked resolute and decisive, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection in front of him. The data displayed on it was sent by the Orion civilization. He took a deep breath, a strange excitement welling up inside him. If all the data he had received were fake, then all his previous reconnaissance efforts would be rendered useless. However, his mind was racing. If all the data were fake, then Lars and his team must also believe that he had completely trusted the authenticity of the data. In other words, they wouldn't expect him to turn around and strike back. This thought made a flash of a smile appear on his face. He returned to operating the holographic projection once more. The reconnaissance ships surged like a swarm of bees, quickly moving outward toward the edges of the solar system. This time, he was even more cautious. All reconnaissance devices had entered stealth mode and were getting infinitely close to the periphery of the Orion civilization's fortress base. Within the solar system, everything appeared normal as if nothing had happened. However, on the radar screen of the fortress, several unknown warships began to appear. These warships used advanced stealth technology that rendered them invisible under normal observation. Under Li Tianheng's command, the reconnaissance fleet began making subtle course corrections and speed adjustments to form a perfect encircling circle. His heartbeat quickened, yet he remained calm, each decision precise and forceful. At this moment, alarms suddenly blared within the Orion civilization's fortress base. They had discovered the stealth presence of the reconnaissance fleet, but it was already too late. Li Tianheng's fleet had already formed their encirclement and initiated an attack. Standing on the bridge, Li Tianheng issued a loud order. Full counterattack. Let's see what they've got. For a time, artillery fire crisscrossed the skies, fleets intertwined, and the battle reached its boiling point. Like soldiers with their backs against the wall, Li Tianhong's fleet launched a decisive assault. Their determination and courage left everyone in awe. The battle lasted for hours and ended with Li Tianhong's fleet successfully breaking through the Orion civilization's fortress base. All alien creatures within the base were captured, while his fleet only lost less than 10% of its combat power. As Li Tianhong stepped into the interior of the base, he saw those alien captives. Their faces resembled humans, except their eyes were golden. Their bodies were stronger than humans, and they possessed some unknown kind of power. Over the next few years, Li Tianhong and Earth's alien research team conducted detailed studies on these creatures. They discovered that these aliens were a highly evolved extraterrestrial life form with technology that surpassed human comprehension. Yet, these aliens' technology was not without its weaknesses. Through the combined efforts of humanity, they managed to break through the aliens' technology and use it to counteract their threats. In the following years, the relationship between humans and the aliens grew increasingly tense. Nevertheless, throughout this process, Li Tianhong maintained his composure and resolve. He knew his mission was to protect human safety, not to engage in meaningless warfare with the aliens. Ultimately, through his efforts, humanity and the aliens reached a peace agreement. They would jointly develop new technologies and apply them to humanity's exploration and development. Li Tianhong returned to the reconnaissance fleet within the solar system. Looking at the holographic projections before him, he felt profound emotion and satisfaction. He knew he had fulfilled his mission and achieved his goals. He had safeguarded human security and upheld human dignity and honor. His gaze remained fixed on the data displayed in the holographic projection, filled with confidence and anticipation. He understood this was just the beginning, and his and humanity's journey of exploration would continue onward. Chapter 343, Advanced Spacesuits. In the depths of the universe, the Orion civilization cautiously moved toward the solar system. Their mothership was like a towering peak, bearing their hopes and missions. However, just as they were about to step into the solar system, an unexpected challenge arose. At the Earth's astronomical observation platform, a young scientist named Li Tianhong was closely watching the distant Orion mothership. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution. He knew that the mission he would soon carry out could change the fate of humanity. Surrounding Li Tianhong were his team and countless pieces of technological equipment. In their hands lay the power to decide the future of humanity. The Orion mothership carefully entered the solar system, everything waiting silently for the destiny to be fulfilled. But at this moment, Li Tianhong lightly pressed a finger, sending a series of commands far away. Above Neptune, a defensive line composed of the temporary base and Star Sword Fortress slowly ascended, reaching the Kuiper Belt. This was the weak area monitored by Li Tianhong, and it was also the trap he had laid. In the Kuiper Belt, Li Tianhong's monitoring devices and quantum satellites were ready. He could clearly see every detail of the Orion mothership, as if peering through someone's soul. The pilots of the Orion mothership never expected such a counterattack. Their mothership under Li Tianhong's assault was like a helpless child, unable to resist the sudden storm. A victorious smile appeared on Li Tianhong's face. He knew that his plan had succeeded. The combination of his intelligence and technological equipment left the Orion civilization utterly surprised. At this moment, the entire solar system held its breath. People watched the light above Neptune, unsure whether it was victory or defeat. However, when the temporary base and Star Sword Fortress broke through the Kuiper Belt and blocked the path of the Orion mothership, everyone understood the joy of victory. Li Tianhong looked at the screen in front of him, filled with emotion. He knew this was just one confrontation between humans and alien civilizations, but also the first step for humanity to venture into outer space. Under the attacks from the temporary base and the Star Sword Fortress, the Orion mothership started retreating. Its energy shield was broken instantly, exposing its fragile body. Immediately after, beams of energy shot out from the Star Sword Fortress, accurately striking the Orion mothership. The mothership began shaking violently, its shields flickering uncertainly. The internal pilots stared in horror at the unfolding scene, unaware of what was happening. At this point, Li Tianhong stood up. He knew now was the time to display his true skills. Skillfully operating the equipment before him, a ray of light shot from between his fingers directly toward the Orion mothership. This light pierced through the mothership's shields instantaneously, penetrating deep inside. It acted like an invisible hand, precisely grabbing hold of the ship's propulsion system. Then, a powerful burst of energy released from Li Tianhong's hands instantly destroyed the mothership's propulsion system. The mothership began losing control, its thrusters beginning to fail. The Orion pilots watched in horror as their home drifted further into the depths of the solar system. At this critical moment, Li Tianhong sent another command. He used his advanced technology to control the flight direction of the mothership, directing it towards Pluto at the edge of the solar system. On the space station of Pluto, humanity was prepared. They were clad in advanced spacesuits, holding energy weapons, awaiting the arrival of the Orion mothership. When the mothership entered the range controlled by humans, the humans initiated their counterattack. Their energy weapons accurately struck the Orion mothership, beams of light flashing over the surface of the mothership. The mothership began to collapse, its shields breached and internal space warping. The pilots looked in terror at everything around them, knowing that their fate had already been sealed. Finally, the Orion mothership came to a stop at the space station on Pluto. Humans stepped forward and opened the hatch of the mothership. They saw extraterrestrial life forms and also glimpsed their homes and futures. Chapter 344, A Thriving Planet. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a thriving planet named Blue Star. Under the impetus of technology, human civilization on Blue Star has reached the level of a quasi-third-tier civilization. Their technology already allows them to soar freely in the universe, exploring its unknown secrets. Li Tianheng, the most brilliant scientist on Blue Star, was extraordinarily intelligent and strategic. He was filled with curiosity about the mysteries of the universe and was always seeking new challenges and breakthroughs. One day, Li Tianheng received an invitation from the Orion civilization. This civilization was more advanced than Blue Star's, having reached the third-tier civilization status, and they invited Li Tianheng for negotiations. Li Tianheng well understood the significance behind this. He realized that it was a confrontation and contest between two civilizations. He decided to accept the invitation and meet this unknown civilization. Li Tianheng boarded his spaceship and crossed vast interstellar space, arriving at the Orion planet. Here, he met Lars, the leader of the Orion civilization. Lars warmly welcomed Li Tianheng, but also clearly stated that they would not easily share their technology with Blue Star. Li Tianheng knew that this was only the beginning. During his time on the Orion planet, Li Tianheng carefully observed their technological development. Their technology indeed far surpassed that of Blue Star. However, what made him curious was that it seemed like they were hiding something. The negotiations began. Li Tianheng and Lars sat at opposite ends of the conference table, the atmosphere tense and serious. Li Tianheng directly presented his demands, hoping that the Orion civilization would share their technology to promote the common development of the two civilizations. But Lars politely refused his request, stating that they could not currently fulfill it. The negotiations reached a deadlock. Yet, Li Tianheng did not give up. He decided to delve deeper into the internal workings of the Orion civilization to find a breakthrough. Chapter 4. Undercurrents Stirring. During his time on the Orion planet, Li Tianheng discovered a secret. The Orion civilization was attempting to open a hidden cosmic gate. This gate could grant them unimaginable power, but it also had the potential to cause a universal catastrophe. Li Tianheng decided to inform Larsai about this secret. He hoped they would abandon this plan, but Larsai paid no heed to his warning. Everything was heading in the worst possible direction. Li Tianheng realized he must stop this plan, or the consequences would be disastrous. He decided to take action. Using his own technological prowess, he launched an attack on the cosmic gate. Larsai was shocked. He hadn't expected Li Tianheng to truly strike. In this intense battle, Li Tianheng displayed his wisdom and courage. He successfully prevented the opening of the cosmic gate, but at a great cost. After the crisis, the Orion civilization began to reassess their stance. They decided to share some of their technology with the Blue Planet to promote the joint development of both civilizations. Li Tianheng returned to the Blue Planet, his mission complete. He knew that this was just the beginning of humanity's advancement. In the days to come, humanity would face even more challenges and opportunities. The story has ended, but the reflections it leaves behind are far from over. In this tale, we witness the clash and fusion of two civilizations, as well as humanity's exploration and challenge of the unknown world. It is a future full of hope and challenges, and we look forward to a better tomorrow for humanity. Chapter 345. No Other Choice. In the depths of the universe, ripples spread through the void, resembling a tranquil lake surface being brushed by a gentle breeze. These ripples originated from the carefully laid-out quantum satellite network of Li Tianheng. Like an immense net, they captured every signal of the Orion civilization but did not destroy them. Instead, they disguised these signals as illusions. Li Tianheng, the young scientist, was utilizing these ripples to trace the footsteps of the Orion civilization. He hoped that through these network attacks, he could locate their temporary base beyond the solar system and decode their preparations. On the holographic projection, waves of data were wildly fluctuating. Beneath this calm facade lay a meticulously set trap by Li Tianheng. With unyielding determination in his eyes, he intensely focused on the Orion civilization's signals displayed on the holographic projection. These quantum satellites acted as invisible hunters, comprehensively capturing the signals of the Orion civilization. As the distance grew further, these signal fluctuations became increasingly intense. The waves on the holographic projection rose and fell like ominous signs before a storm. Suddenly, projections of starships appeared on the holographic display. Their positions were precisely within the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system. These starship projections seemed to materialize out of thin air, as if they had been hiding in the darkness all along, now finally revealed. Li Tianheng widened his eyes as he observed that these starship projections had already assembled into a colossal interstellar fortress, which reached an astonishing height of approximately 20,000 meters. He was deeply awestruck by the scale and power of this fortress, understanding fully just how formidable the Orion civilization was. Previously, there hadn't been so many starships within the solar system, indicating that behind the Orion civilization's fleet lay a vast armada. This realization made Li Tianheng draw in a sharp breath, prompting him to reassess his mission. His heart raced and his thoughts sharpened. He understood that what he faced wasn't merely the signals of one civilization, but rather a vast and intricate challenge. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, his resolve grew stronger. Li Tianheng took a deep breath and issued a series of commands toward the holographic projection. His fingers traced through the air as if playing an unseen symphony of battle. He knew that ahead lay even more daunting challenges. The starship projections before him began to change, as if manipulated by some unseen force. Some of the starships started to move, advancing toward the direction of the Orion civilization in peculiar formations. This was a tactic carefully devised by Li Tianheng. hoping to uncover the location of their base through this method. He knew it was a bold attempt, but he had no other choice. Only through such means could he discover the whereabouts of the Orion civilization and find their vulnerabilities. Tension filled the air, Li Tianhong's heartbeat resonating in the silent laboratory. His gaze remained fixed on the holographic projection, awaiting the next transformation. The ripples continued to ripple toward the distance, matching Li Tianhong's own pounding heart. He knew the most critical moment was fast approaching. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently prayed, "I must succeed." The pace of the story was tight and gripping, with rich and detailed plot lines. Through vivid descriptions of characters and environments, readers could deeply feel the pressure and challenges faced by Li Tianhong. Meanwhile, the story brimmed with tense atmospheres, making it impossible for readers to stop reading. Chapter 346, Starship Fighters Instantly Destroyed. In the depths of the universe, a young man with blue skin stood on the command deck of a colossal space vessel. His eyes coldly scanned the surrounding starry expanse. His skin, like a deep-sea sapphire, shone with the brilliance of wisdom. His gaze was as sharp and frosty as the winter's northern wind. His voice reverberated through the depths of the universe, akin to ancient torrents creating melodies in an arid desert. Each order he gave was like a cold iron chain, precise and forceful. Under his command, countless reconnaissance ships surged forth like swarming ants, vanishing into the darkness. At the same moment, Lars also activated the holographic projection before him. This hologram was different from ordinary ones. While it displayed the holographic projection of the solar system, there were also countless lines and curves continuously showing up. These curves flashed intermittently, gradually revealing red dots within. When Lars saw these dots, a flash of excitement crossed his face. Although it appeared to be an ordinary holographic projection, everyone present was well aware that this was a machine capable of detecting spatial fluctuations. Detecting stealth-enabled starships through spatial fluctuations was, of course, not challenging for the Orion civilization, which had developed for hundreds of thousands of years. In the hologram, these red dots naturally represented the starships hidden in stealth mode. Lars chuckled coldly, as such stealth technology was indeed too rudimentary for the Orion civilization, nearing Tier 3. Numerous reconnaissance craft were dispatched, approaching the vicinity of these red dot areas within a short few hours. Subsequently, these reconnaissance crafts launched indiscriminate attacks. Terrifying laser munitions and terrifying space weapons exploded instantly near these red dots. Under the storm-like assault, some starships concealed in the darkness were instantly annihilated. However, some fighters successfully escaped using spatial jump technology. Lars' expression immediately became colder, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. In the depth of the universe, a crack appeared instantaneously. This was a spatial rift. From within this rift, an overwhelming suction force dragged those attempting to escape one by one into it, disappearing into the darkness. Still trying to flee? Lars chuckled coldly, and then turned to issue new orders to the young man with blue skin. "Carlos, lead your team. We will retrieve these fighters." Carlos nodded coldly, his gaze like cold steel, determined and merciless. He turned towards the exit of the bridge, and behind him, the warship loomed like a monstrous beast in the night sky, majestic and mysterious. Under Carlos's leadership, an elite squad composed of young men with blue skin boarded the captured starship fighters. Their stern faces stood out prominently against the cosmic darkness. Their eyes were resolute and sharp, gleaming with the light of intelligence, like stars. Under their operation, the starship fighters instantly ignited, cutting brilliant trails across the universe like luminous meteors. The traces of their flight interwove into a magnificent tapestry in the cosmos, a brilliant testament to the glory of the Orion civilization. Carlos observed the scene before him coldly, filled with excitement and pride. He knew that this was the moment of honor as a member of the Orion civilization. He firmly believed that as long as they stayed united and pressed forward, they would surely create even more brilliance in the depths of the universe.